Chapter 1. Transmigration into Dragon Ball. In the year 749 of the Age of the Gods, in the far northern lands. What is this place? It's so cold. Muccio blinked vigorously, attempting to clarify his vision. As the surroundings came into focus, a wave of astonishment washed over him. He found himself amidst a desolate expanse of snow and ice, surrounded by thick layers of snow and shards of ice, lying beside the wreckage of a fallen aircraft. At that moment, a torrent of memories surged into his mind, overwhelming him with a painful intensity that felt as though his head might explode. The excruciating anguish proved unbearable, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. When Muccio awoke once more, after sifting through the fragments of his memories, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Oh my goodness, I've actually transmigrated into the world of Dragon Ball. I've become Son Goku." It turned out that the original occupant of this body was none other than the young Goku himself, who had plummeted to this desolate location after his aircraft had exploded. Midair. However, in stark contrast to the original narrative, there was no little girl named Suno to rescue him. Instead, young Goku lay abandoned, neglected, and on the brink of death. Just as Goku's soul was about to depart, Muccio transcended into his body. For reasons unbeknownst to him, their souls merged, creating a new entity. Overwhelmed with emotion, Muccio murmured, "How unpredictable is fate! I never imagined my idol Goku would meet such an end." Pondering, he questioned, what could have led to this? After a considerable time, he gradually accepted the reality that he had become Son Goku, endowed with his powers and abilities. Recalling the admiration he held for Goku during his childhood as he watched Dragon Ball, a profound sense of regret welled up within him. Yet his gaze soon solidified with determination, and he proclaimed to the heavens, "Fear not, Son Goku. Though I may not understand why I have come to this world, since I have taken your place, I shall live on in your stead, striving for the pinnacle of martial arts." At that moment, a voice reached Muccio's ears, but he felt no surprise this time, as Goku's subconscious had been inexplicably altered. His future words would now echo the language of Dragon Ball, and he found it entirely reasonable that all spoke in such a manner. Unbeknownst to him, he failed to recognize the transformation of his own subconscious. Instead, he heard the approaching voices and paused, attentively listening to their conversation. "Hey, did you hear that? It sounded like a strange voice over there," one individual inquired with confusion. "No, I heard it too. It's probably the voice of that kid. We're searching for, he must be nearby. Let's hurry and find him." Another responded. A wave of anxiety surged through Muccio as he inwardly lamented, "Oh no, it must be my earlier shout that attracted their attention. The original body is already gravely injured and unable to move freely now. I am ensnared in a perilous predicament. What am I to do?" Just as Muccio pondered how to navigate this dire situation, a loud shout pierced the air. "Found him! Son Goku is here. Everyone, come quickly and help move him." As the sound of footsteps echoed, Muccio beheld a group of individuals clad in uniform military attire, wielding firearms, rushing towards him. Alas, no matter how fervently he attempted to move, his body remained unresponsive. He could only watch helplessly as he was extracted, and subsequently, one individual approached and administered an injection, after which he succumbed to unconsciousness. Thereafter, he was taken back to headquarters by the Crimson Ribbon Brigade. The commanding officer, over a meter tall, gazed down at the unconscious figure of the little Son Wukong with satisfaction and called out to his subordinates, "Quickly summon Dr. Gallo to see me." His subordinates, not daring to delay, responded, "Yes, Commander," and promptly dashed out to fetch the doctor. A short while later, a soldier returned, accompanied by a tall figure in a white lab coat, a black man who stood before the commander and saluted, stating, "Report, Commander, the individual has been brought here." The commander nodded and then addressed the 7 guards in the room, saying, "Everyone except the doctor, please leave." The 7 men executed a precise military salute, replying in unison, "Yes, Commander," before swiftly exiting the command room. Once the door closed behind them, the commander turned to Dr. Gallo, his eyes glinting with ambition. "Doctor, there exists a crucial task that requires your expertise. This is the formidable little demon who has repeatedly thwarted my plans, named Son Wukong. See if you can transform him into our weapon. If he possesses the potential, you will be responsible for healing him and converting him into an obedient killing machine. With his immense power, we can expedite our quest for world domination." Dr. Gallo stepped forward to scrutinize the little Wukong, then replied, "From exterior perspective, this child indeed shows promise. Yet further testing is essential for confirmation." The commander nodded in agreement and inquired, "If we were to convert him into our weapon, how long will it take?" Dr. Gallo pondered for a moment before responding, "At least 2.5 years. Achieving perfection may require an even longer duration." The The commander furrowed his brow, seemingly dissatisfied with such a lengthy timeline, yet reluctantly acquiesced. Very well. Let the transformation plan commence. I hope he will. Become our most formidable weapon. Doctor Gallo slightly bowed in understanding, then turned towards the unconscious little Wukong, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Dr. Gallo promptly stood upright and respectfully bowed to the commander, assuring, "Rest assured, Commander, this matter is in capable hands. I shall devote myself fully to ensure the task is completed." The commander nodded with satisfaction. "Excellent. Your confidence puts me at ease. Immediately, take him away from here. We must act swiftly, for time is of the essence." "Understood. I shall commence this task at once," Dr. Gallo replied. He then swiftly exited the command room, summoning two subordinates and instructing them to escort Son Wukong away. The two complied, carefully lifting Son Wukong and departing the command room. Upon returning to the laboratory, Dr. Gallo instructed the others to place Wukong into his latest invention, a medical pod, and to leave the area. Subsequently, he busied himself with the preparation of various experimental data and surgical instruments, his heart brimming with exhilaration. The prospect of creating a formidable artificial being filled him with uncontainable excitement. Based on Wukong's physiological status, Dr. Gallo meticulously orchestrated the timing of his awakening. However, unexpectedly, it wasn't long before the diminutive Wukong roused from his slumber within the medical chamber. Peering through the transparent walls of the pod, he observed a figure fervently typing on a computer, occasionally mumbling to himself and erupting into fits of laughter. From the man's utterances, he discerned that this individual was Dr. Gallo, the very scientist who had healed him and intended to implant a chip in his brain to control him, transforming him into an artificial being. Upon hearing this, little Wukong couldn't help but murmur to himself, "Alas, I have fallen into the clutches of this deranged scientist." He pondered, as a mature time traveler, how could I ever consent to being controlled by another? That is an utterly inconceivable notion. Upon noticing Dr. Gallo's gaze shift in his direction, he swiftly resolved to feign slumber, contemplating, "I must evade detection until I can devise my next course of action." The doctor, observing that Wukong's injuries had largely healed, cackled maniacally, "Ha ha ha. This is the perfect moment I can commence his transformation while Son Wukong remains oblivious." Little did he know, this seemingly innocent Wukong had already discerned his true intentions. Wukong mused, "Although the allure of boundless energy as an artificial being is enticing, I am uncertain whether I could retain my original self and the unique traits of Sion. Therefore, I must thwart Dr. Gallo's plans." Thus, he resolved to bide his time, awaiting an opportune moment to strike a decisive blow against the doctor and effectuate his escape. Before long, the doctor extracted Wukong from the nutrient solution and delicately placed him upon the operating table, rather, the experimental platform. At that moment, a perverse grin spread across the doctor's face as he excitedly proclaimed, "At last, we are about to begin. This transformation shall yield the most perfect and powerful artificial being. Ha 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 ha." Just as the doctor prepared to commence his dissection and modification, little Wukong abruptly opened his eyes, revealing a devilish smile as he declared, "You grotesque." Sigh, however, we soon encountered an awkward dilemma. Despite the formidable prowess of the red ribbon being far inferior to that of my revived self, I had yet to master the art of flight. Although the flying nimbus had been summoned, my proficiency with it was lacking. Standing upon it felt unstable, as if the nimbus itself resisted my presence, and I narrowly avoided losing control several times. Nevertheless, young Goku persevered in navigating the nimbus, engaging fiercely with the adversary. The most arduous aspect of this battle for young Goku was undoubtedly the confrontation with the early-stage boss, Android 8, and the colossal mecha. Had it not been for the timely arrival of Bulma, Master Roshi, and other companions who provided support and strategic advice after I vanquished Android 8, this victory would have been far more arduous. After concluding the battle, young Goku relished a sumptuous meal, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he cheerfully remarked, "Thank goodness Bulma prepared an ample supply of food in the capsules, otherwise I would have found nothing to eat in this desolate battlefield." "Thank you," Bulma, exasperated, retorted, "You're an absolute monster. You just emerged from a fierce battle. Yet here you are, feasting as if nothing happened." Everyone nodded in agreement, echoing her sentiments. Yamcha sighed, "His stamina is truly astonishing, and his appetite is frightfully large." Goku chuckled, "A big bowl means a big appetite." This elicited laughter from the group. Chapter 2. The Rise of Goku. Amidst the golden hues of the sunset, young Goku contentedly finished his modest meal, a look of fulfillment lighting up his face. As he wiped his mouth, His gaze shifted to Bulma and Master Roshi, who were gathered around the campfire. With unwavering resolve, he declared, "Everyone, could you grant me the opportunity to make a wish with the Dragon Balls? I understand that I may appear small and my strength is limited, but I wish to become stronger to protect everyone." Upon hearing this, Master Rose's eyes glimmered with a barely perceptible approval, though he maintained a facade of seriousness as he replied, "Goku, if you can dedicate yourself to training with me, in due time, you will undoubtedly become unparalleled without needing to rely on the dragon's power." His words conveyed an undeniable authority. Bulma, standing nearby, cast a dissatisfied glance at Yamcha. "I also wish to make a wish for a handsome and considerate boyfriend." Her complaint drifted through the air like a gentle breeze, failing to stir much response from the others. The rest remained silent or nodded, neither agreeing nor disagreeing with Goku's request. Seeing this, warmth surged within Goku as he earnestly stated, "Although I emerged victorious this time, it was largely due to my opponent not being particularly strong. If a more formidable foe were to appear in the future, I fear I might not stand alone against them. Therefore, I ask for permission to harness the power of the Dragon Balls." With this declaration, no objections arose from the group, and all eyes turned toward Master Roshi. After a moment of contemplation, his thoughts drifted back to the past, recalling the battle in which he sealed away King Piccolo. He then slowly rose and handed the Dragon Balls to Goku, saying, "Since you have made up your mind and everyone else has no objections, I entrust these Dragon Balls to you, that I hope you can fulfill your promise." A radiant smile blossomed on Goku's face as he replied, "Qiqi, thank you all. I will never forget your trust and support, and I will not let you down." Subsequently, Goku arranged the 7 Dragon Balls and raised his hands, taking a deep breath before shouting, "Come forth, Shenron, and grant my wish." The 7 Dragon Balls on the ground simultaneously erupted with dazzling light, and the entire sky abruptly darkened, shrouded in ominous clouds, with lightning weaving through the thickening gloom. The ground began to tremble violently as Shenron finally emerged from the radiant glow, his form resembling a majestic Eastern dragon. Shenron slowly lowered his head, his ruby-like eyes gazing down at Goku and his companions, his voice deep and solemn. "O gatherer of the 7 Dragon Balls, articulate your wish. For any desire you voice, I shall fulfill it." Upon hearing this, Goku recognized Shenron's boastful tone but chose not to dwell on it. Instead, he took a deep breath, locked eyes with Shenron, and resolutely declared his wish. "Shenron, I implore you, with your utmost power, to unlock the potential that lies dormant within me." Shenron paused, his gaze lingering on Goku as if assessing the depths of his hidden potential. Then, Shenron spoke slowly, "Your potential is indeed formidable, even I cannot fully unleash it. Yet, I shall endeavor to extract as much power as possible for you." A surge of gratitude welled up within Goku, and he respectfully nodded, saying, "Very well, I entrust this to you, Shenron." Shenron's eyes suddenly blazed with brilliant red light, and the sky erupted with thunder and lightning. Goku felt a refreshing current pour into him from above, coursing through his veins, awakening an invisible force that seemed to boil with life. The intensity of this power left Goku in awe, as he sensed every cell within him rejoicing, celebrating this newfound strength. As the power continued to surge, a faint glow began to emanate from Goku's body, a symbol of the potential being awakened within him. For Goku, this was an unparalleled and boundless force, and by the time he regained his senses, Shenron had vanished, leaving Master Roshi staring in astonishment at young Goku. After a moment, Master Roshi emerged from his daze, pondering aloud. "Goku, I sense your aura is now incredibly strong. I never anticipated your potential to be so vast. The safety of the earth shall rest in your hands. I am growing old, and the world will soon belong to you younger generations." Goku, Krillin, and Yamcha replied in unison, "Rest assured, Master, we will not disappoint you." Master Roshi nodded in satisfaction at the 3 disciples. Goku took a moment to gauge his newfound strength. According to the original tale, Goku had a battle power of nearly 100 when he defeated the Red Ribbon Army, but with his resurrection and soul absorption, his power should now approximate 200. Through the potential development of the Divine Dragon, Goku estimated that his power had increased approximately 50-fold, meaning his current combat strength reached around 10,000. However, what astonished Goku the most was the exponential surge in his cultivation talent. With his newfound might, the young Goku felt invincible in this world, yet the thought of facing a formidable opponent with a power level of 120 million swiftly dispelled any arrogance that had arisen, and he resolved to initially focus on cautious development, then addressed his companions, saying, "I have completed my tasks, let us return." The others had little to add and began their journey home, everything unfolding according to the original narrative. Goku deliberately suppressed his aura, and while no one recognized the full extent of his strength, they were all aware that he had become exceptionally powerful. In the following year, Goku once again embarked on a quest to gather the Dragon Balls, and in a secluded location, he discreetly summoned the Eternal Dragon. He wished for the ability of rapid regeneration. Initially, Goku desired the regenerative powers akin to those of Majin Buu. However, the limitations of the Earth's dragon only bestowed upon him a regenerative capacity equivalent to that of Perfect Cell. Subsequently, Goku triumphed over Tao Pai Pai and others, soaring directly up to Kirin Tower. Notably, once Goku's potential was fully awakened, he discovered the ability to fly. Wukong brought a plethora of fish-dried capsules to seek the guidance of Master Karen. Master Karen, also known as the Cat Sage, is depicted as a diminutive and corpulent feline figure, adorned with a luxurious coat of white fur and possessing large, luminous eyes that convey intelligence and cunning. A mysterious smile perpetually graces the Cat Sage's face, as if he harbors a multitude of secrets yet to be unveiled. Observing the diminutive figure before him, Master Karen inquired, "Little spirit, who might you be?" "Wukong. Greetings, Master Karen. I am Son Wukong, a disciple of Master Roshi." Master Karen: "Ah, now I recall. I did not expect you to be the disciple of that man. Indeed, he still lives. By the way, what brings you to seek me?" With a beaming smile, Wukong remarked, "I heard from Master Roshi that you possess miraculous beans that can heal wounds and sacred water that can unlock potential. I have come to request some." Without waiting for Master Meow to respond, he promptly produced a capsule, opened it, and presented all the dried fish within to his companion. Initially intending to ask Wukong to descend and then ascend the Kirin Tower to receive those items, the feline sage decisively handed Wukong a jar of divine beans and super sacred water, who eagerly indulged in the dried fish. Wukong pondered, "If I were to ascend merely for the sake of offering you dried fish, and you were to reject it, compelling me to scale back up, I would unleash a burst of energy to startle you. You have shown discernment." Meanwhile, the Cat Sage, indulging in fish, reminded Wukong, "Ah, little Wukong, the celestial beans serve not only to heal your injuries, but also to satiate your hunger. Consume one, and you shall feel no pangs of hunger for an entire week. So make good use of them, Meow." After a brief pause, with a grave tone, he cautioned, "That super holy water is merely ordinary water. What I have bestowed upon you is super divine water. While it can unleash your potential, it carries significant peril. It is laced with potent toxins, and most who take even a sip succumb to poisoning. Drink judiciously, and do not forsake your life in pursuit of overwhelming power, Meow." Wukong chuckled heartily, "Rest assured, Cat Sage, I shall be vigilant. I hold my life in great esteem and would not recklessly endanger it." Cat Sage replied, "It is good that you understand, Meow." Wukong feigned a sniff and inquired, "By the way, Immortal, are there deities that surpass you in this world?" The Cat Immortal, not one to conceal the truth, replied, "Indeed. There exists a divine palace above this Kirinta, known as the Heavenly Temple, where the celestial deity resides. That being possesses far greater prowess than I." Wukong feigned excitement and exclaimed, "That is splendid. I wish to seek out the celestial deity for training. Thank you for sharing this information with me." He then placed the jar of celestial beans and a flask of divine water into a capsule and ascended into the sky in search of the Heavenly Temple. Chapter 3. The Surge of Power. As Wukong soared through the skies, a magnificent hemispherical palace, reminiscent of an aerial island, gradually emerged within his field of vision. Without a hint of hesitation, he directed his flight towards the grand edifice. Upon alighting on this sacred ground, he was immediately captivated by the ethereal clouds swirling above the temple and the neatly arranged rows of diminutive trees, exclaiming in wonder, "The scenery here is truly breathtaking." At that moment, a voice resonated from behind him. "This is indeed the abode of the celestial beings, and naturally, the most beautiful place on earth." Wukong turned his gaze towards the sound and beheld a man clad in traditional Indian attire, with a turban elegantly wrapped around his head. This individual possessed skin of a deep, rich hue, exuding an air of calm composure. His eyes were steady and resolute. In an instant, Wukong recalled memories from before his transmigration and immediately recognized that the person before him was none other than Mr. Bobo. However, in an effort to conceal his true identity, he deliberately feigned a demeanor of caution and confusion, quietly observing Mr. Bobo. Just as Wukong was about to speak, Mr. Bobo preemptively posed 3 questions in a calm tone. "Who are you? Where do you come from? Where are you headed?" Upon hearing these words, Wukong was momentarily taken aback. Inwardly pondering, Could it be that Bobo is also a traveler from another world? Otherwise, how could he utter such classic lines? Observing the silence from his counterpart, Bobo felt a twinge of curiosity but decided to introduce himself first. I am Bobo, a servant of the celestial deity. This is the celestial hall. May I inquire who you are and what brings you here? Upon hearing the voice of Bobo, Wukong regained his composure from his astonishment and promptly replied, I am Son Wukong, the disciple of the turtle sage. I have arrived here because the cat sage enlightened me on how to find this place and meet the celestial deity, which would grant me greater strength. Bobo nodded in understanding and then said, I see, Mr. Son Wukong. Although I am unaware of your reasons for seeking strength, since you have come this far and wish to meet the celestial deity, you must first overcome my challenge. Defeat me, and you shall have the opportunity to meet the celestial deity. Within his heart, Goku understood that although Mr. Popo was a servant of the divine, he remained the most formidable force in the Dragon Ball universe up until the conclusion of the Radits saga. Despite his combat power being a mere 1,000 according to the original narrative, his uncanny agility and mastery over power set him far apart from ordinary adversaries. Particularly, the technique he wielded, reminiscent of the rudimentary form of the Ultra Instinct, compelled Goku to approach with utmost caution. Contemplating this, a sly smile crept upon Goku's lips as he resolved to unleash his signature technique, the Kamehameha Wave. With a beaming smile, Goku addressed Mr. Popo, saying, Very well. But do remain still if you dare to receive my Kamehameha Wave. Mr. Popo, unfazed, responded in a calm tone, a technique akin to the Kamehameha Wave. Very well. I shall remain here, motionless, and allow you to strike. Upon witnessing Mr. Bobo's unwavering confidence, Wukong felt a surge of delight within, contemplating. Qiqi, this time I must certainly teach Mr. Bobo a lesson. Without uttering a word, Wukong summoned all his strength and unleashed a formidable Kamehameha Wave. However, Mr. Bobo was utterly unprepared for the sheer magnitude of Wukong's attack, having assumed he could effortlessly withstand it. Yet, as he beheld the tumultuous energy surging towards him, he realized he had gravely underestimated Wukong's prowess. In a desperate attempt, Bobo extended his hands to shield himself from the oncoming torrent, but alas, the force was far too fierce to repel. As the energy wave approached, a sense of alarm gripped Mr. Bobo's heart. Just then, Wukong abruptly angled the Kamehameha downwards, causing it to veer off at a perfect 90-degree angle, soaring past Mr. Bobo's nose and vanishing into the ether. Mr. Bobo watched this spectacle with astonishment, clearly taken aback by Wukong's unexpected maneuver. Meanwhile, Wukong beamed with pride, evidently pleased with his recent display. With a smile, Wukong gazed at Mr. Bobo and said, Thank you, Mr. Bobo. After a brief moment, Bobo emerged from his astonishment, murmuring, I never imagined that there would be beings on Earth even more formidable than myself. He then continued, Mr. Wukong, please wait here for a moment. I shall consult with the Lord of Heaven, and then I will arrange for your meeting. With a faint smile, Wukong nodded in agreement. Very well, then I shall trouble you. After a short while, Mr. Bobo returned, accompanied by a towering figure. This lanky individual possessed green skin, two antennae protruding from his head, donned a flowing cloak, bore a divine emblem upon his chest, and gripped a staff in his hand. With a single glance, Wukong instantly recognized the identity of the other party, and a surge of reverence welled up within him. Mr. Bobo introduced to Wukong, this is none other than the greatest being on our Earth, the esteemed Lord of the Heavens. With utmost respect, Wukong greeted the celestial deity. Esteemed Lord of the Heavens, I extend my salutations. I am Son Wukong, and I have come seeking your invaluable advice and methods on how to attain greater strength. The deity, adorned with a gentle smile, gazed with satisfaction upon the youthful warrior before him and softly replied, Son Wukong, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am the celestial guardian of Earth, and I have just been informed of your circumstances by Bobo. Your prowess is indeed formidable, far surpassing that of Mr. Bobo, which is truly commendable. Wukong humbly responded, I am grateful for your kind praise, esteemed celestial being, yet I am acutely aware of my many shortcomings. Hence, I have come here to seek your guidance, so that I may grow ever stronger. The celestial being scrutinized Wukong with great care, and after a moment of contemplation, spoke. Your strength has undeniably surpassed ours. If you wish to further enhance your abilities, I can inform you of a unique place known as the Hyperbolic Time Chamber. Within its confines, the passage of time differs from that of the outside world. A single day beyond its threshold equates to a year inside. The celestial being paused briefly before continuing. Moreover, the gravitational force within is 10 times that of Earth. However, it is important to note that each individual may only accumulate 2 days of access throughout their lifetime, allowing you to train for 2 years within. Are you, perchance, interested in entering the hyperbolic time chamber? Wukong, with his unparalleled strength, effortlessly subdued Bobo, thereby compelling him to reveal the existence of the hyperbolic time chamber. Without a moment's hesitation, Wukong exclaimed with great excitement, "How wonderful it is to discover such a miraculous place. I am eager to enter and cultivate within it." Mr. Popo nodded with a smile. "Excellent. I shall now escort you to the hyperbolic time chamber, for your aura is imbued with the essence of righteousness. It is indeed a fortuitous event for Earth that you are becoming even more powerful." Upon hearing these words, Wukong could not help but break into a hearty smile. Sincerely expressing his gratitude to the deity, "Thank you, esteemed Lord." The deity replied in a gentle tone, "I hope that when Earth faces adversity in the future, you will rise to the occasion and protect this land." Without a moment's hesitation, Wukong asserted, "Rest assured, should I attain greater strength, I shall dedicate myself completely to safeguarding the Earth." Bobo promptly sought the guidance of the Supreme Kai, stating, "Great Lord, I shall now escort him to the hyperbolic time chamber." The Supreme Kai nodded slightly, granting permission to proceed, before turning and returning to his palace. Bobo quietly observed the retreating figure of the Supreme Kai, then turned to Wukong and gently said, "Mr. Wukong, please follow me." After guiding Wukong through the hyperbolic time chamber, Bobo retrieved several sets of garments from a nearby cabinet and handed them to Wukong, saying, "These outfits have been specially crafted for you by the Supreme Kai. Due to their unique material, they are significantly heavier than ordinary armor. Once you acclimate to this environment, you may don them to continue your training." Gratefully, Wukong accepted the garment and, with a smile, addressed Bobo, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Bobo. Please convey my gratitude to the great god." Bobo nodded and then reminded him, "Unless there are further matters to discuss, I shall take my leave. I have conveyed all that you need to know." He emphasized once more, "It is imperative that you do not remain inside for more than 2 days. Otherwise, you shall be trapped here eternally." "Understood, Mr. Bobo. You are truly kind." Wukong replied earnestly with a nod. Bobo smiled and said, "Very well, I shall take my leave now. Farewell, Mr. Wukong." With that, he turned and exited the room of spirit and time. Wukong waved goodbye to the departing Mr. Bobo, calling out loudly, "Indeed, we shall meet again soon." Wukong set aside the weighted clothing, intending to don it later. First, he wished to acclimate to the tenfold gravity and the extreme climatic conditions of the hyperbolic time chamber. Although Wukong's combat prowess had reached formidable heights, the environment still proved discomforting. Nevertheless, he was undeterred by adversity and resolved to undertake some gravity adaptation training. "Qiqi, it's time for my extraordinary transformation," Wukong mused, his eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. In the days that followed, Wukong embraced an intense training regimen, pushing himself to the brink of exhaustion. Each time he approached the edge of collapse, he would consume a senza bean and sip a vial of ultra-divine water, followed by a restorative slumber, only to awaken and resume his fervent training, perpetuating this cycle. After 3 months in the time chamber, Wukong finally donned the weighted attire bestowed upon him by the deity and escalated the intensity of his training. Naturally, the senza beans and ultra-divine water became indispensable provisions in his daily regimen. Thus, Wukong spent a full 6 months within the time chamber, depleting all his senza beans and ultimately sensing that his body had reached its absolute limits. Wukong, with a resigned shake of his head, sighed. "It seems that there is no way to further enhance my strength in the short term. I must take my leave from this place." Indeed, the narrative of novels where characters exploit loopholes to continuously grow stronger is fundamentally flawed. At this moment, Wukong reflected on how he had become at least tenfold more powerful compared to his entry into the time chamber 6 months prior. Yes, Wukong had finally succeeded in breaking through the formidable barrier of 100,000 battle power. This achievement held profound significance for him, as it signified a qualitative leap in his capabilities. However, Wukong did not allow himself to bask in pride. Instead, he recognized his own shortcomings. After all, the outside world is rife with formidable adversaries awaiting his challenge. Chapter 4. Accumulating Power. After Wukong emerged, Bobo approached him and exclaimed, "Oh dear, how is it that Mr. Wukong has only spent half a year inside? There is still a year and a half remaining." With a cheerful smile, Wukong scratched his head and said, "Qiqi, I do not wish for this either, but my strength has been growing too rapidly. I must gradually digest and adapt to my current power to continue progressing. If I remain in the hyperbolic time chamber, not only will I be unable to improve myself, but it would also be a waste of 2 precious years. So I chose to leave. Mr. Bobo, however, remained unmoved. Then congratulations, Mr. Wukong, on your newfound strength. Thank you, Mr. Bobo. I must take my leave now. But I shall return. Please convey my regards to Lord Ko. With that, Wukong leaped from the Ko's palace. At that moment, Ko slowly emerged from the palace. Approaching the edge of the shrine, silently gazing at the descending Wukong, Mr. Bobo, with a solemn expression, inquired, Lord Ko, can you discern just how strong Wukong has become? After a moment of silence, Ko looked down and then raised his gaze to Bobo, responding, Mr. Bobo, although he conceals a significant portion of his power. Based on my estimations, should he desire it, there would be no creature on Earth capable of withstanding even a single blow from him. Faced with such overwhelming strength, we are utterly incapable of contending with him. Thus, the safety of Earth must rest in his hands. Upon hearing this, Bobo sighed and nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, Son Wukong was plummeting swiftly from the sky. As he passed by the Korin Tower, he spotted the cat sage happily munching on some fish snacks. Wukong enthusiastically greeted him. Yo, Lord Korin, how do those fish snacks taste? Upon hearing the voice, the cat sage lifted his head and immediately recognized Wukong standing on the railing. He licked his paw and joyfully replied, Oh, it's you. These fish snacks are absolutely delightful, meow. Haha, I'm glad you like them. If you enjoy them, I shall bring you more in the future. However, you must also cultivate more of those magical beans for my use. Of course, meow. Just be sure not to forget our agreement, meow. Wukong smiled calmly and said, Qiqi, I certainly will not forget. By the way, Wukong, why have you returned so quickly? Did Lord Ko not wish to meet you, meow? Rest assured, Lord Korin. I have already met with Lord Ko, and my strength has grown even greater. As for other matters, it is not appropriate for me to elaborate. I must take my leave now. Please take care, goodbye. As soon as the words left his mouth, Wukong waved his hand and leaped down from the Korin Tower. The cat sage watched Wukong depart with a hint of reluctance in his eyes, understanding that this was a necessary path for Wukong's growth. Thus, he waved his hand and called out, Take care, and do not forget the fish snacks, meow. His voice tinged with a subtle sadness. With a gentle smile, Wukong bid farewell to the cat sage and turned to embark on his extensive journey around the world on foot. This expedition was not merely a quest for self-cultivation. It held profound significance as an opportunity for personal rejuvenation. Along the path of enlightenment, Wukong endeavored to assist those in need at every place he visited. Whether rescuing villages besieged by monstrous assaults or helping the despondent regain their hope, Wukong consistently extended his hand without hesitation. Through these acts of kindness, he forged friendships with a diverse array of individuals from various walks of life, valiant warriors, astute scholars, and compassionate ordinary folk. Throughout this journey, Wukong gradually came to comprehend the strength of camaraderie and mutual support, as well as how to wield his abilities for the benefit of others. During this period, he learned the art of interpersonal relations, deepening his understanding of others' needs, and his heart grew resolute, brimming with anticipation for the future. Wukong's adventurous tales became cherished legends among the people, inspiring many to forge ahead and pursue their dreams. One sunny day, with the sky a brilliant azure, Wukong stood atop a mountain, his gaze unwavering as he looked into the distance, ready to embark once more on the quest for the Dragon Balls. As Wukong traversed the familiar path through mountains, rivers, and forests, he swiftly arrived at the locations of the Dragon Balls. Within just a few hours, Wukong successfully gathered all 7 Dragon Balls and arranged them neatly upon the ground. Gazing at the shimmering orbs that radiated a mysterious glow, Wukong took a deep breath and proclaimed loudly, Arise, Shenron, and grant my wish. In an instant, the 7 Dragon Balls erupted in a brilliant light, illuminating the entire valley. Amidst the radiance, a slender, green dragon gradually materialized. Shenron slowly lowered his head, his crimson eyes fixed upon Wukong below, and spoke softly, O summoner of my presence. Declare your wish, whatever it may be, I shall fulfill it. Without a moment's hesitation, Wukong addressed the dragon with a resounding voice. Oh, dragon, I wish to master the instantaneous movement of Jebit. Upon hearing this, a trace of embarrassment and helplessness flickered across the dragon's face. It sighed deeply and replied, I regret to inform you that the desire you have expressed exceeds the limits of my capabilities. I am unable to assist you in fulfilling this wish. Please consider another. Upon hearing this, Wukong felt a tinge of disappointment in his heart, yet he had anticipated such an outcome, thus he was not overly surprised. After a brief moment of contemplation, he spoke. Very well, Dragon. I wish to master all the techniques of the Yadaritarians, including their unique application of energy. Can you grant this wish? The dragon furrowed his brow slightly, pondering for a moment before responding. Indeed, this wish poses a certain level of difficulty. But I shall endeavor to assist you in its fulfillment. Suddenly, the dragon's eyes ignited with a brilliant crimson light, and the sky was instantly transformed, engulfed in tumultuous winds, thunder, and lightning. Wukong felt a tremendous force surging into his body, while simultaneously, a plethora of marvelous techniques and unique applications of Qi, along with insights into the flow of space, flooded his mind. After a brief period, Wukong opened his eyes, a glimmer of surprise and excitement flashing within them. I am profoundly grateful to you, Dragon. Wukong expressed with heartfelt appreciation. The dragon, with an air of majesty, declared, Your wish has been granted. Thus, farewell. With those words, the dragon's form gradually dissipated into the air, transforming into 7 luminous Dragon Balls. With great haste, Wukong leapt into the air, extending his hand to seize one of the Dragon Balls, the 4-star ball, which he tenderly tucked away in his bosom, chuckling, Qiqi. I think I'll keep this cherished item close to me. It brings back fond memories. Meanwhile, the remaining 6 Dragon Balls swiftly scattered across the globe, awaiting their next summons. With exuberance, Wukong raised his arms high and joyfully leaped, exclaiming, What a remarkable ability this is! These extraordinary techniques are simply beyond description. They are truly magnificent. After acquiring the power of teleportation, Wukong's mobility escalated to a new pinnacle. He could even envision future battles against adversaries, adeptly utilizing his teleportation skills to swiftly maneuver behind them, followed by unleashing a powerful Kamehameha. Such a seamless transition instilled in him an unparalleled confidence. Once the initial excitement subsided, Wukong composed himself. Very well, with a year remaining until the World Martial Arts Tournament, I should seek out Bobo to learn the art of movement. After all, his technique resembles the nascent form of the Ultra Instinct, an exceptionally profound skill. Wukong soared directly toward the Celestial Temple, his destination clear. He tempered his energy to a level comparable to Bobo's, and, not pressed for time, he maintained a leisurely pace. Moreover, he occasionally descended to admire the picturesque scenery along the way, taking an entire day to reach the Celestial Temple. Upon his arrival, Wukong immediately spotted Mr. Bobo sweeping the floor and approached him with a cheerful greeting. Ah, Mr. Bobo, it has been quite a while. Bobo paused his sweeping, a smile gracing his face as he replied, Mr. Wukong, it is indeed a pleasure to see you again. Your achievements over the past year continue to inspire admiration. The celestial being sometimes brings me here to witness your adventures in the mortal realm. He truly did not err in his judgment. Upon hearing that the celestial beings took the leisure to concern themselves with his affairs in the mortal realm, Wukong felt a twinge of unease and hastily inquired, When was the last time the celestial lord cast their gaze upon me? Bobo replied, The celestial beings have been resting these past few days. The last time they observed you was approximately a week ago. Goku took a deep breath, secretly relieved as he muttered softly to himself, Phew. Thankfully, no one witnessed my use of the Dragon Balls. At that moment, a voice emerged beside him. Mr. Goku, what are you saying? Wukong promptly replied, Oh, it's nothing. Nothing at all. Then, a sudden thought struck him, and he continued, By the way, Mr. Bobo, I would like to request your guidance in mastering your evasive technique. Bobo gazed at him in puzzlement and inquired, I could teach you, considering you have the endorsement of the divine. But how did you come to know that I possess such a technique? Wukong scratched his head and replied with a smile, Well, I suppose that's just a guess. As the strongest being on earth before me, you must possess skills beyond mere strength. Bobo smiled modestly and said, I wouldn't dare claim to be the strongest on earth before you, but I do possess a set of evasive techniques. If you wish to learn, I would be more than happy to teach you. Upon hearing this, Wukong was elated, secretly rejoicing in his fortune. He had initially feared that he would have to employ considerable persuasion to acquire this skill, but to his surprise, Bobo readily assented. He immediately responded with enthusiasm. Then let us begin, Mr. Bobo. I humbly ask for your guidance in mastering the art of evasion. Bobo nodded and smiled, saying, Very well, let us commence, Mr. Wukong. Thus, the two embarked on a unique journey of teaching and learning. Time, like a fleeting shadow, swiftly passed, and before they knew it, a year had gone by. Throughout the year, Wukong incessantly practiced and refined his skills, ultimately mastering that extraordinary technique. On the eve of the deadline for registration in the martial arts tournament, he approached Bobo and the celestial being, bidding them a solemn farewell. I am immensely grateful for the hospitality and guidance you have bestowed upon me over the past year. Should I have caused any inconvenience or disturbance, I sincerely ask for your forgiveness. The celestial being smiled and waved his hand dismissively, indicating that no formality was necessary. Oh, it is quite all right. We have grown quite familiar with each other, so there is no need for such distance. However, I wish to remind you of an important matter. Someone has unraveled a significant seal in the lower realm, releasing a formidable demon within. As Bobo and I are unable to leave the Celestial Palace, we hope you can assist in eliminating this threat. Wukong naturally understood whom the celestial being referred to, and he resolutely nodded, assuring, "Rest assured, this matter is in my hands." With that, he leaped down from the Celestial Palace and soared towards the registration site of the World Martial Arts Tournament. During his flight, Wukong murmured to himself, "Last time, my original self lost to Jackie Chan in the competition, securing only second place. This time, I must apologize, Tien, for the first place is already mine. Surely, the other contestants must have arrived by now." Chapter 5, the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament. Indeed, as Wukong anticipated, Master Roshi and Krillin had already arrived at the tournament registration site, eagerly awaiting his arrival. Upon seeing Wukong's figure appear before them, joyful smiles illuminated their faces. With a light-hearted gait, Wukong approached them, laughing heartily as he waved in greeting. "Hey everyone, it's been a while." Krillin, filled with excitement, rushed forward, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "Wukong, it has truly been ages," he exclaimed. Subsequently, he stepped closer and enveloped Wukong in a warm embrace. Seizing the moment to compare their heights, with a faint sense of dissatisfaction, he remarked, "TCH, you still stand a tad taller than me. I thought I had surpassed you in height." Wukong smiled faintly, a glimmer of confidence shining in his eyes. "Qiqi, Krillin, there is still a possibility that you might surpass me in the future." Krillin nodded resolutely, affirming, "Yes, I will certainly strive to exceed you." Bulma approached, gently stroking Wukong's head, and tenderly remarked, "Little Wukong is just as adorable as ever." Wukong burst into a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Aha, you haven't changed at all." At that moment, Master Roshi keenly sensed the formidable aura emanating from Wukong and remarked in admiration, "Wukong, you appear to possess an immense power now. It seems your strength has undergone a significant transformation over the years." With pride swelling in his chest, Wukong beamed and replied, "Hehe, you can't fool you, teacher. I've become quite powerful now, and I'm certain to win this competition." Yamcha, observing Son Wukong, smiled and remarked, "Wukong, you are not the only one who has grown stronger. Krillin and I have been diligently training under Master Roshi for the past few years, so do be cautious." Son Wukong scratched his head and chuckled, "Haha, is that so? I eagerly anticipate your growth then." At that moment, Lan Chi timidly interjected, "Mr. Wukong, you haven't registered yet, have you? If you don't hurry, it will be too late." Wulong chimed in, "Yes, Wukong, you should go quickly." Pu'er nodded in agreement, stating, "You are the only one left who hasn't registered." Upon hearing this, Son Wukong finally realized, promptly smacking his forehead, and exclaimed, "Oh no, I forgot to sign up. See you all later." With that, Wukong dashed towards the registration area. Everyone waved him farewell, urging, "Hurry along." After exchanging greetings, Son Wukong hurriedly departed. Unfortunately, during this journey, he did not encounter Tianjinhan and his companions. Therefore, when they met for the first time at the martial arts tournament, no particular emotions were displayed. The competition unfolded as per the original storyline, with preliminary rounds leading to the final 4 matchups being confirmed. Wukong was set to face Krillin, while Jackie Chan was to battle Tianjinhan. Unsurprisingly, Wukong easily defeated Krillin. However, to everyone's astonishment, last year's champion Jackie Chan was defeated by Tianjinhan. This outcome left the audience in shock, as they began to recognize the formidable strength of Tianjinhan, hailing from the Crane School. At long last, the moment of the finals arrived. A host, sporting sunglasses, of average height, clad in a black suit with a well-groomed short hairstyle, stepped onto the stage. With a warm smile and a friendly voice, he addressed the audience, "Hello, dear friends. Welcome to the finals of the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament. After a series of intense competitions, we have finally arrived at the face-off between the 2 strongest contenders, Wukong and Tianjinhan. They shall engage in a pinnacle showdown for the championship title of this tournament." A wave of enthusiastic applause and cheers erupted from the crowd, who eagerly anticipated the forthcoming match. The host continued, "Now, allow me to introduce our two contestants. First, hailing from the Turtle School, we have Son Wukong, who has showcased his formidable strength and unique fighting style, making him one of the favorites in this tournament. Secondly, representing the Crane School, we have Tianjinhan, who has also demonstrated extraordinary prowess by successfully defeating the reigning champion, Jackie Chun, and emerged as the dark horse of this competition." As the host concluded the introductions, Wukong and Tianjinhan made their entrances from either side of the stage. Wukong remains adorned in his iconic orange robe, his tail trailing behind him, exuding an air of determination and confidence. Meanwhile, Tianjinhan is clad in a green and white Crane School outfit, a conical hat perched upon his head, his eyes glinting with a sharp intensity. Amidst the audience's fervent applause, the resolute and self-assured Son Wukong, draped in his orange attire with a robust tail, stands alongside the muscular and three-eyed Tianjinhan, who dons a green robe with red trim. As they approach the center of the arena, the two competitors face each other on the finals platform, their gazes locked, as if engaged in an unspoken contest. A palpable tension envelopes the atmosphere surrounding them. The host proclaims, "First, allow me to elucidate the rules of the competition. 1. The use of weapons and external forces is strictly prohibited during the match. 2. Attacking the opponent's eyes or vital points is forbidden. 3. Falling outside the arena, conceding, or being knocked down constitutes a defeat, with knockdown defined as being unable to rise within 10 seconds. 4. Losing sight of the opponent or being sent flying is also deemed a failure. 5. Killing the opponent during the match will result in disqualification. 6. Attacking the audience will lead to disqualification as well. I trust both competitors will adhere to these regulations, showcasing their utmost abilities to provide us with a truly spectacular contest. Now, I declare the competition officially commenced." Goku stood firmly in the center of the arena, his legs slightly bent, hands gently clenched into fists at his waist, resembling a poised and powerful leopard ready to pounce. In his eyes sparkled not only confidence and exhilaration, but also a hint of mischief as he cast a mysterious smile towards Tien. A smile that conveyed a blend of provocation and camaraderie, his voice laced with playful challenge. "Heh, you may want to strike first, Tien. Otherwise, I fear you might miss your opportunity." Upon hearing these words, Tien's chest heaved violently, as if an uncontrollable force surged within him. He took a deep breath, akin to a torrent poised to break free from its dam, and with a fierce shout, his form transformed into a swift green gale, hurtling towards Goku. His fists were tightly clenched, producing a subtle crackling sound between his knuckles, as if every inch of his skin and every muscle harbored the power to obliterate anything in its path. As Tien charged forward, the surrounding air seemed to rend apart, a formidable aura radiating outward from him, enveloping all present with an overwhelming sense of impending battle. As Wukong confronted the relentless onslaught of Tien's attacks, his countenance revealed not a trace of fear. Instead, it exuded an air of unruffled composure. He swiftly crossed his fist before his chest, adopting an impenetrable defensive stance that effectively absorbed Tien's powerful strike. When their fists and arms collided in midair, a resounding and thunderous echo reverberated, as if the very air itself had momentarily frozen in the wake of their clash. With a slight upturn of his lips, Wukong's eyes glimmered with a hint of approval as he chuckled. "Heh, your strength is quite commendable. However, it is still far from sufficient to defeat me." Upon hearing these words, Tianjinhan's gaze flickered with a blend of reluctance and determination. Clenching his teeth, he seemed to channel all his dissatisfaction and fighting spirit into his fists. He launched another assault, his punches raining down like a relentless torrent, each strike imbued with the power to shake mountains and rivers. Yet, Wukong effortlessly dodged or deflected these blows, his movements agile and fluid, each evasion executed with impeccable timing, as if he were toying with his opponent. "Enough of the chatter, prepare yourself," Tianjinhan roared, intensifying his onslaught, each punch and kick brimming with the potential to alter the tide of battle. Wukong was equally unwilling to yield, and the clash between the two warriors intensified, the speed of their movements rendering the spectators utterly mesmerized. Their figures danced across the arena, leaving behind only fleeting shadows, causing the audience to be dazzled and their hearts to race. It was inconceivable to them that such a high-intensity battle could endure for so long. Yet the two combatants appeared tireless, growing more valiant as they propelled this confrontation to its zenith. To the onlookers, the struggle had escalated into a fervent exchange of blows, a captivating spectacle. However, Only Tianjinhan was acutely aware of the frustration he felt. Each of his attacks against Wukong was executed at full throttle. While to the spectators, Wukong seemed to be struggling defensively. Only Tianjinhan recognized the formidable strength of his opponent. Each time he struck, it was evident that Wukong could easily evade his blows. Yet he often feigned incapacity, brazenly absorbing Tianjinhan's punches and kicks, clearly toying with him. After a while, despite the ferocity of Tianjinhan's onslaught, he found himself unable to penetrate Wukong's seemingly casual but impenetrable defense, and feelings of defeat and resentment began to accumulate within him. Eventually, unable to endure the sense of being belittled any longer, Tianjinhan suddenly pushed off the ground, creating distance between himself and Wukong, his expression grave as he declared, "You do not underestimate me?" He then proclaimed, "I am about to unleash my ultimate technique." Crouching low, he clenched his fists tightly, his entire body tensed, and shouted with a thunderous voice, "Ah, for demon fists." As he called out, 2 additional arms sprouted from his shoulders, a startling transformation that astonished everyone present. Beads of sweat formed on Tianjinhan's forehead as he gasped for breath, striving to regain his composure. After a moment, he finally settled into a calm demeanor, his gaze unwavering as he looked at Wukong. "Son Wukong, I acknowledge you as a worthy adversary, but this is where your journey ends." With a sly grin, Wukong's eyes sparkled with mischief. "I specifically awaited your initial moves. Do not disappoint me." No sooner had he spoken than the two resumed their fierce contest. This time, Tianjinhan's 4 symbols fist indeed posed a certain challenge for Wukong. Yet to the onlookers, it appeared as though Wukong found himself in dire straits. Nevertheless, despite Tianjinhan's relentless efforts, he was unable to inflict any genuine harm upon Wukong. As time progressed, Tianjinhan bore more and more injuries, while Wukong remained effortlessly composed. Engaging in a flurry of exchanges, with Tianjinhan landing 2 punches for every 4 from Wukong, the latter unexpectedly struck Tianjinhan with his tail, initiating a dual assault with both hands and tail. After a brief skirmish, Wukong created distance between them, a hint of mockery glimmering in his gaze. Despite his evident struggle, Tianjinhan, fueled by an inexplicable confidence, stubbornly declared, "Son Wukong, even with your tail and elusive movements, I possess an even more formidable technique. Surrender now." With a mischievous grin, Wukong's eyes sparkled with cunning. "Do you think having many hands makes one powerful? You possess 4, while I have 8. As he spoke, Wukong imitated Tianjinhan's movements and bellowed, "Ah ah 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 ah, 8 demon fist." The spectators, Krillin and Jiaozi, were momentarily taken aback. Krillin exclaimed in astonishment, "No way. Could it be that Wukong can transform into a multi-handed monster as well?" Jiaozi shook his head in confusion, pondering, "Wait, this technique should belong solely to Tianjinhan." Upon hearing Wukong's words, Tianjinhan felt a wave of unease wash over him. Could it be that he truly possesses a technique similar to mine? However, when he beheld Wukong suddenly waving his arms, leaving behind the apparition of 8 hands, his expression turned ashen. Wukong, with a playful glint in his eye, gazed at Tianjinhan and chuckled, "Hee, well, it appears I have more hands than you now. Concede your defeat." The audience, witnessing this spectacle, was taken aback in astonishment. Tianjinhan, visibly vexed, ground his teeth and retorted, "Enough of your nonsense, let us proceed." With a crooked smile, Wukong exuded an unprecedented confidence, declaring, "Enough. I have grown weary of this charade. It is time to reveal my true strength, one that surpasses your wildest imagination. Let us conclude this match." As his words echoed, he vanished in a flash, darting towards Tianjinhan like a specter, launching into his final offensive. Chapter 6. The Mighty Son Wukong. The two engaged in a fierce battle once more, yet this time, Wukong merely exerted a fraction of his power, rendering Tianjinhan utterly defenseless. The spectators below were left in awe of Wukong's formidable prowess. In a disheveled state, Tianjinhan soared into the air, placing his right hand upon his left. With the pinky of his right hand gently touching the index finger of his left, his thumbs pressed together, forming a framework as he aimed at the arena below. He bellowed, "You have forced my hand. Witness the true extent of my power." "Ah, Kamehameha!" Jiaozi cried out anxiously into the air. Tianjinhan, "No. Do you realize how perilous this move is?" Master Rashi frowned, remarking, "I never anticipated that old Crane would impart such a dangerous technique to his disciple." Krillin, filled with trepidation, shouted loudly, "Wukong, be careful." A tremendous wave of energy surged forth like a cannonball towards Wukong's position in the arena, yet he merely smiled faintly, muttering, "Heh, It is finally time to bring this to an end. With his hands shaped like a sunflower and resting at his waist, Wukong's gaze sharpened. Energy coalescing between his palms. He forcefully thrust his hands upward, exclaiming, Kamehameha. A powerful blue energy wave erupted from Wukong's hands, hurtling directly towards Tianjinhan. Unyielding, Tianjinhan summoned all his strength to unleash his own energy cannon. The two energy waves collided mid-air, resulting in a tremendous explosion of energy, as if the very air around them had been torn asunder. However, Tianjinhan's energy cannon could not withstand for long, quickly being overwhelmed by Wukong's wave. A look of resignation crossed Tianjinhan's face as he let out a deep sigh. Though he realized he could not fend off Wukong's assault, he resolutely prepared to block, shouting, Even if I know I cannot withstand it, I will not give in. Just as the audience held their breath, believing Tianjinhan was about to be struck, Wukong unexpectedly redirected the energy wave, narrowly grazing Tianjinhan's head as it soared towards the sky. This unforeseen turn of events left the spectators in awe. They had not anticipated Wukong would show mercy at such a pivotal moment. After a brief moment of confusion, Tianjinhan recognized that Wukong had intentionally spared him, igniting a surge of anger within him. He furiously ascended to the arena, charging at Wukong and shouting, I do not need your pity. As Wukong observed Tianjinhan's desperate struggle, he gently shook his head and murmured to himself, Ah, what a commendable yet foolish opponent. Without hesitation, Wukong deftly evaded a punch thrown by Tianjinhan, internally gauging his own strength. In the next moment, he unleashed a decisive blow, striking Tianjinhan squarely in the abdomen. At the instant of impact, Tianjinhan's eyes rolled back, and his body collapsed helplessly onto the ground. The atmosphere became eerily silent, as if time itself had come to a standstill. The spectators were left in a state of disbelief, utterly astonished by the unfolding events. They were taken aback by this sudden turn of fate, plunging into a profound silence. After a full 10 seconds, the host finally regained his composure. He leaped with excitement, exclaiming, Ladies and gentlemen, we have our champion. What an extraordinary spectacle this has been. After an exhilarating contest, the champion of the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament has been crowned. It is none other than Son Wukong. As the host's words echoed through the arena, a thunderous roar of cheers and applause erupted. The majority of the audience celebrated Wukong's victory, captivated by his formidable strength and remarkable skills, wholeheartedly acknowledging his champion status. However, a small faction of spectators felt surprised and disappointed by the outcome, particularly those who had supported other competitors. Some sat in silence, while others displayed their dissatisfaction. Regardless, Son Wukong had undeniably established himself as the rightful champion, proving his worth through sheer prowess. Medical personnel arrived to place Tianjinhan on a stretcher, transporting him to a nearby hospital for treatment. Following this, the organizers conducted the awards ceremony and congratulatory speeches, with Wukong reluctantly participating. After some time, the 22nd Martial Arts Tournament formally concluded, and Wukong reunited with Master Roshi and the others. As soon as he reached Wukong's side, Krillin could not contain his curiosity. Wukong, how have you become so strong? Wukong replied with a grin, Qiqi, don't be envious, my friends. I visited the Korin Tower, where Master Roshi once trained, and there I met Korin. I trained there for a while, and through the cat god, I learned of the existence of deities. So I sought out the god of heaven. After that, I trained in the heavenly temple, which is why I have grown so powerful. The group listened in astonishment, their faces a mix of shock and disbelief. Bulma hurriedly inquired, Is the god of heaven handsome? The crowd exchanged bemused glances, finding her focus rather peculiar. Unable to restrain himself, Krillin quipped, Bulma, is there anything in your mind besides handsome men? Aren't we discussing the astonishing reality that gods truly exist? Yamcha then chimed in with curiosity, So, does that mean the deities are incredibly powerful? Wukong pondered for a moment, carefully choosing his words before responding, Indeed. The celestial being appears quite peculiar, and in our current state, their power is undeniably formidable. The turtle hermit, filled with a sense of wonder, remarked, I never anticipated that you would ascend the Korin Tower and earn the recognition of Master Korin. Moreover, you have learned the whereabouts of Lord Celestial and the Celestial Palace. Even I lack such qualifications. With a smile, Wukong remarked, In fact, Master Karin holds you in high regard and has inquired about your recent endeavors. Upon hearing this, Master Roshi's face illuminated with a pleased grin. Ha ha ha, that is truly wonderful. Subsequently, the gathering indulged in light-hearted conversation, preparing to celebrate together. At that moment, Tianjinhan approached with dumplings in hand. He gazed earnestly at Wukong and stated, "Son Wukong, I acknowledge your immense strength. You are indeed a worthy adversary. However, I firmly believe that one day I shall catch up to you, and you will become my lifelong rival." Wukong scratched his head and chuckled. "Hee, you must put in more effort. I shall become even stronger." Tianjinhan gazed earnestly at Master Roshi and respectfully bowed, saying, "I understand my current position is somewhat awkward, but please allow me to speak a few words. I was originally a disciple of Master Crane, and in principle, I should not act this way. However, I have had a falling out with my master, and having witnessed the formidable prowess of your disciples, and given your esteemed reputation as a martial arts teacher, I am exceedingly eager to become your student and hope to grow even stronger. Please accept us as your disciples." Master Roshi displayed a troubled expression and replied, "Although Master Crane is my old rival, it is indeed a bit difficult for me to accept you as a disciple." At that moment, Wukong interjected, "Master Roshi, I believe they both possess genuine intentions, and their strength and talent are commendable. Why not accept them?" Krillin and Yamcha chimed in, "Indeed, Master Roshi, they seem quite amiable. If they join us, we can learn their flying martial arts as well. Please accept them." After a moment's hesitation, Master Roshi finally nodded, saying, "Very well. Since everyone feels this way, from today onward, you two shall be disciples of the Turtle School." Tianjinhan and Dumpling knelt on one knee, bowing their foreheads to the ground in utmost respect, and proclaimed, "We humbly pay our respects to you, Master." Master Roshi stroked his bald head and laughed. All right. No need for such formalities. We were just about to celebrate Wukong's victory and enjoy a hearty meal. Since you two have decided to join the Turtle School, come along with us. This meal shall serve as your welcoming banquet." Tianjinhan and Dumpling exclaimed in unison, "Thank you, Master Roshi." The group arrived at a restaurant, seated themselves, and awaited the dishes to be served. At that moment, Tianjinhan suddenly turned to Wukong and remarked, "I never imagined, Son Wukong, that you would ultimately be defeated by your own prowess. You truly are remarkable." Wukong scratched his head, revealing a radiant smile as he replied, "Hee, Tianjinhan, you are quite impressive as well. This match has truly been exhilarating." As everyone finished their meal, Wukong suddenly tapped his head and muttered to himself, "Oh no. It seems I have left the 4-star ball in the storage area at the venue." At the same moment, Tianjinhan also recalled that his belongings were still there. Consequently, Krillin and Jiaozi rose one after the other, expressing their willingness to return and retrieve their items. The group paid little mind to this matter, continuing to revel in the joyous atmosphere. However, Wukong's lips subtly curled into a smirk. After a while, Wukong announced his need to use the restroom and made his way to the storage area, where he intervened just in time to block a lethal strike aimed at Krillin, thus averting the deaths of both Jiaozi and Krillin. Upon seeing Wukong come to his rescue, Krillin was instantly filled with courage and confidence, straightening his posture and fixing a determined gaze upon the monstrous figure before him. The creature was imposing, with a tall stature and pale green skin, adorned with sharp horns atop its head. Its eyes glinted with a crimson glow, and it donned a black combat suit, complemented by a pair of enormous wings on its back. Unfazed, Krillin boldly inquired, "Hey, you monster, who exactly are you? Why are you attacking me?" The creature let out a sinister laugh, revealing a grotesque visage as it thundered, "Regardless, you are destined to perish at my hands. It matters not to share my name. I am Dambalin, the most loyal servant of Lord Piccolo the Demon King. My mission is to eliminate formidable martial artists and collect Dragon Balls. Now that you understand, prepare to meet your demise." Upon hearing this, Krillin felt a surge of alarm, yet he did not falter. Instead, he clenched his fists tightly, ready to confront the enemy in a battle to the death. Just then, Wukong made a sudden appearance, adopting the stance for the Kamehameha wave, and shouted, "Well then, since you've finished your monologue, it's time for you to die?" Kamehameha. As Wukong's words echoed, a tremendous wave of energy surged from his hands, hurtling toward Dambalin. The monster attempted to defend itself, but quickly realized that it was utterly incapable of withstanding such formidable force. Terror widened its eyes, filled with despair and dread. What is this power? Oh no, Lord Piccolo will surely avenge me." Dambalin let out a final, anguished cry as the energy wave pierced through his heart, causing his body to tremble violently before collapsing heavily to the ground, devoid of life. Chapter 7. The Resurgence of Lord Piccolo. At that moment, the others, drawn by the commotion, hurried over. Upon seeing the lifeless body of the monster sprawled on the ground, they couldn't help but leap back in fright. Master Roshi gazed at the creature's corpse, lost in contemplation, and after a considerable pause, finally asked, Wukong, what on earth has transpired? Krillin hastily explained. When I went to retrieve the 4-star ball, this creature suddenly appeared, demanding that I hand it over. Naturally, I refused, and just then, Jiaozi arrived. Just as this monster was about to strike us down, Goku arrived in the nick of time and saved us, swiftly vanquishing the beast. Jiaozi nodded in agreement, affirming Krillin's account, and added, indeed, that's exactly how it happened. I was utterly terrified, almost believing I would never see Tianjinhan again. Tianjinhan approached and embraced Jiaozi tightly, gently reassuring him, do not fear, it's all right now. See, I am still here, and everyone is safe. Yamcha, still shaken, patted his chest and remarked, thank goodness for Goku. Now that this monster is dead, there should be no more danger. We should hurry back. Bulma, Oolong, and Pooh echoed in agreement, saying, yes, it's a relief that all is well. Let us return home swiftly. However, Master Roshi furrowed his brow, his eyes reflecting deep concern and sorrow as he slowly spoke. No, matters are not so simple. I once witnessed such creatures, and that memory still haunts me. Long ago, I embarked on a quest alongside my master, the renowned Master Mateto, and my fellow disciples to confront the evil Demon King Piccolo. The Demon King was immensely powerful and reveled in destruction, leaving devastation in his wake, with a host of wicked minions at his command. Humanity fell into despair, and the world became a hellish realm. In the end, my comrades perished, and my master sacrificed his life to seal the Demon King, leaving only the young me to survive. Now, upon seeing this creature again, it bears an uncanny resemblance to the demons of old, likely a minion of the Demon King. Though I am loath to believe it, perhaps someone has indeed released the Demon King, and soon the entire world may face the brink of catastrophe. At these words, the group was struck dumb, their faces reflecting disbelief, as if the very fabric of their world had unraveled. Bulma, Oolong, and Yamcha turned pale, nearly on the verge of tears. In the midst of this suffocating atmosphere, a bright voice suddenly rang out, fear not, everyone. I will defeat the Demon King Piccolo and protect you all. The crowd turned in unison to see Goku standing there, his expression resolute, eyes shimmering with confidence. Upon witnessing this, Bulma and the others transformed their anxiety into joy, exuberantly exclaiming, wonderful. We almost forgot how formidable Goku truly is. Wukong consoled, you may leave first. I shall handle things here on my own. Do not worry, I have mastered a new technique that allows me to traverse to any location imbued with energy at will. Now, I shall take my leave, and I will return shortly. As soon as he finished speaking, Wukong pressed his index and middle fingers to his forehead. Before anyone could react, his figure abruptly vanished into thin air. Krillin, wide-eyed in astonishment, turned to Master Roshi and asked, Master, did you see how Wukong disappeared? After a moment of silence, Master Roshi replied, no, but from what Wukong just mentioned, it seems he did not vanish due to incredible speed, but rather by employing that new technique which allows him to teleport at will. I never anticipated he could devise such a technique. It appears his innate talent has indeed flourished. A smile of satisfaction crept across Master Roshi's face. Tianjinhan, resolute, declared, regardless of how formidable Son Goku may become, I shall surely defeat him in the future. Kaiatsa nodded with a smile, affirming, yes, Tianjinhan will surely succeed. Yamcha, with a serious demeanor, added, Krillin and I will strive just as hard. Bulma observed them and suddenly suggested, I propose that standing around here is unproductive. Why don't we head to the hotel to rest while we await Goku's return? Oolong quickly agreed. Yes, that sounds good. However, Poir teased, Oolong, you just want to sneak back to ogle at the beauties, don't you? Oolong's face turned beet red as he stammered, and no, that's not me at all. The group responded in unison, it is. Oolong, infuriated, jumped up, you all are bullying me. Laughter erupted among them, and they proceeded to head back, preparing to wait for Son Goku's return. Only Tianjinhan turned away quietly, seeking Master Roshi to learn the sealing technique used against King Piccolo in the past. In the grand hall of a presidential palace, the atmosphere was tense and oppressive. Upon the throne sat a figure exuding a chilling aura of terror, tall and imposing. With green skin resembling an evil armor, he imparted an aura of invincibility. Two curved horns adorned his head, while his eyes glimmered with an eerie red light, and a wide mouth revealed sharp teeth, all draped in a flowing white robe. Kneeling below were the Pilaf gang and a multitude of demons, the very minions of the recently ascendant King Piccolo. Pilaf cautiously held a plate containing 6 glimmering Dragon Balls. Yet beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he anxiously gazed at the figure seated upon the throne. Your Majesty, King Piccolo, we have gathered 6 Dragon Balls. We only lack the last one. Please grant us a little more time. Pilaf spoke with a quivering voice, his fear palpable. The formidable King Piccolo, seated before him, appeared oblivious, offering no response, and the others dared not interrupt. Suddenly, King Piccolo's eyes widened in fury, his aura pressing down on those beneath him, rendering them unable to stand upright. How could this be? My child, Dambalin, has been vanquished in an instant. I never anticipated the emergence of such a powerful being on Earth. The others, upon hearing this, felt incredulous but remained silent, fully aware of King Piccolo's temperament. They understood that his wrath could yield dire consequences. Thus, they lowered their heads, avoiding direct eye contact with the formidable monarch. King Piccolo surveyed those before him, a flicker of ire crossing his gaze. You may leave. I am overwhelmed by a foreboding sense. It is time for me to conceive a true heir for unforeseen circumstances. Although those present felt assured that none could defeat their lord, none dared to disobey. They respectfully replied, "We shall obey," and slowly retreated, leaving King Piccolo in solitude. With eyes shut, King Piccolo inhaled deeply, his body beginning to emanate a faint glow. He partially closed his eyes, concentrating intently. Gradually, a peculiar energy surged within him, causing his body to tremble slightly. Subsequently, a luminous orb began to materialize beneath his abdomen. In the dim, oppressive atmosphere, King Piccolo's expression twisted grotesquely. His brow beaded with sweat. Suddenly, he unleashed a deep, resonant roar. As the echo faded, a colossal egg was expelled from his mouth, landing heavily on the ground with a muffled thud. This enormous egg radiated an ominous aura. King Piccolo gazed at it, inhaled deeply, and spoke slowly. You are the sole bloodline of King Piccolo in this world. I shall name you King Piccolo too. May your power surpass mine and establish you as the sovereign of this realm. The egg seemed to sense King Piccolo's anticipation, quivering slightly as if responding to his call. Witnessing this, a satisfied smile graced King Piccolo's face. However, in that moment, applause erupted from a shadowy corner, shattering the brief tranquility. What a splendid performance! The voice, laced with mockery and admiration, seemed to revel in the spectacle. The scene we just witnessed was truly eye-opening. I am certain that I shall never forget this moment for the rest of my life. As the formidable King Piccolo turned to investigate the sound, he was taken aback to discover a youth standing in the corner, adorned with a monkey tail and a staff strapped to his back, clad in an orange martial arts uniform, smiling at him. The boy's smile evoked an inexplicable sense of foreboding within him. How could the illustrious King Piccolo have overlooked this child lurking in the shadows? A mingling of fear and anger surged within him. Who are you? Why are you here? How did I fail to notice your presence? King Piccolo exclaimed, his eyes wide with suspicion and ire. The boy smiled slightly, revealing a row of pearly white teeth, and said, "Heh, that S on me. The previous performance was so captivating that I completely forgot to introduce myself. My apologies. I am Son Wukong, a martial artist." After a brief pause, Son Wukong continued, "I have come because your subordinate nearly took the life of my comrade, and I retaliated. Hence, I seek justice from you, along with my gratitude for the 6 Dragon Balls you are about to bestow upon me. As for your inability to perceive me, it is simply because you are too weak." He emphasized the last 3 words, a glimmer of mockery dancing in his eyes. Chapter 8. The demise of King Piccolo upon hearing such audacious words from a mere child. King Piccolo was instantly engulfed in rage. "You insolent brat, do you have any notion of who I am?" he bellowed. "I am none other than the King Piccolo, who wreaked havoc 3 centuries ago and was subsequently sealed away. I am no trivial matter." Son Wukong responded with a carefree demeanor. "Oh, is that so?" King Piccolo retorted with a sneer. "You are the one who killed my son Tambourine? You not only seek to slay me but also wish to seize my Dragon Balls?" "Indeed," Son Wukong replied fearlessly. "How laughable," King Piccolo scoffed. "The mighty King Piccolo, reduced to being a soft target for your provocations, even if you're elusive. Since you are courting death, I shall not hold back. You may attempt it, but I have no desire to waste time with you," Son Wukong calmly replied. "Rest assured, a child like you, so overestimating your own capabilities, I shall dispatch you in an instant." King Piccolo growled menacingly, extending his hand to unleash an attack. Yet, at that moment, Son Wukong suddenly vanished from sight. "What? How is this possible?" King Piccolo exclaimed in astonishment, surveying the empty space before him, filled with confusion and disbelief. His eyes widened as he searched for Son Wukong, but the boy's presence eluded him entirely. "Ah, as the formidable Piccolo was momentarily distracted. Son Wukong suddenly appeared behind him, delivering a swift kick that sent him flying. Piccolo fell to the ground in a disheveled heap, a mixture of shock and fury coursing through him. He had never anticipated that this seemingly insignificant child possessed such astonishing strength and speed, catching him completely off guard. Before Piccolo could utter another word, an excruciating pain surged through his chest. Lowering his gaze, he was astonished to find that Wukong's fist had pierced through his torso, blood streaming down Wukong's arm. Gazing at the gaping wound, disbelief etched across Piccolo's face. He could hardly fathom the reality of the situation. In an instant, Wukong retracted his fist, causing a torrent of blood to erupt forth, splattering onto the ground around them. Piccolo's body trembled violently, and he could not suppress the urge to expel a mouthful of blood, his form swaying backward. Who would have thought your power would be so immense? I couldn't even discern your trajectory. Your speed was such that I had no time to react. It is truly unimaginable that I, the great Piccolo, would meet my demise at the hands of a mere human child. He gasped, blood spilling from his chest and lips. With labored breaths, he slowly approached the giant egg, grasping it tightly in his hand. Piccolo Jr., you must remember, you must defeat Son Wukong in the future and avenge your father, he murmured to the egg. Having spoken, he unleashed a powerful energy wave that shattered the ceiling, soaring into the sky with ease as he single-handedly grasped the egg and hurled it toward the heavens. Observing that Wukong showed no inclination to pursue the egg, Piccolo finally exhaled a sigh of relief, yet he could not help but inquire. Why did you not stop me from throwing my egg into the sky? As Wukong soared higher than the formidable demon King Piccolo, he gazed down below and responded with an air of undeniable dominance. I simply do not care. I shall grant your son the time to pursue until he feels utterly unreachable. Upon hearing these words, the demon King Piccolo was momentarily taken aback, only to erupt into boisterous laughter. Ha! My son will undoubtedly make you pay for your arrogance today, Son Wukong. No sooner had he spoken than, without hesitation, Piccolo chose to self-destruct, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. Gazing quietly in the direction where the colossal egg had been cast, Wukong softly uttered, Piccolo, strive to grow stronger. I eagerly anticipate our next encounter. Meanwhile, the demon army, having witnessed the bizarre spectacle in the sky, glanced at the spot where King Piccolo had vanished, then turned their eyes towards Wukong, and without hesitation, they knelt before him in submission. The leader of the kneeling demon army, on one knee, proclaimed, though we are unaware of your identity, since you possess the power to vanquish King Piccolo, we are willing to follow you and support you as the new generation of the great Demon King. All members of the demon army shall heed your command. Wukong gazed down at the several generals kneeling on one knee and the soldiers completely prostrated before him, feeling a moment of hesitation stir within. He lifted his gaze to the heavens, pondering for a brief moment before shaking his head. Then, raising his palm towards the kneeling demons, he spoke with a grave expression. You vile, grotesque, and utterly heartless demons, who indulge in relentless pillaging and slaughter, treating human lives as mere fodder. As a herald of justice, how could I possibly condescend to associate with your kind? Vanish from my sight. As his words fell, Wukong casually unleashed a sphere of energy. In an instant, the ground seemed to endure a catastrophic missile strike, erupting with a fierce explosion, which was soon followed by the formation of a vast crater. The demons were incinerated in the blast, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. After sensing the energy signatures in the vicinity, Wukong realized that, apart from the three familiar auras, there were no other demonic presences to be felt. Without needing to deliberate, he inferred that the three signatures belonged to the Pilaf gang. After all, when all demons had collectively knelt, they had conspicuously not appeared, evidently having fled after King Piccolo's self-detonation. However, Wukong had no time to dwell on them. He merely touched the 6 Dragon Balls secured in the pouch at his waist, then instantaneously teleported, vanishing from the spot. Tianjinhan, remember well, the demon seal wave must never be used casually, for it consumes vast amounts of life force. It should only be employed in the direst of circumstances. As for other techniques, feel free to use them, Master Roshi admonished earnestly. Tianjinhan clasped his hands in reverence and bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Master Wutian, for your meticulous guidance and teachings. I have committed the methods of these techniques to memory and have already begun to grasp a portion of them. I will continue to train diligently until I am completely adept in every move and style. Furthermore, I will exercise utmost caution in the usage of the demon seal wave. Master Roshi nodded in satisfaction at Tianjinhan's response. Ah, yes, you are indeed teachable. Remember the tenets of the turtle school. Train hard, play well, rest adequately, and eat heartily. I understand, Tianjinhan replied. At that moment, a cheerful voice rang out. Oh, Tianjinhan is actually learning from Master Wu Tian. Upon hearing the voice, both men became alert. But upon recognizing it was Sun Wukong, they relaxed. Tianjinhan retorted, so what if I am learning? Sun Wukong, if you can master the turtle school. Why can't I? I will surely surpass you one day. I shall eagerly await the day you do. Master Rashi remarked, it's Wukong. Are you well? It's been a day since I last saw you, and I was quite worried. I'm fine, just delayed a bit by King Piccolo, Wukong replied. Master Rashi inquired. What was the outcome? Wukong raised his hand in a gesture reminiscent of scissors and smiled, exclaiming, I have triumphed over the Demon King Piccolo. Tianjinhan replied. Though I have not witnessed the might of the Demon King Piccolo, I have heard from Master Wu Tian that he was a formidable foe from 3 centuries ago. Even the strongest warrior of that time, Master Tedu, could only manage to seal him with great difficulty. Master Rashi wiped the sweat from his brow and hurriedly shifted the conversation, saying, Although we previously inferred from the energy you unleashed that your strength surpassed that of the Demon King Piccolo, witnessing such a reality unfold before our eyes is truly staggering. Wukong bashfully scratched his head and replied with a smile. In fact, my strength is quite formidable. Tianjinhan resolutely declared, Rest assured, Wukong. I will certainly strive to keep pace with you. Goku gently patted Tian's shoulder, expressing his eager anticipation. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he turned to Master Rashi. Inquiring, by the way, Master Rashi, do you recall the 4-star Dragon Ball my grandfather gifted you? Do you know who currently possesses it? After a moment of contemplation, Master Rashi replied, You mean the 4-star Dragon Ball? Let me think. If memory serves me right, it should still be in Krillin's care. With the answer in hand, Goku bid farewell to everyone, saying, All right then, I shall go find Krillin. Farewell, everyone. He placed a finger lightly on his forehead, and in an instant, he vanished without a trace. Tian couldn't help but exclaim, This instant transmission technique is truly remarkable. Master Rashi, shaking his head with a heavy heart, slowly departed, lamenting, Time waits for no one. It seems I can no longer keep pace with you young fellows. Meanwhile, Krillin and Yamcha were meditating in their hotel room, their eyes closed as they focused intently, attuning themselves to the surrounding energy. Suddenly, a familiar and powerful aura emerged beside them, prompting Krillin and Yamcha to immediately open their eyes, breaking their meditative state. Indeed, they beheld Goku standing there, a smile gracing his face. Goku, you rascal, you finally returned. I was so worried, I thought you might not come back. Krillin exclaimed excitedly, rushing forward to embrace Goku tightly, his eyes brimming with joy and emotion. Wukong, sensing Krillin's enthusiasm, gently patted him on the back and reassured him, I have returned. So do not worry, I am perfectly fine. Yamcha, equally exhilarated, approached and exclaimed, It is truly wonderful to see you alive. What was the outcome? Wukong, did you truly defeat the Demon King Piccolo? With a confident nod, Wukong smiled and replied, The great Demon King Piccolo has already been defeated by me. Upon hearing this, Krillin and Yamcha both sighed in relief, their faces adorned with expressions of gratitude. This is truly splendid news. Thank you, Wukong, for saving our Earth once again. Krillin expressed with heartfelt appreciation. Indeed, Wukong, without you, we would be at a loss as to what to do, Yamcha added. With a modest smile, Wukong remarked, As a member of Earth, it is my duty to protect it. The three of them gathered together, exchanging their respective experiences. Krillin and Yamcha recounted their lives over the past period, while Wukong detailed his battles with the Demon King Piccolo. By the way, Krillin, do you have my 4-star ball? Krillin retrieved the 4-star ball from his backpack on the bed and handed it to Wukong, exclaiming, Oh, I almost forgot about it. Here you go. Thank you for keeping it safe. Wukong chuckled, and I must thank you for saving my life. Haha. Chapter 9. 3 years of seclusion after obtaining the 4-star Dragon Ball. Wukong recounted the events concerning the Demon King Piccolo II in detail to Krillin and Yamcha. Urging them to relay this information to others, the Demon King Piccolo II remains alive. We must not let our guard down and must continue to train diligently to enhance our strength. Subsequently, Wukong added, There is another matter I believe you should be aware of, the existence of Karen Tower and the Sacred Temple. It is a wondrous place where Master Karen resides, and the god dwells in the temple above Karen Tower. If we all embark on a journey to train at Karen Tower and the temple above, Master Karen and the god will undoubtedly provide us with guidance, aiding us in our quest for greater power. Observing the dawning realization on Krillin and Yamcha's faces, Wukong nodded in satisfaction and smiled, saying, "Very well, Krillin, Yamcha, what I just shared with you is of utmost importance. Be sure to communicate it to everyone." With that, Wukong turned to depart. However, Krillin sensed something amiss and urgently called out to Wukong, "Wait, Wukong, why don't you inform everyone personally?" "Because I must leave. I intend to continue my training outside to grow stronger and wish to commence at the earliest opportunity. Thus, I entrust this task to you. Farewell. And please convey my regards to everyone. Until we meet again at the martial arts tournament in 3 years." As soon as he finished speaking, before Krillin and Yamcha could respond, Wukong vanished from sight. In a remote village in the Arctic, Wukong suddenly appeared and, within less than a minute, soared into the sky, discovering a secluded glacial valley. From a pouch at his waist, he retrieved 7 Dragon Balls, placing them upon the ground before exclaiming, "Come forth, Shenron. Grant me my wish." After a brief moment, the Eastern Azure Dragon, resembling a magnificent dragon, materialized before him. "O Summoner, articulate your desire, and I shall fulfill one wish, no matter its nature." Wukong, brimming with anticipation, replied, "Shenron, I wish for the most advanced, high-tech, elegant cultivation spaceship that your powers can conjure." Upon hearing this, a bead of cold sweat appeared on Shenron's brow, yet he nodded resolutely and responded, "Very well, though this wish poses some difficulty. I shall exert all my efforts to fulfill it." As Shenron's eyes ignited with a dazzling red glow, the air around them began to whirl violently, and a tempest ensued, forcing Wukong to squint against the gusts. Suddenly, a colossal spaceship emerged in midair, gradually descending before Wukong. "I have granted your wish. Farewell." Shenron's voice echoed as he transformed back into the 7 Dragon Balls, ascending into the sky and vanishing from sight. In that instant, Wukong leapt into the air, seizing one of the Dragon Balls, the 4-star ball. "Ah, how nostalgic this is. I shall keep this with me." The remaining 6 Dragon Balls swiftly scattered, darting towards the far corners of Earth. The 4-star ball in Wukong's hand instantly lost its luster, transforming into an ordinary stone. However, at that moment, Wukong was utterly oblivious to such trivialities. His heart brimmed with joy as he gazed upon the colossal spaceship before him, his eyes sparkling with exhilaration. Upon careful inspection, Wukong discerned that the exterior of the vessel bore a striking resemblance to the spaceship depicted in the original narrative, which he had once boarded en route to Namek. Yet it was more than 5 times larger. The color was a luxurious and refined platinum hue. Stepping inside, Wukong explored the interior, discovering no fewer than 50 rooms and circular staircases spread across several levels. At the center, there was an expansive gravity chamber, equipped with a comprehensive array of fitness apparatuses. In his heart, Wukong silently applauded the Dragon God. Upon approaching the gravity control device he had eagerly anticipated, Wukong was astonished to discover that its maximum setting could be adjusted to an astounding 500 times the gravitational pull of Earth, instantly filling him with elation. Wukong promptly returned to the command center, where he collected and entered his information, transforming the spaceship's control mode to voice command. It is worth mentioning that the Dragon had thoughtfully affixed simple labels to all control devices, elucidating their functions. Fortunately, during his 2.5 years of training and experience on Earth, Wukong had learned to utilize numerous high-tech gadgets. As he gazed upon these advanced devices, a sense of nostalgia enveloped him. Though these objects were novel to him, his 2 years of study had endowed him with the proficiency to operate them with ease. Sitting in the captain's seat, Wukong savored the comfort of the plush upholstery and the convenience of the control panel. His fingers gently caressed the dashboard, and a wave of accomplishment surged within him. Ah, the power of advanced technology. At last, I can navigate this spacecraft with ease and explore distant realms. Wukong, brimming with excitement, ignited the spaceship's engine, reveling in the exhilarating power it unleashed. The vessel ascended gracefully, gradually distancing itself from the Earth below. Gazing through the window, Wukong beheld the receding Earth, his heart brimming with aspirations and hopes for the future. With adept skill, he manipulated the spacecraft's control panel, switching to voice command mode, and issued the directive to depart from the solar system. At the sound of his command, the spacecraft swiftly ignited, traversing the cosmos at an astonishing velocity. And in the blink of an eye, it had exited the solar system. Wukong stood in the control room, gazing through the porthole at the vast, dark expanse of the universe and the magnificent brilliance of the solar system, his heart brimming with emotion and enchantment. However, time waits for no one. Wukong swiftly regained his composure and resolved to return to Earth. Wukong piloted his spacecraft back to Earth, selecting a remarkably concealed location in the Arctic as his docking station. Once the vessel had descended steadily, he activated its cloaking mode, ensuring that it would remain undetected by the outside world. Subsequently, Wukong ventured to a nearby town to procure several cans of dried fish, indulging his culinary cravings. As for the payment for these provisions, he had no shortage of means. Having seized a considerable treasure trove of gold and silver from the lair of the demon king Piccolo, enough to indulge in extravagance for a while. After concluding his shopping, Wukong employed his instantaneous movement technique, reappearing in the sacred space of Korin Tower in the blink of an eye. With great excitement, Wukong called out to the summit, "Oh, Cat Sage, it has been such a long time." Startled by the unexpected voice, the Cat Sage leapt in surprise. However, upon recognizing Wukong, it immediately felt a wave of relief. "Wukong, what brings you here so suddenly? Do you seek something from me, meow?" Wukong chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head as he said, "It's really nothing serious. I just hope to come and ask for some celestial beans, hee." The Cat Sage, with a resigned shake of its head, sighed and replied, "You've consumed all my celestial beans last time, and now I have none left, meow." Upon finishing its words, it extended a paw, rubbing its thumb and forefinger together to signal Wukong for some fish jerky. Wukong's lips curled into a sly smile, and with a gentle flick of his wrist, he cast a capsule onto the ground. In the next instant, several jars filled with enticingly fragrant dried fish appeared upon the earth. Wukong blinked playfully and teased, "Might you want to ponder a bit more carefully? Perhaps there are some divine beans stored away in other places as well?" The Cat Sage's gaze was captivated by the pile of dried fish, its eyes transforming into the shape of little fish. Excitedly, it extended its paw and, seemingly from nowhere, produced a jar of divine beans, exclaiming with enthusiasm, "I just remembered, there's a jar of divine beans here too, meow. Do you think these are sufficient, meow?" Wukong nodded in satisfaction, indicating his acceptance of the quantity offered, and vowed to exchange an even greater amount of dried fish in return. Although he was well aware that the Cat Sage possessed many more celestial beans, he refrained from greedily demanding more. Instead, he chuckled and said, "I am not avaricious. This is sufficient for the time being. I hope that the Cat Sage will cultivate more celestial beans in the future, and I shall gladly trade a substantial amount of dried fish with you." Upon hearing this, the Cat Sage was filled with excitement, nodding fervently in agreement, and promptly replied, "No problem at all. You may come to me anytime, and I shall cultivate celestial beans specifically for you." Wukong is undoubtedly aware that the Cat Sage possesses a plentiful supply of magical beans. After all, in the absence of the reckless antics of a Kyrabai, the stock of these beans remains ample. In this lifetime, a Kyrabai has not encountered Wukong, thus he has not ventured to Korin Tower. In gratitude, Wukong bestowed upon the Cat Sage a generous offering of dried fish, much to the latter's delight. After Goku obtained he informed the Cat Immortal and Krillin that they would soon arrive for training, expressing his hope that the Cat Immortal would take good care of his comrades. He suggested that upon completing their training here, they might be recommended to the Heavenly Temple for further refinement. The Cat Immortal, affirming that it would be no trouble, watched as Goku vanished in an instant. The Cat Immortal remarked, "Truly, he is a prodigious talent, meow. Master Roshi, you have gained an exceptional disciple, meow." Wukong appeared in the vicinity closest to the Arctic, where he could sense the air, and then he soared through the skies, soon entering the spacecraft. Wukong purchased an ample supply of easily preserved provisions along his journey, sufficient to sustain himself for approximately 3 to 5 years. Wukong resolved to enter a state of seclusion within the spacecraft. After finishing his meal and bathing, he commenced his training, seated on the ground, eyes closed, and mind focused, attuning himself to the energy circulating within. As time passed, Wukong's aura grew increasingly formidable, causing the surrounding atmosphere to become dense with intensity. After a while, he opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips, for he sensed a notable enhancement in his power. Yet, he acknowledged it was merely the inception of his journey. In the days that followed, Wukong persevered in his rigorous training, relentlessly pushing the boundaries of his abilities. During his secluded days aboard the spacecraft, apart from eating and sleeping, he dedicated nearly all his time to cultivation, continually challenging his limits and experimenting with various new techniques and skills. Each breakthrough filled him with unparalleled exhilaration and ignited an even greater fighting spirit within him. Unbeknownst to him, 3 years had elapsed. Wukong's strength has experienced a significant enhancement. Yet he remains unsatisfied, fully aware that further challenges await him, and his sole purpose is to persistently advance. Over the past 2 years, Wukong has dedicated himself to the cultivation of his mental state, engaging in minimal physical training. Nevertheless, He occasionally resorts to the divine water and celestial beings to aid his cultivation, thereby augmenting his combat prowess. After a period of introspection, Wukong has discerned that his fighting capability has increased by approximately 50% compared to 2 years ago, reaching a mere 150,000. This realization leaves Wukong profoundly perplexed. For he recalls that during his 6-month training at the Heavenly Temple, the results were far more gratifying than those he currently experiences. After deep contemplation, Wukong ultimately arrived at a seemingly plausible conclusion. It is possible that his body had developed a resistance to the divine water and celestial beings, resulting in a significant diminishment of his cultivation effectiveness. Wukong continued to immerse himself in arduous training, and as time swiftly passed, 3 years flew by in the blink of an eye. During this period, he ventured out once, with the purpose of gathering the Dragon Balls and making a wish to the dragon. Wukong wished for infinite energy, however. The dragon made it clear that such a desire could not be fulfilled. Confronted by this reality, Wukong reluctantly altered his wish, requesting boundless stamina, yet regrettably, this wish was also unattainable. Consequently, he opted to wish for the ability to choose whether to transform into a great ape upon witnessing a full moon, and to retain his intellect after the transformation. This particular wish, too, was granted by the dragon only after much hesitation. In Chapter 10 of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, during these 3 years, Wukong diligently trained within the gravity chamber, making remarkable progress. Unlike the Wukong in the original narrative, he did not simply acclimate to one level of gravity before challenging a higher one. Instead, he chose to continuously push his limits within a consistently high-gravity environment. Currently, Goku's training methods resemble those of Vegeta, striving for unparalleled speed and agility. In his 3rd year, Goku continues to train under the extreme conditions of 200 times the normal gravity, integrating this intense environment into his daily life. Haha. I have now fully acclimated to this gravity. Even eating, sleeping, and playing a bit of League of Legends pose no challenges for me. It is time to venture outside. Wukong commanded the mainframe, Shenlong, assess my current combat power. The voice of Shenlong resonated over the broadcast. As you wish, Master. Please direct your attention to the screen during the assessment. In a short while, as astonishing numbers illuminated the large screen, Wukong leaped with excitement. Wow, ha ha ha. I can hardly believe it. My base combat power has astonishingly reached 15 million. This is simply marvelous. With a sigh, Wukong murmured to himself, alas. It was as far back as last year that I sensed my potential to become a Super Saiyan. Regrettably, had it not been for my concern that prematurely revealing such formidable power might invite unnecessary troubles and attention, potentially triggering a series of unforeseen consequences, I would have embraced this transformation. Instead, I have restrained myself, never attempting to ascend to the Super Saiyan form, choosing instead to focus all my energies on enhancing my base combat strength. Of course, should I truly choose to transform into a Super Saiyan, it would merely result in a 50-fold increase in my power. After all, it is only a solid foundational strength that will enable me to journey further. Moreover, there have been no pressing circumstances necessitating the display of my full prowess. I believe I could achieve the Super Saiyan form at any moment, and whomever dares to challenge me would inevitably face defeat. Thus, it is prudent to proceed gradually, awaiting the opportune moment before venturing into the hyperbolic time chamber to further explore and unlock the potential of the Super Saiyan. Yet, all of this is but a plan for the future. There is no need for haste at present, as it has been approximately 3 years since I departed from Earth. It is time to return to the World Martial Arts Tournament, to reunite with everyone and participate in the competition together. However, I wonder if they have already visited the sacred world of the Qiqi. Wukong meticulously organized his belongings and then called out loudly, "Dragon, are you there?" The interior of the spacecraft echoed with the authoritative voice of the dragon. "I am here, Master. Please convey your specific requests." As Wukong listened to that familiar voice, a smile involuntarily blossomed within him. He reminisced about the whimsical decision he made 3 years prior to name his spacecraft's artificial intelligence Shenlong. After all, it was indeed conjured by the Shenlong itself. 2 years ago, when he first summoned the Shenlong, Wukong had recorded its voice and transformed it into the tonal essence of his spacecraft's intelligence system. Well, there's nothing particularly extraordinary about this, but I just wanted to inform you that I am about to depart from here. While I am away, I entrust you with the guardianship of this home. Wukong said with a smile to the intelligence system. "Rest assured, Master. With my presence, no one shall breach this sanctum." The intelligence system replied, "Very well. Remember to activate the automatic defense mode and stealth mode after my departure, Wukong instructed. Not a problem, Master. Please embark with peace of mind, the intelligent system loyally responded. Wukong nodded in satisfaction, then focused his energy to sense the auras of Master Roshi and the others. Upon realizing that everyone had gathered, he made an effort to diminish his own presence and swiftly employed his instantaneous movement ability, disappearing from his original spot in the blink of an eye. Hey, you old geezer, could you possibly hurry up? Stop dawdling. Lachi, with a submachine gun slung over her shoulder, impatiently urged. Master Roshi, glancing at the golden-haired Lachi, began to sweat profusely. Heh, I'm coming, Lachi. Can't you show a bit of understanding for an elderly man? Look at my age. It's only natural for me to move a bit slower. Oolong was the first to interject. Nonsense. You lecherous old man. You're clearly distracted by the beautiful women around you and just don't want to move. Pu'er chimed in agreement. Exactly, you're nothing but a big liar. Upon hearing this, Lachi promptly drew 2 submachine guns, aimed them at Master Roshi, and without hesitation pulled the triggers. Bang, bang, bang. Simultaneously, she shouted, What? You audacious old man. How dare you deceive my feelings? You might as well just die. A barrage of gunfire erupted, causing Master Roshi to panic and flee, while pedestrians scattered in all directions. Once the last bullet had been fired, Lachi, in a cheerful mood, holstered her weapons and briskly left the scene. Oh, that feels so good to vent a little. Let us go. Keep up, or don't blame me for being rude. Seeing this, the others hurriedly followed, fearful of further inciting the wrath of this volatile woman. Meanwhile, the seemingly lifeless Master Roshi suddenly sprang to his feet, following behind and calling out, Oh, I'm coming, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, Din, stay close. The 4 looked at Master Roshi's retreating figure, shook their heads in unison, and sighed, here we go again. After a while, once everyone had checked in, they coincidentally encountered Bulma, who had just exited her supercar. Master Roshi, spotting her, swiftly appeared before Bulma, grasping her hand. He jovially patted her on the backside with his other hand. Ah, Bulma, long time no see. You've only grown more alluring with age. Bulma smiled lightly, retrieving a black hammer from behind her and striking it down onto Master Roshi's head. Discarding the hammer, she dusted off her hands and looked down at the fallen Master Roshi, frowning. Yes, it has been a while, and you're still the same old you. Then, cheerfully waving at everyone, she added, and to all of you, it's been ages. How have you all been? Oolong licked his lips and exclaimed, Qiqi, Bulma. You truly look stunning in that bodycon dress. Pu'er swiftly delivered a punch to Oolong's head, admonishing him to remain silent. Tien and Kairatsu offered a nod of acknowledgement to Bulma, who remained unbothered by their presence. Krillin gazed at the supercar behind Bulma and remarked, Wow, Bulma. That car is magnificent. The life of the affluent is indeed enviable. Of course, Bulma replied, This is a globally limited edition. Yamcha, feeling somewhat awkward, greeted Bulma. Hey, Bulma. It's been a while. Bulma merely rolled her eyes in response. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared between Bulma and the others with a whoosh. Everyone felt an immediate sense of alarm, and as Tien prepared for an attack, the young man smiled and greeted Master Roshi and the others. Hey, Master Roshi, Krillin, Yamcha. Pu'er, Tien, Kairatsu, Bulma, Launch, and Oolong. It's been ages. As they looked at one another in astonishment, trying to recall who he was, Master Roshi, noticing the martial arts uniform and the distinctive hairstyle, along with the Rui Jingu bang slung on his back, was the first to react, incredulously asking, could it be Goku? The others echoed in surprise. Huh? Qiqi, that's right. I'm Goku. Did you all forget me? It took a moment for them to recognize the 18-year-old Goku. Krillin, staring at the tall and handsome young man, struggled to accept the reality. Goku? Is it really you? You better not be impersonating Goku. The consequences could be dire. Huh? What are you talking about, Krillin? How could I impersonate myself? I am Son Goku. After a while, once everyone grasped that he was indeed Goku, they warmly greeted him and accompanied him to the registration desk before returning to their dorms to rest. Krillin and Goku shared a conventional double room. As Goku prepared to lie down, Krillin remarked, Goku, while I'm unaware of how strong you've become over the past 3 years, I haven't neglected my training either. After you left, Yamcha, Tien, Kairatsu, and I trained at Korin Tower for a year and then spent 2 years at the Heavenly Temple. We've all grown significantly stronger. If we faced the likes of King Piccolo from back then, I could easily defeat him. I might even be stronger than you now, haha. With a faint smile, Wukong remarked. I didn't anticipate that all of you would be here. I am truly eager to witness your performances during the tournament. The following day, in the year 756 of the age of the universe, the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament officially commenced. As Wukong had anticipated, he could not evade the wedding with Qiqi on the arena stage. Nevertheless, Wukong joyfully accepted and fulfilled the ceremony, albeit the finals were still set against Tianjinhan. Due to Krillin's remarkable prowess, he single-handedly vanquished the Demon King Piccolo II, after which Piccolo departed with a menacing proclamation. Although the collective desire was to eliminate Piccolo at once, they ultimately chose to heed Wukong's fervent plea for patience. The Supreme Kai, though not a participant, attended the event to observe the competition. Approaching Wukong with a smile, the Supreme Kai expressed, "Thank you, Wukong. You have brought these exceptional warriors to my attention, and I had not anticipated their immense potential. Once again, you have safeguarded the earth and spared my life. This is indeed a remarkable deed. Have you ever considered succeeding me and becoming the new Supreme Kai of the next generation?" Wukong scratched his head and chuckled. "Thank you, esteemed celestial being, for your kind words, but I have merely done what is within my capabilities. As for succeeding you, I believe I am still unworthy." The celestial being shook his head and replied, "No, Wukong, you possess ample strength and virtue. Moreover, your unwavering commitment to justice and your courage are truly admirable. If you so desire, I can impart my knowledge and power to you, aiding you in better safeguarding the earth." Wukong pondered thoughtfully for a moment before resolutely replying, "Esteemed celestial being, should there come a day when I truly attain that realm, I shall unhesitatingly embrace this responsibility. However, at present, there remains much for me to learn and areas in which to grow." The celestial being nodded with satisfaction, saying, "Very well. Let us eagerly anticipate the arrival of that day. Until then, continue your diligent cultivation and ceaselessly enhance your strength." Wukong, feeling slightly embarrassed, scratched his head and remarked, "The earth is also my home. It is my duty to protect it, yet I still prefer a bit more freedom. I believe the role of a deity does not suit me. I apologize, esteemed deity." The deity chuckled lightly. "No worries. Should you change your mind, simply come to the divine hall to find me. I shall take my leave now. Farewell." "Very well, esteemed deity," Wukong replied. "It seems our matters here have reached a conclusion. I shall depart now. Farewell." With that, the deity vanished from sight. Wukong gazed at the sky and softly uttered, "Goodbye." The event concluded smoothly, and after collecting the prize money with Qiqi, Wukong bid farewell to everyone before returning to Baozi Mountain. Chapter 11. 5 years later, 5 swift years passed. In the first year, Wukong entrusted the countless treasures and spoils acquired from the Demon King Piccolo to Qiqi for her management. "Qiqi, please take these treasures for your use. You may spend the money as you wish in the future." Upon seeing the wealth, Qiqi fainted, taking a considerable amount of time to compose herself from the sudden windfall. Enthusiastically, she embraced Wukong, exclaiming, "Wukong, you are truly remarkable. I adore you. Qiqi, as long as you are happy, Qiqi. From now on, spend as you please. All the money is under your control." Wukong replied with a silly grin. In the days that followed, Qiqi indulged in shopping and consumption, reveling in unprecedented joy and satisfaction. Meanwhile, Wukong continued his rigorous training, tirelessly enhancing his strength. Thus, the lives of Wukong and Qiqi flourished in happiness, and their bond deepened, leading them to a blissful existence together. Wukong took a moment to gather the 7 Dragon Balls. "Come forth, Shenron, and grant my wish." As a brilliant light flashed, a slender green dragon descended gracefully from the heavens, its immense form enveloping the entire earth. Once emerged, Shenron, unchanged as ever, proclaimed, "O summoner, articulate your desire. No matter what it may be, I possess the power to fulfill one wish for you." Wukong inhaled deeply, his eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. "Divine Dragon, I implore you to bestow upon me the sacred method of cultivation that elevates the essence of life." The Divine Dragon nodded, its eyes glowing with a crimson light. As a mysterious energy surged into Wukong's mind, Wukong sensed a remarkable transformation within his being, realizing that it was the knowledge bestowed by the divine cultivation techniques. Subsequently, he embarked upon the path of honing his divine powers. In the following year, Wukong resolved to depart from Earth, journeying to Mars where he resided for a month. During this time, he devoted himself entirely to his training, gradually mastering the stable transformation into a Super Saiyan and attaining the second stage of the Super Saiyan form. Upon his return to Baozi Mountain, he discovered that Qiqi's abdomen had begun to swell gently, cradling their unborn child. Wukong felt an overwhelming excitement, eagerly anticipating the arrival of this new life. Months later, Yukong and Qiqi welcomed the fruit of their love, a delightful son. The little one's cries at birth resonated loudly, enveloping the entire family in a blissful joy. As the child grew day by day, he began to reveal his remarkable talents and potential. In the 5th year, Yukong wiped the sweat from his brow and gently shook his head, exclaiming, "Ah, I have finally succeeded in overcoming the extreme conditions of the spaceship's gravity chamber with its 400 times the gravitational force. Alas, my progress still feels rather sluggish. Although I have trained under normal circumstances and conquered this 400-fold gravity, while also making time to be with Qiqi and occasionally care for Gohan, I remain somewhat dissatisfied." Yukong steadfastly adheres to the principle that the strength of the present state determines future power, believing that only through the continuous enhancement of his current abilities can he unleash a mightier force in battle. However, having accomplished this initial step, he felt it was time to ascertain the true extent of his present capabilities. Yukong mused to himself, his gaze resolutely fixed upon the horizon. He resolved to test the pinnacle of his combat prowess in his normal state and thus commanded the dragon, propel the ship beyond the solar system and then assess my battle strength. Understood, Master, the dragon replied, promptly executing Yukong's command. The vessel swiftly traversed the solar system, soaring toward the distant cosmos. Once the ship exited the solar system, Yukong took a deep breath and unleashed his entire aura without reservation. Yukong's entire body was taut with muscle, emanating a potent wave of energy that seemed to reverberate throughout the cosmos. The sound of battle metrics rang out, indicating a staggering combat power of 150 million. "Congratulations, Master," the system's voice announced, heralding Yukong's extraordinary achievement as he reached the pinnacle of combat prowess among cosmic beings. Yukong's lips curled into a subtle smile, and a glimmer of joy flickered in his eyes. He understood that, in this moment, he had truly ascended to the ranks of the formidable within the universe. Yet, rather than succumbing to complacency, he persevered in his quest for ever greater heights and strength. For Yukong was acutely aware that within the cosmos, countless beings surpassed his own prowess. Wukong sighed, "Dragon Shenlong, oh Dragon Shenlong, your database requires an update. With such limited power, you shall soon become inadequate in the vastness of the universe." He realized that, as formidable beings continued to emerge across the cosmos, merely relying on the current data and strength was woefully insufficient. It was time to hone the might of a Super Saiyan. After 5 years of accumulation, the moment had come for a grand revelation of his potential. Wukong's heart brimmed with anticipation. Upon exiting the gravity chamber, Wukong swiftly transported himself to the heavenly palace. No sooner had he landed than he spotted Bobo sweeping outside. "Ah, Mr. Bobo, it's been quite a while," Wukong greeted with a smile. Bobo remained as composed as ever, his inscrutable eyes calmly fixed on Wukong. "Mr. Wukong, you have arrived. Is there something you wish to discuss?" Wukong scratched his head and said, "Qiqi, I would like to make use of the time chamber." Bobo nodded and remarked, "Mr. Wukong, there remains 1.5 years of usage time there. However, do not forget to adhere to that limit. You may enter at your leisure, but do keep in mind that Lord Kami recently sent Mr. Piccolo away after 4 years of training. At present, he is in deep meditation and unable to attend to you." Wukong found it rather peculiar that Piccolo would come to the heavenly temple for training. Piccolo? How did he come to know of this place? And why would he choose to train here for merely 4 years? He did not disclose his reasons. Yet I speculate that he may have inherited the memories of the Demon King Piccolo, which contain information about this very location. As for why he chose to train here, it likely stems from Piccolo's competitive nature. The pressure exerted by you, Krillin, and Tien may have been overwhelming, leading him to realize, after a year of solitary training, that he could not surpass you swiftly. Consequently, he discovered that both of you had previously trained at the Heavenly Temple, prompting his own arrival here. The Lord of the Heavens sensed that Piccolo might be on the path to redemption and did not believe that he could surpass you merely through his training. Thus he agreed to guide Piccolo in his endeavors. It is indeed surprising that Piccolo's ambition drives him to seek the Lord's guidance in order to surpass me. However, rest assured, should he resort to malevolence, I shall once again defeat him. With a shift in tone, Wukong declared, "However, I must first immerse myself in the spirit time room for training. I shall enter now, and I extend my gratitude to Mr. Bobo and Lord Ko." Upon stepping into the familiar surroundings of the spirit time room, he nodded appreciatively. "This place truly remains unchanged. Such a secluded environment is perfect for my practice in developing Super Saiyan powers. It is time for me to commence my earnest training." In the initial 3 months, Wukong relentlessly challenged himself, pushing the limits of his Super Saiyan abilities to their zenith, ultimately achieving the peak state of Super Saiyan 1 at full power. In the subsequent 3 months, he utilized this newfound full power as a foundation for rigorous training, yielding astonishing results. He ascended to Super Saiyan 2. Yet, this was merely the beginning. In the following 2 months, Wukong devoted himself entirely to a profound understanding and adaptation to Super Saiyan 2, gradually mastering the essence of this formidable power. After 4 months of intensive training, he successfully unlocked further potential within Super Saiyan 2. Goku gazed into the mirror, his countenance radiating with joy. Marvelous. I have finally mastered the art of containing the essence of Super Saiyan 2 within, achieving precise control over my power and sustaining this state for extended periods without excessive energy expenditure. Perhaps it is the divine training method that has bestowed upon Super Saiyan 2 some extraordinary transformations. He decided to refer to this unprecedented transformation, never before seen in the original narrative, as Super Saiyan 2 full power. Reflecting on the passage of time, he realized that he had unwittingly spent an entire year in this realm. The gains he had made were indeed substantial. It was time to depart from this place. He mused, his heart brimming with anticipation, as Goku, now in his base form and having diminished his energy, stepped through the threshold of the hyperbolic time chamber. An ominous aura suddenly enveloped him. Wukong furrowed his brow, intently sensing the familiar yet foreign power. He silently recalled the unfolding narrative, and suddenly, an epiphany struck him. Given the intensity of this malevolent aura in the timeline, if it were not for my alteration of the plot, the mightiest being on Earth at this very moment would undoubtedly be my rather unworthy brother, Radits. Contemplating this, a subtle smile graced Wukong's lips, revealing a hint of satisfaction. Wukong murmured softly to himself, "It seems that things are becoming increasingly intriguing. In that case, let us go meet this dear brother." As soon as he finished speaking, Wukong's figure flickered and vanished in an instant. The next moment, he found himself back at home, observing his diligent son, Son Wufan, engrossed in his studies. A tender glimmer appeared in Wukong's eyes as he gently lifted Wufan and affectionately said, "Wufan, father will take you to meet some fascinating individuals." Subsequently, Wukong led Wufan to Kame House. Upon their arrival, Master Rashi, Krillin, and others were gathered together in conversation. Seeing Wukong, everyone rose to greet him. Wukong smiled and waved to the group, introducing Son Wufan to them. Just then, a powerful aura emerged from the area where Piccolo was training. Raditz cast a glance down at a mountain peak where a figure was meditating. The individual was tall, with dark green skin, 2 antennae protruding from his head, a distinctly villainous appearance, and draped in a white cloak. After checking his scouter, which indicated the other's battle power to be merely 408, Raditz contemptuously remarked, "Humph. You are not Kakarot." Piccolo looked up at the towering figure before him, who boasted a flowing mane of black hair, clad in dark armor, with a black monkey tail wrapped around his waist. One eye was adorned with a peculiar device, and his facial features were rugged, with a prominent nose and deep-set eyes radiating pride and confidence. Instead of fear, he coldly inquired, "Who are you? What business do you have with me?" Raditz smirked, revealing a sinister grin. "I am Raditz, and I am not here for scum like you." With that, Raditz's gaze intensified, emanating a fierceness as if he were ready to strike at any moment. Piccolo scoffed, "Then what brings you here? Are you seeking your demise?" Raditz did not respond to Piccolo's inquiry, but instead hurled an energy blast at him, signaling his intent. The battle was imminent. Chapter 12. The Saiyan Raditz swiftly advanced, attempting to seize the initiative with his speed. However, Piccolo remained remarkably composed, refraining from rushing into an attack. Instead, he firmly planted himself, scrutinizing every movement of his opponent. As Raditz charged again, Piccolo suddenly unleashed his power, evading the attack with lightning speed and skillfully countering, his movements fluid and forceful, catching Raditz off guard. After several exchanges, it was evident that Raditz was struggling with fatigue, while Piccolo maintained a steady performance. Ultimately, in a spectacular counterattack, Piccolo effortlessly defeated Raditz. Observing Raditz sprawled on the ground, unable to rise, Piccolo displayed a disdainful smile. "You are indeed powerful, stronger than the group led by Son Wukong 5 years ago. Such a figure has never been heard of on Earth. You would do well to honestly reveal your identity and your purpose for appearing here. If there is even a hint of deception, I shall not spare you." Raditz spat out a mouthful of blood and struggled to rise. "Alas, I was careless. I never anticipated being bested by you. Judging by your appearance, you must be one of those Namekians. No wonder you possess such formidable power. Although I could not triumph over you Earthlings, the opportunity to clash with you has made this journey worthwhile. Since you have seen through my ruse, I shall no longer conceal my identity. I hail from the destroyed planet Vegeta, a warrior race known as the Scions Radits. Piccolo, arms crossed defiantly, inquired with an air of arrogance. So, you are indeed seeking your brother, the one with the tail, Son Goku, the Scion Kakarot, am I correct? That would be the case. However, if I could merely catch a glimpse of him, my suspicions would be definitively confirmed. Very well. I sense that Son Goku and his companions have gathered in one location, and I am currently inclined to settle the score with them. You shall accompany me. But do not attempt any tricks along the way, or you shall face dire consequences. Piccolo gestured menacingly towards his neck. Radits, appearing thoroughly subdued, nodded eagerly. Yes, yes. I will certainly heed your command. At Kame House, the besotted Master Roshi, donning sunglasses and a floral shirt paired with shorts, staggered over to Goku while clutching 2 frosty mugs of beer frothing at the brim. Hee, come, Goku. It's a rare occasion for you all to gather and celebrate. Don't just feast on meat. Join me for a drink. Bulma has brought an abundance of fine liquor this time. Bulma glanced at Gohan, who was by Goku's side, and handed him a glass of juice. Old man. Don't corrupt Goku. We still have Gohan here. With a subtle smile, Yukong remarked, I usually drink sparingly, so I shall partake in but 1 cup. Krillin raised his glass toward Yamcha, exclaiming, Yamcha, come over here and drink with Yukong. Coming. Master Roshi led the gathering. Lifting his cup and addressing the circle of friends, to our reunion. Cheers. Cheers. Everyone echoed. Just as the merriment reached its peak, a thunderous roar resounded from the sky. What a delightful commotion, Son Goku. The voice, booming like thunder, reverberated across the land, causing all to turn in astonished attention. Soon after, another voice chimed in. Indeed. It is Lord Piccolo. That Son Goku is my brother, Kakarot. His visage mirrors our father's, yet his battle power is a mere 50. Truly, he is the dregs among Scions. A lowly warrior. The speaker was Radits, his countenance steeped in disdain as he regarded Goku and his companions with contempt. Meanwhile, Piccolo observed the scene with a cold, calculating gaze, a glimmer of cunning dancing in his eyes. He glanced at Radits, a sly smile curving his lips, then gradually raised his palm, directing it toward Radits. His voice icy as he declared, I have discerned something. Allow me to share a revelation. He, like me, can manipulate his battle power. Also, thank you for your confirmation. It is now your time to perish. As his words concluded, a formidable energy surged in Piccolo's palm, threatening to rend the very fabric of the surrounding space. Radits, overwhelmed with dread, instinctively recoiled, an abyss of fear surging within him. His eyes widened in terror as he stammered, and no, this was not our agreement. You promised that as long as I disclosed the truth, you would spare me. I have concealed nothing. I have spoken only truth. I beg you, spare my life. Yet, Piccolo's heart harbored no mercy. He chuckled derisively, shaking his head as the energy in his grasp intensified. Raditz stumbled back, pleading, and no, this was not our pact. You said that if I revealed all, and if I had concealed anything, you would kill me. I have been truthful, you can't kill me. A potent aura began to coalesce in Piccolo's hand as he gathered his strength. I did say that, but I never claimed you were free of deception. Nor did I promise I would not slay you. I am Piccolo, the great demon king. I apologize. I have changed my mind. Moreover, you have outlived your usefulness. Embrace death. With a ruthless declaration, Piccolo hurled the energy sphere towards Raditz. Realizing he could not escape, a panicked Raditz immediately shouted down to Goku, my brother Kakarot. No. Goku, I am your elder brother. I am unaware of your true strength, but if you do not save me, your only blood relative will perish. Enough of your prattle. Perish. In that pivotal instant, Goku appeared before Raditz as if traversing the fabric of time and space, and the energy blast struck him unerringly. A thick haze enveloped the sky, obscuring the vision of all present. The air around seemed to freeze, permeated by a sense of tension and dread that spread through every heart. Goku, Dad. The crowd exclaimed almost in unison, their voices laced with urgency and unease. Krillin could hardly contain his impulse, ready to charge into the fog without a second thought, but was promptly restrained by the seasoned Master Roshi. Do not rush, Krillin. Master Roshi's voice was calm and resolute. Goku's energy remains undisturbed, indicating he has not sustained any harm. Now, take a moment to center yourselves and attune to the situation. Upon hearing the words, Gohan promptly closed his eyes, concentrating intently to sense the fluctuations in the surrounding energy. After a brief moment, a radiant joy illuminated Gohan's face. Indeed, the energy of my father and that peculiar uncle remains as stable as ever, showing no signs of diminishing. As if to affirm Gohan's statement, a gentle breeze swept through, gradually dispersing the mist. allowing the silhouettes of Goku and Raditz to re-emerge clearly. They stood there, unscathed, as if all that had transpired was merely a fleeting illusion. Witnessing this scene, Piccolo's eyes flickered with surprise and reluctance. I never imagined that even after humbling myself to seek guidance from the deity in the heavenly temple, I would still struggle to triumph over you effortlessly. You are, indeed, a formidable adversary deserving of respect. Raditz gazed at Goku's familiar orange-clad figure, his heart swelling with an unprecedented sense of gratitude. The arrogance and disdain he once harbored had long since evaporated, replaced by profound respect and appreciation. I had believed myself to be sufficiently powerful, yet I had not anticipated your remarkable growth. Moreover, you came to my aid at a critical moment. This kindness is a debt I, Raditz, shall never forget. Thank you, my brother Kakarot. Wukong turned around, a warm smile illuminating his face. I am not fully acquainted with your concerns, but let us find a moment to discuss them in detail shortly. For now, allow me to address the trouble at hand. Piccolo, evidently losing his patience, swung a powerful fist towards Wukong, infused with a hint of provocation. Son Wukong, how dare you divert your attention to speak while standing against me? Without moving his form, Wukong effortlessly thwarted Piccolo's assault, while a hint of displeasure flickered in his eyes. I must say, I was not yet prepared, and you resort to a sneak attack, leaving me rather embarrassed in front of everyone. No sooner had he spoken than Wukong swiftly seized upon a flaw in Piccolo's defense, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen before Piccolo could react, sending him soaring through the air like a kite severed from its string. I am quite irate and have no time to engage with you. Let us conclude this battle swiftly. Wukong's voice resonated with an undeniable firmness. Piccolo managed to stabilize himself, wiping away the bitter fluid at the corner of his mouth, his eyes flashing with a mixture of astonishment and fury. Indeed, you have grown significantly stronger. Thus, it is time for me to reveal my true power. Raditz, observing Piccolo in a state of peak rage, incredulously remarked, his battle power has astonishingly reached 3,000. Can Kakarot still prevail? Piccolo arrogantly regarded Wukong, a cold smirk gracing his lips. What do you think? Did you not anticipate that I could become this formidable, Son Goku? With a fleeting glance at Raditz and his scouter, Goku remarked nonchalantly, you are indeed formidable, worthy of my utmost effort in combat. As Goku unleashed a powerful aura, Raditz quickly checked his scouter and exclaimed, I never anticipated that Kakarot's full battle power would reach 3,500. Victory seems within reach. Subsequently, Goku and Piccolo engaged in a more intense melee. Though the battle appeared evenly matched, discerning eyes could perceive Goku gradually gaining the upper hand. After a brief moment, Goku seized the opportunity and landed a decisive blow to Piccolo's chin, rendering him unconscious and concluding the skirmish. That Kakarot, astonishingly, has broken through during the fight. His battle power during that final punch soared to 4,000. Raditz marveled. Wukong stepped forward, seizing the unconscious Piccolo, and then vanished for a fleeting second. Upon reappearing, he found himself beside Gohan, while Piccolo had vanished without a trace. Raditz also landed on the shores of Kame House, anxiously inquiring, Kakarot, where is that accursed Namekian? Wukong feigned nonchalance and remarked, I have transported him to another realm. This matter is none of your concern. Now, let us discuss your affairs. And why do you refer to me as your brother Kakarot? My name is, in fact, Son Wukong. Gohan emerged from behind Goku, chiming in, indeed. My father is certainly not Kakarot. Raditz cast a glance at the child with the tail behind Goku, a faint smile gracing his lips. Is this your offspring? Quite adorable, I must say. However, on another note, Kakarot, have you perhaps suffered a blow to the head in the past, resulting in amnesia? Upon hearing this, Wukong's expression subtly changed as he recalled, indeed, there is some truth to this. I have heard my grandfather mention that I once fell from a cliff in my childhood, striking my head against a rock. This revelation made sense to Raditz, who sighed, you have indeed lost your memory. Allow me to recount the tale to you at a leisurely pace. Chapter 13. The king of the underworld Klin suddenly understood and exclaimed, so that is it. No wonder Wukong possesses such incredible strength and a tail. He is, after all, a member of the warrior race known as the Scions from the cosmos. Gohan, filled with curiosity, inquired, if my father is a Scion, does that mean I am a Scion as well? At that moment, Raditz interjected, indeed. For the potent lineage of the Scions ensures that any offspring, regardless of their parents' race, will invariably possess Scion blood. Such offspring are referred to as hybrid Scions. However, the concentration of Scion blood may vary from one individual to another. Generally, we Scions refrain from intermingling with other races. as we believe that the noble blood of the Scions should not be tainted by the blood of other races. Wufan nodded, seemingly comprehending. So that's how it is. I am a mixed-blood Scion. Therefore, as you mentioned, you traveled across galaxies specifically to recruit me into your team? Goku gazed at Raditz with a puzzled expression. Indeed, Kakarot. It is as simple as that. After all, the remaining Scions include only my 2 companions and yourself. Oh, and of course, your son, Raditz replied with a smile. Goku glanced at Raditz's detector and said, that is not entirely accurate. On our planet, there exists a remarkable treasure known as the Dragon Balls. By gathering all 7, one can summon the Eternal Dragon. We could attempt to resurrect those Scions who have perished and have yet to be reincarnated. Raditz's eyes widened in astonishment. Is it truly possible that such a wondrous object exists on Earth? Indeed. It can grant any wish of the summoner, Goku replied with a proud smile. How splendid. If that is the case, our parents could be brought back to life. However, such a powerful artifact, was it created by your Earthlings? Raditz inquired excitedly. Alas, the Eternal Dragon cannot resurrect anyone who has been dead for over a year. Moreover, the Dragon Balls were crafted by our planet's deity, who is, in fact, a Namekian. The individual who almost killed you moments ago is the embodiment of the dark thoughts that the deity expelled long ago, Goku explained earnestly. Ah, what a pity, Raditz sighed. Yet, if the Dragon Balls were indeed created by a Namekian, it would not be so surprising, as they are said to possess a plethora of extraordinary abilities. May I see the device you have attached to your ear? Goku suddenly expressed curiosity about the machine by Raditz's ear. Without hesitation, Raditz removed it and handed it to Goku, saying, sure, here you go. After carefully examining the device in his hand for a moment, Wukong decisively crushed it. With a somewhat embarrassed smile, he remarked, I apologize. I did not anticipate this object would be so fragile. Raditz paused for a brief moment, but quickly regained his composure, saying, it's fine. I can simply request another upon returning to the regiment. In a distant corner of the universe, on an unknown planet, a rugged and somewhat exhilarated voice suddenly echoed, Prince Vegeta, did you hear that? The message from Raditz mentioned the Dragon Balls. Immediately, another voice, imbued with arrogance and irritation, retorted, of course I heard. Nappa. I'm not deaf. Do not bother me with such trivial inquiries in the future, lest you face the consequences. Nappa hastily apologized. Yes, I understand, Your Highness. I merely found the news astonishing and was momentarily overwhelmed with excitement. Hee. Make sure there is no next time. Vegeta commanded. As you wish, Your Highness. However, on another note, Raditz's signal has abruptly ceased. Has he been killed by Kakarot? Has he? After all, Scions are not particularly sentimental. Should we not venture to Earth and use the Dragon Balls to resurrect him? That is a possibility. We will travel to Earth. But not for the sake of reviving that useless Raditz. I intend to seek immortality. Prepare the spacecraft. Observing Vegeta stride confidently towards the spaceship, Nappa quickly followed, exclaiming, Hey. Wait for me, Prince Vegeta. Meanwhile, Raditz contemplated, my comrades likely overheard our conversation, and with my signal interrupted, they might assume you have killed me. I must clarify the truth to them. They are bound to seek vengeance on Earth and utilize the Dragon Balls to revive me. Given the speed of our spacecraft, they could arrive at Earth in roughly a year. I plan to wait here for their arrival and then leave with you, Raditz declared resolutely. Goku scratched his head, saying, That's a lovely idea, but I do not intend to leave Earth just yet. If you wish to wait for them, you are welcome to stay at my home. Furthermore, your comrades may not come to Earth to avenge you, but rather to harness the power of the Dragon Balls for themselves. Upon hearing this, Raditz's expression darkened, and he suddenly roared at Goku. I refuse to believe that. You are mistaken. We are comrades bound by life and death. They would not do such a thing. Goku patted Raditz on the shoulder, offering reassurance. Do not be so agitated. We will see how they behave when they arrive. For now, let me take you home. Raditz gritted his teeth, suppressing his anger, and nodded. Very well. As Ryukong and Gohan perched upon the Nimbus cloud, they gazed down at Master Roshi and Krillin below. Listen closely, everyone. In preparation for the impending arrival of the Scions a year from now, we must not allow ourselves a moment's complacency. I cannot always guarantee the protection of Earth. Thus, you must diligently train and enhance your abilities. Farewell. With that, Ryukong soared into the sky, carrying Gohan with him. Meanwhile, the Supreme Kai was occupied within the temple when, all of a sudden, a figure materialized before him. The Supreme Kai focused his gaze and, astonished, exclaimed, Ryukong? What brings you here? Should you not be at home with your brother and family at this hour? Ryukong scratched his head and replied with a chuckle. Hee. I have already settled things at home. My brother intends to take Gohan for training. Initially, Gohan was quite resistant to the idea of training, as he has always dreamed of becoming a great scholar. However, my brother could not bear to see his weak scion nephew and insisted on dragging him into intense training. Qiqi, believing in the importance of family bonds, agreed to this arrangement, thinking that spending time together would deepen their relationship. As for me, I wish to remain here to continue my training and grow stronger. I have a premonition that a fierce battle may lie ahead. And those two scions from a year later are merely a prelude. Your thoughts are commendable. However, I fear I have little left to teach you. Perhaps I should send you to Lord Ko for training? The Supreme Kai gazed intently at Son Goku and spoke earnestly. Sure. Son Goku replied excitedly, his eyes sparkling with anticipation for new challenges. Aren't you curious about who Lord Ko is? The Supreme Kai asked, somewhat surprised. Not really. As long as he can guide me to grow stronger, that's all that matters. Son Goku replied nonchalantly, his heart consumed by a desire for power and growth. Very well then, grasp my shoulder, the Supreme Kai said with a resigned smile, extending his hand towards Son Goku. Son Goku complied with an "oh," and immediately a whirlwind of sensations enveloped them as they silently appeared in a vast office. Son Goku curiously surveyed the surroundings and exclaimed, "Wow, this place is enormous. And is that a desk? It couldn't possibly be used by giants, could it? Is Lord Ko a giant?" A thunderous voice erupted from above the desk. Who dares to shout in the Hall of Judgment? Upon hearing the voice, Son Goku turned to see a tall, robust figure with a red face and a bushy beard, resembling a blend of Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, exuding an imposing presence. Dressed in a tailored suit and wearing a horned helmet, he appeared both mysterious and dignified. Son Goku, nearly bursting with excitement, shouted, "Wow, what a gigantic giant. This Lord Ko looks like a super impressive character. Hello, I am Son Goku. Can we have a spar?" The King of Hell, taken aback by the scene before him, displayed a look of confusion. The Supreme Kai, sweating profusely, hurriedly grabbed Son Goku and urged, "Goku, please refrain from speaking recklessly. This is not Lord Ko, it is the King of Hell, who governs the underworld. Allow me to speak on your behalf. Greetings, Lord King of Hell. I am the Supreme Kai from a planet called Earth in the Northern Galaxy. I bring this esteemed Son Goku, hoping he can receive guidance in his training from Lord Ko." After a lengthy conversation, the King of Hell dispatched someone to escort Wukong to the Serpent Path. Once the celestial beings and Wukong had departed, the King of Hell pondered in confusion. This son of Wukong's soul is truly remarkable. Despite being someone who should have perished long ago, he remains vibrantly alive. Moreover, his soul is so potent that it seems to have fused two souls into one. Chapter 14, Z Warriors and Scions Year 762 of the Age of the Gods. November 3rd Gohan, you have made considerable progress this year. Gohan brushed off the dust from his clothes and, with a hint of joy, remarked, Radits, I believe I have finally passed your training. Does this mean I will no longer be subjected to your relentless regimen? Raditz cast him a disdainful glance, his tone laced with mild discontent. Look at you, still a scion at heart, yet you shun battle and training in favor of pursuing human knowledge and scholarly endeavors. Your family is quite affluent. Why, then, do you exert such effort in your studies? Wu Fan scratched his head, a determined expression gracing his face as he earnestly replied, It is because I possess a passion for reading that I aspire to become a renowned scholar. Raditz let out a resigned sigh, waving his hand in acquiescence. Very well. Very well. Since even that little rascal Kakarot supports your pursuit of knowledge, I shall not oppose you. Go ahead, then. Upon hearing these words, Gohan leaped with joy, exclaiming excitedly, Thank you, Uncle Raditz. Raditz furrowed his brow and corrected him, saying, If you must address me, refer to me as elder, but refrain from that as it makes me seem quite old. Simply calling me brother will suffice. Our scion lifespan is quite extensive. I am still relatively youthful. Gohan promptly nodded in agreement and sweetly replied, Oh, brother. By the way, where has your father gone? That fellow has been indulging in leisurely strolls and fishing ever since he returned from training with the North Kai 6 months ago, after imparting the Kaioken technique to me. Yet he himself has not continued his training. Where could he have wandered off to today? Raditz inquired with a furrowed brow. I'm not entirely sure. But this morning I overheard him say he was heading to East City to purchase some ingredients. Gohan scratched his head and replied, TCH, that Kakarot. Taking it upon himself to engage in such domestic chores typically reserved for women, Raditz grumbled discontentedly. He has taught me the Kaioken technique, but I can only harness it to double my power. I was hoping to ask him how to further develop it. Meanwhile, in the distant East City, Wukong glanced at the clock on the street, He had procured all the items that Qiqi had instructed him to buy and stored them in capsules. Now, he merely needed to await the arrival of those two individuals, hoping they would not wreak havoc in Dongdu, for the local cuisine was rather delightful. After a while, as Wukong idly gazed at the sky, he suddenly sensed two formidable presences approaching the edge of the atmosphere. Ah, they have finally arrived. I was beginning to lose my patience. Meanwhile, a little girl walking along the road curiously tugged at her mother's hand, pointing at the sky and exclaiming, "Mommy, I see two shooting stars over there." The mother, somewhat impatient, pulled her daughter along and said, "Silly child, where would shooting stars come from in broad daylight? We must hurry." Just then, two piercing sounds shattered the air as two circular, unidentified objects appeared in the line of sight. Before the crowd could react, a tremendous roar echoed as the ground in the center of the street suddenly cracked, creating a vast depression. The two spheres settled steadily in the middle of the street, prompting the surrounding crowd to gather, chattering excitedly. Some marveled, "What is that thing?" While another replied, "I have no idea." Others speculated, "It looks like an egg." A dissenting voice countered, "No, it's a big sphere." Yet more posited, "I believe it resembles a spaceship." A plethora of divergent opinions surged forth, igniting an atmosphere of fervent excitement. Suddenly, the doors of the two spaceships slowly opened, and two figures emerged from within. One keen observer shouted, "Hey, look! That thing is indeed a spaceship, and two people are coming out of it." Another responded, "Something feels off, my friend. Just look at those strange tight-fitting suits they are wearing, with tails trailing behind them. Could they be extraterrestrials?" At that moment, one figure stepping out of the spaceship was particularly striking, towering at over 2 meters, with a gleaming bald head reflecting the sunlight and thick, dark eyebrows framing his wide eyes. He exuded an aura of formidable presence. Clad in a specially designed combat suit that accentuated his muscular physique, he grinned excitedly and proclaimed, "Haha, we have finally reached our destination. This planet appears to be exceedingly fragile." Another figure stood tall and robust, clad in combat attire that accentuated his powerful physique. The costume predominantly featured shades of black and deep blue, while his short black hair stood erect like steel needles. His sharply defined facial features, with a prominent nose and tightly pressed lips, exuded an aura of coldness and arrogance. With arms crossed over his chest, he emanated an air of pride and confidence, his chin slightly raised as he surveyed the earth beneath him from a lofty perspective, casting a glance at his companion beside him. A disdainful smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, how could these earthlings possibly rival U.S. science? I alone could obliterate them. A low, resonant voice interrupted the moment. "Prince Vegeta, let us quickly locate the Dragon Balls and sell this planet. I'm certain it will fetch a handsome price." Upon hearing this, Prince Vegeta furrowed his brow, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. With a cold scoff, he retorted, "Humph, Nappa, I do not require your guidance in my endeavors. I have no interest in money. I am here solely to find Kakarot and defeat him to prove that I am the strongest scion. As for the power of the Dragon Balls, that will naturally be mine to command." Nappa, intimidated by Vegeta's imposing presence, hastily offered his apologies. He cast a glance around, a glimmer of greed lighting up his eyes as he tentatively inquired, "I beg your pardon, but these people surrounding us, may I dispose of them at will?" Vegeta regarded Nappa with indifference, his tone frosty as he replied, "Do as you please, just don't linger too long." Nappa's face twisted into a sinister grin as he prepared to unleash his ultimate technique to eliminate those nearby. Just then, a brash voice interrupted his actions. "Excuse me, but this territory is under my protection. You shall not lay a finger on it." Both men turned their displeased gazes toward the source of the voice, where they beheld a figure clad in an orange martial arts uniform, slightly worn and tattered. A blue belt encircled his waist, while a black tail swayed behind him, and his feet were shod in sturdy black martial arts shoes, each step exuding strength and stability. Adorning his wrists were blue gauntlets, and his short black hair stood erect. Vegeta immediately recognized his opponent, a cold smile creeping across his lips. "You must be the worthless brother of that fool Radits, Kakarot." Upon hearing the words, Wukong's gaze sharpened, and he replied in an icy tone, "It is I, and furthermore, we are not worthless. A lower-tier warrior remains a lower-tier warrior, even if your combat power surpasses 4,000, you will still be a lower-tier warrior." Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. "You, a mere fool, dare to slay my comrade? I shall promptly show you what a true elite warrior looks like." Wukong cast a frosty glance at Vegeta and remarked, "Very well. I too wish to engage in a friendly spar. However, you must catch up to me." With that, Wukong vanished in an instant, soaring into the distance. Without a moment's hesitation, Nappa and Vegeta immediately took off in pursuit. Across the desolate plains, fierce winds howled, and yellow sand filled the air. Wukong surveyed his surroundings and chose a relatively even terrain to descend upon. Soon after, Vegeta's figure emerged in the sky above. He gazed down at Wukong, his eyes brimming with indifference and arrogance. Is this the grave you have chosen for yourself? It seems quite befitting. Wukong paid no heed to Vegeta's taunts. He merely stood there in serene anticipation of the battle's commencement. At that moment, Nappa approached and addressed Vegeta, saying, "Haha, Prince Vegeta, allow me to deal with this fellow first." Vegeta, upon hearing this, nodded slightly and replied in a frigid tone, "Do as you wish, but do not bring me disgrace." Nappa, hearing this, revealed a sinister smile, his gaze fixed upon Wukong, glimmering with a cruel light. Wukong exclaimed, "Wait a moment." Upon hearing this, Nappa was consumed by fury, his eyes widening as he bellowed, "How dare you deceive me?" Yet, Vegeta remained remarkably composed in comparison to Nappa. Observing Nappa's impending charge, he calmly remarked, "Nappa, hold on. Take a look at your scouter. Several formidable energy signatures are converging here on Earth. Let us wait for their arrival, and then we shall ensnare them all at once." Nappa, filled with indignation yet unable to voice it, reluctantly nodded and replied, "Very well." Just then, a familiar voice echoed from the distance, "Wukong." Upon hearing this, Wukong turned his gaze to see Krillin, Yamcha, Kaiatsu, and Tianjinhan swiftly approaching. Their figures traced a brilliant arc across the barren landscape before they gracefully landed beside Wukong. "Ah, Krillin, Yamcha, Kaiatsu, Tian, how is it that you have arrived so swiftly? And all together?" Wukong greeted them with a smile. Krillin explained, "We sensed a malevolent and formidable energy manifesting on Earth, so Yamcha and I decided to investigate the situation. On our way, we encountered Tian and Kaiatsu flying this way, and thus we came together." Tianjinhan, gazing at Wukong, exhibited a glimmer of admiration in his eyes as he remarked, "Wukong, you appear to have grown significantly stronger. It seems I still cannot surpass you." Wukong chuckled softly and patted Tianjinhan on the shoulder, saying, "Do not rush. There will be ample time ahead. Let us first address these two scions before us, for they seem intent on the Earth and the Dragon Balls." At that moment, a boisterous voice thundered through the air, shattering the previously tense atmosphere. "I shall not allow you to succeed. The Earth belongs to me, Piccolo the Great Demon King." With the finality of that proclamation, a green figure descended from the sky, landing firmly before the gathered crowd. Upon noticing, Wukong waved his hand in greeting, exclaiming, "Oh, Piccolo, you have arrived. It has been quite a while." However, Piccolo did not reciprocate with warmth. He let out a disdainful grunt and, in a frosty tone, replied, "Son Goku, we are not friends, but adversaries. Do not address me so familiarly. I have merely agreed to teach Gohan for a time, solely to grow stronger and to spar with Radits." Upon hearing these words, Wukong smiled, unfazed by Piccolo's indifference, and continued, "You remain as proud as ever, Piccolo." Piccolo, taken aback, furrowed his brow in surprise at Wukong's remark. However, he swiftly resumed his aloof demeanor, letting out a cold huff and retorting, "Tedious." Chapter 15. The Rise of Radits. Nappa coughed up blood, wiping the remnants from the corner of his mouth as he struggled to regain his footing, his eyes brimming with shock and rage. "This is impossible. How can a Namekian become so powerful? I refuse to accept this." Nappa clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms, as if attempting to release the pent-up frustration within. Vegeta observed Nappa, who was utterly helpless against Piccolo's onslaught, battered and bruised. Disappointment etched across his face. "Nappa, your disgraceful state brings shame upon our scion race." Vegeta's gaze flickered with disdain and discontent, clearly dissatisfied with Nappa's performance. Trembling with fear, Nappa stammered, "I am sorry, Prince Vegeta. I didn't anticipate this Namekian would become so formidable. I was caught off guard." Beads of sweat formed on Nappa's forehead, his eyes betraying profound terror. Impatiently, Vegeta interrupted Nappa, "Enough. You are of no use to me anymore. Return." His tone was cold and resolute, as if Nappa had become nothing more than a burden. With a heavy heart, Nappa bowed his head, trudging back to Vegeta's side, engulfed in shame and self-reproach. Vegeta slowly approached Nappa, extending his hand. Nappa's eyes sparkled with gratitude and emotion as he grasped Vegeta's hand tightly, as if clinging to the last thread of hope in his life. However, just as he was about to utter words of thanks, he suddenly felt an overwhelming force emanating from Vegeta's grip. This power was insurmountable, and in an instant, Nappa was hurled into the sky. In terror, Nappa gazed down at Vegeta, who was now gathering a colossal energy sphere in his hand, aimed directly at the airborne Nappa. Fear and confusion flooded Nappa's heart. He could not comprehend why Vegeta would act in this manner. Were they not comrades? Vegeta, why? Nappa cried out with all his might, his voice thick with bewilderment and despair. Vegeta, his expression devoid of emotion, coldly replied, "Humph, I have no need for a scion who has lost his fighting spirit." Upon concluding his statement, Vegeta unhesitatingly unleashed a sphere of energy. Nappa's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the energy blast hurtle towards him. With a desperate roar, he found himself powerless to avert his fate. In an instant, with a resounding explosion, Nappa's form was obliterated, vaporized without a trace, leaving not even a wisp of ash behind. Witnessing this scene, Piccolo's expression darkened slightly. "You, wretched being, are truly malevolent. Even I, the merciless demon King Piccolo, would not treat my subordinates in such a manner." With a disdainful sneer, Vegeta remarked, "He was nothing but a useless waste. His demise is a relief, sparing a scion's further disgrace. As for you, Namekian, I never anticipated that you possessed the strength to vanquish Nappa. However, this is your limit. Allow me to demonstrate the true power of elite scions." Vegeta's tone brimmed with confidence and arrogance. "Come on," Piccolo retorted defiantly. At that moment, Goku, who had been observing from the sidelines, could no longer contain himself. "Hey, wait a minute, Piccolo. You're being quite cunning. I entrusted Nappa to you. It's my turn to battle Vegeta now." Just then, Radits, flying at full speed with Gohan, appeared in the distance and shouted, "Kakarot, wait. We are not enemies of Prince Vegeta. I was unable to save Nappa in time, but I refuse to stand idly by and watch you perish at the hands of Prince Vegeta. The scion numbers are dwindling." Vegeta cast a cold glance at the descending Radits, his tone icily detached. "I never expected you to have survived. It seems the Namekian's words hold truth. You have been training under Kakarot. Your combat power has evidently reached 5,500, and your progress is indeed swift." Raditz quickly explained, "This is all thanks to my frequent life and death sparring with that Namekian and my training with Earth's martial artists, which has led to this significant advancement. I have learned many combat techniques from them. They have been of immense assistance, and they are certainly not our foes." "Humph, your affairs are irrelevant to me. I harbor a distaste for that Namekian, particularly this Kakarot, who has apparently forgotten the scion mission. To have sired a half-breed scion is utterly absurd. I shall eradicate everyone here and seek the Dragon Balls to fulfill my wishes. No, Kakarot is my brother, and Gohan is my nephew. You cannot harm them." Vegeta found the situation amusing. "Raditz, you cannot possibly intend to thwart me, can you? It appears that my terror has been forgotten by you, but I shall remind you," Vegeta declared, emanating an overwhelming aura, his gaze sharpening into a fierce glare, reminiscent of a ferocious beast poised to strike. Before Raditz could respond, Piccolo, brimming with impatience, launched himself toward Vegeta with a clenched fist. "Vegeta, I, the great demon King Piccolo, will confront you first." Like a bolt of lightning, Piccolo's figure surged forward, his fist imbued with formidable force, aimed directly at Vegeta. Yet, with effortless grace, Vegeta captured Piccolo's fist with a single hand, a scornful smile adorning his face. "Your full strength has already been observed. A mere 6,000 battle power is far from sufficient," Vegeta remarked dismissively as he grasped Piccolo's fist. Piccolo's expression soured at the unexpected ease with which his attack was neutralized. With a powerful sweep of his arm, Vegeta flung Piccolo aside, his body tumbling through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Struggling to rise, Piccolo tasted blood at the corner of his mouth, yet his resolve remained unyielding. Vegeta regarded Piccolo with a glimmer of admiration. "Not bad. You possess some spirit, but this level of power is still woefully inadequate." In a flash, Vegeta unleashed a devastating punch to Piccolo's abdomen. The sheer force caught Piccolo off guard, sending him hurtling away like a cannonball. After a painful landing, Piccolo managed to stand, blood escaping his lips, eyes wide with shock and indignation. "I never imagined I could easily defeat Nappa, yet cannot withstand a single blow from you. No wonder that Scion fears you. You truly are a monster." A smirk graced Vegeta's lips as he gathered potent energy in his palm, aiming it at Piccolo, and coldly declared, "Huh? Do not compare me to that filth. Your weakness is laughable. You might as well perish." Just then, Raditz dashed forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Piccolo, resolutely stating, "Hold on, let me be your opponent." Vegeta cast a derisive glance at him, mocking, "You? Are you certain? You are even weaker than that Namekian behind you, daring to act tough. Do not assume that because you are my comrade, I would hesitate to end your life. Nappa is your best example." Yet, Piccolo, refusing to be undermined, shouted in fury, "Get lost, Raditz. Do not interfere. The great demon King Piccolo does not require saving. His pride had suffered a severe blow. He could not accept pity or rescue from others. I assure you, I am not here to save you. I have come to test the technique I have just mastered. While I may have often been slightly weaker than you in practice, today is different. Allow me to demonstrate my true power, Radits proclaimed confidently. Upon hearing this, Vegeta couldn't help but chuckle. Oh, Radits. You claim to have mastered a technique that enhances your strength? How amusing. I shall grant you an opportunity to showcase your prowess, but do not forget, in the end, I shall emerge victorious. Raditz assumed a serious stance, embodying a pose of constipated determination. Now, behold my combat power. He then began to unleash his energy, exclaiming loudly, "Ah!" A formidable aura enveloped him, and his strength ascended to an unprecedented level, the double Kaioken. Vegeta observed the numbers on his scouter surge to 6,000, pausing momentarily. Yet he had not the time to mock his opponent. Suddenly, a crimson flame encircled Raditz, engulfing him entirely. The readings on the scouter began to fluctuate wildly. This is impossible. How could your power level rise so rapidly? 7,000, 8,000, 9,000, no. It has already surpassed 10,000 and continues to ascend. Vegeta was utterly astonished, unable to fathom the unfolding events. At that moment, Raditz charged toward Vegeta with astonishing speed. His fist propelled by immense force, striking Vegeta squarely in the face. Caught off guard, Vegeta was sent flying. Raditz laughed triumphantly. How do you like that, my Prince Vegeta? Surely, this ultimate move has not disappointed you. Vegeta lay on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his heart brimming with fury and indignation. Beyond Wukong, the others who sensed Raditz's presence were struck with astonishment, rendered speechless. Piccolo, too, enveloped in a mix of reluctance, shock, and an inexplicable sensation, remained silent. As Gohan cheered, "Wow, Raditz, you are truly remarkable." Vegeta rose from the ground, brushing off the dust from his attire. "I never anticipated that you would master such formidable techniques. Your talent is commendable. To have escalated your battle power from 5,500 to 6,000, and then to double that, is indeed praiseworthy. However, my strength surpasses yours." Vegeta began to emanate a fierce aura, a brilliant white flame enveloping him, creating a tempest that swept away numerous fragments of stone and scattered leaves. With a slight smirk directed at Raditz, he proclaimed, "Now, I am in my full power state. You must be aware that my battle power exceeds yours by 6,000. How do you intend to contend with that?" Raditz gazed at Vegeta, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. "Haha, Vegeta, you are indeed powerful, but I shall not retreat. I have mastered the perception of Qi, and I am acutely aware of the disparity in our battle powers. Yet, do not forget that I am a higher-class warrior. The pressure you exert upon me is the catalyst for my breakthrough. Allow me to demonstrate the strength I have just acquired." With that, Raditz assumed a pose reminiscent of someone in distress and bellowed, "Kaioken, ×3. Almost instantly, the red aura surrounding him expanded dramatically, resembling a raging inferno. Vegeta, taken aback, stared at the scouter displaying an astonishing battle power of 18,000. Before he could react, Raditz surged forward like a bolt of lightning, delivering a devastating punch. The blow struck Vegeta's abdomen with immense force, sending him crashing to the ground, blood mingling with gastric acid spilling from his lips. Unprepared for the assault, Vegeta sustained grievous injuries. Yet, Raditz, having overexerted himself with the Kaioken, succumbed to fatigue and fell as well. Chapter 16, The Stubborn Tragedy Vegeta. After spitting out another mouthful of blood, trembled slightly but managed to rise with great effort, taking a deep breath to steady himself. He lifted his gaze, resolutely fixing his eyes on Raditz. "I never expected you to become this powerful. It seems I must intensify my training. However, judging by your current state, it appears you are unable to rise, Raditz. Thus, this battle is mine, ha ha ha." Vegeta laughed heartily, his voice brimming with confidence and pride. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed, "Hey, what are you doing? Don't forget that I'm still here." Vegeta turned to see Goku standing there, his eyes reflecting determination and resolve. "Damn it. I almost forgot about you," the most unforgivable Kakarot. "Very well, I have merely sustained some injuries, not fatal ones. Let me see your strength." Vegeta gritted his teeth, a fierce spirit igniting within him. "Oh, I didn't expect you to still be able to fight. You may appear diminutive, but your physique is quite impressive," Goku remarked. Son Wukong chuckled, his tone relaxed. Upon hearing the term short, Vegeta's anger surged uncontrollably. He could no longer tolerate such an affront. He charged at Wukong, fists raised, shouting, "Do not dare to call me short." Wukong nimbly sidestepped the attack, a faint smile gracing his lips. If you choose not to speak, so be it. Look at how irked you are. However, since you possess such vigor, allow me the pleasure of defeating you." Vegeta let out a cold snort. A glimmer of disdain flickering in his eyes, such brazen arrogance. Aside from witnessing your initial 8,000 battle power during your flight, I have yet to behold any greater strength from you. With a faint smile, Wukong gently raised his finger to his forehead and said, "Now, take a closer look at the detector." Upon finishing his words, he subtly released a fragment of his aura. Instantly, the readings on the detector soared, the numbers fluctuating rapidly until they surpassed 24,000. Vegeta's eyes widened in astonishment. Before he could react, the detector exploded with a tremendous roar. In disbelief, Vegeta gazed at the shattered device, his mind swirling with confusion and shock. "Damn it, this detector has malfunctioned. How could your power level possibly exceed my detector's limit of 24,000? Upon hearing Vegeta's skepticism, Wukong could not help but chuckle. "Oh, you doubt my combat prowess?" Vegeta replied with a serious demeanor. "Nonsense. Just a year ago, your fighting power was a mere 4,000. How could it possibly surge to 24,000 in such a short span?" Wukong retracted his smile, his expression turning serious. "Then why not try it yourself?" he challenged. In a fit of rage, Vegeta's form flickered before he launched himself at Wukong like a bolt of lightning, the two engaging in a fierce battle. In an instant, their fists blurred together, energy crackling around them. Yet, it was not long before Vegeta halted his assault, panting heavily, his face a canvas of shock and disbelief. "Impossible! How have you become so powerful? Damn it, this defies all logic." His eyes widened in astonishment as he stared incredulously at Wukong. Wukong's lips curled into a subtle smile, radiating confidence. "Vegeta, your understanding is still rather limited. Do you ponder why I possess such strength? It is simply because my artistic style transcends yours." Goku's voice resonated with a calm, yet resolute tone, as if revealing an undeniable truth. "Nonsense," Vegeta bellowed, launching into a renewed assault. This time, his speed was swifter, and his strength more formidable. However, Goku effortlessly evaded each strike, occasionally raising a hand in defense, as though he were toying with Vegeta. "Vegeta, your attacks remain too sluggish, and your power is woefully inadequate, considering you are the Prince of the Saiyans." Wukong's words dripped with a hint of mockery, igniting an even fiercer rage within Vegeta. Already feeling stifled, Vegeta found himself utterly consumed by fury upon hearing such provocations. He wildly swung his fists, bellowing, "I shall not let you escape." Meanwhile, on the other side, Gohan sensed Vegeta's overwhelming aura and turned to Piccolo, inquiring with a hint of confusion. "Piccolo, has that Saiyan truly grown even stronger?" He furrowed his brow, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. Piccolo, equally incredulous, replied, "Indeed, he has grown stronger. I never anticipated the Saiyan would achieve a breakthrough in battle. The Saiyan race is truly formidable. Vegeta's power has now increased by at least a third of his previous strength. By the way, Gohan, what has become of Radits?" Gohan hurriedly replied, "Rest assured, Uncle Piccolo. I have checked thoroughly. Brother Raditz has merely lost consciousness and is not seriously harmed." "That's a relief. Let us continue to observe the battle," Piccolo responded, although reluctant. He realized that even with Vegeta's heightened energy, it was still only about two-thirds of Goku's current power. He could not fathom how Goku had trained under King Kai to become so formidable, almost like a monster. Piccolo was filled with emotion. "Indeed, Father has become incredibly powerful." Gohan concurred. Like a cat playing with a mouse, Goku effortlessly evaded Vegeta's attacks, a mocking smile gracing his face as he taunted, "Vegeta, is this all the power you possess when you're angry? Truly disappointing. You bastard." "Ah." Vegeta roared in fury, his energy escalating in ferocity. Yet he was perpetually unable to land a blow on Goku. "Oh, it seems my technique works rather well. Evidently, it's particularly effective against you. Look, with my assistance, your energy has indeed augmented, perhaps by a quarter of what it was moments ago. You ought to express gratitude for my contribution to your newfound strength." Goku continued to jest. However, instead of being pleased by Goku's remarks, Vegeta's wrath intensified, as he retaliated with even more ferocity, exclaiming, "Damn you, accursed cockroach." After toying with Vegeta for a while, Wukong noticed that his aura had ceased to intensify. He then remarked, "Hey, it seems you have reached your limit. Let us call it a day. After all, you cannot defeat me. It would be wiser for you to return and come back when you have grown stronger." Vegeta, however, paid no heed to Wukong's words, continuing to unleash his princely techniques against his opponent with unwavering determination. Upon witnessing the scene, Wukong could not help but furrow his brow slightly, pondering to himself, "Why is this fellow so obstinate? Is he truly intent on a life-and-death struggle? Nevertheless, he resolved to take action. In a swift motion, Wukong vanished and reappeared above Vegeta. Then, with a speed that was almost imperceptible, he delivered a powerful kick downward. This strike was imbued with tremendous force, sending Vegeta plummeting from the sky to the ground below. Yet, Wukong executed another instant transmission, arriving on the ground just before Vegeta could crash. Following this, he unleashed a heavy punch that landed squarely on Vegeta's chin. This relentless barrage left Vegeta utterly defenseless, ultimately causing him to succumb and collapse to the ground. Wukong gazed at the unconscious Vegeta sprawled on the ground, shaking his head with a sigh of resignation. Subsequently, he seized Vegeta's tail and effortlessly tossed him into the spacecraft that Vegeta had arrived in. In a swift motion, Wukong located the button to return to the base and pressed it without hesitation. With a soft sound, the spacecraft began to ascend slowly, gradually distancing itself from the ground and soaring towards the horizon. As he watched the vessel vanish from sight, Wukong nodded in satisfaction, murmuring to himself, quite good indeed. It would have been much better had this been done earlier. If only you hadn't been so obstinate, I wouldn't have had to take such measures. At that moment, the others rushed to the scene, and Krillin was utterly astonished that Wukong had chosen to let Vegeta go, a surge of anger swelling within him. He had intended to thwart this entire affair, but events had unfolded too rapidly. By the time he arrived, Vegeta's ship had already departed, disappearing into the sky. Wukong, what on earth are you doing? Why did you let that scion go? Are you not aware that he is a notorious villain in the universe? Krillin exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief and his tone laced with reproach. Wufan chimed in, indeed. That uncle's fierce demeanor surely indicates he is no good person. Father, why did you let him go? What if he becomes even more powerful and returns to exact revenge on us? Yamcha and Kaiatsu stood by, echoing their agreement, both bewildered and anxious regarding Goku's decision to spare Vegeta. However, Tien and Piccolo remained silent, merely observing Goku, their minds replaying the intense battle they had just witnessed. With a scratch of his head and an awkward smile, Wukong confessed, Qiqi, I've actually discovered a formidable opponent with great potential, and I cannot bear to see him perish so easily. Should he dare to return to Earth, I am confident I can defeat him once more, so do not worry. Krillin gazed at Wukong for a moment before letting out a resigned sigh. Well, he's already gone. You just said you would defeat him again, and in doing so, you would save all our lives. I believe you can indeed triumph over him once more. Don't you all agree? The others nodded in unison, expressing their agreement with Krillin's sentiment. Qiqi, rest assured, I shall not disappoint you. Wukong replied with unwavering confidence. At that moment, Piccolo interjected, Wukong, just how powerful are you now? Your battle with Radits earlier clearly did not showcase your full strength, did it? Moreover, that Kaioken technique that Radits employed, its very name reveals that it was you who taught him. You must have mastered this technique capable of doubling one's fighting prowess as well. Correct? Qiqi, you see right through me. I do indeed have some strength in reserve, and I can certainly utilize the Kaioken, Wukong admitted with a grin. Do not grow complacent. I, Piccolo the Demon King, will not be easily defeated by you. The next time we meet, I will assuredly overcome you. Piccolo declared fiercely before turning and soaring away. Tien looked at Son Goku with resolute eyes and stated, I feel the same way. Although you may be stronger than me at present, I will persistently endeavor to train harder. Remember, do not become complacent due to a temporary lead, for I will soon catch up and surpass you. Farewell. With that, Tien took to the skies alongside Kaiatsu. Krillin also waved goodbye to the others before turning to leave. At this moment, only Wukong, Gohan, and Raditz remained, standing together as they watched the figures of Tien and Krillin fade into the distance, their hearts filled with reflection. With a smile, Wukong addressed Gohan. All right, my son, it's time for us to return home. Today was truly a thrilling and exhilarating battle. As Gohan nodded in agreement, he set off on the journey home alongside his father, Goku. Raditz silently trailed behind, aware that there remained much for him to learn and improve upon. Chapter 17. Journey to Namek. In a distant corner of the cosmos, a tense atmosphere pervaded Frieza's stronghold. Lord Frieza, the situation is as follows. Shall we proceed to Earth? Or shall we opt for Namek? One of his subordinates inquired cautiously. Seated upon his throne, Frieza's cold and commanding voice reverberated through the hall. Ahahaha. A visit to Earth would be a waste of time. Besides, the Dragon Balls on Namek are likely to be far more potent than those on Earth. We shall venture to Namek. At once, Lord Frieza. The assembled minions chorused in unison. By the way, remember to summon the Jinyu force as well. I have an unsettling premonition, Frieza added. Understood. I will contact them immediately, the subordinate replied hurriedly before retreating. Meanwhile, in a hospital on Earth, Goku stood vigil by the bedside, his gaze filled with concern for Radits, who lay bandaged and fragile. Radits attempted to rise, but Goku swiftly pressed him back down. Brother, you cannot get up yet. You've been unconscious for 3 days and just awoke this morning. You need to rest, Goku urged anxiously. It's nothing, Raditz replied softly. Yet ultimately he acquiesced to Goku's counsel and reclined once more. You have multiple fractures, and your internal organs and blood vessels have sustained damage. Using the Kaioken times 3 is still too taxing, Goku continued. I am still too weak. It seems I must dedicate myself to training henceforth, Raditz lamented. Brother, after you recover, will you return to Frieza's army? Goku inquired. I've already clashed with Prince Vegeta. I doubt I can return to Frieza's ranks. I am currently uncertain about my future path, Raditz confessed. Gohan, who was nearby working on his exercises, perked up at this remark. Then, Raditz brother, you can stay on Earth. Our house is quite spacious, and aside from us, there is no one else living on Mount Paozu. So there won't be too much trouble. Seeing the hopeful expression on Gohan's face, Raditz pondered for a moment before smiling and responding, very well. I have no other place to go, so I shall impose on you, Gohan. Gohan leaped with joy, exclaiming, Splendid. Wukong cautiously prepared a steaming cup of fragrant black tea for Raditz, presenting it with a warm smile and inquiring, by the way, brother, I intend to embark on a journey to Namek. Would you be interested in accompanying me? Raditz accepted the exquisite mug, taking a delicate sip of the rich tea, and curiously asked, What compels you to venture there? Wukong gently touched his head, revealing a naive smile. I aspire to embark on an interstellar journey with my family and friends, allowing them to experience the unique landscapes of alien worlds. Coincidentally, the planet Namek is inhabited by the kin of the celestial beings, who have previously rendered me significant assistance. Thus, I have resolved to personally visit his kin on Namek. Raditz, taken aback, gazed intently at Wukong, a flicker of surprise and contemplation passing through his eyes. I never anticipated you would evolve into such a person. We Scions have always prioritized combat, showing little regard for family ties and seldom dedicating time to leisure and enjoyment of life. Wufan initially felt a surge of joy. But upon hearing Raditz's words, a tinge of disappointment washed over him, as he feared that the other party might decline the invitation to accompany them. However, at that moment, Raditz took a deep breath and a look of relief graced his face. Nevertheless, you are doing well as you are now, and I am willing to journey with you to planet Namek. Upon hearing the news, Wufan was filled with exuberant joy, leaping once more in excitement, exclaiming, Hooray! That's splendid! The entire room resonated with a jubilant atmosphere. Just then, the door to the ward swung open, revealing a visibly irate nurse. With a furrowed brow and a stern tone, she admonished, Do you realize this is a hospital? You must refrain from making such loud noises. Gohan lowered his head and replied softly, I apologize, nurse. I will be more careful. The nurse nodded in satisfaction and said, That's good to hear. She then gently closed the door and left the ward. Raditz turned to Goku and inquired, By the way, Kakarot, how do you and your companions plan to reach Namek? Furthermore, if you wish to include me, it may have to wait until I have fully recovered. With a cheerful smile, Wukong scratched his head and confidently proclaimed, Qiqi, I have already resolved these issues. I possess a magnificent spaceship within which I can cultivate, and its speed is quite remarkable. Furthermore, based on the coordinates of Namek recorded in your vessel, I have made all the necessary preparations. As soon as Gohan completes his examination in a fortnight, we shall embark. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of anticipation and excitement appeared on Gohan's face. Lattice nodded in agreement with the plan, yet still harbored concerns about whether his injuries would heal in time. Wukong seemed to perceive the concern etched on Ratai's face. He patted the latter's shoulder reassuringly and said, Do not worry, my brother. Your injuries will surely heal swiftly. By the way, regarding your wounds, I possess a miraculous herb. Open your mouth. As soon as the words left his lips, Wukong produced a wondrous bean from his pocket and held it to Radai's lips. Without hesitation, Radais opened his mouth and swallowed the bean. Instantly, a surge of formidable energy coursed through his body, and he felt his injuries mend rapidly, his strength augmenting with each passing moment. At that moment, the bandages enveloping Radais began to unravel spontaneously, and to his astonishment, he rose from the bed and stood firmly on the ground. His expression was one of disbelief as he assessed his physical condition. What kind of miraculous bean is this? My injuries have completely healed. Moreover, I feel an abundance of power within me, nearly tenfold stronger than before. Isn't it marvelous? Wukong replied with a grin. This bean is known as a Sinza bean, a unique healing remedy found solely on Earth. It possesses extraordinary restorative properties for a science, especially those gravely wounded and on the brink of death. However, it is essential to note that its efficacy is most potent upon first use. Subsequent effects will gradually diminish. It is a pity that you were not in a near-death state during your first use. Otherwise, your strength would have been even greater. Upon hearing this, Radits' confidence soared, and he declared triumphantly, my power is already formidable enough. If that Vegeta dares to provoke me again, I need only one strike to utterly defeat him. Rest assured, your elder brother will protect you from now on." However, Wukong merely smiled mysteriously and responded, "That may not be the case. My true strength is far beyond your imagination. In fact, I am much more powerful than you realize. Yet, to witness the full extent of my abilities, you may have to wait a while." Radits, believing Wukong was merely boasting, chose not to press further. Instead, he glanced toward a nearby syringe and said, "Well then, let us depart. I cannot bear to remain in this wretched hospital for another moment." Upon hearing the news, Wufan joyfully exclaimed, "At last, we can return home." With that, he closely followed his father and uncle as they departed the hospital. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the universe, at Frieza's stronghold, Vegeta slowly opened his eyes. As he surveyed the familiar surroundings, he confirmed that he had indeed returned to Frieza's domain. Enraged, he clenched his fists and muttered, "That wretched cockroach dares to repeatedly insult me, the prince of all Saiyans. Such affronts are utterly unforgivable." He then unleashed a formidable aura, shattering the surrounding healing pod, and stepped out. At that moment, a voice echoed, "You have finally awakened, Vegeta. Given the severity of your injuries, I assumed it would be quite some time before you regained consciousness. I am astonished that you have recovered in less than a day. Your resilience is truly miraculous. How does your body feel now?" Vegeta assessed his own strength, a slight smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he replied, "Humph, cockroach. It seems you have surprised me more than once. However, when we meet again, I shall repay you in kind. By the way, Vegeta, Lord Frieza has ordered you to remain on standby at the base," a scientist informed him. "What of the Frieza force?" Vegeta inquired, furrowing his brow. "They have already departed for Namek with the Ginyu force, stating that they would spare you punishment given your discovery of the Dragon Balls," the researcher replied. "What? Damn it. It has only been 18 days since I left Earth, and I cannot believe Frieza has moved so swiftly, taking the Ginyu force along with him. I must hurry. The Dragon Balls are mine," Vegeta declared furiously. The scientist stepped in front of Vegeta, resolutely stating, "No, you cannot leave the base without Lord Frieza's orders." "Enough." Vegeta, exasperated, unleashed a ki blast that instantaneously vaporized the scientist. He then swiftly boarded a spaceship, racing towards Namek. Inside the vessel, Vegeta's heart raced with urgency. He was acutely aware of Frieza and the Ginyu Force's formidable strength and was unwilling to relinquish the Dragon Balls. As time passed, the spaceship drew nearer to Namek. Vegeta's gaze was filled with resolve and determination. He was fully prepared to fight for his ambitions. Wukong delivered the final batch of supplies onto the spaceship and then shouted down at Bulma, who was meticulously observing the vessel. "Bulma, hurry up. I've completed the loading. And everyone else is already aboard. We are merely waiting for you. If you continue to dawdle, we shall depart without you." Bulma, while grumbling, swiftly ascended the ship, exclaiming, I'm coming. Honestly, you possess such an advanced and colossal spacecraft, yet you concealed it from me until today. I've had merely half a day to familiarize myself with it, which is utterly insufficient. What a stingy person you are." Wukong responded with a smile, "Hehe. Do not be angry. Upon our return, I shall ensure you have ample opportunity to delve into your research. For now, let us embark." As Bulma entered the cabin, the spacecraft gradually ascended from the ground, soaring into the vastness of the cosmos. Below, Dr. Brief, puffing on his pipe, gazed intently in the direction where the ship had vanished, his eyes lingering long after it disappeared. After a moment, he turned to his wife and gently inquired, "Bulma's mother, shall we not join them on this cosmic adventure?" Mrs. Brief smiled and shook her head softly, responding with warmth, "My dear, let us remain on Earth. I have much to attend to, such as tending to our beautiful garden, where my carefully nurtured flowers await my care." Dr. Brief nodded in understanding, letting out a gentle sigh as he said, "Very well. If that is the case, we shall contentedly remain here. However, our children have grown. Embarking on their own lives and adventures, we ought to feel proud of them." With that, they exchanged a knowing smile, hand in hand, and turned back towards their home. Chapter 18. The Frieza Force. In the midst of an endless, dark universe, a spacecraft sped through the void. Inside, the air was filled with laughter and merriment. Yukong. Come on, let us have a toast, exclaimed Master Roshi, clad in fashionable attire, as he wobbled with glee, offering Yukong a bottle of beer. Yukong took the wine bottle, clinked glasses with Master Roshi, and downed the drink in one gulp. All right, I'll stop here. Master Wutian, you should also refrain from drinking any further. You are already inebriated. However, Master Roshi, seemingly unfazed, replied, Oh, come now. This is but a fleeting moment in life, and I must seize the opportunity to revel in the prospect of an extraterrestrial journey. Of course, I must enjoy myself. Bulma shot a disapproving glance at Master Roshi, retorting, You lecherous old man, you're merely using this drunken state to entertain some nefarious thoughts, aren't you? Just so you know, I carry wolf repellent spray. Meanwhile, Qiqi gently interjected, Master Wutian would never engage in such behavior. My husband Yukong and Gohan are right here. Upon hearing this, Master Roshi hastily diverted his gaze from Bulma's posterior and Qiqi's bosom, offering an awkward chuckle. Qiqi, even if they weren't present, I would harbor no improper intentions. I am, after all, a respectable old man. With that, he raised the wine bottle once more, tilting his head back to gulp down a hearty swig. Bulma, observing this irreverent old man, rolled her eyes and then turned to survey the surroundings, curiously inquiring, By the way, where are Gohan and Radits? As Yukong chewed heartily on his meal, he mumbled in response, Gohan is studying in his bedroom. As for my brother, he is training in the gravity chamber. Bulma, taken aback, widened her mouth in astonishment. But we are supposed to be on vacation. Why aren't they both relaxing and enjoying the journey? With a proud expression, Qiqi replied, Gohan is determined to become a scholar, and as parents, we must support him. Moreover, he has already self-studied and passed the third-grade examination. Wow, Gohan is quite impressive. I remember he was only 5 years old at that age. Other children haven't even finished kindergarten. Bulma marveled in admiration. After savoring the meat in his mouth, Yukong chuckled, Hee, I have no fondness for reading. Fortunately, Gohan has taken after me in that regard. As for Radits, I find him rather handsome, albeit a bit intimidating. Bulma recalled Radits and couldn't help but shiver. My brother is training. He claims he is still too weak. Knowing there is a gravity chamber here for training, he has been diligently honing his skills within. What about you, Yukong? Aren't you training as well? I remember you used to be a fervent practitioner. Qiqi. My current focus of training lies not in the physical realm, but in the spiritual. I find that enjoying life and immersing myself in nature greatly enhances my cultivation. The turtle hermit nodded in approval. Indeed, there are times when relentless training can lead to complications. A life akin to that of an ordinary person can also aid in one's practice. It is a pity that Krillin, Yamcha, and the others have yet to reach your level. I wonder if they have managed to reach King Kai by now. Given their current strength, they must have reached King Kai's planet in just over half a month. I believe their time training under Lord Kai will yield significant improvements. Let us hope so. But I eagerly anticipate the changes upon their return. I share your anticipation. After all, Lord Kai is an extraordinarily powerful being. Receiving his guidance will undoubtedly make them stronger. On King Kai's planet, a serene tranquility enveloped the surroundings. Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and Dumpling, your initial phase of training has concluded. You may now join the second phase of training that Piccolo completed earlier. The voice of King Kai resonated, filled with anticipation and encouragement. Upon hearing this, the group displayed confident expressions and replied in unison, Yes, Lord Kai. Observing the fervor with which they engaged in their training, King Kai turned to Piccolo, who was meditating nearby, and spoke earnestly, Piccolo, I understand your desire to grow stronger swiftly, but the path of training must be gradual. One must not rush. However, Piccolo dismissed the advice, feeling a swell of dissatisfaction and anger. He widened his eyes and glared at King Kai, exclaiming, What on earth are you doing, old man? Tasks like catching monkeys and smashing fireflies, are these considered training? They are nothing but childish games. King Kai, wiping the sweat from his forehead with a resigned smile, explained, Oh dear, it's simply unavoidable. After all, you are so powerful that, like Yukong, you effortlessly completed my 2 trials. Upon hearing this, Piccolo's anger intensified. He stood up, approached King Kai, and demanded, Then what am I supposed to do now? When will you impart to me the true methods of training? Ever since I completed your 2 trials, I have been waiting for your guidance. I merely wish to test your resolve. It seems we are nearly ready now. With that, the King of the North Realm turned and strode away, hands clasped behind his back. After a moment of hesitation, Piccolo inhaled deeply, calming the turmoil within, and followed in the footsteps of the king. Meanwhile, on the distant planet Namek, a realm brimming with verdant foliage and crystalline lakes, where the sun perpetually graces the land, life flourishes in vibrant abundance. The Namekians dedicate themselves to cultivating trees to enhance their planet's ecological balance, leading lives of joy and harmony. Yet, this tranquility was shattered by the arrival of a colossal spacecraft, heralding an unknown peril. Seated in a levitating infant carriage, an alien of diminutive stature exuded an aura of chilling oppression. Its pallid complexion suggested it had never basked in sunlight, while its head bore a sharp, triangular shape, adorned with two sinuous antennae. Small, piercing eyes glimmered with a malevolent light, clad in battle armor of deep purple that clung tightly to its form, a long tail swaying dexterously behind. This formidable extraterrestrial surveyed its surroundings, casting a glance at the combat power readings displayed on a nearby device, and chuckled ominously. Ha ha ha, this planet is truly primitive. I never imagined that such a low-powered civilization could create something as extraordinary as the Dragon Balls. Dodoria, you know what to do, don't you? From the throng emerged a robust figure, his striking crimson skin radiating brilliance. His head was adorned with numerous irregularly arranged spikes, and sharp beast-like ears extended slightly outward, hinting at a keen sensitivity. Clad in a suit of brownish-blue armor that accentuated his muscular physique, he wore purple trousers. But most arresting was his left eye, a mechanical orb shimmering with an eerie glow that sent shivers down one's spine. He emanated a fierce and ruthless aura, making it difficult to meet his gaze. The attendant immediately stepped forward, bowing respectfully, and spoke in a booming voice. Yes, Lord Frieza, I shall make the arrangements at once. With that, he turned and departed. Dodoria moved to the forefront of the assembled troops, his expression cold and piercing, his voice deep and authoritative. You will heed my commands. From this moment forth, we shall comprehensively hunt down the Namekians, employing any means necessary to extract the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls from them, and bring those orbs here. The subordinates, in unison, placed their right fists upon their left chests, standing tall with resolute gazes, and collectively responded, understood. Frieza nodded in satisfaction, watching as the troops dispersed to seek out the Namekians. He turned to Dodoria and Zarbon, stating, Mr. Dodoria, Mr. Zarbon, you both are my most capable lieutenants in the Frieza Force. This task of seeking the Dragon Balls has been entrusted to you. The Ginyu Force and I will await your return aboard the spaceship. I trust you will not disappoint me. Dodoria and Zarbon exchanged a glance, a flicker of determination passing between them. They understood the gravity of this mission and the weight of Frieza's expectations. Dodoria respectfully bowed, and beside him stood a striking figure with green hair and a delicate complexion, who similarly inclined his head in deference, declaring, Rest assured, Your Majesty, we shall not fail in our duty. This handsome individual possessed neatly styled green hair that gracefully framed his face, imbuing him with an air of enigma. His skin shimmered in a unique emerald hue, smooth and lustrous like jade. His facial features were soft yet refined, with a delicate smile that hinted at mischief, exuding an aura of elegance and subtle wickedness. Furthermore, his physique was well-proportioned, with fluid muscular lines, clad in a bespoke combat suit that accentuated his powerful build. Frieza nodded in satisfaction and returned to the spaceship. It was only then that Dodoria and Zarbon lifted their heads, exchanged another glance, and set off with their respective teams. The atmosphere on the planet was thick with tension, as the Namekians faced a formidable threat. Meanwhile, Frieza sat within the ship, eagerly anticipating news of the Dragon Balls, yearning to fulfill his desire for immortality. Chapter 19, Vegeta and the Frieza Force Namek. A planet where the sky gleamed like emeralds and the clouds were as white as snow, resembled a beautiful painting. In this tranquil yet mysterious realm, a spaceship broke through the atmosphere and descended gracefully onto a vast plain. The hatch opened, revealing a somewhat shorter, muscular man clad in battle attire. His gaze was cold. Filled with confidence and authority, this man was none other than Prince Vegeta of the Saiyans. I've finally arrived, Vegeta muttered, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Stepping onto this unfamiliar land, his heart was set on a singular objective, to locate the 7 Dragon Balls and fulfill his aspiration for immortality. I hope that Frieza has yet gathered all 7 Dragon Balls, Vegeta whispered, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. He was well aware that Frieza was also in pursuit of the Dragon Balls, but he firmly believed that he possessed the strength to confront Frieza head-on. Only I, the Prince of the Saiyans, am destined for immortality, he announced loudly, his voice reverberating through the air. At that moment, another spacecraft descended slowly, coming to rest beside Vegeta's ship. Shortly thereafter, an unusually shaped extraterrestrial emerged from the craft. This being's visage resembled that of an octopus, featuring a broad face, protruding and menacing eyes, a small and inconspicuous nose, and an astonishingly large mouth. Its skin bore a dull gray-brown hue, evoking a sense of uncleanliness, even malevolence. The entire appearance was both grotesque and bizarre, unmistakably marking him as a villainous character. Clad in the battle attire of the Frieza force, the alien stepped out of the ship, surveyed his surroundings, and then fixated his gaze firmly upon Vegeta. With a hint of disdain, he remarked, "Hey, Vegeta, I've heard you suffered much humiliation on Earth, even bringing disgrace upon the honor of the Saiyans." In the face of such provocation, a surge of anger welled up within Vegeta. However, he refrained from immediate action, instead fixing a frosty stare upon the newcomer, the corners of his mouth curling into a slight, sardonic smile. "Shui, you wretched dog of Frieza, do not presume to be arrogant here. Do you truly believe yourself stronger than I?" Vegeta's voice dripped with mockery, as though ridiculing Chui's overestimation of his own strength. Upon hearing these words, Chui's expression darkened. His glare at Vegeta fierce, his eyes glinting with malice. "Humph, Vegeta, you are nothing but a fallen prince, now reduced to merely surviving under the tyrannical reign of King Frieza." His words dripped with scorn and provocation. Vegeta's eyes flashed with anger, his fists clenched tightly, emanating a powerful aura. "Chui, you shall pay for your insolent words, and witness the true strength of me, Prince Vegeta of the Saiyans." "Huh, anyone can boast," Chui scoffed. But before he could finish, a formidable energy blast erupted from Vegeta's hand, striking him squarely in the chest. Chui's body was obliterated by the blast, disintegrating into a mist of blood that vanished into the air. Vegeta cast a dismissive glance at the spot where Chui had stood, a sneer curling his lips. "TCH. So much bluster, yet so easily vanquished. What a waste of my precious time." With that, he departed, leaving behind a silent battlefield. The newly reunited Dodoria and Zaban gazed upon the remnants of Zaban's now exploded scouter, Dodoria swallowing hard as he observed the readings on his own device. "Did you just feel that, Zaban?" A power level comparable to Vegeta's appeared, only to be obliterated by an even greater force. "I suspect Vegeta has slain Chui." Zaban, his face darkened, replied, "Of course I saw it. It must have been Vegeta who killed Chui, but I never imagined his power could cause my scouter to explode." "Dodoria, if I recall correctly, your scouter is the latest model. Tell me, what is Vegeta's current power level?" Dodoria hesitated for a moment and stammered. "Vegeta's displayed combat power is 30,000. Upon hearing this figure, Sabo furrowed his brow, secretly cursing, "Damn it, that accursed Scion. I heard he sustained severe fatal injuries on Earth last time. It seems the notion that a Scion's battle power increases after recovering from a near-fatal wound is indeed true. With my current strength, even in my transformed state, I cannot defeat him. Dodoria, let us confront him together." After a brief pause, Dodoria suggested, "Shall we call upon the Ginyu Force?" Sabo immediately dismissed the idea, asserting, "No, if we entrust this matter to the Ginyu Force, our standing will diminish, and it may displease the king. We should handle this ourselves. United, we may yet overcome him." "Very well, I shall heed your counsel," replied Dodoria. And the two soared towards Vegeta's location. Vegeta hovered in the air, surveying the vast expanse below, inwardly relieved. Fortunately, Frieza has not yet gathered all the Dragon Balls, otherwise I would be in trouble. This thought prompted him to recall the Dragon Ball he had recently seized, and he resolved to conceal it within a nearby cave, ensuring it would not be discovered by others for the time being. As Vegeta flew onward, he eventually located a secluded cave and carefully placed the Dragon Ball inside, setting up rudimentary defenses around it. Once he had completed this task, he exhaled a sigh of relief, muttering to himself, "This was acquired at the cost of many Namekian lives. I cannot allow it to be taken." However, just as he prepared to take flight once more in search of the second Dragon Ball, he suddenly sensed two powerful auras approaching. He halted his ascent and concentrated on the energy, his brow furrowing. After a moment, a cold smirk crept across his face. That energy must belong to that detestable glutton Dodoria and the cowardly Sabo. "Very well, come forth, by eliminating you. I can weaken Frieza's influence." With that, Vegeta descended to a mountainous region, patiently awaiting the arrival of his adversaries. It was not long before two figures appeared in the sky, Dodoria and Sabo. Dodoria gazed at Vegeta, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. Yet he feigned composure as he spoke. "Vegeta, you traitor. Not only did you venture to Earth without permission, But you also dared to defy the king's orders by coming to this planet. That villager must have been slain by you too. Do not think that just because your combat power has reached 30,000, you can act with impunity. Sabo, intrigued by another matter, interjected, Vegeta, on my way here. I witnessed a village under attack, and the Dragon Ball was stolen, yet our men have yet to reach that place. According to the survivors' accounts, the individual who took the Dragon Ball must be you. Now, you are to relinquish the Dragon Ball and accompany us to face King Frieza and confess your crimes. Otherwise, Vegeta interjected, his expression one of disdain. What will you do? Do you really think you can kill me? How utterly ludicrous. You too believe that by joining forces, you can defeat me? Spare me your futile attempts. If you possess any courage, come at me together. You wretched lackeys of Frieza, mere trash. Upon hearing these words, Dodoria's face flushed with rage, yet he hesitated to act recklessly, wary of Vegeta's formidable power. He cast a glance towards Zabo, silently urging him to take the initiative. Zabo, casting a cold sidelong glance at Dodoria, discerned his ulterior motives. However, instead of launching an immediate assault, he issued a warning. I am aware of your cunning intentions. I advise you to abandon such thoughts. Otherwise, once I am finished with Vegeta, you shall be next. At that moment, I will inform Lord Frieza that it was you who fell to Vegeta. With that, without affording Dodoria a moment to respond, Zabo charged towards Vegeta with a punch. Observing Zabo engaging Vegeta, Dodoria unhesitatingly joined the fray. The three battled fiercely, seemingly locked in a stalemate, which elated both Zabo and Dodoria. However, after a brief exchange of blows, Vegeta suddenly retreated a step, distancing himself from the conflict. I have had enough of this. If you possess no other means, then prepare to meet your demise. Vegeta's voice was cold and merciless, as though pronouncing their death sentence. In an instant, he unleashed a punch with astonishing speed, his fist slicing through Dodoria's body like a bolt of lightning. Dodoria's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend how he had been so effortlessly vanquished. Zabo, horrified by the scene unfolding before him, quickly created distance between himself and Vegeta. This accursed scion possesses such overwhelming strength that he could eliminate Dodoria without me even noticing. Our combined efforts have been utterly futile. My combat power pales in comparison to his, and now I find myself unable to withstand him. It seems that to survive and escape, my only option is to transform. Upon uttering the name of Saibuwa, a transformation commenced. An eerie aura emanated from him, and his visage morphed into an even more grotesque and bizarre form. His once handsome face contorted, as if swarms of insects writhed upon it, inciting immediate revulsion in anyone who dared to gaze upon him. His physique expanded, muscles bulging like iron, exuding an overwhelming sense of strength. His skin took on a deep green hue, resembling a thick layer of moss, lending him an unsettling appearance. His hair became more disheveled, akin to wild underbrush, devoid of any beauty. His eyes shrank to the size of green beans, radiating a malevolent glimmer. His mouth widened, revealing a set of sharp teeth that glinted ominously, as if capable of effortlessly tearing through anything. While Vegeta stood astonished by Saibuwa's transformation, Saibuwa took flight. Yet, scarcely had he soared a short distance when a figure materialized before him, blocking his escape. Thinking of fleeing? Not so fast. Vegeta scoffed, his voice laced with disdain. Saibuwa's heart sank at the sight of Vegeta obstructing his path, but he did not falter. He charged forward nonetheless. In an instant, Vegeta struck, delivering a punch that sent Saibuwa plummeting from the sky to the ground below. Is this your transformation? Your energy hasn't even increased by a quarter. Such a pitiful, grotesque transformation belongs only to the most wretched of beings. With such an abhorrent appearance, you might as well perish, Vegeta taunted, simultaneously unleashing a formidable aura that subdued Saibuwa. Accompanied by a one-handed energy wave, Saibuwa was obliterated into dust as he lay on the ground. Vegeta nonchalantly brushed away the remnants of ash before him, remarking, "How filthy these fireworks are. Now, it's time to continue the search for the Dragon Balls." Just as he was about to take flight, an unwelcome and familiar voice echoed from a distance. "I've found you, traitor Vegeta." The sudden utterance caused Vegeta to furrow his brow, stirring memories of past encounters and igniting a surge of anger within him. He turned around to behold 5 figures swiftly materializing before him. As triumphant music began to play, these individuals commenced an excruciatingly awkward dance, each adopting bizarre poses. Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched them, an unmistakable sense of embarrassment washing over him, feeling as though the ground beneath him was shifting uncomfortably, as if it might yield to his toes. They then chorused in unison, "Jinyu Force! Jinyu Force! Jinyu! Battle! We are the Jinyu Force!" Vegeta clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he observed the scene before him. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to maintain his composure, bracing himself for the impending events. After all, Vegeta was acutely aware that the so-called Ginyu Force was anything but benevolent. Their arrival heralded the onset of a fierce battle. Chapter 20. Arrival at Namek. Within the confines of the spaceship Shenron, the Master, in just half an hour, we shall reach Namek. Please remain patient. Wukong scratched his head, exclaiming, "Oh dear, we have arrived already. I was under the impression that we could delay our journey a bit longer. Alas, I thought we would take our time." Bulma, approaching in a huff, expressed her displeasure. "Humph. This is all your fault, Wukong. You insisted on descending to admire the beautiful celestial bodies in the universe, thereby extending what was supposed to be a 6-day voyage into nearly 22 days. If it weren't for the prolonged stops we made at several planets along the way, we would have reached Namek long ago." Qiqi then came over and wrapped her arms around Wukong's, soothingly saying, "Don't be upset, Bulma. Wukong merely wanted us to enjoy our time on other planets. After all, we are on a voyage, and it is delightful to explore the sights of different worlds during our travels." Bulma, feeling overwhelmed by the sudden display of affection, retorted, "You too, fine. After all, you are a couple, supporting one another. But I must admit, I've had my fair share of witnessing your romance during this journey. I've long desired a solitary adventure of my own." Upon hearing the broadcast, Gohan emerged from the study room, his excitement palpable as he inquired, "Aunt Bulma, have we arrived?" "Indeed, Gohan, you must have completed your studies as well," Bulma replied gently. "Yes, I have finished. Now I can enjoy some delightful time with you all on Namek." Gohan responded with joy. "That's wonderful. I wonder if there are any handsome fellows on Namek with whom I could engage in romance. I certainly do not wish to witness Goku and Qiqi flaunting their affection any longer," Bulma lamented. Goku cleared his throat and said, "Prepare the items you wish to take. I shall summon my brother." He knew that if he did not keep an eye on him, Radits would remain in the gravity chamber, engrossed in his training. "Gohan, you should also go to Master Roshi's room and wake him up." "All right," Gohan replied, hastening towards the Turtle Hermit's quarters, while Goku turned to seek out Radits. Observing their departure, Qiqi felt a surge of delight, as she had finally found an opportunity. She quietly approached Bulma, gently grasping her arm to beckon her closer. Bulma glanced at Qiqi, puzzled, yet complied and leaned in. As Qiqi whispered into her ear, "Bulma, I believe Goku's older brother is quite impressive. Why not consider him?" Upon hearing this, Bulma chuckled softly, shaking her head as she replied, "Who? That training fanatic Radits? I think we are ill-suited for each other. Besides, I am off to Namek in search of my Prince Charming." Just as their conversation continued, Gohan and Master Roshi, along with Goku and Radits, approached, engaged in lively discussion. Goku smiled at Radits, exclaiming, "Brother, I cannot believe you have mastered 100 times gravity in merely 20 days. Indeed, I owe you my gratitude. Without your assistance, I might have managed only 50 times gravity in this brief period. Those magic beans you provided were truly miraculous." Raditz replied, pausing for a moment. "Not only do they heal wounds, but they also restore mental and physical stamina to peak condition, enhancing our Scion combat prowess. Unfortunately, I only have 3 left, and their effectiveness in boosting my strength has diminished. Oh, once these are used up, I shall simply request more from Korin when we return to Earth. The reduced effectiveness is likely due to your cells becoming accustomed to this healing method," Goku chuckled. "Next time, we shall try a different healing approach. It's a minor issue. But enough of that. Brother, would you like to assess your current maximum fighting power?" Raditz responded, "If your ship possesses such functionality, then let us measure it, for I too am curious about my fighting capacity." "Very well. Bulma has just upgraded the scanning feature. So stand still for a moment," Goku instructed as he pressed a button. Following the instructions, Raditz soon found himself enveloped by a transparent glass dome that rose from the ground, enclosing him completely and isolating him from the others. "Brother, this dome will prevent any damage to the ship and its occupants when you unleash your power, so feel free to give it your all inside." Raditz nodded with a smile, understanding the situation, and without hesitation, he began to unleash his energy. Wukong stood aside, intently gazing in the direction of Raditz, and shouted loudly, "Dragon, assess Raditz's current combat power." A voice from the intercom immediately responded, "As you command, Master." After the assessment, it was revealed that Raditz's combat power stood at an astonishing 300,000. Upon hearing this figure, the crowd erupted in exclamations of awe and admiration. They were profoundly astonished and filled with reverence for the formidable strength displayed by Raditz. Gohan leaped with excitement, finding the experience utterly delightful. He turned to Goku and exclaimed, Father, I too wish to test my combat power. Previously, during his training with Radits, he had persistently insisted on bringing Gohan along until he successfully overcame the gravity of 20 times, after which he was allowed to return to his studies. I have truly exerted myself. Subsequently, Gohan emulated Radits' earlier actions and conducted a test of his combat power. At that moment, Gohan's combat power was revealed to be 30,000. The announcement echoed once more, proclaiming Gohan's power level. The crowd gasped in astonishment, surrounding Gohan with compliments, while Goku quietly muttered to himself, "No wonder he possesses such extraordinary talent. Raditz amplified his power 5-fold at a gravity of 100. Yet you achieved a 10-fold increase at 20. This aptitude far surpasses that of the original tale. Could it be that Gohan's birth coincided with my transformation into a Super Saiyan and my continuous practice of the divine training methods? How enviable." Wufan, slightly embarrassed by the praise, scratched his head and remarked, "Qiqi, it's really nothing special, just a stroke of good luck." After a few more casual conversations, everyone began to pack their belongings in preparation for disembarking. Gohan slung his backpack over his shoulders and approached the window to gaze at the scenery outside. Namek was a verdant planet, its surface adorned with lush forests and expansive grasslands. After a brief period of lively chatter, the crew resumed their packing. Just as they completed their tasks, the spacecraft's intercom crackled to life. "We have arrived at Namek. The ship will soon land." Below is the recently gathered and previously stored ecological information about Namek, along with our deductions. The crew paused their activities, attentively listening to the broadcast. Namek resides within a unique star system, orbited by 3 suns, which renders the planet devoid of night. The sky perpetually maintains a daytime-like brightness, comprising hundreds of islands. Namek's surface is primarily defined by vast bodies of water interspersed with land masses. This geographical configuration endows Namek with abundant water resources, essential for sustaining life. The land is cloaked in diverse flora and fungi, with solitary hills and continents shrouded by peculiar mushroom-like trees. These plants and fungi form a crucial component of Namek's ecosystem. They not only provide sustenance and resources for its inhabitants but also play a vital role in maintaining the planet's ecological equilibrium. The atmosphere consists of 66 nitrogen, 32 oxygen, and 2 carbon dioxide. This composition renders Namek's atmospheric environment conducive to life, with oxygen levels sufficient to meet respiratory needs. The greenhouse effect induced by carbon dioxide, combined with continuous sunlight, ensures a stable surface temperature that feels pleasant, with a climate that remains constant, forever reminiscent of early summer, ideal for exploration. Wishing everyone a delightful journey. The crew listened intently, filled with anticipation for their adventures on Namek. Gohan exclaimed with excitement, "At last, we are about to set foot on this enigmatic planet. I wonder what kind of adventures await us." Wukong replied with a smile, "I hope that the Namekian planet harbors no dangers, and that we can coexist amicably with the celestial beings." Laughter erupted among the group as they proceeded toward the exit, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the spacecraft. No sooner had he spoken than the vessel gracefully descended to the surface, its grand doors slowly unveiling. As Gohan was the first to leap from the spaceship, he gazed at the surrounding scenery with unbridled excitement, exclaiming, "Hooray! I, Son Gohan, have arrived on Namek." The others followed suit, gradually disembarking from the vessel. Master Roshi, upon stepping down, furrowed his brow and directed a concerned look towards Goku. "Goku, the presence of formidable warriors on this planet is overwhelming, and many of them exude a malevolent aura. Among them, one particular energy stands out, cold, sinister, and immensely powerful. Radits also sense the atmosphere of this planet, rendered speechless by astonishment. Frieza? And the presence of his army and the Ginyu Force? But what of the energy nearby? Prince Vegeta? His power is rapidly waning, as if he were on the brink of death. Why are these individuals present on this planet? What on earth has transpired here?" Calmly, Wukong remarked, "Do not panic. Have you forgotten that Vegeta's previous scouter possesses a listening function? It is likely that Frieza, as you mentioned, discovered the existence of the Dragon Balls through it. Compared to Earth, Namek is presumably closer to Frieza's base, which is why he has come to Namek in search of the Dragon Balls to fulfill his wish. As for Vegeta, his intentions likely align with Frieza's. The situation has certainly grown more intriguing." Chapter 21. Vegeta declares war on Son Goku.Old lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, with Jinyu's foot pressed upon his head. Angrily, Jinyu exclaimed, "You have indeed grown stronger, Vegeta. While I can comprehend your ability to slay Goldo, who possesses extraordinary powers yet only a combat strength of 12,000, I am astonished that you have also dispatched my strongest team member, Riku. with a battle power of 50,000. Had it not been for the fusion technique employed by Bat and Jeez, they too would have fallen before you while I sought the Dragon Balls you concealed. If that had occurred, I would have lost all my men. You have truly surprised me. I did not anticipate your combat strength reaching 60,000. However, it ends here. I shall swiftly avenge my comrades by eliminating you. With that, Jinyu withdrew his foot and began to gather an energy wave in his hand, aiming it at Vegeta's head. Just as he was about to unleash it, several figures suddenly appeared beside Vegeta. Jinyu halted his action, observing the presence of Radits and two figures resembling scions, one large and one small. Recognizing Radits, Jinyu mockingly addressed him. Isn't this the once weak scion, Radits? It has been a long time. I thought you would never dare to show your face before the Frieza Force again. And these two beside you must be the scions from Earth. Are you here to rescue your scion prince, your highness? Without a moment's hesitation, Raditz surged forward in an instant, delivering a flurry of 3 punches that sent Jinyu, as well as Bat and Jeez, crashing to the ground. He scoffed. Humph, to call me trash, your Jinyu force is even less than that. Wukong cast a glance of admiration at Raditz and remarked, I stand by my words. You are even inferior to refuse, let alone my brother, who is certainly not worthless. Wu Fan cautiously surveyed his surroundings and, upon observing Vegeta's dire state, urged Goku, Father, it appears that the scion named Vegeta is on the brink of death. What shall we do? Raditz reminisced about the years spent alongside Vegeta. Glancing at the battered and bloodied figure, motionless before him, he turned to Goku and suggested, I believe we should extend our aid. After all, he is one of the few remaining scions. Wukong retrieved a bottle of water from Gohan's backpack and handed it to Raditz, saying, Brother, the decision is yours. Meanwhile, the Jinyu force, having just risen and wiped the blood from the corners of their mouths, eyed Raditz warily as he accepted the water. He then produced a bean and fed it to Vegeta, subsequently pouring an entire bottle of water into Vegeta's mouth before stepping aside to observe his condition. Momentarily hesitant to act, after a brief interval, Vegeta's wounds vanished instantaneously, and his body returned to its former state. He abruptly opened his eyes, instinctively leaping to his feet, entering a state of readiness as he scanned his surroundings and assessed his own condition. Upon noticing the familiar landscape of Namek, along with the Jinyu force and the detested Kakarot, he paused momentarily before bursting into a boisterous laugh. Haha, I, Prince Vegeta of the Scions, am still alive. How delightful. I feel an overwhelming surge of power coursing through me. Though I am oblivious to the circumstances surrounding you two groups, it matters not. With my current strength, I could vanquish even Frieza. As for you, my enemies, it is time to meet your demise. Before anyone could react, Berta and Jisoo could no longer tolerate the arrogance of those they had previously defeated and charged forward with their fusion technique. Witnessing their audacity, Vegeta smirked wickedly. Did you truly believe I was still the Vegeta you bested earlier? What a farcical notion. Before the duo could close the distance, Vegeta appeared before them at a speed that even Jinyu could not perceive. His fist struck simultaneously, puncturing their bodies. In their moment of terror, the energy emanating from his fist erupted, coinciding with the explosion of the battle power detectors worn by the Jinyu force, resulting in Berta and Jisoo being vaporized into mere ashes, disappearing from existence. Raditz, Gohan, and Jinyu were left in a state of shock, rendered speechless. At that moment, Wukong applauded enthusiastically, exclaiming, Oh, impressive, Vegeta. I never anticipated your power would escalate to such heights. Truly, you are the epitome of a scion elite and a prodigious warrior. As Wukong spoke, the others snapped out of their astonishment. Jinyu trembled uncontrollably, his disbelief morphing into frenzied exclamations. No, no, impossible. This cannot be happening. It must be my detector malfunctioning. Yes, that must be it. How could your battle power possibly exceed 500,000? I refuse to believe it. This cannot be real. Observing Jinyu's grotesque state, Vegeta retorted with scorn, there is nothing impossible about it. A scion can enhance their power when on the brink of death. Though I am perplexed by the magnitude of this increase and how I recovered so swiftly. Your current demeanor as the commander of the illustrious Jinyu force is indeed laughable and repugnant. Therefore, allow me to grant you relief. You may now embrace death. As soon as the words left his lips, Vegeta launched an energy blast, catching Jinyu off guard and reducing him to mere ashes. Turning his attention to Goku and the others, Vegeta proclaimed with unparalleled arrogance, Now it is your turn, especially you, damned Kakarot. Gohan cast a glance at Goku and Raditz beside him, suppressing the fear within his heart and summoning his courage to exclaim, You wicked villain! We saved your life with the sins of beans, and this is how you repay us? Upon hearing this, Vegeta turned his gaze toward Radits, asking, Radits, is it truly you who saved me? Radits felt a tumult of emotions within, despite his relentless training and the arduous effort he had put in to become so powerful. Vegeta had effortlessly surpassed his accomplishments. Nevertheless, he found solace in the truth. Indeed, Vegeta, it was we who saved you with a miraculous healing herb from Earth, the Senza bean, just as you were on the brink of death. Upon hearing this, Vegeta responded with a humph. In light of the fact that you have spared my life, I shall refrain from killing you for now. However, Kakarot, I demand a duel to determine who is the strongest scion. Wukong also intended to teach this somewhat arrogant fellow, whose power had surged dramatically, a lesson. Very well. I accept your challenge. At that moment, Raditz interjected, Kakarot, are you truly confident in your ability to contend with him? His energy now surpasses mine by a factor of 2. Although you claimed aboard the spacecraft that you were stronger than I and more adept with the Kaioken, I remain somewhat uncertain regarding your true combat prowess. Perhaps I should take the lead. With the Kaioken, I could effortlessly defeat him. With one hand resting on Raditz's shoulder, Wukong assured him, do not worry, brother. I am not jesting. Although it may seem to you that I have not engaged in much training or demonstrated formidable combat prowess, rest assured, my strength is still sufficient to vanquish the current Vegeta. Upon overhearing their exchange, Vegeta's fury erupted, and he charged at Son Wukong with a clenched fist. Chapter 22, A Visit to the Grand Elder of Namek. Without the slightest hesitation, Wukong absorbed Vegeta's attack with his face, revealing a benevolent smile. I ask you, Vegeta, could you refrain from striking until I have finished speaking? In an instant, Wukong unleashed a power nearly on par with Vegeta's, delivering a swift punch to Vegeta's face that sent him flying. Under the astonished and exhilarated gazes of Raditz and Gohan, the two engaged in a breathtaking battle. Their figures intertwined in the air, each blow resonating through the very fabric of space. Wukong nimbly dodged Vegeta's assaults while simultaneously retaliating. His fists fell like raindrops, each carrying formidable strength, leaving Vegeta momentarily overwhelmed. Vegeta, however, showcased his formidable and resilient spirit. His muscles tensed, his gaze unwavering, he launched ferocious counterattacks. His speed and power astonished Gohan and Raditz, yet Wukong found them manageable. To onlookers, the clash appeared intensely fierce, with neither party showing any inclination to retreat. Their combat skills and strategies reached their zenith, each strike a lethal threat. Nonetheless, there existed no genuine animosity between them, but rather a mutual respect and challenge of each other's prowess. As time progressed, the battle intensified. Vegeta bore more and more wounds, yet he persisted, unwilling to yield easily. This was not merely a contest of strength, but a duel of wills. Ultimately, witnessing Vegeta nearing his breaking point, Wukong could no longer stand idly by. Vegeta, let us call it a day. We can refine our skills further when we have more time, shall we? Vegeta scoffed in response, what is this, Kakarot? Are you afraid? I have yet to unleash my true power. Wukong shook his head and sighed. You remain as obstinate as ever. I knew it would be futile to engage you in rational discourse. Since you refuse to reason, allow me to speak to you in the language of physics. Suddenly, Wukong unleashed a formidable aura, surpassing even Vegeta's by a factor of 2. As Gohan, Raditz, and even Vegeta pondered how Wukong could have achieved such strength without employing the Kaioken technique, he delivered a powerful punch directly to Vegeta's abdomen, rendering him unconscious. Observing the still figure of Vegeta resting quietly, Wukong smiled with satisfaction, remarking to himself, this is how it should be. Indeed, as the saying goes, if one can act, there is no need for idle chatter. Gohan rushed over and embraced Goku, exuberantly exclaiming, Dad, you're incredible. I never imagined you could overpower that villain Vegeta without using the Kaioken. Raditz, momentarily taken aback, furrowed his brow in contemplation before shaking his head and breaking into a relieved smile. He approached Goku and patted him on the shoulder, saying, Kakarot, splendid job. The two exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between them, and they nodded in unison. Much of what men convey often resides in unspoken words. Just then, a figure suddenly emerged before the crowd. This figure bore a striking resemblance to Piccolo, yet emanated a far more formidable aura. He stepped out from behind a massive boulder, his eyes reflecting a sense of authority and confidence. Greetings, I am Nail, the guardian of the Grand Elder, he introduced himself, his voice deep and resonant. As Wukong collaborated with Gohan, Rithis gazed at him with astonishment, while both Gohan and Rithis speculated silently about his intentions. Nara continued, stating, I have come here to assess your character and determine whether you are worthy of trust. Additionally, I wish to express my gratitude for your defeat of the malevolent Vegeta. who has slain many of our kin. Upon hearing these words, Wukong, mimicking the relief of the other two, exhaled deeply, realizing that he was not an adversary. Subsequently, Nara conveyed the elder's wishes. The elder wishes to meet you brave warriors in person and has thus invited you to accompany me to an audience with him. Wukong and the others exchanged glances, subsequently nodding in agreement. They were filled with curiosity towards this enigmatic elder and eagerly anticipated their meeting with him. Now, everyone, please follow me, Nyla declared, just as he was about to take flight to lead the way. However, Wukong halted him, asking, "You can discern the presence of your elder, can't you?" Nyla looked at Wukong in confusion but still nodded. "That's excellent," Wukong replied with a smile. "This will save us a great deal of time." Nyla, perplexed, inquired, "What do you mean?" With patience, Wukong elucidated, "I possess a unique ability that allows me to teleport instantaneously to any location. As long as you can perceive the elder's position and essence with your mind and then make contact with my body, I will be able to discern his whereabouts and aura. Thus, we can directly teleport there." Naira's eyes widened in astonishment. He had never encountered such a wondrous skill. Yet, he swiftly regained his composure and began to concentrate, attuning himself to the elder's essence. After considerable effort, Naira finally pinpointed the direction of the elder's presence. He nodded to Wukong, signaling that he was prepared. Goku closed his eyes, adjusted his breath, and placed his fingertips upon his brow, with one hand grasping Gohan. Radits and Naira rested their hands upon Goku's shoulders. Suddenly, Goku opened his eyes wide, exclaiming that he had found it. In an instant, a radiant light flashed, and with a whoosh, they vanished from their original location. When they reappeared, they found themselves deep within Namek, before the residence of the Grand Elder. Meanwhile, Vegeta remained in a state of unconsciousness, left behind at the previous site. On the other side, Goku and his companions arrived before an oddly shaped silver structure. The doors of the building opened automatically, and Nara led them inside, where an elderly Namekian awaited their arrival. "Welcome, esteemed guest from afar." The Grand Elder spoke in a deep voice. "Greetings, Grand Elder." Goku and the others bowed respectfully. "I have sensed the immense power within you," the Grand Elder said with a smile, "particularly regarding you, Son Goku." Wukong chuckled with a hint of embarrassment, saying, "Oh, not at all. I am truly unworthy of such praise. The reason I have invited you here today is to gain a deeper understanding of you, these kind-hearted outsiders, and to engage in further meaningful dialogue. What do you think? Is that agreeable?" With a smile, Wukong responded, "Of course, Great Elder. However, what is your plan? One of you may step forward and stand before me, allowing me to delve into his memories, thus enabling a deeper understanding of your group. If it is agreeable, who among you wishes to take the chance?" Gohan, filled with excitement and wonder, immediately leaped forward and eagerly exclaimed, Me. I want to give it a try." The elder gave a slight nod, gesturing for Gohan to step before him. Gohan, brimming with excitement, stepped forward to stand before the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder extended his hand, gently placing it above Gohan's forehead, and closed his eyes. After a moment of silence, the Grand Elder's eyes, which seemed capable of perceiving the essence of all things, slowly opened, revealing a glimmer of unmistakable astonishment and admiration. "Ah, what an intriguing and resilient child," he murmured softly, nodding in satisfaction as a gentle smile graced his aged countenance. "Through Gohan's memories, I have come to understand your world and have witnessed your experiences and growth." The Grand Elder's voice was deep and resonant, each word seemingly infused with boundless strength and wisdom. "You are a valiant band of warriors, transcending the stars and unafraid of formidable foes. You have sacrificed so much to safeguard the blue planet known as Earth." As he spoke, the Grand Elder's gaze inadvertently drifted towards the silent Radits, his eyes reflecting both understanding and encouragement. He recognized that this former member of Frieza's army, despite his past misdeeds, had undergone a transformation through the events on Earth. "Seeing you all so powerful and united stirs within me a perhaps somewhat audacious request." The Grand Elder's tone grew solemn. "I implore you, on behalf of myself and all Namekians, to protect our homeland, ensuring it does not fall victim to the tyrannical ambitions of Frieza." His words were laden with trust and anticipation, for he understood that this group of extraterrestrial warriors, though differing in culture and background, shared a fervent pursuit of peace and justice in their hearts. This resonance, transcending race and interstellar boundaries, filled the Grand Elder with hope for the future of Namek. "Though we dwell on disparate planets, our hearts are united in the face of evil and tyranny." The Grand Elder continued, his voice echoing in the vast sacred space, as if proclaiming to the universe itself, "Please accept our plea and become the guardians of Namek, that together we might resist the darkness and protect our world." In Wukong's eyes danced a glint of cunning as he feigned a guise of curiosity. His voice laced with a hint of mockery and inquiry. "Ah, Elder, since you possess the ability to glimpse our world through my memories and comprehend our experiences, might you also discern how we might vanquish the formidable and suffocating Frieza? After all, with our current strength, it appears we may struggle to confront him directly." Upon hearing this, the Elder's lips curled into a mysterious smile, imbued with boundless wisdom and depth. "Wukong, your question is indeed both direct and incisive," he replied gently, his tone exuding a comforting strength. "Frieza's might surpass his imagination. However, in this realm, there exists no absolute invincibility, only those who continuously transcend their own limitations. To overcome Frieza, what you require is not merely an enhancement of power, but a harmonious fusion of wisdom and strategy." The Elder's eyes sparkled with sagacity. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "From my recent observation of Gohan's memories, I am convinced that within you resides the power to defeat him. Yet, a portion of that strength remains dormant. I can awaken your potential and evoke that power, perhaps augmenting your abilities." Subsequently, the Elder's eyes, filled with the wisdom of ages, shimmered with a gentle light as he slowly placed his wrinkled hand atop the young Gohan's head. In that instant, time seemed to freeze, and the air was suffused with an ancient and enigmatic force. Wufan felt a surge of warm and powerful energy pouring in from above, akin to the vast Milky Way cascading down, instantly filling every fiber of his being, every inch of his bones. His body felt so light that it seemed capable of dancing with the wind, and an unprecedented sense of strength welled up within him. "Father, it appears I have become extraordinarily powerful." Gohan's fury erupted, and both Goku and Raditz sensed that his energy had reached a level comparable to that of Vegeta moments ago. Everyone present in the room, overwhelmed by the sheer intensity of Gohan's unleashed potential, was filled with disbelief, yet also rejoiced at Gohan's newfound strength and the enhancement of their collective power. When it came time for Goku and Raditz, despite their intrigue, they gracefully declined for their own distinct reasons. Wukong was acutely aware of the formidable strength he possessed. Should the Grand Elder catch a glimpse of his full capabilities, it would likely provoke unnecessary turmoil and misunderstandings. As for Lotties, his stern visage was etched with an unassailable pride. He regarded any attempt to touch his head as a violation of his dignity, a profound and instinctual repulsion. Witnessing this scene, a glimmer of cunning flickered in Wukong's eyes, and a brilliant plan quietly took shape within his mind. He proposed, "Grand Elder, why not summon our comrades who fought alongside us on Planet North? Though they are not present here, they equally yearn for an enhancement of their powers, which may lend your kin a measure of assistance." Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder's eyes shimmered with approval, recognizing Wukong's wisdom and magnanimity. Thus, Wukong utilized his instantaneous movement, traversing the vast cosmos in an instant to arrive at Planet North. He recounted the extraordinary encounters and requests from Namek, and upon hearing his words, his companions were filled with yearning and eager anticipation. Under Wukong's guidance, the elite warriors Piccolo, Krillin, Yamcha, Din, and Tien were instantaneously transported before the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder gazed upon this vibrant assembly of warriors, their spirits aflame with combat zeal, and was overcome with an indescribable shock. Their auras were powerful and pure, particularly that of Piccolo. The Grand Elder accessed the memories of the Namekians Wukong had brought, feeling the latent warrior blood coursing through Piccolo's veins, which evoked an unprecedented sense of comfort and familiarity. The Grand Elder spoke slowly, his voice tinged with barely perceptible excitement. "You are Piccolo, the child of Kadars. Do you know that you and Nara share a common lineage, both descended from the proud warrior race of Namek? Due to the climate changes on Namek that led to a deteriorating living environment, your father sent you to Earth in search of a habitable planet to preserve your race. Upon your arrival, the Earth's climate and the influence of humans caused the accumulation of malevolence within you, leading to the gradual development of your own independent consciousness. Otherwise, you would certainly possess the strength to defeat Frieza." Upon hearing this, a flicker of astonishment crossed Piccolo's eyes, but it was swiftly supplanted by a profound tranquility. In that moment, he felt a subtle connection to his distant past, a resonance deep within his blood. "Are you suggesting that I return to merge with that deity? I would rather not." The Grand Elder replied in a kindly tone, "There is no need for such complexities. I have a second method available, but we shall discuss that later. For now, gather around me, and I shall unlock your potential." Subsequently, the Grand Elder began to awaken the latent potential within these valiant warriors one by one. Each gentle touch of his hand was accompanied by a surge of energy, akin to the most exquisite sculpting of nature, bestowing upon them a qualitative leap in strength. As the final rays of light dissipated, Piccolo and the others experienced an unprecedented surge of power, filled with exhilaration and excitement. Chapter 24. The 10 million level warriors and new adversaries. Upon sensing Piccolo's aura, Radits was taken aback. How has Piccolo suddenly become so powerful? It feels roughly 3 times my strength. He hastily sensed the auras of his companions and discovered that Krillin and Tien's energies had also become comparable to his own. Moreover, Yamcha and Kaiatsu's auras had surpassed half of his strength. This left Raditz utterly astonished. Raditz widened his eyes and addressed the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, please help me awaken my potential immediately. The Grand Elder smiled and nodded, saying, very well, my child. With that, he extended his finger and placed it upon Raditz's head. As the Grand Elder's power flowed into him, Raditz's body began to transform. His muscles grew more defined, and his aura intensified. After a brief moment, Raditz's potential was fully unlocked. At that moment, his energy had increased 5-fold compared to before. Elated, Raditz reveled in his transformation, a look of ecstatic joy illuminating his face. The others, witnessing Raditz's remarkable enhancement, first marveled at his newfound strength and then extended their congratulations. The Grand Elder observed Raditz and the others with a satisfied gaze. Once the celebration subsided, the Grand Elder concluded his mental exchange with Nail and spoke softly. Nail, go forth, my child. For the sake of Namek, I apologize for the burden placed upon you. Nail bowed deeply to the Grand Elder, determination gleaming in his eyes, and earnestly replied, it is my honor, Grand Elder. I am grateful for your care and nurturing over the years. Nail approached Piccolo with a serious and focused demeanor. He gazed into Piccolo's eyes and stated earnestly, I am the second method the Grand Elder spoke of. Merge with me. We are both the finest of the warrior Namekians. Through this fusion, I can replenish and enhance your soul and lineage, thereby awakening your potential and elevating your power. Upon hearing this, Piccolo furrowed his brow slightly, appearing hesitant, and softly inquired, if I merge with you, will I still be the same as before? The Grand Elder quickly reassured him, rest assured. This fusion will only amplify your abilities across the board, without altering your personality or thoughts. Nail will vanish from this world, yet your essence will remain intact. Upon hearing this, Piccolo exhaled in relief, a hint of tranquility crossing his face. He nodded in acceptance and asked, if that is the case, how do we proceed with the fusion? What preparations are necessary? Naru extended his hand to Piccolo, responding with unwavering conviction. No special preparation is necessary. Whenever you are ready, we can commence the assimilation. It is a natural and gradual process, and the moment our bodies make contact, the assimilation will occur automatically. Trust me. You will undoubtedly perceive a surge of power and transformation. Taking a deep breath, Piccolo nodded resolutely in agreement. Gripping Nera's hand tightly, his eyes sparkled with determination and anticipation. As a radiant white light enveloped their bodies, a formidable energy began to flow between them. Suddenly, Neru's brilliance intensified, and he transformed into a beam of white light that entered Piccolo's being. The assimilation was complete, permanently merging their essences into a singular, new entity. Throughout this process, Piccolo experienced an overwhelming surge of power rising within him, his aura becoming extraordinarily potent. As time progressed, his energy escalated dramatically, akin to a volcanic eruption, soaring uncontrollably. A delicate green luminescence enveloped his form, growing ever more intense, as if striving to pierce the heavens. In his eyes, a resolute and steadfast determination shone forth. He clenched his fists, embracing the relentless tide of energy surging within. He understood that this was the fruit of his assimilation with Neru, a testament to their combined strength. However, this ascension of power was fleeting. As Piccolo's energy reached a terrifying pinnacle, it began to gradually wane, eventually stabilizing. Estimating his newfound power to be approximately 15 times that of his pre-assimilation state, he gradually reined in his energy, returning to a tranquil demeanor. In that moment, Piccolo was no longer the solitary warrior he once was. Through his unification with Neru, he had acquired a far more formidable strength and confidence, believing that with this power, he could certainly overcome Frieza and safeguard Namek. At that moment, an overwhelming, chilling, and malevolent aura began to swell rapidly, as if intent on devouring the entire world. This aura exuded an endless darkness and coldness, instilling a sense of dread and despair. It was reminiscent of a demon rising from the abyss, radiating a stifling sense of oppression. Simultaneously, another presence drew the attention of the onlookers. It was Vegeta, whose energy had doubled, leaving everyone astounded. However, in comparison to the recently surged evil aura, Vegeta's energy was merely half of its magnitude, and the two forces stood in stark opposition to one another. Though the source was distant, Everyone could distinctly feel the presence of that energy, as if it proclaimed its own might and supremacy to the world. The Grand Elder gazed at the Dragon Balls before him, a flicker of resolve gleaming in his eyes. He resolved to bestow the Dragon Ball he had safeguarded upon Goku and his companions. For he understood that this gesture would enable them to confront the impending crisis more effectively. The Grand Elder placed the Dragon Ball into Goku's hands and, with profound sincerity, remarked, "This Dragon Ball is entrusted to you. May it grant you strength and courage." Upon receiving the Dragon Balls, Gohan graciously accepted them, and the others expressed their heartfelt gratitude to the Elder before bidding farewell. Subsequently, Goku utilized his instant transmission technique, swiftly transporting everyone to the battlefield where Vegeta was engaged. Upon their arrival, they beheld a colossal spaceship, its entire structure exhibiting a flattened, oval design, resembling a gigantic discus suspended in the cosmos. The sheer size of the vessel was imposing, delivering a profound visual impact that crafted an intense atmospheric experience. The spaceship's upper design was particularly distinctive, featuring a circular entrance at its center, encircled by observation windows of Frieza's command room. While these windows did not permit a view of the internal architecture, their hue, a gradient of purple, bestowed upon the spacecraft an aura of enigma and nobility. The circular hatch on top was ingeniously crafted, while the sides of the ship were adorned with a series of neatly aligned circular blue portholes, their metallic finish gleaming resplendently. Upon landing, multiple mechanical tentacles emerged to provide support, sturdy and robust. The design of the bottom struts was equally exquisite, each tip enhanced with a gradient of metallic blue, showcasing meticulous craftsmanship. In Chapter 25, titled Piccolo vs. Frieza, just a short distance from the spaceship, Vegeta found himself locked in a fierce battle against a foe resembling an alien creature. This adversary possessed pink limbs and a massive, muscular form covered in hard, purple scales that shimmered with a metallic luster, their edges sharp. Its hands and feet, along with portions of its white armor on the shoulders and chest, were purple. The elongated skull bore two large and two smaller horns that grew backward, with a grotesque and protruding visage. Its nose had nearly regressed, leaving only a pair of cold, ruthless eyes that glowed with a cruel and chilling light. Numerous sharp spines protruded from its back, and its limbs were robust and powerful, exhibiting clear muscle definition. With legs that stood firmly like pillars, a long tail, resembling a flexible whip, swayed behind it, ending in a sharp, spiked appendage. The tail's coloration matched that of its body, adorned with black circular markings, emanating an aura of malevolent power and instilling fear. In this confrontation, Vegeta recognized the formidable strength of his opponent but felt no fear. Instead, he chose to confront the challenge bravely, his gaze filled with unwavering resolve. The malevolent presence continued to radiate a chilling pressure, attempting to crush Vegeta's spirit. Nevertheless, despite being relentlessly assaulted, Vegeta did not falter. Suddenly, Goku swung his right hand, unleashing a powerful energy blast directed at the two combatants. Upon recognizing the alien monstrosity as Frieza, he called out loudly, "Hey, you are Frieza, aren't you?" In the midst of a fierce battle, Vegeta and Frieza instantly sensed a formidable aura, causing them to retreat swiftly, creating distance between themselves. They both turned their gaze towards the assailant, their eyes filled with vigilance. Upon recognizing Goku, Vegeta felt a silent sigh of relief wash over him, only to be replaced by a peculiar smile. He sensed that his combat power had surged to a level comparable to the force with which Goku had once knocked him unconscious, and he no longer believed he would fall to Goku again. Frieza, upon seeing Goku's visage, was reminded of the scion who had bravely stood against him years prior, attempting to thwart his destruction of planet Vegeta. However, as their eyes shifted behind Goku, they discovered Radits, Piccolo, Krillin, and Gohan, who held a Dragon Ball. A surge of excitement crossed Frieza's face, for he had finally located the last Dragon Ball. Frieza felt a pang of frustration, as ever since his and his legion's power detectors had been obliterated by a distant power exceeding 500,000, he had been in a passive state. He had gone to that location only to find an unconscious Vegeta and a hidden Dragon Ball nearby. Now, he had gathered 6 Dragon Balls, yet without any detectors. He was unable to locate the Namekian to inquire about the whereabouts of the final Dragon Ball. Reluctantly, he decided to take Vegeta back to his base for treatment, planning to devise a strategy once he awakened. To his astonishment, upon regaining consciousness, Vegeta's power had vastly increased, and he boldly declared war against Frieza. Though surprised, Frieza felt no fear. After all, he was the Emperor of the universe. Yet, in their ensuing clash, Frieza quickly realized that Vegeta's strength surpassed his expectations. His first form was utterly inadequate against Vegeta, leading to a swift defeat. Consequently, he was compelled to transform into his second form, managing to hold his ground against Vegeta. Witnessing Vegeta's alarming rate of growth, Frieza resolved to unleash his full power, transforming into his third form. In this new state, he toyed with Vegeta, leaving him in a dire predicament. Unexpectedly, Vegeta refused to yield, demonstrating relentless resistance. As Frieza reveled in the hunt, the last Dragon Ball fortuitously presented itself. Overjoyed, he immediately ceased his assault on Vegeta and turned his attention to the Dragon Ball, convinced that securing it would grant him his wish, immortality, allowing him to eternally reign atop the throne of the universe. With these thoughts occupying his mind, Frieza had no time to respond to Goku's inquiries. He vanished in an instant, reappearing before Gohan, revealing himself as Frieza. He stood before Gohan, extending a hand with the intent to first eliminate the child clutching the Dragon Ball, and then reclaim the coveted sphere. In a swift and unexpected motion, Frieza's actions caught everyone off guard, leaving them momentarily paralyzed. Just as Gohan's body seemed destined to be pierced by the sharp tip of Frieza's palm, a figure dashed forward, seizing Frieza's arm and preventing any further advance. When the onlookers regained their senses, they discovered that it was Piccolo who had intervened. Without uttering a word, Piccolo delivered a powerful punch to Frieza's face, sending him hurtling through the air. Frieza soared like a cannonball, crashing through numerous hills before finally becoming lodged against the surface of the last one. Struggling to emerge from the mound, a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. Blinded by rage, he was incredulous that a Namekian would dare to thwart his plans, especially one capable of inflicting such damage with a mere punch. "You dare to obstruct me?" Frieza seethed through clenched teeth. Piccolo, exuding an air of authority, retorted, "Humph. Gohan is but my half-student. You shall not harm him in my presence." With that declaration, the two resumed their fierce combat. However, the tide of battle had shifted dramatically. Every move Frieza attempted was effortlessly countered by Piccolo, leaving him utterly defenseless. Overwhelmed by frustration and confusion, Frieza could not comprehend the sudden surge in Piccolo's strength. Meanwhile, Piccolo reveled in tormenting Frieza, ensuring he experienced profound discomfort. After a while, Frieza came to a harsh realization of his predicament and roared in fury, "Damn it. You audacious fool, how dare you humiliate me?" With that, he resolved to unleash his ultimate transformation. As a radiant light flickered, a powerful surge of energy enveloped him, and his form began to undergo a dramatic metamorphosis. His physique shrank, yet his muscles became more defined, cloaked in a blinding glow that rendered him nearly unviewable. Once the luminescence gradually subsided, Frieza emerged in his final form before the spectators. He appeared diminutive, yet more compact than before, emanating a chilling aura of terror. His head was smooth, glimmering with a subtle violet sheen reminiscent of gemstones. His face was adorned with a pair of elongated blood-red eyes, radiating an endless coldness and cruelty, as if his gaze could penetrate the very soul. His lips, a deep shade of purplish black, framed two lines resembling blood tears beneath his eyes, further emphasizing the mercilessness reflected in his expression. Clad in a form-fitting purple armor that accentuated his physique, every contour was impeccably defined, showcasing his athletic build. His hands were slender and elongated, fingers slightly curled, perpetually poised to unleash a fatal strike. One of his feet bore 3 toes, producing a creaking sound with each step he took. Every movement he made was imbued with an indescribable elegance coupled with a lethal threat, as if he were a demon from the depths of hell, ready to obliterate his opponent utterly. Chapter 26. Defeat and outburst. A new round of battle commenced between Piccolo and Frieza. Although Frieza's newly transformed state exhibited a considerable increase in power compared to his previous form, he still fell short in comparison to Piccolo. However, as the battle progressed, all present could distinctly sense Frieza's energy steadily intensifying, while Piccolo found himself increasingly strained in combat. Before long, it became evident that Piccolo was no match for Frieza, and the tide of battle had completely turned. Now it was Frieza who toyed with Piccolo, leaving him with little to no means of retaliation. Finding the encounter somewhat tedious, Frieza resolved to conclude this game. Raising a single finger, he unleashed a death ray that shot forth with astonishing speed, leaving Piccolo no time to evade. Striking him directly in the left chest, the force of this death ray was immense, piercing through Piccolo's body and leaving a gruesome wound as he slowly succumbed to his defeat. Just as Goku, having transported Krillin and the others back to the dragon ship, witnessed Piccolo's fall, he felt Gohan's fury surge dramatically, escalating 20-fold as he prepared to charge at Frieza. Goku quickly interjected, "Gohan, don't act rashly. You're not yet a match for Frieza." However, consumed by rage and devoid of reason, Gohan disregarded Goku's warning. Akin to a furious beast, he charged forward, His speed was remarkable, vanishing from sight only to reappear behind the unsuspecting Frieza in an instant. Without hesitation, he unleashed a fierce kick that struck Frieza's back with tremendous force, sending him hurtling away. Caught off guard by this sudden assault, Frieza's body tumbled through the air. Meanwhile, Gohan did not relent. He raised his hands above his head, palms pressed together, concentrating all his energy into that singular point. With a mighty shout, he declared, Masenko. A formidable wave of energy erupted from his palm, radiating with unparalleled might. This energy wave struck the airborne Frieza with unwavering precision. A resounding explosion ensued as the wave collided with Frieza's form, illuminating the entire expanse as if a miniature sun had burst forth in that very moment. Gohan, having overexerted himself, found his strength utterly depleted and succumbed to darkness, collapsing to the ground. In that very moment, Goku appeared instantaneously behind him, catching him in a tender embrace. As he gazed down at the sleeping Gohan in his arms, an overwhelming sense of reflection washed over him. This child truly possesses remarkable potential. The power embodied in that recent technique was, astonishingly, twice the energy of the initial wave itself. It seems that the careless Frieza may indeed require a respite this time. Goku gently placed Gohan on the ground, his gaze heavy with concern as he surveyed the scene before him. His eyes flitted to Piccolo, who lay motionless on the ground, wounds healing at an agonizingly slow pace, and to Vegeta, battered and bloodied, standing nearby with a face etched in defiance. Turning his head, Goku fixed his determined gaze upon Radits and softly inquired, Brother, you must have 2 Senzu beans left, right? Radits nodded slightly, instantly grasping Goku's intentions. Without hesitation, he tossed the last 2 remaining Senzu beans to Goku, saying, Go and do what you must. I will hold the fort here. Wukong deftly caught the celestial bean, a glimmer of gratitude flashing in his eyes as he sincerely expressed his thanks to Radits, saying, Thank you, brother. He then turned to face Vegeta, calling out, Vegeta, catch. This is the miraculous earth medicine that saved your life from Jinyu. With that, Wukong hurled a celestial bean towards Vegeta with great force. Vegeta reached out to catch the bean, his mind filled with confusion, yet he complied with Wukong's instructions, placing the bean in his mouth, chewing it into fragments, and swallowing it down. Simultaneously, Wukong swiftly approached Piccolo, carefully placing another celestial bean into Piccolo's mouth. Though Piccolo was on the brink of death, he still retained a flicker of consciousness. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, he laboriously crushed the bean and swallowed it. In an instant, the wounds on both men healed, their cells rapidly regenerating, and in the blink of an eye, they returned to their former state, as if the battle had never transpired. Restored to their peak condition, Piccolo rose from the ground, casting a complex glance at Wukong, and gently nodded in appreciation. He then lifted the sleeping Gohan, retreating slowly to the side. Meanwhile, Vegeta, brimming with excitement, sprang to his feet and exclaimed, Ha 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 ha. I have truly regained my strength completely. This sensation of being filled with power is absolutely marvelous. Clenching his fists, he reveled in the surging strength within him, an unprecedented wave of confidence swelling in his heart. Upon sensing Vegeta's aura, Wukong's eyes flickered with a hint of cunning, and he nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, this energy emanating from Vegeta has increased threefold compared to before. Truly befitting of an elite scion. Simultaneously, Radits turned to Wukong, seemingly discerning his thoughts, and smiled in agreement, nodding as well. Indeed, this fellow Vegeta has managed to elevate his power to such heights in such a brief span of time. He is truly worthy of the title Prince of the Scions. Hearing their praises, Vegeta crossed his arms defiantly. Humph. Once I escape this wretched planet and train for a while longer, I will surely defeat that accursed Frieza. I am the strongest scion. After placing Gohan on a somewhat secluded rock, Piccolo was filled with confusion. Utterly bewildered by the unfolding situation, he anxiously exclaimed, Hey, old son, this is not the time for discussions. That Frieza might awaken at any moment, and his aura has weakened significantly. Piccolo was acutely aware of Frieza's terrifying strength and ruthless methods. Should he recover, the consequences would be dire. At this moment, they should focus their energies on the imminent crisis rather than getting entangled in trivial matters. However, Sun Wukong seemed unfazed by Frieza's looming threat, responding calmly, There's no rush. You'll understand when Frieza arrives. Piccolo did not grasp Wukong's meaning. He believed that caution was paramount, and vigilance must be maintained. After all, Frieza's might was well known, and any lapse in attention could lead to catastrophic consequences. Wukong shouted towards Frieza, Hey, Frieza, stop pretending and get up. I know you're fine. This is not amusing at all. Chapter 27. Radits vs. Frieza. Frieza rose from the ground and slowly approached, emitting a sinister chuckle. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect you to see through my ruse. I was eager to observe how you would behave after believing you had triumphed over me. Vegeta, witnessing Frieza's swift recovery, was engulfed by a wave of fear, murmuring in frustration and despair. Damn it. I never anticipated this guy could move so quickly. I haven't even had the chance to escape this planet. Am I destined to perish here? No, I cannot die in this place. I have far greater matters to attend to. Piccolo lamented, cursed be this fate. Had I known he was this formidable, I should have eliminated him sooner, thus avoiding this dire predicament. Now, I risk disappointing the elder. With a deep sigh, he gazed with eyes filled with resignation and guilt. Radits, observing the expressions of despair on his companions' faces, furrowed his brow and shouted in discontent, Hey, what are those expressions? I haven't even made my move yet. Pay attention. No sooner had he spoken than a powerful aura emanated from Radits, startling Vegeta. However, Vegeta quickly mocked, I never imagined your strength would advance so swiftly, nearly reaching half of my own. But what uses such power against Frieza? Before Vegeta could continue his taunts, Raditz assumed a peculiar stance, squatting as if in discomfort. Clenching his fists tightly, he unleashed his aura once more and bellowed, Kaioken, 10 times. As he shouted, Raditz's body was enveloped in a tempestuous red aura, his power surging tenfold. At that moment, he had completely surpassed Piccolo. Vegeta, stunned by the spectacle, gazed in disbelief at the figure before him, filled with self-mockery and rage. I can't believe I haven't even reached half of your strength, all while calling myself the strongest scion. How ridiculous. Frieza, observing Raditz's transformation, exhibited no sign of panic. Rather, a smirk curled at the corners of his mouth, accompanied by a disdainful laugh. Ha ha ha, you appear to be slightly more powerful than that Namekian. But if this is all the strength you possess, then I must say, I am thoroughly disappointed. The atmosphere was rife with sarcasm and disdain, as if Raditz were held in utter contempt. At that moment, the crowd marveled at Raditz's formidable enhancement, yet only Son Wukong remained silent, his bright eyes intently fixed on Raditz as if anticipating something momentous. Suddenly, Raditz's aura surged explosively, engulfing him in a fiery red blaze that danced wildly like frenzied flames, while his long hair and tail began to thrash about with fervor. Despite enduring excruciating pain, he bellowed, Kaioken, 20 times. With that proclamation, Raditz's power doubled instantaneously, startling both Piccolo and Vegeta, who were utterly astounded by the spectacle before them. Meanwhile, Son Wukong beamed with delight, giving Raditz a thumbs up in approval. Concurrently, Frieza's eyes gleamed with fervent excitement, reflecting his intense yearning for the fierce clash that lay ahead. With a series of rapid punches echoing through the air, Frieza and Raditz transformed into mere shadows, swiftly crossing paths in midair. Their movements resembled lightning, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, leaving only fleeting afterimages in their wake. Each encounter unleashed an astonishing force from their fists, as though they sought to rend the very air itself. Piccolo and Vegeta widened their eyes, fixated on the intense battle, afraid to miss a single thrilling moment. They marveled inwardly, recognizing this as the epitome of a true warrior's contest, with each strike imbued with boundless might. In this fierce confrontation, Frieza displayed his formidable prowess and cold-hearted combat style. His strikes were sharp and merciless, granting his opponent no respite. Conversely, Raditz, with his agile movements and indomitable spirit, repeatedly countered Frieza's assaults and launched his own retaliatory strikes. The battlefield was enveloped in their tumultuous clash, as fists and legs entwined, creating a dazzling tableau. Both warriors exchanged blows with unyielding tenacity, neither gaining a decisive upper hand. At that moment, Frieza unleashed a powerful energy wave, prompting Raditz to swiftly evade. However, Frieza seized the opportunity to employ instant transmission, appearing behind Raditz and delivering a kick to his back. Raditz winced in pain, propelled forward. Yet he quickly regained his composure and turned to charge at Frieza once more. The two re-engaged in close combat, their fists raining down upon each other like a torrential storm, each strike laden with tremendous impact. The scene was extraordinarily intense, brimming with a palpable tension and excitement. Piccolo and Vegeta's hearts raced, uncertain of how this fierce encounter would culminate, and who would emerge as the ultimate victor. The battle raged on, as Raditz darted forward with astonishing speed, hurtling towards Frieza. He extended his hands and tightly grasped Frieza's shoulders. Taken aback, Frieza attempted to break free, only to discover that Raditz possessed immense strength. Seizing this opportunity, Raditz raised his knee and struck Frieza's abdomen with great force. Frieza winced in pain, blood spewing from his mouth. Enraged and humiliated, he unleashed a surge of power, sending Raditz flying. Scion monkey, your name shall be etched in my memory. You are Radits. Correct? He sneered. Indeed, it is I, your Lord Radits. With a sinister chuckle, he added, how amusing. I've grown weary of our little game. Now, I bid you farewell in death. With that, Frieza's aura surged once more, amplifying the oppressive atmosphere around them. Radits looked on in disbelief at Frieza, whose exterior remained unchanged, yet whose energy had suddenly doubled, leaving him momentarily at a loss. The limit of the Kaioken technique was 20 times, and Raditz was barely able to muster that much, burdening his body with immense strain. He realized he had no strength left to contend with the now formidable Frieza, and despair began to creep in. In that instant, Frieza appeared before Raditz with blinding speed, delivering a powerful kick that sent him soaring into the sky. Almost instantaneously, Frieza was above him, executing a spinning downward kick that hurled Raditz towards the ground. Before Raditz could land, Frieza was already beneath him, launching him back into the air, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks without affording Raditz a moment to react. Chapter 28. The Dragon Wave. Piccolo finally regained his senses, witnessing Raditz being mercilessly battered by Frieza, his heart swelling with shock and fury. Yet, instead of rushing to confront Frieza, he turned his gaze in search of Goku. He understood that only with Goku's strength could they hope to escape this dire predicament. However, upon looking around, he found Goku had vanished, and despite searching frantically, there was no sign of him. This left Piccolo bewildered and helpless, uncertain of Goku's whereabouts. Simultaneously, Vegeta felt the overwhelming pressure of Frieza's aura, his legs buckling beneath him as he collapsed onto the ground. His eyes widened in terror as he stared at Frieza, despair consuming him. At that moment, Frieza coiled his robust tail around Raditz's neck, hoisting him aloft. Raditz's body appeared lifeless, devoid of any signs of vitality. Frieza displayed a malevolent grin, preparing to deliver the final blow. Piccolo, anxious and frantic, sought alternative means to thwart Frieza, yet against such a formidable foe, he felt utterly powerless. Vegeta found himself engulfed in profound terror, rendered utterly motionless. At that critical moment, the sky suddenly darkened, and vast swathes of black clouds began to drift in, swiftly obscuring the entire firmament. Thunder rumbled ominously, growing ever louder, while golden lightning flickered incessantly within the darkened clouds, the resonant claps of thunder echoing throughout the landscape. This awe-inspiring spectacle captured the attention of Piccolo and his companions, prompting Frieza to cast aside Raditz as he turned to observe the unfolding portent. In that very instant, a brilliant golden light surged forth from the distance, accompanied by a deep, resonant dragon's roar that reverberated through the heavens and the earth. In the sky, a colossal figure materialized, a gargantuan green dragon, stretching several thousand meters in length, with immensely strong arms and 4 fingers curled into fists, its tail extending far above the Dragon Balls. This magnificent green dragon lifted its majestic head high, gazing down upon the world like a deity, shrouded in mist. Meanwhile, Din, equally astonished, turned to Goku and elucidated. Mr. Goku, this is the dragon of Namek, Purunga, which translates to the dragon of dreams in the Namekian language. Wukong, with a smile, remarked, "Oh my, the appearance of this dragon is truly magnificent, far larger than those found on Earth. It is no wonder that this is the homeland of the celestial beings of Earth. Its power must be formidable indeed. It seems worth my while to rush about in the short term, especially as Frieza and Raditz engage in fierce battle. I took the 6 Dragon Balls concealed by Frieza, along with our own, to seek out the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder instructed you, who were attending to him, to assist me in harnessing the power of the Dragon Balls. Fearing unforeseen mishaps, I brought you to a location not far from their battlefield and concealed my presence. Thankfully, you summoned the dragon just in time before Raditz' energy dissipated. It was a close call. Purunga, with piercing crimson eyes, bellowed, I am Purunga, the dragon of Namek. Those who gather the 7 Dragon Balls may state their wishes. Any wish can be granted, but you are limited to 3. On the battlefield, including Gohan, who had been roused from slumber by the thunderous roar, and Piccolo, they all gazed in astonishment at the sight of the Namekian dragon. Purunga, towering thousands of meters, hovered in the sky, appearing far more imposing and magnificent than the slender earth dragon. His robust physique, muscular and sinewy, boasted powerful, thick arms. Sharp black horns adorned his head and shoulders, lending him an air of authority. His grand and upright form possessed a strength surpassing that of the earth dragon, seemingly capable of annihilating all in its path. However, the immense shoulders and large head, adorned with horns, rendered him quite distant from the traditional image of a dragon, even evoking a sense of peculiarity. Nevertheless, Purunga remained an awe-inspiring presence, undoubtedly introducing new variables into the conflict. upon hearing the dragon's voice. Frieza's eyes widened with an uncontrollable thrill and anticipation. He had long sought the dragon, yet had never succeeded in locating its presence. Now, as he finally heard the dragon's voice, the joy and exhilaration within him were indescribable. Without hesitation, he soared into the air, racing toward the dragon with astounding speed. Akin to a flash of lightning streaking across the sky, his gaze was filled with greed and desire, aware that this was his opportunity to fulfill his wishes, which he would not let slip away. Piccolo and the others, witnessing Frieza's departure, made no effort to impede him. They understood Frieza's intentions and recognized the vast disparity in strength between them and him. Faced with such a formidable foe, they chose silence. However, Vegeta's feelings were entirely different. He was consumed with urgency, desperate to thwart Frieza's advance. Yet, fully aware of the power imbalance, he felt a tumult of conflicting emotions and helplessness. Despite his fury at Frieza's actions, he was forced to endure and allow Frieza to depart. Frieza's figure gradually receded, fading from the sight of the onlookers. His departure granted a moment of respite for Piccolo and the others. Meanwhile, Goku sensed that Frieza was approaching and immediately conveyed his two wishes to Din. Although Din did not fully comprehend the first wish, he readily agreed. However, he was reluctant to relay the second wish to the Eternal Dragon. Yet Goku assured him that he would personally handle that individual and would ensure he would not affect planet Namek. Din then recalled the Great Elder's parting words, remembered to fulfill all of Goku's wishes, and after a moment of hesitation, he acquiesced. Din gazed at the Eternal Dragon and, using the Namekian language, proclaimed Goku's two wishes. Eternal Dragon, my first wish is to elevate Goku's bloodline purity to the legendary Super Saiyan level. My second wish is for Vegeta to attain immortality. The solemn voice of the Eternal Dragon resounded once more. I can attempt to fulfill your first wish, but the second one is rather challenging. I will require the power of two wishes to accomplish it. Are you certain? Wukong gazed resolutely at the dragon, devoid of any hesitation. I am certain. Dandy concurred. Indeed, I am certain. Purunga, please grant my wish. Very well. As the dragon's voice resonated, its immense eyes suddenly ignited with a fiery crimson glow. Subsequently, two formidable energies surged forth, entering the bodies of Wukong and the distant Vegeta respectively. Your wishes have been fulfilled. Farewell. The dragon's deep voice reverberated through the air, before its form began to gradually dissipate, transforming into countless sparkling stars, ultimately vanishing from sight. However, at that moment, a furious roar echoed throughout the heavens and the earth. Damn it. Frieza, who had just arrived, observed the scene before him, his expression darkening ominously. His eyes widened as he fixated on the 7 scattered Dragon Balls, now transformed into stones that fell to the ground. The flames of rage within him ignited to an unprecedented intensity. You wretched wild monkey, how dare you thwart my grand design? No matter who you are, you shall pay a grievous price. I shall torment you in the most cruel and excruciating manner. Frieza bared his teeth in a furious howl, his voice brimming with boundless murderous intent. Chapter 29. New Abilities. Power Ceiling. Wukong disregarded Frieza, instead immersing himself in the surging power coursing through his being. Fully aware that his desire had been fulfilled, he gazed toward Vegeta, who was filled with exasperation, silently proclaiming, "Oh, the perennial second fiddle, Vegeta. I shall assist you in realizing your aspirations and rectifying your grievances." At that moment, Vegeta, stealthily trailing behind Frieza, became acutely aware of his own transformation. Sensing an unprecedented vitality within him, he felt as though he could attain immortality, vaguely perceiving the attire of the Wishmaker before the dragon, deducing it to be Wukong, and subsequently understanding that the power he now possessed was a result of Son Wukong's wish to the dragon. Overwhelmed with excitement, Vegeta momentarily forgot Frieza's presence and exclaimed, "Ha ha ha. Kakarot, I never anticipated you would fulfill my wish, granting me this formidable vitality. I feel as though I shall never age, and my combat prowess has nearly doubled. I shall remember this favor, Vegeta shall not forget." Upon finally discerning Wukong's appearance, Vegeta, like Frieza beside him, was momentarily taken aback by Wukong's current form. Wukong's tail had grown thicker and longer, its hue deepening to a darker shade, exuding an aura that signified a profound transformation. Vegeta sensed a potent bloodline pressure emanating from Wukong, who radiated an untamed, primal essence. Intriguingly, Vegeta felt an unexpected inclination to follow Wukong, uttering words he could have never envisioned saying, "Kakarot, thank you." As Wukong sensed Vegeta's gaze, he immediately suppressed his aura, astonished that Vegeta would express gratitude. "Ah, you're welcome." Vegeta. Frieza, noticing that the two were completely disregarding him, felt a surge of fury. "You peculiar scion, Son Wukong, how dare you betray me? You have squandered a wish from the dragon, and you must be prepared to face my wrath. Ha ha ha. With his power having increased, Vegeta found newfound boldness and interjected before Wukong could speak. Frieza, do not be so arrogant. I have attained immortality, and as long as I draw breath, I shall one day annihilate you. Oh ho ho, Vegeta. You don't truly believe you can leave Namek alive today, do you? Truly, you are a foolish wild monkey. Enraged, Vegeta could no longer contain himself and charged at Frieza, yet he was no match for the current Frieza, who easily overpowered him. Wukong observed the battle while contemplating his own transformations. Eventually, Frieza grew bored, deeming Vegeta's power too feeble to sustain his interest. He delivered a punch that sent Vegeta sprawling to the ground, then gleefully stomped on his head, taunting, "Ha ha ha, Vegeta, you remain woefully weak. I have just mastered your technique of sensing energy, and your strength is but a mere fifth of that scion named Rithis at full power. What a pitiful wild monkey you are." At that moment, Wukong, having grasped some abilities of his own, could no longer tolerate the sight of Frieza mocking Vegeta, who lay battered beneath him. He unleashed an aura as fierce as Vegeta's. However, his energy was raw and primal. Hey, Frieza, release him, if you have the courage. Face me. Upon hearing Wukong's challenge, Frieza kicked Vegeta aside and turned his attention to Wukong. Your energy may not be strong, but it is unique, bringing me a hint of pressure and danger. Moreover, you bear a striking resemblance to a scion I once knew. Who exactly are you? I am Son Wukong, a scion raised on Earth. Earth, you say? Ah, yes. When I obliterated planet Vegeta, I released a young scion child destined for Earth. So, it was you. I never anticipated your power would grow to rival Vegeta's, but he is still no match for me. Do you think you can stand against me? Heh, Frieza. Have you ever heard of the Super Saiyan? Frieza scoffed. Super Saiyan? I thought you were going to say something significant. That is merely a legend. You don't mean to imply that you are a Super Saiyan, do you? Not in my current state, but I can transform into a Super Saiyan. What? Aren't Saions only capable of transforming into giant apes? Certainly not. Frieza found this amusing. Ha ha ha. Then I must see this transformation. Hurry and change. As Wukong surveyed his surroundings, he glanced at the bewildered dandy beside him and the motionless Vegeta sprawled on the ground. He spoke slowly. Transformations are permissible, but alas, we are lacking an audience. How can a splendid performance unfold without spectators? Would you mind granting me a moment? Frieza, displaying his impatience, retorted, Humph, wild monkey. You expect the Cosmic Emperor, Frieza, to wait for you? You must first demonstrate some semblance of strength. Since you wish to witness my power, I shall indulge you by showcasing a fraction of my might. Prepare yourself. In his heart, Wukong felt a surge of delight. He had not anticipated that summoning Shenron to enhance his bloodline would also grant him the ability to seal his base combat power and subsequently transform and amplify it. This seemed tailor-made for his survival strategy. He decided to confine his battle prowess to a level akin to that of Vegeta. With a sudden crouch, he bellowed, Kaioken. 10 times. Instantly, a crimson aura enveloped Wukong, and his energy surged tenfold, becoming wilder and more primal. He turned to face Frieza with a smile. So, Frieza, does my power suffice to keep you waiting for a moment? Frieza erupted into gleeful laughter, exclaiming, Ha ha ha. How amusing. Your strength is remarkable, twice that of that Rithis fellow. You have earned the right to make me wait. With that, he swiftly grasped Dandy's hand and vanished in an instant, leaving behind the motionless Vegeta and a bewildered Frieza. Meanwhile, Piccolo and Gohan sensed the immense aura emanating from Wukong's direction. A mixture of joy and concern for Wukong's safety washing over them. After a brief hesitation, Piccolo glanced at the unconscious, bloodied Rithis and addressed Gohan. Gohan. You felt that too, right? Wukong's energy has suddenly become several times more powerful than mine, although I am uncertain why he has grown so strong. It must be linked to his confrontation with Frieza. I shall go assist him. You stay here and watch over Rithis. Yes, I am worried about Dad as well. Hurry. Uncle Piccolo. I will take good care of Brother Rithis. All right, if anything arises, use the telepathic communication technique I taught you to reach me. Just as Piccolo prepared to fly away, he sensed Wukong's aura approaching from behind and immediately turned to see Wukong appearing alongside a small Namekian. Chapter 30. A surge in power. Wukong gazed at Piccolo with a cheerful smile. Ah, Piccolo, where are you headed? Father, I'm so relieved to see you're all right, Gohan exclaimed, rushing over and enveloping Wukong in a tight embrace. It's all right, Gohan. Your father is just fine. Moreover, I've brought you a new friend. Wukong gently stroked Gohan's head, his face radiating affection. Piccolo, With a look of confusion, approached Wukong and eagerly inquired, "Old son, what on earth is happening? Just moments ago, we sensed your energy surging to a level even greater than mine, yet intertwined with an unfamiliar and wild essence. And that dragon, what transpired? Additionally, who is this child?" Wukong succinctly recounted to them everything he had just experienced, remarking, "Well, that's about the gist of it." Upon hearing this, Piccolo, filled with indignation, fiercely interrogated Wukong. "You fool. Setting aside other matters, how could you possibly allow that scoundrel Vegeta to attain immortality? Has your mind completely faltered?" Wukong lightly patted Piccolo on the shoulder, chuckling, "Oh, Piccolo, do not be vexed. I possess ample strength to keep Vegeta in check. I assure you that I will prevent any reckless antics from him in the future. Rest assured. My intentions are well considered." Piccolo sighed in resignation, pondering, "This fellow is always like this, evoking both affection and exasperation." He shook his head, signaling that he would no longer pursue the matter, yet could not help but caution, "Very well, I concede to your prowess. However, should any trouble arise from this affair, do not blame me for not having warned you. By the way, what was the sudden surge in your strength all about? Is it perhaps a result of the dragon's enhancement of your lineage, akin to your current external aura?" Upon hearing Piccolo's words, Wukong felt a sense of relief wash over him. He had been contemplating how to elucidate his situation to Piccolo, but to his surprise, Piccolo had already provided a plausible explanation. Thus, he nodded vigorously and remarked, "Indeed, you are exceptionally astute, Piccolo. The formidable aura I just exhibited is indeed a result of the power enhanced by the dragon, combined with the effects of the Kaioken technique, which is why it has become so potent." Gohan reminisced about the primal and wild aura exuded by Goku moments ago, and couldn't help but exclaim with excitement, "Wow. Dad's presence was truly formidable and incredibly impressive." It felt as though he had transformed into an entirely different person. After a brief pause, he continued, "But enough about me. This young Namekian child, Dind, is a healing-type Namekian. Let him first restore my brother's health, and then we shall confront Frieza." After a short while, Goku reappeared at the very spot where he had just vanished, accompanied by Piccolo, Gohan, Dind, and the enscathed Radits. Frieza gazed at Goku and inquired, "Son Goku, how did you manage to vanish with that little Namekian before me without making a sound?" Wukong displayed a mischievous grin, tauntingly remarking, "That is indeed a formidable martial technique. But I simply refuse to divulge it." Qiqi. Frieza regarded Wukong with exasperation, fully aware that this individual would never reveal the nature of that technique. Instead, he shifted his focus to Radits, who stood behind Wukong. Upon sensing the aura emanating from Radits, Frieza expressed his surprise, "I never imagined that you, whom I nearly vanquished, not only recovered but also experienced such rapid growth and power, tripling it in an instant. How astonishing." "Radits," he continued, "it appears that the combat prowess of you three scions has indeed escalated to remarkable heights. It seems you scions possess extraordinary potential and adaptability. However, this is advantageous. Only the strong can serve as my worthy adversaries, bringing me excitement and delight." Lottie scoffed in response, "Frieza, I am now frighteningly powerful. If your strength is merely what you exhibited in our last encounter, I could eliminate you in an instant." Upon hearing this, a slight twitch crossed Frieza's lips. Yet he retorted with a cold chuckle, "Do not be too arrogant, Lotties. Do you truly believe this will intimidate me?" Lotties burst into laughter. "Frieza, you cannot genuinely believe I jest, can you? Let me assure you, I am no longer the same as before. My strength has ascended to an entirely new echelon. If you doubt me, feel free to test it. Ha ha ha. Had we not clashed before, I might have considered your claims mere bluster. However, after our encounter, I recognize you possess a technique that amplifies your combat power, akin to Son Goku's. If your current strength can indeed amplify by 20-fold, it is indeed terrifying. Your companion, Son Goku, poses an even greater challenge. Yet my power exceeds this. Previously, I sealed my strength out of fear of losing control due to its intensity. Now, I shall lift the restrictions to unleash my full power. However, it will require a moment. I ask you to wait as I have waited for you." With that, Frieza began to surge with energy, his muscles expanding and contracting in a fierce display. As Frieza unleashed his might, his aura intensified, igniting the surrounding air with crackling sounds. Witnessing this spectacle, Lotties felt his smile gradually fade, replaced by a serious expression. This individual had concealed such immense power. Lotties marveled inwardly. Beside him, Piccolo stared wide-eyed at Frieza's escalating aura, silently amazed. "How impressive," Piccolo muttered. Meanwhile, Frieza, with his eyes firmly shut, devoted himself entirely to the process of unbinding his sealed strength. His body trembled continuously, as if enduring great agony, yet he persevered, refusing to relent. Wukong and his companions sensed Frieza's escalating aura. Seizing the opportunity while Frieza was incapacitated in his explosive state, Wukong addressed Dandy, who was trembling and kneeling in fear nearby. Dandy, do not be afraid. We are here with you. I surmise that Frieza still has some time before he completely relinquishes his power constraints. Please. Tend to Vegeta at once. Dandy glanced at the motionless, battered figure of Vegeta on the ground and shook his head. No, he is a villain. I cannot save him. Piccolo slowly interjected, Dandy, please reconsider. Although Vegeta may not be exceedingly powerful, he could still contribute to our strength. Frieza's aura is growing increasingly terrifying. Our time is limited. And the more strength we have, the better. Dandy hesitated for a moment while gazing at Piccolo, then reluctantly nodded. Very well, for the sake of my brother Naru. I shall acquiesce to your request. Afterward, Dandy set to work healing Vegeta. Though Frieza could see and hear their exchange in actions, he was preoccupied with loosening his restrictions and could only watch helplessly as the diminutive Namekian treated Vegeta. After a while, Vegeta's injuries were completely healed, and he stood up as if nothing had happened. Observing the changes in his body, he exuberantly unleashed all his energy and laughed maniacally. Haha, what is this power? It is truly magnificent. That Namekian named Piccolo is no match for me now. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 31. Burn. King Kai's Fist. Upon hearing Vegeta mention him, Piccolo felt the surge of Vegeta's energy and did not dispute it. Instead, he marveled at the terrifying potential of the Scionts. He silently mused, this is the fighting race of the Scionts, truly living up to their reputation. Frieza, in the midst of transformation, also sensed Vegeta's restored energy and widened his eyes in disbelief, muttering, how is this possible? Vegeta's combat power has more than doubled after his recovery. Those damned Scions are perilously formidable. An unprecedented fear surged within him as he realized that the strength of these Scions far surpassed his expectations. However, as Vegeta felt Frieza's aura intensifying, his confidence evaporated in an instant, replaced by sheer terror and despair. He stumbled back 2 steps, trembling as he exclaimed, this is absurd. Frieza's power has escalated to such an extent, and there are no signs of it stopping. This is horrifying. I stand no chance at all. I must leave this planet at once. With that, he turned to flee the battlefield. Just then, a familiar voice resonated from behind, impressive, Vegeta. I never expected you to become this strong. Vegeta turned around in astonishment, only to find Goku standing behind him, a smile gracing his face. With a resolute light shimmering in his eyes, Vegeta shrugged off Goku's arm and huffed, Humph, that wretched Kakarot, you will not fool me again. While I was lying down, I could sense your power surging several times stronger than it is now. Just then, after considerable effort, Frieza's form began to swell, his muscles bulging, ultimately transforming into a colossal purple monstrosity. He abruptly opened his eyes, which gleamed with a golden light. Simultaneously, an overwhelming aura erupted from his being, instantly engulfing the entire battlefield. Feeling the formidable energy emanating from Frieza, both Radits and Vegeta's expressions shifted dramatically. They realized that the Frieza before them was no longer the one they once knew. His power had transcended their imagination. Frieza cackled maniacally, ho ho ho. This is my true form. My power is simply too strong to control. Just so you know, my battle power now stands at a staggering 120 million. So, do you still dare to underestimate me? Prepare to meet your demise, you feeble creatures. His gaze swept over Radits and Goku, brimming with provocation. Everyone present felt the weight of Frieza's might. Gohan and Dandy were rendered powerless, collapsing to their knees under the oppressive force. Piccolo helped them to their feet and moved them to a safe distance from the battlefield. Radits, convinced that he was the strongest among them thanks to his 20-fold Kaioken, felt a fierce determination rise within him to protect his friends and family. He crouched down and shouted, Kaioken, 20 times. The fully unleashed Radits clashed with Frieza. Yet he was still no match for Frieza's complete form, being relentlessly overpowered. After a while, just as Radits was preparing to give his all, Goku pulled him back, placing a hand on Radits' shoulder, and said solemnly, Brother, you have done enough. We all know you have tried your best. Now, take a good rest. Let me handle this. Worried that Goku might be overestimating himself, Radits asked with concern, Kakarot, are you truly confident in battling Frieza? Goku replied, I may not be in the best condition myself, but do not worry. I have learned to transform into the legendary Super Saiyan. Just watch my fight. Upon hearing their exchange, Vegeta stepped forward, incredulous, and remarked, Kakarot, have you been rendered foolish by Frieza's presence? Even I dare not claim to be a Super Saiyan. Yet you assert that you are one? As Wukong was about to respond to Vegeta, he observed the three individuals disregarding his presence, which infuriated Frieza, causing the veins on his forehead to bulge in indignation. He exclaimed in wrath, "You wretched monkeys dare to ignore your king. How long do you intend to continue this conversation? Urgently summon Son Wukong to transform and engage in battle with me." Wukong cast a sly glance at Frieza and remarked, "Oh dear, I seem to have forgotten about the mighty Frieza. My sincerest apologies for keeping you waiting. However, I have suddenly changed my mind. I shall refrain from transforming for the moment and instead allow you to witness the full extent of my power before my transformation. Everyone, I am about to unleash my complete energy, so be warned, the commotion may be quite significant, and I advise you to keep your distance." Observing the crowd retreating with a hint of skepticism, Wukong took a deep breath, crouched down, and began to exude energy, tensing every muscle in his body as he bellowed. Kaioken, times 20. Wukong's entire being was enveloped in a blazing crimson aura, his energy surging to a level that rivaled that of the current Frieza, leaving the onlookers both astonished and elated. Piccolo, in a state of disbelief, remarked, "Old son, I never imagined you had been concealing your true strength. It seems you have become immensely powerful. I believe that your previous display of energy was your utmost limit." Radits, equally taken aback, inquired, "Kakarot, I thought I was the mightiest among us. When did you grow to be this formidable?" As Wu Fan leapt with joy, he exclaimed, "Father, your strength is astounding. I never imagined you could be so formidable. Quickly, defeat that wicked Frieza. There is no need for astonishment. I have been diligently training in the gravity chamber. And with my recent wish to the dragon to enhance my lineage, I have experienced a significant boost. Coupled with the 20 times Kaioken, it has rendered me extraordinarily powerful. Now that I am compelled to intervene, you can rest assured. I shall vanquish Frieza. Father, give it your all. Old son, be cautious. The rest is in your hands." Kakarot, Frieza's attacks are merciless. Take heed. "Fear not, everyone," he replied confidently. Although Frieza was incensed by Goku's sudden change of heart and his declaration to defeat him, he could not afford to underestimate Goku, sensing a comparable aura emanating from him. However, witnessing Vegeta's words of praise for Goku left him incredulous. "Ha ha ha. I never anticipated the proud Vegeta would commend this Saiyan. Yet, your power is indeed formidable. How about we join forces to dominate this universe?" "I refuse. My sole desire is to defeat you. I shall commence with the Kaioken as a warm-up, followed by my transformation, allowing you to experience the disparity in our strengths." Frieza sneered. "Humph. What an uncivilized wild monkey you are to reject my invitation. Even if your aura now rivals mine, it does not guarantee victory over me. Once I have bested you, I shall eliminate everyone present." The battle was imminent. Chapter 32, The Super Saiyan Transmutation. As the words fell, both combatants moved simultaneously, their figures vanishing from sight, engaging in a breathtakingly rapid exchange mid-air. Each collision unleashed tremendous energy waves that caused the surrounding air to quiver. Their fists struck with the ferocity of a tempest, each blow infused with boundless power, leaving spectators in awe. Their bodies shifted positions continuously, performing what resembled a magnificent dance. At that moment, the clouds above were dispersed by the fierce currents, revealing a cerulean sky, while the sea below erupted into towering waves, creating a spectacular vista. The intensity of this clash surpassed all imagination, as neither side could gain the upper hand. Their assaults grew increasingly ferocious, the sound of their muscles colliding resonating through the heavens. Their eyes sparkled with exhilaration and challenge, as if relishing this fierce confrontation. In this breathtaking duel, both fighters unleashed their full potential, employing a myriad of exquisite combat techniques and strategies. Their powers were evenly matched, making it impossible for either to secure an easy victory over the other. It is precisely this exhilarating confrontation that renders the entire scene increasingly captivating. Few among the onlookers below could discern the figures of the two combatants. Gohan, filled with concern, inquired of Piccolo, "Uncle Piccolo, do you think Dad will be all right?" "Fear not. Have you forgotten that Goku possesses instant transmission?" Piccolo reassured him. "If we cannot defeat the opponent, we can still retreat unscathed." A light of realization dawned upon Radits. "Indeed, Piccolo, I almost overlooked that. How splendid. Dad is likely safe." Vegeta observed the duel in silence, harboring no desire for Goku to falter. Suddenly, both Goku and Frieza ceased their attacks simultaneously, leaping backwards. They panted heavily, locking eyes with one another. "Son Goku, you truly are formidable," Frieza spat through gritted teeth. "Frieza, you are no slouch yourself," Goku replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Frieza let out a mocking laugh. However, This is still insufficient. Brace yourself, Son Goku. He charged once more at Goku, unleashing an even greater force. Wukong, undeterred, advanced boldly. Their battle escalated to a fervent climax, each move imbued with cataclysmic power. The onlookers, riveted by this fierce confrontation, fervently prayed for Wukong's triumph. After a while, having reveled in the exhilarating clash, Wukong deliberately distanced himself from Frieza. Frieza, I have grown weary of this skirmish. From here on, I shall unleash my full might. Prepare yourself to witness my transformation. Upon hearing Wukong's intent to transform, Frieza lost the desire to continue the fight. Though a flicker of anxiety stirred within him regarding Wukong's potential transformation and the formidable strength it might bestow, potentially lethal to himself, he feigned nonchalance and responded with a grin. Ha ha ha. So you finally intend to transform, do you? Whether true or false, let me behold your true power. Is it truly the case that Scions can only ascend to Super Saiyan through transformation? It seems Kakarot has indeed mastered this metamorphosis. It appears I, Prince Vegeta, have chosen the correct ally. Henceforth, I shall learn the art of transformation from him, Vegeta muttered softly. Wukong is aware that Broly's Super Saiyan transformation greatly amplifies his power. Realizing that his own transformation would at least match Broly's level, he chose to seal his base combat strength at around 2 million to avoid unnecessary complications. It is noteworthy that after Wukong received the enhancement from Bolanga's bloodline, he acquired the ability to freely seal his own combat power. Frieza, take note. The furious roar of Wukong reverberated across a 100-mile radius. Ever since he had enhanced his bloodline concentration using the 2 wishes from Polona, Wukong remained oblivious to the true nature of the legendary Super Saiyan as perceived by the dragon. He had yet to transform himself, and thus, he was uncertain whether his transformation would resemble Broly or take on another form entirely. At that moment, the sky was suddenly illuminated by flashes of lightning. And in the next instant, Wukong found himself enveloped in an inexplicably blinding dark red light, severing all connections to the outside world. When the brilliant radiance dissipated, Wukong's height surged from 175 centimeters to an imposing 195 centimeters. His eyebrows and hair morphed into a deep green, while his pupils transformed to a dark crimson hue. The surroundings shattered as if the very earth was quaking, exuding an aura of primal ferocity, cloaked in a shroud of dark red flames. Witnessing Wukong's transformation left everyone in a state of utter astonishment, including Wukong himself. How could such a powerful and feral energy exist? The North Kai, who had been vigilantly monitoring the developments on Namek, was equally taken aback by the intensity of Wukong's outburst. Not only the North Kai but all beings on Namek sensed this overwhelming energy, leaving Piccolo and others grappling to comprehend the raw, primal essence radiating from Wukong. Although not malevolent, it had an ancient and savage quality that sent shivers down their spines. To an unacquainted observer, Wukong's appearance could easily be mistaken for that of a villain. Vegeta was the first to perceive the magnitude of Wukong's formidable aura. Overcome with emotion, he instinctively knelt down, only to struggle to regain his footing, managing to utter, "Is this the legendary Super Saiyan? Kakarot, you truly are formidable. The vengeance of our Scion kin rests upon your shoulders." With those words, he succumbed to unconsciousness. As a scion of royal blood, Vegeta was acutely sensitive to the purity of bloodlines, allowing him to discern the more primal and authentic essence emanating from Wukong, which imposed an invisible pressure upon him. Every cell in his body bowed before Wukong, rendering him powerless. Had it not been for Vegeta's immense pride, he would have knelt long before. Even standing required the last vestiges of his willpower, and thus, he fainted immediately after speaking, due to his mixed heritage. Gohan was unable to perceive the intense aura of bloodline that surrounded him. Radits' sensitivity was somewhat stronger than Gohan's, yet it paled in comparison to the overwhelming presence of Vegeta. Although his body instinctively yearned to kneel, he was still able to maintain control, not succumbing to the loss of his strength. Wukong cast a puzzled glance at the unconscious Vegeta and replied in a tone imbued with an alluring, yet audacious villainy. "Fear not, Vegeta. I shall effortlessly vanquish the mere Frieza." Rithis, regaining her composure, anxiously inquired, "Kakarot? Are you truly my brother Kakarot?" Piccolo, filled with disbelief, asked, "Old son, what on earth is your current situation?" With exhilaration, Gohan leapt into the air, exclaiming, "Wow, Dad, you look incredibly handsome now." At that moment, Frieza beheld before him a figure whose orange martial arts uniform had been completely torn asunder, standing nearly 2 meters tall. His dark green hair and crimson eyes, complemented by a finely chiseled visage, accentuated the sheer muscularity of his physique. The dark green tail swayed gracefully in the breeze, exuding an aura of primal ferocity. Frieza's eyes widened in disbelief. Despite the tumultuous anxiety within, he feigned composure, astonished by the dramatic transformation of the Scion into a Super Saiyan, their power magnified beyond measure. Truly, the wild monkeys could not be allowed to persist in this world. After experiencing his transformation, Wukong took a deep breath to calm the inexplicable surge of emotions within him. He turned to Frieza, revealing a smile that exuded a sinister charm, and mockingly inquired, "Do I resemble a Super Saiyan?" Upon hearing this, Frieza felt a chill run down his spine as he caught sight of Wukong's dark red pupils narrowing in on him, causing cold sweat to trickle down his back. Chapter 33. The subjugation of Frieza in an effort to mask his inner turmoil and fear. Frieza contorted his face into a grotesque expression. "Damn wild monkey, perish at once," he exclaimed, hastily launching an attack aimed at annihilating Son Wukong. However, Wukong had significantly enhanced his power and was no longer the easily moldable opponent he once was. Effortlessly evading Frieza's assaults, he chuckled, "Your speed is too slow, Frieza." Frieza, blinded by rage, lost his sanity and relentlessly assaulted Wukong, yet every strike was deftly dodged. He cursed vehemently, "Cursed wild monkey, how have you suddenly grown so formidable? Damn it." In this mockery-laden battle, Frieza ultimately exhausted all his strength, rendered incapable of continuing the fight. He was bisected by his own energy disk. His body cleaved in two. Astonishingly, even in this fragmented state, he remained suspended in the air, poised to continue his confrontation with Wukong. Gazing at this tenacious adversary, Wukong could not help but reflect, "You have already failed. Two choices lie before you." He paused deliberately, leaning closer to Frieza's ear and whispering slowly, "Either submit to me, or face your demise." After uttering these words, Wukong awaited Frieza's response with a tranquil demeanor. Frieza, upon hearing this, became infuriated, his face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead. With widened eyes, he glared at Wukong, gritting his teeth as he roared, "I, Frieza, am the Emperor of the Universe. How could I ever bow to you, a mere wild monkey?" Yet, Wukong remained unperturbed, responding with a calm smile, "Do not be so hasty in your rejection, Frieza. Have you not always yearned for immortality? Submit to me, and I can fulfill that desire. Just like Vegeta, he has now become a dear friend of mine. Furthermore, I will assist you in conquering other galaxies. The Northern Galaxy is but a trifling conquest. Additionally, I can amplify your strength to at least 1,000-fold beyond your current capabilities. Of course, should you decline, your fate is sealed in death. However, if you choose to submit to me, there may still be an opportunity for you to defeat me in the future, correct?" Listening to these enticing propositions, Frieza found himself wavering. After a moment of introspection, he resolved, "Very well, Son Wukong, I, Frieza, shall submit to you from this moment forth, following your lead." Upon hearing Frieza's response, Wukong's face broke into a satisfied smile. "Excellent, then depart from Namek and return to your headquarters to await further commands." Frieza nodded and then enveloped himself and the severed lower half of his body with a ki blast, soaring towards his massive spaceship. After a brief moment, he boarded the vessel and departed from planet Namek alone. As Frieza's spacecraft receded into the vastness of the cosmos, vanishing from sight, Goku finally exhaled in relief. Reverting from his Super Saiyan form back to his ordinary stature of merely 175 centimeters. Subsequently, he gracefully glided towards Gohan, Din, and Vegeta. "Father!" Gohan exclaimed with exuberance, akin to a jubilant little bird, as he leaped into Goku's embrace. Wukong gazed lovingly at his son in his arms, gently caressing his hair, his eyes filled with regret. "Gohan, I am truly sorry for not coming to your aid in time and allowing you to suffer injury." Wufan hastily shook his head, his eyes resolute and bright. "Father, it is nothing to worry about. Thanks to you, we have been able to survive. Moreover, it is through enduring this brutal battle that I have had the opportunity to transcend my limits and become even stronger. Look, I have grown remarkably powerful." With that, he leapt from Goku's embrace and unleashed his formidable aura with all his might. Wukong was astonished as he sensed the aura radiating from Gohan. Realizing that his combat power had remarkably doubled after being awakened by the Elder, even without resorting to the near-death recovery method, he couldn't help but smile with delight. Nodding repeatedly in praise, "Excellent, excellent, excellent. Truly my son." Klin, filled with admiration, remarked, "Ah, ha ha, I never imagined you would become so formidable. You are always leagues ahead." Wukong, feeling somewhat bashful, scratched his head in modesty. "Oh, no, no," he replied. "Character, you possess such immense strength yet have chosen to conceal it. You should have informed me of your capabilities before my battle with Frieza. I almost thought we were destined to leave this world, Radits expressed with a frown. My apologies. Brother, Wukong hastily clarified. It was due to Dandy's presence. If you were gravely injured, Dandy could heal you, enabling you to grow stronger. I refrained from intervening to challenge you. Please forgive me this once. Very well, Radits said. Then let me inquire about something I've been pondering. Why did you allow Frieza to escape? Did you not just overpower him? Radits and the others had not overheard Wukong's conversation with Frieza, except for Piccolo. He poses no further threat to Earth, and I wish to grant him a chance. If he can change, perhaps the future may differ, Wukong replied earnestly. Upon hearing this, Piccolo and Gohan nodded in understanding, recognizing Wukong's kindness and tolerance, and trusting that his decision was wise. Meanwhile, Frieza piloted his ship deeper into the cosmos. His heart brimming with bitterness and fury, yet tinged with a hint of fear. He knew he could no longer defeat Son Wukong and was left with no choice but to flee Namek. Piccolo cast a meaningful glance at Wukong. Radits. Old Son surely has his reasons for acting thus. We must trust his judgment. With that, Piccolo fell into deep contemplation. Indeed, Brother Radits, had father not driven Frieza away, we would have perished long ago, Gohan chimed in. After a moment of reflection, Radits replied, Very well, Kakarot. After all, it was you who vanquished Frieza. However, I am concerned that by releasing him, he may become even stronger and return for vengeance. Wukong confidently patted his chest and assured, Rest assured, brother. If that day truly comes, I shall undoubtedly defeat Frieza once more. Upon hearing this, Radits could only nod helplessly. In that case, I shall heed your words. However, you must exercise caution. Frieza is an exceedingly formidable foe. At that moment, Vegeta, who had been silently observing from the side, could no longer contain himself and approached Wukong. His eyes brimming with anticipation and curiosity. Kakarot, was that transformation you just exhibited the legendary Super Saiyan? Wukong gazed at Vegeta, a flicker of anticipation gleaming in his eyes. One must elevate their combat power to a minimum of 3 million, and then, through an overwhelming surge of fury, one can awaken the Super Saiyan form. Once transformed, through diligent training, one can gradually master the transformation without the need for such intense anger. Both you and Radits have already reached the requisite battle power. You are merely one opportunity away from transforming. Chapter 34. Farewell to Namek. Upon hearing Wukong's words, an indescribable surge of excitement welled up within Vegeta. Initially, he held little hope, yet Wukong had unhesitatingly shared such vital information with him. Coupled with the sight of Wukong's transformed state, the formidable aura he emitted, and the overwhelming pressure of Saiyan blood that only he could perceive post-transformation, Vegeta's astonishment was beyond words. Moreover, reflecting on Wukong's assistance in fulfilling his desire for immortality filled him with immense gratitude. He bowed deeply, speaking earnestly. Thank you so very much, Kakarot. This bow conveyed the profound respect and appreciation he harbored for Wukong. This gesture startled Radits and the others, who looked on in astonishment at Vegeta. Through their time together, they had come to know Vegeta a little better. They had assumed him to be an exceedingly arrogant, self-centered individual, yet they were taken aback by his sincere gratitude towards Wukong, even offering a deep, 90-degree bow. At that moment, Wukong's lips curled into a subtle smile, secretly reveling in his triumph. At last, I've managed to win over this proud prince. There's no need for thanks, Vegeta. We are now among the few remaining Saiyans. We should set aside past grievances, unite, and assist one another. From this day forth, you shall be our comrade, Wukong said with a smile. Upon hearing Wukong's unwillingness to dwell on his previous attacks against Earth, Vegeta's admiration for him deepened. He was acutely aware of the immense threat and harm his past actions had posed to the planet. Yet Wukong's magnanimity in forgiving him and accepting him as a companion left him utterly humbled. At that moment, Vegeta realized that fighting alongside these formidable warriors might fulfill his long-held ambition since his defeat on Earth, to surpass Kakarot and become the strongest Saiyan. Just then, Dandy suddenly exclaimed, his knees buckling as he fell to the ground. Oh no! The Grand Elder has just passed away. Piccolo's eyes widened in disbelief. What? How can this be? Wasn't the Grand Elder just fine? Tears streaming down his face, Dandy choked out an explanation. In fact, the Grand Elder had long forewarned me that his time was near. Moreover, the next Grand Elder has already been chosen. However, now that most of the Namekians have been slain by Frieza's forces, the remaining Namekians are at a loss as to what to do. To my astonishment, the day of the Grand Elder's demise has arrived. Gohan hurriedly approached, gently patting Dandy's shoulder, offering solace. Do not be disheartened, Dandy. You still have us. My father once told me that on our Earth, there exist Dragon Balls that can aid in resurrecting your companions who fell victim to Frieza. Upon hearing these words, Dandy lifted his gaze, a glimmer of hope illuminating his eyes. After receiving comfort from Gohan and the others, Dandy's spirits gradually began to stabilize. He took a deep breath, wiped away his tears, and stood up, bowing deeply to Goku. Mr. Goku, on behalf of all Namekians, I express our heartfelt gratitude for saving us and our planet. Wukong, feeling a tad bashful, scratched his head and said, Hee, there's no need for thanks. It's merely a trifling effort on my part. Moreover, I must express my gratitude for the opportunity to utilize the Dragon Balls. At that moment, Gohan excitedly rushed over, grasping Dandy's hand tightly. And turning to Wukong with eyes brimming with anticipation, he exclaimed, Dad, should we take Dandy to Earth for a visit? And perhaps we could also revive that Namekian. Piccolo gently patted Gohan's shoulder, solemnly explaining, Gohan, this matter ultimately hinges on Dandy's own wishes. After all, the elder has only just passed away, and it may not be appropriate for him to leave his homeland at this time. Furthermore, the revival of that Namekian can be accomplished once we return to Earth. Dandy, initially feeling somewhat conflicted about how to respond to Gohan's proposal, felt a surge of gratitude when he heard Piccolo advocating for him. And he quickly cast a thankful glance in Piccolo's direction. Then, turning to Gohan, he spoke with resolute sincerity. Gohan, I appreciate your kind invitation, but I indeed have many matters to attend to on Namek, so I cannot accompany you to Earth this time. However, rest assured that once I have resolved these issues, I will certainly pay you a visit. With a gentle nod of understanding, Wukong smiled, while Gohan appeared somewhat despondent, yet soon regained his spirits and cheerfully addressed Dandy. Very well, Dandy, once you have resolved matters on Namek, do be sure to seek us out. We can then celebrate our victory together and relish in delightful moments. Dandy nodded appreciatively, his eyes shimmering with genuine warmth. He understood that although they were about to part ways, this bond of friendship would be eternally cherished. Mr. Wukong, if it is not too much trouble, I would be grateful if you could use the Dragon Balls of Earth to revive my people. Once they are restored, we would love to invite you for a celebration of our triumph, and I shall also visit your Earth. The gaze of the group turned towards Wukong, filled with anticipation and trust. Wukong felt the weight of their expectations, particularly Gohan's hopeful eyes, and he smiled slightly. Certainly, however, it is not necessary for all of us to return to Earth first. I shall use instant transmission to make a quick trip back to Earth, and then we can commence our victory celebration. Hooray! Gohan exclaimed, leaping with excitement, his face aglow with joy. Wukong extended a hand, signaling everyone to grasp hold of their bodies. The group promptly approached, with Radits firmly clutching Wukong's hand, Piccolo gripping his right shoulder, and Vegeta anchoring himself to his left shoulder. Gohan and Dandy interlocked their hands around Wukong's legs. With all preparations in place, Wukong softly inquired, Are you ready? A resounding affirmation echoed from the group. In the next instant, with a swift whoosh, their figures vanished from the battlefield, leaving behind an empty expanse, where only a gentle breeze whispered, echoing the echoes of the recent, breathtaking battle. In the following moment, they materialized before the Shenlong, just in time to witness the anxious expressions of Krillin and others. Their eyes brimmed with anticipation and concern, clearly awaiting the return of Wukong and his companions. As Wukong, Vegeta, Gohan, and Radits appeared before them, Krillin and the others rushed forward, their faces alight with joy. As soon as Wukong and the others appeared, Qiqi rushed over and embraced Gohan, meticulously inspecting his body while her voice trembled with emotion. Gohan, you have finally returned. Are you unscathed? Did you sustain any injuries? I told Wukong not to take you with him, but he insisted. I was so worried, dear. By the way, are you hungry? Her voice was infused with deep concern and anxiety, as if Gohan had just emerged from a harrowing ordeal of life and death. With great effort, Gohan freed himself from Qiqi's grasp, seized her hand, and joyfully declared, Mother, I am perfectly fine. Father has been safeguarding me all along. We are unscathed and have triumphed over that villain, Frieza. I am not even hungry, so there is no need for you to worry. His tone conveyed a sense of confidence and pride, as if he were eager to showcase his growth and bravery to his mother. Honestly, Goku, how could you leave us for so long, abandoning us, old and weak women and children, in this desolate place? It has been so dreary. I was terribly anxious before you brought Krillin and the others. Do you have any idea what we would do if we encountered any nefarious individuals? Bulma complained as she emerged from the spaceship, appearing somewhat irate, though her feelings were more rooted in concern and dissatisfaction regarding Goku and the others. Goku sheepishly scratched his head and chuckled as he explained, "Qiqi, my apologies, Bulma. I sensed no adversaries in the vicinity before departing. Should any unusual circumstances arise, I could return in an instant. Besides, we are back now, aren't we?" Upon hearing Goku's response, Bulma felt a slight sense of relief, yet she couldn't help but pout, expressing her discontent. However, when her gaze unexpectedly fell upon Vegeta, who stood with his arms crossed, her eyes instantly sparkled, and her mouth fell agape. "Wow, Goku. Who is that handsome fellow? How come I've never heard of such a dashing friend of yours before? Does he have a girlfriend?" Bulma eagerly inquired. Completely forgetting her earlier complaints about Goku's prolonged absence, now captivated by Vegeta, her eyes shimmering with curiosity and anticipation. With a resigned smile, Wukong recognized that Bulma would inevitably become infatuated upon seeing a handsome man. He sighed and replied, "That is Prince Vegeta, the scion who previously invaded Earth. I will explain more later." He did not wish to delve into the intricacies of Vegeta's identity and background at this moment. His primary aim was to soothe Bulma's feelings. "Fine then," Bulma huffed, casting a discontented glare at Wukong before stealing another glance at Vegeta, and then returning to Qiqi's side. Vegeta, standing behind, overheard Bulma's remarks and inwardly lamented his encounter with such a troublesome woman, discreetly taking a couple of steps back to avoid provoking her. "Wukong, what was that surge of power about? You seem frighteningly formidable, and your demeanor has become ambiguous. I worry you might be losing yourself." Master Roshi slowly emerged from the spacecraft, articulating the very questions that Krillin, Tien, and the others were eager to ask. Just as Wukong prepared to elucidate the matters they were unaware of, Gohan burst forth with enthusiasm, completely absorbed in his own excitement, exclaiming, "Oh, right. You must not know. But after we left, we encountered numerous formidable foes, and so much has transpired. In our most critical moment, Dad suddenly became incredibly powerful. It was absolutely stunning." Gohan animatedly recounted everything he knew to his companions, including Krillin and Tien, as they listened intently, occasionally expressing their astonishment. Seizing this opportunity, Goku skillfully utilized instant transmission to return to Earth. To his surprise, Mr. Popo had already prepared the Dragon Balls in advance and swiftly made a wish, successfully reviving the Namekian people. Just as Gohan finished explaining the situation, Goku returned with a relaxed smile, exclaiming, "Haha, I've resolved everything." Upon hearing this news, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Subsequently, Goku and Din led the group to the residence of the newly appointed Grand Elder of Namek. The new Grand Elder, Murray, warmly welcomed them and expressed his desire to host a grand celebration in their honor. At the gathering, the Namekians treated them to the most sumptuous feast and performed joyful dances. The entire scene was lively, filled with joy and gratitude. Wukong and his companions were deeply moved, sensing the sincerity and kindness of the Namekians. On this unfamiliar planet, they received heartfelt gratitude and profound friendship from the entire clan. This gathering strengthened their bonds, establishing them as significant friends in each other's lives. The celebration continued for an extended period, and as the final note echoed into silence, everyone was enveloped in a joyous atmosphere. Wukong and his companions embraced the newly appointed Elder Muley, expressing their heartfelt blessings and gratitude towards one another. Subsequently, they bid farewell to the new elder and returned to the vicinity of their spacecraft. This gathering not only bestowed upon Wukong and his friends profound friendships, but also deepened their understanding of the culture and people of Namek. This experience would forever remain etched in their hearts, becoming a cherished memory. Chapter 35. Parting ways. All right, everyone, the matters have been resolved now. Piccolo, please take Gohan, Krillin, and the others back to Earth aboard my spaceship. I intend to train with Vegeta and Kakarot on another planet for a while before returning to Earth. Wukong addressed the group. Dad, are you really not coming with us? When will you return to Earth? Gohan inquired, a hint of reluctance evident in his voice. Wukong pondered for a moment, perhaps a year from now. Wukong, do not let your newfound title as the strongest in the universe corrupt your essence. I hope you remain the Wukong I once knew, Krillin said earnestly, gazing at him. In response to Krillin's words, Wukong smiled reassuringly. Fear not, Krillin, I shall not change. Moreover, the universe is vast. The title I earned by defeating Frieza may not truly reflect my supremacy, for there are always greater forces beyond our comprehension. Old son, while you may currently surpass me by a significant margin, it does not guarantee that you will always do so. I shall strive to reach your level and ultimately surpass you, Piccolo declared, his expression one of defiance as he regarded Wukong. With a look of satisfaction, Yukong assured Piccolo, "Rest assured, Piccolo, you will undoubtedly become even more powerful than I am now. Of course, by then, I shall not remain stagnant. I will certainly grow even stronger." Piccolo placed his hand on Yukong's shoulder and resolutely replied, "Very well, old Sunday. I eagerly anticipate the day when we both become even more formidable." Yukong smiled faintly, then turned to everyone and said, "All right, my friends, let us bid farewell here. Do not forget to diligently cultivate your skills, for in the future, there may arise even more formidable adversaries." The group responded in unison, "Certainly." Yukong approached Vegeta with a smile and inquired, "Vegeta, do you yearn to attain greater strength? Would you like to learn the art of becoming a Super Saiyan? If you are willing, come with me. I can guide you in your training." Without hesitation, Vegeta nodded and replied, "Very well, Kakarot, I shall rely on you." Goku cast a final glance at the group, his gaze settling on Piccolo as he advised, "Gohan, Krillin, Piccolo, and Dandy, let us part ways here. Piccolo, please remember to escort Gohan and Krillin back to Earth. Farewell, everyone. Goodbye, Goku. Farewell, Father. Goodbye, Goku. Farewell, Mr. Goku. Shall we depart, Vegeta, brother?" Vegeta followed Goku and Radits as they soared towards the vicinity of the Ginyu Force's spaceship. Furrowing his brow in perplexity, Vegeta inquired, "Kakarot, what brings us here?" Goku replied, "We are to board the Ginyu Force's spaceship to venture to other planets for training. Traveling in these spaceships will expedite our journey to distant worlds." After a moment's contemplation regarding Frieza's departure in a large vessel and the scarcity of usable ships on Namek, Vegeta dismissed any lingering doubts. "Are you ready, Vegeta?" Goku asked. "Of course. I can hardly contain my excitement." A glimmer of enthusiasm sparkled in Vegeta's eyes. The three took their places inside the Ginyu Force's spaceships, which then ascended along a preordained flight path. As Goku, Raditz, and Vegeta's vessels vanished into the horizon, Piccolo slowly turned, his gaze sweeping over Gohan, Krillin, and the others. "Well, they have departed. It is time for us to return to Earth," he stated, striding towards Dandy with sincerity in his eyes. "Dandy, I cannot express enough gratitude for your assistance in our recovery. You are an exceptional Namekian. Please convey my regards to the elders of Namek, and tell them it has been an honor to stand guard over Namek alongside them. Now, we must take our leave." Dandy looked up at Piccolo, tears glimmering in her eyes. "Nera brother, no, Piccolo brother, it is my duty. As an Namekian, I take immense pride in the emergence of such a formidable warrior like you. I will certainly relay your greetings to the elders." At that moment, Gohan and Krillin stepped forward, grasping Dandy's hands tightly. "Dandy, thank you. From this day forth, we shall be the best of friends. If you find the time, do come to Earth to visit us." Dandy nodded vigorously, her heart brimming with emotion. "Certainly, I will make time to visit you on Earth. You must also return to Namek for a visit." Exchanging glances, Krillin and Gohan replied in unison, "Absolutely. Well then, Dandy, we must take our leave. Take care, and goodbye." With that, they turned to head towards their spaceship. The others waved farewell to Dandy, their faces adorned with gentle smiles. "Goodbye, Dandy." As Dandy stood still, gazing quietly at the departing figures of Gohan, Krillin, Piccolo, and the others, his heart brimmed with gratitude and reluctance. With the hatch closing, the trio boarded Goku's spaceship. Piccolo skillfully initiated the launch, and the spacecraft's rear expelled a brilliant blue flame, propelling it swiftly beyond the atmosphere of Namek, vanishing into the inky abyss of the cosmos, heading towards the cherished Earth they sought to protect. After the vessel had completely faded from his sight, Dandy lingered in silence for a moment before softly uttering, "Thank you. May you have a safe journey and good fortune." This journey spanned another 5 long days, yet for the warriors, it felt anything but prolonged. The Z-fighters eagerly entered the gravity chamber upon boarding, driven by the understanding that only through continuous enhancement of their abilities could they safeguard the Earth and those dear to them. Following their transformative experiences and a series of extraordinary adventures on Namek, each individual had significantly amplified their strength. During the voyage, when the group learned that the spaceship was equipped with an advanced combat power detection device, anticipation surged among them, eager to discover the extent of their newfound prowess. After an exhilarating combat power assessment event, they finally unveiled their true strengths. Krillin and Tianjinhan astonishingly reached 580,000 and 600,000, respectively, while Gohan broke the million mark, achieving an impressive 1,200,000. Piccolo stood unrivaled with a combat power of 13,450,000. Yamcha and Kaiotsu also displayed remarkable tenacity, boasting powers of 450,000 and 400,000. With this newfound knowledge of each other's capabilities, the group promptly immersed themselves in gravity training. Despite the varying levels of strength, they resolutely commenced their training under 25 times the normal gravity. Initially, some found the intense gravitational force challenging to adapt to, but their substantial power increases allowed them to swiftly acclimatize to the demanding training environment. Meanwhile, Goku, Radits, and Vegeta's spaceship sped rapidly through the vastness of space. Chapter 36. Return to Earth. 5 fleeting days passed, and at last, Gohan, Krillin, and Piccolo arrived back on Earth. Through extensive training, they had successfully conquered the 100 times gravity of the spaceship's chamber, leading to a remarkable enhancement of their abilities. During this period, both Krillin and Tianjinhan made tremendous strides, each achieving a formidable combat power of 1,200,000. Yamcha, not to be outdone, reached an impressive 900,000. While even the typically weaker Kaiotsu revealed astonishing potential with a power level of 800,000. However, it was Gohan who garnered the most attention. The youngest warrior continues to evolve amidst the battles, and now his combat power has reached an impressive 2,000,000, making him the youngest formidable force. Although Piccolo's enhancement is modest, he still stands as the strongest among them with a power level of 14,000,000. As they return to Earth, new challenges loom on the horizon. In the face of impending foes, they require even greater strength to safeguard the planet. The fruits of their training will prove pivotal in confronting the forthcoming crises. Piccolo and the others directly descended upon the lush grounds of Bulma's family estate in West City. At this moment, the brief couple had already positioned themselves in the garden, eagerly awaiting their arrival. As Bulma and the others disembarked from the spacecraft, Dr. Brief promptly approached them, exclaiming, "Hello, welcome back, everyone." With a beaming smile, Gohan gazed curiously at Dr. Brief, inquiring him, "Grandpa Brief, how did you know we would arrive now?" Dr. Brief chuckled in response, "Ha, you are indeed Gohan. In such a brief span, your appearance has transformed remarkably. The youthful innocence has diminished, replaced by a newfound vigor. Even before Goku's spacecraft entered Earth's atmosphere, I had already received signals from it. Through meticulous calculations and analyses, I anticipated its landing point, which is why I came out early to welcome you. You must have had quite the journey. How was your adventure through the cosmos?" Gohan expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your kind words, Grandpa. Our journey has been relatively smooth, although we encountered some difficulties on Namek. Fortunately, all issues were ultimately resolved." Before Gohan could recount the events on Namek to Dr. Brief, Bulma could not contain her complaints. "Namek is incredibly dangerous. Do you realize that your precious daughter nearly lost her life there?" Mrs. Brief anxiously approached and took hold of Bulma's hand, meticulously inspecting her body and asking with concern, "Oh dear, are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries? What exactly transpired on Namek?" Tears welled up in Bulma's eyes as she spoke with a quivering voice. "You have no idea. The moment we arrived on Namek, we were confronted by a nefarious demon named Frieza, who claims to be the emperor of the universe. Along with his invading army, they ruthlessly slaughtered the Namekians, and even Gohan came perilously close to death." Subsequently, Bulma recounted in detail the events that transpired on Namek, including Goku's transformation into a Super Saiyan and his fierce battle with Frieza, culminating in Goku's triumphant victory over him. Upon hearing this, Dr. Brief resolutely decided to host a welcoming ceremony and a celebration of their victory. At the gathering, everyone indulged in delectable cuisine and reveled in joyous moments, creating an exceptionally vibrant atmosphere. As Gohan, Krillin, and others engaged in playful banter and joyous laughter, Piccolo stood quietly to the side, attentively observing their every move, a faint smile of contentment gracing his face. This gathering transformed into a moment for everyone to release their burdens and celebrate their triumph, allowing them to momentarily forget the past sorrows and hardships. Each individual was immersed in the atmosphere of joy, savoring the rare tranquility and peace. Conversations flowed regarding the various events that transpired on Namek. When Kaiotsu voiced his concerns, "Everyone, do you think that the formidable demon Frieza will not return to invade Earth? Can Goku truly defeat him once more? Will our planet be plunged into crisis?" Tianjinhan lamented, "Kaiotsu, did you not sense Goku's energy or hear Gohan and the others' tales? Goku has become incredibly powerful and decisively vanquished the mighty Frieza. He even stated that if Frieza dared to invade Earth again, he would undoubtedly defeat him." Yamcha couldn't help but chime in, "Indeed, Kaiatsu, we now have Goku as our formidable ally. Frieza poses no threat to Earth. Besides, we need not worry about Frieza seeking revenge within a year. His recovery will undoubtedly take a considerable amount of time, and Goku will surely return. I apologize. Tien and everyone. I was overly frightened by the tales of Frieza, but I trust that Goku and the others will protect us. After reminiscing for a while longer, they all enjoyed themselves thoroughly and prepared to depart. Before leaving, Tien addressed the group. Everyone, had it not been for Goku, we might have vanished alongside Namek into the cosmos. We are still too weak, so I propose that upon returning, we should not relax our training. Wherever we may be, we must diligently train and become stronger to guard against Frieza's return. 1 year from now, let us gather here to await Goku and showcase the fruits of our training. What do you all think? Krillin, Yamcha, and the others resolutely agreed to honor this commitment. After bidding farewell to his companions, Gohan set off with Qiqi towards the Baozi Mountain. Just as everyone was preparing to depart, to the surprise of Tianjin and the others, Dr. Briefs halted them, exclaiming, "Ho ho ho, please don't rush off just yet. I have a mysterious surprise for everyone." Although the nature of the surprise eluded them, under the doctor's guidance, they eagerly ventured into a spacious underground chamber within Bulma's residence. Upon entering, they were immediately awestruck by the sight before them. Several gravity chambers identical to the one aboard Goku's spaceship were arranged within the room. Krillin, eyes wide with disbelief, inquired, "Mr. Briefs, is this truly a gravity chamber just like the one on Goku's spaceship?" Dr. Briefs nodded with a smile, proudly declaring, "Indeed. These are meticulously crafted replicas of Goku's spaceship's gravity chambers. Long before Goku departed Earth, he personally visited my home, showcasing his spaceship and inviting me to study the internal structure of the gravity chamber. He expressed a desire for me to create additional chambers for his companions to train in, thereby strengthening Earth's defense. Faced with such a significant mission, I readily agreed." As they learned that this location had been prepared by Goku for training, a wave of joy washed over them, accompanied by a deep sense of gratitude towards Goku. Although Piccolo did not outwardly express it, he too felt a profound appreciation for Goku. At that moment, Krillin excitedly remarked, "Goku is truly remarkable. His foresight is astounding. We must train diligently so that he is astonished upon his return." The group nodded in agreement with Krillin's sentiment. Subsequently, Krillin, Tianjin, and the others resolved to train at Bulma's home, eagerly selecting gravity chambers that suited their needs. Each was filled with exhilaration, envisioning a future where they would emerge even more powerful. As they entered their respective chambers, the sound of the doors sealing seemed to herald the onset of new challenges and breakthroughs. Chapter 37. The Hemet team Krillin, Tianjin, Yamcha, and Den remained at Bulma's home, diligently training within the gravity chambers. The Briefs family welcomed their presence and wholeheartedly supported their training endeavors. However, Piccolo preferred solitude, finding discomfort in crowded spaces. Consequently, Dr. Briefs decided to place one of the gravity chambers into a capsule and gifted it to Piccolo. With the capsule in hand, Piccolo ventured to his own secluded wilderness, embarking on a solitary journey of self-discipline. As for Gohan, he returned home to resume his studies. One day, while deeply engrossed in his learning, Piccolo suddenly appeared before him without warning. Gohan joyfully lifted his head, beaming as he greeted Piccolo. "Uncle Piccolo, you've come to see me. It's truly been a long time. What brings you here to find me today?" Piccolo, with a serious demeanor, fixed his gaze upon Gohan and replied in a solemn tone, "Gohan, why are you still buried in your studies? Do you not wish to accompany me in training? I hold your potential and talent in high regard. With proper cultivation, you could very well become one of the mightiest warriors in the universe." Upon hearing this, Gohan shyly lowered his gaze and softly responded, "I'm sorry, Uncle Piccolo, but I am not particularly interested in training or becoming the strongest warrior in the universe. In fact, I do not enjoy fighting. My dream is simply to become an exceptional scholar. I fear I must disappoint your expectations this time." Piccolo remained silent for a moment, shaking his head in resignation as he sighed. "Well, since your heart is not in this, even if I were to force you into training, it would yield no fruitful results. I had hoped to train alongside you, but if you lack interest, I can only respect your choice. So be it. Perhaps fate will bring us together again." With that, Piccolo vanished from sight. As Gohan gazed around, he could no longer sense Piccolo's presence, leaving him with a sense of loss and dejection. He murmured, "Farewell, Uncle Piccolo." Piccolo returned to the gravity chamber in the desolate wilderness. Upon entering the chamber, he couldn't help but exclaim, "I hope this gravity chamber, with its maximum limit of 300 can meet my training needs and allow me to make significant progress during this period. With that, he resolutely activated the chamber and immersed himself once again in the arduous training. Meanwhile, Goku, Radits, and Vegeta, having journeyed from Namek to train in the cosmos, finally arrived at their destination, Yardrat, following Goku's suggestion. This planet seemed unremarkable at first glance, yet it concealed many mysterious forces. As they landed, they immediately drew the attention of the locals. Due to the Scion's distinct appearance, they were initially regarded as foes. However, once Goku and his companions clarified their intentions, the misunderstanding was swiftly resolved. The leader of the Yardrat people, Supa, warmly welcomed them, saying, "We sincerely apologize, esteemed guests. We had no idea that the Scions had freed themselves from Frieza's control and defeated that villain. On behalf of all beings in the universe, I express my gratitude to you." With a wave of his hand, Wukong said, "Oh, there's no need for such formality. It is our duty. We have come here upon hearing that you possess numerous extraordinary techniques, and we wish to learn from you. Please do not hesitate to impart your wisdom." Supa smiled in response. "Not at all, Mr. Wukong. You and your companions are indeed our benefactors. Within our clan, we have several unique techniques, which we refer to as Sibolito. In terms you may comprehend, it pertains to the specialized control of energy. Rest assured, we will spare no effort in instructing you." Upon hearing this, Wukong and his companions displayed expressions of eager anticipation. They understood that their journey to the planet Adratra would present a rare opportunity for learning, and mastering these wondrous skills would significantly enhance their capabilities. Thus, Wukong and his companions remained on Adratra, immersing themselves fully in their training, hoping to swiftly acquire these new techniques. However, it was not long before they were discovered by minions of King Cooled, who promptly reported their presence to the monarch. Kneeling slightly, trembling with trepidation, he gazed up at the imposing figure seated upon the throne, his eyes reflecting profound reverence and fear. He cautiously began, "Your Majesty Cooled, I have come to report some significant developments discovered on Adratra." King Cooled was a towering figure, notably robust, with strikingly curved horns adorning his head. His rugged visage was accentuated by sharp eyes filled with authority, and faint wrinkles revealed the passage of time. Clad in a black battle suit embellished with gold and silver, his muscular physique was perfectly showcased, while his long tail swayed gently behind him. Upon receiving this news, he erupted into a jubilant laugh that resonated throughout the palace. "Ha ha! Splendid! Those wretched wild monkeys have finally been located. Especially that son Wukong, who dared to leave my son Frieza in such a pitiful state, causing him to still be undergoing rescue and transformation. You immediately notify the Shermart squad and instruct Shima to lead her team to Adratra at once to test son Wukong's strength," commanded King Cooled. "Yes, my lord. I shall attend to it immediately," he responded respectfully before swiftly departing. Watching his subordinate leave, a sinister smile crept across Cooled's face as he silently scoffed. "Humph. Shima's potential is exceedingly perilous. If I allow her to continue her ascent, she may one day threaten my position. I shall seize this opportunity to eliminate her by using son Wukong, who has the capability to defeat Frieza. This plan is simply flawless." Ha ha ha. It turned out that Shima was a girl Cooled had discovered long ago on a war-torn planet. At that moment, he witnessed Shima exhibiting extraordinary combat prowess, prompting him to decide to take her away for cultivation. However, as time progressed, Shima's strength escalated, even surpassing Cooled's expectations. Cooled began to feel apprehensive, fearing that Shima might one day eclipse him and usurp his position. Nevertheless, due to concerns about his reputation, Cooled found it inappropriate to confront Shima directly. After all, aside from himself and Frieza, few could contend with Shima's might. Thus, this opportunity presented itself as an impeccable chance for Cooled to eliminate his concern through indirect means. Upon their arrival at the planet Yadarat, Shima's elite squad unleashed a brutal massacre. The indigenous people rose in defiance, but appeared powerless against such formidable foes. A desperate Supa hurried to the side of Goku, and the others, panic etched across his face. "Mr. Goku, we are in grave danger. Cooled's special forces have invaded Yadarat. Our warriors stand no chance against their onslaught. Please, we implore you to save us." Before Goku could respond, the nearby Lotties could no longer contain his fury and shouted indignantly, "How dare Cooled, Frieza's father, extend his claws towards this planet? I have heard tales of his malevolence since childhood. He is a demon akin to Frieza. Rest assured, Master Supa, we shall devise a way to thwart these villains." Indeed, ever since Cooled's emergence, the Scions have lived in a shadow, enduring oppression and torment. I have long since grown weary of this existence. Vegeta echoed, his teeth clenched, eyes gleaming with resolute determination. Wukong's eyes flickered with contemplation before he spoke. Since both of you have decided to take action, I shall no longer hinder you. In this battle, you may unleash the fury that resides within your hearts. Perhaps this is indeed the perfect opportunity for you to transform. Vegeta and Radits exchanged a resolute glance, and without hesitation, they responded in unison. All right. They understood that this might be the pivotal battle for them to transcend their limits and acquire greater strength. Nearby, Suppa, witnessing everyone's willingness to lend a hand, wore an expression of excitement. He immediately grasped the hands of several individuals, eagerly exclaiming, "Wonderful! Let us proceed." No sooner had he spoken than he firmly held on to them, urging them with a sense of urgency. With a vigorous sweep of his arms, the four of them vanished from their original location. In the next moment, they found themselves on the battlefield, standing face to face with the advancing enemy. The first figure that caught their eye was a tall, muscular female warrior. She possessed unique purple skin, and her flowing white hair was styled into a high ponytail. Her blue eyes were deep and sharp, exuding a steadfast resolve. Clad in a black combat suit adorned with golden embellishments and lines, she radiated an air of nobility and strength. This female warrior stood silently, emanating an unsettling aura. Upon noticing Wukong and the others, she gracefully placed a hand on her chest, slightly bowed, and a faint smile graced her lips. "You must be the legendary Scion. Son Goku. At last, you have chosen to reveal yourselves. I have awaited this moment with great anticipation. Before we proceed, allow me to introduce myself. We are the Himmet team under the command of King Cooled, and I am the captain, Hima." Just then, a figure appeared before them like a flash of lightning. This was a male warrior with wings, his skin a deep brown, hair dark and lustrous, and his eyes gleaming with bright yellow light. His wings were pure white and remarkably broad. He donned a green combat suit embellished with brown accents, exuding an aura of wildness and freedom. This warrior nodded to Hima and declared in a booming voice, "I am Desert, a member of the Himmet team, but I prefer to be called Birdman Desert. My combat power stands at an impressive 4 million. Suddenly, a towering male warrior emerged from behind Wukong and the others. His head was that of a fearsome lizard, covered in green skin, with tufts of black hair sprouting atop. His eyes burned like flames, and his mouth was lined with sharp, menacing teeth, instilling a sense of dread. He wore a blue combat suit adorned with green accents, presenting a visage both cold and cruel. This male warrior erupted into a boisterous laugh. "Ha ha ha. I am Husu, a member of the Himmet team. My combat power is a staggering 3 million. Allow me to share some exhilarating news. Our captain, Shima, has surpassed a combat power of 60 million. You shall all await your impending doom." With that, Husu revealed a fierce grin, seemingly brimming with anticipation for the forthcoming battle. Chapter 38, Combat and Dignity. Humph. What a tedious monologue. Vegeta scoffed, his expression rife with disdain, utterly uninterested in the opponent's ramblings. With that, Vegeta's figure vanished from sight, only to reappear behind the avian warrior, Desert. Without a flicker of emotion, he raised his arm and unleashed a powerful punch. In an instant, Desert was unable to react, his body completely pierced through. He coughed up blood, his eyes wide with disbelief. Struggling to utter a few words, he gasped, "How is this possible? You shouldn't be this powerful." Vegeta coldly retracted his fist, as if the act were trivial. Desert, like a marionette with severed strings, fell lifelessly to the ground, devoid of any trace of life. Thus, Vegeta effortlessly eliminated the most troublesome foe of Shima's team, Desert. Had it not been for his unwavering combat style, he might have been disturbed by Desert's sonic attack, potentially leading to perilous consequences. Damn it. Witnessing the death of his comrade ignited Husu's fury, and he was immediately prepared to charge at Vegeta for vengeance. However, at that moment, Radits intervened, blocking his path. "Hey, you lizard man, I am your opponent." Radits smiled, his tone laced with provocation. He recognized Husu's formidable strength but felt no fear. Instead, he boldly approached for battle. As Radits engaged Husu, it quickly became apparent that Husu was no match for him. Gasping for breath, Husu exclaimed, "I never expected this unknown scion to be so powerful. At this rate, I will meet the same fate as Desert without even utilizing my full strength. I am not foolish like him. Let me show you my true power." In the next moment, the lizardman's muscles bulged grotesquely as he boasted with an arrogant laugh. "Huh, did you not expect this? I possess transformation abilities. Once I transform, my combat power will double, reaching a staggering 660,000. Let us see how you can contend with me now." Radits was taken aback for a moment, then responded with a mysterious smile, "Oh, that is indeed an impressive transformation. However, it is quite fortuitous, for I too possess a technique that amplifies my combat power. Radits declared, Kaioken times 2. Instantly, a crimson aura enveloped him. Hyusa stared in shock as Radits' power surged to twice its previous level, utterly bewildered. What? How is this possible? Aren't Scions only capable of achieving exponential power boosts through transformation into great apes? How did you accomplish this? Radits smirked devilishly. You are not worthy of knowing the reason. Infuriated, Hyusa charged forward. Damn you, cursed Scion. The two individuals promptly commenced a new round of combat. However, upon closer examination, it became apparent that Hyusa was merely being toyed with by Radits, which only served to fuel Hyusa's fury. Disregarding all else, he resolved to exchange injury for death. Radits cast a disdainful glance at Hyusa's wounds, mocking, Have you been rendered foolish by my strikes? Even if you wish to trade injury for death, you lack the strength to do so. I care not. I am determined to end your life. Moreover, my wounds will heal on their own. Even if you are stronger than I, you cannot kill me. As these words left his lips, Hyusa's injuries began to mend at a visibly rapid pace, restoring him to a state of pristine health. Witnessing this remarkable ability, Radits impatiently remarked, TCH. A racial talent, how bothersome. I shall strike you with a blow from which you cannot recover. With his hands placed at his waist, Radits gathered a multitude of energies into his palms before unleashing them upon Hyusa, exclaiming, Kamehameha wave. The once confident Hyusa, upon realizing the formidable nature of this energy wave, found himself unable to evade it in time and could only brace himself with his hands. Unfortunately, his efforts proved futile as the energy engulfed him, leading him to cry out in despair, I am not willing to accept this. With the final utterance, Hyusa was utterly vaporized, reduced to ash in that very spot. As Wukong observed the conclusion of the battle, he turned his gaze towards Shima and curiously inquired, I am aware that with your capabilities, you certainly had the power to save your two comrades. Yet, why did you watch as they were mercilessly slain? Shima resolutely responded, Their demise merely signifies their inadequacy. The law of the universe dictates that the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Their deaths are but the consequence of their own shortcomings. Upon hearing these words, Vegeta could not help but commend. Your realization is commendable. The demise of the weak is solely attributable to their lack of strength. The weak possess no value for survival. I share your perspective. As Vegeta spoke, Radits was poised to interject, but Vegeta abruptly countered, However, you are exceedingly cold-blooded, reminiscent of that scoundrel Frieza. Your presence displeases me greatly. Without hesitation, Vegeta charged towards Shima, and Radits, aware of the latter's formidable strength, followed suit, engaging in combat with Shima. Initially, the two found themselves at a disadvantage, and the Aerodratans began to worry for the safety of their kin. Supa, observing alongside Wukong, posed a question, Mr. Wukong, I have heard tales of your victory over Frieza. Confronting the Shima should pose no significant challenge for you. Why do you refrain from intervening personally? As Wukong observed the two figures engaged in combat, a smile graced his face. Indeed, this opponent is formidable. It is an opportune moment to fully explore the potential of these two individuals. Rest assured, Master Supa. Should the situation spiral out of control, I shall intervene. With Wukong's reassuring words, the two continued to silently watch the battle unfold. Vegeta and Radits were locked in a grueling struggle. Radits gradually began to amplify his Kaioken, and upon reaching 4 times its original strength, he had completely distanced himself from Vegeta. The latter felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, yet he persisted in the fight. However, he gradually found himself unable to keep pace with Radits and Shima's clash. As Radits' Kaioken surged to 14 times its original power, he became nearly equal to Shima. In the midst of battle, Shima, taken aback, inquired, How do you possess such tremendous strength? What is your name? With excitement coursing through him, Radits replied amidst the fight, I am Radits. You are quite impressive, but if this is all the power you possess, then it would be better for you to meet your demise. Radits shouted. Kaioken, 15 times. Upon elevating to 15 times, Radits' strength surpassed Shima's, leaving him at a disadvantage. Shima, astonished, remarked, Your strength is indeed remarkable. I was initially sent to eliminate Son Goku, but I had not anticipated such a powerful warrior by his side. It appears that if I were to conceal my strength any longer, I would surely fall to you. With that, he delivered a powerful kick to Radits, beginning to unleash his energy as his aura surged dramatically. As Wukong gazed at the increasingly potent aura of Shima in the sky, he mused internally. It seems the original narrative offers scant details regarding Shima. I never anticipated she concealed such formidable strength. It appears that Rithes may struggle to cope. Upon elevating her aura, Shima cast a wicked smile at Rithes and proclaimed, "Ah, ha, ha, ha. Did you expect this, Rithes? I too can control my energy. This is my true power." Previously, to prevent Kurd from intervening directly, I kept my energy at 63 million, but in reality, my battle power has long surpassed 100 million. How will you respond to this? Without hesitation, Rithes shouted, "I will give it my all. Kaioken, 20 times. Ah ha ha. I didn't foresee you possessing even greater strength, but if this is your utmost effort, it might not suffice," she retorted, and once again, the two resumed their fierce combat. After a rigorous exchange, Rithes found himself vanquished and unable to rise. Vegeta, who had been compelled to withdraw from the fight, observed the scene with mounting fury, the culmination of his humiliation and resentment erupting at that moment. With a voice strained and raw, he bellowed, "Damn it. Why? Even that wretched Rithes surpasses me, and you, the even more detestable Shima, are stronger than I. I refuse to accept this." Ahat! With his furious roar, the sky darkened, thunder crackled, and in an instant, Vegeta's hair transformed to a vibrant green before shifting to a brilliant gold, his eyebrows following suit while his pupils turned a light green, and his entire being ignited with a golden flame. Stunned by his own transformation, he stood frozen, recalling how Goku had described the appearance of an ordinary Saiyan upon becoming a Super Saiyan, and then he erupted into wild laughter. Ha 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 ha. I, Prince Vegeta, could never be left behind. I have finally become a Super Saiyan. The time has come for your demise, cursed Shima. In an instant, Vegeta's figure materialized before Shima like a specter, his fist striking with the swiftness of lightning towards her abdomen. Shima felt as though a colossal meteor had collided with her, an overwhelming force propelling her backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Her consciousness began to fade, the world around her distorting. Vegeta loomed above, his gaze devoid of warmth, as if regarding mere refuse. Without a trace of mercy, he unleashed an energy sphere, the immense force instantly vaporizing Shima's body along with a significant portion of the earth, leaving no trace behind. The inhabitants of the Yadarat star beamed with ecstatic expressions, having witnessed Rithes and Vegeta triumph over this formidable foe and successfully saving their entire race. Overcome with gratitude, Suppa led his people in expressing heartfelt thanks to the three visitors, pledging to diligently instruct them in the precise control and application of the Cibolito technique. Meanwhile, the warriors on Earth entered a concentrated state, resolutely focused on enhancing their own powers. Everyone is diligently training, striving to transcend their limits. Time swiftly passes, and a year has flown by. Yet for these warriors, every minute and every second is a precious opportunity. At this juncture, the mechanical Frieza embarks on a journey of vengeance to Earth alongside his father, King Cold. Meanwhile, Goku, Radits, and Vegeta bid farewell to planet Yardrat and set their course for Earth. Chapter 39. The fruits of a year's training. In the year 764 of the age of the universe, the warriors training on Earth suddenly halted their actions, as if connected by an unseen thread, and simultaneously gazed towards the same direction, their expressions filled with wariness and confusion. It seemed as though they could sense a powerful and malevolent force approaching from the distant horizon, causing the very earth to tremble. "Tien, can you feel it?" Krillin's voice was tinged with tension as he fixed his gaze on the distant sky, seemingly in search of the source of this mysterious power. Tien nodded gravely, responding, "I can feel it, Krillin. There are two sinister and formidable presences about to descend upon Earth. One must be Frieza, right?" "Indeed. One of them is the aura of Frieza, but the other, which bears a resemblance to Frieza, is unfamiliar to us. We did not encounter it on Namek." Krillin furrowed his brow, a sense of unease settling within him. "I'm so scared." Kaiatsu clutched Tien's clothing tightly, his body quivering slightly. "This presence is terrifying. And Goku has returned yet?" Kaiatsu's words resonated with Krillin and Tien. "Our situation is quite dire," Yamcha added, his concern evident. "Do not fear, Kaiatsu," Tien reassured him. "As long as we unite our efforts, we will surely conquer our foes. Yamcha, do not forget why we trained in the gravity chamber a year ago." Tien clenched his fists, his gaze resolute. "It was to prepare for this very moment. Although our adversaries are powerful, we have grown stronger. During the battle, you must hold Frieza off for a while to create an opportunity for me. I will use the Mafuba to seal him away." Krillin smacked his forehead, exclaiming, "Of course. How could I have overlooked that? Rest assured, Tien, we will secure that opportunity for you." Yamcha nodded in understanding of Tien's strategy. They were fully aware that this battle would be exceptionally arduous, yet they were prepared, resolute in their commitment to protect Earth and all they held dear. As the group began to prepare, time ticked by relentlessly. Suddenly, a bright voice rang out from above. Uncle Krillin, Uncle Tien, Uncle Yamcha, Kaiatsu, I'm here. Upon hearing the familiar voice, joy illuminated the faces of Krillin and the others. They looked up to see Gohan descending from the sky, landing steadily on the ground. Krillin smiled and said, Gohan, you've finally arrived. We were worried you might not sense Frieza's aura. Gohan scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he confessed. Actually, I had sensed it long ago, but my mother forbade me from coming, stating that it was too perilous for a child. It took considerable effort for me to sneak out, and I truly apologize for making you wait. Tien patted Gohan on the shoulder, offering reassurance. It's quite all right, Gohan. The important thing is that you are here. You are now one of our crucial forces, and we will rely on you to execute the battle plan alongside me. Subsequently, Tien briefly outlined his strategy to Gohan, who listened attentively and pledged his utmost cooperation. Just then, Yamcha returned from seeking Dr. Brief. He rushed over, breathless, and exclaimed to everyone, All right, let us hasten our departure. We need to head towards the landing site of Frieza's spaceship. Dr. Brief has provided us with the precise coordinates, and it is a desolate area, perfectly suited for our operation. With that, Yamcha took the lead, and the others followed closely behind. Upon reaching the landing site, they found Frieza, King Cold, and their legion emerging from the spaceship in formation. Hiding discreetly behind a small hill, they observed the movements of the army. Tien approached Gohan and inquired, Gohan, which one is Frieza? With a furrowed brow, Wu Fan meticulously discerned the auras of the individuals present before responding. I cannot say with absolute certainty. However, judging by the nature of the energy, it appears to be the shorter one among the two formidable presences. The other bears a slight resemblance to Frieza, yet is distinctly not him. Tianjinhan, intrigued, inquired, Why are you uncertain that the shorter figure is Frieza? After a moment of contemplation, Wu Fan explained that his appearance had changed significantly since his time on Namek. Now, half of his body had been transformed into machinery, whereas before, he was entirely an extraterrestrial being. Tianjinhan, upon hearing this, pondered for a moment and remarked, So it must be that the parts of his body that were severed have been replaced with mechanical components. Gohan nodded in agreement with Tien's speculation. They continued to observe the movements of the Frieza force, remaining vigilant in their hearts, prepared to respond to any potential situation. Tien, what should we do now? Kaiatsu asked anxiously. Tien, with a resolute gaze upon his companions, replied, Kaiu, do not worry. We shall proceed according to my plan. You are to hold off Frieza and the other individual, while I will employ the sealing technique to confine them. Kaiatsu, you will engage Frieza's forces with your strength. They should not pose a challenge to you. As for Yamcha and Krillin, you two must distract the Tall One and Frieza respectively. Gohan should remain on standby to support any side as necessary. Do you all understand? In unison, they affirmed, Understood. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside them, declaring, Your plan is sound, but your combat power is insufficient. Startled, they turned to see that it was Piccolo, and they collectively breathed a sigh of relief, exclaiming, Uncle Piccolo. You're here. Wonderful. Piccolo nodded in acknowledgement, saying, Yes, Gohan, I have arrived. Tien exclaimed in excitement, Excellent. With Piccolo here, our chances of victory have increased significantly. Piccolo, however, did not respond to Tien's enthusiasm but addressed the group, stating, Tien's plan is commendable, but since I have joined, we must make slight adjustments to the personnel assignments. After hearing Piccolo's distribution, the others nodded in agreement, and Tien did not oppose the suggestion. Just as Frieza's forces were preparing to disperse, the group swiftly launched into action. Piccolo and Gohan suddenly surged forward, launching a surprise attack on Frieza and King Cold. Krillin quickly maneuvered to the sides, assisting their assault while seeking opportunities. Meanwhile, Yamcha and Kaiatsu employed their ultimate techniques to obstruct the advance of Frieza's forces. However, despite Kaiatsu and Yamcha's successful efforts to halt Frieza's troops, the ambush by Piccolo, Gohan, and Tien did not succeed. At that moment, Tien had revealed his position and was compelled to confront Frieza directly, attempting to utilize the magic sealing wave to bind him. Unfortunately, Frieza's death beam obliterated the rice cooker Tien relied upon to execute the technique. With a sinister laugh, Frieza taunted, Oh ho ho. Isn't this the Namekian who fought me back on Namek? And you, the wretched scion, Goku's son, and the little bald one. I remember you all quite well. Are those your comrades? Let me see how formidable your combat prowess truly is. Frieza aimed his mechanical detectors at the Earth warriors, astonished as he declared, I never imagined that the weakest little brat possessed a power level of 1. 2 million. That scarred one has 1. 5 million. The three-eyed one, 2. 2 million. The little bald one, an astonishing 2. 4 million. The Scion child stands at 2. 5 million. And the Namekian, a staggering 20 million. Incredible! This planet harbors so many formidable warriors, far surpassing the Jinyu force I once gathered from the galaxy. However, you might still find yourselves in despair. After completing my enhancements, I realized that I had yet to reach the level of Son Goku's prowess, prompting me to further refine my abilities. Now, my combat strength rivals that of him at his peak, boasting a staggering 200 million. Frieza's voice echoed through the air, imbued with unparalleled confidence and arrogance. As his gaze swept over each Earth warrior, his eyes glimmering with disdain. Chapter 40. The future warrior and the Z-fighters upon hearing Frieza's proclamation. Everyone clearly comprehended their own combat capabilities, reveling in their growth. Yet, simultaneously, they felt a sense of hopelessness in the face of Frieza's overwhelming power. They marveled at Piccolo's formidable strength. His progress over the past year was truly astounding, given that Piccolo was aware of Gohan's previous combat power. He felt deeply disappointed and enraged, as Gohan's strength had only seen a minimal increase compared to a year ago. Gohan, what have you been doing this past year? Why has your progress been so painfully slow? Gohan is acutely aware of his circumstances, although he has devoted the majority of this year to his studies. Occasionally engaging in training, the results pale in comparison to those of his peers, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of guilt. In response to Piccolo's inquiries, Gohan bowed his head in contrition, saying, I apologize, Uncle Piccolo. I truly do not enjoy fighting. I would much prefer to dedicate myself to my studies and aspire to become a scholar in the future. Thus, I have spent most of my time learning, only training sporadically. Krillin approached Piccolo and said, Piccolo, you shouldn't be too harsh on Gohan. He is still just a child. He has already become quite strong, and he will surely continue to improve. If he has his own dreams, we should not force him. Rather, we ought to support him. The others echoed in unison, yes. Piccolo, we should support Gohan. Although Piccolo was frustrated, he acknowledged the validity of their words. Very well, I shall refrain from admonishing Gohan. Gohan softly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Uncle Piccolo. Piccolo gently ruffled Gohan's hair, reassuring him, Gohan, just pursue what you truly desire. Upon hearing Piccolo's words, Gohan's spirits lifted, and he joyfully replied, yes, Uncle Piccolo. Meanwhile, Frieza, who had been listening to their conversation, grew increasingly impatient. With a sinister chuckle, he declared, Oh ho ho ho, have you forgotten about me? The Emperor of the Universe? Although your combat abilities far exceed those of my subordinates, in my eyes, you remain nothing but a swarm of ants. The moment you faced me, your future was sealed. Now, prepare to embrace your demise. With that, Frieza unleashed a terrifying and malevolent aura that sent shivers down the spines of the Z-fighters. Instantly, they entered a state of alert, bracing themselves for a life-and-death battle against Frieza. Piccolo instinctively positioned his arm protectively in front of Gohan, his gaze resolute and composed. Tien, sensing the overwhelming murderous intent, unhesitatingly shielded Kaiatsu, proclaiming, Kaiatsu, rest assured, as long as I draw breath, I will ensure you remain unharmed. Kaiatsu, tearfully choking on his words, replied, Tien, you need not go to such lengths to protect me. As long as you survive, that is enough. Tien smiled gently and softly replied, even in death, we shall face it together. We will never be apart. Just as Frieza prepared to strike, an unusual spaceship suddenly appeared in the sky above. It resembled an elongated oval, supported by 3 mechanical legs, radiating a golden glow, while its upper half was crafted from transparent glass. Frieza's movements halted abruptly. His gaze fixated on the descending craft as it touched down on the ground. As the spaceship landed smoothly and the hatch opened, a young man emerged. Standing nearly 6 feet tall, he possessed a robust physique with well-defined muscles. His striking blue-violet hair was styled in a center part, enhancing his handsome appearance. Clad in a blue waist-length denim jacket paired with black trousers, he carried a long sword on his back, exuding an air of mystery and strength. Upon stepping off the ship, he casually transformed it into a capsule and stored it in a box. Then, he raised his gaze towards Frieza and the surrounding environment, his eyes revealing a blend of caution and curiosity. He appeared bewildered by the situation, yet remained poised to confront any eventuality. Frieza furrowed his brow, however. He could not recall the individual known as Trunks. With a sardonic chuckle, he taunted, Oh ho ho, I do not remember such a scion as you. Yet, since you dare to seek me out, do not blame me for being less than courteous. The corners of Trunks' mouth curled into a cold, disdainful smile. He calmly replied, "If you doubt my scion heritage, allow me to demonstrate." With that, he closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and prepared to unveil his true strength. At that moment, Trunks' body began to radiate a dazzling golden light, his hair instantly transforming into a brilliant golden hue, and his muscles growing more formidable. He opened his eyes, which now sparkled with unwavering determination, and proclaimed loudly, "Super Saiyan." Both Frieza and the Z warriors were taken aback by this sudden transformation. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they gazed at Trunks. Frieza's expression darkened ominously, and he hissed through clenched teeth, "Damn it. I never imagined there could still be Saiyans capable of transforming into Super Saiyans." Trunks raised his head with pride, his gaze brimming with confidence. He coldly stated, "Now, you must believe I am a Saiyan, Frieza. Your doom is upon you." No sooner had he spoken than a formidable aura erupted from Trunks, propelling him towards Frieza. Frieza, witnessing Trunks' spiked golden hair, golden eyebrows, and light green pupils, all enveloped in a golden blaze, was not the only one stunned. Even King Cold, who had remained silent until now, was taken aback. This was the true embodiment of the legendary Super Saiyan passed down from ancestors. Frieza's eyes widened in disbelief. Yet a flicker of fear surged within him. His transformation seemed to align more closely with the ancestral descriptions than that of the Saiyan Goku. Curse be it. You truly are a Saiyan, and you can indeed transform into a Super Saiyan. Despite a tinge of apprehension, the thought of his significantly enhanced power emboldened Frieza to engage in battle. Both combatants chose to fight unarmed, and after a fierce clash, Frieza realized he was only slightly weaker than Trunks, which momentarily eased his mind. However, just when he believed they were evenly matched, Trunks suddenly vanished from sight, reappearing behind him in an instant. In a flash, Trunks unsheathed his sword and, with astonishing speed, struck at Frieza. The latter barely had time to react before his body was cleaved into numerous fragments. Subsequently, Trunks unleashed an energy blast, which obliterated Frieza's remains into vapor. The series of actions left the observing King of the Kurds and the Z fighters utterly astonished, rendering them motionless, lost in disbelief. After a considerable time, they finally emerged from their shock. Klin, Dumpling, Yamcha, and Dumpling erupted into loud cheers upon witnessing Frieza's swift demise. While the others gazed in awe at the formidable youth before them, the King of the Kurds, witnessing Frieza's abrupt death, was filled with perplexity, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Nevertheless, he maintained an imposing demeanor and coldly declared, "You, young man, have dared to slay Frieza. Do you not realize he is my son? The bloodline of the Galactic Emperor, the King of the Kurds?" Trunks, his expression unwavering, his eyes reflecting resolve and determination, fearlessly replied, "Frieza has committed countless atrocities. His death is but a consequence of his own misdeeds." A flicker of calculation crossed the King of the Kurds' gaze as he endeavored to steady Trunks, his tone softening. "You are indeed commendable. The fact that you have vanquished my son Frieza warrants admiration. I offer you a proposition. Should you choose to replace Frieza as my adopted son, I shall bestow upon you the power to rule the entire universe. Thus, we would cease to be adversaries and become family." However, Trunks scoffed derisively, his eyes brimming with scorn. "I have no interest. Do you truly believe I would serve as a pawn for you, the malevolent emperor, as Frieza did?" The King of the Kurds' expression shifted slightly, his gaze fixated on the sword in Trunks' hand, desperately seeking an excuse to rationalize Frieza's defeat. He snorted dismissively, "Humph. It is only because of that sword that you managed to defeat Frieza. Without this weapon, what would you be worth?" Trunks tossed the sword to the King of the Kurds, his eyes gleaming with confidence as he proclaimed, "Then watch closely. For I can easily vanquish you even without a sword." The King of the Kurds, now in possession of the revered sword, felt a surge of delight. Perceiving it as a rare opportunity, he charged forward without hesitation, intent on launching a surprise attack. Unexpectedly, however, the sword in his grasp proved utterly ineffective, as if it had lost all its potency. Conversely, he was swiftly subdued by a ki blast from Super Saiyan Trunks. Having successfully eliminated Frieza, the King of the Kurds, and their legions, Trunks exchanged brief greetings with the Z fighters, assuring them of his benign intentions, stating that his arrival was solely to seek Goku's assistance. Curiosity surrounded his identity and origins, but he remained tight-lipped, unwilling to divulge even a word. Faced with Trunks' silence, the others refrained from pressing further. After all, everyone harbors their own secrets. Nevertheless, Trunks' appearance left a palpable sense of astonishment and intrigue among the onlookers. His display of formidable power commanded respect, while his enigmatic identity sparked countless speculations. Who was he? And why was he in search of Goku? These questions plagued everyone, casting a tense atmosphere over the gathering. At that moment, Trunks, with a look of bewilderment, suddenly inquired, may I ask if any of you know where Vegeta is? Upon hearing this, Piccolo immediately sensed the critical information and was intrigued as to why Trunks would ask about Vegeta. He replied, "Oh, Vegeta? He left with Radits to train with Goku on another planet over a year ago. Goku mentioned they would return in a year, and now that time has nearly elapsed. They should be back soon." Trunks was taken aback by this revelation. He had never heard of anyone named Radits, and according to his understanding, Vegeta would not have departed Earth alongside Goku during this period. This series of discoveries led him to question whether this world was indeed the one he recognized. After a moment of contemplation, he ascended a small hill, quietly awaiting the return of Goku and Vegeta. Chapter 41. The Origins of the Mysterious Youth. Time passed, each second stretching the anxiety of everyone present. Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierced the sky, followed by a dazzling display of fire streaking across the heavens. Accompanied by a series of loud booms, 3 meteoric trails of light broke through the atmosphere, ablaze with fierce flames, plummeting toward the ground and creating 3 enormous craters. Within each crater lay a single-person spacecraft, deeply embedded in the earth, and as the hatches opened, a plume of smoke billowed forth. The landing sites of these 3 spacecraft were remarkably precise, situated not far from Trunks. Realizing Goku had arrived, Trunks wasted no time in making his way toward the ships. With excitement, he exclaimed, "Mr. Goku, you have finally arrived. I have been waiting here for so long." No sooner had he spoken than 3 figures emerged from the craters, gracefully landing before Trunks. They were none other than Goku, Radits, and Vegeta. The Z-fighters quickly gathered around, and Goku, seeing everyone, greeted them warmly. "Hey, it's great to see you all again after such a long time." As they focused their gaze, the 3 figures before them, Goku, Radits, and Vegeta, brought a sense of relief, as the weight of uncertainty lifted from their hearts. "Dad, I missed you so much." Wufan, overwhelmed with joy, leaped into Goku's embrace like a jubilant little bird. Holding him tightly, Wukong revealed a warm smile on his face as he gently patted Gohan's back. All right, Daddy is back. I have missed you dearly as well. Have you been obedient at home this past year?" Wufan replied with great enthusiasm. "I am indeed obedient." That's wonderful. With a smile, Wukong gently set Gohan down on the ground, then turned his gaze toward the young man with a sword by his side, a hint of curiosity flickering in his eyes. Sensing Wukong's attention, Trunks politely extended a hand, his voice tinged with a mixture of excitement and shyness. "Greetings, Mr. Wukong. My name is Trunks, and I am truly fortunate to meet you today." Recognizing the identity of the young man before him, Wukong wore a subtle smile as he slowly extended his right hand, firmly shaking hands with Trunks. With faint puzzlement, he inquired, "How do you know me? Who exactly are you?" Trunks' gaze swept over Wukong, then briefly glanced at the stoic Radits and the brooding Vegeta, before lingering on Vegeta's proud countenance for a moment before averting his eyes. Approaching Wukong, he spoke somewhat awkwardly. "I apologize, Mr. Wukong, but I am unable to disclose my identity to everyone just yet. If possible, I would like to have a private conversation with you. What do you think?" Goku cast a glance at Piccolo, a faint smile gracing his lips as he nodded in agreement. Observing this, Trunks offered a gentle smile and remarked, "Please, follow me." With that, he soared towards a distant hillside, with Goku closely trailing behind. Upon landing on the slope, Trunks surveyed his surroundings. Noting that Goku had also arrived, taking a deep breath, he began to speak slowly. "Let us convene here. What I am about to share may strike you as somewhat incredulous, but I implore you to trust me. These events are indeed real. I hope you will reserve your judgment until you have heard my entire account. Is that agreeable?" Wukong nodded and replied, "Certainly. Please proceed. I grant you this opportunity." With Wukong's permission, Trunks began to narrate his tale. "My name is Trunks, a scion hailing from Earth 20 years hence." Thus commenced his account, detailing the myriad experiences and tribulations of the future world, including the emergence of androids, the extinction of humanity, and the days spent battling alongside his comrades. Upon concluding his narrative, Trunks suddenly posed a question to Wukong. "Mr. Wukong, I have an inquiry for you. Are you able to effortlessly transform into a Super Saiyan?" After a moment of contemplation, Goku organized his thoughts and responded, "Yes, but due to certain unique circumstances." My transformation into a Super Saiyan differs from that of an ordinary Saiyan. Please wait a moment, Mr. Goku. Suddenly, Trunks sprang into action, launching a ki blast at a specific point in the air. With a sharp crack, a small robotic bee was obliterated, falling to the ground. Mr. Goku, it's ready now. Great. Let us begin. Goku exclaimed with a smile. Mr. Goku, could you please transform into a Super Saiyan? I wish to witness the true power of a Super Saiyan. Trunks gazed at Goku, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. Wukong nodded in agreement, acquiescing to Trunks' request. Trunks transformed first into a Super Saiyan, his golden hair billowing in the wind, emanating an aura of immense power. Wukong sealed his battle power at 3 million and transformed into his distinctive Super Saiyan, his eyes reflecting unwavering determination and confidence. Trunks, witnessing Wukong's transformation and the aura he emanated, felt a jolt of surprise within him. Upon sensing Wukong's formidable strength, he realized that this power far exceeded his expectations. What an incredible presence, Mr. Wukong. You are truly astonishing. Trunks exclaimed. Haha, Trunks, what do you think? Do you wish to continue the fight? Wukong replied with a hearty laugh. There's no need. I have already felt your immense power, and I would rather not embarrass myself, Trunks conceded. The Z fighters, observing from a distance, were still deeply astonished by Trunks' transformation for the second time. However, upon witnessing Wukong's extraordinary transformation firsthand, they experienced a profound sense of unfamiliarity towards him. The aura of Goku had transformed into an extraordinarily formidable presence, instilling a profound sense of oppression and fear. Is this truly Goku? How could such an overwhelming essence emanate from him? Krillin's eyes widened in disbelief at the spectacle before him. Is this the genuine prowess of a Super Saiyan? It is utterly terrifying. Piccolo echoed his astonishment. Amidst the collective shock, Gohan hurriedly clarified to the group, revealing that this Super Saiyan was none other than his father. Upon hearing this revelation, Tien and the others breathed a sigh of relief. So it is still Goku. Tien gazed at the Super Saiyan before him, his eyes filled with admiration. Krillin, on the other hand, wore an expression of sheer delight. Goku, I never imagined you could grow even stronger. Mr. Goku is truly remarkable. I feel that even with my utmost strength, I could not possibly match you. It seems my mother was right. Mr. Goku is indeed the strongest warrior on Earth. Trunks sincerely remarked. Hearing this, Goku displayed a faint smile, though it was tinged with a hint of bitterness, soon replaced by a serene confidence in his own abilities. Who is your mother? How does she know me? Goku inquired with a look of surprise. Trunks replied with a grin. Well, Mr. Goku, I forgot to mention earlier. My mother is Bulma, and my father is Vegeta. Wukong feigned surprise and remarked, Oh, is that so? What brings you to seek us this time? Trunks replied solemnly. I have come to this timeline to warn you that the androids will emerge 3 years hence, and to deliver a special medicine. Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. Is it yet another android created by Dr. Gero? Trunks nodded gravely, replying, Indeed, it is the android that Dr. Gero will produce 3 years hence. Wukong, lost in contemplation, pondered the fate of the Earth warriors who had perished at the hands of these androids. Ultimately, I remained the sole survivor. In the battles of 3 years from now, my father, Krillin, Piccolo, Tianjinhan, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu will all meet their demise. Even my brother Gohan, in a valiant effort to protect me, will face 2 androids alone, only to be slain in the end. Wukong expressed a hint of surprise, asking, What about me? Why am I absent from the tale of confronting the androids? Trunks, with a serious demeanor, replied, Well, Mr. Wukong, you did not partake in the battle. 3 years hence, you will succumb to a heart ailment. In your timeline, that affliction is deemed incurable. Even the magical beings cannot remedy it. What? Wukong feigned astonishment, playing along with Trunks' performance. He then lamented, What a pity to die of illness. I truly wish to engage them in combat. Trunks gazed at Wukong in astonishment. Mr. Wukong, do you not feel afraid? Not at all. The mere thought of battling formidable foes fills me with excitement, Wukong exclaimed, a radiant smile illuminating his face, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Trunks could not help but express his admiration, saying, Truly, you are the remarkable son Wukong. My esteem for you has greatly increased. With that, Trunks produced a small vial from his pocket and handed it to Wukong. This is a special medicine. Take it when you feel unwell. And remember, in preparation for the great battle 3 years from now, lead everyone in rigorous training to strengthen yourselves as much as possible. Goku grasped the vial tightly in his hand, a mysterious smile gracing his lips as he looked at Trunks. Thank you, Trunks, he said. Trunks chuckled softly, patting Goku on the shoulder. No need for thanks. This is all for the sake of protecting Earth. Trunks then flew to the group, bowing deeply with a serious demeanor. The future of our planet is entrusted to you all. I have faith that you will safeguard our home. I shall return to join the battle in 3 years. Farewell. With those words, Trunks tossed a capsule and turned to enter the time machine, activating the device. In a brilliant flash of light, the time machine gradually vanished from this realm. Chapter 42. 3 years later after Trunks' departure, the others gathered around, eagerly questioning Goku about Trunks' true identity. With a smile, Wukong gazed at Piccolo and said, "Piccolo, you must have heard everything just now, right? I am not particularly adept at summarizing these matters. Perhaps you could elucidate the situation for them." Piccolo nodded, aware that this was a significant responsibility, yet he still found it difficult to come to terms with the news. Taking a deep breath, he slowly began, "Very well, allow me to clarify. This revelation may astonish you, so prepare yourselves mentally. The young man known as Trunks hails from the future. In his timeline, Son Wukong has already passed away. All others, apart from Wukong, have been slain by the androids created by Dr. Gero 3 years hence. He has traversed back in time using a time machine, hoping to alter the course of history." Upon hearing Piccolo's words, disbelief washed over the faces of the group. They had never imagined that the future could be so merciless. However, their greater concern lay in whether Trunks' future would inevitably repeat itself in their own world. Wukong noticed the anxious expressions of his companions, including Jiaozi, Krillin, Yamcha, and Tianjinhan, and he smiled reassuringly. "You need not worry too much about the future of our timeline. As long as we unite our efforts, we shall undoubtedly triumph over the artificial beings of the future and all adversaries that threaten our Earth, safeguarding our home." Upon hearing Wukong's words, images of his recent transformation involuntarily surfaced in their minds, an embodiment of terror. The formidable and tyrannical aura he emanated seemed to pierce the heavens, causing their bodies to tremble uncontrollably. The contrast between that overwhelming presence and Wukong's current serene demeanor was striking, rendering him almost unrecognizable. This shock was particularly profound for those warriors of relatively lesser strength. After all, Wukong had merely unleashed a fraction of his power at that moment. Should he unleash his full might, the very earth itself might tremble beneath the force of it. Wukong gazed at the two silent individuals behind him, a subtle smile of confidence gracing his lips. He then turned to the assembled crowd and spoke softly, "There is no need for excessive worry, my friends. I bear good tidings. Both Vegeta and my brother, Radits, have now mastered the ability to transform into Super Saiyans. Moreover, during our time on distant planets, we have acquired formidable combat techniques that significantly enhance our agility. With the three of us united, our strength is more than sufficient to confront the threat posed by the androids, so rest assured." Vegeta, standing off to the side, felt a sense of comfort from Wukong's acknowledgement and praise, yet he refrained from showing it, merely letting out a haughty snort before falling silent. Krillin approached Wukong, extending a hand with sincerity, and said, "Wukong, we are fortunate to have you here. Once again, we must rely on you to save the Earth." Wukong grasped Krillin's hand and solemnly declared, "There is no need for concern. I, too, reside on Earth. It is our duty. Moreover, with so many comrades fighting alongside us, victory is assured." His voice resonated with unwavering strength, instilling confidence in their triumph. Tianjinhan nodded appreciatively, echoing, "Indeed, Krillin, the salvation of Earth is a collective responsibility. Regardless of the enemy's might, we must resist with all our might." Krillin, Jiaozi, and Yamcha responded in unison, "You speak the truth. We shall fight to the bitter end." Their voices rang out, robust and resolute, embodying a spirit of unity undeterred by formidable foes. In that moment, they seemed to forget their past disagreements and divisions, united by a singular conviction to safeguard their planet. Observing the fervor in their eyes, Son Wukong smiled contentedly, nodding slightly in approval. He then handed Krillin a capsule, stating, "Krillin, this capsule contains precious metallic materials from outer space. Please deliver it to Dr. Briefs, so he can utilize them to enhance the gravity room for you, and Piccolo. This will enable you to train in a significantly higher gravity environment. Remember, time is of the essence. You must immerse yourselves in rigorous training without delay. We shall part ways now, but 3 years from today, we will reconvene at this very spot." Upon hearing Wukong's plan, the group responded in unison, "Understood." They spent a moment sharing their experiences from the past year, and once finished, Wukong approached Krillin. "Krillin, I have a task for you. Take Vegeta with you to Bulma's house and let him train in the gravity room alongside you. Can you manage that?" Krillin hesitated, glancing at the stern-faced Vegeta. Feeling a wave of concern wash over him, he understood that Vegeta, ever proud and arrogant, would not be an easy ally. However, recalling his recent vow, Krillin steeled himself and resolved to accept this challenge. Taking a deep breath, he firmly replied to Wukong, "Since this is your request, I will do my utmost to fulfill it, even if I am not fond of that guy. After all, the stronger our combat power, the better it is for the protection of Earth and everyone. Rest assured, Wukong, I will give it my all." With that, Krillin turned to lead Vegeta toward Bulma's house. Vegeta immediately scowled, his displeasure evident as he retorted, "Kakarot, I am the Prince of the Saiyans. How could I possibly stay in someone else's home?" With a faint smile, Wukong fixed his unwavering gaze upon Vegeta and remarked, "Vegeta, this is your opportunity to grow stronger. Do you truly not desire it?" The image of Wukong's recent transformation surged within Vegeta, evoking an involuntary sense of submission. Nevertheless, he stubbornly retorted, "Humph, since you so earnestly beseech me, I shall reluctantly acquiesce." Despite his words, a flicker of anticipation for this training journey ignited within Vegeta's heart. Upon hearing Vegeta's eventual consent, the others bid farewell to Wukong, Gohan, and Radits. Subsequently, Krillin, Kaiatsu, Tien, and Vegeta set forth towards Bulma's residence in West City. Meanwhile, Piccolo opted for solitude, intending to retrieve his spaceship before presenting it to Dr. Brief. This would enable them to enhance the spaceship's gravity chamber for superior training. Throughout the journey, Vegeta maintained a resolute silence, silently vowing to surpass Wukong. He understood that relentless effort was the only path to outdo that individual. After bidding farewell to everyone, Wukong's gaze lingered upon the direction in which Vegeta had departed, remaining fixed until he vanished from sight. At that moment, a subtle smile graced the corners of Wukong's lips, and he murmured softly to himself, "Vegeta, this is where my assistance must end. Once you reach West City and encounter Bulma, it will be up to you to seize the opportunity." With a puzzled expression, Gohan gazed at his father and inquisitively inquired, "Father, what is it that brings you amusement? Moreover, what were you speaking of just a moment ago?" Wukong smiled as he gently ruffled Gohan's hair and explained, "It's nothing. I merely felt a surge of joy upon witnessing everyone's spirited enthusiasm." Wu Fan nodded in a manner that suggested a semblance of understanding. Yet he could not restrain his curiosity and inquired further, "But why does father smile in such an unusual way? Is there something he is concealing from me?" With a resigned shake of his head, Wukong expressed his helplessness, conceding, "Well, I was just contemplating that fellow Vegeta." Subsequently, Wukong elaborated to Gohan on the relationship between Vegeta and Bulma as recounted by Trunks regarding the future. Upon hearing his father's words, Gohan experienced a revelation. "So that's how it is. I sincerely hope Uncle Vegeta finds his own happiness soon. Father, shall we return home swiftly? Mother must be missing you," Gohan said, his eyes sparkling with anticipation as he looked at Wukong. "Once we are home, could you take me to train?" Upon hearing Gohan's words, Wukong was taken aback and swiftly inquired, "Gohan, did you not always express a disinterest in fighting? What has prompted you to wish to train now?" Wu Fan gazed into Goku's eyes, his expression resolute. "Father, our family possesses considerable wealth, and Mother has never truly pressured me to pursue my studies. However, I aspire to become a scholar, for I have no inclination towards fighting. Thus, I have not diligently trained. Yet now, I yearn to grow stronger, strong enough to vanquish all adversaries and safeguard our planet and loved ones." Upon hearing this, Wukong revealed a gratifying smile and gently patted Gohan's head, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, well said. Well done, Gohan, you truly are my son. Since you aspire to grow stronger, I shall guide you in your training. Let us proceed." With that, Wukong, together with Gohan and Radits, simultaneously employed instant transmission and returned to their home on Mount Payas. After reminiscing, Wukong shared with Qiqi all the events that were yet to unfold. After spending a week at home, he received her consent. Together with Radits, he took Gohan away for training, promising to return in approximately 3 years. Although Qiqi felt a twinge of reluctance, she ultimately acquiesced. Thus, 3 years swiftly elapsed, and the warriors of Earth gathered at the designated location. Chapter 43, A Reunion of Mother and Son, New Insights. Year 767 of the Age of the Gods. Wukong gazed upward at the heavens, where the sun hung high in the sky, perfectly marking the passage of time. He then turned and strode purposefully into the Dragon spacecraft. His eyes fell upon the Super Saiyan Gohan, who was deep in meditation. In a gentle voice, he called out, "Gohan, today is the day. Let us embark." Gohan slowly opened his eyes, glanced at Goku, and then rose to his feet, responding with a voice both resolute and powerful. Certainly, father. As Gohan followed Goku out of the spaceship, his steps momentarily faltered as he turned back to glance at the training chamber that had been his abode for nearly 3 years. A wave of nostalgia washed over him. He marveled at how swiftly time had passed and how the 3-year mark had arrived so suddenly. Father, 3 years ago. I never would have imagined that this place would become my second home. Wukong extended his hand, gently caressing Gohan's golden locks, his eyes brimming with affection. In the future, if the opportunity arises, you must return here to continue your training, Gohan. Yes, although the Arctic is a tad chilly, I shall certainly return. After all, the memories of training alongside my father and the more arduous challenges that await me here are invaluable, not to mention the breathtaking auroras and these magnificent glaciers. Wu Fan's gaze was resolute and brimming with anticipation. Wu Fan cast a glance towards the gravity chamber, his eyes betraying a hint of hesitation and concern. He turned to Goku and asked, Father, Brother Radits is still training in the gravity chamber. Should we invite him to join us? Wukong followed Gohan's gaze, a contemplative expression emerging on his face. After a brief moment, he spoke, recognizing that this was a pivotal moment for his breakthrough, one that should not be easily interrupted. Let him devote himself to his training. Once he successfully attains his new transformation, he will inevitably seek us out. Wu Fan nodded in acknowledgement, signifying his understanding. Yet a tinge of reluctance lingered in his heart. He was acutely aware that Radits was currently undergoing a pivotal phase of cultivation, necessitating undivided focus. Nevertheless, he harbored concerns that if he did not depart alongside Radits, he might miss out on some significant moments. Wukong discerned the inner turmoil that plagued Gohan and gently patted his shoulder, offering solace. Do not fret, Gohan. Radits has already come this far. We must have faith in his ability to achieve this transformation. Moreover, even if we depart ahead, he will swiftly catch up with us. Wu Fan took a deep breath, striving to cast aside the worries in his heart, and resolutely stated, Yes, Father, I comprehend. With a smile, Wukong encouraged, That's wonderful. Let us first return to see Mother, and then we shall proceed to the gathering point. After all, at our pace, the journey will not require much time. In Gohan's eyes sparkled a glimmer of anticipation as he smiled and replied, All right, Father, let us first return home to greet Mother. With that, both father and son simultaneously raised their right hands, aligning their index and middle fingers upon their foreheads. In an instant, with a swift motion, their figures vanished, leaving behind only the hidden Shinran deep within the glaciers. On the sun-kissed Baozi Mountain, Qiqi was diligently hanging laundry. Suddenly, an unusual sensation surged within her heart, prompting her to whirl around. The sight before her filled her with a blend of surprise and joy. Before her, upon the previously barren ground, 2 familiar figures materialized. Gohan! Qiqi exclaimed, her excitement nearly overwhelming her. Without hesitation, she dashed forward and embraced the slightly shorter figure. Tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes as she choked out, Gohan! My Gohan! My precious Gohan, you have finally returned. I have missed you dearly, my beloved son. Gohan, warmly enveloped in Qiqi's embrace, felt a profound joy as he reciprocated her hug, cherishing the bliss of their long-awaited reunion. Meanwhile, Goku, left momentarily aside, bore no complaints, quietly observing the tender scene of mother and son reunited. Wukong's gaze rested upon Qiqi, observing her slightly diminished figure due to longing, and a profound sense of guilt surged within him. He began to reflect upon his previous decision, realizing the absurdity and selfishness of his actions. In this moment, he truly understood the significance of family. In his heart, Wukong pondered, So it is, I have finally come to realize that my previous attempts to persuade Qiqi, in order to gain her consent for taking Gohan to train, were misguided, standing atop a moral high ground and subjecting her to a soulful interrogation. I have come to understand the absurdity and ridiculousness of such actions. A profound sense of guilt and regret envelopes me. I truly owe Qiqi an apology. Qiqi scrutinized Gohan closely and noticed that he had grown considerably taller, his once youthful visage gradually maturing. Her heart brimmed with joy. Yet as her gaze shifted to Gohan's hair, eyebrows, and eyes, sorrow washed over her, rendering her speechless. Oh, my Gohan has gone astray. He has transformed into a delinquent youth, not only dyeing his hair a striking golden hue, but also adorning his eyes with green contact lenses. And even his eyebrows have turned golden. Oh, woe is me. Upon hearing Qiqi's words, Gohan hurriedly clarified, Mother, I have not transformed into a delinquent. This is actually a transformation unique to Scions, known as Super Saiyan. When I assume this form, my power is significantly amplified. as Qiqi gazed at Gohan's sweet smile. Her worries gradually dissipated, and her mood lightened somewhat. So, Gohan, can you revert back to your original form? Yes, mother, of course I can revert, Gohan replied. With that, he closed his eyes, concentrated, and in the blink of an eye, returned to his normal state. Qiqi observed Gohan's transformation back to his usual self and finally sighed in relief. It is good that you can change back. Gohan, you know. I was just thinking that you might have been outside, following Radits and going down a bad path. Gohan tightly embraced Qiqi, his face radiant with a brilliant smile. Mother, do not worry, I shall not stray from the right path. I am indeed your good child. Qiqi, gazing at Gohan's adorable visage, could not help but chuckle. Oh, my dear child, you truly possess such understanding. She cast a glance around before curiously inquiring, by the way, Gohan, where is Radits? Why did he not return with you? Mother, Brother Radits is currently at a crucial juncture in his training, so we refrained from disturbing him and returned on our own, Gohan elucidated. Ah, I see now. I had thought he had already departed. Qiqi acknowledged with a nod of realization. Curiosity piqued, Qiqi asked, so Gohan, what have you and your companions been engaged in during these past 3 years? Wufan cheerfully responded, Mother, over these past 3 years, we have engaged in extensive training. And there is still much more to pursue. Goku quietly observed Gohan and Qiqi as they eagerly exchanged stories of the myriad events that had transpired over the past 3 years, remaining silent. After a long and heartfelt embrace, Qiqi and Gohan gradually released each other, noticing that their conversation was drawing to a close. Goku approached Qiqi and greeted her before softly suggesting, Gohan, you may return to the house now. Subsequently, Goku and Qiqi stepped outside to commence their own dialogue. Through the window, Wufan observed the scene outside, where Goku was earnestly apologizing to Qiqi and folding her in a tight embrace to offer her solace. Ultimately, Qiqi was moved by Goku's sincerity. She let out a gentle sigh, a flicker of tenderness crossing her eyes as she spoke. All right, no more apologies. I forgive you. Upon hearing these words, a joyful smile illuminated Goku's face as he gazed at Qiqi with gratitude. The two then entered the house together. Once inside, Qiqi exclaimed with excitement, Please, have a seat. I will prepare a meal right away for us to enjoy together as a family. Wukong and Gohan exchanged a knowing smile and responded in unison. Certainly. After finishing their meal, Wukong glanced at the clock on the wall, mentally calculating the time, and felt it was nearly time to set forth. Wukong took a deep breath, turning to face Qiqi, his eyes reflecting a trace of seriousness and determination. Qiqi, the matter is thus. That day is approaching, Wukong spoke calmly. Yet his tone carried an undeniable sense of urgency. Upon hearing his words, Qiqi's face revealed a look of concern. She understood the significance of the day Wukong mentioned, and an overwhelming anxiety surged within her. I understand, Wukong. You must exercise utmost caution and ensure your safe return, Qiqi murmured, her voice imbued with care and unease. Gohan sat quietly to the side, attentively listening to the conversation between his parents. He understood the challenges his father was about to face. Yet deep within him resided a fervent desire to partake in it. Rest assured, Mother, we will be fine, Gohan reassured, attempting to soothe her worries. However, Goku suddenly turned his gaze towards Gohan, his expression reflecting a hint of hesitation. After a brief silence, Goku finally summoned his resolve and spoke, Gohan, you need not accompany us in this battle. Leave it to us adults. Upon hearing this, Gohan's eyes widened in astonishment, his face betraying a look of shock. He had never anticipated that his father would make such a decision, and a wave of disappointment and dissatisfaction surged within him. Why, father? He inquired, his voice tinged with a sense of grievance and confusion. I have trained diligently and grown immensely strong. Why am I not allowed to partake in this battle? Wukong observed that his words could not persuade Gohan, and a sense of urgency welled up within him, though he did not allow it to surface. Instead, he swiftly altered his approach. Gohan, he began, do you recall what I previously shared with you? Your innate talent is extraordinarily formidable, perhaps even surpassing that of your father. Should we encounter unforeseen circumstances in battle, it will be upon you to hold the rear. Furthermore, your mother requires your protection and companionship during this time. You are indeed the secret weapon of our family. It is not yet your moment to shine. I ask that you exercise a little more patience. Can you do that for me? Upon hearing his father's words, Wufan felt a twinge of reluctance in his heart, yet he chose to trust his father's judgment. After a moment of silence, he suddenly lifted his head, a resolute smile gracing his face as he spoke. I understand, father. I will protect mother diligently. You may go into battle without worry. Upon witnessing his son's remarkable understanding, Wukong felt an immense sense of solace within his heart. He gently ruffled Gohan's hair before turning to approach Qiqi. Embracing her softly, he tenderly murmured, "Qiqi, I am departing. You must take good care of yourself and Gohan." Qiqi held Wukong tightly, her eyes shimmering with tears as she whispered, "You must return safely." Wukong nodded slightly, then released Qiqi. He cast a deep glance at the mother and son before turning to leave. After sensing the energy of Vegeta, Piccolo, and others, he confirmed their locations and vanished in an instant. Chapter 44. The reunited Z warriors. Yamcha strolled over to Krillin, inquiring, "Krillin, why haven't Goku and Gohan arrived yet? Surely they haven't forgotten our arrangement for today?" "Fear not, Yamcha. Even if Goku were to forget, Gohan's intelligence and diligence ensure that he would never overlook it. They are likely en route as we speak. Let us wait a bit longer," Krillin replied with a smile. Krillin glanced at Vegeta, Bulma, and the child in Bulma's arms, regarding Yamcha with a peculiar expression. "However, I must say, Yamcha, how can you be so reckless? Bulma is such a wonderful and affluent woman. Yet you ended up angering her to the point of a breakup, only for her to marry Vegeta, who now has a son with her." Vegeta, standing with his arms crossed, could no longer contain himself upon hearing Krillin's words. "Humph, you little bald man. If you dare speak of my wife's past again, I swear I will end you. Even after you have trained in my home for 3 years, I harbor no affection for you." Vegeta glared at Krillin, his tone laced with menace and fury. Krillin recalled the immense power and the striking muscles Vegeta displayed 2.5 years ago when he transcended to the first stage of Super Saiyan for the second time. A chill ran up his spine, his body tingled, and cold sweat trickled down his face. "Oh, Vegeta, I merely intended to jest with Yamcha. I meant no offense whatsoever. I trust that with your broad-mindedness and lofty vision, you would not take umbrage at such a trivial joke." Krillin stammered in an attempt to quell Vegeta's wrath. Upon hearing Krillin's flattery, Vegeta's expression softened somewhat, yet he maintained an air of arrogance. "Humph, I shall let this pass this time, but consider it a warning. Should you transgress again, you shall bear the consequences." Vegeta sternly issued a warning. Upon hearing Vegeta's response, Krillin finally exhaled with a slight sense of relief, silently congratulating himself for narrowly escaping disaster. However, nearby, Kaiatsu and Yamcha could not suppress their smirks of schadenfreude, chuckling quietly as they observed Krillin's embarrassment, reveling in his discomfort. Meanwhile, Tien and Piccolo remained serious, gazing into the distance, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding events around them. Bulma, on the other hand, remained silent, cradling the infant in her arms, her face aglow with a blissful smile. Standing beside Vegeta, she gazed at him with deep affection, her eyes brimming with love. At that moment, Piccolo suddenly sensed something amiss and turned sharply, noticing a figure had quietly appeared behind him in the clearing. He regarded the newcomer with calm composure, saying, "Old son, you seem to have arrived a tad late." At this, the others gathered around, as Son Goku scratched his head, displaying a hint of embarrassment. Actually, I lingered at home for a while after finishing my training and had a meal. After all, one cannot fight well on an empty stomach." Goku greeted everyone warmly. "Hey, it's been a while." Krillin could not help but complain. "You, my friend, said you would take Goten for special training. Yet you vanished for a full 3 years without a word. If I hadn't gone to ask Qiqi, I would have genuinely thought you had left Earth." Goku quickly apologized. "I am truly sorry, Krillin. This special training was incredibly rigorous and demanding. To ensure Goten could focus entirely on his training, we didn't return home even once, which naturally made it impossible to meet up with you. But tell me, Goku, just how strong are you now? We have all grown immensely." Krillin inquired with curiosity, his gaze filled with anticipation. Upon hearing Krillin's words, the others also became intrigued, their attention fixated on Goku, including Piccolo and Vegeta. With a smile, Wukong surveyed the surroundings. Perceiving the unique essence emanating from each individual, he could not help but inwardly marvel at the evident enhancement in everyone's capabilities. To be honest, I haven't become extraordinarily powerful." Wukong chuckled, scratching his head. "Over the past 3 years, I've primarily been secretly training Gohan, so my own combat prowess hasn't significantly advanced. It has merely increased a tad." Upon hearing this, the crowd was initially taken aback, but then recalled Wukong's penchant for revealing his true strength at pivotal moments, leading them to speculate that he was indeed concealing his true power. However, since Wukong was unwilling to divulge more, they refrained from pressing further, exchanging knowing smiles instead. Upon seeing Bulma and the child cradled in her arms, a smile graced Wukong's face. He cast an appreciative and reassuring glance toward Vegeta, as if to convey, "Well done. Vegeta, you too have become a father." Subsequently, Wukong approached Bulma, bent down, and gazed at the child in her embrace. He extended his finger, gently teasing the little one's face, and said, "Hello there, Trunks, I am Son Wukong." Bulma and the others had anticipated that Wukong would be utterly astonished upon encountering Bulma's child, yet they were taken aback to discover that the truly astonished individuals were themselves. Of course, Piccolo was not among them, as he had already been privy to this secret. Upon seeing the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces, Wukong smiled and elucidated. In truth, the enigmatic youth known as Trunks is none other than the Trunks from the future, the very child of Bulma. Upon hearing Wukong's revelation, everyone was utterly astonished. They had never anticipated that this mysterious young man was Bulma's offspring. This revelation was so astonishing that it left them momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, they gradually regained their composure. Vegeta furrowed his brow and, with a look of discontent, inquired, "Kakarot, why did you not share such crucial information with me?" Wukong scratched his head and chuckled. I merely feared that revealing such matters might hinder your development. At that time, you were neither married nor a parent. Disclosing these matters could have had an adverse impact on you. However, now that you are married and have children, there is no need to dwell on past trivialities. With that, he affectionately ruffled Trunks' hair, his smile radiating warmth. Bulma also approached, feigning annoyance as she remarked, "Wukong, how could you? If you had informed me of this sooner, I could have been with Vegeta much earlier." With that, she shot a fierce glare at Wukong, as if to chastise him for not sharing this information sooner. Upon witnessing the situation, Wukong swiftly changed the subject, saying, "It is perhaps better not to know such things in advance. By the way, how did you come up with the name Trunks?" Although Wukong endeavored to alleviate the awkward atmosphere with a new topic, he was genuinely intrigued by the question. Upon hearing Wukong's inquiry, Krillin immediately stepped forward, eager to speak before Bulma could, saying, "Speaking of which, we should tell Bulma about the mysterious young man we encountered." Once she saw his appearance, she became infatuated and later ended up with Vegeta. Bulma named her son after that young man, wishing for her child to grow up as handsome. Cradling her baby, Bulma gently caressed his little face, her expression radiating happiness as she declared, "Indeed, my Trunks will surely grow up to be a great heartthrob. Won't you, Trunks?" As she spoke, she playfully engaged with the child in her arms, her face aglow with the brilliance of maternal love. After a moment of contemplation, Wukong murmured softly, "This is rather intriguing. Does it imply that Tenenx has bestowed upon himself a name? I have never heard of such a thing before." Just as Wukong was lost in thought, Piccolo inquired, "By the way, Wukong, where's Gohan? Why hasn't he come? It has been quite a while since we last saw him." At that moment, Krillin realized, "Indeed, Wukong. It has been 3 years. He must have grown significantly taller, right? Didn't we agree he would visit?" Without hesitation, Goku replied, "Yes. Gohan has some matters to attend to at home and cannot join us. We are capable of handling this adversary on our own. After all, it is premature to burden such a young child with the responsibility of safeguarding the Earth." Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien nodded in agreement, expressing their concurrence with Goku's sentiments. Piccolo then grasped Goku's shoulder, gazing intently into his eyes. "Goku, you make a valid point, but Gohan has already proven himself to be a competent warrior. We cannot perpetually regard him as merely a child. If the opportunity arises in the future, I wish to have a conversation with him." "Very well," Goku responded. "Once we have resolved the threat posed by those 2 androids, you may return to Korin Tower to speak with him." At that moment, Vegeta noticed that the discussion was nearing its conclusion and turned to Bulma, saying, "Bulma, you should take Trunks home now. This place may soon become exceedingly perilous, and I do not wish for you to encounter any misfortune." The others were taken aback by his words. Laughter erupted behind them, and they began to tease. Even Bulma was taken by surprise at Vegeta's concern. She playfully nudged him with her elbow and jested, "Vegeta, are you actually worried about us?" Vegeta's cheeks flushed crimson as he quickly turned away, defiantly retorting, "Of course not. If you want to leave, then go." Bulma covered her mouth, laughing heartily, All right. We're off then. Do take care of yourself." With that, she turned aboard the aircraft. Suddenly, Goku dashed forward and blocked Bulma's path, exclaiming, "Bulma, wait. The skies are perilous right now. It would be best for you to leave by car." The others looked at Goku with confusion, utterly perplexed by his remarks. Although Bulma shared the confusion, Her trust in Goku prevented her from probing further. Instead, she retrieved a vehicle capsule from her pocket and tossed it to the ground. As the smoke dissipated, a brand new car materialized before them. Without hesitation, Bulma embraced Trunks, took the driver's seat, started the engine, and departed from the area. Chapter 45. Goku's Ascension in Life's Hierarchy. As they watched Bulma leave, Goku and the others began their search for the androids that had appeared that day. They scattered, each embarking on their own quest. However, the absence of any detectable energy signatures rendered their search exceedingly challenging, leaving them at a complete loss. Yet Goku appeared distinct from the rest. While feigning a search, he murmured to himself, "You will never find them with such blind efforts. Although I could effortlessly locate the androids without relying on sensing their energy, I choose to remain patient. I shall wait a bit longer." The thrill of making a dramatic entrance at a crucial moment is simply exhilarating to contemplate. After acquiring the divine cultivation method to elevate his life level from the Dragon of Heaven, Wukong has relentlessly pursued his training. Initially, he focused primarily on enhancing his combat prowess, relegating the elevation of his rank to a secondary concern. However, he has now achieved remarkable progress. Seated quietly upon a stone, Wukong's gaze bore a hint of reflection. He gradually spoke, "Time truly flies. It has been quite a while since my arrival here. Although I have not devoted myself to enhancing my combat prowess over the past 3 years, the gravity chamber has swiftly accomplished the challenge of 500 times gravity. Yet, I have come to realize that further increasing the gravitational multiplier may yield diminishing returns. Nonetheless, during my time teaching Gohan, I have been afforded a splendid opportunity to dedicate myself to divine cultivation. Through my previous training and the accumulation of these 3 years, my status has long surpassed that of Earth's deities. Regrettably, I had yet to break through to the realm of the Kais. However, today, I have finally succeeded. Not long ago, Wukong genuinely comprehended the depths of Qiqi's heart and her struggles, awakening within him a profound sense of guilt and responsibility for his past neglect of family. This emotional transformation has granted him a fresh perspective on life and spurred him to overcome the final barrier, successfully attaining the life level of the Kais. This not only extended his lifespan significantly, but also endowed him with unique abilities and a status exclusive to the Kais. Now, these abilities begin to reveal their formidable power. After a while, Wukong slowly rose from the stone and softly declared, "It feels like the time has come for me to test my new abilities." With that, he closed his eyes, concentrating to attune himself to his surroundings. In an instant, his consciousness seemed to transcend time and space, connecting with every corner of the solar system. Vivid images emerged in his mind, revealing everything from distant planets to minute particles of dust, all laid bare before him. It was the first time Wukong had harnessed his ability to perceive the surrounding environment, and he was utterly astonished, exclaiming inwardly, "What sorcery is this? How extraordinary!" However, he knew he must swiftly attend to the pressing matter at hand. With that, Wukong concentrated his mind and instantly pinpointed his target within the city, a cyborg, who was single-handedly grasping Yamcha by the mouth and draining his energy. If my intuition serves me correctly, that individual must be the legendary genius, Dr. Gero, known as the infamous Android 20, accompanied by Android 19. Wukong mused to himself, an opportunity presents itself. A sly smile crept upon his lips. In the blink of an eye, Wukong executed a swift instant transmission, appearing behind Dr. Gero, who was poised to deliver a fatal blow to Yamcha. Without hesitation, Wukong raised his left leg and unleashed a powerful sidekick to Android 20's flank, sending Android 19 soaring through the air. Simultaneously, Wukong performed a graceful spin, driving his right elbow forcefully into the still-dazed face of Android 19. The two androids, caught off guard by this sudden ambush from Son Wukong, were propelled far away. With astonishing speed, Wukong retrieved a senzu bean and offered it to Yamcha, his tone laced with regret. "Yamcha, I apologize for my tardiness. Please consume this senzu bean." After swallowing the bean, Yamcha felt his body gradually revitalizing. He exhaled deeply and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Wukong. Just moments ago, I truly believed I was doomed." With a smile, Wukong replied, "There is no need for thanks. With me here, they shall not harm any of you." At that moment, sensing the intense fluctuations of battle, the other Z-fighters swiftly arrived at the scene. Piccolo, keenly aware of Wukong's unusual demeanor, was the first to inquire, "Old son, how did you perceive that the androids were attacking Yamcha?" Upon hearing Piccolo's question, the others also cast curious glances in his direction. Wukong scratched his head and, with a simple yet endearing smile, explained, "Qiqi, you see, I recently mastered this technique. Now, I no longer need to rely on sensing the breath. I merely close my eyes and attune my heart to the surroundings, allowing me to vividly perceive images from every corner of the earth. The others gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief, particularly Piccolo, who, as a manifestation of the divine, possessed a profound understanding of such abilities. In this moment of shock, he lost his composure and exclaimed incredulously, "What? Old son, are you saying that you can view images of the earth from anywhere? This power is extraordinary. Even the deities can only observe the mortal realm from the divine hall. Has your level surpassed that of the gods?" Initially, the crowd had not fully grasped the significance of Wukong's ability, but upon hearing Piccolo's explanation, they finally comprehended its profound implications, their astonishment deepening in their hearts. As Wukong was about to elaborate, the two androids slowly rose to their feet and floated back before the crowd. Everyone immediately assumed a battle-ready stance, and the atmosphere grew tense once more. Yamcha hastily cautioned, "Everyone, be on guard. These two are incredibly powerful, and they possess the ability to absorb our energy." Before them stood two peculiar beings. One was a rotund creature, characterized by a plump body, relatively short limbs, and an unusual physique. He had a round face, small eyes, and a somewhat flat, prominent nose. His ears were adorned with earrings and pressed closely against the sides of his head, while atop his head rested an orange hat emblazoned with a red RR emblem. He wore a black top paired with a light yellow vest embellished with red accents, and a red belt. His lower half consisted of loose orange trousers, and on his feet were gray shoes with black soles, each palm featuring a red device. The other figure was a gaunt old man, tall yet emaciated, his face lined with wrinkles and his sunken eyes betraying a cold gaze. His white hair fell in a disheveled manner over his shoulders, complemented by a white beard. He donned an orange top with a black vest, similarly adorned with red accents, bearing patches and signs of wear. A circle of red satin ribbon graced the collar of his attire, and he wore a black hat stamped with the RR insignia of the Red Ribbon Army. His waist was cinched with a red belt, and he wore loose brown trousers, completed by gray shoes with black soles, also featuring a red device nestled between his palms. The withered old man fixed his icy stare upon Wukong, a sinister smile creeping upon his lips as he slowly spoke, "Son Wukong, we meet again at last." However, before the old man could continue his monologue, Piccolo interjected sharply, scoffing, "You must be the androids. We have been waiting for you for quite some time." The abrupt interruption caused the old man's expression to darken, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features, yet more so astonishment and curiosity. He furrowed his brow and inquired, "How did you come to know our identities and the time and place of our arrival?" Piccolo disdainfully snorted, his impatience evident as he replied, "Humph. Do you truly wish to know the answer? That depends on whether you possess the strength to handle it." "Humph. Such arrogance. Since you are unwilling to divulge, I shall not press further. However, do not say you were not warned," the old man concluded, preparing to strike. Wukong surveyed the surrounding architecture, a slight furrow forming on his brow, as he addressed the elderly man before him. "Let us not rush into action. There are many people here. Should a conflict arise, it would be inevitable that others might be harmed, and that would be quite unfortunate." The old man, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement and replied, "Indeed. You make a valid point." Suddenly, a flicker of lightning danced in his eyes, and two powerful beams of light erupted forth, bombarding the surroundings while he erupted into maniacal laughter. "Ha ha ha, if that is the case, I shall eliminate those nearby first. Thus, no one else shall be injured in the ensuing battle." Upon witnessing this, Wukong was immediately filled with rage, exclaiming furiously, "Scoundrel!" In an instant, he appeared before the old man, raising his fist and striking forcefully at the old man's face, sending him hurtling backward to the ground. In a fit of rage, Wukong exclaimed, "I have warned you against harming the innocent, yet you dare to act in such a manner. You are truly a deranged individual." The old man collapsed to the ground, his hat falling off and revealing his head. Although Wukong was somewhat aware of the old man's condition, witnessing it firsthand left him utterly astonished. The old man's brain appeared as a translucent hemisphere, through which the intricate, softly glowing mechanical structures and circuits within were clearly visible. His body had seamlessly merged with machinery, presenting an existence that transcended the ordinary. Slowly, the old man rose to his feet, retrieved his fallen brain, and placed it back upon his head. With an air of indifference, he gazed at Wukong and remarked, "You are indeed impatient, son Wukong. Since you wish to change your surroundings, I shall grant you one final wish, the opportunity to select your own burial ground." Without a trace of weakness, Wukong responded, "Whose grave it is remains uncertain. With that, he soared into the sky, leading the way towards the horizon, closely followed by Piccolo and the others. Chapter 46. The True Power of Piccolo. After flying for a while, the elder suddenly called out to Wukong, "Son Wukong, this shall suffice. Let us not squander our time." Upon finishing his words, he gently descended to the ground with his companions. Piccolo surveyed the surrounding wilderness and rocky terrain, contemplating the enemy's intentions in silence. Approaching Wukong, he remarked with a smile, "Wukong, it seems they believe this location favors them. If they find themselves unable to prevail, they might consider retreating, utilizing the terrain to evade our assaults, and perhaps even plotting a surprise attack." Upon hearing this, Wukong's lips curled into a faint smirk, revealing a hint of disdain. Humph. How foolishly clever they believe themselves to be. Do they think they can elude my grasp so easily? He then turned to Piccolo and said, "Let us proceed and discover the true extent of their abilities." With that, he descended without hesitation alongside the androids, followed closely by the others. As soon as Wukong touched down, his gaze fixated on the android before him, and he coldly remarked, "Well, this place isn't half bad. It will serve perfectly as your grave." Upon hearing this, the old man revealed a mocking grin, surveying his surroundings with disdain. "Humph, with you, Son Wukong, along with Piccolo, Krillin, Tianjinhan, and Yamcha, daring to utter such bravado, you truly overestimate yourselves." A flicker of doubt crossed Piccolo's eyes as he sought to extract useful information from this enigmatic figure, inquiring curiously, You seem to know Son Wukong, but you are also aware of all of us. Who exactly are you?" The corners of the old man's mouth lifted slightly, a sinister smile emerging as he locked his gaze on Wukong and slowly replied, "Considering that you are about to meet your demise at my hands, I shall indulge you. Son Wukong, do you recall the Red Ribbon Army?" Before Wukong could respond, the old man's demeanor abruptly shifted, his voice brimming with rage and resentment as he continued, "I was once the scientific advisor of the Red Ribbon Army, Dr. Gero. It was your emergence that led to the downfall of our formidable legion, and I was grievously injured. I believed I was on the brink of death. But Lady Luck smiled upon me, allowing me to survive against the odds. Yet, all of this was due to you. In my quest for vengeance, I have resorted to every means necessary to confront you, even transforming myself into this current form. Thus, you may refer to me as Android 20, of course. I am not alone. Standing beside me is my companion, Android 19. Before the old man could continue, Wukong interjected, "Enough. Who cares to hear your tale? Just answer Piccolo's question directly." The old man's expression darkened, and he coldly retorted, "Humph, you insufferable Son Wukong, still as impatient as ever. Very well, since you demand answers. Listen closely. I know all of you because I specifically devised a type of insectoid robot to combat you. This robot has been silently monitoring your every move, meticulously collecting data on your combat styles and strengths. I utilized this information to create formidable androids, of which I am one. Therefore, not only do I know you, but I am also intimately familiar with each of your techniques. This time, you stand no chance of victory. Defeat is inevitable." Upon hearing this, Piccolo's expression shifted slightly. Yet he remained undaunted and pressed on with his inquiry. "Did that insect accompany old son to Namek?" Dr. Gero's lips curled into a contemptuous smile as he replied, Namek? I did not gather data from there, as it was entirely unnecessary. Your strength has already been meticulously calculated and extrapolated using the most advanced computer. In the short term, you cannot hope for significant improvement. Even if you have indeed grown stronger, you remain firmly within my grasp." Upon hearing these words, the crowd could not help but exchange knowing smiles. They all felt that this Dr. Gallo seemed oblivious to the current circumstances, each displaying a look of bewilderment upon their faces. With a slight smile, Wukong remarked, "Oh, is that so? It seems you remain unaware of what you have missed." Dr. Gallo, somewhat impatient, waved his hand dismissively and said, "Enough of the idle chatter. Damn Son Goku, since you have obtained the information you sought, do not prolong this any further. Prepare to meet your demise." Yet, Wukong displayed no fear in the face of his threats, responding with a smile. "Then cease your incessant prattle. Let us commence our battle without delay." Dr. Gallo, instantly consumed by rage, bellowed, "Son Wukong, I shall take your life this very moment." With that, he charged forward with the intent to strike Wukong. However, Wukong deftly sidestepped, effortlessly evading the assault, and exclaimed, Oh, I merely suggested we begin the battle, but I never claimed that I would be your opponent." Dr. Gallo gazed at Wukong in utter bewilderment, utterly perplexed by Wukong's words, and inquired, "Son Wukong, what is it that you intend to do?" Wukong, however, paid no heed to Dr. Gero, turning instead to Piccolo with a mischievous grin. So, Piccolo, what do you say? Shall you take on these two, or shall I eliminate them all at once? A subtle smile graced the corners of Piccolo's mouth, revealing a hint of mystery as he responded, "Ah, old friend, it seems I cannot conceal my intentions from you. You have discerned my true strength. Since you have generously afforded me this splendid opportunity, I shall not hold back." With that, Piccolo exchanged positions with Wukong, standing resolutely before Dr. Gero and Android 19. A flicker of disdain sparkled in Piccolo's eyes as he provocatively addressed his opponents. "Who among you dares to step forward and face your demise?" Dr. Gero sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere and pondered the unfolding situation. Fixing his gaze upon Piccolo, he turned to Android 19 and issued a command. 19. Go forth and teach this arrogant Namekian a lesson he will not soon forget. Understood. Android 19 replied, swiftly propelling himself towards Piccolo. A foolish grin plastered across his face as he issued a threat. He, you ignorant fool, I shall ensure you experience excruciating pain, teaching you the true meaning of suffering. Come, let us battle, Android. Piccolo roared, shedding his weighted clothing with fervor. He unleashed a tremendous surge of energy, his presence erupting like a volcano. Instantly, fierce winds swept through the area, banishing the clouds from the sky and altering the very hues of the world as he charged toward Android 19. Enveloped in a faint green aura, Dr. Gero and Android 19's instruments began to calculate at an astonishing pace, and upon taking a glance, they were met with a shocking revelation. Just as they computed Piccolo's battle power, Android 19 was sent hurtling away by Piccolo's strike. Piccolo's fist descended upon Android 19 like a meteor, bearing unparalleled might. Android 19 attempted to counter, only to discover he was utterly outmatched by this force. He arced through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. The strength of an android is hardly impressive. Piccolo scoffed. Dr. Gero's eyes widened in disbelief, his countenance reflecting utter incredulity as he struggled to comprehend the data before him. Impossible. This cannot be. How could it be? Why has Piccolo's battle power surged to an astounding 300 million? Krillin and the others shared in the shock. Though they were aware of Piccolo's relentless training over the past 3 years, they had not anticipated such a terrifying escalation in his strength. And they were filled with astonishment and joy at Piccolo's newfound power. Chapter 47. The Scion pursuit. The battered Android 19 struggled to rise from the ground, swaying as he attempted to regain his balance. Clearly severely injured, he grit his teeth and snarled, "You wretched fiend, how can you be so powerful? You shall meet your end." As the formidable number 19 charged towards him, Piccolo expressed a blend of admiration and disdain, remarking, "Impressive, you bold fellow. But that is all there is to it." With that, he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts with a single hand. Number 19 immediately halted, stabilizing his stance as he raised both hands to absorb Piccolo's energy projectiles, relishing the moment as he proclaimed, your energy is quite remarkable. Send more my way, and I shall grow even stronger." Piccolo, however, was taken aback, realizing that he had underestimated his opponent's ability to absorb energy attacks from a distance, which was indeed a fascinating revelation. Alarm bells rang within him. He understood that he could no longer permit number 19 to absorb his unleashed energy at will, for the consequences could be dire. After a moment of swift contemplation, Piccolo decisively opted for a change in strategy, choosing to engage in close combat, a more direct and effective approach against this formidable adversary. With a steely gaze, Piccolo propelled himself forward with explosive force, akin to an arrow released from its bow, hurtling towards number 19 at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance between them. Following this, he swung his massive fist, infused with the might of a raging tempest, crashing down upon number 19. The force of his blow was accompanied by a deafening roar, generating shockwaves that surged like tumultuous waves crashing against the shore. Faced with such an onslaught, number 19 found himself reeling, unable to retaliate or mount any effective defense against Piccolo's relentless assault. The punches rained down upon him like a torrential downpour, each strike echoing with a cacophony of sound. In the midst of this storm of blows, number 19 struggled to withstand the barrage, utterly incapable of formulating a counterattack. Just as he was becoming disoriented and overwhelmed, Piccolo seized the moment to unleash a devastating technique, the special beam cannon. In an instant, Piccolo concentrated all his strength into the tip of his finger, which emanated a dazzling light, reminiscent of a brilliant star. With a swift motion of his arm, that radiant glow transformed into a straight beam of light, racing towards the head of Android 19 with astonishing speed. This beam sliced through the air like an exceptionally sharp sword, striking the brain of 19 with tremendous force. Accompanied by a thunderous explosion, 19's head burst apart as if struck by a heavy hammer, and his body deflated like a punctured balloon, instantly devoid of life. Android 19 met his untimely demise, caught entirely off guard. Dr. Gero watched the battle with his mouth agape, his expression filled with terror. As if he were witnessing the end of the world. Piccolo resembled an enraged lion, fixating on Dr. Gero with eyes ablaze with determination and fury. As if he intended to incinerate his opponent. Android 20, it is your turn now. His tone resonated with resolve and fighting spirit. As though he aimed to unleash all his pent-up rage. Dr. Gero was taken aback, fully aware that he was no match for Piccolo, and swiftly began to contemplate countermeasures. Rapidly searching his mind for possible strategies. At that moment, a brazen voice echoed from above. Humph, not so fast. That android is mine to deal with. Everyone looked up to see Vegeta descending slowly beside Piccolo, exuding confidence mixed with disdain. I never expected you to grow so powerful, Namekian, but that's where it ends. Android 20 is my prey. Piccolo scrutinized Vegeta's eyes and remarked, Humph, it seems your strength has also significantly improved, possibly surpassing mine. If you desire it, I shall not contest you for it. It's all yours. With that, he waved his hand dismissively and stepped back, conceding his position. At least you know your place. Vegeta said, taking up Piccolo's previous stance, ready to engage. Just then, after careful consideration and having overheard the exchange between Piccolo and Vegeta, Dr. Gero recalled the Scion's combative nature. He then turned his gaze towards Goku, a sly glint in his eyes, and said, Goku, I never anticipated you would become this formidable. It seems I have underestimated your strength. However, I still have other dormant androids. If you have the courage, allow me to awaken them. What do you say? Krillin and the others sensed danger. They understood this was Dr. Gero's scheme, yet they were also aware of Goku's character. True to form, Goku responded without hesitation, All right. I will give you the chance to activate the other androids, but we will follow you closely, maintaining a safe distance. The group looked at Goku in astonishment. Puzzled by his unexpected decision, Dr. Gero displayed a self-satisfied smile, seemingly delighted with the outcome. Upon hearing this, Krillin furrowed his brow and retorted with evident concern. Goku, you mustn't act so recklessly. This is exceedingly perilous. If even you cannot triumph over these new androids, how shall we fare? The other Earth warriors nodded in agreement, endorsing Krillin's viewpoint. Before Goku could respond, Vegeta interjected, Humph, my stance aligns with Kakarot's. I have just witnessed these mere androids. I am not one to shy away from battle. It is the opportunity to confront formidable adversaries that we Scions truly seek. As Wukong observed the anxious expressions of those around him, he offered a reassuring smile and spoke with unwavering conviction. There is no need for concern. I am confident in my ability to defeat them. Additionally, I am eager to witness the so-called powerful androids that Dr. Gero has mentioned. Trust me, I will not let you down. Seeing his determination, the others could only reluctantly acquiesce to Wukong's decision. Dr. Gero was completely taken aback that Wukong would actually accept his proposal. And he could not help but let out a scoff. Indeed, it is you, Son Goku. Truly admirable. Should I commend your bravery, or deem it foolishness? Since you have consented to my request, follow me. With that, Dr. Gero turned and soared towards his laboratory, while Wukong and the others maintained a safe distance. Closely trailing behind him. Chapter 48. Father and son reunited shortly after Wukong and his companions departed. A time machine, shimmering with an otherworldly light, suddenly appeared at the site of the battle between Piccolo and Android 19. Trunks emerged from the time machine, his eyes filled with vigilance and concern. However, the desolate emptiness before him left him utterly perplexed. Surveying the surrounding chaos and the ravaged ground, Trunks pondered to himself, what on earth has transpired here? Have I arrived too late? Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a deep pit not far away, where a vague silhouette could be discerned. Trunks' heart tightened, and an ominous premonition flashed through his mind. Could that figure be? With a sense of trepidation, Trunks hastened towards the pit. Bracing himself for the worst, perhaps everyone had been slain by the androids. Yet, as he drew closer and beheld the lifeless body within, he let out a long sigh of relief. Phew, that truly startled me. I thought it was Mr. Goku. There lay a portly machine with pale skin. Its nose pierced through, and a gaping hole extending to the crown of its head, its body marred with scars, and its hands severed cleanly from the shoulders. While its face bore a grotesque expression of terror, Trunks furrowed his brow at the sight of this corpse. Who was this individual? Could it be a new android has emerged? Trunks was acutely aware that his time-traveling presence could potentially introduce unforeseen changes and consequences to the past. The corpse before him was evidently not one of the familiar androids he knew. So, who could this person possibly be? Could it indeed be a new android spawned as a result of his arrival? As these thoughts churned in his mind, a wave of unease washed over Trunks. With caution in mind, Trunks resolved to take action. He spoke with determined resolve. Such a thing should be utterly obliterated. Upon concluding his words, without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a powerful energy wave, instantly reducing the corpse before him to mere fragments. With this potential threat neutralized, Trunks exhaled softly, yet his demeanor remained grave. I must now locate Mr. Goku and the others to confront the impending threat of the androids. Just as Trunks pondered where to search for Goku, a familiar voice resonated in his mind, eliciting a sense of warmth. It was a hearty laugh, brimming with confidence and vitality. Trunks widened his eyes, surprise illuminating his features. Ah, Trunks, it's been quite a while. You seem to have arrived a tad late. The voice chuckled. In a state of astonishment, Trunks exclaimed, "Is that you, Mr. Goku?" "Indeed, it is I," came the reply. Trunks anxiously scanned his surroundings, desperate to catch a glimpse of Goku, yet found nothing but emptiness, leaving him perplexed and apprehensive. He quickly inquired, "Mr. Goku, how did you know of my arrival? Moreover, how are we able to communicate like this? What is happening? Have you experienced any heart troubles?" A voice resonated in Wukong's mind. "Do not be anxious, Trunks. I have acquired certain extraordinary abilities, enabling me to sense your presence and communicate with you through telepathy. The situation is relatively favorable. Piccolo has successfully defeated the android number 19, the rather rotund android you just encountered, thanks to the medicine you provided. My heart condition has not manifested." Upon hearing this news, Trunks felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. Silently reflecting, it appears my arrival has indeed made a significant impact on this timeline. He continued to inquire into the ether, "Mr. Wukong, as long as you are well. May I ask where you currently are?" "We are presently following Dr. Gero, the creator of android number 20, to his secret base in search of androids number 18 and 17. A sudden wave of foreboding surged through Trunks. For he had heard from his mother in the future about Wukong and his father Vegeta, knowing them to be quintessential warriors. With concern etched on his face, Trunks pressed Wukong, "Mr. Wukong, have 18 and 17 not yet emerged?" "Indeed." Wukong nodded in response. Trunks instantly comprehended the implication, his expression shifting to one of surprise. "So, it follows that they have yet to be activated. You must intend to take this opportunity to destroy them, correct?" However, Wukong chuckled and shook his head. "Ah, not quite. We aim to defeat them, but first we must awaken them before engaging in battle." Trunks felt a tightening in his chest, anxiety coloring his features, and he urgently counseled, "Mr. Wukong, I am acutely aware of your formidable power, yet if it is possible to eliminate the androids without resorting to combat, it would be most advantageous. Do not worry, Trunks. I am confident in my ability to confront the threat posed by the androids. Now, allow me to bring you here." Before he could finish his sentence, Wukong had vanished. Trunks had no time to react before Wukong materialized right before him. With a firm grasp, Wukong seized Trunks' hand and spoke in a deep tone, "Follow me." In the blink of an eye, Trunks found himself standing before Vegeta and the others, a dazed expression crossing his face. It was then that he marveled, "Is this instant transmission? Truly remarkable, Mr. Wukong." Just then, a haughty voice interjected, "Humph. It's merely instant transmission. Why are you making such a fuss? How pathetic." Following the sound, Trunks beheld Vegeta, arms crossed defiantly, regarding him with a scornful gaze. Trunks quickly diverted his eyes, yet found himself stealing glances at Vegeta, uncertain of how to respond. Upon gathering with the others, Vegeta had learned that this time-traveling scion was, in fact, his son, Trunks. Initially, he was taken aback and yearned for a deeper connection with his offspring. However, upon witnessing Trunks' bashful demeanor, an unbridled irritation ignited within him. "Humph, how could we scions be so timid? If you truly are my son, then raise your head with pride, not like some bashful human girl." Upon hearing these words, Trunks realized that Vegeta had discerned his identity. He immediately tensed, straightened his back, and responded in a loud, serious tone. "Yes, father." Vegeta, observing his son's anxious and timid posture, found it increasingly intolerable. He scoffed and turned away, unwilling to cast another glance at this son from the future, muttering to himself, "Alas, this son is truly a disgrace to our scion royal lineage. In the future, I must train him well. He shall not become as weak and inept as this." As Trunks watched Vegeta turn away, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He understood Vegeta's nature and did not take it to heart. Turning his attention to Krillin and the others, Trunks greeted them warmly. He was equally enthusiastic towards Piccolo, his master's mentor. Though Piccolo was not as aloof and severe as Vegeta, after exchanging pleasantries, Trunks began to survey his surroundings, astonished as he remarked to Wukong, "Mr. Wukong, you truly have arrived near Dr. Gero's base." Wukong nodded resolutely and stated, "Indeed, we must await the emergence of androids 17 and 18 here." His gaze reflected a sense of determination and confidence. Trunks, still burdened with concern, inquired, "Mr. Wukong, are you truly assured of your ability to vanquish the formidable androids 17 and 18? After all, they are exceptionally powerful adversaries." Trunks furrowed his brow tightly, his heart laden with apprehension. With a gentle smile, Wukong patted Trunks on the shoulder, softly reassuring him, "Do not worry, Trunks. I am fully confident. Moreover, it is not just me, Vegeta is also capable of defeating them." Trunks widened his eyes in disbelief, casting a glance at Vegeta, a flicker of doubt evident in his gaze. He cautiously sought confirmation from Wukong. "Mr. Wukong, is what you say truly the case?" It seemed he struggled to accept the words he had just heard. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's expression soured, displaying evident annoyance as he snorted dismissively, "Umph. What is wrong with you, boy? You trust Kakarot so easily, yet doubt your own father? What nonsense you speak. I, the Prince of the Scions, could never be inferior to an android." Trunks, having been previously informed by his mother about his father's proud and self-respecting nature, realized that he had inadvertently implied weakness, regardless of the truth in Wukong's statements. He understood he should not speak ill of his father. Thus, he quickly corrected himself, apologetically stating, "I am sorry, father. I did not mean to imply you lack strength. I only worry for your safety." Vegeta, unfazed, replied with a scoff, "Humph. Just take care of yourself. My strength is more than sufficient to ensure my own safety." As Wukong listened to the conversation between the two individuals, he sensed that Trunks was in a rather awkward predicament, prompting him to step forward and defuse the tension. All right, let us speak amicably. After all, you are father and son. Furthermore, this is not the time for such discussions. I sense that the androids are about to emerge, and there are 3 of them. Dr. Gero has already fallen victim to one of these androids. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately heightened their vigilance. Vegeta, disregarding Trunks' situation, furrowed his brow, his gaze sharpening with intensity. Trunks silently vowed to protect everyone, determined to shield them from harm. Clenching his fists, he prepared for the impending battle, while the others also readied themselves for combat. Chapter 49. Love at First Sight. Son Goku muttered softly, "It appears the moment has arrived. I have awaited this opportunity for quite some time." His eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation, as if he had long awaited this moment. After uttering these words, Goku took a deep breath and sealed his combat power at 6 million. Immediately, he radiated an intense light, transforming into a Super Saiyan in a remarkable state. However, to everyone's astonishment, Goku swiftly restrained this formidable aura, returning to a state of calm. The others, witnessing Goku's actions, were filled with confusion. They could not comprehend why he had chosen to do so or what his intentions were. Yet, they understood that Goku must have his reasons, and thus refrained from excessive inquiries. At that moment, 3 peculiar figures emerged from the base, seemingly validating Goku's words. These beings instilled a sense of dread in Krillin and the others, as they were utterly devoid of any discernible aura. It was as if they did not exist in this world, evoking a primal fear. They proceeded slowly, their attention immediately drawn to the group standing opposite them. One of the trio stepped forward, capturing the crowd's attention. This man was colossal and exuded an overwhelming presence. His muscular form was both fluid and pronounced, each muscle teeming with explosive power, showcasing his robust physique and extraordinary strength. His facial features were sharply defined, with a prominent jawline and piercing eyes. His nose was small and delicate, adorned with red embellishments on his temples and ears, further enhancing his enigmatic aura. His hairstyle was distinctive, with the sides shaved while the center boasted a vibrant orange mohawk, projecting an air of rebelliousness. His gaze was profound and resolute, exuding tenacity and confidence. He donned a battle outfit of yellow, green, and black, the design both stylish and powerful, emblazoned with a striking RR emblem. The overall appearance conveyed a sense of strength, coldness, and mechanical precision, epitomizing a perfect fusion of futuristic technology and mechanical aesthetics. Krillin and the others immediately became alert, assuming their combat stances. The tall man's azure eyes suddenly sparkled, as if capable of piercing through all veils, instantly revealing the identity of the individual across from him. He turned to his companion, pointing towards someone in the distance, and remarked to the 2 beside him, "Number 17, number 18. It appears we need not search for Son Wukong any longer. That individual over there must be him. Despite the significant transformation in his appearance, I could ascertain, through subtle facial features, that he was indeed Son Wukong. Standing nearby was a well-proportioned youth, adorned with a striking red scarf. Dressed in a black short-sleeved shirt emblazoned with the RR logo over a white long-sleeved shirt, complemented by denim jeans and canvas shoes. His long, black hair was parted down the middle, enhancing his already handsome visage. With a slight smirk playing upon his lips, he fixed his gaze on Son Wukong and exclaimed, "Oh, so you are Son Wukong. Not only do you appear striking and formidable, but your audacity to present yourself before us is quite intriguing. Wouldn't you agree? Number 18? He then turned to the woman beside him. Next to him stood a stunning beauty, her smooth and lustrous light golden hair styled impeccably, exuding an air of competence. Her deep blue eyes, reminiscent of the ocean, sparkled with a captivating and mysterious allure. Her delicate features were finely sculpted, her complexion as flawless as white jade, radiating a translucent sheen. With a tall and graceful figure, her silhouette was both elegant and curvaceous, accentuating her feminine charm. Dressed in a minimalist yet stylish black short-sleeved top and trousers, paired with a chic denim vest and ultra-short denim skirt. She wore knee-high leather boots that elongated her legs further. The entirety of her being radiated a vibrant and alluring charm that was hard to overlook. However, at that moment, the enchanting lady was gazing intently at Wukong, seemingly lost in her own thoughts. Number 17 noticed the peculiar behavior of number 18 and tapped his forehead, gently nudging her, saying with exasperation, "Hey, number 18, what are you doing? Are you infatuated?" After being nudged a few times, number 18 finally snapped back to reality. Looking at number 17 with a hint of confusion, asking, "Huh? What is the matter? Did you call me? Oh, come on. What is going on with you?" Number 17 frowned, looking at her disapprovingly. "I just thought Son Wukong looked incredibly handsome. I couldn't help but stare for a bit longer," she replied, slightly flustered. As the 18th spoke, a blush crept across her cheeks, her voice dwindling to a whisper, and her head gradually bowed, as if she were reluctant to reveal her current bashfulness. The 17th gazed at her in astonishment, inwardly lamenting, "Could it be true? Has my sister actually fallen in love? This is utterly inconceivable. Is tomorrow to be the end of the world?" He could never have anticipated that his typically cold and unfeeling sister would harbor such emotions for a man. Just as everyone stood in bewilderment, consumed by their own thoughts, the 16th suddenly shattered the silence, fixing a serious gaze upon Goku and declaring, "Son Goku, you must already be aware that we are the creations of Dr. Gero from the Red Ribbon Army, and we have but one objective, to defeat you." With a slight smile, Wukong gazed unwaveringly into the eyes of Android 16. Responding with a casual tone, "Oh, you wish to defeat me? Let us see if you possess the strength to do so." Android 16, maintaining a stoic demeanor, replied, "According to my calculations, your current combat power stands at 250 million. Although this figure far exceeds the intelligence we possess, I must deliver some unfortunate news. Android 18's combat power is 375 million. Android 17 boasts an astounding 400 million, and I myself possess a combat strength of 450 million. In any case, you stand no chance against any one of us." However, Wukong remained undeterred, smiling as he retorted, "Oh, it seems you indeed possess remarkable capabilities. Yet, I suggest you recalculate, for the intelligence you hold may not be entirely accurate." As his words faded, Wukong unleashed the energy he had previously suppressed. A surging and overwhelming aura that enveloped the surroundings in an instant. Krillin and the others felt the terrifying pressure, struggling to breathe under its weight. Android 16 widened his eyes, fixated on the data screen before him, his previously indifferent and haughty expression transforming into one of utter astonishment. How is this possible? Unbelievable, your combat power has soared to 600 million. Upon hearing this, Wukong immediately retracted and subdued his aura. A slight smile gracing his lips as he confidently declared, "What do you think? Do you still believe you can defeat me now?" Upon hearing the combat power figures reported by number 16, number 17 was overwhelmed with astonishment, involuntarily stepping back 2 paces alongside number 18, turning to inquire of number 16. "Hey, number 16, are you certain your calculation of the combat power is accurate? Even if Wukong can continuously grow stronger, he shouldn't have reached such formidable strength at this very moment, should he?" In response to this skepticism, number 16 displayed a hint of concern, explaining, "Well, to be honest, I'm not entirely sure either, and I hesitate to fully trust this result. However, my detector is the latest model, and errors are simply not possible. After precise measurement, Wukong's combat power has indeed reached an astonishing 600 million. Piccolo stared at Wukong in utter shock. Old son, I never imagined you were holding back. That power you displayed was truly remarkable. Krillin leapt with joy, patting Wukong on the back. That's fantastic. I never anticipated you'd become this powerful. I thought we were doomed, but it seems we're safe now. Thank you. Wonderful, Mr. Wukong. I had no idea you were this strong. I worried for nothing. With you around, I feel secure, Trunks exclaimed excitedly. Tianjinhan, however, was less pleased, mumbling to himself with self-deprecation. Son Wukong, it seems I have been left far behind. Now I can only gaze at your back. Yet, your strength is indeed a good thing. I shall not give up and will continue to train while watching your progress. Yamcha, standing beside Tianjinhan, heard his words and lamented, Yes, we have indeed fallen far behind. We can only do what we are capable of from here on out. Vegeta, observing Trunks' reaction, scoffed, Humph. Trunks, what is so impressive about Kakarot's power? It's utterly embarrassing. It's merely a trivial amount of strength. I am far superior. Trunks, uncertain whether Vegeta's words held truth, could only feign a smile and nod. All right, father, you are indeed formidable. Vegeta nodded in satisfaction at Trunks. However, unlike numbers 16 and 17, number 18 gazed at Wukong with entirely transformed eyes, her gaze now heart-shaped as she joyfully exclaimed, Wow, son Wukong, I never expected you to be not only handsome but also incredibly strong. I've made up my mind. I want to be with you. Nanny? Krillin's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape as if it could fit an egg, his face a portrait of incredulity. Nanny? Tinix gazed in astonishment at the android before him, utterly taken aback by the words that had just escaped its lips. Nanny? Yamcha's expression mirrored that of Krillin, both as if they had witnessed the apocalypse. Nanny? A flicker of doubt crossed the eyes of Android 17, yet calmness swiftly returned, suggesting that he was not particularly surprised by the outcome. Nanny? Tien's brow furrowed, his face betraying an incredulous demeanor. In stark contrast, Android 16 and Vegeta exhibited little reaction, standing silently with impassive expressions as they observed the unfolding scene. Meanwhile, Piccolo slightly furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation as he endeavored to decipher the true intentions of this android, while only Goku's lips curled into a subtle smile, excitement glimmering in his eyes. Chapter 50. The crisis temporarily averted. Goku scratched his head, pondering inwardly that agreeing outright seemed rather inappropriate. Thus, he beamed a radiant smile at Android 18 and expressed, Qiqi. I truly appreciate your compliment. However, I am already with Qiqi, and our love is profound. The others, understanding the unspoken dynamics, stood aside, silently observing the exchange between Goku and Android 18. Upon hearing Goku's response, Android 18's gaze dimmed momentarily, only to be rekindled with brilliance shortly thereafter. It's quite all right. I can patiently await the day you are ready to embrace my feelings, she said, gracefully moving beside Goku and tenderly linking her arm with his. Just then, Android 17 interjected, Hey, 18, don't forget our identity. We are androids. Android 18 turned her head, her gaze resolute as she firmly replied, I am fully aware of who I am, yet that does not diminish my feelings for Son Goku. She then shifted her focus back to Goku, speaking with heartfelt sincerity. Son Goku, whether you accept me or not, I shall always be by your side. As Wukong observed the discussion reaching its pivotal moment, he sensed that the time was ripe. Gently patting number 18 on the shoulder, he spoke with earnest gravity, I have recognized your sincerity, number 18. Yet this matter bears significant weight, and I cannot make a decision alone. Presently, we have more pressing concerns to address regarding your situation. Let us resolve these issues first, and then I would be delighted to invite you to my home as a guest. What do you think? Upon hearing this, no. 18's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she responded, That sounds wonderful. I am truly looking forward to visiting your home. However, number 17 interjected anxiously, Oi, number 18. Do not agree to anything without consulting us first. With a smile, Goku gazed at androids 17 and 18, his tone resolute as he inquired. You two have witnessed my strength, and that is but a fraction of my true power. What are your intentions now? Do you wish to persist in those trivial tasks? Challenge me, and ultimately be vanquished? Or would you prefer to become my friends and accompany me to Mount Payas, indulging in delightful cuisine and joyous moments? Before they could respond, Goku continued, Oh, by the way, both Vegeta and I can teleport, so your self-destruction won't harm us. Additionally, my home is quite affluent, filled with various electronic entertainment devices and flying vehicles, and it occupies an entire hill. Surrounded by lush flora and fauna, it is spacious enough for you to reside there. What will you decide? Upon hearing of Goku's splendid living conditions, 18 became even more enamored, clutching Goku's arm like a giddy child, promptly making the decision for the two. Qiqi. No need to ask them. They agree with me. 17 pulled 18 aside, whispering, Sister, isn't this a bit hasty? I haven't made up my mind yet. 18 instantly transformed into the authoritative older sister, fixing her gaze on 17, tugging at his ear as she demanded, Oh, what is wrong with that? Do you have any objections to what your sister says? Feigning pain, 17 played the role of the submissive younger brother. Ouch. Sister, be gentle. You're going to break it. I'll go with you, all right? I've long been intrigued by the electronic devices and flying cars. I just reacted a bit slowly. Releasing 17's ear, 18 placed her hands on her hips and nodded with a satisfied smile. Well, it would have been better if you'd said that sooner. You're such a good brother. Cautiously, 17 observed her expression. Sister, there is still one concern. This feels rather sudden. We've only just met. And moving into someone else's home seems inappropriate. 18, displaying a hint of dissatisfaction, replied, Oh, why overthink it? Didn't Goku say his house is quite spacious? There are plenty of fun things to do, and he is both charming and powerful, appearing very friendly. He wouldn't harm us. Besides, we currently have no place to call home. If we don't stay with him, where else can we go? After a moment of silence, seemingly deep in thought, 17 raised his head and earnestly looked at 18. Sister, I understand your reasoning, but it still feels rather inappropriate. After all, we are not well acquainted with Goku. Wouldn't it potentially cause him trouble if we just moved into his home? Upon hearing these words, number 18 felt a surge of emotion. Acknowledging her brother's unwavering concern and kindness towards her, with a gentle pat on number 17's shoulder, she smiled and reassured him. Do not worry, dear brother. Since Goku has invited us to stay at his home, it signifies his willingness to assist us. We merely need to avoid becoming a burden. Moreover, we can contribute by tidying up and preparing meals, which would serve as a token of our gratitude for his generosity. Number 17 nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in his sister's words, and he too wished to escape the life of wandering. Turning to Goku with a warm smile, he expressed, Goku, we truly appreciate your kindness and are more than happy to accept your invitation. We look forward to your guidance in the future. Meanwhile, number 16 calmly assessed the unfolding situation, gradually arriving at a conclusion. With a measured tone, he remarked, Since both of you have resolved to cease hostilities against Goku, and considering my current strength is insufficient to defeat him, self-detonation would only allow him to evade with ease through instant transmission. Thus, I have decided to join you. After all, I have a fondness for small creatures and the beauty of flora and fauna. In response to number 16's declaration, number 17 expressed his approval, deeming it a prudent choice. Very well, let us embrace this decision with joy. Number 18 exclaimed, her laughter filling the air as she approached Goku, linking her arm tightly with his. Upon hearing the words of the three individuals, Wukong erupted into joyous laughter. He patted his chest and declared, Ha ha, that is splendid. You are all warmly welcome to my humble abode, where I shall treat you with utmost hospitality. Meanwhile, a bewildered Tenanx widened his eyes, staring in astonishment at the unfolding scene, feeling utterly lost. He rubbed his eyes, attempting to awaken his senses, yet confusion continued to envelop him. After a considerable pause, he finally regained his composure, incredulously gazing at Wukong and Android 18, unable to suppress his curiosity. Mr. Wukong, pray tell, what on earth is happening? How is it possible that the merciless androids of my era have transformed into such beings in this time? With a deep sigh, Wukong gazed up at the sky, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. I'm not entirely sure of the specifics. However, from what I can discern, the artificial beings in our world are not as malevolent as those in yours. Although it seems rather peculiar in comparison to your realm, this can be considered a relatively favorable outcome. Since you have come here seeking assistance, you may train alongside Vegeta. His current strength has indeed surpassed the power I just displayed. Trunks nodded resolutely, expressing his willingness to heed Wukong's counsel. He cast a deep glance at this formidable yet benevolent scion warrior before him, feeling a surge of gratitude within. Since it is Mr. Wukong who has spoken, I shall undoubtedly trust his words. I will train on Earth alongside my father for a time, and once I have become sufficiently strong, I shall depart from this place. With a subtle smile, Wukong gently patted Trunks on the shoulder, offering him encouragement and support. He then turned to face Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and the others, a relaxed smile gracing his features. All right, the crisis concerning the androids has been averted. You all may return now. I shall handle the remaining matters. Let us bid farewell here. As for you, Trunks, accompany Vegeta back for the time being. I have a lingering feeling that this is not the end of our troubles. Vigilance is paramount for everyone. Piccolo approached Wukong, furrowing his brow, and in a serious tone inquired, Old son, do you know something? Do not keep it from me. Wukong scratched his head, a faint smile of gracing his lips as he replied, to be honest, I am not entirely certain. But I possess an undeniable sense that something significant is about to unfold. Perhaps you might consider consulting the celestial deity. You may uncover valuable insights. Furthermore, I believe it would be advantageous for you to merge with him, thereby amplifying your combined strength. Piccolo pondered for a moment before nodding slightly, indicating his willingness to contemplate this suggestion. He then cautioned Wukong, Old son, you must remain vigilant. After all, we are yet to discern the true intentions of these artificial beings. Should you uncover any ulterior motives, be sure to inform us promptly. Well, I shall take my leave now. With that, Piccolo resolutely turned and departed. Observing Piccolo's retreating figure, Krillin approached Wukong and remarked, it seems we too must take our leave. Wukong, do take care of yourself. His gaze inadvertently fell upon Android 18, who was linked to Wukong's arm. A flicker of complex emotions crossing his eyes before he turned and soared towards the direction of Kame House. Tianjinhan and Yamcha exchanged knowing glances with Wukong, silently acknowledging one another. Yamcha followed closely behind Krillin as they departed, while Tianjinhan veered off in another direction, disappearing into the horizon. TCH, Kakarot. Why did you allow Trunks to accompany me? Come now, let's not dwell on such trivial matters, Vegeta. Your family is quite affluent. Trunks is, after all, your son. Surely, you can provide him with a place to stay? Humph. I am aware you are trying to provoke me, yet I shall play along. When we next meet, I shall challenge you to a duel. Vegeta concluded, casting a glance at the still contemplative Trunks, gave his shoulder a pat, and then soared away. Trunks, snapping back to reality, simply replied, Oh, all right, father. I will be there shortly. With a mental connection, Wukong conveyed, Trunks, if you are eager to depart, you may proceed to the hyperbolic time chamber located at the sacred temple. There, a single day outside equates to an entire year within. I am confident that with Vegeta's prowess and your inherent talent, you will swiftly develop the strength necessary to confront the threats in your world. Upon hearing this, Trunks expressed his joy, saying, That would be truly wonderful. I am immensely grateful for your invaluable advice, Mr. Wukong. I shall take my leave with my father now. Farewell. With a smile, Goku said, Hurry along. Vegeta is waiting for you. Farewell. Upon finishing his words, Trunks immediately soared towards the direction of Vegeta. Chapter 51. Goku's home. As Trunks flew into the distance, Goku turned to the still-linked arm of Android 18 and gently remarked, Well then, our matters here are concluded. Shall I escort you to my home? Upon hearing Goku's words, Android 18 beamed with a radiant smile, playfully responding, Sure. Her eyes sparkled with a brilliant light, and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly, exuding an enchanting allure. This contrast made her even more captivating, causing Goku to almost lose his composure as he cleared his throat twice to mask his inner feelings, while also reminding her, Ahem, now, it's acceptable to speak this way. But once we arrive at my home, please use your normal voice, understood? Android 18 nodded gently, tightening her grip on Goku's arm, and joyfully replied, Got it. Wukong found his arms ensnared by two warm, soft entities, and despite his extensive experiences with tempests, he felt his heart race, temperature rise, and blood rush to his cheeks. Hastily, he extricated himself from Android 18, maintaining a prudent distance. He then turned to Android 16, who was supporting his forehead, and the seemingly nonchalant Android 17, extending his hand and clearing his throat. Ahem, it is time for us to embark. You too, come here and grasp my hand. I shall transport you with my instant transmission. Oh, very well. Android 17 hesitated briefly before placing his hand upon Wukong's. Once assured of their safety, Android 16 stepped forward and placed his hand atop 17's. Android 18, you too shall follow suit. Simply rest your hand upon 16's. Wukong instructed, directing his gaze towards the standing Android 18. In response, 18 queried, Is mere contact with your body sufficient? Her eyes sparkled with a mix of provocation and curiosity. Indeed. Direct contact or indirect contact between biological entities will suffice, Wukong replied, unsure of 18's motives for asking. Then I shall hold on to this, she declared, promptly seizing Wukong's dark green tail that lay behind him. With a hint of embarrassment and confusion, Wukong inquired, indeed, that is possible. But why are you grasping my tail? Number 18 revealed a radiant and enchanting smile, firmly holding on to Wukong's tail as she gently ascended to his height. She then leaned in close, whispering enticingly into his ear, "Your tail is not only long and thick, but also quite firm. I find it quite appealing." After speaking, she gracefully descended to the ground, gazing at Wukong with a captivating smile. That single statement caused the seasoned Wukong, who had faced countless battles, to stagger back 2 steps. His heart racing wildly and nearly causing a nosebleed, prompting him to cover his nose. Hey, stop. That's enough. Wukong marveled internally, taken aback by the audacity and initiative displayed by number 18. His heart raced increasingly, and a flush of crimson spread across his cheeks. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to compose himself, yet the captivating smile and words of number 18 incessantly danced through his mind. Wukong steadied his mind, then raised one hand to form a gesture reminiscent of Buddhist practice, murmuring softly to himself, "There are still many people outside watching. This is not suitable for children indeed. Alas, what a transgression." Amitabha. 17, with a blend of impatience and curiosity, inquired, "Hey, are we going or not? What did your sister just tell you? Look at how frightened you are, retreating several steps while covering your nose. What did you mean by enough? And what is that peculiar hand gesture you are making while whispering?" Wukong took a deep breath, adjusted his mindset, and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Oh, it's nothing at all. I was merely talking to myself. Let us proceed." Number 18 smiled and replied, "Ahem, then let us go. All right, let us do this once more." As Wukong spoke, he walked back to number 17, extending one hand while swiftly grasping number 18's hand tightly. "At last, we can depart." Number 17 placed her hand upon Wukong's hand. "Finally, I can truly experience what is known as instantaneous movement." As she spoke, number 16 also placed his hand on number 17's hand. Noticing that everyone was ready, Wukong called out with enthusiasm, "All right, let us set off." As his words echoed, a brilliant light flashed, and with a whoosh, the 4 figures vanished from their location. In the next moment, they reappeared before a luxurious manor surrounded by flourishing flora and trees. "Wow, is this your home, Wukong? How grand and beautiful!" Number 18 exclaimed in delight, gazing at the opulent villa and the remarkably long wall adorned with exotic flowers and plants, her heart filled with curiosity and anticipation. Number 16, on the other hand, surveyed the surrounding forest with keen interest, appreciating the soft lawn beneath his feet and the melodious chirping of the little birds perched on the branches. Immersing himself in the splendor of nature, as if he were in a tranquil and harmonious world. "Wukong, I never imagined your family's circumstances to be so splendid. You truly know how to enjoy life." Number 17 remarked, a hint of envy gracing her features, yet predominantly filled with admiration for Wukong. With a slight upward curve of his lips, Wukong smiled and said, "Ha, of course. Now, let us not linger any longer. Let us proceed inside." "Yes, let's hurry. I can hardly contain my eagerness to see what lies within," urged number 18, her eyes sparkling with excitement as her feet instinctively moved forward. "All right, with that." Wukong stepped forward, and the massive iron gates opened automatically. A mature, composed, and magnetic voice resonated from the large vases flanking the entrance, proclaiming, "Welcome home, master." As Wukong led the trio into the courtyard, they were greeted by the sight of a magnificent fountain and a lavish 3-story villa in the background. At the center of the fountain stood 3 golden statues, depicting the family of Son Wukong. Number 17 gazed at the scene before him, spread his arms wide, took a deep breath, and exclaimed, "Ah, how wonderful it is to be wealthy." He then turned to Wukong and jested, "You despicable capitalist. I truly despise people like you with your riches. Not that you're all that wealthy, ha. Wukong could only chuckle and scratch his head in response. Meanwhile, number 16 quietly admired the verdant little park flanking the courtyard, filled with lush trees, melodious birds, fragrant flowers, and a quaint gazebo beside a babbling brook, as well as the small golden fish swimming in the fountain, his eyes reflecting a deep appreciation for the serene beauty of nature. Number 18 looked at the statue in awe and exclaimed, "Wow, Wukong, is that statue in the center of you? Although it doesn't capture your current handsome visage, it is indeed quite impressive." She excitedly pointed at the statue, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. With a triumphant smile, Wukong proudly declared, "Qiqi, of course. This is my true form, and what you see now is merely my transformed state." 18, contemplating thoughtfully, gazed at Wukong and softly remarked, "Wow, I see now. this is your transformed appearance. I must say, you truly exude both power and charm in this form. In comparison, your original appearance does seem rather ordinary. Wukong's expression grew somewhat awkward as he scratched his head, forcing a wry smile as he inquired, "Well, if I were to appear before you in that form, would you still choose me?" A hint of anxiety flickered in his eyes, fearing that his original form might not be captivating enough. After a moment of contemplation, number 18 replied, That question is rather difficult to answer. Although your untransformed appearance is quite handsome, I might be more inclined towards that adorable little bald head of yours." With a playful wink, a smile danced across number 18's face. Just as Wukong found himself at a loss for words, number 18 suddenly leaned closer, her voice soft and teasing as she chuckled, "Ahem. Well, since I have chosen you now, whether you transform or not, you cannot escape my grasp." Upon hearing this, Wukong involuntarily shuddered and took a step back, yet simultaneously, a sense of reassurance washed over him. Gazing at the beautiful and formidable android before him, he marveled once more at her audacity and self-assurance. However, the challenge in number 18's gaze instilled a sense of pressure within Wukong. He inhaled deeply, attempting to calm his racing heart, though a twinge of unease lingered. At that moment, Gohan emerged with Qiqi, and upon spotting Wukong, he joyfully leaped into his father's embrace, exclaiming, "Daddy, you're back." "Ah, Gohan, have you taken good care of your mother?" Wukong asked, cradling Gohan with one arm, his voice brimming with happiness. "Yes, I've stayed by Mommy's side the whole time," Gohan replied enthusiastically. Seeing Wukong in his current state, Qiqi expressed her concern, questioning, "Wukong, is that really you?" "Mom, don't worry, this is Daddy's transformation," Gohan explained with a smile. Upon hearing Gohan's reassurance, Qiqi could no longer contain herself. She rushed to Wukong, leaping into his arms and wrapping her hands around his neck. Tears of joy mingled with worry as she cried, "Wukong, it really is you. You finally returned. I was so worried about you. I thought that, like Radits, one of your evil brothers had come for you." Wukong gently patted Qiqi's back, softly reassuring her, "Do not worry, I have returned. Am I not standing right here before you?" Qiqi lifted her head, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at Wukong, her voice choked with emotion. "Do you know? Every time you leave home to battle, my heart is filled with dread, fearing for your safety. This time, seeing you depart truly terrified me." Gently wiping away the tears from Qiqi's face, Wukong offered words of comfort. "It's all right. I have returned safely. So there is no need for you to worry about me. Besides, I have no other brothers. Yes, it's good that you're back safe." After saying this, Qiqi descended from Wukong's side, followed closely by Gohan. Wukong mused to himself, "It seems my wife does not particularly favor this form of mine." As a dazzling dark red light enveloped him, in the next moment, the brilliance faded, and Wukong reverted to his original appearance. With a smile directed at Qiqi, he asked, "Is this not more pleasing to the eye?" Qiqi, her tears replaced by a smile, nodded and reached out to caress Wukong's face, saying, "You look much more handsome in your original form." Then, her gaze was drawn to the individuals behind Wukong, and she lowered her hand, looking at him with curiosity. "Wukong, who are these people? How did they come to be here?" Wukong scratched his head and replied with a smile, "They are, in fact, the androids I am set to confront today. But fear not, for they no longer pose a threat. One might even consider them our friends. Having nowhere else to go, I decided to bring them back to stay with us for the time being." Upon hearing this, Qiqi furrowed her brow in contemplation for a moment. She then shifted her gaze to the three androids, scrutinizing them carefully. After a brief interval, a gentle smile graced Qiqi's face as she addressed them. "Since you are no longer adversaries and lack a place to reside, you are welcome to stay with us. Our home is quite spacious, and an increase in inhabitants will not make it feel crowded. You are most welcome." Chapter 52. Seeking consent. Greetings to you all, I am Qiqi. And this is my son, Gohan. Qiqi greeted everyone with a warm smile, her face radiating happiness. "Hello." Gohan curiously observed the three individuals before him, his small eyes brimming with wonder and a desire for exploration. "Greetings. I am called Lazuli, but you may refer to me as Android 18. Next to me is my twin brother, Android 17. Android 18 responded politely, her gaze clear and bright, exuding a sense of gentleness and kindness. "Hello, Mrs. Qiqi. I go by Android 16. The tall Android 16 also bowed courteously, his voice deep and resonant, instilling a sense of calm reliability. "Ah, splendid. Now that we are acquainted, let us not linger here. Please, come inside." Qiqi smiled warmly, enthusiastically inviting her three guests into the abode. Upon entering, the interior was adorned with opulence yet retained a cozy atmosphere. The spacious living room was elegantly arranged, featuring soft carpets, exquisite furniture, and an array of decorative items that fostered comfort and relaxation. However, what captivated the eye was the resplendent decor. Golden lines adorned the walls, and a magnificent chandelier hung from the ceiling, casting a dazzling glow throughout the room. The sheer luxury left androids 17 and 18 in awe, their eyes wide with wonder. "Wow, this place is akin to a palace," Android 18 exclaimed, her gaze lingering on the exquisite ornaments, a twinge of envy stirring within her. "Please, make yourselves comfortable," Goku said with a hearty laugh, his voice warm and inviting, enveloping everyone in a sense of unparalleled warmth. Qiqi approached, preparing a steaming pot of red tea, her gentle smile illuminating her face as she softly remarked, "Take your time enjoying the tea. I shall prepare a meal for you." With that, she turned and entered the kitchen, beginning her culinary endeavors. Android 18 watched Qiqi move into the kitchen, rising to offer assistance, only to be gently declined by Qiqi's smile. Reluctantly, she returned to her seat beside Goku, while Android 16 strolled through the garden, savoring the essence of nature. Android 17, however, appeared disinterested in the surroundings, grinning at Goku as he declared, "I want to engage in something entertaining." Wukong nodded in understanding, instructing Gohan to accompany Android 17 to explore his underground esports entertainment palace. Meanwhile, Android 18 settled herself on the spacious sofa in the living room, quietly surveying the expansive room. She noticed that the decor was exquisitely arranged, with every detail reflecting the owner's meticulous care and refined taste. Turning to Wukong, Android 18 inquired with curiosity, "Wukong, this house is quite large. Do you all reside here regularly?" Wukong lifted the teacup and gently sipped the fragrant black tea, then replied with a smile, "Hee, actually, we do not reside here." Number 18 blinked in confusion and inquired further, "Then where do you live?" Wukong set down the teacup and gestured towards the back door of the house, explaining, "Exiting through this door leads to a verdant bamboo grove. In the heart of the grove lies a narrow path, approximately 100 meters long. If one follows this path to its end, they will discover a wooden cabin, which serves as our abode. This cabin, though slightly smaller than our current residence, boasts a more simplistic and unadorned style. Why do you not reside here then? It seems the atmosphere here is preferable to that of the cabin. Moreover, does that not render your current house a superfluous construction?" inquired number 18, her brow furrowed in confusion. The reason is that Qiqi has a fondness for wooden houses and is not particularly enamored with opulent designs. Hence, we typically dwell there. As for this house, we primarily utilize it for hosting guests or for festive gatherings. Wukong elucidated, a subtle smile gracing his visage. "Ah, I did not anticipate that, Mrs. Qiqi is a person of simple and unpretentious tastes. However, I find myself rather fond of this abode." Number 18 blinked playfully, the corners of her mouth curving into a sly smile. Biting into a banana from the table, she leaned closer to Wukong's ear and whispered softly, "I believe this place exudes a more vibrant essence of life. I rather enjoy it here." Upon hearing these words, Wukong's expression remained utterly unchanged. He replied with a calm and composed smile, "Since you have a fondness for it, you may reside in this house, as it is not far from our wooden cottage." Wukong's voice was calm and gentle, as if this were merely an ordinary occurrence. Upon hearing this, Android 18's eyes sparkled with delight, and she responded with a cheerful laugh, playfully inquiring, "That sounds wonderful. However, with such a spacious house, which bedroom should I choose?" Subsequently, a seductive smile graced her lips as she asked in an enticing tone, "Shall we select together?" With a subtle raise of her brow, she conveyed a hint of provocation in her gaze. Indeed, this house boasted a multitude of bedrooms. "After we finish our meal, I shall ask Qiqi to assist you in making arrangements," Wukong replied with a smile. "Sounds great," Android 18 enthusiastically responded. Thus, the pair sipped red tea and indulged in an array of fruits laid out on the table, engaging in light-hearted conversation. After a while, Qiqi emerged with the prepared dishes. Wukong used telepathy to summon a few individuals to join them for the meal. They gathered around the dining table, joyfully savoring the culinary delights. Each dish was meticulously crafted by Qiqi, bursting with exquisite flavors that lingered long after the last bite. Once satiated, Qiqi arranged the bedrooms for everyone. Android 18 opted for a room on the third floor with a splendid view, relishing the elevated perspective that allowed her to gaze upon the breathtaking scenery of Baozi Mountain. Android 16, seeking convenience, chose to reside on the first floor, granting him easy access to the great outdoors. Meanwhile, Android 17 preferred tranquility and thus settled into the underground esports lounge. Equipped with a plethora of gaming devices that would allow him to fully immerse himself in the joys of gaming, having established their accommodations. Both Android 16 and Android 17 retreated to their respective rooms to rest. As Wukong urged Gohan to return, Gohan turned and departed, intent on returning to his humble wooden cabin to diligently review his studies. Once Gohan had left, Wukong gradually began to recount to Qiqi the events of the day, narrating in detail his encounter with Android 18 and expressing his earnest desire to take her as his bride. At that moment, Android 18, standing nearby, also conveyed her heartfelt affection for Wukong. Initially, Qiqi was not in favor of this union. However, swayed by the fervent entreaties of Wukong and Android 18, along with Wukong's captivating tales of legendary heroes from ages past, she ultimately consented to allow Android 18 to become Wukong's concubine. Chapter 53, The Proposal. Wukong grasped Qiqi's hands tightly, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Thank you, Qiqi. I am truly appreciative of your willingness to support us. Android 18, with sincerity, deeply bowed to Qiqi. Qiqi offered a gentle smile and softly replied, There is no need for thanks. I have come to understand. She then leaned closer to Wukong's ear and whispered, However, it has been 3 years since we have spent quality time together. Tonight, you must make sure to keep me company. Without a moment's hesitation, Wukong nodded in agreement, exclaiming with excitement, No problem. Leave everything to me. This was more like it. A joyful smile finally graced Qiqi's face. At that moment, Wukong suddenly proposed, Since it's still light outside, how about we 3 watch a movie together? Upon hearing the suggestion, number 18 was filled with enthusiasm and delight, eagerly responding, Sure. It's been ages since I've seen a movie. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, as if she could hardly wait to go. I too concurred, noting that it had been quite a while since I had watched a film with Wukong. Qiqi cupped her face in her hands, her voice tinged with shyness, expressing her satisfaction with the proposal as she said, Well then, it's settled. Wukong felt a wave of relief wash over him upon hearing their agreement. He had been slightly apprehensive about being turned down, yet he was pleasantly surprised by their enthusiasm. I recalled that when we were establishing the underground esports entertainment center, we had constructed a screening room, which housed several commendable films. What type of movie would you like to see? Wukong inquired, looking at the two of them. Number 18 pondered for a moment, but could not think of a film she wanted to watch, saying helplessly, Well, never mind, don't look at me. It's been such a long time since I've engaged with these things that I have no recollection of what to choose. Perhaps you should ask Sister Qiqi. After considering this, Qiqi replied, Let us first go down and see what DVDs we have. It's been a while since I last visited, and I've forgotten what movies we have. That sounds good. Let's head down and take a look, Wukong smiled. He felt a quiet sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately, I had long since hidden away my little films. Soon, the 3 of them took the elevator down to the basement level. As the elevator doors slowly opened, number 18 stepped out but suddenly halted, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed ahead. Her mouth agape, she was profoundly astonished by the sight before her. Above, a colossal and strikingly modern logo of the Wukong Esports Entertainment Center stood out brilliantly. This logo employed advanced LED lighting technology, dazzling and dynamically shifting in color, captivating anyone's gaze. The sci-fi-inspired automatic glass doors, encircled by blue and purple light strips, appeared as a mysterious gateway to a futuristic esports world. And number 18 was filled with an irresistible urge to step inside. Upon crossing the threshold, the interior design took her breath away. The establishment features dark metal panels and stone materials, imparting a sense of gravitas and texture. The lobby boasts a lofty design, with a ceiling height of at least 6 meters, creating an atmosphere of spaciousness and brightness. Unique chandeliers and large artistic installations adorn the ceiling. Suspended alongside various esports character models and colossal mechanical gears, these elements harmoniously juxtaposed to evoke a powerful visual impact. The interior design is infused with a sense of technology, fashion, and high-end quality, leaving an indelible impression. Upon entering, one encounters a VR experience center equipped with the latest virtual reality technology, allowing players to immerse themselves in the gaming world. Additionally, there are luxurious private rooms and themed suites, each exhibiting a distinctive style to cater to diverse preferences. These rooms are furnished with high-end computer equipment, comfortable sofas, coffee tables, and private restrooms, providing an indulgent experience. With a curious gaze, 18 inquired, Wukong, how is this place so vast? Wukong, feeling a touch of embarrassment, rubbed the back of his head and replied with a smile, Qiqi, well, to be honest, I never intended to construct something of this magnitude. It was merely that my power surged rather rapidly. When I initially set out to build this house, I intended to create a 2-meter deep pit spanning a mere 100 square meters using a Qiqi blast. However, I inadvertently miscalculated the force, resulting in a vast 10-meter pit covering an area of 500 square meters. Consequently, with the house being larger than anticipated, I transformed the excess space into an underground esports arena. Upon hearing this, number 18 nodded in realization and inquired further, oh, I see. But where did you acquire such wealth? As for the funds, initially, a green-skinned demon lord bestowed upon me a plethora of gold and treasures. Later on, as you can see, upon finishing his words, Wukong retrieved a stone from the small pool and cradled it in his palm. He gently closed his hand, only to gradually open it once more, revealing that the previously unremarkable stone had transformed into 3 resplendent diamond rings. Subsequently, money became an effortless resource for me. Wow, such beautiful rings. What an incredible ability, exclaimed number 18, her eyes sparkling with excitement. They are truly stunning, echoed Qiqi, who stood nearby, equally enthralled. Wukong, you have worked so hard over the years. Thank you for your unwavering support for both me and number 18, he said, gazing at Qiqi with deep affection. With great care, Wukong picked up one of the diamond rings and tenderly placed it on Qiqi's finger, enveloping her in a warm embrace. Overwhelmed with emotion, Qiqi's eyes brimmed with tears, which cascaded down her cheeks and fell onto Wukong's chest. Do not cry, Qiqi. Everything will be all right, Wukong softly reassured her, gently wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Qiqi lifted her head, her vision blurred by tears, yet a smile of pure happiness graced her lips. At that moment, Wukong suddenly waved his hand, and in an instant, the garments worn by number 18 and Qiqi transformed into wedding gowns as white as snow, while his martial arts attire morphed into a sharply tailored suit. Then, as if by magic, Wukong conjured a vibrant bouquet of 99 exquisite red roses from the air and presented them to Qiqi. With a flick of his finger, countless delicate rose petals began to cascade from the heavens. After completing this enchanting display, Wukong knelt on one knee, gazing earnestly at the captivating number 18. Holding the sparkling ring in one hand as he solemnly declared, Lazili, will you marry me? Caught off guard by Wukong's sudden proposal, number 18 was momentarily stunned. But soon her surprise melted into tears of joy, her eyes shimmering with happiness. She slowly extended her left hand and, with a voice both soft and resolute, replied, I do. With utmost care, Wukong delicately slid the resplendent diamond ring onto the 4th finger of his left hand, designated as size 18. Subsequently, the one designated as 18 gently adorned Wukong's finger with another exquisite ring. The two embraced each other tightly, savoring the warmth and affection that radiated between them. Meanwhile, Qiqi observed this touching scene, her heart brimming with emotion and joy. Upon observing her expression, Wukong gently gestured, inviting her into his embrace. The 3 of them shared a tight hug, relishing this rare moment of warmth. After a brief interlude, they slowly released one another. A radiant smile graced Wukong's face as he tenderly wiped away the tears from the corners of the 2 women's eyes, playfully remarking, All right, my lovely ladies. Shall we proceed to the cinema? Number 18 and Qiqi exchanged smiles, responding in unison, Yes, of course. Wukong, beaming with happiness, declared, Then let us go. Both women nodded in agreement. As they ventured further inside, they encountered a carousel, a pirate ship, go-karts, a haunted house, a CAF, a swimming pool, a karaoke room, a screening hall, and various other attractions, leaving number 18 utterly astonished. Wow, is this the esports entertainment complex you mentioned? I had no idea it would be filled with so many exciting activities. It's so vast and magnificent. I've never seen anything like this. Everything looks so delightful, she exclaimed with enthusiasm. Haha, I'm glad you like it. You can come here often to enjoy yourself. Wukong replied with a smile. Absolutely. I'll come here every day. Number 18 said, her excitement reminiscent of a young girl enchanted by new experiences. All right, let us hurry to the movies, Qiqi said, her face radiating happiness. Yes, yes. Number 18 responded, her face also aglow with joy. Then follow me, Wukong said, leading number 18 and Qiqi into the cinema. He switched on the lights and went in search of an appropriate film. Meanwhile, Qiqi chose a seat in the middle, pulling number 18 down beside her and leaving a space for Wukong between them. Wukong rummaged through the collection of discs for a while, eventually bringing forth several classic films and presenting them before the two women, allowing them the liberty to choose. Among these films were The Kind-Hearted Sister-in-Law, The 749th Bureau, Titanic, Harry Potter, Gantz, Oh, Despicable Me, and The Village of Old Corpses, among others. Without hesitation, Qiqi opted for Titanic, and Wukong then fiddled with the player, initiating the playback of the film. Wukong sat between the two women, sharing popcorn and fries while savoring chilled cola. Each woman lovingly linked an arm with him, their faces aglow with happiness and sweetness as they enjoyed the film together. Once the movie concluded, Wukong and Qiqi accompanied Android 18 to an esports venue, where they indulged in entertainment for a while before the three joyously returned to the living room. Chapter 54. A perfect balance. To their surprise, the hour was already late. "I'm sorry, I lost track of time," Android 18 said, glancing at the clock, which read 11. "It's quite all right. I haven't felt this joyful in ages. And it's all thanks to you, 18, Qiqi replied with a smile. "As long as you are happy," Wukong said, embracing both women affectionately. "How annoying." Android 18 playfully pushed Wukong's hand away, her cheeks flushed with shyness. "Oh, but you were the one who flirted with me first. Why the bashfulness now?" Wukong teased, gently lifting Android 18's chin with a finger. "Well, that was different. We've just gotten married, and besides, Qiqi is right here," Android 18 replied, turning slightly away, her face growing even warmer. With a joyful laugh, Wukong exclaimed, "Ha ha ha. I never anticipated that you possessed such a side." Qiqi stood by, observing the two with a smile, silently reminiscing about her own wedding with Wukong. "Well, it's getting late. Number 18, you should rest early," Wukong gently advised. "I had promised to spend quality time with Qiqi tonight." Qiqi waved her hand dismissively, saying, "There's no need for that, my dear. I never expected such significant events to unfold. You've just wed number 18. Tonight, you should truly be with her. We can catch up tomorrow." With that, Qiqi turned and made her way towards the back door. Upon hearing Qiqi's words, number 18 felt elated but still turned to Wukong, saying, "Wukong, you should accompany Sister Qiqi back tonight. She has been waiting for you for 3 years. You can spend time with me tomorrow evening." After a moment of hesitation, Wukong suddenly smiled and said, "All right then, you should get a good rest tonight. To make it up to you, how about I take you on a tour of Eastern Capital tomorrow?" "Sounds great," replied number 18, her earlier displeasure dissipating upon hearing Wukong's words. "See you tomorrow." As she finished speaking, Wukong unexpectedly leaned in and kissed her on the lips, wrapping his arm around her delicate waist, catching number 18 off guard. Initially startled, she soon responded with enthusiasm, both of them savoring the warmth of their lips, feeling as though time had come to a standstill. After a considerable moment, they parted, and number 18 playfully punched Wukong's sturdy chest. Her cheeks flushed as she exclaimed, "You're such a tease. You suddenly stole my first kiss." Goku seized Android 18's fist and, in a playful manner, wrapped his arms around her, whispering mischievously in her ear, "Hee hee. I shall take even more from you in the future." Android 18, not one to back down, playfully pinched Goku's side, her smile radiating a seductive charm as she replied, For now, I shall allow you to have your way with me. But just wait until tomorrow night when I show you how to deal with such audacity." Wukong feigned pain, hastily retreating a step while exclaiming, "Ouch, ouch, take it easy, it truly hurts." "Well then, see you tomorrow. Do rest well tonight." Having spoken, Wukong turned and walked towards the bamboo grove. As 18 watched Wukong's departing figure, a sense of indescribable sorrow enveloped her. She stood still for a moment before returning to her bedroom on the 3rd floor. Lying on the bed for a while, 18 was suddenly interrupted by a knock at the door. Suspecting it might be her brother, who had been absent for half a day, she opened the door without a second thought. To her astonishment and delight, she embraced him tightly, exclaiming, "Wukong, what brings you here? Did we not agree that you would accompany Qiqi tonight?" Wukong embraced the other gently and spoke, "I just want to find Qiqi. She told me that since we are newlyweds, I must accompany you tonight before I return. How delightful it is. I never expected Sister Qiqi to be not only beautiful but also so kind-hearted. My fondness for her grows ever stronger." Upon hearing this, Android 18 tightened her embrace around Wukong, joyfully exclaiming, "Hee hee, what about me? Do I not hold a place in your heart?" Wukong playfully lifted her chin, smiling as he teased her. Android 18 revealed a captivating smile, leaning closer to Wukong's ear, blowing softly, and mischievously replied, Now that no one is around, do you still dare to think of teasing me? Just wait and see how I handle you, you little rascal." With that, She pulled Wukong inside, deftly locking the door behind them. Wukong was pushed onto the bed, and number 18 sat beside him, her fingers lifting his chin as she asked with a hint of provocation in her gaze. I rather enjoyed that ability you displayed just now on the first floor, where with a mere wave, you adorned us all in wedding gowns. Can you transform into other garments as well? Wukong swallowed hard, responding with a hint of confusion. Of course, as long as I can conceive of it, I can wear any attire. So, would you like to see me dressed up, sister? Any outfit at all? Ah. Hehehe. Number 18 slowly leaned closer to Wukong's ear, whispering in a sultry tone. Wukong's eyes sparkled with the brilliance of wisdom, as visions of the various attires worn by the female protagonists in the films he had previously watched danced through his mind: sailor suits, professional attire, nurse uniforms, superhero costumes, and even bunny outfits, among countless others. Meanwhile, the door of the wooden house where Qiqi resided was knocked upon. Aware that Wukong was supposed to be with Android 18, she pondered who might be at the door. Upon opening it, she was pleasantly surprised and embraced the visitor. Wukong, what brings you here? Shouldn't you be with Android 18 at this hour? I was meant to be with her, he replied, returning her embrace warmly. However, she insisted that you've been waiting for me for 3 years and urged me to return. I'll spend tonight with you and visit her tomorrow night. Qiqi felt a surge of joy as she held Wukong tighter, exclaiming, I never expected that not only is Android 18 stunningly beautiful, but she is also so kind-hearted. My fondness for her only grows stronger. With a smile, Wukong remarked, Qiqi, it is delightful to see you all getting along. I truly hope you continue to embrace one another. Rest assured, my dear husband, she replied, we certainly will. Now, don't linger in the doorway. Gohan has long since fallen asleep. Come inside, it's cold out here. You wouldn't want to catch a chill. He chuckled, appreciating his wife's concern as he followed Qiqi into their home. After securing the door, Qiqi prepared a steaming bowl of noodle soup and presented it to Wukong with joy. Here you go, darling, eat while it's hot. I know you were meant to be with Android 18 tonight, but I thought you might return unexpectedly and feel hungry. So I prepared this in advance. I never anticipated you would come back so soon. It fills me with immense happiness. Wukong gently pulled Qiqi into his embrace and tenderly said, My dear wife, you have worked hard. Thank you. It is what I ought to do, Qiqi replied, leaning against Wukong's chest, instantly enveloped by an overwhelming sense of happiness. Thus, the two of them leaned on each other for a while. And then Qiqi lifted her head and said, Oh dear, I almost forgot about the meat that is still cooking. I shall go fetch it now. And the soup noodles are about to cool down. We should eat quickly, for they will not taste as good when cold. With that, she headed to the kitchen to serve the meat. As Wukong savored his meal, he reflected inwardly, Alas, it is indeed the first time I have employed this proliferation technique in such a long while. Had it not been for the sudden recollection of this martial skill while traversing the bamboo grove path, I would have been at a loss regarding how to navigate tonight's circumstances. By the time Wukong finished his bowl of noodles and meat, Qiqi had already tidied up the bedroom for their slumber, and after clearing the dining table, Wukong embraced Qiqi, and together they entered the bedroom. Here, 1,000 words are omitted. Chapter 55, The Wedding. On the following morning, sunlight streamed through the crevices of the curtains, illuminating the room. The two versions of Wukong, as if sharing an unspoken bond, rose early and seamlessly ventured into the bamboo grove, merging once more into a singular entity. However, at the moment of their union, Wukong suddenly winced in pain, clutching his waist with one hand while steadying himself against a nearby bamboo stalk, groaning in agony. Oh dear. This discomfort is certainly more than doubled. I never anticipated that Android 18 could be so formidable. Her perpetual energy truly lives up to its reputation. At this thought, Wukong couldn't help but shudder, inwardly grateful for having successfully concluded the calamity of the previous night. While rubbing his sore waist, he murmured to himself, Krillin, you ought to be thankful to me. Otherwise, you would have faced dire consequences. It seems I must replenish my strength. They should still be asleep. So I shall hasten to the eastern capital to procure some nourishment, and perhaps bring back some delicacies for everyone as well. With that, Wukong activated his instant transmission, vanishing from his spot and reappearing in the bustling streets of the eastern capital. Upon returning home with an array of delightful culinary treasures, he found the others already gathered around the dining table, prepared to partake in their meal. Wukong meticulously arranged the food upon the table and then, with an air of mystery, announced to everyone, Qiqi, I have delightful news to share. I married Android 18 last night. Upon hearing this unexpected revelation, Android 16 maintained a composed demeanor, revealing little in the way of reaction. Meanwhile, Android 18, the very subject of the news, wore a serene smile. Only Gohan appeared bewildered, his eyes wide with confusion as he gazed at Wukong, struggling to comprehend the complexities of adulthood, yet he wisely refrained from probing further. Ultimately, everyone extended their heartfelt congratulations to Android 18 and Wukong, wishing them a joyous and blissful union. Android 18, noticing Android 17's lack of response, curiously inquired, 17. I expected you to be quite surprised. Instead, you seem rather composed. With a chuckle, Android 17 replied, Oh, are you really asking me? I reside one floor below. Can you guess whether I was present at that moment? I was in my room playing League of Legends when I heard a commotion and happened to witness the event. By the way, you looked quite lovely in your wedding dress. A faint blush crept across Android 18's cheeks as she playfully scolded. I thought you had stepped out. Why didn't you make your presence known? Android 17 shrugged and explained, I merely wished to grant you both some personal space. Besides, I was busy improving my skills. I certainly couldn't let my teammates down. Just as Android 18 was about to respond, Wukong interjected, All right, enough of these trivial matters. Let us eat. I have invited Master Roshi, Bulma, Tien, and all our friends, and we shall embark on a cruise together to celebrate a proper wedding. Wukong's voice brimmed with excitement and anticipation, enveloping everyone in a warm atmosphere of happiness. Is that truly the case? How wonderful! Upon hearing this, Number 18's face radiated with a blissful smile. Her spirits lifted to unprecedented heights, making even breakfast taste more delightful. As dusk descended, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow upon the surface of the sea. A luxurious cruise ship glided gracefully across the East China Sea, its hull shimmering in the embrace of the evening light. The deck of the cruise ship was adorned with exquisite wedding decorations, vibrant flowers competing for attention, releasing waves of enchanting fragrance. Once again, I express my heartfelt gratitude to everyone for attending the wedding of number 18 and me. Today marks a momentous occasion, and our wedding has concluded splendidly. I hope that all of you can unwind and fully relish this joyous moment. Let us raise our glasses together and celebrate this beautiful occasion. Wukong stood on the deck's platform, clad in a suit as pure as freshly fallen snow, exuding an aura of handsome elegance, with a radiant smile illuminating his face and eyes shimmering with happiness and contentment. He raised his goblet of red wine high towards the multitude of friends and family gathered below. In a voice resonating with joy, he proclaimed, Congratulations on the new marriage. Cheers. The crowd below responded with enthusiasm, their faces aglow with smiles as they lifted their glasses in unison, celebrating this momentous occasion. The clinking of glasses rang out, producing a melodious and delightful sound. As night fell, a bonfire was ignited, enveloping the air in the tantalizing aroma of roasted delicacies. Everyone gathered together, indulging in exquisite food and moments of joy. Yamcha strummed his guitar while Krillin sang cheerful tunes. Master Roshi and Oolong danced to the rhythm of the music, their laughter and cheers echoing through the night. Wukong leaned solitary against the partition, his eyes gently closed as he savored the soft caress of the sea breeze and inhaled the essence of the ocean. His gaze drifted into the distance, transcending the vast expanse of the sea, resting upon the horizon illuminated by the golden hues of the setting sun. A myriad of thoughts swirled in his mind as he contemplated the path that lay ahead and his connection to the tangible world. What occupies your thoughts? A gentle voice emerged from behind him. Upon turning his gaze, Wukong discovered that Android 18 had, unbeknownst to him, positioned herself behind him, regarding him with a curious expression. She gently patted Wukong's shoulder, her face radiant with a joyful smile. With a gentle smile, Wukong reached out and pulled Android 18 into his embrace, pondering how wonderful it would be if every day could mirror this one. Feeling the warmth of Wukong's embrace, 18's heart softened, and as she closed her eyes, she listened to the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, as if time itself had come to a standstill. She softly replied, It certainly will. We have many more blissful days ahead of us to experience together. Just as they were lost in this tender moment, Bulma approached quietly, holding 2 glasses of wine. A playful smile gracing her lips as she teased, Look at this newlywed couple, whispering sweet nothings to each other. Come, let us drink. With a smile, Wukong accepted the wine cup and cast a grateful glance at Bulma. There was nothing particularly noteworthy in their conversation, merely a shared sentiment of nostalgia for this dreamlike and beautiful moment. Being together with everyone truly brought him immense joy. Indeed, the days spent in their company were filled with happiness. However, it was unfortunate that Vegeta, the relentless training fanatic, along with future Trunks, was still immersed in rigorous training within the hyperbolic time chamber and could not join them. Wukong raised his wine glass, savoring a sip, and remarked, "Indeed. It appears that Vegeta has truly dedicated himself to training future Trunks, which is certainly a positive development. Fortunately, others have also arrived." Bulma leaned against the partition, lifting her glass and downing its contents in one go, expressing her thoughts. "Yes, Vegeta has changed significantly, but I was surprised to see Piccolo here as well. It seems he is here to converse with Gohan, as they have been engaged in conversation." With a smile, Wukong nodded and explained. "Piccolo has long expressed a desire to discuss matters with Gohan. He somewhat disagrees with my perspective on certain issues. This opportunity allows him to converse with Gohan." Bulma's lips curled into a teasing smile as she remarked, "Oh, is that so?" Yet, they appear to be enjoying their conversation quite a lot. Wukong smiled helplessly and said, "Well, that child Gohan can be quite stubborn at times." Bulma chuckled softly and replied, "Haha, do as you wish. After all, he is not my child." Wukong awkwardly scratched his head and chuckled, "Qiqi, that's true. Well then, let's not dwell on this any longer. I won't disturb you all. I'll head over to the others first." After speaking, Bulma turned and departed. As she walked away, Android 18 gently grasped Wukong's hand and smiled, saying, "Shall we go as well? I need to visit the restroom." "All right, let's go," Wukong replied softly, nodding as he took 18's hand and they made their way toward the crowd. Tien immediately pulled Wukong aside, eager for a drinking contest, to which Wukong readily agreed. Meanwhile, Android 18 accompanied Qiqi and Bulma to the restroom. Meanwhile, a drunken Krillin, his face flushed crimson, staggered over and plopped down in front of Wukong. In a boisterous manner reminiscent of a tipsy reveler, he exclaimed, "Wukong, you rascal, you are truly enviable. Not only do you have Qiqi, but now you've also married Android 18. It's utterly infuriating. And here I am, still without a girlfriend." Wukong poured a glass of sobering drink for Krillin, saying, "Krillin, I have faith that you will find a wonderful companion as well. Come, let us share a drink." Krillin raised the glass and downed it in one go. "Wait, this isn't alcohol. Wukong, you rascal, you've tricked me." Wukong handed a plate of barbecue to Krillin, chuckling, "Ha ha ha. It seems you sobered up quite a bit. Come. Indulge in this barbecue." Krillin accepted the plate, took a bite, and chewed while exclaiming, This tastes delightful. Wukong, you truly understand me." "Of course. We are the best of brothers," Wukong replied with a grin. At that moment, Piccolo approached, observing the two with a bemused shake of his head, stating, "You two are quite something. Hey, Piccolo, come join us for a drink." Krillin invited. Piccolo glanced at the wine glass, furrowing his brow. "I'm not fond of alcohol. You two enjoy at your leisure." With that, he turned and departed. "That Piccolo, always so antisocial," Krillin lamented. "Forget about him. Let us continue drinking," Wukong declared, raising his glass to clink it with Krillin's. The gathering lasted until 10 o'clock, after which everyone returned home contentedly. Chapter 56, A New Foe Upon Returning Home. Son Wukong once again employed his cloning technique to create a doppelganger, engaging in a lengthy and intense battle with Android 18 and Qiqi. This confrontation persisted until dawn the following day. As morning arrived, both Wukongs rose early and seamlessly reconvened in the bamboo grove, their forms merging into one. After attending to matters in the eastern capital, they returned home to share breakfast with their family before embarking on a shopping excursion in the city. Throughout this experience, they reveled in the warmth and joy of family, savoring a delightful day together. When they finally returned home, the clock neared 6 in the evening. At that moment, Bulma called, informing Wukong that she had discovered a peculiar vehicle within a universal capsule in a forest to the west, but Vegeta had yet to return, and she hoped for Wukong's assistance in retrieving it. Understanding the urgency of the situation, Wukong responded without hesitation, "No problem, I know exactly what it is. Bulma, please contact Krillin, Tien, and the others, and have them assemble at your place immediately. There is a new enemy on the horizon." "All right. I'll reach out to them right away. I'll leave the retrieval to you," Bulma replied, recognizing the gravity of the situation as she promptly hung up to notify the others at Kame House. Goku, with Gohan in tow, glided through the skies, gradually making their way towards the direction from whence the enigmatic machine had manifested. They advanced slowly through the air. At long last, they arrived at their destination, where Goku meticulously surveyed the surrounding landscape in search of any signs of the machine. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a colossal metallic object standing silently upon the ground. As Wukong approached with Gohan, he confirmed that the moss-covered object before them was indeed the machine they had been searching for. Wukong placed the device into a capsule and then flew back to Bulma's home alongside Gohan. Upon their arrival, They discovered that Vegeta and Future Trunks had also just returned home. Additionally, the other Z fighters had gathered, congregating in the living room. As soon as they beheld the machine brought back by Wukong and Gohan, they approached it with curiosity, eager to inspect this enigmatic apparatus. They engaged in animated discussions, speculating about its purpose and origin. Bulma meticulously examined the two time machines, one old and one new, a flicker of perplexity crossing her eyes. She turned to Trunks and inquired, "Trunks, you mentioned that the time machine was created by my future self, correct?" Trunks nodded in affirmation, replying, "Yes, that's right. Why do you ask?" Bulma furrowed her brow and pointed at the two time machines, stating, "The structures of these two time machines are identical. Yet the other one is evidently aged from its time in that forest. Could it be that you ventured into an even more distant past?" Trunks shook his head, refuting the notion. "No, I think I should check the markers and the time settings I established." With that, Trunks ascended into the time machine and began a thorough inspection. After a meticulous examination, he emerged with a look of astonishment, addressing the group. "This is indeed my time machine. All my markers are intact. However, I only possess one time machine, and the time it was set to is 3 years after my original world, while the time I traveled from was 4 years ago, precisely 1 year prior to my first arrival in this world. How could this be? Are you suggesting that someone has utilized your time machine to traverse from a future even more distant than your original world, returning to a long-forgotten past?" Bulma articulated, seeking clarity. Trunks nodded gravely, responding, "That is essentially the situation, yet we remain unaware of the identity of that individual. Furthermore, we discovered this eggshell within the time machine, but we cannot ascertain what it is. Could it be possible that this egg belongs to the individual who traversed from the future?" He pondered aloud. "I recall seeing a massive insect exoskeleton beside the time machine. I took a photograph. Let me show you." With that, Wukong retrieved his phone and displayed the image for everyone to see. Bulma scrutinized the photograph, her brow furrowing, before swiftly accessing her computer to research relevant information. After a brief investigation, she concluded, "I have never encountered such a creature. Given the current ecological conditions on Earth, it is impossible for such a colossal insect to exist. Therefore, Wukong's hypothesis is likely accurate. This egg belongs to the time traveler from the future, which will hatch, grow, and ultimately evolve into that insect." At that moment, Yamcha suddenly exclaimed, "Everyone, come quickly and look at the news. Reports indicate that an entire city has inexplicably vanished." The group quickly gathered around, their eyes fixed on the television screen. As Yamcha had foretold, the city lay desolate, devoid of life, with the streets enveloped in an eerie silence. Krillin furrowed his brow, incredulously voicing, "The complete disappearance of an entire city's populace without a trace is utterly bizarre. It seems that whoever orchestrated this must possess formidable power." Yamcha, filled with trepidation, added, "This situation appears perilous. Can we truly confront such a formidable adversary?" His heart brimmed with anxiety and unease. Tianjinhan shook his head, expressing his uncertainty. "In my world, I have never encountered such an extraordinary phenomenon. I, too, am at a loss." With a grave expression, Tianjinhan nodded thoughtfully. "It seems we are on the brink of a formidable conflict." He recognized the gravity of the situation, igniting within him a fierce determination. Bulma suddenly recalled Goku's mention of a new foe and urgently inquired, "Goku, the new enemy you spoke of, could it possibly be that mysterious entity? Do you know something we don't?" "Well, I do have this sudden sense of an emerging adversary," Goku admitted. "At present, I believe the disappearance of the city's inhabitants is indeed linked to the creature that emerged from that egg. However, its strength should not be overly formidable, otherwise it would have revealed itself openly. Thus, there is no need for excessive concern." Upon hearing this, Vegeta scoffed disdainfully, "Humph, regardless of the nature of the creature. Should it dare to show itself, I shall swiftly eliminate it." As Gohan suddenly recalled his father's earlier mention of a unique ability, he eagerly inquired, "Father, aren't you capable of seeing into every corner of the earth? Can you locate that individual?" Krillin suddenly clapped his hands, coming to a realization. "Indeed, Gohan, you are astute. How could I have overlooked that?" Yamcha chimed in, "Precisely, it's the same ability that Goku used to discover the androids last time. I vaguely remember it." Trunks, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "That would be splendid. Mr. Goku, please utilize that ability to find where that person is." "Heh. Locating that individual is indeed a piece of cake for me, but someone has already gone ahead," Goku replied with a mysterious smile. Tianjinhan, puzzled, asked him, "Who are you referring to?" "Our new friend, King Kai." "King Kai? He went with King Kai?" Krillin inquired, confused. Tien pondered. Isn't King Kai supposed to refrain from interfering in mortal affairs? Moreover, his combat prowess isn't particularly high, is it? I hope Uncle Piccolo is all right. I'm somewhat concerned he might be in danger. Perhaps we should accompany him? Gohan expressed his worries. With a smile, Wukong gently ruffled Gohan's hair. Rest assured, Gohan. The Piccolo of today is no longer the Piccolo of yore. Do you recall the time on Namek when Piccolo fused with Nail? This time, he has merged with the Supreme Kai, which is why I refer to him as Supreme Kai Piccolo. His strength has likely multiplied at least 5-fold, making him more than capable of handling any peril. One might even say the danger has been averted. Chapter 57. Radits' emergence, is that really true? Gohan's face lit up with surprise as he asked excitedly. Indeed, without a doubt, Wukong replied with a smile. So, you need not worry about him any longer. With eyes brimming with anticipation, Gohan turned to Goku and said, Can we not go and witness Uncle Piccolo's battle? I wish to behold his current prowess with my own eyes. Trunks, standing nearby with a serious demeanor, interjected, Indeed, Mr. Goku, even if Mr. Piccolo's fighting strength has grown as you claim, I fear that the being from the future might possess some peculiar means of escape. If we all go, it would significantly reduce the chances of their fleeing. Vegeta, expressing impatience, remarked, Trunks, do not forget that I, too, can teleport instantly, rendering Kakarot's assistance unnecessary. Come. I have sensed Piccolo's energy. He is indeed 5 times stronger than before, making it an opportune moment for a spar. Very well, let us proceed together. Vegeta. You take Trunks ahead, while I accompany the others. The location where Piccolo has just lingered is precisely where that being resides. We shall meet there, Goku proposed. All right, Trunks. Let us go. Without a moment's hesitation, Vegeta seized Trunks and placed 2 fingers to his forehead, vanishing with a swift sound. Watching as Vegeta and Trunks departed, Goku turned to Gohan and said, Gohan, you should lead everyone there first. I need to return to the dragon ship. I sense that your brother, Radits, is about to emerge from his meditation. I will bring him along, and we shall convene with you at Piccolo's location. Upon hearing this news, Gohan joyfully replied, All right. We shall wait for you at Uncle Piccolo's. Go ahead, Goku encouraged. Gohan gazed at Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha, saying, Everyone, hold on to my body. I shall transport you with instant transmission. Ah, I didn't realize you had also mastered Goku's instant transmission, Gohan. Your talent remains as remarkable as ever, Krillin praised, placing his hand on Gohan's shoulder. It's not that impressive. While it does require some practice, it's not particularly difficult to learn. In fact, with time, you all could master it as well. I haven't even reached the level of proficiency that my father possesses, Gohan replied bashfully, scratching his head with a smile. You are already quite remarkable. No wonder you are Goku's child. We truly appreciate your help, Gohan, Tien said, resting his hand on Gohan's other shoulder. Yamcha, with a playful smirk, extended his hand to grasp Gohan's, his tone lighthearted. Gohan, I never expected you to become so powerful. If we encounter any danger later, be sure to protect us old folks. With that, a smile graced his face. Gohan gazed at Yamcha, his eyes filled with determination as he nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Uncle Tien and Uncle Yamcha, rest assured that if danger arises, I shall protect everyone without fail. Now, let us set off. Farewell, father. With that, Gohan gently waved his hand. Until we meet again. With a gentle smile, Wukong gazed softly at Gohan, who, along with Tien, Krillin, and Yamcha, vanished in an instant. Once the 4 had departed, Wukong murmured to himself, Well, it is time to check on my dear brother. He will undoubtedly be astonished by all that has transpired in recent days. With those words, Wukong's figure also disappeared into thin air. In the Arctic, within the frigid valley, the howling wind swept across the frozen expanse, the biting cold seemingly capable of freezing all life. Yet, amidst this icy desolation, a figure quietly emerged. It was none other than Son Wukong. Wukong extended his arms and took a deep breath. Ah, indeed, the air in this place is the finest. It seems that my elder brother has succeeded. As he felt the chilly atmosphere surrounding him, a surge of warmth and affection welled up within Wukong's heart. Wukong turned and entered a secluded ice valley. After coming to a halt, he softly uttered, Dragon ship, disengage cloaking mode. In an instant, the expanse before Wukong transformed, revealing a magnificent spacecraft that materialized out of thin air, gently descending to the ground while emitting a deep rumbling sound. As the vessel's hatch opened, a staircase gradually descended, and the solemn voice of the dragon resonated, proclaiming, The dragon ship welcomes its master back. with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Wukong stepped onto the spaceship. As he entered the cabin, his gaze was immediately drawn to the figure at the center of the vessel. There sat the golden-haired Radits. Eyes closed, calmly meditating on the crimson floor, arcs of electricity occasionally flickering around him. With a subtle smile, Wukong approached Radits and gently remarked, "Brother, it appears you have achieved success. Congratulations." Ignoring the crackling arcs of electricity, Wukong softly patted Radits on the shoulder. Radits opened his eyes and rose to his feet, grinning. "Ah, Kakarot, you have returned. I have just recently made a breakthrough, and I owe it all to your guidance. Without your support, with my innate talent, I might never have ascended." As he spoke, the electric arcs dissipated, and his hair color reverted to its original black. Wukong chuckled, scratching his head. Hee. What can I say? We are brothers, after all. It is only natural for us to assist one another. How about stepping outside for a breath of fresh air? The world beyond has undergone quite a transformation. Ha. I had the same thought. After over 3 years of arduous training here, I am nearly suffocated by the monotony. Where do you suggest we go? Raditz replied with a smile. Brother, you might as well accompany me outside. This spaceship is sealed off from the external atmosphere. Once you emerge, you will know where to head next, Wukong said with an air of mystery. All right. Raditz nodded eagerly in agreement. Soon after, they exited the spaceship, one following the other. What is this energy? Is that Piccolo and Vegeta? As Raditz stepped down, he immediately sensed 2 immense energy signatures. His eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to Wukong and asked, could it be true? There is no mistake. That is Piccolo's energy. And it seems to have grown even stronger. How did he become so formidable? And Vegeta, he surpasses even Piccolo now. Are they in battle? Indeed, brother. Piccolo has fused with the Supreme Kai, and the other presence is the full power of the Super Saiyan I mentioned to you, Wukong explained, nodding with a smile. There are many things you are yet to learn, which I will gradually share with you. But for now, let us proceed. Something intriguing is unfolding over there. Excellent. It has been far too long since I last ventured out. I never anticipated that Piccolo would surprise me so greatly. I am eager to test my strength against him once more. Raditz clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. With that, Raditz placed 2 fingers on his forehead. And with a swift motion, he and Wukong vanished from their location. Chapter 58, The Search for Cell on a Desolate Island in the West. Piccolo and Vegeta stood facing each other, an air of tension enveloping them. Vegeta, have you lost your mind? Step aside. Haven't you heard that Cell can grow stronger? Piccolo demanded, his brow furrowed, revealing his urgency and anger. Vegeta smirked, of course, I've heard. That is precisely why I won't allow you to eliminate the newly matured Cell just yet. I intend for him to reach his perfect form and then defeat him with my own hands. You are utterly arrogant. If you continue down this path, you may endanger all life on Earth. Your recent decision to let Cell escape was nothing short of foolish. Piccolo's expression darkened. His fists clenched as if ready to unleash his fury. My decisions do not require your approval. Vegeta's blonde hair glimmered as a smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. With that, Vegeta's body suddenly swelled, his muscles bulging as he propelled himself toward Piccolo with a fierce strike. Trunks and Gohan will undoubtedly pursue Cell. You won't be able to obstruct me for long. Calmly, Piccolo responded, emanating an aura of immense power. As his words faded, he re-entered the fierce battle with Vegeta. The 2 warriors clashed in the air, each encounter triggering violent waves of energy. Their figures intertwined in the sky, occasionally descending and then soaring again, as the brilliance of the Wolf Fang fist illuminated the battlefield. However, it was evident that Piccolo held the advantage. His attacks grew increasingly ferocious, leaving Vegeta struggling for breath. Vegeta stabilized himself mid-air, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. Yet, he maintained a composed smile, saying, hee. Quite impressive. I never expected you to overcome my Super Saiyan first stage second form. However, this only heightens my anticipation for you. Therefore, as a reward for your efforts, I shall take this battle a bit more seriously. Piccolo's eyes widened in disbelief as he asked, What? Are you saying you weren't using your full strength just now? Vegeta laughed heartily. Ha. Indeed. You must keep your eyes wide open and witness. With that, his muscles swelled dramatically before contracting rapidly, becoming even more taut. An unparalleled aura of power erupted from within him, only to be perfectly reined in. Vegeta struck a provocative pose, confidently proclaiming, Before you stand Super Vegeta. Gazing at Vegeta, Piccolo was filled with astonishment and reverence. He murmured to himself, Such power is simply inconceivable. I never anticipated you harbored such formidable strength. Qiqi, what do you think? Do you still believe I cannot defeat the complete Cell? Vegeta chuckled from the side. Perhaps, with this power, you might indeed have a chance against the complete Cell. Piccolo contemplated, reluctantly conceding. Though he felt somewhat unwilling, he could not deny the shock of Vegeta's displayed might. Vegeta arrogantly remarked, "Excellent. Then you can just watch from the sidelines and refrain from disturbing my plans." With a confident smile, he concluded. At that moment, a round of applause and a familiar voice resonated from above. "Very well. I wholeheartedly support your ambition to defeat the most powerful form of Cell. However, I must express my dissatisfaction with your methods." Both warriors looked up to see Goku and Radits gracefully descending before them. Goku smiled at Vegeta, while Radits greeted the two with a cheerful wave. "Hey, Piccolo and Vegeta, it's been a while." Upon seeing Radits and Goku, Piccolo's tense demeanor finally relaxed. And with a hint of surprise, he exclaimed, "Radits, it's quite rare to see you. I thought you were in seclusion for training." Upon hearing this, Radits' lips curled into a slight smile as he reflected, "Alas, I have been unable to break through until recently." Vegeta, having reverted to his ordinary state, regarded Radits with an air of superiority, his tone laced with disdain. "Radits, I never expected you to take that step. At least you haven't brought shame upon our scion lineage." Just then, Goku interjected, "Vegeta, please elaborate on your plan to transform Cell into his perfect form." With arms crossed and brimming with confidence, Vegeta replied, "My strategy is quite straightforward. To prevent these individuals from eliminating the current Cell and to provide him with an opportunity to escape. Once he fully evolves, he will undoubtedly seek me out for battle, and for now, my mission is accomplished." Upon hearing this, Wukong felt a sense of dissatisfaction. He fixed his gaze intently on Vegeta's eyes and inquired, "Oh, is that so? It seems that Cell hasn't divulged the manner in which he achieved his subsequent evolution. Has he?" "Indeed," Vegeta replied, "I couldn't care less about his methods, as long as he can transform into his perfect form in a short span of time." Piccolo, standing nearby, remarked, "Old son, it appears you possess some unique ability that has granted you knowledge beyond our understanding. Stop keeping us in suspense and enlighten us at once." Wukong emanated a dark red aura, his gaze fixed intently upon Vegeta, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Indeed, the method for Cell to swiftly achieve his perfect form is rather straightforward. He must absorb androids 17 and 18, my dear brother-in-law and wife. Thus, your plan is quite audacious, Super Vegeta." Vegeta shuddered, feeling a terrifying pressure, and hastily replied, "I had no idea that Cell's evolution involved absorbing 17 and 18. Had I known, I wouldn't have allowed him to escape." He sighed, "Regardless, I lack the time to pursue this further. However, consider this a warning. Do not set your sights on my family, or I may resort to some desperate measures. Remember, all your transformation techniques were taught to you by me. It would be wise not to incite further trouble, lest I choose to unleash my wrath upon you." With that, Wukong's aura dissipated as he returned to the side of Radits. Vegeta sensed the oppressive force lift, allowing him to relax, and he snorted disdainfully without uttering another word. Piccolo turned to Wukong and inquired, "Wukong, that fellow concealed his energy after fleeing, and everyone is gone in pursuit. However, they may not succeed. Your ability should still allow you to locate Cell, correct?" Wukong nodded, then closed his eyes to sense the positions of the others. Upon opening his eyes, he spoke, "Indeed, that rascal Cell is currently stealthily advancing towards the Baozi Mountain. Trunks and Krillin have just obliterated Dr. Gero's underground laboratory, while Gohan is still searching for Cell alongside Tien and Yamcha." Raditz, upon hearing this, was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. It felt as though the world had transformed since his emergence, and he incredulously inquired, "What? Kakarot, when did androids 17 and 18 become your wife and brother-in-law? And who is Cell? Moreover, how is it that I am unaware of your abilities?" However, Wukong did not immediately respond to Raditz's questions. With a grave expression, he informed him, "Brother, this is not the time for such discussions. You only need to understand that Cell is a formidable villain akin to Frieza. Once we resolve the matter of Cell, we shall return home, and I will explain everything in detail." Hearing this, Raditz could only nod in agreement. Though his mind was still rife with questions, he chose to trust Kakarot's judgment. He then asked, "Very well, what shall we do now?" "I will take you to find Cell. Follow me," Wukong exclaimed, extending a hand into the air. "All right." The three responded in unison, placing their hands upon Wukong's hand. With a flash of light, the four of them instantly vanished from their location. Chapter 59, The Cunning Cell in the Blink of an Eye. Wukong had brought the trio to the foot of Baozi Mountain. Look, he is right there. Wukong pointed towards a figure not far off. Following Wukong's gesture, they beheld a being whose body was predominantly deep green, with a rough exterior reminiscent of an insect's shell. Its head was relatively small, shaped somewhat like a lizard, with large, bulging eyes laced with crimson veins, exuding a chilling malevolence. The mouth resembled a breathing mask, lacking discernible lips, with jagged edges revealing sharp teeth. Devoid of a nose, save for 2 small nostrils for respiration. Its fingers and toes were each comprised of 3 elongated, sharp digits, akin to claws. The tail was slender and elongated, tapering to a sharp point, while the body bore irregular spots of a lighter hue, a blend of pale green and yellow, emanating an eerie aura, presenting an overall slender figure. Cell was stealthily concealed behind a tree, his eyes darting about as he surveyed his surroundings. Suddenly, a chill crept up his spine, instilling a sense of dread as if icy eyes were fixated upon him from the shadows, evoking a profound unease within. Aha, at last. I have found you, Cell. At that moment, a resounding voice echoed from afar, shattering the silence of the surroundings. Shara was startled by the sudden sound, his body jolting violently as he nearly lost his balance. He swiftly turned around, his face betraying a look of terror, only to behold Goku, Piccolo, and Vegeta standing not far away. Upon catching sight of Radits, a flicker of surprise and confusion crossed his eyes. Goku, I never expected you to find me so swiftly. And who is that person beside you? Shara's gaze settled on Radits, his brow furrowing slightly, revealing a keen curiosity toward the unfamiliar figure. He is my brother, Radits. Goku hastily introduced him to Shara. Oh, I see, Shara nodded. Gazing thoughtfully at Radits, he remarked, I recall from my database that you were supposedly killed by Piccolo long ago. How's it that you now appear here? Have you been resurrected? With that, a sinister smile curled at the corners of Shara's mouth, as if he were plotting some malevolent scheme. What? When was I ever killed by Piccolo? What nonsense are you spouting? Raditz retorted, his anger flaring as he prepared to strike. Wukong hurriedly stepped forward to intercept Raditz, exclaiming, Oh dear brother, do calm yourself. That individual is akin to Trunks, having traversed from the future. Moreover, the realm he hails from differs markedly from our present world. He may have simply erred. Raditz resumed his position, emitting a disdainful snort. Humph, very well. Today I find myself in good spirits, and as a magnanimous being, I shall not hold this against you. However, do ensure that your tongue is straightened before you speak next. Oh, does this world truly differ from the one I originally inhabited? No wonder you formidable beings seem so powerful. This is indeed unexpected, murmured Cell, lost in contemplation. Piccolo stepped forward, poised to strike Cell down. His impatience evident as he declared, Enough with your prattle, you malevolent creature. There is no escape for you. Disappear, obediently. Cell's expression darkened as he regarded Piccolo, a tumult of resentment and fear brewing within him. Yet, he feigned composure, seeking to buy time. Wait, before I meet my demise. I have one question. How did you find me? Cell inquired, a hint of panic in his voice. Piccolo sneered, reveling in his triumph, all thanks to Wukong's unique ability. Even if you were to flee and conceal your presence, Wukong would effortlessly locate you. Thus, abandon any hope of resistance. Upon hearing this, a flicker of astonishment and despair crossed Cell's eyes. He had believed he could escape, but it now appeared all was in vain. I see. Cell's gaze flickered, his face registering disbelief as he had not anticipated such a capability from Son Wukong. Realizing his escape was futile, he resolved to resort to an old tactic, placing his hopes on the rogue King Vegeta. Vegeta, I have yet to attain my perfect form. Surely you would not wish for my demise? Once I achieve my perfect form, my power will be immensely augmented, and I could even surpass you. You desire that I become perfect, do you not? Vegeta crossed his arms, smirking as he retorted, Humph, pray tell, how do you intend to attain perfection? Cell, sensing a glimmer of hope, quickly responded, I merely need to absorb androids 17 and 18. It will be swift. Once I have absorbed them, I shall immediately achieve perfection. If you could just hold them off for me a while longer, I could find androids 17 and 18 and then attain my perfect form. What say you? At that moment, Wukong interjected, Not a chance. You are unaware, I presume, that android 18 is my wife, and 17 is my brother-in-law. You shall not touch them. The words struck Cell with an astonishment that lasted for 100 millennia. After a contemplation that stretched for 2.5 seconds, Cell concluded that Vegeta might no longer be inclined to assist him. Even if he were, he could only obstruct one opponent, leaving Cell with no chance of escape. Consequently, Cell took a deep breath, his body began to swell, and his muscles expanded further. He was determined to summon all his strength to confront the adversary before him. "It appears you intend to resist to the bitter end," Piccolo observed and promptly elevated his own energy, bracing for Cell's assault. At that moment, Raditz suddenly grasped Piccolo's arm, signaling him to retreat. "Piccolo, it has been ages since I last fought. Allow me to take the opportunity to teach that fellow a lesson." Raditz's voice brimmed with excitement and anticipation. Piccolo furrowed his brow and glanced at Goku, who nodded in affirmation. He trusted that Raditz possessed sufficient strength to contend with Cell. Thus, Piccolo stepped aside, relinquishing the battlefield to Raditz. At that juncture, a cunning smile unexpectedly appeared on Cell's grotesquely contorted face. He swiftly spread his fingers wide and raised his hands before his eyes, then bellowed, "Solar flare." In an instant, a dazzling radiance erupted forth like a volcanic explosion. This unforeseen turn of events caught everyone off guard. The intense light overwhelmed their eyes, rendering them nearly incapable of opening them and momentarily blinding them. Chapter 60. Cell's regeneration plan. Seizing this opportunity, Cell abruptly turned and shot away into the distance like a meteor. "This is bad. That fiend is attempting to flee." Piccolo was the first to perceive Cell's intent, his face paling as he prepared to pursue. However, just as he was about to move, Goku reached out to stop him. "Do not worry. He cannot escape," Goku said with a calm demeanor, confidence shimmering in his eyes. He continued, "Remember, as long as he remains on Earth. Even if he tries to conceal his energy, I can still pinpoint his exact location with my unique ability." With that, Goku slightly squinted, as if he had already locked onto the direction of Cell's flight. At that moment, 5 voices echoed behind Goku. "Dad." "Goku." 3. Mr. Goku. As Wukong turned around, he beheld Gohan accompanied by Krillin and 3 others, emerging from behind. "Oh, everyone, quite a swift response, I see," Wukong chuckled. Gohan cast a fleeting glance at Vegeta, who stood with his arms crossed, and then turned to Goku, saying, "Father, we just sensed Cell's energy. I gathered everyone and transported them here using instant transmission. What is the current situation? Where's Cell?" "Indeed, Goku, could it be that Cell has fled?" Krillin interjected hastily. "Yes. I was careless and got caught off guard by a solar flare. He seized the opportunity to escape," Goku replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. "What? I can't believe Cell even utilized my solar flare. I heard from Piccolo that he had previously employed the special beam cannon and Kamehameha against him before we arrived." Tien exclaimed in shock. "To think he could wield the techniques of others. What manner of creature is Cell?" Krillin said, his eyes wide with disbelief. "He is indeed a cunning adversary. It appears that defeating him will not be an easy task," Raditz remarked, furrowing his brow with a serious expression. Piccolo, maintaining a grave demeanor, stated, "In truth, this isn't as dire as it seems. I was too hasty earlier and only managed to relay a fraction of the information. From my encounters with him, I gathered that Cell is the ultimate android created by Dr. Gero, possessing the cells and combat data of all of us. Thus, he can replicate our techniques and even grow stronger by absorbing human energy." Upon hearing this revelation, the group was once again left in stunned silence. However, Goku chuckled and said, "Heh, isn't he just a patchwork creation? There is no need for alarm. You needn't panic." Trunks, anxiously chiming in, urged, "Mr. Goku, you must eliminate this dangerous foe." With a serious expression, Wukong nodded and assured, "Rest assured, I shall exert every effort to deal with this adversary." Gohan, filled with concern, anxiously inquired, "Father, what shall we do now?" Piccolo consoled him, saying, "Gohan, do not fret. Let us not forget the unique abilities Wukong possesses. As long as we are willing, we can locate him at any moment, right, old son?" With unwavering confidence, Goku nodded and replied, "Indeed. There is no need for you to worry excessively. That individual will undoubtedly remain within my grasp." Trunks, filled with eagerness, inquired, "Mr. Goku, then where exactly is Cell at this moment?" With a slight upward curve of his lips, Wukong revealed a faint smile. "That rascal Shara hasn't ventured far, otherwise you would have detected him by now. At this very moment, he is concealed within a small cave on the second hill ahead. It is quite laughable that I had already informed him of my abilities, yet he remained skeptical." Upon hearing this news, Yamcha was filled with excitement and quickly exclaimed, "That's splendid. Let us hasten to capture him." However, Wukong gestured for everyone to remain calm. "No need to rush. That fellow is certainly cornered. Moreover, my intention aligns with Vegeta's. I hope Sheru can achieve his perfect form before we ultimately vanquish him." Suddenly, Piccolo inquired, "By the way, old son, recalling your previous statement, while I disagree with allowing Sheru to attain his perfect form before defeating him, What was that method you mentioned to enable him to reach perfection without absorbing androids 17 and 18? Wukong bestowed a mysterious smile, revealing a set of pristine white teeth, accompanied by a chuckle. Heh, it's simple. If I am not mistaken, that individual should possess the cells of our scion race, as well as those of Unimikian. Piccolo. Piccolo nodded in affirmation, responding, indeed, that should be the case. However, what does this have to do with the alternate method that enabled Cell to achieve his perfect form? With a furrowed brow, Piccolo was engulfed in a haze of confusion. Wukong, without any preamble, stated, of course there is a connection. When we scions are gravely injured and on the brink of death, our combat power significantly increases upon recovery. If I recall correctly, Piccolo, your Namekian cells should have the ability to self-repair, right? With that, Wukong broke into a smile. Upon hearing this, Piccolo suddenly comprehended, a glimmer of admiration shining in his eyes. He quickly responded, I see now. How did I not think of that? So, we can exploit this to enable Cell to achieve his perfect form without requiring him to absorb androids 17 and 18. Although your idea is somewhat uncertain, Wukong, it is worth a try. The others, apart from Piccolo and Wukong, were left in a state of confusion, completely unable to grasp the meaning behind their conversation. Gohan curiously inquired, Uncle Piccolo, what have you understood? I don't quite get it. Piccolo gently patted Gohan's head and explained, it's actually quite simple. Old Son here wishes to conduct an experiment to validate a rather fantastical notion. The plan is to bring Cell to the brink of death, then allow him to recover, and see if he continues to evolve. Upon a moment of enlightenment, Wu Fan exclaimed in realization, now I comprehend your words. Thank you, Uncle Piccolo. Aside from Vegeta and Radits, who nodded in slight understanding, the others remained perplexed. Radits inquired, Kakarot, did you not mention that the effects of the near-death recovery would diminish progressively until they vanished entirely? Wukong's gaze shimmered with the glint of cunning. Qiqi, you speak truly. Yet Cell has yet to experience this even once. The results are bound to be remarkable. First, we shall bring him to the brink of death. Then allow him to recover. Perhaps this will provoke the cells within him to evolve once more, rendering him even more formidable. This is merely my speculation, and only experimentation will reveal the truth. Come, I shall lead you to him. All right, came the chorus. In an instant, Wukong transported everyone away, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 61. Perfect form. Cell. Meanwhile, hidden within a cavern, Cell suddenly felt a chill coursing down his spine and sneezed. Achoo! What is happening? Could it be that my constitution is susceptible to illness? That shouldn't be the case. Yet, I cannot shake the feeling of being watched. As if ominous eyes are fixated upon me. A sense of unease washed over Cell as he sensed an encroaching danger. Resolutely, he decided to venture outside. Upon exiting the cave, he was met with an eerie silence, devoid of any rustling leaves or whispers of the wind. Cell furrowed his brow. His vigilance heightened as he scanned the surroundings. Just then, a formidable wave of blue energy materialized in the sky, hurtling directly towards him. Cell swiftly attempted to evade it. But the blue light pursued him relentlessly, akin to a homing missile. With all his might, he endeavored to escape, yet the brilliance drew closer, ultimately enveloping him entirely. With wide eyes and a visage of terror, Cell found himself confronting an assault of unprecedented ferocity. In the blinding radiance, he was instantaneously vaporized, most of his form vanishing in an instant, leaving only remnants above his forehead. High above, Wukong and his companions descended gently, their gaze fixed upon the remnants of Cell not far ahead. Vegeta frowned, casting a sidelong glance at Wukong, his tone laced with uncertainty. Kakarot, that was rather ruthless. What if Cell cannot recover and perishes right here? Upon hearing these words, Wukong displayed a faint smile and shook his head, saying, there is no need for concern. Sharu possesses a remarkable vitality, and such injuries are trivial for him. Beside him, Piccolo, feeling a sense of relief, remarked casually, it would be for the best if he perished. That would simplify matters considerably and eliminate the threat to Earth instantaneously. As Wukong gazed at the writhing and regenerating head upon the ground, he turned to Vegeta and offered a slight smile. Rest assured, Vegeta, this creature's regenerative prowess surpasses that of Piccolo. Such minor injuries should be easily mended. Let us wait and see. At that moment, the fleshy remnants on the creature's forehead convulsed violently on the ground, twisting side to side as if possessed of its own consciousness, presenting a scene both bizarre and horrifyingly grotesque. The flesh continued to repair and grow downward, resembling a monstrous insect, sending chills down one's spine. Witnessing such a repulsive and bloody spectacle, Krillin and Yamcha could no longer contain themselves and retched, their stomachs churning violently. Meanwhile, Piccolo furrowed his brow, recognizing the cruelty of this sight for Gohan, and quickly positioned himself in front of him, wishing to shield him from the terrifying images. Even the typically resilient Trunks turned away, unable to bear the sight any longer. Gazing at the distressed crowd, Wukong felt a pang of compassion and promptly spoke. You all should leave this place for now and come to my home for a while. Once my plan is complete, I will summon you to return. Upon hearing this, Krillin, suppressing his discomfort, replied with a pale countenance, All right, Wukong, I will leave this to you for now. With that, he covered his mouth, enduring the queasiness, and soared towards Wukong's abode. I too shall accompany Krillin, Yamcha declared as he wiped the remnants of his previous discomfort from the corner of his mouth, casting a complex glance at Wukong before resolutely following in Krillin's wake. Their pace was swift, as if they were eager to escape from this dreadful place. As Wukong gazed upon the unfolding scene before him, a wave of helplessness surged within his heart. He understood that these individuals could scarcely endure such a sight, yet it was a predicament beyond their control. He turned his gaze towards Gohan, who was shielded behind Piccolo and the already turned away Trunks, and let out a silent sigh. Tianjinhan, please take Trunks and Gohan back. I will summon you shortly. Wukong addressed Tianjinhan, who remained unresponsive. After a moment of contemplation, Tianjinhan grasped Wukong's intent. Although he yearned to remain and offer assistance, he was acutely aware of his limited capacity to effect change in such a dire situation. Thus, he nodded, Very well. We shall meet again shortly. Come along, Trunks, Gohan. Trunks managed a somewhat awkward smile. I apologize, Mr. Wukong. I too find this scene unbearable. So I shall take my leave. Indeed, go ahead, Wukong replied. With that, Trunks grasped Gohan's hand, and together they followed Tianjinhan away from the distressing tableau. With a smile, Wukong observed their departing figures, taking a deep breath as he reflected, I should not have brought these individuals along. They have endured unnecessary suffering. Subsequently, he utilized his energy to hurl the still-growing mass of flesh, which was in the process of restoring itself to human form, into the cave. Turning to the remaining Vegeta, Radits, and Piccolo, he cautioned them to remain vigilant, for this adversary might launch an attack at any moment upon full restoration. All right, the trio responded in unison, promptly assuming combat stances. After a brief wait, a boisterous laughter echoed from within the cave, accompanied by the sound of footsteps approaching. This power is truly magnificent. I must express my gratitude to you, Son Goku. As they turned to investigate the source of the voice, they beheld Cell emerging from the cave. A complete transformation evident in his appearance. He exuded a formidable aura, having entirely regained his physique, now robust and strikingly handsome. A stark contrast to his previously gaunt and unattractive form. Towering and perfectly proportioned, his smooth, lustrous pale green skin showcased pronounced muscular lines. His broad shoulders and solid chest complemented a taut abdomen. Cell's head was elegantly shaped, with a full forehead and sharp chin. His large, expressive eyes were dark and piercing, framed by pristine whites emanating a cold confidence. His long, powerful arms boasted well-defined muscles, with fingers that were both slender and dexterous, their nails sharp as talons. His legs were robust, with full thigh muscles and taut calves, the soles of his feet adorned with unique patterns. A pair of black wings, resembling those of an insect, sprouted from his back, while his tail, sharp as a steel whip, was tucked within the wings. A slight smirk graced the corners of Cell's mouth, his face radiating pride, and his eyes sparkled with self-assurance as he murmured, Son Goku, does this form please you? His voice carried a hint of provocation and pride. As Wukong gazed at Cheru, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, but he swiftly regained his composure. With a satisfied nod, he remarked with a smile, quite impressive. I must say, I did not anticipate that you would bypass your second form and ascend directly to your complete state. I had thought I would need to strike you again, but it seems you've saved me a bit of time. Wukong's tone was casual, as though he was unfazed by Cheru's transformation. Chapter 62, Piccolo vs. Cheru. Upon hearing Wukong's words, Cheru's expression shifted slightly, and a surge of anger and disappointment welled up within him. He had anticipated that Wukong would be struck with fear or astonishment at his new form, yet Wukong's reaction was unexpectedly calm and composed. Gritting his teeth, Cheru retorted, Son Goku, do not get too complacent. I am now in my complete form, and that is more than sufficient to deal with you. With that, he emanated a formidable aura, causing the surrounding air to churn, creating a fierce gust that whipped around them. Wukong sensed the aura of Cheru, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Now this resembles something worthwhile, yet I believe there exists room for further evolution. How about you try self-detonation once? Hmm? How do you know I possess the ability to self-destruct? Shara questioned, astonishment flickering in his eyes, while simultaneously becoming increasingly vigilant. Without a hint of concern, Wukong continued to inquire, that is of no importance to you. Simply state whether it will explode or not. He chuckled. Son Wukong, you dare to underestimate me so? It seems I must demonstrate my newfound power. With that, Shala surged towards Wukong with astonishing speed. Wukong swiftly sidestepped and exclaimed, Hey, why do you get so agitated when I say a few words? Son Goku, I shall not let you go unpunished. With a missed punch, Cell promptly turned and launched another strike towards Wukong. At that moment, Radits, transformed into a Super Saiyan, hastened to block the attack. Cell, I have warned you that I intend to teach you a lesson. If you wish to confront Kakarot, you must first contend with me. Get out of my way. With a furious roar, Cell's aura surged dramatically, his white energy flames blazing intensely, prompting Radits to retreat and widen the distance. To Radits' astonishment, Cell's perfect form possessed such formidable power. Very well, Radits, step aside and allow me, Piccolo, to face him first. Piccolo interjected eagerly from the sidelines. Whatever. Cell's current strength fails to pique my interest. Your energies are evenly matched, so I shall grant you this splendid opportunity for training. With that, Radits instantaneously teleported beside Piccolo. Thanks, Piccolo said, patting Radits on the shoulder. Though your energies are similar, be cautious. Cell may still harbor hidden strength, so proceed with prudence. Understood. I shall remain vigilant, Piccolo replied. You Piccolo, I finally have the chance to engage you in a proper battle. Last time, you pretended to be weak and tricked me into conversation. After your little ruse, you nearly ended my life. The humiliation you inflicted upon me shall be repaid in full. Anger ignited in Cell's eyes as he prepared to face Piccolo. Enough with the idle chatter, let us commence the battle, Piccolo declared confidently. Very well, as you wish. No sooner had he spoken than Cell vanished from sight, reappearing behind Piccolo in an instant, delivering a fierce kick. Piccolo reacted swiftly, turning to block the strike. With a serious expression, he admonished, Cell, spare me these petty tricks. Show me your true abilities. He then immediately created distance, soaring into the sky. Cell relentlessly pursued him, and the two engaged in an intense aerial clash, their muscles colliding before they separated once more. Piccolo blinked and appeared before Cell, fists clenched tightly, unleashing a powerful blow that generated a gust of wind. Unfazed, Cell raised his hand and effortlessly parried Piccolo's attack. A surge of surprise coursed through Piccolo's mind. Yet he did not falter. He quickly adjusted his stance and launched another assault. The two exchanged blows, neither gaining the upper hand. They tumbled from the sky to the ground and back into the air, initiating a new round of pursuit and energy blasts. Piccolo hastily employed the prince's technique, launching a flurry of energy blasts at Cell. Cell nimbly evaded, most of the blasts whizzing past him. Ha 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 ha. Piccolo, where are you aiming? None of your attacks have landed on me. Cell mocked. With a faint smile, Piccolo exclaimed, Oh, is that so? Then watch closely. He then brought his 5 fingers together and shouted, Gather. Suddenly, Cell realized something and quickly glanced behind him, only to see an overwhelming barrage of energy blasts hurtling towards him, leaving no time for evasive maneuvers. Damn it. I was careless. In the next instant, all the energy blasts struck Cell midair, engulfing him in a massive cloud of dust. Piccolo understood that such an assault would not be sufficient to defeat his opponent. He swiftly placed his fingers on his forehead to gather energy and shouted, Special Beam Cannon. A wave of energy, infused with Piccolo's full might, surged towards the heart of the smoke, striking true to its target. Before long, the dust began to clear, leaving Piccolo in a state of shock. No, it can't be. This is a Super Saiyan? There stood Cell, completely enveloped in a golden aura, his power significantly amplified, unharmed and floating in the air. A hint of admiration graced his features as he smirked and proclaimed, Hehehe, quite impressive, Piccolo. You've managed to force me to use this form. You possess some strength after all. But did you truly think, given that I have Saiyan cells within me, I can undoubtedly transform into a Super Saiyan as well? This is where your journey ends. A wave of astonishment washed over Piccolo. He had believed he could overcome Cell, but at that moment, the chasm between their strengths appeared insurmountable. Cell slowly continued, Ha ha, did you not expect this, Piccolo? I have surpassed you, evolving into a far more formidable being. Now, what means do you have left to thwart me? With a taunting demeanor, he awaited Piccolo's assault, exuding confidence in his newfound power. Gritting his teeth, Piccolo's eyes shimmered with resolve as he defiantly replied, Curse you, Cell. Even if you become a Super Saiyan, so what? I will not surrender easily. With that, he charged at Cell once more. Yet, Cell effortlessly evaded Piccolo's attack and countered. Piccolo, your strength is still woefully inadequate. As the words left his mouth, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from him, sending Piccolo hurtling away. Piccolo crashed heavily to the ground, coughing up blood, acutely aware that his body had reached its limits. Nevertheless, he refused to concede, struggling to rise again, determined to launch another assault on Cell. Just then, Goku stepped forward, intercepting Piccolo and tossing him a Senzu bean, his expression grave. Piccolo, you've done your best. Leave the rest to us. Rest assured, we are confident in our ability to defeat that fiend. Chapter 63, Radits vs. Cell. Piccolo accepted the Senzu bean, consuming it swiftly, which rejuvenated his strength and healed his wounds. He cast a lingering glance into Goku's eyes, revealing a trace of reluctance and resignation. Although he felt a sense of injustice, he recognized that he was no longer a match for Cell and could only place his hopes in Goku and the others to conquer their formidable foe. It seemed that Piccolo had more to express, yet ultimately he merely sighed softly. Very well, I shall leave the rest to you. With that, he descended gently, standing steadily beside Vegeta. Vegeta's lips curled into a slight smirk, a mocking scoff escaping him. Humph, Piccolo, it appears you have reached your limit. His tone dripped with derision and disdain. Unfazed by Vegeta's taunt, Piccolo kept his unwavering gaze fixed on Goku and Cell hovering in the air. At that moment, Cell, aware of Piccolo's scrutiny, turned to face him, a hint of contemptuous amusement playing across his features. Gazing at Goku before him, Cell smiled faintly, his eyes glinting with mischievous intent. Son Goku, are you finally ready to make your move? Wukong waved his hand nonchalantly, responding with a smile. Oh dear, why are you in such a hurry again? I understand your eagerness, but please, do not rush. Your opponent awaits below. It is your turn now, my brother. As he spoke, Wukong's gaze shifted toward Radits on the ground. Splendid. Finally, it's my turn. Upon hearing Wukong call his name, Radits leaped into the air, standing alongside Wukong. Kakarot, you need not worry. I can handle this Cell by myself. Confidence and pride radiated from Radits' face, as if he could already glimpse the dawn of victory. Having watched the scene unfold, Vegeta could no longer contain himself. He soared to Wukong's side, shouting indignantly, Hey, Kakarot, why does Radits get to go first? I arrived before him, and I should be the one to battle Cell. His eyes burned with fury, clearly dissatisfied with Wukong's arrangement. Kakarot, I recognize your formidable strength and your desire to showcase your power. However, as the Prince of Science, shouldn't you make a grand entrance? Wukong gently patted Vegeta's shoulder, his tone playful yet imbued with respect and trust. Once Cell's power escalates, it would be wiser for you to join the fray, wouldn't it? Though Vegeta felt a twinge of annoyance at Wukong's words, he ultimately nodded, reluctantly acquiescing to Wukong's decision. Impatiently swatting Wukong's hand away, he huffed, Very well then. He then turned to Radits, his gaze sharpening with menace. Radits, heed my words. Should Cell be inadvertently dispatched by you, I shall make you pay dearly. With that, Vegeta gradually descended toward the ground. Meanwhile, Cell, having overheard Vegeta's remarks, was engulfed by a surge of wrath. He felt gravely belittled and insulted. In a fit of fury, Cell charged at the descending Vegeta, fist raised, exclaiming, How dare you underestimate me? I shall not forgive this. Yet, Vegeta paid him no mind. Just as Cell's fist was about to connect, Raditz abruptly appeared before him, effortlessly blocking the impending blow. With an expression of indifference, Raditz addressed Cell. Cell, you should have heard by now. Your opponent is none other than me, Raditz. With gritted teeth, Cell glared at Raditz, fury flashing in his eyes. He bellowed, You insolent fool, how dare you interfere? Very well, I shall eliminate you first. Raditz let out a mocking laugh and retorted, Humph. Let us see if you can back up those words. Upon concluding their dialogue, the two ascended into the heavens, engaging in a fierce confrontation. They moved at astonishing speeds, colliding intermittently, seamlessly alternating between offense and defense in a relentless chase. Their methods of attack were unrestrained. At times they employed a combination of fist and feet, countering and retaliating in a back-and-forth manner. Yet, despite Cell's fervent efforts, his strength paled in comparison to that of Raditz, leaving him at a perpetual disadvantage. Following yet another intense exchange, Cell could no longer endure the oppressive onslaught and abruptly withdrew, creating distance between himself and Raditz. He coughed up blood, wiped the crimson from his lips, and fixed his gaze on Raditz, who stood before him with golden hair and azure eyes, exuding a calm and restrained demeanor. looking down upon him with palpable disdain. In a fit of rage, Cell exclaimed, "How infuriating. Radits, I never anticipated that your power would surpass mine. I am the perfect being. How could this be?" His voice resonated with a mixture of defiance and fury. As he shouted, his muscles began to swell rapidly, transforming his already formidable physique into an even more colossal form. Simultaneously, his aura surged dramatically, a powerful force erupting from within him, causing the very air around him to quiver. The golden flames enveloping him flickered violently, akin to a raging inferno. This overwhelming presence conjured a tempest, sweeping everything in its vicinity into chaos. Once stabilizing his form, Cell charged once more at Radits, his silhouette resembling a meteor streaking across the sky, imbued with unparalleled might. With each step he took, the ground reverberated with a resounding thud, as if the earth itself were on the verge of shattering beneath him. Now this is intriguing. "Come forth, Cell." Raditz observed the transformed Cell rushing towards him, a hint of exhilaration gracing his lips. In an instant, Raditz surged forward to meet Cell's charge, moving with blinding speed akin to lightning cleaving through the air. The two collided like twin meteors, unleashing a tremendous wave of energy. The shockwave from their clash engulfed the surroundings, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust, obscuring the sun. Within the haze, the figures of Cell and Raditz flickered in and out of visibility. They exchanged blows, each impact sending tremors through the ground. Cell's strength continued to escalate, his skin shimmering with a green luminescence, his eyes ablaze with a frenzied battle spirit. Raditz, agile and deft, evaded Cell's onslaught while launching fierce counterattacks. The two combatants engaged tirelessly, neither yielding an inch, as the battle reached a fever pitch. Ultimately, Cell unleashed a powerful strike, but Raditz deftly sidestepped, delivering a swift kick to Cell's abdomen. Cell was propelled backward, crashing through several mountain peaks, struggling to rise, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. He bellowed in fury. "Why? Why is this happening? Why can't I defeat you?" Chapter 64. Vegeta versus perfect form Cell. At this moment, Goku, who was watching from the sidelines, spoke in a calm tone. "Since you have sincerely inquired, I shall graciously enlighten you. Raditz's current form is not merely an ordinary Super Saiyan. I refer to this state as the Super Saiyan full power." Ignoring Cell's puzzled expression, Goku continued. "Perhaps you have not noticed, but your enormous muscular form prioritizes strength while neglecting speed. Moreover, much of your energy is exceedingly unstable, rapidly dissipating during combat. In this condition, you stand no chance against my brother's Super Saiyan full power. In contrast, Super Saiyan full power not only endows the user with formidable strength but also maintains an equilibrium of speed, representing a true and comprehensive enhancement." With heartfelt conviction, Goku imparted his wisdom. Upon hearing this, Cell, deep in thought, responded, "I never realized that my excessive pursuit of power led me to overlook such a significant flaw. It seems I must make some adjustments." Before he could finish his sentence, Cell tightly shut his eyes, and his body began to emit a radiant light, his aura climbing and then swiftly retracting. His exaggerated muscles contracted, becoming more defined. Suddenly, Cell opened his eyes wide, sensing the newfound power within him, and laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. I never imagined what you said was true. This power is indeed my perfect battle form. I must sincerely thank you, Son Goku." Wukong felt the surge of formidable power, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face as he reflected inwardly. He had not anticipated that this fellow, Cell, possessed such terrifying talent, far surpassing both Vegeta and Raditz, who had taken considerable time to master their transformations. This individual had, remarkably, learned it merely from my single utterance. My painstaking efforts in his training were not in vain. Indeed, this power is astonishingly potent. Very well, let me witness the extent of your strength. Raditz assumed his stance, bracing himself for Cell's onslaught. With a thunderous roar, Cell unleashed a powerful golden aura that surged toward Raditz. Unyielding, Raditz charged forward to meet him in combat. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, neither willing to relent. Observing from the sidelines, Wukong felt a surge of astonishment. Initially, he had believed that Cell, having just mastered the full power of Super Saiyan, would display some deficiencies in strength. Yet, to his surprise, Cell's combat prowess proved remarkably high, nearly on par with Raditz. As time progressed, the battle intensified. Cell's strength continued to escalate, gradually granting him the upper hand. His assaults grew increasingly ferocious, leaving Raditz struggling to withstand the onslaught. Ultimately, Cell seized upon a momentary lapse in Raditz's defense, delivering a powerful kick that sent him hurtling through the air. Raditz crashed heavily to the ground, unable to rise again. With palpable excitement, Wukong clapped his hands in approval, exclaiming, "Wonderful! Truly remarkable, Sheru. Your progress is astonishing." Sheru, with a proud smile, replied, "Ah, I owe much of this to your guidance, Son Wukong. Now, how do you intend to face me?" With a mischievous grin, he continued. "Your next opponent has been eagerly awaiting this moment. Wouldn't you agree, Vegeta?" Upon hearing this, Wukong turned to see Vegeta, already transformed into a Super Saiyan at full power. Poised and ready, Vegeta erupted in laughter, declaring, "At last, it is my turn, Sheru. Are you prepared to meet your demise?" With those words, he positioned himself directly opposite Sheru. Wukong tossed a celestial beam to Radits, who consumed it and instantly recovered from his injuries. With dissatisfaction, he remarked, "Kakarot, you are aware that I am still capable of fighting. Why did you not allow me to continue?" Goku gently patted Radits' shoulder and spoke earnestly, "Brother, after all, both Piccolo and you have faced Cell, while Vegeta has yet to engage in battle. If you were to unleash that power and eliminate Cell, it would take away the excitement. For now, why not join Piccolo and me in observing from the sidelines?" Having said that, Raditz moved in front of Piccolo, exchanged a knowing glance with him, and positioned himself beside him. Cell, overhearing Goku's words, expressed his dissatisfaction. Hey, Kakarot, did I hear you correctly? I defeated Raditz. And you just suggested he could kill me? What nonsense are you spouting?" Wukong, reluctant to waste time with Shalu, sighed and said, It's nothing, really. I merely spoke casually. You should commence your battle with Vegeta. He is indeed stronger than Raditz, so do exercise caution." Vegeta, with a dismissive flick of his finger, impatiently retorted, "Humph, Shalu, cease your meaningless chatter with Kakarot and step forth." Vegeta, you appear quite confident. In that case, let me see what you are truly capable of." With that, Shalu prepared to strike, when suddenly, Wukong tossed a Senzu beam towards him, exclaiming, "Shalu, catch." Instinctively, Shalu grasped the object and upon inspection, recognized it as the very beam Wukong had previously given to Piccolo and Raditz. Without hesitation, he consumed it. In the next instant, his injuries were entirely healed, and his strength significantly augmented. Sensing these changes, Shalu inquired with curiosity, "Son Wukong, what is this beam? How does it possess such extraordinary power?" "This is a Senzu beam, a miraculous healing remedy cultivated by the gods. Its effects, as you have experienced, are quite remarkable, though it is rather rare," Wukong replied nonchalantly. "Why would you give this to me? Are you not concerned that I might defeat you and annihilate all of humanity?" Wukong remarked, "I offer this to you, considering the amusement you have provided to Piccolo and Raditz. Vegeta would not desire to engage in battle with someone who has exhausted themselves. Furthermore, I harbor no fear of your exterminating humanity, for you shall never conquer us. Damn you, Son Wukong, you shall regret those words." Cell retorted furiously upon hearing Wukong's declaration. Vegeta, exuding arrogance, interjected, "Hey, I do not possess the luxury of time to waste with you. Either fight or get over here quickly." Just as I expected from you, Vegeta, your bravado is commendable, but let us see if you possess the capability. Prepare to meet your demise." With that, Cell charged toward Vegeta. Noticing this, Vegeta's lips curled into a slight smirk. He crossed his arms, his gaze radiating immense confidence. "Come on, Cell. Allow me to ascertain if you are worthy of being my adversary." Cell swiftly maneuvered, unleashing a furious shout as he advanced toward Vegeta, who met him head-on. Cell unleashed a flurry of punches, and Vegeta retaliated with equal ferocity. Their fists collided, producing a dull thud, while energy waves intertwined in the air, enveloping the battlefield in a brilliant luminescence. Subsequently, Cell unleashed several energy waves, but Vegeta adeptly sidestepped them and immediately countered, delivering a kick to Cell's abdomen. Cell leaped back, gathering energy to launch a powerful energy wave. Vegeta crossed his arms in defense. The energy wave exploded before him, yet he emerged unscathed. "Humph, a mere parlor trick." Vegeta bellowed as his golden aura intensified, elevating his power. Chapter 65, The True Power of Vegeta. In an instant, Vegeta concentrated energy in his hands and, with blinding speed, unleashed a relentless barrage of energy blasts towards Cell. These blasts fell like torrential rain, imbued with formidable destructive force, aimed directly at Cell. Cell nimbly leaped into the air, effortlessly evading the onslaught. Then, he dove down with astonishing velocity, attempting to strike Vegeta with a punch. Vegeta's lips curled slightly as he had anticipated Cell's move. Just as Cell approached, Vegeta instantaneously shifted to the side, evading the attack. He then initiated his final flash, A brilliant light akin to a bolt of lightning surged towards Cell. Half of Cell's body was vaporized. Yet, in the next moment, the disintegrated limbs resurrected, continuing their relentless charge toward Vegeta. Humph, you indeed possess some skill. Vegeta let out a chilling laugh as he once again gathered energy, preparing to launch a new wave of attack. Cell, not to be outdone, had eyes shimmering with an eerie light, his aura growing increasingly formidable. The two combatants engaged in a fierce exchange, neither willing to concede, resulting in a stalemate. Their battle was nothing short of furious. Each collision unleashed tremendous waves of energy, as if the very air around them was being torn asunder. The figures of Vegeta and Cell intertwined in the sky, their fists and feet creating a spectacular display of motion. Their strengths were evenly matched, and neither could easily overpower the other. Amidst the heated confrontation, Vegeta gradually began to master certain techniques, deftly employing instant transmission and counterattacks to trouble Cell considerably. Meanwhile, Cell maintained relentless pressure on Vegeta, thanks to his formidable healing abilities and versatile attack strategies. As time progressed, Cell's strength intensified, while Vegeta found himself gradually at a disadvantage. Beginning to feel the weight of fatigue, his movement slowing. Seizing the opportunity, Cell unleashed a more ferocious assault, dominating Vegeta and rendering him defenseless. Under Cell's tempestuous onslaught, Vegeta's injuries became increasingly severe. However, Cell offered no respite, launching yet another powerful strike that sent Vegeta crashing to the ground. Struggling to rise, Vegeta coughed up a trickle of blood, his gaze filled with defiance and fury. His form retreated rapidly, his expression dark as if it could drip with despair. His eyes ablaze with an inferno of rage as he shouted furiously at Goku. Kakarot, I can endure no longer. Cell has grown far too powerful. It is time for me to unleash that kind of strength. Wukong gazed intently at the formidable Cell before him, pausing for a moment in contemplation, then slowly nodded. Indeed, it is nearly time. If you believe you can harness that power, then feel free to wield it. But remember, do not slay Cell, for there are others who must engage with him to hone their skills. Vegeta scoffed, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes, coldly remarking, Humph, what a nuisance. Rest assured, I shall spare his life. With that, Vegeta fixed his unwavering gaze upon Cell, exuding confidence and determination. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Cell revealed a sinister grin, emitting a chilling, eerie laughter. Hehehe, Vegeta, have you been so thoroughly beaten that you've lost your senses? Do you truly believe you can eliminate me? His tone dripped with endless mockery and contempt, as if he possessed absolute faith in his own power. Vegeta vehemently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes sharpening with fury, teeth clenched tightly as he glared at Cell, seething with rage. Cell, you have completely enraged me. Prepare to witness my true strength power that transcends the full might of a Super Saiyan. His voice brimmed with unyielding resolve and fury, as if he were prepared to rend his adversary to shreds. With Vegeta's bellowing roar, his body began to tremble violently, a rapidly expanding aura enveloping him. The energy surrounding him transformed from a fiery blaze into a jet-like force, his hair standing more erect and lightning crackling around him. In that moment, Vegeta's aura surged explosively, the overwhelming energy fluctuations causing the very air around him to quiver. The white clouds in the sky were blown away, as if the entire world were shaken by Vegeta's power. Vegeta, brimming with arrogance, pointed at himself with a thumb, his voice resonating with confidence and pride. Cell, do you see this? This is the pinnacle of my power. I have now transcended the limits of a Super Saiyan, becoming a Super Saiyan second grade, Super Vegeta. At that moment, Cell was engulfed in shock and confusion. He could not comprehend how Vegeta had suddenly transformed into such a formidable form, his aura seemingly doubled. Internally, Cell screamed, Why? Why is this happening? How can Vegeta transform like this? Why has his power doubled? Why? However, when Vegeta noticed that Cell remained stationary, unmoving, he impatiently shouted, Cell, awaken to the might of this prince. Sharu finally emerged from his stupor, acutely aware of the overwhelming and suffocating aura radiating from Vegeta. His complexion paled instantly, betraying a hint of uncontainable panic. Yet, he swiftly forced himself to regain composure, restoring his calm demeanor, with determination gleaming in his eyes. Sharu glared fiercely at Vegeta, unleashing a guttural roar. Do not presume that you can easily vanquish me, Vegeta. With that, Sharu, unwilling to be outdone, unleashed his full power and launched a ferocious assault on Vegeta. Vegeta smirked, a confident and cold smile gracing his lips. As he felt an unending surge of formidable energy within, his body brimmed with boundless vitality and explosive potential. He effortlessly dodged Sharu's strikes, as if the latter's movements had slowed to a crawl in his perception. Following this, he unleashed a barrage of energy waves, each strike imbued with apocalyptic might, rendering Sharu utterly defenseless. Subsequently, Vegeta closed the distance with astonishing speed and strength, mercilessly overpowering Sharu in a relentless onslaught. Sharu found himself retreating under the relentless pressure, unable to mount any form of defense or retaliation. Is this the power of a Super Saiyan at its second level? Piccolo mused silently from the sidelines, struck by Vegeta's overwhelming prowess. Just then, Sharu seized an opening and launched a kick towards Vegeta. However, Vegeta effortlessly caught the strike with a single hand and, with a fluid motion, hurled Sharu away. Sharu arced through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Chapter 66, Sharu's self-destruction struggling to rise from the ground. Sharu trembled slightly, a trickle of crimson blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. He was acutely aware that, after the fierce battle, he was no longer a match for the current Vegeta. Yet, how could he simply resign himself to defeat? The burning desire for victory ignited within him, preventing any thoughts of capitulation. Gritting his teeth, his eyes sparkled with indomitable resolve as he fixed his gaze on Vegeta, poised to launch a new offensive. However, Vegeta offered him no such opportunity. In an instant, he activated his instant transmission technique, appearing before Sharu without allowing him a moment's respite. Sharu's heart raced, and before he could react, he beheld Vegeta's hands channeling a massive energy wave. "Prepare to meet your demise, Sharu," Vegeta bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder across the battlefield. He emanated an aura so formidable that the very air seemed to tremble in response to his presence. He then concentrated all his energy, preparing to deliver the final, devastating blow that would obliterate Sharu. At that critical moment, Goku suddenly shouted, "Wait, Vegeta. Do not kill him." His voice carried a hint of urgency, as if something of great importance compelled Vegeta to halt his actions. Upon hearing those words, Vegeta forcefully retracted the energy wave he was about to unleash. His face was etched with resentment and fury as he cast a glare at Cell, seemingly wishing to vanquish him with mere intent. Nevertheless, he ultimately heeded Goku's counsel and turned to soar into the sky. As Wukong observed Vegeta's departing figure, he let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it seemed that Vegeta had adeptly mastered the Super Saiyan 2 form. Otherwise, I would have had to step in to resolve the aftermath. At that moment, Cell suddenly bellowed at Wukong, "Son Goku, what are you doing? This is my battle. Your arbitrary interruption is an affront to my status as the perfect being of this universe." In a flurry of gestures, Wukong hastily explained, "Oh no, you've misunderstood. There are others waiting behind, and if that last blow had struck you, it could have very well been fatal. That would have posed quite the dilemma for me. Hence I had no choice but to urge Vegeta to cease fighting. Please do not take offense." With that, Wukong scratched his head, revealing a hint of an awkward smile. Hearing this, Shalu erupted in a fit of rage, bellowing, "You fool! How dare you look down upon me? I am the epitome of perfection in the universe. There is no way I could possibly lose. If I cannot defeat Vegeta, then I shall take everyone down with me." As his words hung in the air, Shalu's aura surged, and his form began to swell like an inflated balloon, growing larger and rounder. "This is bad. Shalu intends to self-destruct." Piccolo quickly discerned Shalu's intent, his face paling in fear. He urgently warned the others, "Everyone, run." Simultaneously, Wukong pondered in his heart, "Damn it, Shalu has been forced into a corner so swiftly. It is utterly infuriating." Regrettably, Trunks and Gohan did not have the time to step in and practice. The plan must be expedited. I could transport Shalu to any uninhabited planet within the solar system and return unscathed. However, that place should facilitate my rapid cultivation and elevation in power. And without my protection, those individuals should grow swiftly. Thus, I shall venture there. Experiencing death may not be a bad thing. Perhaps it will yield unforeseen rewards. As Piccolo's words faded, Wukong executed an instantaneous move with remarkable swiftness, appearing beside Shalu in the blink of an eye. He extended a hand firmly upon Shalu's massive form, prompting a sinister smile to surface on Shalu's face as he forced out a laugh. "Ha ha ha ha. Son Wukong, you cannot stop me. You will all perish." Wukong disregarded the triumphant expression on Sharu's face and directed his gaze towards the distant peaks, where a group of onlookers had gathered. These individuals, who had previously departed, were summoned back to witness the unfolding events by Wukong's telepathic abilities. Among them were Gohan and others. Subsequently, Wukong cast a sidelong glance at the three observers beside him, and with a gentle smile, he addressed them, saying, "Gohan, brother, and everyone, farewell. Though his voice was not loud enough to reach Gohan and the others afar, curiously, each person distinctly heard Wukong's words echoing in their minds. Just as his final words faded, he and Shara vanished from their location. Old Son, Kakarot. They called out in unison, with Gohan urgently employing his instant transmission technique to arrive at the spot where Wukong had disappeared. Mr. Wukong. Wukong. The crowd fervently shouted his name, yet he had already vanished without a trace, leaving them in uncertainty about his whereabouts. They gathered around the place where Son Wukong had last been, closing their eyes tightly to concentrate and attempt to sense the residual energy of his presence. However, after much effort, they helplessly shook their heads, indicating their lack of success. Gohan lowered his head, tears streaming from his eyes as he softly murmured, "Father, where have you gone? Why did you leave us?" In that moment, he found it difficult to accept this harsh reality, his heart overwhelmed with anguish and despair. Piccolo approached Gohan, gently placing a hand on his shoulder, offering solace. "Gohan, do not fret. Although I have never witnessed Goku unleash his true power, I sense that it far surpasses that of any of us. Even in the face of Cell's self-destruction, he would not succumb so easily. He will undoubtedly return." Krillin stepped forward in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, Gohan. I too firmly believe that Goku will not perish so effortlessly. Let us wait here for a while, perhaps soon. Goku will appear before us unexpectedly." Tien and Yamcha exchanged glances, then nodded in unison, agreeing with Krillin's sentiment. Tien remarked, "We also believe Krillin speaks wisely. Goku has always been a resilient and insurmountable force. He will surely overcome this crisis." Gohan gazed appreciatively at everyone, his eyes still brimming with tears. Yet he managed to force a faint smile. He spoke softly, "Thank you all. Let us wait here a little longer, hoping that my father will return safely." Vegeta crossed his arms and snorted, "Humph, that Kakarot, always seeking the spotlight. It was my battle. I should have been the one to handle Cell's self-destruction." He looked displeased as he stared into the distance at the battlefield, evidently irritated by Goku's actions. Chapter 67, Super Trunks' Father, It is not your fault. None of us anticipated that Cell would truly self-destruct, and so suddenly. Now, all we can hope for is that Mr. Goku remains unharmed. Trunks understood his father's nature. He knew that despite his words, Vegeta was internally blaming himself for not managing the fight better. Thus, he stepped forward to offer comfort. "Humph, Vegeta. How dare you criticize Kakarot? We were all caught off guard. If it weren't for Kakarot's speed, we would have perished alongside the Earth," lamented a distraught Radits, anger flaring in her voice. However, at that moment, a crimson beam suddenly pierced through Vegeta's body, leaving everyone in shock. Trunks reacted swiftly, rushing to steady his faltering father. They all turned towards the source of the beam, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. To their disbelief, Cell stood unscathed, maintaining the pose of pointing a finger at Vegeta, a sinister smile curling at his lips. "Ha ha ha. Damn you, Vegeta. I told you I would not be defeated. Now, you may rest." Cell laughed triumphantly, his voice echoing with cruelty and indifference, as he beheld his father, who was barely clinging to life. Trunks reminisced about the 2 years he spent with Vegeta in the hyperbolic time chamber, his heart racing wildly. He shouted angrily at Cell, "You bastard. Why would you do this? You will pay for this." Trunks' eyes blazed red, veins bulging on his forehead, fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug into his palms. Blood dripping from his fingertips. He radiated a formidable aura, his hair whipped about by the winds of his energy, as if ready to tear apart everything around him. His voice thundered through the air, filled with boundless rage and murderous intent. He yearned to rush forward and shred Cell into pieces, his gaze fixed on him, eyes ablaze with the flames of vengeance. Cell sneered dismissively at Trunks, mocking, "Humph. Boy, what do you think you can do to me? You are truly overestimating yourself." Trunks' fury reached its zenith. He sprang to his feet, summoning every ounce of strength he had to shout, "Cell, I will never let you escape." The sound reverberated deafeningly through the air. As Trunks unleashed his roar, his body began to transform. A golden radiance enveloped him, his muscles swelled, and his hair turned a brilliant gold, marking his ascension to a Super Saiyan. Following this, his aura erupted once more, propelling him into the first stage of Super Saiyan's second form. Yet, Trunks did not cease. He swiftly transitioned into the third form of Super Saiyan, then into full power. At that moment, his body began to tremble violently, a more formidable aura surging forth from within him. His muscles expanded further, veins bulged, and a rapidly inflating energy sphere manifested around him. The flames of his aura intensified, resembling a jet stream. His hair stood even more erect, and electricity crackled around him. "Cell, prepare to meet your demise." Trunks bellowed, fists raised as he surged toward Cell. His speed was akin to lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before Cell. Before Cell could even react, Trunks' fist collided with his face, sending him hurtling backward. Then, Trunks' form abruptly vanished, as if teleporting, and reappeared behind Cell. His velocity was so swift it was nearly incomprehensible. Before Cell could regain his footing, Trunks delivered another ferocious blow to Cell's back, propelling him once more into the air. Subsequently, Trunks materialized in front of Cell, executing a savage uppercut that sent Cell soaring. As Cell tumbled through the air, attempting to regain his balance, Trunks denied him the opportunity, swiftly reappearing behind him to deliver a spinning kick that sent Cell crashing back to the ground. Cell plummeted heavily, raising a cloud of dust in his wake. However, Trunks did not relent. He ascended into the sky and unleashed a relentless barrage of rapid energy blasts towards Cell. These blasts fell like a torrential downpour, each one a testament to their incredible power. The projectiles struck Cell repeatedly, creating massive craters in the earth, dust swirling chaotically. Cell's form was entirely obscured by the haze, rendering his condition indiscernible. Yet Trunks pressed on, his fury and determination fueling an unending wellspring of strength. Just as Trunks prepared to enter the smoke, a stern voice he recognized all too well echoed from behind him. "Humph, Trunks, your aura is far too unstable. You cannot unleash your full potential like this." The voice sent a shiver through Trunks, and he spun around, eyes wide with surprise and disbelief. Tears welled up unbidden, but he quickly wiped them away, striving to regain his composure. "Father," Trunks exclaimed, his voice brimming with emotion. He dashed toward Vegeta like a gust of wind, enveloping him in a tight embrace. "Father, you're alive. This is wonderful." Vegeta, taken aback by Trunks' sudden embrace, furrowed his brow and replied, "What is it? Do you still expect my father to perish? Moreover, do not stand so close to me." Trunks, realizing his breach of decorum, hastily released his grip and awkwardly scratched his head, casting a glance at Vegeta, his face alight with an exuberant smile. "Of course not, father. I was simply overwhelmed with joy and lost control of my emotions," Trunks explained, his eyes shimmering with excitement. "I am truly ecstatic to see you alive." Vegeta furrowed his brow slightly, seeming somewhat unaccustomed to Trunks' fervor. Nevertheless, he let out a gentle sigh, his tone softening. "Very well, cease your sentimental ramblings. Given your recent fervent efforts, I shall overlook your outburst." Trunks nodded, wiping away the tears at the corners of his eyes, regaining his composure with a deep breath. Vegeta then turned to Krillin. "Thank you, little bald one. Your sins of being saved my life. That curse Cell nearly succeeded." Krillin, bashfully grinning, replied, "Oh, it was nothing. Just helping a friend." Upon hearing the term friend, Vegeta initially intended to retort but was interrupted by a voice. "Ha ha ha ha. This is the power of Super Saiyan 2. I have fully grasped it. Thanks to you, Trunks." Chapter 68. Lightning Cell. Everyone gasped in astonishment, their gazes shifting to the area recently engulfed in an explosion. As the smoke gradually dissipated, they discovered that the ground within a radius of several kilometers had sustained severe devastation, leaving behind an enormous, gaping chasm. Yet, astonishingly, the half-meter radius surrounding Cell remained entirely unscathed. To everyone's further astonishment, as they fixated on Cell, his energy abruptly surged. A dazzling golden aura erupted around him, crackling with lightning, enveloping his form. In that moment, Cell emanated an indescribable sense of oppressive power, as though he had firmly seized control of the very fabric of space. His eyes radiated boundless confidence and arrogance, suggesting he had become the sovereign of this universe. Trunks, his expression laden with disbelief, stammered, "This is Super Saiyan 2. How could Cell possess such power? The energy he displays is even more formidable than mine. This is utterly impossible." Upon hearing Trunks' words, Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha finally regained their composure, turning their gazes towards Cell. They began to keenly perceive the formidable and terrifying aura emanating from Cell, as though the very fabric of space were being suppressed by its might. To their astonishment, they realized that this aura had indeed surpassed that of Trunks from before, leaving them utterly stunned, for they had never imagined that Cell could attain such overwhelming power. The sheer intensity of Cell's presence startled Krillin and the others. "What? How could Cell possess such strength?" Krillin stared at Cell in disbelief, his heart flooded with confusion and dread. He couldn't fathom how Cell had suddenly acquired such formidable power, exceeding all of his expectations. Damn it, how could this fiend have grown so powerful? Tien gritted his teeth, his eyes wide with fury as they bore into Cell, glimmering with rage. Faced with such a formidable adversary, Tien couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. No, it must be that after cellular regeneration, he has harnessed the traits of Scion cells, resulting in an immense enhancement of his strength, Piccolo solemnly deduced. He furrowed his brow, contemplating how to confront the imminent crisis. This is infuriating. Yamcha clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with indignation. He yearned to charge at Cell and engage in a fierce battle. Yet reason cautioned him that such an impulsive act would lead only to his demise. In that moment, Yamcha's heart was filled with helplessness and resentment. Damn it! You shall die! Trunks roared, transforming into a Super Saiyan second grade and charging at Cell. Cell coolly remarked, overestimating yourself. In the next moment, their figures clashed repeatedly in the air, yet Trunks found himself at a disadvantage, continually being suppressed. Realizing that he alone could not contend with Cell, Trunks quickly retreated, halting the fight. Cell, what in the world is happening? Didn't he self-destruct? How is it that you appear here, unscathed and even stronger? Where's Goku? Piccolo glared at Cell, his voice raised in accusation. Indeed, speak quickly. What have you done to my father? Gohan demanded, his gaze fixed intently on Cell. In the face of their inquiries, Cell remained unfazed, smiling as he replied, Oh, it seems you are quite eager to know, so I shall graciously enlighten you. As Sheru supported his chin with his hand, his eyes narrowed slightly, seemingly endeavoring to recollect the events that transpired. At that moment, I chose self-destruction, contemplating that I would take the earth and all of you with me, ensuring that even in death, I could drag you along into oblivion. However, at the critical juncture, Son Wukong unexpectedly appeared and teleported me to a small floating island. I attempted to halt the self-detonation, but it was too late, and the next instant, I exploded. At this point, Shera paused, as if pondering something. Before continuing, I had believed that this explosion would erase my existence entirely, yet to my astonishment, I did not perish. When I awoke once more, I found myself utterly alone, devoid of the floating stone, and with no trace of Son Wukong. I speculated that they might have succumbed to death. My survival, perhaps, was due to the core in my brain remaining intact, allowing my body to reassemble and be reborn. What fortuity! A smirk crept upon Shera's lips, revealing a hint of pride as he continued, Even more astonishingly, I have mastered your instantaneous movement technique. Through it, I successfully locked onto your energy and returned to this place. Just now, I also grasped what you refer to as Super Saiyan 2. So, do you find satisfaction in the new power I have manifested? What are you saying? Wukong is truly dead? Krillin could hardly believe his ears, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Damn it, how is this even possible? Piccolo furrowed his brow tightly, his eyes filled with incredulity as he stared at Sheru. Utterly baffled by how events had unfolded, his mind awash with endless confusion and uncertainty. Wukong. The faces of Tianjinhan and Yamcha turned as pale as parchment, their eyes reflecting profound sorrow. Memories of fierce battles, laughter, and heart-wrenching moments shared with Wukong flashed through their minds, evoking an indescribable sense of melancholy. Little bald head. You heard me correctly, Son Wukong is indeed dead. Shara laughed triumphantly, a satisfied grin illuminating his face as he reveled in the anguish displayed by those before him, feeling a perverse sense of gratification deep within. It can't be. It can't be. Dad is fine. Yes, you must be lying, right? That must be it. My father is not dead. You're certainly deceiving me. Tears streamed down Gohan's face, blurring his vision. His lips trembled uncontrollably as he grappled with the brutal reality of his father's death. His heart was engulfed in despair and helplessness, as if the entire world had lost its vibrance. In this moment, the atmosphere intrigued Cell immensely, prompting him to revel in the pain of others. He cackled maniacally. Ha 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 ha. That foolish Son Goku sacrificed himself for nothing. What a worthless being. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 69, The Ultimate Gohan and the Death of Cell. Hearing Cell's cruel words ignited a tempest of rage and sorrow within Gohan, who roared with all his might. You shall not speak ill of my father. Oh. In an instant, Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan, his power surging exponentially. The world around him dimmed as thunder rumbled and lightning flashed across the sky. The terrifying aura he emitted conjured a howling wind. Red lightning crackled around him, his golden hair standing defiantly on end. Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha were swept off the battlefield, while the remaining fighters struggled to contain their fury, barely managing to stay in the fray. Is this the power of Gohan? Piccolo was also blown back a distance before regaining his stance, straining against the gale with disbelief etched on his face as he spoke with great effort. At this moment, Gohan emanated a terrifying aura, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. His eyes, filled with fury and determination, seemed poised to annihilate the foe before him. Master Gohan, you must hold on. I shall assist you, exclaimed Trunks, transformed into a Super Saiyan Level 2, as he attempted to rush forward to aid Gohan. However, he was compelled to retreat 2 steps. Overwhelmed by the formidable power, his movements labored and arduous. Both Vegeta and Raditz had also ascended to Super Saiyan Level 2. Yet they too were acutely aware of the immense pressure emanating from Gohan. This power, how could Gohan possess such extraordinary potential? It even rendered me breathless, Vegeta thought. Enduring the oppressive force while striving to maintain his composure, arms crossed, in awe. Truly, he is Kakarot's son, possessing such terrifying strength, it is almost beyond belief. Under the weight of the pressure, Raditz was forced to transform into Super Saiyan Level 2 as well, retreating 4 steps in disbelief. Incredible, he uttered, astonished. Even Cell was taken aback by Gohan's overwhelming presence, hastily raising his hands to shield against the powerful gust, yet he too involuntarily stepped back, exclaiming in shock. How is this possible? Why have you become so powerful? I am the strongest, the most perfect being in the universe. I refuse to believe you can surpass me. Wu Fan has become impervious to the words of others. His mind is consumed by an unending tide of rage and hatred. His eyes, completely shrouded in fury, flicker with a chaotic intensity, as if he has lost all semblance of reason. Gohan positioned his hands at his waist, forming a sunflower shape, and began to gather an immense reservoir of energy. His voice resonated deep and filled with lethal intent, Kamehameha, as the final syllable escaped his lips. The terrifying energy amassed in his hands erupted forth towards Cell like a volcanic explosion. The potency of this energy was sufficient to obliterate anything in its path. Observing this, Cell dared not exhibit even the slightest hesitation, swiftly channeling all his might into his own Kamehameha wave. Yet, despite his utmost efforts, he remained unable to withstand Gohan's cataclysmic aura. The two energies collided midair, producing a deafening roar. However, within less than a second, Cell's energy wave was utterly consumed by Gohan's Kamehameha. As Gohan's immense energy surged forth with the might to obliterate, it surged towards Cell, seemingly intent on his complete annihilation. Cell's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily extended his hands in a futile attempt to fend off the terrifying wave of energy. Yet, the moment his palms made contact with Gohan's energy, they were vaporized instantaneously. In abject horror, Cell beheld his own form gradually disintegrating. Confronted by an unprecedented sense of life and death peril, he unleashed frantic howls. No, 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 no. I am the perfect being of the universe, the strongest in existence. I refuse to accept this. In that fleeting instant, the colossal wave of energy, resembling a monstrous beast with an insatiable maw, engulfed Cell entirely. This formidable force rapidly spread across the ground, leaving utter devastation in its wake. It did not cease, instead breaking through the Earth's atmosphere and soaring into the vast expanse of the cosmos. As the energy wave receded, the once tranquil ocean transformed into a tumultuous sea. A profound fissure appearing on the surface that cleaved the waters in two, creating a breathtaking spectacle as the waves roiled outward. Sensing the complete eradication of Cell's essence, Gohan reverted to his normal state, yet the overwhelming expenditure of energy left him feeling dizzy, his body teetering on the brink of collapse. Piccolo, quick-witted and agile, appeared behind Gohan, swiftly catching him and holding him securely in his embrace. Gazing down at Gohan, Piccolo noted his pallid complexion and faint breath. As if he might vanish at any moment, a wave of anxiety and concern surged within Piccolo, cognizant of the urgency. Without prompt action, Gohan's life could be at stake. Without hesitation, Piccolo lifted Gohan and departed from the battlefield, swiftly flying to Krillin's side. Krillin, quickly. You must still have some Senzu beans, right? Hurry, give one to Gohan. Piccolo implored, his voice laced with worry for Gohan. Startled by the scene before him, Krillin snapped back to reality from the recent explosion, his mind momentarily clouded. Upon hearing Piccolo's call, he shook his head, striving to regain clarity. Upon seeing Gohan in Piccolo's arms, understanding dawned, and a look of urgency crossed his face. Oh, I remember. Goku entrusted me with several Senzu beans. There should be a few left. Let me check. As he spoke, Krillin began rummaging through his pockets. Ah, I found one, he exclaimed in delight, clutching a Senzu bean and hurriedly handing it to Piccolo, his eyes brimming with anticipation and hope. Piccolo accepted the Senzu bean, feeling a slight easing of his tension. Looking down at Gohan, he softly urged, Gohan, hold on. We will save you shortly. With utmost care. Piccolo bit into the Senzu bean, mashing it into fragments before feeding them to Gohan. Here, Gohan, this is a Senzu bean. Consume it quickly. Big gently called out to Gohan, yearning for the magic of the Senzu beans to swiftly take effect and rescue Gohan's life. Upon hearing that it was a Senzu bean, Gohan mustered the last vestiges of his strength and laboriously swallowed it. In the next moment, an astonishing transformation began to unfold within his body. The once weary and battered form swiftly regained vitality, an inexhaustible surge of power coursing through him. In the blink of an eye, Gohan had returned to his peak condition. "That's wonderful, Gohan. You're all right," Piccolo exclaimed with fervor, then embraced Gohan tightly, his face radiating relief and joy. Gohan suddenly realized that he was being cradled in Piccolo's arms, and his cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Bashfully, he uttered, "Piccolo, I have regained my strength. Could you please set me down?" Chapter 70, In Search of the New Guardian. Oh dear, in a moment of overwhelming joy, I completely forgot about this. Piccolo, struck by the revelation, quickly and gently placed Gohan back on the ground. Gohan stood firmly in place, turned around, and bowed deeply to the two, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle Krillin and Mr. Piccolo." Krillin approached with a warm smile, placing one hand around Gohan's neck and the other emphatically patting his shoulder. Laughing joyfully as he spoke, Gohan, why so formal with us? I never expected you to have grown so remarkably powerful. You were truly impressive just now. Even I thought the apocalypse was upon us. We should be grateful to you for saving the Earth. Indeed, Krillin is right. We all owe you our thanks." "You did splendidly, Gohan," Piccolo added, affectionately ruffling Gohan's hair, his eyes gleaming with pride and admiration. Gohan's face flushed once more, and he, feeling somewhat bashful, lowered his head and softly uttered, "And no, it's nothing. I am truly grateful for your assistance." At that moment, everyone else soared into the air before Gohan, with Yamcha enthusiastically waving his hand and exclaiming, "Gohan, we have arrived." Upon seeing everyone, Gohan's face immediately blossomed with an innocent and joyful smile, as he excitedly waved to greet them. "Ha, Uncle Yamcha, Uncle Tien, Uncle Radits, Uncle Vegeta, Brother Trunks, you have finally arrived." Hearing Gohan's voice, Tien inquired with concern, "Gohan, are you all right?" With a gentle smile, Gohan replied, "Yes, I am perfectly fine now, Uncle Tien." Trunks approached Gohan, firmly grasping his hand, and scrutinized his physical condition with concern, inquiring, "Master Gohan, are you truly all right?" Gohan smiled as he patted Trunks on the shoulder, offering reassurance, "Yes. After consuming the Senzu beans, I am fully restored. Do not worry, Brother Trunks. Also, it feels rather strange for you to call me Master in this world. Simply addressing me as Gohan will suffice." Trunks nodded, his expression turning serious as he responded, "All right, Gohan Master." "No, just Gohan." The atmosphere around them seemed to freeze, growing increasingly tense and frigid. Gohan, feeling somewhat awkward, scratched his head and softly replied, "Well, let's leave it at that." At that moment, Raditz approached with a curious expression and inquired, "Gohan, you were incredible just now. How did you manage that?" This question seemed to ignite a spark, drawing everyone closer, their eyes shimmering with curiosity and anticipation. After a moment of contemplation, Gohan slowly replied, "Well, to be honest, I am not entirely sure myself. At that moment, I was engulfed in a surge of anger, and subsequently fell into a state of haze. When I regained consciousness, I found myself cradled in Uncle Piccolo's arms, and the specifics of what transpired remain a mystery to me." Upon hearing this, Vegeta let out a sudden scoff. Enough of this. The issue with Cell has been resolved. I shall take my leave." With that, he soared towards West City, vanishing from sight in an instant. Watching Vegeta's departing figure, Piccolo muttered in dissatisfaction, "That fellow still retains his foul temper." The others exchanged helpless glances, amused by Piccolo's reaction. Well, let's not dwell on that. Although Cell has been vanquished by Gohan, we should consider resurrecting all those who perished at his hands, shouldn't we? Yamcha suggested. "Indeed," echoed Krillin, who lowered his head, his voice tinged with sadness and resignation. Upon hearing Krillin's words, the group fell into a somber silence. Gohan, head bowed, wept softly. "Dad, you truly have." Tears streamed down his face, his heart heavy with sorrow. "Come now, Gohan," Tianjinhan reassured, placing a comforting hand on Gohan's shoulder. "Yamcha and Krillin have already mentioned that those who have died can be brought back with the Dragon Balls. You needn't be so distraught. This is Goku's first death after all." Trunks, filled with excitement at this notion, exclaimed, "Yes, there are still Dragon Balls in this world, which means everyone slain by Cell can be resurrected." A smile of exhilaration spread across his face, his eyes shimmering with hope. Trunks understood that as long as the power of the Dragon Balls existed, there remained a possibility to save those innocent lives. However, the joy that had just illuminated their faces quickly faded as Piccolo spoke gravely. Do not celebrate too soon. I presume you are already aware of my fusion with the Supreme Kai. As it stands, the Supreme Kai is no more, and hence, the Dragon Balls are rendered unusable. Trunks, in a state of panic, queried, "What? Then what shall we do?" The flicker of hope that had ignited in Wufan's eyes was abruptly extinguished. With a heavy heart, he lamented, "Uncle Piccolo, is there truly no way to resurrect my father?" After a moment of contemplation, Piccolo replied, "It is not entirely impossible. We could journey to the new Namek and utilize their dragon to bring Goku back. However, this method allows for the resurrection of only one individual at a time. There exists another option, which involves locating someone capable of succeeding the role of the Supreme Kai, provided that person possesses expertise in the creation of Dragon Balls." With that, Piccolo fell into deep thought. This posed quite a challenge. Who could they possibly find? Radits was also lost in contemplation nearby. Suddenly, Krillin had a moment of inspiration. Slapping his thigh in excitement as he exclaimed, "Eureka! I've found the one. That person will surely be able to accomplish it. How could I have overlooked this before?" Upon hearing Krillin's words, a glimmer of hope flickered in Gohan's eyes. He eagerly grasped Krillin's hand and inquired, "Uncle Krillin, who is the person you mentioned?" Taking a deep breath to steady his excitement, Krillin replied to Gohan, "Gohan, do you not remember? It is Dandy, the individual we encountered previously on Namek. The newly appointed elder had informed us at the gathering that Dandy is the most outstanding Dragon Clan prodigy among the younger generation of Namek. He is certain to create the Dragon Balls." Upon hearing Krillin's words, Gohan's face illuminated with surprise as he tightly grasped Krillin's arm, exclaiming with fervor, "Is it truly so? Uncle Krillin, if we can enlist Dandy's assistance, then we shall be saved." Krillin nodded, his eyes shimmering with resolute determination. "Indeed. As long as we locate Dandy and persuade him to aid us in crafting the Dragon Balls, we can resolve the present crisis." Radits, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Dandy? Are you referring to that Namekian child who wished upon the eternal dragon during the battle against Frieza?" "Precisely. It is he," Gohan replied. "If it is him, then there just might be hope." A flicker of optimism crossed Piccolo's eyes as he murmured. Then, in frustration, he lamented, "How could I have forgotten him? Regardless, let us first proceed to the Supreme Kai's temple and utilize instant transmission to bring Dandy here." "Excellent. Let us set off immediately," Gohan declared eagerly. In an instant, he, along with Krillin, Piccolo, and Trunks, vanished from sight, while Raditz took Tianjinhan and Yamcha with him. A swift whoosh marked their departure. Chapter 71. The quest for a new Namek. Shortly after Gohan and his companions disappeared, a man with an explosive hairstyle approached the crumbled ruins, extending his robust arms to clear away the massive debris. As the final boulder was moved aside, 5 figures emerged from beneath the rubble: a stunningly beautiful woman, a dashing young man, a corpulent giant, a sharply dressed gentleman, and a photographer wielding a camera. Though they appeared somewhat disheveled, they seemed to have sustained no serious harm. "Are you all right?" the man with the explosive hair inquired, his voice rugged. "We are fine," the group responded in unison, their tones laced with fatigue and resignation, their expressions devoid of vitality, as if they had just endured a nightmarish calamity. They began brushing off the dust from their garments, attempting to restore their appearance. It was then that they took notice of their surroundings, and the sight before them left them astounded. The beautiful woman, her face drained of color, rushed forward to embrace the explosive-haired man, trembling with fear as she pleaded, "Mr. Satan, this place has become so terrifying. I am utterly frightened." Her body quivered, her eyes filled with trepidation. Satan, feeling the softness of the woman in his arms, was enveloped by a wave of warmth, bursting into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha. All is well now. With me, Satan, here, there is nothing to fear." His words brimmed with confidence, as if he were the savior of this world. The handsome young man shook his head, a look of confusion etched across his face as he asked, "Master, what exactly transpired just now? What was that massive explosion? And those strange beings that could fly and launch energy blasts? I have never encountered anything like them before." He scratched his head, clearly bewildered by the entire ordeal. "Indeed, Master," another hefty disciple echoed, "and where has that demon cell gone? Were we not supposed to confront him?" His eyes were filled with confusion and bewilderment. Satan recalled those terrifying scenes, breaking into a cold sweat, beads of perspiration cascading down his forehead, which he hurriedly wiped away with his hand. Forcing a smile, he exclaimed, "Ah ha ha ha, those were merely illusions. They must have known I brought the television crew to vanquish that demon, so they sought to showcase their prowess. In reality, they possessed no true skill. Those explosions were merely prearranged traps and explosives. Such petty tricks, I saw right through them. Ahahaha. Satan attempted to mask his inner trepidation with laughter, though his voice betrayed an unnatural tone. The man in sunglasses and a suit promptly thrust the microphone towards Satan, gesturing to the photographers behind him before inquiring, Mr. Satan, I would like to ask, where have Cell and those peculiar individuals gone? We were all knocked out. What precisely transpired? A triumphant grin illuminated Satan's face as he took the microphone and addressed the camera, saying, well, I saw them concocting all sorts of traps and illusions, even employing heavy explosives, which sent you all flying. I was quite incensed. He then recounted his heroic exploits. I stepped forward to teach those blonde fellows a lesson, and they were thoroughly subdued, apologizing to me before I allowed them to leave. As for Cell, he is quite a formidable character. I engaged him in a fierce battle lasting 300 rounds before finally defeating that wicked scoundrel. I hurried back to rescue you all. It was truly exhausting. After uttering these words, a wave of fatigue suddenly washed over Satan. His legs grew weak, and his body felt heavy, leading him to collapse onto the ground, unresponsive. Mr. Satan! Master Satan! To the crowd rushed to him, anxiously calling out his name. A beautiful woman hurriedly approached to check on Satan's breathing, and upon confirming everything was normal, she sighed in relief. The onlookers speculated that Satan had likely fainted from overexertion, but his vital signs appeared stable, and he seemed to be unharmed. Thus, they resolved to carry the unconscious Satan away from the battlefield to allow him to rest properly. In the Divine Hall, Mr. Bobo continued his usual routine, diligently sweeping the floor. Suddenly, Gohan, Piccolo, and others materialized before him. Mr. Bobo halted his sweeping, a joyful smile gracing his face. When he beheld Piccolo's safe return, tears glistened in his eyes. Lord Kami, you have finally returned. Bobo is truly overjoyed. Bobo exclaimed with great excitement. However, Piccolo responded coolly, Mr. Bobo, from this day forth, please refrain from addressing me as the Lord of the Gods. That old man has been assimilated by me, becoming a part of my strength. The deity no longer exists in this world. Upon hearing Piccolo's words, Mr. Bobo did not express surprise. Instead, he smiled and said, Bobo understands, yet I still wish to regard you as the Lord of the Gods, caring for you as before. Piccolo slightly furrowed his brow and continued, there is no need for that, Mr. Bobo. Our purpose here is to seek a new deity capable of creating the Dragon Balls, in order to resurrect the eternal dragon. You would not oppose my actions, would you? Bobo's vacant gaze betrayed no emotion as he calmly replied, Bobo has no objections. Having witnessed many transitions of deities, I shall comply with the arrangements, regardless of who ascends to divinity. As long as Mr. Piccolo resides in the Goddess Temple, Bobo will voice no dissent. Upon hearing this, Krillin exclaimed with excitement, That's wonderful. Let us commence our actions swiftly. Indeed, Gohan nodded, closing his eyes and placing 2 fingers on his forehead, attempting to sense their energy. After a moment, Gohan suddenly frowned, appearing somewhat anxious and unsettled. Trunks, noticing Gohan's unease, quickly inquired, Gohan, what is the outcome? Gohan sighed deeply, lowering his head slowly, a hint of dejection in his voice. It's futile. The distance between us and Namek is far too great. With my current abilities, I cannot sense their presence. Trunks' expression also turned grave, but at that moment, Radits stepped forward, patting Gohan on the shoulder and offering a comforting remark. Do not worry, allow me to give it a try. With that, Radits moved in the opposite direction from Gohan, closing his eyes tightly to concentrate on sensing the energy of the Namekians. Chapter 72. The Elder's recognition shifting to a third direction, Radits suddenly beamed with joy, exclaiming, I've got it. In this direction, I can sense them. Gohan, quickly try to sense in this direction. Perhaps you will be able to feel it too. Splendid. We've finally found it. Let me try as well, Gohan responded excitedly, following Radits' guidance. Indeed, he immediately sensed the energy of the Namekians. Wow, I can feel it too. Uncle Krillin, come with me. Gohan shouted with enthusiasm, taking Krillin's hand as they vanished from sight. Well then, let us not remain idle. Let us search for the Dragon Balls, Radits remarked, gazing at the spot where Gohan had disappeared. Upon hearing this, Yamcha and Tien fell silent, while Piccolo sighed and, with resignation, said, Radits, you may not be aware that without the Supreme Kai, not only can we not summon Shenron, but the Dragon Balls will revert to ordinary stones. We have no means to search for them now. What? There is such a limitation? How troublesome. We shall have to wait until Dandy becomes the Supreme Kai before we can seek the Dragon Balls. Radits furrowed his brow, crossing his arms with a look of dissatisfaction, impatiently exclaiming, "If you are referring to the 7 Dragon Balls, Bubbles has already collected them." When the androids appeared, the Supreme Kai had instructed Bubbles to gather the Dragon Balls, and he is on his way to bring them to you. As soon as the words left his lips, Bubbles turned and headed towards the Supreme Kai's temple. Upon hearing this news, everyone let out a sigh of relief. That is wonderful. As soon as Dandy takes office, we will be able to utilize the Dragon Balls immediately, Yamcha said joyfully, his face beaming with delight and his eyes sparkling with hope. Indeed, this significantly reduces the time for everyone's resurrection. This truly is splendid news. Tianjinhan echoed in agreement. However, Bick remained silent, quietly observing the retreating figure of Popo. Lost in profound thought, his gaze deep and piercing as though contemplating something of great significance. New Namek, a distant and enigmatic planet, is situated at the edge of the universe. Here, there are no bustling cities or clamorous crowds, only a serene and harmonious natural landscape. Since the incident involving Frieza exposed Namek to the cosmos, this once obscure planet has become the focal point of attention for various races across the universe. To avert further threats from the outside world, the newly appointed elder announced at the last gathering the relocation of their people to a new Namek, sending off Goku and the others while awaiting the cooling period of the Dragon Purunga. Now, they have successfully arrived at this remote corner and begun the reconstruction of their homeland. At this moment, the Namekians toiled diligently in the wilderness, cultivating the land and planting trees. The elder stands by, patiently guiding the labors of the new Namekians. His eyes reflect hope and confidence for the future, as if this barren land will become the cornerstone of their prosperous development. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared beside the elder. Their arrival alerted the surrounding Namekians, and several combat-type Namekians rushed forward, exclaiming, "Quick! Protect the elder!" Holding spears aloft, they pointed at the strangers, sternly demanding, "Who are you?" Their expressions were filled with vigilance, weapons glinting ominously as they prepared to confront any potential danger. At that moment, the elder recognized the identities of the 2 individuals, his face lighting up with surprise and joy. He quickly instructed the guards, "Stand down. These 2 are our great benefactors. I must personally extend my hospitality." "Yes, elder," the guards replied. The newly emerged combat-type Namekians immediately sheathed their weapons and respectfully retreated to the shadows, not daring to show any signs of negligence. Seeing this, Krillin smiled broadly, enthusiastically waving to the elder and calling out, "Hey, Elder Muley, it's been a long time." The elder, upon hearing this, beamed with delight, responding, "Oh my, Mr. Krillin and Gohan, it truly has been ages. Those were just the new members of our clan. They haven't met you before, so please forgive any offense." As he prepared to bow in apology, Gohan, quick on his feet, stepped forward to support the elder. With a gentle smile, Gohan spoke softly, "Esteemed elder, there is no need for such formality. We are unconcerned with these trivial matters. After all, a degree of caution is indeed a virtue. Furthermore, we all recognize your unwavering dedication to the protection of the Namekians, for which we hold you in the highest regard." Krillin nodded in agreement, surveying the surroundings, and remarked, "Indeed, elder, over the years you have tirelessly managed this planet, transforming it for the better. Such an endeavor is truly commendable." "Ha ha ha, that is reassuring." The elder's face illuminated with a warm smile as his gaze shifted from Gohan to Krillin. He continued, "As for this planet, our ability to restore it to its former Namekian glory owes much to the assistance of Purunga. It is no small feat, indeed." After the laughter subsided, the elder's expression grew serious as he turned his attention to Krillin and Gohan. "By the way, your sudden appearance here must indicate that something significant has transpired on Earth, correct?" Krillin looked at the elder in astonishment and queried, "Is it possible that the elder is aware of the happenings on Earth?" The elder smiled faintly, his eyes glimmering with wisdom, and kindly elucidated, To say I know would be an overstatement. I have merely inherited a modicum of foresight from my predecessor. Recently, I sensed a formidable malevolent aura enveloping Earth, suggesting that a monumental crisis is imminent. Thus, upon your arrival, I surmised that you might be entangled in this matter." Gohan nodded, secretly admiring the elder's keen insight, and recounted in detail all that had transpired on Earth, including the events surrounding Cell and their quest for the Dragon Balls. The elder listened intently to Gohan's narrative, his brow furrowed and his expression grave. After Gohan finished speaking, the elder remained silent for a moment before slowly responding, I never imagined that a demon more terrifying than Frieza would emerge on Earth. It appears that this battle was exceedingly fierce. Fortunately, you managed to avert disaster. Otherwise, it would have posed a threat to the entire universe. Then, he broke into a warm smile. Qiqi, as for your desire to seek Dandy to become the new guardian of Earth, I have faith in Dandy's capabilities. Once you have his consent, he shall accompany you. Chapter 73, The New Guardian Dandy. That's splendid. My father and those who were slain by Cell are saved. Gohan exclaimed joyfully. Indeed, our journey has not been in vain. We kindly request the Elder to arrange a meeting with Dandy, Krillin added, equally elated. Qiqi, of course. You are great benefactors of our Namek, and time is of the essence. I shall make the necessary arrangements immediately. Please, follow me. With that, the Elder soared towards a tall structure. Here we are. Gohan and Krillin promptly followed the Elder. Upon arriving at the entrance of the tall building, the Elder opened the door and led the two inside, revealing a room where a small boy with green skin and 2 antennae was engrossed in a book. This was Dandy. Dandy, see who has arrived, the Elder said with a smile. Hearing the voice, Dandy turned towards the door, his face lighting up with surprise. Ah, Gohan and Krillin, you actually came to Namek. I am so delighted. With that, he leapt down excitedly and embraced the two warmly. At that moment, the Elder cleared his throat gently, drawing Dandy's attention. Looking at Dandy with a serious demeanor, he asked, Ahem, Dandy, Gohan, and Mr. Krillin are here to ask if you would consider becoming the guardian of their planet. What are your thoughts? Dandy's eyes widened in astonishment as he asked, Guardian? Me? But I don't know anything. The Elder smiled gently, reassuring him. There is no need for such humility, Dandy. You are the foremost Dragon Clan genius among the younger generation of Namek. All you need to do is resurrect the Dragon of Earth. Gohan, Krillin. What has happened to your dragon? Dandy inquired, furrowing his brow in confusion. It's like this, Dandy. A crisis has befallen Earth. Krillin hurriedly explained the situation. All right, I understand. If I can assist everyone, I am willing to give it a try. I will do my utmost. Dandy replied solemnly, grasping the gravity of the situation. Wonderful, Dandy. With your help, our Dragon Balls should be revived. Thank you. Gohan and Krillin expressed their gratitude, saying, Thank you. We are delighted to have your assistance. Dandy replied with a smile, It is my duty to help you. Then we shall take our leave with Dandy now. Once again, thank you, Elder Muley. With that, Krillin and Gohan deeply bowed to the Elder. The Elder waved his hand and kindly said, You are my eternal friends from Planet Meek. Such trifles do not warrant thanks. Well then, farewell, esteemed Elder. Thank you for your care. Dandy also stepped forward to bow, his eyes glistening with tears as he vowed. I shall do my utmost. Indeed, go now, and do not forget to get along well with everyone upon reaching Earth. The Elder smiled at Gohan and the others, expressing his belief in their success. Yes, I certainly will. Dandy responded with a resolute nod. All right, let us depart, Gohan declared, and with a swift motion, he, Krillin, and Dandy transformed into a streak of light, vanishing in an instant. Within the heavenly temple, the atmosphere grew tense. Why have Gohan and Krillin not returned yet? Surely Elder Melee would not trouble them? Yamcha paced anxiously, filled with worry and doubt. That is unlikely, although my interaction with the Elder has been limited. From my observations at the last gathering, he seemed quite willing to assist us, Tianjinhan calmly assessed. Rest assured, Elder Muley is quite amiable. Gohan should be returning shortly. Let us wait a bit longer, Piccolo said, meditating silently, his tone calm and steady. Laddies recalled the time at the gathering when Muley had accompanied him in drinking. A warm feeling surged within him as he softly remarked, Indeed, I also find that old fellow Muley to be rather agreeable. Just then, Gohan, accompanied by Krillin and Dandy, suddenly appeared beside Piccolo. Piccolo immediately noticed them, a hint of surprise gracing his features. Ah, Dandy, it has been a while. Piccolo greeted warmly. Dandy, feeling somewhat bashful, smiled shyly in response. Yes, it has been a long time. Nairu, oh no, brother Piccolo. Her voice conveyed a sense of shyness and restraint. Subsequently, Dandy greeted each of the others in turn. Bobo cautiously placed the 7 Dragon Balls, now turned to stone, in front of Dandy, and nervously asked, Mr. Dandy, oh no, Divine One, these 7 stones are the Dragon Balls, but they can no longer be used. Could you restore them to their former state? Dandy glanced at the 7 stones and nodded, affirming, Yes, I understand. To my surprise, the Dragon Balls of Earth are rather diminutive. However, restoring them poses no significant challenge for me. Yet, given my capabilities, it may take me no less than 3 months and potentially up to 6 months to accomplish this task. He spoke with a hint of regret on his face. Hearing this, Trunks anxiously inquired, "Ah, that seems rather slow. Is there no more expedient method?" Dandy pondered for a moment before responding, "There is indeed a solution. If we had the model of the previous Shenron, I could restore the Dragon Balls immediately." Upon hearing this, everyone fell into deep contemplation. Krillin, in particular, scratched his head and thought, musing, "What can we do? We do not possess the model of Shenron." In that moment, a sense of predicament enveloped the group. Just then, Bu interjected, stating, "If all that is needed is the model of Shenron, I happen to have one here. It is a creation I crafted during my leisure time. I wonder if it will suffice. I shall retrieve it for you." Without delay, Bu turned and entered the temple. After a short while, he emerged, cradling the Shenron model and gently placing it upon the ground. The group gathered around, their curiosity piqued as they examined the model. As Gohan gazed at the model, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, Mr. Popo, I never imagined your craftsmanship to be so exquisite. It is truly remarkable." Indeed, while the dragon's form appeared somewhat peculiar, it remained functional. "I can commence the ritual to restore the Dragon Balls right away," Dandy declared with excitement. Hearing this, Popo was moved to tears of gratitude, replying, "That is splendid." Popo extends his heartfelt thanks on behalf of the former Supreme Kai. "Dandy, are you certain there are no issues?" Piccolo inquired, still somewhat apprehensive. "Yes. Rest assured, Brother Piccolo." Dandy confidently nodded, then raised his hands, reciting an incantation as he began to cast the dragon's spell. Chapter 74. Goku's entrustment. All eyes were riveted on the 7 Dragon Balls, shimmering with an otherworldly glow, as well as on Dandy, who was intoning the sacred words. With each passing moment, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense with anticipation. At last, with a triumphant shout from Dandy, the model of the dragon dissipated, and the 7 Dragon Balls were enveloped in a brilliant golden light. As the golden radiance gradually faded, the Dragon Balls returned to their original orange hue. Dandy gently wiped the sweat from his brow, a satisfied smile gracing his face. "There. The Dragon Balls of Earth have been fully restored and can be used normally once more. Moreover, I have made some enhancements. From now on, you may wish for 2 desires with each summoning of the dragon." His voice brimmed with pride and accomplishment. The group erupted in delighted exclamations upon hearing this news. "Indeed. Dandy, you have grown," Piccolo said, affectionately ruffling Dandy's hair, his face reflecting satisfaction. "Thank you for the compliment, Brother Piccolo." Dandy replied, a hint of shyness coloring his cheeks. "Hooray! The Dragon Balls are restored. Father can be revived," Gohan exclaimed, jumping with joy, tears of excitement glistening in his eyes. "And those who were slain by Cell can also be brought back. This is truly wonderful," Trunks added, his fists clenched in anticipation. "Dandy, will the usage of these Dragon Balls be akin to those from Namek, or like the ones from Earth?" Lotties inquired, puzzled. "Well, they function just like those from Earth," Dandy affirmed with a nod and a smile. "That's splendid. Let us begin without delay," Yamcha urged, brimming with eagerness. "I concur, too many variables can lead to complications." Tien echoed, his gaze unwavering. "All right, I shall commence now." With that, Dandy focused his energy, clasped his hands together, and began to recite the incantation, summoning the dragon. Suddenly, the sky darkened, clouds gathering ominously, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder. A slender, emerald-green dragon slowly emerged from the depths of the clouds, its form coiling and exuding a powerful aura of life. In a grand and resonant voice, the dragon proclaimed from beneath the stormy skies, "Gatherer of the 7 Dragon Balls, speak your wishes. For any desire, I shall grant you 2. "Indeed, the dragon can truly grant 2 wishes," exclaimed Gohan, his face radiant with joy and anticipation. "Bravo, Dandy. You are remarkable," Krillin chimed in, his eyes glimmering with excitement. "Is this the dragon? It is my first encounter, and it is indeed colossal and imposing. Can the dragon truly resurrect those who have perished?" Trunks inquired incredulously, his gaze fixed upon the magnificent creature before him. "Rest assured, Trunks, for the dragon. Reviving others is a mere trifle," Piccolo calmly elucidated. "This is astounding." Trunks could not help but marvel, feeling an overwhelming awe for the dragon's power. "Stop dawdling. Let us commence," urged Radits impatiently. "Oh, right," Dandy promptly replied, inhaling deeply before addressing the dragon with a resonant and resolute voice. "Dragon, please resurrect all the humans slain by Cell." His words were imbued with hope, as if resting all aspirations upon that singular request. "Your wish is quite simple," the dragon replied, its eyes suddenly ablaze with a brilliant red light. A multitude of souls waiting in the afterlife vanished in an instant. as if consumed by an enigmatic force. Your wish has been fulfilled. What is your next desire? The dragon continued, its tone solemn and grave. Gohan first surveyed his surroundings and then attentively sensed the aura beneath the divine palace, yet he was unable to detect Goku's presence. Doubt clouded his heart as he inquired of the dragon. "O dragon, are you certain that everyone has been resurrected? What about my father?" After a brief silence, the dragon turned its gaze toward Gohan and spoke slowly. "Son Goku himself has declined resurrection. There is nothing I can do about it." "What? How could Goku refuse to return?" Krillin asked, his expression one of bewilderment as he pressed for answers. "Kakarot, what are you truly up to?" Vegeta furrowed his brow, a hint of concern and confusion lacing his tone. Lowering his head, Gohan's demeanor transformed into one of desolation and sorrow. The group stood in shock, exchanging glances, utterly perplexed. At that moment, a voice echoed in their minds, unmistakably Goku's. "Gohan, my brother, and all my friends, how are you all doing?" "Ah, it's Dad. Has he returned?" "Father, where are you?" Upon hearing Goku's voice, Gohan was instantly filled with exuberance, eagerly scanning his surroundings in a desperate attempt to catch a glimpse of Goku's figure. "What on earth are you up to, old monkey?" Piccolo's expression darkened, a complex emotion flickering in his gaze. "Goku, is that truly you? We are all well. Where are you?" Krillin exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with joy. "Qiqi, I am uncertain if I can be considered well, for I have indeed passed away. I just finished reporting to King Enma with Lord Kai, and I am now communicating with you through him. However, I am fine, as long as you are safe. That is what matters." Goku's hearty laughter resonated, as if he were right beside them. "Kakarot, how did you meet your end? With your strength, even if Cell self-destructed. You should have been able to escape, shouldn't you? Moreover, why do you refuse to be resurrected?" Radits inquired, furrowing his brow in dissatisfaction. "Indeed, Goku. Why do you refuse to come back?" Yamcha and Tianjinhan chimed in simultaneously, their voices laced with confusion. Wukong displayed a hint of remorse on his face as he slowly spoke. "Well, I truly did not anticipate that Cell would detonate so suddenly. In a moment of desperation, I instantaneously transported myself to Lord Kai's realm, and before I could fully comprehend the situation, Cell had already exploded. I sincerely apologize to all of you, including Gohan, Qiqi, and Android 18. His voice resonated with profound self-reproach and regret. He then resolutely continued, "As for my refusal to be resurrected, it is because I wish to cultivate in the afterlife for a period of time. Rest assured, I shall return once my training is complete. Gohan, during this time, I shall rely on you to take good care of your mother." Upon uttering these words, a faint smile graced Wukong's face. However, Gohan could not conceal his sorrow and concern. He understood the implications of his father's decision, but also recognized his father's unwavering resolve and belief. "I understand. I will do it," Gohan replied, suppressing his tears and nodding firmly. Chapter 75, The Resurrection of the North Kai. Wukong added, "Oh, by the way, Trunks. Allow me to send you something." Trunks, filled with curiosity, awaited the revelation, unsure of what Wukong intended to present. At that moment, Trunks suddenly perceived the coordinates of a new celestial body materializing in his mind, prompting him to inquire, "Mr. Wukong, what is the significance of this planet's coordinates that have unexpectedly appeared in my mind?" With a mysterious smile, Wukong explained, "This is the cosmic coordinates of the new Namek. I obtained it from Lord Kai. Your world should also possess a Namek. Before you depart, acquire a spaceship from Dr. Brief. After you resolve the android crisis, follow this coordinate to seek out Namek, proclaiming that you are a relative of Son Wukong. They will undoubtedly grant you the opportunity to use the Dragon Balls. First, resurrect Piccolo, and then utilize the Earth-S Dragon Balls to bring back the others. Have I made myself clear?" Upon hearing Wukong's words, Trunks was struck with enlightenment, tears blurring his vision as he struggled to contain his excitement. Wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes, he gazed up at the sky, bowing deeply, his gratitude overflowing. "I am immensely grateful for all you have done for me. I understand now, and I extend my heartfelt thanks on behalf of all in our universe." Wukong responded with a smile, "It is my duty to assist you. I commend your perseverance in enduring such hardships alone for so long." Trunks could no longer contain his tears, which cascaded forth like a burst dam. Gohan and the others were deeply moved, their eyes brimming with tears of emotion. They felt an overwhelming joy for Trunks and reveled in the beauty of this happy conclusion. "Have you all decided what your next wish will be?" The voice of the eternal dragon echoed once more, having waited patiently, yet the crowd seemed to have forgotten its presence. It was only then that they realized the magnificent dragon lingered in the sky, awaiting their wishes. They exchanged awkward glances and chuckled, unsure of what to wish for. Consequently, they turned their gazes towards Trunks, resolved to bestow this precious opportunity upon him. Mr. Goku, what is your wish? We are at a loss for what to wish for this final time, Trunks called out, gazing up at the heavens. After a moment of reflection, Wukong communicated telepathically, indeed. I find myself with a singular wish at present. Trunks, please convey to Shenron that, aside from myself, I wish for the beings who perished due to Cell's self-destruction to be revived. Understood, Mr. Wukong, Trunks replied, and promptly relayed the wish to Shenron. In the next instant, the halos above the King Kai, Babris, and Girigiri vanished. Shenron's resounding voice echoed, your wish has been granted. Farewell. With that, Shenron transformed back into the 7 Dragon Balls and scattered across the globe. Well then, everyone, let us pause our conversation here. Gohan, please extend my apologies to Qiqi and number 18. I must take my leave. Farewell. With those words, Wukong concluded the telepathic exchange with Gohan and the others. Outside the King Yama's palace, King Kai shed tears of gratitude, exclaiming, Oh, Wukong, I cannot thank you enough. I feared you might forget us. Wukong waved his hand casually and inquired, to put it bluntly, this is all my doing, and I shall take responsibility for it. Unfortunately, the King Kai planet has yet to recover. Shall we proceed to the Grand Kai planet? Alas, we have no other options. Let us stay there for a while. It will be beneficial for your training. Come, let us depart. The King Kai sighed helplessly and then soared forward, with Wukong and his 2 pets hastily following suit. As they flew, the King Kai asked, by the way, Wukong, in the story about Cell you shared with me earlier, you mentioned the place where Vegeta trained Trunks. What place was that? Wukong chuckled and replied, that place is actually the time chamber. The flow of time there is distinctly different from the outside world. A single day outside equates to an entire year within. The King of Worlds exclaimed in astonishment, Wow, I never imagined that such a wondrous place could exist on Earth. Have you ever resided there? Please, elaborate on your experiences. Are there any restrictions in that realm? Wukong reminisced about that period, reflecting with a touch of melancholy. In a lifetime, the time spent here cannot exceed 2 days outside. The gravity is akin to that of King Kai's planet. Yet the environment is exceedingly harsh. As he spoke, North Kai and Wukong boarded a plane destined for the Grand Kai's planet, while Baburis and Girigiri remained at King Enma's palace due to their inability to bear the journey. Within the heavenly temple, everyone gathered closely together. Trunks gently remarked, Well, now that the crisis with Cell has finally concluded, it is time for me to return to my original world. Upon hearing Trunks' words, Krillin displayed a look of surprise and hurriedly interjected, Are you leaving so soon? Can't you stay a few more days for some fun? We could go out together. Gohan chimed in, echoing his sentiments, Yes. Trunks, you haven't visited my home yet. His eyes sparkled with a mix of reluctance and anticipation. Trunks sighed helplessly and said, Alas, I have lingered here for far too long. My mother is waiting for my return in my world. She must be quite worried about me. At that moment, Yamcha could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, So, Trunks, when do you intend to depart? Trunks turned his gaze toward the distant horizon, pondering for a moment before responding, Well, probably tomorrow morning. Too much has transpired today, and nightfall is approaching. Moreover, I need to request a spaceship from my grandfather. Even after defeating the androids in my original world, it will take time to construct a spaceship. Upon finishing his thought, a hint of concern flickered in his eyes. How about we host a celebration tonight? Suggested Tianjinhan, a smile gracing his face as he proposed the idea to the group. I think that's a splendid idea. I wholeheartedly agree, exclaimed Rithis, who had been silent until now, nodding vigorously with anticipation gleaming in his eyes, seemingly enchanted by the prospect of the gathering. Indeed, that sounds wonderful. Let us hold it at my home in West City. My mother will surely be delighted to hear about the gathering. If anyone has matters to attend to, feel free to return. Let us reconvene at my place at 8 tonight. Everyone must come, Trunks declared exuberantly, his voice imbued with excitement and eagerness, as if he could hardly wait to commence this grand celebration. I'll return briefly to fetch some dumplings. Then I will head straight to West City. Tianjinhan responded. Chapter 76. The pain of parting. We must first return to the Kame house and bring Master Roshi along. And Puer along. Krillin and Yamcha exchanged glances, and Krillin stepped forward to speak. Both wore smiles, seemingly filled with anticipation for the gathering. Clearly understanding Tian's intention, it was evident that this assembly was not solely to commemorate their victory, but also to provide an opportunity for everyone to unwind, particularly to rejuvenate Gohan's spirits. I must also return home briefly to convey my father's news to my mother and Aunt 18. With a heavy heart, Gohan lowered his gaze, fully aware of the difficulty in voicing his feelings. Very well, I shall accompany you, said Radits, firmly patting Gohan on the shoulder. He understood the significance of this news to Gohan and hoped to provide him with some support. All right, then we shall meet at that time. I will head back to make some preparations. Farewell. With that, Trunks turned and departed. Following him were Krillin and Yamcha, who waved goodbye to Gohan before also leaving the scene. The last to take his leave was Tien, who silently observed Gohan, a flicker of concern evident in his eyes. Yet he ultimately chose to depart quietly. Gohan gazed curiously at Piccolo and inquired, Uncle Piccolo, why didn't you speak earlier? Surely you intend to attend, don't you? Piccolo offered a faint smile. Although he was not particularly fond of such gatherings, he couldn't help but be swayed by Gohan's hopeful expression. He gently patted Gohan's head and reassured him, rest assured, Gohan, I will be there. Great. And don't forget to remind Dandy and Mr. Bobo to come as well. Gohan's face broke into a smile, feeling immense joy at Piccolo's response. Yes, I shall do my utmost to attend, Dandy replied cheerfully. He understood that this gathering would be a delightful celebration, and he yearned to partake in it, sharing wonderful moments with everyone. Well then, everyone. We shall take our leave for now. See you shortly. With that, Gohan and Raditz vanished from the spot in a flash of instant transmission. Gohan and Latice arrived home. Mother, I have returned, Gohan said softly. Gohan, you're back. Qiqi greeted him with a smile. How did the battle go? Was it successful? Gohan hesitated for a moment, yet ultimately resolved to unveil the truth to Qiqi. Mother, father has passed away. Qiqi's smile froze upon her face. She stood there in a daze, her silence stretching into an agonizing eternity. Although Kakarot had departed from this world, we possess the Dragon Balls to resurrect him at any time. However, Kakarot wishes to cultivate in the afterlife for a while before returning naturally, Laddies interjected. Mother, Gohan called out, his voice tinged with concern. Qiqi inhaled deeply, striving to compose herself. It's all right, Gohan. You've done remarkably well. Father would undoubtedly be proud of you. Gohan could not suppress his tears, lamenting inwardly that had he reacted more swiftly, he might have saved his father. It is not your fault, Gohan. Qiqi gently embraced him, offering solace. You have done your utmost. Androids 17, 16, and Lotties, enveloped in sorrow, witnessed Android 18 bravely holding back her own tears as she comforted Qiqi. Subsequently, they all proceeded to the party venue, where numerous friends had gathered. Upon seeing Qiqi and Gohan's swollen eyes, the unspoken truth of their loss resonated within the hearts of all present. Yet, they refrained from dwelling on the matter, striving instead to uplift the atmosphere. Piccolo stood silently to the side, observing Gohan engage with his friends, his heart brimming with unspoken thoughts. Though he struggled to articulate his emotions, he understood profoundly the impact of Goku's passing on Gohan. As the gathering drew to a close and conversations turned towards future aspirations, Gohan resolutely declared his intentions to not only pursue academia but also to uphold his father's legacy by continuing his training and safeguarding his loved ones. Piccolo, heartened by Gohan's resolve, vowed to support him wholeheartedly. The celebration extended into the late hours, and as the night waned, they all agreed to reconvene at Bulma's home the following noon to bid farewell to Trunks as he embarked on his journey. Afterward, they returned home to rest. At midday the next day, everyone arrived punctually at Bulma's residence, where the atmosphere was warm and vibrant. Just then, Dr. Brief emerged from his laboratory, presenting a small box to Trunks. My dear grandson, the spaceship you requested is ready, contained within this capsule, along with provisions for your journey. Trunks, his cheeks flushed with excitement, enveloped Dr. Brief in a heartfelt embrace, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Grandpa. Oh, it's nothing. You are my precious grandson, Dr. Brief replied, his smile radiant with affection. Trunks then took a moment to bid farewell to each person present. Though they were reluctant to see him go, they understood the weight of responsibility he bore and that he could not forsake it. Thus, no one attempted to persuade Trunks to stay. Instead, they silently wished him safe travels. Trunks, be careful out there. All right? Bulma, cradling young Trunks in one arm, held the young man close with the other, her eyes brimming with concern and tenderness. Trunks felt a wave of warmth from his mother's love and reassured her, I understand, Mother. Please take care of yourself as well. He then bent down to playfully tease little Trunks, his gaze filled with affection as he softly said, I'm glad to have you, little Trunks. Grow up quickly and take good care of our family. Little Trunks stared up with wide, sparkling eyes, gazing at his brother, cooing in delight. The voice seemed to comprehend Trunks' words and expressed agreement. This charming demeanor brought a smile to Trunks' face as he gently poked the cheek of young Trunks. At that moment, Vegeta, clad in a floral shirt, leaned against a tree and cast a glance at Android 17 and the others nearby. With a hint of arrogance in his tone, he addressed Trunks. Trunks, make sure to deal decisively with those androids. His words conveyed both disdain for the enemy and trust in his son. Upon hearing his father's command, Trunks' expression grew serious, and he nodded firmly, indicating his determination to fulfill the task. He understood the gravity of this battle, as it not only concerned the safety of himself and his family, but also the fate of the entire Earth. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, 17 and 18 remained silent, though their expressions reflected a simmering anger, not directed at Vegeta, but rather at their counterparts in Trunks' world. After all, at the gathering the previous day, they had learned of the malevolent and depraved nature of their counterparts from another parallel universe. Unable to tolerate such actions, they felt an overwhelming urge to journey to that world and personally eliminate those wicked androids. Chapter 77. The future world. Trunks sat quietly in the time machine, his eyes revealing a mix of reluctance and gratitude as he cast one last affectionate glance at the crowd below. A faint smile graced his lips as he waved and said, "Thank you all for your care and support during this time. I will forever cherish it. Now, I must take my leave. Farewell. Farewell." The group responded in unison, their voices filled with blessings and the bittersweet essence of parting. As their farewell echoed, the transparent glass cover of the time machine slowly closed with a soft mechanical sound. Then, the time machine began to ascend gradually, radiating a dazzling white light. In an instant, it vanished from this timeline, leaving behind a profound silence. The group silently watched the direction in which the time machine had departed, their hearts filled with nostalgia and longing. Though they understood that Trunks had his own mission to fulfill, they held deep respect and well wishes for this brave and kind-hearted youth. In the future world of the great Trunks, the year 784 of the age, Shidu, once a city of unparalleled splendor, now lies enveloped in an eerie silence. Charred automobiles and dilapidated skyscrapers sway precariously under a darkened sky, where the biting wind sends shivers down one's spine. The streets are strewn with shattered edifices and debris, while the once adorable plush bears that adorned doorsteps now lie tattered and forlorn. It is as if the city has endured a cataclysmic disaster, the echoes of its former vibrancy and liveliness long extinguished. Amidst this atmosphere of despair stands a half-destroyed semicircular structure, defiantly resisting the ravages of time. Suddenly, a white light radiates from beside the structure, followed by the gentle descent of a time machine bearing Tainanx. Has this place also fallen victim to an attack? Cursed fate. Tainanx surveys the desolate surroundings, his brow furrowed in anxiety and unease. Hastily disembarking from the time machine, his mind a whirlpool of questions. No, Mother should be safe. I refuse to believe otherwise. Tainanx murmurs insistently, resolutely making his way toward Bulma's basement. With each step, he reassures himself to remain calm and composed. Yet the sight before him breeds profound anxiety and dread. Taking a deep breath, Tainanx endeavors to quell his tumultuous emotions. Fully aware that his utmost priority is to locate his mother, ascertain the situation, and hasten his pace toward Bulma's subterranean refuge. Each stride feels laden with the weight of the world. At last, he arrives at the entrance of the basement. Cautiously, he pushes open the weathered door and enters the dark corridor. "Mother," Tainanx calls softly, his voice trembling as he navigates the shadows. He hopes to uncover a trace of her presence amid the chaos. The instruments lay shattered, frayed wires crackling with sparks, devoid of any signs of life. As he ventures into the hidden lower level, Tainanx's gaze lands upon a familiar figure. Instantly, his heart steadies, a smile unfurling at the corners of his mouth as he softly exclaims, "Mother, I have returned." At the sound of his voice, Bulma jolts in surprise, clearly taken aback. She swiftly turns around, her face alight with joy, and rushes forward to envelop Tainanx in a tight embrace, exclaiming with excitement, "Tainanx, welcome back." Trunks basked in the warm embrace of his mother, his heart brimming with joy and contentment. However, as he lifted his gaze to meet her face, he noticed the strands of silver threading through her hair and the deepening lines etched upon her visage. A wave of anxiety washed over him, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears as he choked out, "Mother, you have worked so hard." Bulma paused momentarily, sensing the concern woven into her son's words, and a warm surge of affection filled her heart. She tenderly caressed Trunks' cheek, smiling softly as she said, "My son is grown up, learning to care for others. Please, Hold still. Let me take a good look at you. With that, Bulma extended her hands, gently cupping Trunks' face, scrutinizing his features with admiration. Oh, my son, how have you suddenly matured? She exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. Then, measuring his height with her hands, she joyfully remarked, Wow, you've grown so tall. You've transformed into an even more handsome young man. Mother, I spent 2 years in a place called the Hyperbolic time chamber with father, where one day outside equated to a year inside. So naturally, I've matured quite a bit, Trunks replied with a smile. His gaze revealed a hint of maturity and steadiness, as though he had weathered many seasons of life. Oh, you spent such a long time with Vegeta? Come, tell your mother all about that world and Vegeta. Bulma said, her curiosity ignited as she clasped Trunks' hand, and they settled onto the nearby sofa, eager to delve into her son's experiences in another realm. Trunks nodded slightly and began to elaborate. Well, that world differs from ours in various ways. The environment, characters, and events are all distinct from what we are accustomed to. As Trunks narrated his tale, Bulma listened intently, occasionally gasping in astonishment, as if transported to another world, experiencing everything her son had encountered. I learned so much in that world, not only combat techniques, but also insights about life and responsibility. These experiences have empowered me and illuminated many of life's truths. Trunks continued. Eventually, he reflected, in summary, that's how it is. Although it is a parallel world to our past timeline, I gained a great deal from it. His tone was imbued with satisfaction and pride. After absorbing his story, Bulma sighed deeply, filled with wonder. It truly is remarkable. I never imagined parallel worlds could exist. Trunks, you have also endured much. She clasped her son's hand tightly, a gesture of support and encouragement. Trunks smiled faintly, enveloped in his mother's affection and warmth. Mother, may I inquire about the situation outside? Have the androids attacked here? Trunks anxiously inquired. Damn it, you guessed correctly. Fortunately, we were forewarned of their movements and managed to relocate most people to the underground shelter. Thus, the casualties are not extensive, though the surface has suffered significant damage. Bulma sighed in response. Chapter 78. The golden-haired warrior. These wretched androids are truly intolerable. Fear not, Mother, the androids are no longer my adversaries. Once I ascertain their whereabouts, I shall swiftly eradicate them, Trunks declared, his fist clenched and his eyes gleaming with unwavering resolve. Hearing Trunks' words brought Bulma immense comfort, and tears welled up in her eyes. My son has grown so much, speaking increasingly like that person. By the way, Mother, I also brought an ample supply of food. Let us distribute it to those in the underground shelter. As he spoke, Trunks produced a box filled with capsules, handing over those containing food to Bulma. What a thoughtful child you are. Come with me, Bulma said gently, affectionately patting Trunks' head before leading him toward the shelter. The shelter was crowded with men, women, and children, their faces haggard, their gazes filled with fear and helplessness. Upon seeing the food brought by Bulma and Trunks, a glimmer of hope flickered across their faces. Bulma distributed the food to each individual, reassuring them, Do not worry, we shall overcome this hardship together. Gratitude shone in the eyes of the crowd as they expressed their thanks to Bulma, tears of appreciation glistening. Trunks also assisted in distributing the food, yet his heart was ablaze with fury and determination. The suffering of these innocent people only strengthened his resolve to eliminate the androids and safeguard the Earth. After addressing the situation in the shelter, the two returned to the laboratory. However, at that moment, Bulma received an urgent message. The androids were attacking East City. Trunks immediately rose, his expression grave and resolute. Mother, I must go. Bulma looked into her son's determined eyes, her heart filled with concern. Very well. Be careful on your way and ensure you return safely. Trunks nodded, then transformed into a Super Saiyan at full power, emanating a formidable aura that instantaneously morphed him into a streak of golden lightning, racing towards East City with astonishing speed. Bulma gazed in the direction of Trunks' departure, her eyes reflecting profound concern. She recalled her husband, Vegeta. Had he still been alive, he would undoubtedly have taken immense pride in their son's growth. In East City, the inhabitants were not as fortunate as those in West City, having received no prior warning of the androids' impending assault. The emergence of the androids plunged the city into chaos and terror once more. Pedestrians scattered in all directions, shrieking as they sought refuge, while the androids ruthlessly unleashed carnage, staining the streets with blood. If West City bore the visage of an apocalypse, East City had devolved into a hellscape. Trunks, filled with urgency, hastened his flight. Acutely aware of the dwindling time, He must swiftly avert this tragedy. He soared through the clouds, driven by a singular resolve to protect the people and eliminate the androids. Ah! Run, run faster, exert yourself a little more. Perhaps you might escape, taunted Android 17, firing energy blasts at a fleeing man in a suit, intentionally missing to prolong his flight. Ha ha ha, don't flee. I've grown tired of this game, 17 jeered, reveling in the panic of the man scurrying before him. The suited man, upon hearing this, turned pale, halting in despair to glance back. No, please don't kill me. I beg you. He trembled in supplication. But 17 remained unmoved. Beg me? How utterly laughable. 17 scoffed, raising his hand to deliver a fatal blow. Just then, Android 18 approached, frowning as she coldly addressed 17. Hurry up. Your twisted amusement should come to an end. With a reluctant shrug, 17 replied, All right, if that is what you wish, then let us conclude this. He turned away, leaving the terrified man behind. The suited man, believing he had narrowly escaped a grim fate, breathed a sigh of relief, only to feel a powerful energy surge approaching from behind. With a deafening crash, he was struck by a potent energy wave, his body instantaneously vaporizing into the air. 18 observed the scene with impatience, remarking, 17, you always toy with others' lives. It's truly detestable. The number of lives you've taken surpasses mine, 17 smirked, a slight smile gracing his lips. TCH, those feeble humans can only blame their own weak on the 17th, he nodded in agreement. Believing that the world is inherently a realm where the strong survive and the weak are eliminated. Just then, a gunshot rang out, and a shell fell from above 17's head. Immediately, an enraged voice echoed, You wretched artificial beings have slain my wife, my children, and my dear grandson. You fiends. An old man was trapped in an overturned car, clutching a revolver, shouting vehemently at 17. His gaze was filled with hatred and fury, as if he wished to consume the two artificial beings before him alive. Oh, a straggler remains, 17 mused, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With a flick of his wrist, a surge of powerful energy emanated from his palm, and the revolver was instantly drawn into his grasp. Then let this weapon be the instrument of your demise. 17 caressed the revolver in his hand, as though admiring a piece of fine art. He then expertly chambered around, aiming the barrel at the old man, who stood merely 3 meters away. The old man gazed at the gun in terror, his eyes brimming with despair. He understood that he could not escape the clutches of death and resigned himself, closing his eyes to await his fate. However, at that moment, a crisp gunshot shattered the silence. Bang! The old man was startled but felt no pain. Slowly, he opened his eyes to see a tall figure standing before him. It was the golden-haired, muscular youth who had once saved them. Grandpa, are you all right? Tanks asked with concern, his eyes filled with warmth and kindness. The old man's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Tanks. It's really you, the golden-haired warrior. You're alive? Thank goodness. Please, save me. Chapter 79. Annihilation of the Artificial Beings. Tanks smiled gently, reassuring him. Do not worry, dear Grandpa. I am here to protect you. Turning to face 17 and 18, his expression grew resolute and sharp. Recognizing the figure who had intercepted the bullet as Tanks, both 17 and 18 displayed surprise. Oh, you're still alive, truly the indomitable cockroach, 17 remarked with a hint of mockery. 18, how could you fail to eliminate this pest last time? 18's eyes bulged in disbelief as he shouted, This is impossible. I had nearly extinguished his life force during our last encounter. How has he survived? Curse Scion. What secrets do you possess? The air was thick with shock and confusion. However, Trunks paid them no heed, directing his focus towards the elderly gentleman trapped beneath the vehicle. He swiftly approached the front of the car and carefully extricated the old man from his predicament. Upon observing that the elderly man was relatively unharmed, Trunks exhaled in relief and offered comforting words. Rest assured, dear sir, I am here to safeguard everyone. This place is perilous. You must leave at once. Overcome with gratitude. The old man nodded appreciatively, exclaiming, Thank you, golden-haired warrior. He then turned and hurried towards the horizon. At that moment, Android 17 let out a furious roar. You scoundrel. Trunks dares to disregard us, and that decrepit old man has the audacity to flee before us. Prepare to meet your demise. With that, 17 launched a ki blast towards the old man in an attempt to thwart his escape. Yet, Trunks, quick as lightning, extended a single hand, effortlessly catching and extinguishing the energy blast. His face contorted with fury, his eyes ablaze with rage, he bellowed at androids 17 and 18. Androids 17 and 18. Your adversary is me. You vile creatures, steeped in malevolence and bloodlust, today marks your end. His voice resonated with unwavering determination, as if he sought to unleash all his pent-up hatred. Huh? Just you? Spare me your delusions. 17 sneered, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his lips. His gaze was filled with confidence and derision, as if Trunks' abilities were of no consequence. You can't even defeat me, yet you think you can eliminate us both. How laughable. 18 interjected, crossing her arms and speaking with icy indifference. Her tone dripped with disdain, as if she regarded Trunks' challenge as nothing more than a farce. Nevertheless, undeterred by their mockery, Trunks slowly spread his arms wide before bringing them together, a formidable energy beginning to coalesce in his palms. Oh, that posture suggests a new technique. 17 mused, narrowing his eyes at Trunks' transformation, yet still appearing unimpressed. We won't shy away. Let us see if this so-called new move can harm us, shall we, 18? Indeed. 18 replied, a wicked smile dancing on her lips, her eyes glinting with provocation. At that moment, Trunks unleashed the amassed energy wave towards the two androids, shouting, Ultimate Flash. The two individuals, who had just moments ago been grinning with pride, saw their smiles abruptly freeze as a colossal wave of energy, exuding an aura of terror, loomed before them. A profound sense of impending doom surged within their hearts. However, it was too late to evade the onslaught, and they could only hastily raise their hands in a futile gesture of defense. The instant the tumultuous wave of energy made contact with their palms, they were instantly vaporized. Yet the wave showed no signs of abating, mercilessly advancing forward. Number 17's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a mask of incredulity. What kind of power is this? How can this individual possess such terrifying energy? I have no idea. I don't want to die. Number 18 cried out in terror, her voice laced with despair and fear. Damn it, I was so careless. I truly cannot accept this. With number 17's final anguished shout, his voice was abruptly silenced. Moments later, the figures of the two androids were completely engulfed by Trunks' fearsome wave of energy, plunging their consciousness into darkness. In the fleeting second before being consumed, the memories of their prior words echoed in their minds. TCH, those weak humans, if they are killed, they can only blame their own frailty. Qiqi, indeed. And in the next moment, the two figures vanished without a trace. Observing the spot where the androids had disappeared, Trunks stood in a daze, reminiscing about the moments shared with his master Gohan and the tragic scene of his sacrifice to save him. Unleashing a mournful cry to the heavens as tears streamed down his face. Composing himself, he managed a faint smile and addressed the sky. Gohan, Father, and everyone. I have avenged you. He gazed upward at the cerulean expanse, as if trying to glimpse his former comrades through the clouds. Upon returning home to West City, Trunks joyfully pushed open the door. Bulma, hearing the sound, emerged from her room, and upon seeing Trunks, immediately inquired, How did it go, Trunks? Her eyes were filled with both anticipation and concern. Trunks looked at his mother, a smile gracing his lips, and replied, Mom, I succeeded. I have defeated androids 17 and 18. Bulma's eyes widened in shock, tears swiftly welling up as she trembled. Really? Trunks, did you truly accomplish it? Memories of her parents, Vegeta, and other friends who had fallen to the android surged within her, igniting a whirlwind of indescribable emotion and sorrow. Trunks nodded, gently patting his mother's shoulder. Yes. Mom, I have fulfilled my mission and avenged Gohan, Father, and everyone. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, Bulma collapsed into Trunks' embrace, weeping openly. Trunks held her tightly, softly reassuring her, It's all right, Mom, it's all over now. We can finally live in peace. As Bulma wept, she raised her head, her eyes brimming with gratitude, and said, Thank you, Trunks. Without you, we might never have escaped the shadow of the androids. Trunks embraced his mother tightly, smiling gently as he replied, It was my duty, Mother. I could not let my father and everyone else's sacrifices be in vain. In Chapter 80, The Annihilation of Cell, the mother and son clung to one another, tears flowing as they found solace in their hard-won victory and tranquility. After a moment, Bulma wiped her tears and cheerfully declared, Now, we must celebrate this momentous occasion. She swiftly picked up the phone to announce the good news to the nation. Initially, people were skeptical, but as time passed without any further reports of android activity, they gradually accepted the reality that the androids had indeed been eradicated. Cities across the globe erupted in jubilation as crowds poured into the streets, rejoicing in this hard-fought triumph. Fireworks illuminated the sky, and melodies filled the air, enveloping the world in a sea of delight. The following day, the sun rose as usual, and people began the arduous task of rebuilding their Earth. Trunks, thanks to the resources you brought, the time machine is fully charged. You can depart now, Bulma said, handing him a universal capsule. Thank you, Mother. Trunks replied gratefully as he accepted the capsule. Together, they made their way to the front lawn. Trunks tossed the capsule onto the ground and stood still, awaiting the arrival of the time machine. With a soft sound, it materialized before him. He gazed in awe at the time machine, marveling. I didn't expect it to be ready so soon. I wonder what everyone in that timeline is doing now. Be sure to return early, Bulma said, gently caressing Trunks' cheek. Just then, Trunks' expression shifted, his brows furrowed, and he turned serious, instructing Bulma, Mother, you should head back inside. Oh, hee, has my son found someone special? Come, let me see you off. Where is she? Let me take a look. Bulma exclaimed, her face displaying surprise at Trunks' words, but quickly turning playful as she nudged his chest with her elbow, winking and teasing him. Trunks remained silent, his demeanor serious as he stood firm, his gaze fixed sharply behind him, sensing an impending threat. Bulma, noticing his expression, immediately grasped the gravity of the situation and said anxiously, Be careful. With that, she swiftly turned and dashed back inside. Trunks stood resolutely, his eyes sharp and determined. Slowly, he turned to face the corner of the wall and called out loudly, You may come out now, Android Cell. As his words faded, a figure slowly emerged from the corner of the wall. It was a humanoid creature with green skin adorned with black spots, known as the first form of Cell. With a smile, he clapped his hands in praise and remarked, Not bad at all, you've managed to find me. But how did you come to know my name? Trunks let out a cold snort, his eyes flashing with disdain as he replied, Humph, not only do I know your name, but I am also aware of other matters, such as your intent to kill me and seize the time machine to travel back and become your perfect form. Upon hearing Trunks' words, surprise washed over Cell's face as he questioned, Nanny? Bakana, how did you come to know of my plan? Furthermore, I can no longer locate androids 17 and 18 in this world. Have you killed them? Trunks nodded, his expression impassive as he answered, Yes. Very well. Then I shall have no choice but to eliminate you before using the time machine to journey into the past. Cell suddenly spoke with a chilling tone, his eyes gleaming with cold ruthlessness and resolve. Trunks coldly retorted, Enough with the idle chatter. With that, Trunks immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan, radiating a formidable aura as he thrust his hands towards Cell. A powerful surge of energy erupted forth like a tempest, sweeping Cell away and casting him onto a deserted island. As Cell regained his footing, Trunks materialized before him. Hee, impressive power. If I were to absorb you, my strength would undoubtedly ascend to a new level. Cell licked his lips, gazing greedily at Trunks, his eyes brimming with desire and ambition, as if he could envision himself becoming an even more formidable entity. Unfazed, Trunks declared with unwavering conviction, Let us see if you possess the capability. With that, he leaned forward and instantly transformed into a flash of lightning, appearing behind Cell in the blink of an eye. He then executed a powerful spinning kick that struck Cell with ferocity. Taken by surprise, Cell was propelled skyward by the sudden onslaught. In the next moment, Trunks raised both hands, palms facing upward, as a sphere of golden light materialized between them, aimed at the airborne Cell. The energy within him surged violently, enveloping his entire being in a blazing golden aura, which intensified further as he unleashed a fierce roar. Ha! A colossal beam of energy erupted from his hands, racing forth like a bolt of lightning, overwhelming Cell, who was still caught in inertia and unable to react. Just before his demise, disbelief etched itself on Cell's face, filled with resentment and fury, as he let out one final cry. This is impossible. I have yet to become my perfect form. I refuse to accept this. Trunks gazed at the dust swirling in the sky, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he disdainfully remarked, Is that all? With that, he turned and soared into the air, vanishing in the blink of an eye, leaving behind a desolate ruin and a cloud of dust. Soon, Trunks arrived at the subterranean laboratory, the lair of Dr. Gallo, emanating a formidable aura. Without hesitation, he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, obliterating all facilities, including the supercomputer, ensuring that no potential threats remained. After completing this task, Trunks swiftly flew in the direction of home. In Shidu, at the threshold of his residence, a beautiful woman stood anxiously awaiting something. She was none other than Trunks' mother, Bulma. Mom, I'm back. Trunks' voice echoed, and upon hearing her son, the weight of worry lifted from Bulma's heart, replaced by a beaming smile of relief. She hurried forward, her concern evident as she asked, Are you all right, my child? Are you hurt? Let me see. As she scrutinized Trunks from head to toe, she feared missing any sign of injury. Trunks, smiling, reassured her, Mom, don't worry. I'm fine. With that, Bulma exhaled a sigh of relief, tenderly caressing Trunks' face, her eyes brimming with maternal love. Chapter 81. The World Martial Arts Tournament, was that a foe you encountered? Bulma inquired softly, her face tinged with worry. Yes, merely a hidden insect that had developed. Trunks responded with a grin, patting his chest. But there is no need for concern, Mom. I've taken care of it. The Earth is free from any threats now. Upon hearing this, Bulma felt a wave of relief wash over her, stepping forward to embrace Trunks, her tone filled with care and pride. Trunks reciprocated the embrace tightly, savoring her warmth and affection, smiling as he said, Mom, I must go now to share the good news with everyone, and will return shortly. All right, go on, Bulma replied, releasing him, her gaze filled with reluctance and blessings. Together, they walked onto the front lawn, where the sunlight bathed them in a warm glow. As Trunks bid farewell once more, he waved his hand, smiling as he declared, I'll be back very soon. Do remember to prioritize your safety, Bulma gently advised. Nodding slightly, Trunks smiled, then turned and entered the time machine, taking his seat at the controls while waving farewell to Bulma. As the time machine powered up, the glass dome gradually closed, and it ascended slowly, emitting a brilliant white light before abruptly vanishing from sight. Bulma stood silently, gazing at the spot where the time machine had disappeared, silently praying for Trunks' safe return. Though she was aware of Trunks' formidable strength, a mother's concern for her child's safety remains ever present. In the year 767 of the age, under a radiant sun with a gentle breeze carrying the fragrance of blooming flowers, Mrs. Brief was in high spirits as she tended to her colorful and vibrant blossoms in the garden, a watering can in hand, her face adorned with a smile of contentment and joy. Suddenly, a dazzling white light streaked across the sky, startling Mrs. Brief, who looked up to see a time machine gracefully descending onto the lawn. As the glass dome opened, Trunks emerged from within. Ah, is that not my handsome Trunks? It's been far too long, Mrs. Brief exclaimed joyfully, rushing forward to embrace him tightly. Oh, it has indeed been a while, Grandma Brief. Trunks replied with a hint of bashfulness, returning her embrace. Come in, dear. Let us chat inside, Mrs. Brief warmly invited. All right, thank you. Trunks smiled and followed her into the house. Upon entering the living room, Mrs. Brief guided Trunks to a seat and handed him a glass of water. Trunks, how have you been? Have you encountered any dangers or difficulties lately? She inquired with genuine concern. Everything is well, Grandma. There's no need to worry about me. Trunks reassured her. That is good to hear. By the way, Bulma is upstairs right now. Let me take you to her, Mrs. Brief said, rising and leading Trunks toward the staircase. As they ascended, they found Bulma seated on the sofa, cradling little Trunks, engrossed in a film. Hearing their footsteps, she turned her head, her eyes sparkling with surprise. Wow, Trunks, you finally returned, Bulma exclaimed, leaping up and rushing towards him for a warm embrace. Mom, Trunks softly called, feeling the warmth of his mother's hug. It's been so long, my son. I missed you dearly, Bulma said, her eyes welling with tears of joy. I missed you too, Mom, Trunks replied, holding her tightly. Mrs. Brief observed this tender reunion with a smile of satisfaction. All right. You two enjoy your time together. I will go prepare some snacks for you, she said as she left the room. Mrs. Bulma exited the room with a smile. Bulma seated Trunks on the sofa and began to inquire about his experiences during his recent adventures. Trunks recounted in detail how he vanquished the androids in that timeline, captivating Bulma and filling her with pride for her son. Trunks, didn't you say you would return after defeating the androids? Why has it taken you so long? We were genuinely worried that you might be in grave danger, Bulma remarked with an exasperated tone. Trunks scratched his head, looking perplexed. Huh? I did come back right after defeating the androids. It could only have been 2 days at most, right? What do you mean 2 days? You have been gone for 3 months. We were all anxious waiting for your return, Bulma retorted, her eyes wide with urgency. Trunks furrowed his brow, struggling to comprehend. 3 months? That can't be right. It should have only been 2 days at my place. I returned immediately to share the good news. Bulma tilted her head, pondering for a moment before responding. Well, perhaps there was a minor issue with the time machine. I'll help you check and adjust it later. It will be fine, she said reassuringly, patting Trunks on the shoulder. Trunks nodded but couldn't help but murmur, how strange. How could this happen? He contemplated, feeling the situation growing increasingly complex. However, trusting his mother, an expert in such matters, he decided to take her word for it. Oh, by the way, since you defeated the androids, we must celebrate. Tomorrow marks the commencement of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Today is the last day for registration, and the matches begin tomorrow. Vegeta, preoccupied with his training, hasn't registered. But I'll take you to sign up. After the tournament, our family can enjoy a vacation together. Bulma exclaimed with enthusiasm. Trunks, visibly excited, asked, The World Martial Arts Tournament sounds intriguing. Are Gohan and the others participating as well? Of course. Aside from Vegeta, who is training, and Radits, who is on her honeymoon with ties, everyone else will be there. Bulma replied, brimming with excitement. Wait, did you just say sister? When did I acquire an aunt? I've never heard of her, nor do I know when she got married. Trunks was taken aback by this sudden revelation. His eyes wide with confusion as he looked at Bulma. Bulma sighed in resignation. Sigh. The last time she returned was 5 years ago. She briefly informed us she was alive and then left again. In the past 15 years, I've hardly seen her. Just last month, a week after you left, she unexpectedly returned from her cosmic explorations and inexplicably married Radits a month later. They're currently on their honeymoon in space. As for why you've never heard of her, it's likely due to the existence of parallel worlds. Trunks scratched his head, unable to fully grasp the situation, and lamented, What? It is indeed remarkable that I have an aunt in this world, and she has married Uncle Rithis. I never anticipated such a development. Though it is regrettable that I could not meet my aunt. Never mind. There will surely be opportunities in the future. Let us hasten to register, Bulma remarked, shaking her head. Yes, let's go, exclaimed Trunks, filled with excitement at the thought of participating in the martial arts tournament alongside Gohan. The following day, the audience, participants, and our esteemed sponsors gathered. Greetings to all present. Thank you for attending the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. This event has been generously funded by the affluent Mr. Qiqi to celebrate his son's birthday, aiming to provide a platform for martial artists from Earth to showcase their prowess. The competition rules adhere to the traditional format of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, yet the arenas are diversified and infused with advanced technology. The host, standing in the center of the arena, enthusiastically declared, Honorable audience, participants, and our distinguished sponsors, welcome. In this exhilarating moment, we unite to witness the Grand Martial Arts Tournament generously sponsored by the wealthy Tianjinhan. This event transcends mere martial arts. It embodies a celebration of spirit and interaction. This tournament aims to showcase the talents and charisma of martial artists from around the globe while offering the audience a dual feast for the senses. We have meticulously designed varied arenas and provided superior technology to ensure an enthralling competition, allowing spectators to fully revel in this martial arts extravaganza. Here, we witness outstanding competitors from all corners of the world, each exhibiting remarkable skills and expertise. Through their dedication and hard work, they embody the essence of martial arts, showcasing the spirit of the martial artist. We eagerly anticipate their performances in the upcoming matches, where they will captivate the audience with spectacular displays. The preliminary competition features 200 participants divided into 8 groups, competing on 8 mobile arenas in mixed battles. Falling into the sea below signifies elimination. The last person standing on each stage is declared the victor, progressing to the semifinals. Ultimately, 8 contestants will face off in one-on-one duels, with 4 winners advancing to the finals, which will take place in a unique venue against 4 invited extraterrestrial beings. The ultimate victor will earn the chance to spar with our great hero, Mr. Satan, and take a commemorative photograph, along with a reward of 250 million zeni. The runner-up will receive 100 million zeni. Let us eagerly await this martial arts celebration. May all participants perform at their utmost, providing the audience with an unforgettable display of martial artistry. Together, let us witness the thrilling moments of this competition and experience the allure and power of martial arts. Thank you all. The tournament commences. Chapter 82. The semifinals. With the host's commanding voice, numerous contestants ascended to their respective platforms, heralding the commencement of an intense melee. Oh, my fortune is truly remarkable. I have been fortunate enough not to be placed on the same platform as those formidable opponents. Once these contenders below determine their victor, I merely need to descend and vanquish the last remaining competitor to effortlessly secure my place in the semifinals. Yamcha reclined serenely atop a slender, 10-meter-tall pillar in the center of the arena, indulging in a languid stretch. However, in the next moment, the platform experienced a slight tilt, as a few combatants below inadvertently collided with the central pillar during their fierce struggle. Caught off guard, Yamcha lost his balance and plummeted from the pillar, plunging into the sea below, thus eliminating him from the competition. Oh dear, how could I have fallen? Such carelessness. Had I known, I would never have laid upon this precarious perch. Yamcha lamented, his upper body surfacing from the water, a look of regret etched upon his face. In stark contrast, the other competitors exhibited commendable performances. Krillin, Tien, Trunks, Piccolo, Gohan, and 3 bystanders successfully advanced to the top 8. Splendid. Thankfully, the preliminary round was not overly challenging. If I can hold on just a little longer, even securing the runner-up position would grant me a handsome reward of 100 million zeni. Merely contemplating this prospect sends a thrill through me, Krillin exclaimed excitedly after his triumph in the preliminaries. Yet, in the very next moment, he caught sight of the list of other competitors who had advanced, instantly sapping him of all confidence. To make matters worse, upon realizing that his opponent in the semifinals would be Piccolo, he nearly lost his composure in sheer terror. The semifinals commenced with a match between Trunks and Tien. As Tien stepped onto the platform, he addressed Trunks, stating, "Trunks, I am well aware of your formidable strength, hence I shall dedicate myself wholly to this battle." With that, he unhesitatingly removed his shirt. "I look forward to your guidance," Trunks replied courteously. The two swiftly ascended into the air, engaging in a breathtaking close-quarters combat. Seizing an opportunity, Trunks delivered a powerful kick to Tien, who valiantly steadied himself. Their fierce clash left Satan, seated in the SVIP spectator area, drenched in sweat from the tension. After a prolonged period of intense fighting, Trunks resolved to unleash his full potential. He believed that in order to afford his opponent the respect and fairness he deserved, he must showcase his true strength. Thus, he addressed Tien, "Uncle Tien, it is truly a pleasure to battle with you. Since you have exerted your utmost effort, I too must unleash my full power. That is the respect owed to a great martial artist such as yourself." Upon hearing these words, Tianjinhan smiled faintly, his eyes shimmering with excitement. He was acutely aware of the extraordinary prowess of the young man before him. The opportunity to engage in combat with such a formidable opponent was indeed a significant delight in life. Without a moment's hesitation, he replied, "Haha, splendid. Let us battle with all our might." Seizing the moment, Tianjinhan took a deep breath and unleashed a formidable surge of energy with a powerful thrust of his hands. He bellowed, "Qiqi." A colossal wave of energy erupted from his palms, surging forth with astonishing force towards Trunks. However, despite the immense power of this attack, it appeared feeble in the face of Trunks' absolute strength. Trunks stood his ground, effortlessly absorbing Tianjinhan's onslaught. Then, with lightning speed, he burst forth from the billowing smoke, instantly positioning himself behind Tianjinhan. Without mercy, Trunks unleashed a devastating punch to Tianjinhan's back. The blow struck like thunder, sending Tianjinhan careening into the air, plunging into the sea below. With a splash, he sank beneath the waves, marking the conclusion of this fierce encounter. Next up was Gohan, set to face the wrestler Yud. Upon seeing his opponent, a mere child, Yud's face contorted into a disdainful grin as he boisterously proclaimed, "Hey, hey, hey. What is this nonsense? My opponent is just a kid? What kind of farcical matchmaking is this?" He crouched low, preparing for a swift and decisive end to this absurd match. However, in the next instant, Gohan let out a mighty roar and, with astonishing speed, lifted his leg to kick Yud. Yud's body soared through the air like a cannonball, hurtling hundreds of meters before crashing heavily onto the ground. Thus, Gohan effortlessly triumphed over his adversary, bringing the battle to a close. Next up, Krillin versus Piccolo. The announcer called out. Upon hearing this announcement, a wave of anxiety surged through Krillin. Engaging in self-talk, he spiraled into a whirlwind of thoughts. Do I really have to go up? Will I be utterly defeated? Should I even step into the ring? But then, not participating would be so humiliating. After a fierce internal struggle, Krillin finally resolved to muster his courage. He slapped his cheeks vigorously in an attempt to invigorate himself. Taking a deep breath, he shouted as he charged toward Piccolo, who was meditating at the edge of the arena. Unfortunately, due to overwhelming nerves, Krillin failed to notice the situation ahead, narrowly missing Piccolo's cloak and tumbling off the stage. He flailed his limbs in the air like a frog thrown into water, slowly rising to the edge of the platform before plummeting again. Observing this spectacle, Piccolo furrowed his brow. He extended his arm, grasped Krillin by the collar, and hoisted him back onto the stage. With a disdainful expression, Piccolo remarked, "TCH. I expected a bit more skill from the participants in this competition. To think you forgot to utilize the most basic technique of flight. Your abilities are woefully inadequate." With that, Piccolo leaped off the stage, forfeiting the match and soaring away. The host, momentarily stunned by Piccolo's departure, regained composure after 2.5 seconds, and excitedly announced, "Piccolo has forfeited. Krillin is the victor and advances to the finals." "Oh dear, that was truly frightening," Krillin said, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Still shaken, he cast a lingering glance at the departing Piccolo before turning away from the arena. Witnessing Gohan and the others' impressive performances, Satan felt a twinge of fear. Realizing he could no longer remain passive, thus, he devised a plan to feign a stomachache and stealthily escape the castle. However, as he stepped outside, he was spotted by the enthusiastic audience. Reluctantly, he returned to the SVIP viewing room. Chapter 83, The Onslaught of the Bojack Legion. At that moment, the battle of the fourth group had concluded, and the martial arts tournament was about to commence its final showdown. The host ascended the stage and excitedly announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, we now arrive at the ultimate confrontation of this martial arts tournament. Let us welcome the competitors to the stage." The host then elaborated on the rules of the final match. Each contestant would drive a small car to their designated arena. Awaiting them on the stage would be formidable extraterrestrials from the galaxy. The one who could defeat these aliens the fastest would be crowned the champion of this tournament. Upon hearing this rule, Krillin, who had previously felt disheartened, was instantly filled with exhilaration. He carefully analyzed the host's words and was delighted to realize that, according to this rule, he need not battle Gohan or Trunks to achieve victory. With this thought, Krillin leaped with joy, exclaiming, "Wow, this is fantastic. Haha. Now I have a chance to win the championship." Subsequently, each individual embarked in their respective vehicles to different competition arenas. Klin's arena was situated near a volcanic crater, surrounded by bubbling magma. Not far away, he spotted an extraterrestrial beauty with cascading orange waves and a cerulean complexion. Taken aback by her adorable appearance, Klin found himself at a loss. "Oh, my opponent is such a charming girl. How should I proceed?" His heart was in turmoil as he grappled with the dilemma of confronting this delightful girl. Reluctant to inflict harm upon her yet unwilling to forfeit the contest, he resolved to first assess her capabilities and combat style before making a decision. However, little did Klin anticipate that this enchanting girl was akin to a thorny rose. With a melodious giggle, she introduced herself. My name is Zanjia, and you may perish." Before Klin could collect his thoughts, Zanjia executed an elegant leap, swiftly positioning herself behind him, then delivered a powerful kick that sent him hurtling away. Klin, caught completely off guard, felt akin to a kite severed from its string, soaring backward. This sudden assault left him reeling. He had never imagined Zanjia possessed such strength and agility. A sharp pain radiated from his back as his body involuntarily propelled forward. He attempted to adjust his posture, but it was far too late. Zanjia swiftly followed with a series of heavy punches, each striking Klin with formidable force. Overwhelmed by an immense power, he felt darkness closing in, and his body was propelled into the distance, ultimately colliding violently with a distant rock. Helplessly, he lay on the ground, unconscious. Meanwhile, the arena of another finalist, a sumo wrestler, lay in a desolate desert, enveloped by barren wasteland, with only swirling yellow sands and searing sunlight. Standing on the platform, the wrestler scanned his surroundings. Perplexed, strange, where is my opponent? Unbeknownst to him, danger lurked nearby. Suddenly, he sensed a subtle disturbance behind him and turned to investigate. In that instant, the concealed adversary sprang into action. A pair of robust arms erupted from the ground, tightly grasping the sumo wrestler's neck and hoisting him into the air. In a state of sheer terror, the wrestler struggled desperately to free himself, but to no avail. Choked and unable to breathe, he soon succumbed to asphyxiation. The orange-haired man, having disposed of the sumo wrestler's lifeless body, wore a triumphant. Upon finishing his words, he lifted his foot and crushed the camera beneath it. At that moment, the audience in the stands, witnessing this scene through the display screens, turned pale with fear, frantically scattering in all directions, plunging the entire venue into chaos. The organizers were equally alarmed, their faces etched with terror as they turned to the nearby staff member, demanding, "What is happening here? Those alien warriors that just appeared are not the ones we had arranged beforehand. Where have our people gone?" I don't know. I will investigate immediately." The employee, trembling with fear, collapsed to the ground, then scrambled back to his feet, hastily fleeing from the SVIP audience room. Outside, the stands had devolved into utter disarray. People screamed and shouted, desperately attempting to escape this terrifying place. Some were so frightened that they collapsed, unable to move, while others pushed and shoved one another, resulting in several injuries. Trunks found himself amidst a sea of flowers, surrounded by a picturesque landscape adorned with vibrant blossoms, the air infused with a delightful fragrance. He inhaled deeply, savoring the beauty of nature, when suddenly, an overwhelming aura of malice surged toward him. Sensing danger, Trunks reacted swiftly, leaping aside just in time to evade the powerful energy wave. As he landed, he cautiously surveyed his surroundings and soon detected the source of the attack, a mysterious figure perched on a nearby branch. The individual bore a long sword, possessed blue skin, and sported hair reminiscent of an orange crab, with a handsome yet cold visage. Trunks, taken aback, furrowed his brow and questioned, "Why do you seek to harm me? Is this not merely a contest?" The stranger scoffed, "A mere contest, you say? Let me enlighten you. Your counterfeit opponents have already been slain and replaced by us. We are the true beings from the cosmos." Trunks' eyes widened in disbelief as he inquired, "Who are you?" "I am Gokaya, a member of the Bojack Legion." "What? Why would you do this? What are your intentions?" Trunks pressed further, his shock intensifying. "Humph, you are not worthy of knowing," Gogoya replied with disdain. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, fists flying towards Trunks with remarkable speed and fierce intent. After exchanging a few swift blows, Gogoya swiftly drew the sword from his waist and unleashed a relentless series of powerful slashes aimed at Trunks. Yet, Trunks adeptly evaded each assault, seizing the opportunity to retaliate. They darted across the surface of the lake, and suddenly, Gogoya came to a halt, firmly establishing his stance as he sheathed his sword. In an instant, he transformed from his earlier playful demeanor into one of grave seriousness, standing still as he unleashed a thunderous roar, causing the surrounding waters to erupt into towering columns that soared skyward. Once the aquatic spectacle subsided, his adversary had successfully transformed. Gogoya's muscles swelled dramatically, and his once orange hair blazed into a vivid red. Chapter 84. Gohan's initial display of power. Meanwhile, Gohan was traveling in a small vehicle, which was abruptly destroyed mid-journey. Ultimately, it plummeted into a realm strewn with colossal candies. At that moment, the entire area was bombarded with massive cubes, each weighing several tons, cascading down like a torrential rainstorm. Gohan gazed warily ahead, where a diminutive foe, wrapped in cloth and bearing azure skin, gradually emerged. This adversary chuckled ominously, "Hee hee. You little brat possess quite the skills." Gohan's gaze was imbued with severity and vigilance as he inquired, "Who exactly are you? Among the 4 adversaries I have encountered, none resemble you. What are your true intentions?" "Ha ha ha. Considering you are about to meet your demise, it matters not to divulge my identity. I am Bukin, a member of the Bojack Brigade. We hail from an extraterrestrial race known as the Hera, and our purpose on Earth is to bring about its destruction," Bukin replied, laughing with unrestrained audacity. Upon hearing this, Gohan was taken aback, but he swiftly regained his composure. He understood that this was not the moment for fear. He must confront the adversary before him. Meanwhile, Bachin grew increasingly arrogant, extending his hands to wield his supernatural abilities, seeking to manipulate the enormous clock hands behind Gohan in an attempt to deliver a fatal blow. Upon witnessing the dire situation, Gohan swiftly retreated to create distance, simultaneously unleashing a fierce burst of energy that shattered the enormous pointer. As Gohan engaged in a fierce battle with Bujin, the organizers finally recognized the gravity of the situation. They urgently convened to devise a strategy and ultimately resolved to summon Satan to address the mysterious contestants. However, as the world champion, Satan was acutely aware of the formidable nature of these extraterrestrials and chose to flee without hesitation. He dashed into the restroom at lightning speed, feigning a stomachache as a ruse to evade the impending crisis. Meanwhile, Trunks continued his struggle against the adversary. Yet it was evident that the enemy had unleashed their full might. In a typical confrontation, Trunks would hold his own, but he now found himself at a disadvantage. Sustaining a severe blow from his opponent, he fell to the ground, groaning in agony, while the adversary drew forth a sword, poised to claim Trunks' life. In that moment, Trunks could no longer endure. Pushed to his limits, he transformed into a Super Saiyan and, with a single punch, pierced through his foe's chest, sending the villain to meet his demise. However, as Trunks turned to retreat, he was ambushed by another adversary who struck a vital area, rendering him unconscious due to his unpreparedness. Simultaneously, Vegeta, immersed in training within the gravity chamber, sensed his son's peril and rushed out, soaring towards the malevolent aura. On the Supreme Kai's planet, the North Kai, who had been napping, abruptly awoke with a look of terror, gazing into the distance. He felt a powerful energy emanating from afar, stirring within him a sense of foreboding. With a start, the North Kai leapt to his feet and hastily approached Goku, who was meditating atop the rocky outcrop, urgently exclaiming, "Goku, this is bad. Earth is in danger. Gohan and the others are facing an enemy led by Bojack, the malevolent Galactic Warriors organization. These foes are exceptionally strong and exceedingly troublesome." Upon hearing this news, Wukong remained seated in tranquil composure, seemingly unfazed by the revelation. He slowly opened his eyes and gazed steadily at King North, softly inquiring, "Oh, is that so?" Observing Wukong's calm demeanor, King North felt a surge of irritation, yet continued to elucidate. Many years ago, the four kings of the East, West, South, and North engaged in a life-and-death struggle against Bojack and his cohorts, ultimately sealing them at the edge of the galaxy. However, due to your inadvertent act of bringing Cell to King Kai's planet, I met with an unfortunate demise. Now, Bojack and his allies have broken free from their confinement and returned to the world, with Earth shockingly becoming their primary target for assault. Upon hearing the words of the North Kai, Wukong smiled gently and reassured him, "There is no need for concern, esteemed Kai. With Gohan and Vegeta's formidable strength, they should be more than capable of handling the imminent crisis. Should Gohan falter in his resolve to defeat the adversary, Vegeta will undoubtedly provide the necessary support." "Very well," the North Kai replied. "If you remain so composed, I shall not allow myself to be anxious either. I suppose I shall return to my slumber." With that, the North Kai strolled away with an air of nonchalance. At that moment, Gohan had rendered Bujin unconscious and murmured to himself, "These foes are not weak. I should first ascertain the condition of Uncle Krillin and Brother Trunks." With determination, he swiftly flew towards their location. Upon arriving, Gohan discovered Krillin and Trunks lying on the ground, unconscious. His heart raced with concern as he approached and examined them, relieved to find no life-threatening injuries. Just then, a tall, menacing man with blue skin approached him, accompanied by a woman with flowing aqua skin and a man sporting a pineapple-like hairstyle. The sinister man regarded Gohan with curiosity and declared, "Ah, young one, you seem quite extraordinary. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Bojack. The two accompanying me are my subordinates, Zanya and Pita, along with Bujin, who failed to return after attacking you, and the unfortunate Gogeta, who was slain by your companion. We are the Bojack Brigade, and now you shall meet your demise. Attack." As soon as he finished speaking, Zanya and Pita launched themselves at Gohan with the speed of arrows released from a bow. Gohan remained unperturbed, his form flickering as he charged forward, engaging his adversaries in an intense aerial battle. Both sides exchanged blows with unwavering resolve, rendering it difficult to discern a victor. As time passed, Gohan began to feel a twinge of impatience. He took a deep breath, radiating an overwhelming aura, and soon transformed into the full-powered Super Saiyan form, his body aglow with brilliance. With a swift and powerful punch, he unleashed a formidable gust of energy that sent Zanja and Peter crashing to the ground. "What? You are astonishingly strong. This is simply unbelievable," Bojack exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. "It is not that my strength is unparalleled. Rather, your subordinates are simply too feeble. If you wish to test your might, why not step forward and face me yourself?" With a grave expression, Gohan gazed resolutely at Bojack, displaying no signs of fear. Suddenly, Tien and Yamcha descended from the heavens, landing steadfastly beside Gohan. After swiftly assessing their surroundings, they immediately assumed combat stances, ready to engage. Without hesitation, the two launched themselves forward, charging at the recently risen Zanya and Peter. However, it wasn't long before Tien and Yamcha, battered and bruised, collapsed to the ground, succumbing to unconsciousness. Chapter 85, Prince Vegeta arrives. A flicker of anger surged within Gohan, prompting him to surge forward without hesitation, prepared to engage in a fierce battle with his adversaries. Observing the precariousness of the situation, Bojack immediately entered the fray, attempting to thwart Gohan's assault. Nevertheless, Gohan demonstrated astonishing prowess, holding his own against three opponents with remarkable parity. The four combatants clashed incessantly in the air, their energies colliding and intertwining, creating a spectacle of extraordinary intensity. Gohan exerted tremendous effort to unleash a powerful shockwave, only to be effortlessly repelled by Bojack. Immediately thereafter, Peter, who stood behind Bojack, swiftly extended his hands, executing the prince's technique directed at Gohan. This sudden assault caught Gohan off guard, yet he adeptly evaded the majority of the strikes with his nimble agility. At that moment, Buchan also arrived on the battlefield and promptly unleashed his signature move, utilizing his unique abilities to firmly immobilize Gohan's body, rendering him unable to move in midair. Gohan struggled fervently in an attempt to break free from the constraints. Yet he found himself unable to overcome Buu's grip. In the next moment, a small car unexpectedly plummeted from the sky, hurtling towards Bu with alarming speed. Bu swiftly dodged, providing Gohan the opportunity to escape his control. Simultaneously, Peter unleashed a powerful energy blast, obliterating the car in an instant. Satan, descending from above, shouted loudly as he fell, and the debris from the vehicle fortuitously struck a concealed camera. This unforeseen event caused those outside to lose all monitoring and understanding of the battlefield in an instant. While Gohan remained suspended in midair, momentarily stunned and unresponsive, the four galactic warriors executed a nearly flawless coordinated assault, launching Gohan from the protective barrier into the external environment. Without delay, they swiftly encircled him and commenced a fierce onslaught. Gohan's frail frame bore the brunt of fists akin to a tempest. At that moment, Bu seized yet another opportunity, freezing Gohan in midair, just as Bojack was poised to deliver a fatal blow to Gohan. A thunderous voice resonated through the heavens. Special beam cannon. A formidable wave of energy instantly pierced through Buu's body, causing him to collapse to the ground, lifeless. Upon witnessing the scene, Gohan swiftly evaded Bojack's assault, creating a considerable distance between himself and the remaining three adversaries. With exhilaration, he called out loudly towards the direction from which the energy wave had emanated. "Uncle Piccolo, you have finally arrived." Piccolo stood atop a tower, his white cloak billowing in the wind, his gaze imbued with depth and resolve. He offered Gohan a faint smile, a hint of reassurance gracing his lips. However, his demeanor soon shifted to one of seriousness. It is fortunate that I have come, Gohan. You possess the capability to vanquish them, yet you have hesitated. Your naivety is disheartening. Mercy towards your foes is the gravest cruelty towards oneself. If you do not eliminate them, they will inevitably seek your demise. Do you understand? Gohan lowered his head, a flicker of remorse and guilt passing through his eyes, and replied softly, "Yes, I understand, Uncle Piccolo." Just then, the intense tremors finally roused Trunks from his unconsciousness. He gradually opened his eyes and, upon seeing Gohan before him, rose to his feet and inquired, "Gohan, you have arrived. What is the situation now?" Gohan nodded and recounted the events to Trunks in detail. "I see. I've just engaged in combat with these individuals." Trunks replied, "I understand, Gohan. I believe you are not yet suited for a true battle against the enemy. Leave this to me." With that, Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan at full power, his gaze sharp as he directed it towards Peter and the others. "Have you two finished your conversation? How long must we wait to fight?" Peter, growing impatient, boldly charged toward Gohan and Trunks. However, he was swiftly interrupted by an energy blast that struck his path. The group turned their attention to the source of the blast, where Vegeta approached Trunks with a proud demeanor. "Trunks, I've heard you've already eliminated an enemy. Piccolo just did the same, and Gohan has been battling 4 opponents alone. Now it's my turn," Vegeta stated coolly. "Father, what brings you here? We can handle this," Trunks exclaimed, feeling both pleased and guilty. Enough chatter. I come and go as I please. None of you are to claim these foes before me. It has been far too long since I've experienced a true fight." Vegeta clenched his fist, producing a resounding crack as a slight smirk graced his lips. "All right then." Trunks and Gohan exchanged a glance, shaking their heads in resignation. They then retracted their auras, returning to their normal states, and replied in unison, "Understood, Dad." "Hey, who are you exactly?" Bojack could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired. The man before him emanated an overwhelming presence, seemingly more formidable than the young warrior they had previously battled. Upon hearing Bojack's words, Vegeta's smirk widened, exuding confidence. He slightly spread his legs and instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan at full power, enveloped in a soft golden aura. Clenching his fist and pointing his thumb at himself, he confidently declared, "Oh, are you inquiring about me? I am the Prince of Saiyans, Super Saiyan Vegeta. What? Your power surpasses that of the boy we just fought? How can this be?" Bojack's eyes widened in disbelief as he sensed Vegeta's overwhelming energy. Nothing is impossible. I have been training and fighting relentlessly. If you do not come to me, I shall come to you." Vegeta's lips curled into a confident smile. As his words fell, he leaned forward slightly, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Peter as if by teleportation. In swift succession, a graceful knife hand strike severed Peter's head from his body, blood gushing from the severed carotid artery like a fountain, splattering everywhere as Peter's lifeless body slowly crumpled to the ground. Vegeta turned to face Bojack, a mischievous grin gracing his features. Hahaha, your underlings are truly pathetic. Bojack and Zanya's expressions dramatically shifted, and they quickly retreated, putting distance between themselves and Vegeta. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Bojack erupted into laughter. Ahahaha, truly impressive. I didn't even have time to react. Since you're so formidable, I shall not hold back any longer. In an instant, Bojack's muscles swelled, his hair transformed from black to brilliant red, and he radiated an immensely powerful aura, significantly stronger than before. He crossed his arms and shouted at Vegeta, "It's not just you who can transform to enhance strength. I can do it too." Chapter 86. The comedic galactic crisis. However, in the face of Bojack's provocation, Vegeta merely raised an eyebrow, a look of disdain crossing his face as he retorted, "Humph. Your current power finally appears somewhat respectable, but who told you I could only transform once?" At this revelation, Bojack's heart raced, yet he feigned calmness as he replied, "What? You can continue to transform? That's impossible. You won't deceive me so easily." Despite his bravado, a flicker of doubt crept into his mind. "Humph. Then keep your eyes wide open." Vegeta scoffed, and with a powerful shout, his aura surged, becoming even more formidable. Brilliant lightning crackled around him, enveloping his entire being in a golden, jet-like flame. Simultaneously, a fierce whirlwind erupted from behind him, scattering the surrounding ruins. "This is impossible. I refuse to believe such a powerful being exists in this world. Zangya, go and test that guy's true strength." Bojack exclaimed in panic, his voice trembling, his complexion paling, and beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he instinctively stumbled backward. From behind Zangya, he launched an energy blast, sending her screaming toward Vegeta. Zangya, in terror, tried to halt her advance, but it was already too late. "Humph. Seeking death." Vegeta observed Zangya rushing towards him and, with a disdainful smirk, unleashed a ki blast with a casual wave of his hand. Zangya, noticing the impending attack, attempted to evade, but the speed of the blast was insurmountable. Trapped between two blasts, she found herself with no escape. In a deafening explosion, Zangya was instantaneously reduced to ashes, vanishing without a trace. Witnessing this, Bojack lost his composure and promptly turned to flee. "Huh, you shall not escape," Vegeta bellowed, instantly appearing before Bojack. "Do not underestimate me. I am the formidable galactic tyrant. I will fight to the end." With no means of escape, Bojack resolved to unleash his full power, twisting his waist to gather energy, his white aura pulsating violently, creating shockwaves around him as he launched a devastating punch at Vegeta. With merely a finger, Vegeta effortlessly intercepted the blow, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he scoffed. "Is that all you've got? You insolent fool. Take this." Bojack retaliated, his chest heaving with rage as he continued to amplify his energy, unleashing a barrage of ferocious punches, each accompanied by a thunderous sonic boom. Yet, to his dismay, Vegeta blocked every single one with a mere finger. Amused, Vegeta regarded the panting Bojack, a sly grin forming on his face. "Since you have finished, it is now my turn, you pathetic wretch." No sooner had he spoken than Bojack, caught off guard, felt Vegeta's fist pierce through his chest. Whispers lingered in the air as Vegeta leaned in to murmur, "Trash belongs in the trash heap." In a moment of sheer terror, Bojack's eyes widened as Vegeta's fist radiated blinding light, sensing the impending grip of death. "No, please, I haven't," but before he could utter another word, Bojack's body was engulfed in an explosion, dust swirling into the air. As the debris settled, Vegeta stood nonchalantly, his back to the onlookers, while Bojack's form had long since been reduced to dust, scattered by the winds. "Humph. What a pathetic excuse for the Bojack Brigade. Trunks, I shall take my leave." Without allowing anyone a chance to respond, Vegeta soared away with the swiftness of lightning. "Che, that Vegeta, always showing off," Piccolo remarked, turning his face away in irritation. Trunks gazed at the departing figure of Vegeta, a smile breaking across his face. Gohan, stroking his head, sighed, "Oh, truly. Uncle Vegeta has grown significantly stronger compared to 3 months ago." "Humph. Gohan, how do you speak of others? Were it not for your merciful nature, Yamcha and Tien would not have been injured, and this battle should have concluded long ago. Reflect on this matter upon your return." With that, Piccolo soared into the sky. Gohan gazed wistfully in the direction where Piccolo had departed, softly murmuring, "Uncle Piccolo." Trunks consoled him, "It's all right, Gohan. This is not your fault. You are still quite young, and it is understandable that you cannot bring yourself to slay your enemies. This does not imply that you will be unable to do so in the future. Do not dwell on it. I have the senzu beans that Mr. Goku provided earlier. Let us first nourish everyone and then depart from this place. Yes, that sounds wonderful, Gohan exclaimed with delight. After awakening the others, Gohan and Trunks distributed the senzu beans to each of them, and together they left the area. Once all matters had settled, it was unsurprising that everyone unanimously believed that Mr. Satan had triumphed over the nefarious aliens. The organizers awarded the championship prize to Satan and presented Trunks, who had vanquished one alien, with the runner-up award. The following morning dawned bright and sunny, with a gentle breeze caressing the air. In the heart of West City, at Bulma's villa, a grand celebration was underway. The spacious and luminous courtyard was adorned with a delightful array of culinary delights and beverages, filled with the sounds of laughter and merriment. Dressed in an exquisite evening gown, Bulma stood at the center of the stage, raising her glass of red wine high, beaming as she toasted to Tien, Master Roshi, Yamchu, Krillin, and others in the audience. Come, let us raise our glasses together. The crowd responded enthusiastically, lifting their glasses in unison and cheerfully exclaiming, "Cheers!" The sound resonated throughout the courtyard, imbued with joy and fervor. Tien and Yamcha savored the fine wine while engaging in discussions about the martial arts philosophy. Master Roshi sipped quietly, occasionally chuckling with satisfaction. Krillin, Puar, and Oolong took to the stage, singing and dancing with abandon, drawing forth waves of applause from the audience. Gohan, Trunks, and Android 17 sat together, relishing delicious barbecue, engaging in lively conversation amidst an atmosphere of joy. Meanwhile, Android 18, Qiqi, and Bulma sat nearby, happily chatting, their laughter ringing like silver bells. In one corner of the yard, Android 16 observed quietly, a gentle smile gracing his face. The entire scene radiated harmony, with everyone immersed in happiness. However, at the opposite end of the yard, Piccolo and Vegeta appeared somewhat out of place, leaning against two grand trees, arms crossed over their chests, eyes closed in contemplation. The gathering continued into the afternoon as the sun gradually dipped lower, casting golden rays across the yard. At that moment, Trunks rose to bid farewell, announcing his return to the future. "Goodbye, everyone," he waved. The group approached him, exchanging hugs and handshakes, offering heartfelt wishes. Bulma stepped forward, embracing Trunks tightly, her eyes filled with reluctance. "Trunks, please take care of yourself," she softly urged. "Don't worry, Mom. I will," Trunks assured her, then turned toward the corner of the yard where Dr. Brief had prepared a collection of new materials and resources for him. Trunks gratefully accepted these precious gifts, placing them into a capsule. With everything ready, he retrieved a capsule from his pocket and tossed it forward with force. A brilliant light flashed as the time machine materialized before everyone. Bulma offered a tender smile, saying, "Trunks, rest assured, I have thoroughly checked and repaired the time machine. There will be no issues. These 3 days spent here will only equate to 3 days in your original world. So you need not worry about the 3 months in between." Trunks beamed with joy, gratefully embracing Bulma. "Thank you, Mom," he exclaimed, before turning to enter the pilot seat of the time machine. From his position, Trunks gazed through the transparent dome at the gathered friends below, gently waving his arm with a warm smile as he bid them farewell. "Dear friends, until we meet again, please take care of yourselves." The group responded in unison. "Safe travels." As the time machine powered up, the dome slowly closed with a slight tremor. The machine ascended, emitting a dazzling white light, and vanished without a trace. Watching the spot where the time machine had disappeared, Bulma couldn't help but shed tears. She understood that this farewell could very well be eternal. Yet she held on to the hope that Trunks would remain safe. Chapter 87. Gohan's High School Life, Year 774 of the Age of Earth. 7 years have elapsed since the last invasion of the Bojack Legion, and the people have returned to a life of peace and happiness. However, once accustomed to tranquility, foolish individuals begin to proliferate. Such is the nature of humanity. Nestled in the eastern mountainous region of the continent lies a tranquil city known as Satan City. Although it may be misguided, the populace believes that Mr. Satan has salvaged the earth, thus elevating him to the status of a global hero. Consequently, the city he inhabits was renamed Satan City. Over the course of 7 years, this once backward locale has been transformed by affluent capitalists into a bustling metropolis, akin to the nearby East capital. At this moment, however, a bank within the city is beset by a robbery. "Hurry, hand over the valuables. Do you wish to meet your demise? Stop dawdling." With that, the masked leader of the 4 robbers fired shots into the air. Bang, bang, bang. Oh no. In the ensuing chaos, people fled in panic while the bank employees, with no other recourse, stuffed money into the robbers' bags. Meanwhile, a 16-year-old named Gohan was riding on the flying Nimbus, en route to Satan City for high school. Upon disembarking and walking for a short distance, he encountered the four robbers emerging from the bank. Gohan, of course, would not remain a mere bystander. However, in order to conceal his identity, he transformed into a Super Saiyan and swiftly emerged, effortlessly incapacitating the fully armed quartet with just a few blows. As Wu Fan took a few steps forward, a young woman with black hair styled in twin ponytails blocked his path. With a tone reminiscent of a tomboy, she inquired, "Hey, do you have any idea who was responsible for that? Surely, it couldn't have been the police, right?" "I am unaware," he replied. "I was merely passing by. Hee. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave." As Gohan gazed at the adorable girl before him, clad in a white t-shirt and black shorts, his face flushed with embarrassment. Overwhelmed, he stammered a response before hastily fleeing the scene. How infuriating. She had come specifically for this, but who could she possibly be? The young woman, visibly upset, exclaimed, "Ah, it is Miss Bidalai. I just saw it." That little old man recognized the girl, hastily chiming in. "The Golden Warrior again. Humph. He possesses remarkable speed and immense strength, swiftly dispatching those robbers before vanishing into thin air. By the way, I noticed that the Golden Warrior's attire bore the same emblem of Orange Star High School as yours." The old man added, "Could it be that he is from our school? Is there someone like that in our institution?" The golden-haired Bidalai gasped in surprise, then fell into deep contemplation. "In class. Sharpener, could it be that you are the Golden Warrior?" Bidalai inquired of the nearby muscular blonde bully. "Regrettably, I am too occupied to engage in such trivial matters," Sharpener replied nonchalantly. As the surrounding individuals resumed their idle chatter, the bespectacled male homeroom teacher, Rin, entered the classroom, clearing his throat. "Ahem, everyone, please pay attention. Today, we have a new student joining our class. Come on in." "Hello, everyone, my name is Son Gohan. I look forward to your guidance." Gohan spoke shyly. Upon witnessing Gohan's striking appearance and physique, several girls in the class began to whisper among themselves. The homeroom teacher instructed Gohan to find a seat. A blonde bombshell invited Gohan to sit beside her, and he obliged, taking a seat. The blonde girl greeted the newly seated Gohan. "Hello, I am Iraisha. And the girl next to me is Bidalai. Her father is Mr. Satan, you know." Gohan had only encountered Satan once during the Broly incident, and he was taken aback to hear that Satan had not only defeated Cell, but had also triumphed over Broly. The revelation that the young woman was Satan's daughter surprised him as well. The three engaged in casual conversation, during which Gohan mentioned that his home was over 1,000 kilometers away. Upon noticing Gohan's attire in conjunction with his connection to Dili, suspicions regarding his true identity arose. Had it not been for the golden-haired boy's comment that Gohan appeared to be a weakling, Gohan might have struggled to maintain his facade. The local bully intended to make things difficult for the new student, and when the English teacher posed a question, he called on Gohan to translate the text. However, to the bully's astonishment, Gohan was an academic prodigy. He recited the English text with remarkable fluency. In the subsequent physical education class, when a classmate hit a home run, Gohan leaped effortlessly into the air, soaring several meters to catch the baseball. He then tossed the ball with such force that it sent another student flying out of the ring, leaving the onlookers in a state of shock. It was at that moment that Gohan realized he had just demonstrated extraordinary prowess. Subsequently, he took up a baseball bat to hit the ball. To assuage the concerns of those around him, he deliberately refrained from swinging the bat and instead caught the incoming baseball with his face. His complete lack of reaction astounded everyone present once again. Considering Gohan's performance during physical education class, Bidalai began to doubt Gohan's true identity. Thus, during the afternoon after school, Bidalai stealthily followed Gohan, determined to uncover the mystery of how he had returned home from a school located 1,000 kilometers away. However, Gohan had already noticed Bidalai's pursuit. At a corner, he vanished from her sight and soared to the rooftop of the building. In an effort to dispel Bidalai's suspicions, Gohan pondered deeply on his way home and eventually arrived at Bulma's house. After greeting Bulma, he stated his purpose. "Aunt Bulma, I hope you can create a suit that conceals my identity as a gallant hero, preferably one that can be donned with the press of a button. Is that all?" "Such a task is certainly no challenge for me, the ingenious inventor Bulma. Please wait here for a moment." With that, Bulma promptly entered her laboratory. While Bulma was busy with her creation, Gohan encountered the now 8-year-old Trunks, who joyfully approached him and exclaimed, "Hey, Gohan brother, it's been so long since you last visited. You haven't come to play with me in half a year." Gohan gently brushed his fingers through Trunks' white hair, chuckling softly as he remarked, "I have been quite engrossed in my studies lately, having recently completed my review of high school knowledge." And Qiqi, concerned that my solitary self-study at home might lead to a bout of depression, enrolled me in a high school in Satan City to foster friendships and engage in a more social environment. Today marks my first day of classes. "Oh, I see," Trunks responded. "I've heard that the new city has become remarkably prosperous. Wu Tian, Wu Yue, and my cousin Janae have not visited me for nearly a month. I wonder how they are faring lately and what has kept them so occupied." Tinkus, seemingly accustomed to Gohan's nonchalant demeanor, replied calmly, "Ah, they are all doing quite well. But they have become utterly engrossed in watching animated series, hardly venturing outside their homes." Gohan recalled his mischievous cousins, the playful trio consisting of his cousin Pan, his sister Goten, and his brother Goku, and awkwardly scratched his head. Chapter 88, The Scion Masked Hero. Coincidentally, at that moment, Vegeta emerged from the training room. 7 years had passed, yet the Scion Prince still wore a scowl, casting a glance at Gohan and remarked nonchalantly, "It seems you haven't entirely squandered these years." "Not too shabby." "Heh, of course. I promised Uncle Piccolo that while I pursued academic knowledge, I would also dedicate myself to training. Although I devote a bit more time to studying, I still occasionally train with Uncle Piccolo. Whenever Brother Radits returns to Earth, I engage in combat training with him as well," Gohan replied bashfully, scratching his head with a smile. "Just don't forget to train." With that, Vegeta resumed his training. After 2 hours, Bulma completed the items Gohan had requested. Gohan pressed a button on his watch, and instantly a combat suit appeared on him. Excitedly, he dashed to the mirror to admire his new attire. "Wow, this outfit is truly remarkable, and Bulma is amazing. Thank you." "Oh, I'm so glad you like it," Bulma replied with a satisfied grin. Watching Gohan strike bizarre poses in front of the mirror, Trunks stood nearby, looking somewhat speechless. With the battle attire in hand, Gohan could hardly contain his exhilaration and immediately planned to set forth to right wrongs and uphold justice. In the air, Gohan spotted a sports car recklessly weaving down the road. Without hesitation, he descended before the reckless drivers, bringing their car to a halt. The street racers furiously shouted at Gohan, "Who do you think you are, you eccentric fool? Are you seeking death?" They promptly exited their vehicle, ready to confront him. Gohan, brimming with a sense of justice, declared loudly, "You are endangering lives with your dangerous driving. This is utterly wrong." The two racers, seething with anger, questioned him. "Who exactly are you? What gives you the right to confront us?" It was at this moment that Gohan realized he had yet to bestow a name upon his attire. He recalled the cherished memories of his childhood, when his father would take him to watch superhero films for 3 years whenever he had the time. The protagonist's movements had left a profound impression on him. Thus, in front of the two street racers, he began to dance awkwardly, exclaiming loudly, "Tada! I am the messenger of justice, the Scion Masked Hero." Initially, the two racers were taken aback, but soon they found it hard to contain their laughter, nearly brought to tears by their amusement. Seeing his carefully thought-out name mocked by the very individuals he sought to impress left Gohan infuriated. With a fierce stomp of his foot, he shattered the pavement beneath him. The sheer force of his outburst left the two racers utterly stunned, and they vowed never to race again from that day forward. Gohan returned home clad in his battle attire. "Mother, I am back," he announced. "Ah, is that you, Gohan? What on earth are you wearing? This is utterly inappropriate." At that moment, Goten, the younger son who bore an uncanny resemblance to Goku, emerged from his bedroom. Upon seeing Gohan's outfit, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Wow, brother, your outfit is so cool." "Hehe, isn't it, Goten?" Gohan replied, a proud smile adorning his face. "Indeed," Goten exclaimed, circling around Gohan with gleaming eyes filled with enthusiasm. Qiqi observed the two brothers with a mixture of exasperation and a trace of fondness, shaking her head in disbelief. "All right, Gohan, quickly change into something more appropriate. Dinner is almost ready. Goten, please go to the villa and summon your aunt number 18 and Goku's daughter, Qiqi. The meal will be ready shortly," Qiqi instructed. Gohan and Goten exchanged a knowing smile, after which Gohan swiftly dashed back to his room to change his attire, while Goten went to summon others. Moments later, Android 18 entered, accompanied by two little girls clad in identical dresses, along with a meal she had prepared. The two girls greeted everyone cheerfully, saying, "Hello, hello, Gohan brother. Wu Fan gently patted the heads of the 6-year-old girl with golden hair and twin ponytails, Wu Yue, and the 5-year-old girl with short black hair, Janae, and said with a smile, "Hello, my darlings. Come and join me for dinner." The family gathered around the table, relishing the warmth of their evening meal together. Gohan recounted his experiences from the day before, captivating everyone with his storytelling. The following day, I set off for school. Gohan, with his messenger bag in hand, stood at the doorway, bidding farewell to Qiqi and Goten, who were standing at the entrance. "Be mindful of the planes," Qiqi advised. "Indeed." With a beep, Gohan transformed into the Scion-masked superhero. "How splendid. Brother, you look so dashing. Hehe, isn't it great? From now on, Aunt Bulma should make you an outfit as well. Starting today, the flying Nimbus shall be yours." With that, Gohan soared into the sky. As Wu Tian watched the silhouette of Wu Fan depart, he joyously waved goodbye. "Your brother is truly delighted. He can transform at will now," Qiqi remarked with a sense of wonder. With the cloak draped around him, Wu Fan soared through the skies at an astonishing speed, swiftly arriving atop the teaching building, where he transformed back. Upon returning to the classroom, he overheard his classmates discussing the exploits of the Scion-masked hero who had thwarted the plans of the motor gang the previous day. However, they were met with ridicule for their misnaming of the hero's attire, prompting Wu Fan to correct them without restraint. At that moment, the ingenious Baidili's smartwatch chimed, signaling that a nearby bus had been hijacked. Consequently, the police requested Baidili's assistance, and he dashed out without hesitation. Elisa informed Wu Fan, Baidili possesses a profound sense of justice, likely surpassing that of his father, Mr. Satan. Hence, the police frequently call upon him for aid. Upon hearing of Baidili's prowess, Wu Fan pondered the potential danger he was in and concluded, "I cannot allow this. I must accompany him." Thus, under the guise of a grand transformation, he ascended to the rooftop to become the Scion-masked hero and flew toward the scene of the incident. At that juncture, the criminals had breached the police's defenses and were making their escape in the bus. Baidili, piloting an aircraft, pursued them through a hail of gunfire. Skillfully maneuvering his plane above the bus, he leapt into action, crashing through the window and delivering a decisive kick to one of the hijackers. Engaging in a fierce struggle, he incapacitated the driver as well, swiftly subduing both assailants. However, the bus careened off the cliff during the chaos. In a moment of peril, Wu Fan arrived just in time to halt the falling vehicle, rescuing the passengers within. Grateful voices surrounded him, and many inquired about his identity. Gohan executed the moves he had refined during an overnight practice with Goten, exclaiming loudly, "I am the Scion-masked hero, sworn to protect justice and unforgiving towards evil forces." This declaration left the onlookers, including Piccolo, utterly bewildered. Upon returning home, Gohan began to draw upon his years of literary prowess to craft his opening lines and entrance pose, leaving Goten astonished. However, due to his late-night studies, Gohan overslept the next morning and rushed to the school rooftop to transform back. After dashing a few steps, he encountered a striking girl with flowing red hair, realizing that she had witnessed both his aerial stunts and his transformation. Panic-stricken, Gohan fled in disarray. Chapter 89. Identity Revealed. Alas, this girl is actually my classmate. How am I to navigate this predicament? As Gohan attended class, he was astonished to see the red-haired girl not far away. At that moment, the teacher called on him to read the lesson, but Gohan's mind was preoccupied with the realization that the red-haired girl had discovered his true identity. Consequently, he was sent outside to stand his punishment. Meanwhile, the red-haired girl was also consumed by thoughts of Gohan. When her name was called, she was distracted and, upon recollecting herself, began to weep. Her performance was so compelling that the teacher was left flustered, and she voluntarily went outside to stand in punishment, thus securing a private moment with Gohan. Their eyes met, and she blushed, leaving Gohan bewildered. Then, the red-haired girl cheerfully introduced herself. "Hello, my name is Angela." Gohan awkwardly replied, "Hello, I am Son Gohan." She continued, "I want to go on a date with you. I know a secret about you, and if you don't agree to the date, I might just reveal it." Reluctantly, Gohan consented to meet her on Sunday, being quite innocent. He was unaware of what one should prepare for a first date with a girl. Thus, he returned home to inquire with Qiqi about the details of her first date with his father, Goku. Upon hearing her son's question, Qiqi immediately set down her dish and reminisced about her first date with Goku, sharing the story of the right hook with Gohan. After listening to his mother's tale, Gohan nodded in partial understanding. As the weekend arrived, he awaited his date at a bustling shopping mall, and she arrived just as promised. Wu Fan implored Angela to keep her little secret, and Angela eagerly dragged Wufan into a movie theater. The tedious romantic soap opera lulled Wufan into a slumber, while Angela watched with rapt attention. Noticing that Wufan had fallen asleep, Angela's irritation grew, and in a huff, she stormed out of the cinema. Gohan quickly expressed his apologies, and Angela graciously granted him another opportunity, saying, "Qiqi, very well then, accompany me to the CAF." With that, she took his hand and led him inside. When inviting a girl to a CAF, it is imperative for the boy to take the initiative to add sugar to her coffee. Ahahaha, all right, all right. In order to avoid inciting Angela's ire, Wufan had no choice but to comply. After finishing their coffee, the two of them strolled leisurely down the street when, unexpectedly, an anomaly appeared ahead on the road. As Gohan glanced around, he noticed a nearby office building engulfed in flames. He hurriedly rushed to the base of the structure. At that moment, Biddy Lee was arriving in a helicopter to combat the blaze, fearlessly leaping onto the rooftop of the building. Upon witnessing the dire situation, Gohan had no choice but to temporarily cease his rendezvous with Angela and rush into the inferno. Meanwhile, on Vidal's side, the flames escalated, causing the floor to begin its perilous collapse. Just as a water tank unexpectedly toppled, fortune smiled upon them. Gohan, transformed into the valiant Saiyan superhero, arrived just in time to rescue her life from the clutches of danger. With a swift punch, Gohan pierced through the water tank, unleashing a torrent that successfully extinguished the raging inferno beneath the office building. After Gohan extinguished the flames, he swiftly reverted to his casual attire, intending to depart from the scene. However, he was promptly spotted by the keen-eyed Vidal. "Gohan, what brings you here?" Vidal inquired, leaving Gohan's mind in a state of utter confusion, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, Angela approached, only to discover Gohan, with whom she had a date, standing next to another girl. She mistakenly assumed that Gohan had a girlfriend already. Angered by the situation, Angela resolved to unveil this little secret in front of Vidal, causing Gohan to panic. A few days ago, while she was in physical education class, I accidentally caught a glimpse of Gohan's secret. He was wearing underwear adorned with a teddy bear design. Angela remarked to Vidal. Gohan had anticipated that she would reveal to Biddy the secret of the Saiyan masked superhero. He quickly inquired, "Did you see anything on the rooftop that day? I suffer from severe myopia, and I happened to not be wearing my contact lenses that day, so I saw nothing at all. Was there something significant that transpired?" "Oh, no." Gohan chuckled, relieved to hear Angela's response, as the weight that had burdened his heart finally lifted. However, Angela, in tears, ran away, leaving Gohan to bid farewell to Biddy before returning home. The following day, intending to apologize to Angela, he was taken aback upon entering the classroom to find her confessing her feelings to another boy. Gohan nearly transformed into a jester, awkwardly returning to his seat to commence another day of lessons. On the third day, as usual, the Saiyan masked hero Gohan encountered Vidal on his way to school. In order to conceal his identity, Gohan was compelled to bypass the school without entering. However, Vidal relentlessly pursued him. Gohan soared into the sky, darting through the streets. Yet he could not shake her off. Realizing he could not escape, Gohan ceased his evasive maneuvers, executing a sudden turn that almost led to Vidal's demise. Having narrowly averted disaster, Gohan was preoccupied with the thought of being late, when suddenly Vidal descended from above, exclaiming, "Hey, who exactly are you?" With a mischievous grin, he replied, "I am the harbinger of justice, the Saiyan masked hero." The more he concealed his identity, the more her curiosity intensified. "Though your attire and name may seem rather juvenile, I must concede that you are indeed formidable. I am determined to uncover your true identity." Wishing her luck, Gohan performed a somersault, landing behind her, lifting her jetpack with one hand, and cheerfully declared, "Farewell, Miss Vidal." In Vidal's astonished gaze, Gohan hoisted the jetpack to the rooftop and then departed. After this tumultuous encounter, Vidal arrived late as well, yet as the champion of justice. The teacher refrained from reprimanding her. At that moment, the school bully remarked, "I never expected the exemplary student Gohan to be tardy today." Gohan could only explain that he had overslept, which further deepened Vidal's suspicions. After class, while strolling down the street, Gohan witnessed a police chase as a white car sped by, with a burly man inside performing a reckless maneuver that resulted in destruction. Upon exiting the vehicle, he taunted the local law enforcement, deeming them worthless. Unable to stand idly by, Gohan discreetly retreated to a corner to transform, then appeared before the two, proclaiming, "I am the harbinger of justice, the Saiyan masked hero." What you are doing is wrong. Upon seeing the recently popular Scion masked hero, the burly man thought that defeating him would bring him fame and prepared to strike. Just then, Videl arrived at the scene, and Gohan shouted, "Sir, violence cannot resolve issues. Let us speak amicably." "What? Who are you calling sir?" Furious, the burly man charged at him with a powerful punch, which Gohan effortlessly evaded. Meanwhile, as Videl observed Gohan battling, she reminisced about the familiar voice. With a swift kick, Gohan rendered the burly man unconscious, then swiftly turned to deliver an elbow strike that incapacitated his companion. Gazing down at the two men sprawled on the ground, Gohan remarked with a sigh, "Perhaps it is best to refrain from unnecessary chatter the next time action is required." "Good morning, Gohan." Bulma finally recognized the voice and cautiously offered her greeting. Gohan instinctively smiled and replied, "Good morning, Miss Biddy." Immediately regretting his words, a pang of anxiety struck him. "Oh no, I am still clad in my Scion superhero attire." Biddy appeared taken aback, before seizing Gohan and pulling him to a secluded corner, where she pressed him against the wall with a playful smirk. At last. I have uncovered your true identity, the Scion superhero, or should I call you Son Gohan? Chapter 90, The Next Realm? What are you talking about? Miss Biddy, I do not know anyone by the name of Son Gohan. Gohan was drenched in cold sweat, shyly turning his head away as his voice dwindled. "Oh, there's a plane falling from the sky," Biddy exclaimed in sudden urgency. Where? Gohan instinctively looked up to observe. "Right here." Biddy quickly yanked off Gohan's helmet, her face beaming with pride. "Qiqi, how will you conceal it now, classmate Gohan?" Although Gohan desperately wished to keep his identity hidden, it was futile. His true self had been completely exposed. Realizing this, he hastily pleaded, "Biddy, I implore you to keep my secret. If others discover my identity, it would be disastrous. I wouldn't be able to attend school anymore. Please." Biddy's lips curled into a smirk as she crossed her arms, replying with a sense of triumph, "Qiqi, that depends on your performance. In a month, the World Martial Arts Tournament will be held. My father, Mr. Satan, was the champion last time. I heard from him that the champion before that was someone named Sun Wukong. You share the surname Sun. I wonder if Sun Wukong is your father?" "How did you know that?" Gohan asked in astonishment. "Qiqi, I guessed it right again," Biddy replied gleefully. "But Biddy, what does helping me keep my secret have to do with my dad?" Gohan questioned, puzzled. "Of course it matters. Yesterday, I watched the footage of your father's battles at the tournament. Though my dad claims those were mere illusions, I refuse to believe it. It's very likely that Cell and Bojack were defeated by you. Am I correct?" Biddy fixed her gaze on Gohan, her tone commanding. "Well, actually, Cell was defeated by my father, my friends, and me, while Bojack was primarily defeated by my father's friends, though that person often seems a bit aloof." "He is quite nice," Gohan replied with an embarrassed chuckle, scratching his head. "I knew it. Those couldn't possibly be illusions. My dad doesn't believe it, but it's fantastic. Thank you for saving the world, Gohan. You are our true heroes." Biddy exclaimed excitedly, giving Gohan a brief embrace before grasping his hands with gratitude. "Ahahaha. It was merely our duty. As long as you keep my secret, that's all that matters." Gohan's cheeks flushed crimson, and he found himself at a loss for words before awkwardly chuckling. "That won't do. Expressing my gratitude and keeping your secret are two entirely different matters. I have a request. If you agree to it, I shall safeguard your secret." "What do you say?" What request?" Gohan hastily withdrew his hands from Videl's grasp, blushing as he inquired. "It's quite simple. I wish to compete against you in a match at the arena. You must participate in the upcoming World Martial Arts Tournament in a month. If you refuse, I will disclose your secret to others. Furthermore, I expect you to teach me that flying technique next time. Deal?" With that, Videl gazed at Gohan with eager anticipation. Well, since you've put it that way, how could I possibly decline? As for the flying technique, I suppose I can teach you when I have the time," Gohan sighed helplessly. Videl grinned triumphantly. "Oh ho ho, deal. Just don't forget to register, Gohan. Oh, and be sure not to be late for class. Bye." As she finished speaking, Videl tossed out a capsule and departed in a flying vehicle. Gohan watched her leave, muttering, "Sigh, women are truly troublesome. This has turned into quite the predicament. I have my own matters to attend to." After contemplating for a moment, Gohan donned his helmet once more, striking what he believed to be a dashing pose before soaring towards the school. The day's lessons flew by, and after class, Gohan decided to seek assistance from Bulma, heading in the direction of West City. Upon arriving at Bulma's residence, he greeted her and Trunks before asking, "Aunt Bulma, I wish to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament, but I cannot wear this helmet in the arena. Do you have any alternatives? Huh? You intend to enter this year's World Martial Arts Tournament? Why? Bulma asked, astonished. I have a classmate who is the daughter of Mr. Satan. She shares my passion for justice, but she has uncovered my true identity. She insists I compete in the tournament against her, or she will reveal my secret. Hence, I have come to seek your help. Oh, I see. So, your request is for equipment that won't reduce the severity of injuries and will also keep your identity concealed. Correct? That's quite simple. I'll prepare it for you right away. Before long, Gohan had exchanged his helmet for a white bandana and sunglasses. Ha ha ha, that was truly easy. Now all my problems are resolved. This is wonderful. Gohan exclaimed joyfully. Trunks, what do you think? Am I looking cool? It's hard to say, Trunks replied, considering his response. Just then, Vegeta approached suddenly and declared, whatever this martial arts tournament is, if you are participating, then I shall as well. Huh? Why? Gohan, astonished, inquired. I haven't engaged in practical training for quite some time. That rascal, Radits, has been gallivanting across the universe with ties, returning to Earth only once every few years. In the past 7 years, I have battled him merely thrice. I am unaware of his current whereabouts in the cosmos. So I have taken it upon myself to train with Trunks. Incidentally, I have noticed your strength has significantly improved. A sparring session with you would be quite beneficial. Gohan found no grounds for rebuttal upon hearing this. Wonderful. Is Father going to duel with Gohan? Exclaimed Trunks with enthusiasm. I want to join. A familiar voice echoed in everyone's ears. Is it really Father? The voice sounds like him. Gohan gasped, looking up at the ceiling. Kakarot? Vegeta also directed his gaze toward that direction. Indeed, it is I. It has been quite a while. How have you all been? It's Father. Father. We are all well. How about you? Gohan replied with excitement. Oh, I am splendid. Are you truly going to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament? Yes. Both you and Vegeta are competing, and I shall join as well. Please inform everyone. The more, the merrier. Hooray. Long live. Gohan exclaimed joyfully. I have been eagerly awaiting your arrival. I have already reached the next level you once spoke of. Prepare yourself. Vegeta declared with enthusiasm. Not bad, Vegeta. Your comprehension is indeed commendable. Let us meet at the World Martial Arts Tournament. I hope you still possess the courage to challenge me then. As soon as the words left his lips, Goku severed the mental connection. Humph. Just boasting. What splendid news, Gohan. Hurry and share it with everyone. Bulma chimed in gleefully. By the way, Uncle Vegeta, will you wear an outfit like mine for the tournament? Humph. I am not afraid of revealing my identity. Vegeta retorted with irritation, casting another glance at Gohan's attire. I shall go inform everyone now. Farewell. With that, Gohan took flight. Chapter 91. The announcement at that moment. A young lady on the highway was being pursued by soldiers of the Red Ribbon Army and wild boars. One of the wild boars drew a pistol and shattered the young lady's car window. Observing this scene, Gohan immediately descended to play the hero and kicked over the vehicle, making a classic entrance. However, in the next instant, he was struck down by a punch from the young lady. What are you doing here, causing chaos? We are filming a movie. Director, can we restart? Ha. Hey, you little brat, what are you up to? Shouted a director resembling a commander of the Red Ribbon Army as he rushed over. Ah, my apologies. I didn't realize you were filming. Qiqi. The masked Saiyan Superman Gohan chuckled awkwardly. Seeing Gohan's attire, Advisor Brack whispered a few words into the director's ear. The director immediately broke into a broad smile. Ah, I see. You are cosplaying as the masked Saiyan Superman, right? We are currently filming a movie about the masked Saiyan Superman. We are at the scene where the superhero rescues the damsel in distress, but unfortunately, the stunt actor has a fear of heights and is hesitant to perform the wire work. Young man, would you be interested in stepping into the limelight for a moment? Initially, Gohan contemplated declining the request, but given the trouble he had inadvertently caused earlier, he felt compelled to assist. The scene commenced with an introduction, however. The iconic entrance of the masked Saiyan was entirely dismissed by Director Rit. Consequently, Director Rit decided to film the subsequent aerial sequences first, standing atop a building. Gohan glanced at the clock beside him and realized, to his dismay, how late it had become. Without hesitation, he leapt from the rooftop and soared into the sky. A breathtaking moment that greatly pleased the director. Yet, Gohan found himself unable to restrain his ascent. The lateness of the hour resulted in the tether snapping, allowing him to fly away, at which point others recognized him as the genuine article. Soon after, Gohan arrived at Kame House, where he encountered Krillin. adorned with a lush mane, alongside his enchanting wife, Marin, who possessed striking blue hair and captivating blue eyes, and their 3-year-old daughter, Marin, characterized by her blue locks and absence of a nose, along with Master Roshi and the talking turtle. Wufan conveyed the news of both himself and Goku participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament to Krillin, who expressed his astonishment by asking, "Is that true? Goku is joining as well." "Indeed. Therefore, you must participate too." Worn by nostalgia, Master Roshi sighed. "It has been such a long time since I last saw Goku." However, Krillin contemplated, "With Goku, Vegeta, and yourself in the competition, even if I join, victory seems unattainable." Wufan advised, "As long as you rank among the top 5, there will be a monetary reward." Reluctantly, Klin replied, "I suppose I have no choice but to participate." Marin, dressed in a red strap dress, inquired, "Wufan, how much is the prize?" As Gohan reminisced, it seemed that the champion would receive 10 million, the runner-up 5 million, the third place 3 million, the fourth place 2 million, and the fifth place 1 million. Upon hearing that the first prize was 10 million and the fifth prize was 1 million, Marin urged Krillin to participate. Under the strong insistence of his wife and child, Krillin reluctantly agreed to join. "By the way, Gohan, please do not inform Piccolo, for my chances of placing in the top 5 will diminish," Krillin cautioned. "I certainly cannot do that," Gohan replied with an awkward chuckle. "Why are you dressed like that?" Krillin inquired. "What do you mean? This looks quite stylish." "Uncle Krillin, your taste seems to have deteriorated," Gohan retorted before taking his leave. With that, Gohan bid farewell to a few individuals and soared towards the sacred temple. Upon hearing that Goku was returning, Piccolo indeed felt compelled to compete as well. "All right, I shall join too." "Dandy, what about you?" Gohan asked the now significantly taller Dandy, the Supreme Kai. "I shall not participate, for I am not a combat-oriented Namekian." Dandy replied. "By the way, Gohan, why are you dressed so unfashionably?" Piccolo inquired. "Is this not stylish?" "Your remark saddens me," Gohan murmured. "Well, I am unsure of the perspective of learned individuals. Perhaps this is indeed quite fashionable," Piccolo hastily responded. After hearing this, Wufan joyfully touched his nose and said, "Hee, indeed. I feel the same way. Well then, I shall take my leave. Farewell, everyone." With that, he bid farewell to Piccolo and the others before soaring into the sky. Piccolo immediately began to meditate on the spot, subsequently levitating into the air to commence his training. His entire being radiated with a luminous glow, and electric currents surged from his fingertips, rendering him inaccessible to other beings. Alas, it is a pity. I wonder where Uncle Tianjin is? As for Uncle Yamcha, Aunt Bulma will likely get in touch with him. Thus, I shall return home for now. Wufan soared through the air, lost in contemplation, before making his way towards the steamed Bun Mountain. Upon returning home, Gohan summoned everyone, including Android 18, to share the news that Goku would be returning to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Upon hearing this, Qiqi exclaimed joyfully, "That's wonderful, Goten. At last, you will be able to meet your father." Goten, engrossed in his meal, cast a puzzled glance at Qiqi before resuming his eating. Qiqi pondered aloud. "I wonder how long Goku will stay. Although I have taken care of myself over the past 7 years, I cannot help but wonder if he will think I have aged." "Ah, how splendid, Goku. You will also have the chance to meet your father," said Android 18, cradling their daughter, Goku, and gently stroking her hair with a smile. "Mom, is Dad going to be a very strict person?" inquired 6-year-old Goku. "Not at all. I have heard your father say that Uncle Goku is a very kind-hearted man," chimed in 5-year-old Jine, her voice sweet and innocent as she continued to eat. "Indeed. Jine is correct. Your father is a handsome, gentle, and kind man. Now eat up. It will be unappetizing if it gets cold," Android 18 added, placing meat in the bowls of the 2 girls and affectionately patting their heads. As Gohan savored his meal, he inquired, "Mother, may I join father in participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament? The champion receives a prize of 10 million yuan, and the runner-up, 5 million from Sony. If you wish to participate, then by all means, do so. Although our family is not in need of money, earning a little extra is always welcome. Besides, it has been quite some time since you and your father have fought together. I will arrange for your leave from school," she replied. Qiqi, her mind filled with thoughts of Goku, immediately acquiesced to Gohan's request. On the 18th, taking a small sip of her red tea, she remarked, "In that case, I shall participate as well. After all, I have nothing pressing to attend to, and joining the competition might allow me to earn some additional funds." Wow, Mother is going to join the World Martial Arts Tournament too. I will finally get to witness her in battle. How wonderful. Goyu exclaimed joyfully. Yes, dear, eat your meal well. 18 gently ruffled Goyu's hair with a smile. Goyu responded sweetly before joining Goten and Kain in their dining endeavors. That night, in the bedroom shared by Goten and Gohan, Gohan said, Goten, starting tomorrow, would you assist me with my training? Of course, Goten replied eagerly. The following morning, Gohan asked Goten to aid him in his training. Chapter 92, Commencing Training. Everyone began their training in their own unique ways. Gohan decided to warm up, stating, First, I must transform into a Super Saiyan. All right, let us begin, he declared after transforming. Hooray! Goten shouted excitedly. Gohan then gathered a pile of stones, saying, First, let us train our agility and reflexes. He drew a line on the ground and instructed, Goten, stand outside this line and throw these stones at me. Wu Tian inquired, Isn't that a bit too close? Do not worry, Wu Tian. Nothing will happen, came the reassuring response. Oh, then I shall proceed, Wu Fan confirmed once more. Very well, let us begin, Wu Fan declared. With that, Wu Tian hurled a stone forcefully towards Wu Fan. Although Wu Fan effortlessly dodged it, he was momentarily taken aback as he witnessed the stone pierce through several towering mountains. Wow, how impressive. You truly live up to your reputation as my brother, Wu Tian exclaimed gleefully. Wu Tian, I never anticipated your strength would be so formidable. However, to me, it is still not quite enough. Please, continue, Wu Fan replied with a faint smile. Upon witnessing his elder brother's remarkable prowess, Wu Tian promptly resumed hurling stones, which soared through the air like a rapid barrage from a Gatling gun, hurtling towards Gohan with astonishing speed. Gohan remained effortlessly composed, while Goten could only inch closer. Suddenly, Goten halted and exclaimed, Hey brother, can I become just like you? What do you mean by that? Gohan inquired with curiosity. I mean, can I transform into a Super Saiyan? Goten pointed at Gohan's hair. Haha, of course, you can. But I fear you may not be ready just yet, Goten. To become a Super Saiyan, one must undergo rigorous training coupled with the channeling of anger. As Gohan spoke, he was taken aback to see Goten suddenly transform into a Super Saiyan before his eyes. He recalled the arduous journey he had undertaken to achieve that level and then asked, Goten, when did you learn to transform into a Super Saiyan? I can't remember. Goten replied, scratching his head. Seeing Goten's remarkable ability, Gohan decided to spar with him and posed the question, Goten, do you know how to fight? Wukong exclaimed, Indeed. During my school days, both Mother and Annie number 18 imparted combat techniques to me. Is Mother aware that you can transform into a Super Saiyan? There was a time when I transformed while sparring with her, and upon witnessing it, she became quite upset, declaring me a naughty child and forbidding me from transforming again. Haha, Mother disapproves of Super Saiyans. But let's set that aside for now, Gohan. Shall we engage in a sparring session? Gohan chuckled in response. That sounds splendid. With great enthusiasm, Wukong readily agreed. Subsequently, the two brothers commenced their battle, during which Gohan realized that Wukong's strength was formidable, causing him to retreat repeatedly. Soon, while evading Wukong's attacks, Gohan found himself at the precipice of a cliff, with no path behind him, forcing him to take to the skies. Goten promptly ascended to pursue, and the two engaged in aerial combat once more. However, Goten's experience paled in comparison to Gohan, who had occasionally trained with Piccolo and Radits. Though his power was formidable enough to command Gohan's utmost seriousness. At that moment, Gohan turned to see Biddy arriving at Bun's mountain in an aircraft. Upon recognizing her, Gohan shook his head in resignation and murmured, Alas, she has managed to find this place. There is no choice. I had previously promised her I would teach her to fly. Gohan then informed Goten, Goten, you may need a companion. Please keep a low profile and refrain from revealing your abilities in her presence. Particularly, do not let her witness your transformation into a Super Saiyan, as it may lead her to believe we are delinquents. Oh, understood. The two brothers hurried home. Meanwhile, Videl had already located Gohan's residence, but was confronted by Qiqi at the door. Are you really not here to rendezvous with Gohan? Qiqi asserted, hands on her hips, with an unwavering demeanor. At that moment, Gohan and Goten returned, and Videl immediately questioned Gohan. Gohan, you promised to teach me how to fly. Why have you vanished without a trace for an extended period? Thankfully, I checked the school records, which led me to your home. Gohan promptly began to explain, and through their conversation, Qiqi learned that Videl would also be participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament. I have no objections to both of you participating together, provided that you refrain from any unscrupulous behavior, especially using the guise of the World Martial Arts Tournament to marry Gohan. Videl immediately blushed and retorted, I would never engage in such actions. Furthermore, why must it be a marriage with Gohan at the World Martial Arts Tournament? Wu Tian promptly explained, it is because my parents were married on the martial arts tournament stage. Upon hearing this, Qiqi immediately recalled the memories of the past and felt a wave of shyness wash over her. Now, let me first teach my classmate Biddy the art of flying in the sky, known as Wukong technique. The key lies in the nimble control of one's qi. It is not overly difficult, but to achieve remarkable speed in flight, it becomes somewhat challenging. As Gohan began his instruction, Biddy showed little interest in his theoretical teachings, prompting Gohan to shift to the essentials. Controlling qi? What is that? Biddy inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. It is the energy or power concealed within you. Gohan elucidated. And what is this hidden power? Biddy pressed further. Just like this. Gohan exclaimed, launching a ki blast at a stone, shattering it to pieces. This is the hidden power. What do you call it? He asked. Magic. Biddy exclaimed in astonishment. Gohan then proceeded to elaborate in greater detail, while Goten, feeling bored, sought out Kind and Goya to play. It was not until noon, during lunch, that they concluded the morning's instruction. Gohan introduced Android 18, Goyu, and Kind to Biddy. Upon seeing the two adorable little girls, Biddy's heart melted, and they all enjoyed a meal together. Wow, this is delicious, far better than what our chef makes. Biddy remarked. Curious, Qiqi asked, Chef? Does your family own a restaurant? No, we employ a chef, Biddy replied. Through their conversation, Qiqi soon realized that Biddy was a wealthy heir. Upon hearing Biddy mention that her family owned over 50 buildings, Qiqi blurted out, When are you two planning to get married? This caused Gohan to spray his food in surprise, awkwardly chuckling. Ha, Mom, please don't say such things. Biddy is here to learn martial arts from me. We have no other intentions. Qiqi glanced at the blushing Biddy, who remained silent. Exchanged knowing looks with Android 18, and then smiled, saying, all right, I won't say anything more. Let's eat quickly, we still have training to resume. In the afternoon, at the back mountain, thanks to Gohan's diligent guidance, Biddy had made some progress, yet she soon found herself utterly exhausted. As Wu Fan gazed at the faint glow emanating from Biddy's hand, he joyfully exclaimed, Indeed, this is it. This is the essence of qi. It is no surprise that someone trained in martial arts can grasp it so swiftly. Chapter 93, the final training. Hee, then I can fly now, right? Biddy replied with a bright smile. Not just yet. You must first master the control of qi with ease. With these words, Biddy closed her eyes, attuning herself to the flow of her own qi. Wu Tian, feeling a sense of ennui, sought out Wu Yue and Janae for some amusement. After a couple of hours had passed, Biddy could barely manage to control her breath, allowing her body to hover 30 centimeters above the ground. How wonderful! I'm floating, exclaimed Wu Fan, filled with excitement. Could you please quiet down? Your noise is making it impossible for me to concentrate, Biddy sighed. Before long, she descended back to the ground. You truly have a talent. In just one day, you've managed to float. Wu Fan praised her. At that moment, Wu Tian was suspended in the air, engaged in a fierce battle with his two sisters, Wu Yue and Janae. Their clash was exceptionally intense, with neither side yielding an inch, leaving Biddy utterly astonished, her eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Wu Fan, what? What is happening with the three of them? Biddy stammered, rendered speechless by the spectacle. Gohan observed the three mischievous rascals as they began their antics once more. And with a sigh of exasperation, he pressed his fingers against his temples, a prominent hash mark forming on his forehead. In a voice laced with irritation, he exclaimed, Goten, Goku, and Pan. If you wish to practice your combat skills, seek another location. Do not disturb Vidal's training here. Upon hearing Gohan's admonition, the three little imps immediately ceased their activities, straightened their postures, and in unison replied, Oh, very well. With that, they swiftly took to the skies. Gohan, feeling somewhat awkward, scratched his head and chuckled as he spoke to Biddy. Biddy, they have already departed, so we can continue our training. Biddy, still in a state of shock, had her mouth agape, exclaiming, How on earth is this possible? They can not only engage in combat freely at such heights, but also fly at astonishing speeds. Gohan, blushing slightly, replied, Well, they have always been training. Suddenly, Biddy leaned in closer to Gohan, nearly pressing her face against his, hands on her hips, and questioned him intently. Gohan, are you concealing something from me? Gohan hastily retreated, creating some distance, and shyly chuckled. Aha, not at all. They naturally possess the ability to control their energy. With diligent practice, you too can reach their level. Keep it up, Videl. I wish to delve deeper into the utilization of energy and aspire to attain the same proficiency as them. Do you find me bothersome? No, not at all. All right then. See you tomorrow. With that, Videl produced a universal capsule, transforming it into a small jet. Goodbye, she said as she approached the aircraft. Huh? Farewell again. I think a shorter haircut would suit you better. Do you actually prefer short hair, Gohan? Videl inquired, her cheeks flushing. Oh, no. It's just that shorter hair is more advantageous during competitions, Gohan replied, looking rather perplexed. Upon hearing this, Videl became exasperated. Her face flushed as she retorted. You're so annoying. It's none of your business. This is my own affair. With that, she swiftly boarded the jet and soared into the sky. Gohan lamented, women are truly perplexing. He decided to abandon that train of thought, realizing with astonishment that not only was he formidable, but also that Gohan's little sister and kind were remarkably powerful, although in terms of sheer strength, Goten had a slight edge when they teamed up. The combat skills of both girls far surpassed his, truly deserving of the upbringing by Ant Android 18. However, despite being children of the same generation, Gohan's talent was significantly inferior to Goten's. Even Kind's aptitude exceeded that of Gohan. It was baffling. Suddenly, he remembered that he had neglected to train Goten. Gohan smacked his forehead and hurried off to find him. The following morning, at the training ground on the back mountain, Goten curiously inquired, Brother, who is that person? As he gazed at the tomboyish figure before him, Gohan exclaimed in astonishment, I truly do not comprehend her. Hurry, let us commence today's training. Demeaning Gohan's words, Videl urged him on. Following Gohan's advice from the previous day, Videl had cropped her hair short, transforming herself into quite the tomboy. Under Gohan's guidance the following day, Videl managed to float 2.5 stories high, suspending herself in midair for an extended duration. Subsequently, Videl confided in Gohan, Hey, you must not let my father know about my mastery of the flight technique. I wish to astonish him at the World Martial Arts Tournament. Of course, that sounds splendid. Gohan replied. He then inquired, By the way, if Mr. Satan were to be defeated, would you be disheartened? How could I be? My father has become too arrogant. Ever since my mother passed away, he has exploited his title as world champion to deceive young women. It would be best if he were to lose once. Videl declared resolutely. Wufan murmured softly, This is splendid. Bidalai will not feel disheartened. By the way, from whom did you learn martial arts? Bidalai inquired. Well, I learned from some acquaintances and my father, he replied. The two continued their leisurely conversation for a while before resuming their training. After nearly 10 days of rigorous practice, Bidalai finally soared through the skies as effortlessly as Wu Tian and the others had on their first day. In sheer exhilaration, she cried out, I am flying. I am flying. Gohan and Goten smiled as they congratulated her. After successfully mastering the art of flight, Videl decided not to seek Gohan's assistance any longer and intended to practice on her own. The two agreed to reunite at the World Martial Arts Tournament in 20 days, while Gohan resolved to dedicate himself to rigorous training during this final stretch. At long last, Gohan is able to train alongside Goten. Upon returning home, Biddy promptly heads to the family dojo to hone her martial arts skills. With a powerful kick, she astonishingly shatters the sandbag. A wave of joy surging within her. My strength has indeed increased remarkably. It appears that my training during this period has borne fruit. After her practice, upon returning home, Biddy observes her languid father, Satan, and cannot help but lecture him. Father, everyone else is diligently training. Aren't you going to prepare? The World Martial Arts Tournament is fast approaching. Satan, reclining lazily by the pool basking in the sun, responds with a nonchalant air. No need, no need. It is unnecessary. I am certainly destined to be the champion and will achieve it effortlessly. With that, he breaks into a confident grin. Biddy can only shake her head in resignation. Thinking to herself, Father is always so self-assured. It seems I'll have to give him a good wake-up call when the time comes. In West City, at Bulma's residence. Within Vegeta's gravity chamber, a commotion ensues. Vegeta is fervently training under extreme gravity, while Trunks struggles beside him. Vegeta remarks, Trunks, you should step outside. This is 150 times Earth's gravity, and you cannot endure it. Trunks, panting, responds, Last night, Goten called me to say he would also participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament, so I must join. Vegeta chuckles. It feels like a festive occasion. This is too exhausting. I must transform into a Super Saiyan. Upon uttering this, Trunks instantly transforms and begins to dart around with ease. Vegeta, taken aback, exclaims, "What? When did this kid manage to transform so effortlessly into a legendary warrior, a Super Saiyan?" He then inquires, "Trunks, can Gohan's brother also transform into a Super Saiyan?" Receiving an affirmative answer, Vegeta falls into deep contemplation. When did becoming a Super Saiyan become so commonplace? He then challenges Trunks to a sparring match. And upon seeing Trunks hesitating to strike, Vegeta taunts, "As long as you land a hit on my face, I will take you to the amusement park." At this, Trunks immediately ignites with fighting spirit, charging at Vegeta with a flurry of Wolf Fang Fist attacks. Under the fierce onslaught of the Wolf Fang Fist, Vegeta's face absorbs the impact, and in a fit of anger, he retaliates with a powerful punch that sends Trunks flying. Rubbing his face, Trunks whines, "Ouch, that hurts." Dad is so unfair, he actually hit back. Seeing his son on the verge of tears, Vegeta begrudgingly agrees to take him to the amusement park, and then asks, "By the way, who is stronger, you or Gohan's brother?" Trunks sighs and, with a hint of defiance, replies, "Humph, that guy Goten is a bit stronger. Even though he is a year younger than me, he always manages to defeat me." Upon hearing this, Vegeta's fury boils over. That wretched Kakarot. To one's astonishment, Goten appeared to possess a slight edge over Trunks. "No, Trunks, come here. I shall provide you with specialized training," exclaimed the elder. "Understood," Trunks replied with unwavering determination. Within the gravity chamber, Trunks performed an astonishing number of push-ups, leaving Vegeta utterly astounded. As the World Martial Arts Tournament drew near, every participant devoted themselves wholeheartedly to their final preparations. Meanwhile, Piccolo, utilizing his telekinetic prowess, caused the floating heavenly temple to tremble with trepidation. In pursuit of providing for his family, Krillin, under the watchful eye of his wife Marin, exerted himself diligently in training. In my Dragon Ball lore, the prerequisites for becoming a Super Saiyan include a foundational battle power exceeding 3 million, the attainment of S-cells, and a surge of anger. In later stages, there is no foundational battle power requirement, offering a 50-fold increase, with Goku being an exception at 100-fold. Initially, transformations, akin to Goku's first ascension to the first stage, resulted in a 50-fold amplification of power. However, he was unable to fully harness this strength, his actual power possibly being around 130 to 140 million. The same principle applied to the formidable king during his transformation to the ultimate stage, where he too could not completely command this newfound strength. Nevertheless, by expending a significant amount of energy, one could momentarily unleash a battle power of 150 million. The second stage occurred after Vegeta emerged from the time chamber, at which point he could nearly utilize his full potential, though the toll on his energy and stamina remained considerable. The third stage, while not requiring elaboration, signifies growth in strength, albeit with a decline in speed. Mastery over the 50-fold power amplification allows one to substantially minimize energy and stamina depletion, enabling a state of near-perpetual readiness when not engaged in combat. Super Saiyan 2 offers a 100-fold increase, maintaining full power but with slightly greater energy and stamina expenditure than Super Saiyan 1, with Goku again being an exception at a 200-fold increase. Super Saiyan 3 yields a 400-fold increase, with a tremendous drain on energy and stamina, though training can mitigate some of the consumption. However, it remains impractical for prolonged use, with Goku being an exception at an 800-fold increase. The enigmatic form of Gohan presents an 800-fold increase, with energy and stamina depletion comparable to that of Super Saiyan God, albeit this transformation demands a certain threshold of stamina reserves. Dimensions are categorized as mortal, deity, king of hell, king of worlds, grand Kai, and the divine dimension. Upon reaching the divine dimension and undergoing further training, one's battle power can swiftly ascend to the realm of divine might, especially if one possesses a high caliber of divine energy. Divine power is quantified at a battle power exceeding 1 trillion, measured in tiers. For instance, Divine Power Tier 3, with increments commencing from Tier 1 and continuing indefinitely. Intrinsically linked to divine energy, however, possessing divine energy does not equate to possessing divine power. The divine dimension is subdivided into 5 realms, each further categorized into initial, intermediate, advanced, and peak stages. The standard for destruction deities is the 3 realms of divine energy, with Beerus residing at an advanced stage of the 3rd realm. The angelic lineage commences at the fourth realm of divine energy, while the Grand Minister occupies the fifth realm. Specific stages remain unclear. The Omni King's guards stand at the pinnacle of the fourth realm. The Omni King's realm remains unspecified. However, the progression between each minor realm is roughly threefold, while the major realms differ by approximately 400 times. The Qiqin's attendants exist within the dimension of the Great Qiqin, with the Qiqin candidates at the first realm of divine energy, the Qiqin at the second realm, and the Great Qiqin at the third realm. The former Qiqin has attained the third realm of divine energy. Wukong's transformations. Super Saiyan Evil Green represents a lower-tier version of the ancient bloodline, incorporating elements of the ordinary Super Saiyan and a fraction of divine power. The Super Saiyan Force signifies a perfect evolution of the bloodline, boasting a 4,000-fold increase in strength with minimal consumption of energy and stamina, even less than that of the Super Saiyan 1 at full power. Remarkably, one can maintain this transformation even in the absence of energy and stamina, with Wukong being the exception, achieving an 8,000-fold increase. The full power of the Super Saiyan 4 reaches an astounding 100,000-fold increase, with Wukong again being the exception, attaining a 200,000-fold increase. The Super Saiyan 4 limit break, infused with divine essence, presents a staggering 600,000-fold increase, characterized by a transformation of hair color from black to red, with Wukong achieving a 200,000-fold increase. The Super Saiyan God offers a 4,000-fold increase, featuring energy and stamina consumption even lower than that of the Super Saiyan 1 at full power, while embodying divine energy, with Wukong achieving an 8,000-fold increase. The Blue Super Saiyan transformation provides variations of 100,000 and 200,000-fold increases, categorized into Leak Blue and Full Power Blue, the latter representing the state depicted in the manga where energy is completely contained within. This full power differs from previous iterations. If one does not ascend to the divine dimension, forcibly containing divine energy within the body imposes immense pressure on the physical form. However, upon achieving the divine dimension, energy and stamina consumption aligns with that of the Super Saiyan 1 at full power, with Wukong achieving 200,000 and 400,000-fold increases. Deep Blue Vegeta offers a 400,000-fold increase, further amplifying energy and stamina consumption. The Freeform Ultra Instinct, being a divine technique, enhances the Super Saiyan God by 300 times, with near-perfect evasion. Unless there is a significant disparity in strength, it proves difficult to be easily defeated. The Perfect Freeform Ultra Instinct amplifies the Super Saiyan God by 600 times, maintaining near-perfect evasion under similar conditions. In my narrative, the Freeform Ultra Instinct serves as both a transformation and a state of martial prowess, essentially unlocking all hidden powers within oneself. The Self-Extremity Technique, a divine skill of the God of Destruction, greatly enhances defense, providing a 500-fold increase over the Super Saiyan God while simultaneously augmenting hidden strength with each hit taken, albeit with a theoretical limit that the body cannot withstand. Both Freeform Ultra Instinct and Self-Extremity are divine techniques. When utilized within the divine dimension, they pose no physical strain, with minimal energy and stamina consumption. For now, this constitutes the entirety of my exposition. Should further developments arise, I shall elaborate accordingly. Chapter 94. The Mysterious North Qiqin. A white line streaked across the sky, revealing Bulma piloting her private aircraft. The plane was en route to the martial arts temple adjacent to the southern city. Well, as the aircraft door swung open, a cacophony of voices spilled forth, revealing a group of individuals engaged in fervent conversation. Among them were Master Roshi, Vegeta, Krillin, Yamcha, Gohan, Goten, Pan, Trunks, Qiqi, the Ox Kings, Android 18, and Marin, all seated within the cabin, animatedly exchanging words. It has been quite some time since there has been such lively banter, Master Roshi mused. Indeed, Master Roshi, this upcoming martial arts tournament promises to be extraordinarily thrilling. The Ox King bellowed with laughter. I can hardly contain my excitement to witness everyone's performances, Krillin exclaimed eagerly. However, I might refrain from participating in this tournament, Yamcha interjected unexpectedly. Why is that? The others inquired, turning their attention towards him. Yamcha smiled and explained. I feel my strength is insufficient, and I currently relish a more leisurely lifestyle. Competing seems unnecessary. Oh, that's perfectly all right. Your perspective is quite commendable. Everyone has their own path to tread. As long as you reflect on your life with peace of mind, any choice is valid, Master Roshi said, gently patting Yamcha on the shoulder with sincerity. Just then, Gohan spoke up. By the way, Goten, Uncle Vegeta, and Trunks, please do not transform into Super Saiyans during the competition. Huh? Why not? Vegeta inquired, puzzled. Don't you remember? 7 years ago, we were all captured on camera by that group led by Satan when you transformed to Battle Cell. The appearance of Super Saiyans has been broadcast on television. If you transform, some might recognize you, Bulma cautioned. Indeed, that would be quite bothersome, Gohan added regarding the media. Humph. Can't we just chase them away? Vegeta scoffed. Oh dear, how can we resort to such measures? Yamcha exclaimed. Humph. If we all refrain from transforming into Super Saiyans, the conditions will be equal, and my advantage will remain intact, Vegeta asserted confidently. That's wonderful. Thank you. Gohan expressed his gratitude promptly. Ha ha ha. Indeed, that's excellent news. Krillin chuckled with delight. Gohan then took out his iconic headgear, ensuring he wouldn't be recognized by his classmates and couldn't resist boasting a little, leaving Krillin and the others to share an awkward smile. In the realm of the Supreme Kai, the sky shone a brilliant blue like a precious sapphire, with fluffy white clouds drifting lazily, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and serenity. Clad in the attire of a Supreme Kai attendant, a tall figure with long white hair cascading to his waist and a robust physique, his skin a delicate shade of purple, leisurely approached the newly constructed North Supreme Kai Temple. Upon gazing at the magnificent and resplendent structure, he couldn't help but shake his head slightly and let out a soft sigh. As he entered the grand doorway, his gaze was immediately drawn to the front. There, upon a golden throne, sat a man with a black crab-like head, adorned in the garb of a Supreme Kai, his waist wrapped with a black tail. The man sat with one arm bent, propping his face, his eyes firmly closed as if lost in deep contemplation. The white-haired man quickly walked up to him, bowing deeply, and with a serious expression, spoke. Lord Dend, the time has come. His voice resonated powerfully within the expansive temple. Oh, is it already time? The man inquired. Understood, Jebbit. You may take East Supreme Kaishin to Earth to register for the martial arts tournament. I shall join you shortly. Remember, everything must proceed according to my plan. His voice was solemn and commanding. I will keep that in mind. But is it true that Babidi will indeed appear during the martial arts tournament on Earth, attempting to resurrect Majin Buu? Jebbit asked with concern. Indeed, you and East Supreme Kaishin have already verified this. Just proceed. We shall reconvene at the tournament. Leave the rest to me. Now go. Yes. Jebbit bowed once more and hurriedly exited the North Supreme Kai Temple to seek East Supreme Kaishin. Once Jebbit had completely vanished from sight, the figure on the golden throne slowly rose, tilting his head to gaze up at the magnificent ceiling of the temple. His eyes sparkled with brilliance, as if peering through the ceiling to glimpse the more distant starry sky. With a wave of his hand, a transparent barrier formed around him. Ah, these past 7 years have indeed been fantastical. It's a pity I still haven't discerned the origin of those 2 mysterious cards inscribed with martial arts Ascension in the Huaxia language, which appeared in my pocket when I regained my corporeal form after my death. I have utilized them all. However, had I not used them, I certainly wouldn't have achieved my current state. It seems there is a balance of gain and loss. Alas, I shall not dwell on it. Finally, I can return home. With that, a thought crossed his mind, and his Supreme Kai attire transformed into a familiar orange martial arts uniform emblazoned with the character for Goku. Ah, this attire is much more comfortable. I, Son Wukong, have returned. With a joyful shout, Wukong exclaimed, and in the next instant, he vanished from the temple. On Earth. At the martial arts temple, Krillin surveyed the throngs around him and sighed. Oh dear, there are so many people. Indeed, it's quite bothersome, Bulma echoed. Has Wukong not arrived yet? Yamcha asked, scanning the crowd for his friend. What is going on? The Bull Demon King and others were drawn by the commotion behind them and turned to look. Mr. Satan. It seems Mr. Satan has arrived. A group of young men shouted as they rushed forward. Satan, the great hero who saved the Earth, has come? Krillin quipped. He is quite popular. Yamcha remarked in awe. That guy? Everyone turned to follow Bulma's gaze. Satan was encircled by a dense crowd, raising his arms and proclaiming, ha ha ha, my adoring fans from around the world. Thank you for your patience. Satan, Satan. The crowd chanted his name. Welcome, Mr. Satan. How confident are you of winning this competition? A beautiful reporter, accompanied by a photographer, inquired. Shall I speak frankly? I believe I have 120% confidence. Haha. I am the champion, Satan declared, exuding an air of certainty. I heard the young lady is also participating. Did you cut your hair to show your determination? The reporter asked, turning to Videl beside Satan. That's none of your business. Stop being so nosy. Videl retorted coldly, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. Ah, that guy still loves to brag. Yamcha commented, dressed in a suit as he observed Satan. Look. Brother, it's Uncle Piccolo. Goten exclaimed, pointing out Piccolo approaching them. Uncle Piccolo. Have you seen Dad? No, I haven't. Why are you dressed like that, Gohan? Piccolo replied. Where's Wukong? Is he in the lounge? Qiqi murmured to herself. Chapter 95. Wukong appears at that moment. Wukong suddenly materialized before everyone. Hello, everyone. He greeted with delight. Old son. Dad. Ah. Krillin shouted in excitement. Wow, you've all changed. Wukong observed in surprise, taking in the familiar faces. Krillin was the first to break down. Tears welling in his eyes. Wukong. Qiqi's eyes glistened with tears as she spoke, her voice trembling. Wukong, welcome back. Android 18 said, adjusting a strand of hair to conceal her own tears while smiling sweetly. Yamcha was also misty-eyed. Piccolo masked his exhilaration with a smile. And Bulma was left speechless with emotion. It was the first time Goten encountered his father, and Vegeta maintained his typical haughty demeanor. The most exhilarated group could hardly contain their excitement as they rushed forward and threw themselves onto Goku, while Goten hid behind his mother, and Gohan retreated behind Android 18. Wukong noticed that the child behind Qiqi bore an uncanny resemblance to his younger self and chuckled. You look so much like me. You must be my child, right? Wutian. Quickly call him Daddy, Qiqi said, smiling at the boy behind her. Upon hearing his mother refer to the strong man before him as his father, Wutian gathered his courage and rushed into Wukong's embrace. With one arm cradling Goten, Wukong observed the golden-haired girl with twin tails, who was still hiding behind number 18. He inquired, Number 18, this little girl resembling you must also be my child, correct? Number 18 replied, Indeed, her name is Wuyue. Then, glancing at Wuyue, who was peeking at Wukong, she encouraged, Wuyue, go on, he is your father. Daddy. Upon hearing her mother's words, Wuyue shouted joyfully and leaped into Wukong's embrace. Ah, how delightful you both are. Wukong exclaimed, spinning around with the two children in his arms, his face alight with happiness. Then he noticed a girl with short black hair standing beside number 18, her hairstyle unmistakably Scion. Curiously, he asked, Greetings. You seem to be a Scion. What is your name? Whose child are you? I'm Jain. My father is Rithis, and my mother is Thais. The girl, appearing even younger than Wuyue, gazed intently into Wukong's eyes and answered loudly. Well, my brother has married and has a daughter as remarkable as you. But who is Thais? And where is my brother? Feigning ignorance, Wukong gazed in astonishment and inquired of the assembly. Bulma stepped forward to elucidate, saying, Allow me to explain. Thais is my sister. Though she is seldom on Earth, she is a rider with a penchant for interstellar adventures. It is quite normal that you do not recognize her, as she rarely visits our planet. She then added, Oh, by the way, Rithis and my sister wed inexplicably after vanquishing Cell. After Janai was born, they embarked on 3 years of interstellar travel, and our daughter, Wuyue, was merely 4 at the time. I simply could not bear to have such a young child endure hardships in the cosmos alongside them. Hence, I kept her by my side, taking care of her. And she has become like a daughter to me, hee. Android 18 chimed in, her delight evident as she continued Bulma's narrative. Ah, so that is how it is. My brother truly is quite remarkable, Wukong remarked, clapping his hands. At that moment, Piccolo wiped the sweat from his brow and could not restrain his curiosity. Wukong. I recall that deceased individuals are often accompanied by a halo. What is the situation with you? Why can I not sense your energy? This is not merely a case of concealed energy. I recently felt an inexplicable pressure emanating from you. Prompted by Piccolo's observation, everyone endeavored to sense Wukong's energy. Yet they were met with failure. Even the proud Vegeta, upon attempting to gauge Wukong's energy, seemed to recall something terrifying, hastily stepping back. A bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead, his expression one of disbelief. It truly is you, Wukong. You appear before me, yet simultaneously, you seem absent. What on earth is happening? Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. Wukong? Are you genuinely Wukong? Master Roshi inquired urgently. Wukong scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. Well? This is quite a long story. I shall share it with you when the opportunity arises. For now, let us proceed to register. The deadline for the martial arts tournament is fast approaching. Gohan glanced at the watch on his wrist and exclaimed anxiously, It's over. We truly are running out of time. Let us hurry. Only then did the group arrive at the registration desk. Upon hearing Gohan's name for the competition, the staff member asked uncertainly, "What superhero?" "It is the Scion Masked Hero," Gohan reiterated. "Huh, what kind of name is that?" Goku inquired, puzzled. Wufan elucidated, "Father, have you forgotten? It is the masked hero you frequently took me to see during my ages 3 to 6. I merely reimagined the name and the movements." Upon hearing this, Wukong felt a sense of foreboding. How unfortunate. After narrowly avoiding the Jinyu Force, it seems that the immensely popular masked superhero series had indeed influenced Gohan. My apologies, Gohan. Oh, I remember now. That name is actually rather cool, ahahaha. Wukong chuckled while scratching his head. When it was Trunks' turn to register, the staff informed him that contestants under the age of 15 would be placed in the junior category. Trunks appeared quite reluctant. After completing the registration, Wukong and the other contestants entered the martial arts dojo. A monk approached Piccolo and inquired, "Hey, you look rather unwell. Is everything all right?" "Humph, mind your own business. My complexion has always been like this," Piccolo replied with a hint of exasperation. The monk then apologized and guided everyone to the changing room. Upon their exit, they encountered the host who had been narrating the martial arts tournament. The host cautiously approached Wukong and exclaimed, "Oh my, it's you all." "Ah, hi." Krillin and Wukong greeted each other. "What a stroke of luck today. I never expected to see you. It brings back such fond memories. We've been searching for you," the host exclaimed excitedly. The host revealed that he had always known it was Wukong and his companions who defeated Cell, not Mr. Satan, and noted that the previous martial arts tournament had seen a significant decline in quality without their participation. After exchanging pleasantries, the martial arts tournament was about to commence. Before the matches began, contestants were required to undergo a strength test using a punching machine. Only the top 15 would advance to the ring. To demonstrate, we are honored to invite the reigning champion, Mr. Satan. Let us see his strength. Chapter 96. Junior Tournament. Mr. Satan approached the machine, striking a pose, and shouted, "Hey ha! Who can defeat me?" "Heh, there are plenty here who could beat you," Krillin couldn't help but retort. Unable to bear it any longer, Piccolo used his powers to destroy all the cameras present. "Uncle Piccolo?" Gohan looked at him in confusion. "I've disabled everyone's cameras and recording devices, so you can fight without worry. Should your true identity be revealed, your classmates will remain none the wiser," Piccolo stated calmly. "Thank you, Uncle Piccolo," Gohan replied with a smile. Mr. Satan, perplexed, exclaimed, "What is going on? The television audience can't witness my heroics." "Dad, I need to find a friend," he uttered. "Huh? Oh." After Wukong finished speaking, Gohan departed. The once boastful Satan, now devoid of his news, was left with no choice but to assume a combat stance. He summoned all his strength and delivered a powerful punch to the punching machine. The display screen flickered with numbers before settling at 137. This figure astounded the nearby staff and ordinary contestants, who had never witnessed such feats before, and it was understandable. After all, the scores of other regular individuals remained below 100, making Satan's performance quite commendable in comparison. "Did Tianjin and Dumpling not come?" Wukong inquired of Krillin. Krillin replied, "They may not have arrived. Tianjin once mentioned that we might not meet again in the future." Wukong pondered, "This simply will not do. Tianjin Fan has significantly underestimated his own potential. It appears he still perceives himself merely as an earthling, oblivious to the fact that his latent abilities as a hybrid three-eyed alien are comparable to those of the current Piccolo. Perhaps it is time to assist him in awakening his true power. After all, he is my friend." Next, it was the turn of Android 18. Wukong cautioned, 18. "Take it easy. Now is not the time to reveal our true strength." With a slight nod, 18 extended her finger and gently tapped the punching test machine. The display above revealed a staggering 774, leaving the staff utterly astounded. They initially suspected a malfunction and requested her to strike again. Reluctantly, 18 proceeded to tap lightly once more, yet the display still registered an impressive 203, far surpassing the previous scores of Satan at 137, Krillin at 192, and Piccolo at 210. Finally, it was my turn. Wukong stepped forward, closing his eyes as he lightly touched the testing device. Piccolo sensed a wave of overwhelming pressure that was significantly stronger than before, sweeping past him in an instant. Wukong assumed a battle stance, his expression grave, seemingly exerting all his might as he delivered a punch. The numbers on the display fluctuated before settling at 138, astonishing everyone present. Wukong turned towards Satan's lounge and chuckled. Haha, give it your all, Mr. Satan. At that moment, Satan, reclining in a chair while applying a facial mask, sprang up as if jolted by electricity. Why do I feel a chill down my spine, as if something terrifying is watching me? He pondered. Oh well, it must be my imagination. I shall continue to enjoy my mask. Next up was Vegeta, who unleashed a punch that obliterated the testing device, sending it crashing through the wall. Spectators and staff alike gaped in astonishment, while many competitors were so intimidated that they reconsidered their participation. Unsurprisingly, all the Z fighters outperformed Satan by a significant margin, leaving Biddy Lee in disbelief. This is utterly incredible, Gohan. Aren't you astonished? That guy destroyed the power meter. She exclaimed. I am quite surprised. Gohan replied sheepishly, scratching his head. Before the adult competition commenced, the junior division matches were held, prompting Wukong and his companions to express their desire to watch, missing the subsequent tests. As they approached, Biddy Lee remarked curiously, "Who on earth are these people?" "Oh, is this girl the friend you mentioned?" Wukong feigned surprise. "Yes, indeed," Gohan shyly affirmed. "Heh, you're quite impressive. And very beautiful," Krillin remarked with a cheeky grin. "Trunks and Goten's match is about to begin. Let us head over to watch." "You should hurry and join the preliminaries," Wukong encouraged. "Oh, okay. Haven't the preliminaries resumed yet?" Gohan observed helplessly as Wukong and the others departed. Biddy Lee, astonished, inquired, "You know them?" Yes. The one in the orange martial arts uniform is my dad." "But didn't you say your father was dead?" Wufan elucidated. "Well, my father had perished, yet it appears he has been resurrected and has now joined us to partake in the World Martial Arts Tournament." As Goten and Trunks awaited the announcer's call of their names in the waiting room, 3 oblivious ruffians approached. One of them, a boy with yellow hair, spotted Trunks leaning against the wall and swaggered over, issuing a bold challenge. "Hey, kid, you're my first opponent. You seem pretty full of yourself. Watch me knock you down so hard you'll be searching for your teeth. Fool, get lost. With a hairstyle as atrocious as yours," Trunks retorted, arms crossed, casting a sidelong glance filled with disdain. "What did you say?" "Humph. I'm determined to beat you to a pulp," the yellow-haired boy fumed. "Oh, Mr. Satan. How do you feel about your condition today?" the host inquired as he stood on the stage. "For those who will face me today, it's dreadful news. I am brimming with energy," Mr. Satan replied, wearing a smug expression. "You will soon be up against the champion of the youth division. What are your thoughts?" "I'm a bit scared. Please go easy on me," Mr. Satan joked, brimming with self-importance. "Thank you very much, Mr. Satan. Please return to your rest." The host, eager to cut the conversation short, promptly ushered him off the stage. And now, the World Martial Arts Tournament officially begins. With the announcer's proclamation, the audience erupted into cheers. On the way to the arena, the yellow-haired boy continued to taunt Trunks. In the stands, the boy's mother lamented, "Alas, my son's opponent is so small. This is truly unfortunate. Idesa, mother is here." Just then, Bulma, seated beside her, could no longer endure the irritating tone and shouted towards the stage, "Trunks, defeat that fool quickly." With the referee's signal, the match commenced. The yellow-haired boy persisted in his taunts. "Humph. You talk too much. I'll make you shut up." In an instant, Trunks appeared before him, executing a swift leg sweep followed by a kick that rendered his opponent unconscious. "Humph. I can't believe I lost my temper just now. How childish of me," Trunks mused, hands in pockets as he sauntered off the stage. The host, momentarily stunned, announced, "Trunks is the victor." Chapter 97, Trunks vs. Goten. Next up was Goten, unexpectedly pitted against none other than the yellow-haired boy's younger brother. The mother in the audience, witnessing her son's feeble opponent, grew boisterous once more, loudly proclaiming, "Akosai, focus. Don't be as careless as your brother. Goten, take it easy." Chandan Qiqi, unwilling to be outdone. "Humph. How can my noble son be matched against such uncouth children?" Infuriating, the mother expressed her displeasure. "Oh, so this is the brother of that dim-witted boy. No wonder he is just as foolish," Bulma remarked candidly, as Wu Tian surveyed his surroundings. He was taken aback by the sheer number of spectators in the audience. It was his first encounter with such a large crowd, and he felt a twinge of nervousness. This child, Sun Wu Tian, must undoubtedly be the son of Sun Wukong. He bears an uncanny resemblance to him, just as he did in his youth. The host, upon witnessing Wu Tian, couldn't help but express his thoughts. In his heart, he already foresaw the outcome of this contest and exclaimed, "Let the competition commence." As Wu Tian's opponent suddenly unleashed a punch, Wu Tian effortlessly blocked it with a single finger, leaving his adversary momentarily astonished. The opponent, feeling a surge of frustration. Retaliated with a swift kick, yet to no avail. Instead, he found himself the target of Wu Tian's taunting, "Come on, be serious. Use all your strength." Enraged, the opponent flailed his limbs in a flurry of punches and kicks, but Wu Tian, finding the encounter exceedingly tedious, merely extended his hand for a counterattack, ultimately rendering his opponent unconscious on the stage. Knocked out. The victor is Sun Wu Tian, the announcer proclaimed after checking on the opponent's condition. In the audience, a lady nearly suffered a stroke from excitement, only to be rescued by the kind-hearted Qiqi with a swift punch. "Wow, Wu Tian won. He defeated a 14-year-old opponent. How impressive!" exclaimed Bai Di. "Oh," Wu Gehin replied nonchalantly. "Aren't you happy?" Of course I'm happy. Truly, Wu Tian has triumphed, he. Wu Gehin responded with an awkward smile. Thus, Wu Tian and Tenenx advanced through the ranks with unwavering determination, reaching the final showdown of the youth division without any suspense. Meanwhile, a staff member approached the resting Satan in the lounge. "This match is quite captivating. Mr. Satan, you should go watch. According to the tournament rules, you are to engage in a friendly spar with the champion of the youth division." Satan exhaled a puff of smoke, confidently declaring, "Oh, both little brats are formidable? Very well, I shall take a look." At last, we are about to witness an exhilarating match, Krillin remarked while leaning on the railing. "Indeed," Goku chimed in. "It's been a long wait, hasn't it? The preliminary rounds have only just concluded." Wu Gehin approached Goku with Bai Di by his side. "Even the new measuring device is slow." Krillin grumbled. Wukong declared, "Your timing is impeccable. Their match is about to commence." The host excitedly announced, "The finals of the World Martial Arts Tournament, Youth Division, are now underway." Trunks and Goten first exchanged respectful salutes before assuming their combat stances. "Humph. Goten, I have endured my father's grueling training. This time, I shall not be defeated by you," Trunks proclaimed confidently. "Heh, that's debatable. I too have undergone my brother's rigorous training, and I shall show no mercy," Goten replied with a grin. "Are those two little rascals?" Satan inquired of a nearby staff member. "Indeed, they are so young, yet have made it to the finals." Satan marveled. How peculiar. That little rascal in the orange martial arts uniform looks oddly familiar." Meanwhile, Goten and Trunks charged towards each other like two bolts of lightning. Their agile forms surged forward, and as they neared one another, they raised their forearms to block each other's attacks. The two remained locked in a stalemate, neither yielding an inch, creating an impasse that made it difficult to determine a victor. Suddenly, Goten and Trunks unleashed their power simultaneously, igniting a breathtaking melee. They swiftly distanced themselves from one another before, without hesitation, soaring into the sky. In midair, they exchanged blows, fists and feet flying, each strike imbued with boundless strength. After a flurry of punches and kicks in midair, Goten and Trunks each landed a fierce blow on one another. Yet, rather than retreating, this encounter ignited an even fiercer determination within them. They began to teleport wildly through the air, evading each other's attacks with astonishing speed. At that moment, Goten suddenly materialized behind Trunks, seizing the opportunity to strike, catching Trunks off guard. Trunks quickly retaliated, and the two plunged once more into an intense melee. This fierce battle left the spectators in awe. To them, Goten and Trunks appeared to be merely 7- or 8-year-old children, yet the power they displayed was utterly unbelievable. As both combatants descended from the sky back onto the arena, their gazes were filled with unwavering resolve. Goten and Trunks charged toward each other. But Trunks abruptly altered his trajectory, causing Goten to miss his target entirely. Goten immediately reacted, narrowly evading Trunks' counterattack. Subsequently, he dashed back to his original position and, taking advantage of Trunks' momentary lapse, unleashed a surprise strike. Trunks, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure. On the spectator stands, Qiqi and Bulma were in high spirits, though poor Oolong bore the brunt of the two women's excitement. As Trunks leaped into the air, Goten seized him from behind. With a powerful effort, Trunks broke free, seizing the opportunity to retaliate with a flurry of punches aimed at Goten's small frame. Both fighters bore the marks of their recent battle, but for these Saiyans, pain only intensified their desire to fight. Meanwhile, Satan, who was watching the match, was left utterly terrified. Indeed, they were formidable. Goku and his companions were truly remarkable. This is precisely why I have long anticipated their presence. With them, the martial arts tournament is truly the greatest in the world, the host exclaimed with fervor. "Not bad at all. Your progress in such a short time is impressive," Goten remarked. "Haha, I've learned quite a bit from my father," Trunks replied earnestly. "Oh? Then allow me to witness your skills." Goten responded. Very well, you asked for it. Trunks placed his hands on his hips, gathering energy. Gallic Gun. Gallic Gun? Isn't that the ultimate technique used by Uncle Vegeta when he first arrived on Earth? Surely he wouldn't employ it from that angle, would he? Gohan said anxiously. This can't be. Are they truly fighting to the death? Someone could get hurt. Krillin exclaimed, his face a mask of anxiety and concern. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Chapter 98. Goten prevails. Satan in peril. Wukong replied nonchalantly, do not worry. It is nothing to concern yourself with. Do not underestimate them. Even if a problem arises, I shall intervene. His tone was calm and self-assured, as if everything were well within his control. Vegeta, standing behind Goku, wore a serious expression, his gaze intensely fixed on the battle unfolding before him, hands clenched into fists, poised to intervene at a moment's notice. Such formidable energy. Observing this ultimate technique, Goten too adopted a solemn demeanor, his hands forming a lotus shape at his waist to gather energy. He shouted, then I shall not hold back. Kamehameha. Instantly, a blue-white energy wave shot forth from Goten's hands towards his opponent, Trunks. Simultaneously, Trunks unleashed a pale purple energy wave. The two energy blasts collided in the center of the arena, resulting in a cataclysmic clash. With the collision of these energy waves, the entire arena began to tremble violently. The immense force generated a tempest around the venue, with waves of energy surging forth like a tsunami. Some spectators sensed the impending danger and frantically attempted to flee. Others clutched their seats tightly, their faces pale with terror. Biddy's eyes widened in horror as he beheld the scene, his gaze resembling two gigantic eggs. Trunks, you have truly grown strong, but having finally seen my father, I cannot afford to lose. Wukong shouted fervently, suddenly amplifying the output of his energy wave. What? Is it possible that he still possesses surplus strength? This is dire. I have no additional power left. Trunks, witnessing his energy wave being forcefully repelled by Goten's, exclaimed in astonishment. The energy wave was perilously close to Trunks when Goku and Vegeta prepared to intervene. In a swift motion, Goten pressed his hands downward, causing the energy wave to make a sharp turn in midair, soaring into the sky before vanishing from sight. Upon witnessing the scene, Gohan and his companions exhaled a sigh of relief and returned to their original positions. Trunks wiped the sweat from his brow, steadied his breath, and remarked with a smile. Humph, this time I concede defeat. Next time, I shall surely triumph over you. Just wait, Goten. Goten replied, indeed. I never anticipated you had grown so formidable. I am always ready for a challenge. Goten adjusted his breath and gave Trunks a thumbs up, replying with a smile. As his words fell, Trunks leaped down from the stage and flew away. The audience and staff were still immersed in the aftermath of the recent battle, and the venue fell into a profound silence. The seasoned host was the first to regain composure, exclaiming with excitement, ladies and gentlemen, Son Goten has emerged victorious. The champion of the youth category is Son Goten. Vegeta in the stands wore an unmistakably displeased expression. Goku patted Vegeta's shoulder and remarked, not bad, Vegeta. Trunks possesses far superior combat skills compared to Goten. He merely fell short in strength. If it had not been a contest of power, Trunks might not have lost. Humph. Kakarot, do not gloat. I am unaware of what transpired with you, nor do I care. Even if you were stronger than I shall never concede. Vegeta swatted Goku's hand away with a disdainful snort. Hey, although the circumstances remain unclear, we have indeed witnessed an extraordinary match, a truly unprecedented spectacle. The audience, recovering from their astonishment, began to cheer and exchange their thoughts. Ladies and gentlemen, following that exhilarating match, we have an extraordinary special event lined up. The host announced with fervor after a brief pause. Son Goten, would you like to take a break? He inquired. No need. Goten replied. The host nodded and then proclaimed loudly, now, the champion of the youth category, Son Goten, will engage in a demonstration match with the world fighting champion, Mr. Satan. Please welcome Mr. Satan to the stage. Satan, Satan, Satan. The audience chanted excitedly. Having witnessed the recent contest between Trunks and Goten, Satan was rendered almost speechless. He initially considered concocting an excuse to escape, but was instead shoved forward by a staff member, leaving him no choice but to bravely step onto the stage. Oh. Let me see which little rascal dares to challenge the world champion, Mr. Satan. He shouted, feigning composure as he raised his hands high. What should I do? If this is a dream, then please let me wake up. Satan internally screamed in despair. As Wu Tian gazed at the man before him, Clad in a white cloak and raising his hands in fervent exclamation, a wave of curiosity washed over him. This middle-aged gentleman seems rather peculiar. Could he truly be the world champion? It's hard to believe he might surpass my brother's prowess. If that were the case, I must take this seriously. Sir, I humbly seek your guidance. Wu Tian clasped his hands together and bowed respectfully to Satan, then promptly assumed a combat stance, warily observing his opponent. Perhaps you all should return for now? I will join Bidalai shortly, Gohan suggested, aware of Wu Tian's impulsive nature as he glanced at Bidalai beside him. By the way, the preliminary should have concluded by now, Krillin added, somewhat bored. Heh, very well then, Miss Bidalai, Gohan responded, suddenly understanding his brother's reasoning as he eyed Satan with a smile. Wait a moment, isn't that child with you? Are you not going to witness his match against the world champion? Bidalai inquired as the group began to depart. No, we must leave now, Goku replied, joining the others in their exit. These people are something else, and you too, Gohan. Why let them go? Bidalai pouted. Well, look, the match is about to begin. Gohan quickly shifted the topic as the competition commenced. At that moment, Satan, aware of his disadvantage and unable to flee under the watchful eyes of the crowd, feigned composure, striking exaggerated poses while throwing punches and kicks. However, Wu Tian discerned the pretense, pondering, is the world champion truly of such limited skill? Or is he merely playing the fool to catch me off guard? No, I cannot afford to be careless. Thus, Wu Tian began to warm up, determined to unleash his full strength against Satan. Sensing the precariousness of his situation, Satan leaned closer to Wu Tian and whispered, before the battle commences. There is a special welcoming ritual. You must gently aim a punch at my face. It's the rule. Just remember, a light punch will suffice. Don't use your full strength. Understood? Yes, I understand. Wu Tian nodded, somewhat oblivious to the implications. He reasoned that if the opponent were indeed the world champion, a light punch akin to that which he would use against the diminutive couple would suffice. Chapter 99. The adult group competition commences. The referee then announced the beginning of the friendly match. Satan leaned his face toward Wu Tian, who resumed his battle stance. In the midst of Satan's astonished gaze, Wu Tian gathered his energy and unleashed a punch. Satan's body soared like a kite with its string severed, crashing through a wall of the martial arts arena. Satan, the staff and audience gasped in shock, while the host hurried to the other side of the wall to check on Satan's condition. Upon witnessing the unconscious figure of Satan sprawled on the ground, the host called, Mr. Satan. Mr. Satan. After failing to rouse him, the host delivered 2 resounding slaps. With each sharp sound, Satan slowly lifted his eyelids, muttering, Huh? Who am I? Where am I? Ah, splendid. Mr. Satan, you have just faced off against the formidable Son Goten, only to be sent flying by a single punch, crashing through the wall and out of bounds. I am here to check on your condition. What? Satan's eyes widened in surprise. Quickly, assist me to my feet. Oh. With the host's support, Satan rose and approached the wall that marked the entrance to the arena. He gently pushed the host aside, declaring, That's enough. I shall walk to the stage on my own. Oh, very well. Satan adjusted himself, straightened his attire, and slowly emerged from the gaping hole in the wall, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Approaching the bewildered Goten, he placed a hand on the young man's shoulder and, with a smile akin to that of an elder speaking to a junior, exclaimed, Ha ha ha. Young brother, you are truly remarkable. I, your uncle, concede defeat. Congratulations on becoming the champion. Thank you. Goten finally snapped out of his astonishment. He pondered, could it be that Satan is indeed powerful? Did he truly withstand such an attack without injury? Was he pretending to be thrown back? At that moment, several prearranged supporters of Satan, positioned in the audience for good measure, began to cheer. Indeed, Mr. Satan. He voluntarily conceded to the young contender. Surely, he must have leapt back intentionally to crash through the wall at the moment Goten swung his fist. How endearing. Huh? Is that so? That doesn't seem quite right. Does it? Yet, it sounds somewhat plausible. Those individuals are martial artists. Their words must hold some truth. The audience below engaged in fervent discussions, and soon, swept by the tide of persuasion, they all concurred with the sentiments expressed. Long live Satan. They chanted, calling out his name. As the crowd settled, the host enthusiastically announced, Out of bounds. The victor of this friendly match is Son Goten. The youth division concluded, and there would be a half-hour intermission before the adult division continued. No sooner had the host declared the results than Satan hastily retreated to the lounge. Upon entering and locking the door, he collapsed to the ground, expelling a copious amount of blood, and fell into unconsciousness, utterly incapacitated. As Goten departed from the competition venue, he found himself unable to locate Trunks. Consequently, he sought out Bulma and inquired, "And Bulma, have you seen Trunks? I have searched everywhere for him." Bulma sighed and replied, "Alas, that boy Trunks is just like his father. After losing a battle with you, he mentioned wanting to return to his training. He may not have gone far yet. So if you wish to find him, you should hurry." "I see. Then I shall go. Thank you, Aunt Bulma." With that, Goten soared off towards the direction of West City. Upon realizing that there remained half an hour before the commencement of the competition, Goku, as a scion, along with Vegeta and Gohan, naturally intended to indulge in a hearty meal prior to the match. After walking for a while, they were halted by staff members who verified their identities before granting them passage. "Congratulations! You have all successfully passed the preliminary rounds. The drawing ceremony will take place 10 minutes before the competition begins, so please do not be late." As they continued on their way, Krillin remarked, "In truth, it's just us skilled fighters, along with Gohan. The prize money will belong to us." "Krillin, is money a concern for you?" Goku inquired. "Well, I now have a wife and daughter to support, and I reside on Master Roshi's Kame house," Krillin replied, somewhat helplessly. "How about this, Krillin? If we encounter you during the competition, we will yield, allowing you to take the championship," Goku proposed. "Everyone agree?" "Humph. As long as I can battle you and Gohan, that suffices for me," Vegeta declared. The others expressed their accord, and upon hearing this, Krillin joyfully exclaimed, "That sounds wonderful. Thank you all." With smiles exchanged, the group entered a restaurant to enjoy their meal. After savoring their feast, they prepared to head to the dojo for the competition but encountered two oddly dressed individuals en route. One of them sported a white, crest-like hairstyle that floated in the air, accompanied by a towering figure nearly 3 meters tall. "Greetings." The one with the crest drifted closer to the group. Turning to Goku, he continued, "Goku, Jebet, and I have successfully passed the preliminaries and have accomplished the task you assigned. Can you sense the location of that fellow's base?" "No. I cannot penetrate that barrier either. Let's proceed according to plan. There is little to worry about regarding the demon. Do not let this dampen your spirits. Enjoy the moment." Goku responded, "Very well, we shall not intrude on your time with friends. We shall see you later." With that, the one with the crest and the imposing figure departed. "Who on earth are they? They seem like extraterrestrials." "Goku, do you know them?" "He, like you, exudes no detectable aura," Piccolo remarked, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his face paling. "And what is this about a demon? What is the situation?" "They are indeed extraterrestrial beings, friends I made 3 years ago. They are not malicious. So rest assured, I will explain everything after the competition begins," Goku briefly explained. "Extraterrestrials? What does that imply?" As Piccolo and the others walked a bit farther, Vidalai turned to Gohan and inquired. "Well, he is rather peculiar," Gohan replied quietly. "Oh, that explains the pallor on his face," Vidalai nodded, seemingly understanding. "Hey, you too. Hurry up. The drawing ceremony is about to begin," Krillin said, hands in pockets, glancing back at the lagging pair with a casual tone. "Ah." Gohan responded with a brief acknowledgement before swiftly catching up with everyone else, alongside Biddy. The group arrived at the drawing platform, poised for the adult group tournament S-Lottery. According to the results, the enigmatic figure with a rooster hairstyle, Sean, was to be the opponent of the demon boy, while Gohan was pitted against the burly man, Jebet, who stood beside Sean. As for Vegeta, he was delighted to draw his old rival, Kakarot. Biddy's adversary turned out to be a fearsome-looking muscle man named Spavich. The opponent of Android 18 was none other than the world champion, Satan. And Krillin faced a similarly imposing figure, a robust man named Pointa. Upon seeing that his opponent was the diminutive Krillin, Pointa scoffed, "Humph. It will take me no more than 10 seconds to take you down." Yes, I understand," Krillin replied, resigned. Chapter 100. The strongest Kaioshin in history. The host then announced the order of matches. The first bout would feature Krillin against Pointa, followed by the demon boy facing Sean. "Wow, Goku and Vegeta are matched up in the preliminaries," exclaimed Master Roshi from the audience. Indeed, Yamcha concurred. The matches were quickly outlined, and with time pressing, the host exclaimed, "Let us commence the tournament. Please welcome our first contestants." Krillin and Pointa approached the arena, with Pointa laughing. "What bad luck for you to face me in the opening match." As they walked, Pointa boasted to Krillin, while the host introduced their competitive records. "Wow, that big guy seems formidable. Can Dad really defeat him?" Little Marin, seated beside Marin and Yamcha, voiced her concern. "Have no fear. Your father will surely prevail. He is the strongest in the world." She quickly added, recalling, I meant among Earthlings. The match began, and the burly man showcased his agility by performing a backflip on the arena, demonstrating that despite his hefty appearance, he remained quite nimble. He then thrust his ample belly towards Krillin. In response to such arrogance, Krillin decided to show him a lesson. With a single punch, the burly man found himself in dire straits. Krillin relentlessly pounded the man's face with his palm and concluded with a swift kick, effortlessly sending him flying out of the arena. Out of bounds. Krillin wins, the host declared excitedly. He then murmured to himself, this is wonderful. True experts shine in battle. I've been anticipating this moment for so long. This is the true World Martial Arts Tournament. Next, the second match was set, Sean against the Demon Boy. After the referee's introduction, both ascended the platform, with Sean standing still, unmoving. Piccolo pondered, who exactly is this guy? How does he know Goku? Sean wore a peculiar smile as he gazed at Piccolo and said, you will soon find out. But for now, let us engage in a game. What? He could hear my thoughts. This revelation left Piccolo drenched in sweat. Initially, he intended to strike first, yet he discovered his body trembling uncontrollably, rendering him incapable of exerting any force. After nearly a minute of exchanging glances with Sean, Piccolo ultimately conceded, voluntarily forfeiting the match. Through their brief eye contact, Sean quietly reflected, it appears Goku was correct. This individual named Piccolo indeed harbors the essence of the previous deity of this planet. Therefore, he must have deduced my and Goku's true identities. Piccolo, you now possess the answer you sought, do you not? Goku inquired as Piccolo walked past him. Indeed, old son. 7 years ago, I believed your dimensions surpassed those of the gods, but I never anticipated such a remarkable surprise from you 7 years later. You truly are formidable. Goku chuckled. Of course. However, I might operate on a dimension even more advanced than you presume. I shall keep you in suspense for now. The rest will be revealed by Sean and the others shortly. Qiqi. How dull. Piccolo retorted. Next up was the match between Bidalai and the formidable muscle-bound brute, Spubich. As the battle commenced, Bidalai unleashed a fierce offensive, launching a barrage of punches and kicks at the muscular foe, but her efforts proved futile. Quickly regaining her footing, she created distance, channeling all her energy into a sprint, ultimately delivering a powerful punch that sent Spubich crashing to the ground. The muscle man rose, and Spubich began his counterattack. Rather than evading his strikes, Bidalai opted for a close combat brawl. Though their sizes differed vastly, Bidalai managed to gain the upper hand. However, she soon noticed Spubich's peculiar resilience. This fellow is strange. It seems he does not feel pain. Time and again I knock him down, yet he rises again swiftly. I must proceed with caution. Seizing the moment when her opponent charged at her, Bidalai swiftly maneuvered beneath him, tossing him to the opposite side of the ring. Weighing around 300 to 400 pounds, Bidalai found herself gasping for breath, while Spubich remained eerily calm, albeit with a menacing expression. With no other choice, Bidalai charged forward once more to continue her assault. She contemplated, it must have been my insufficient power that failed to inflict substantial damage on Spubich. It seems I must amplify my strength. Meanwhile, the enigmatic contestant Sean returned to the resting area, encountering the visibly shaken Piccolo, who had been too intimidated to strike. Piccolo inquired, perhaps I am mistaken. Could you be the legendary Grand Kai? Incorrect, you are mistaken. Sean replied, dismissing the notion. Wukong cast a glance at Jebet, prompting the tall figure to promptly explain to Piccolo that he was Lord East Kaishin's servant. Indeed, I am Jebet. Piccolo's face turned pale with fear, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he realized that this was the Kaishin, rumored to be of a level even higher than the Great Kaishin. No need for astonishment, for your friend, Son Goku, is none other than Lord Mugen, the newly appointed North Kaishin. Jebet began to express his initial displeasure, but hesitated as he recalled the slap he had received from Goku 6 months prior, and he respectfully continued. Upon hearing this, not only Piccolo, but also Vegeta, Gohan, Krillin, and Android 18 were left astounded, unable to react for a moment. Is this truly the case, Goku? Piccolo asked in disbelief. Indeed, Mr. Goku is an unprecedented genius. 3 years ago, I suddenly sensed a dimensional breakthrough on the Great Kaishin's planet. I initially thought the breakthrough was by the Great Kaishin himself, and I intended to investigate. The East Kaishin paused momentarily before continuing, however, when Jebet brought me there. The one who had achieved the breakthrough was not the Great Kaishin, but Mr. Son Goku. I then invited him to become a candidate for Kaishin, and Mr. Goku graciously accepted. We then brought him back to the Kaishin realm, Jebet added. However, Lord Son Goku is no ordinary individual. He is only trained in the Qiqi realm for 2.5 years and has already ascended to the second level of divine energy. Even I, the East Qiqi who brought him into the Qiqi realm, remain at the pinnacle of the first level of divine energy. I was originally a candidate for Qiqi, but following an attack by a demon, all the Qiqis perished, leaving me to shoulder the responsibilities alone, the East Qiqi said with a hint of sorrow, recalling a painful past. Then, the East Qiqi smiled again, saying, fortunately, a legendary figure like Mr. Goku has emerged. In just 7 years, he has elevated from the entry level of the Qiqi realm to the second level of divine energy, willingly assuming the role of North Qiqi and alleviating my burdens. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. Upon hearing the recounting of events, everyone was left in awe, with Piccolo wearing an expression of disbelief. Vegeta struggled to articulate his feelings, while Gohan gazed at Goku with admiration. Ah ha ha, that is how things transpired. Since we are under the jurisdiction of the North Kai, I have taken on the responsibilities of North Qiqi. I recently completed my basic training and hurried back. Goku explained with a smile, scratching his head. Old son, I never imagined you would reach such a dimension. You have truly reshaped my perception of you, and I am deeply impressed. Congratulations. Piccolo placed his hand upon Goku's shoulder, gazing earnestly into his eyes as he spoke with sincerity. Subsequently, Krillin, Gohan, and others approached to extend their congratulations, to which Goku responded joyfully. Once the congratulatory exchanges ceased, Gohan immediately resumed his intense focus on the battle between Bidily. At that moment, Android 18 joyfully leaped into Goku's embrace, exclaiming, "You truly are remarkable. No wonder I chose you as my man." She then leaned in closer to Goku's ear, playfully whispering with a seductive tone, "Qiqi, tonight I shall reward you splendidly." Despite Goku's divine status and his extraordinary self-control, the 7 years of abstinence from female company rendered him momentarily flustered as he felt the warmth and softness of her form pressing against his arm, accompanied by 18's enchanting laughter and words, causing his blood to rush and his cheeks to redden. Wukong instinctively took a step back, a sheepish smile gracing his face as he chuckled. "Ah, ha, let me deal with today's minor threat first." Piccolo's face flushed with embarrassment as he quickly turned away, redirecting his attention to the match. The others had not caught the second remark from Android 18. However, Krillin, through the exchanged glances and expressions between the two, disowned the general idea. He promptly cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, well then, Wukong, Android 18, let us focus on the match for now. Gohan's classmate, Videl, is in quite a precarious situation." Wukong swiftly interjected, "Ah, yes, let us not dwell on that. Instead, focus on the match. The situation with Spubich is indeed troubling." He discreetly gave Clin a thumbs up. "Very well, let us observe the competition," Number 18 remarked, noticing the smirk at the corner of Wukong's lips, satisfied. The onlookers then turned their attention back to the fierce battle unfolding in the arena. The muscular Spubich relentlessly launched brutal assaults against Bidily. Fortunately, Bidily managed to evade Spubich's lethal punch and retaliated with a flurry of strikes aimed at his head. However, her full-force attempt was effortlessly countered by her opponent. Due to the stark difference in their physiques, poor Bidily was ensnared like a rag doll, spun around mercilessly, and subsequently hurled across the ring. As she neared the brink of falling from the platform, an astonishing twist occurred. Spubich caught her once again just before she could touch the ground. The muscular man dragged Bidily back into the arena, evidently not yet satisfied, eager to continue humiliating and tormenting his adversary. The balance of the fight had undeniably shifted in favor of Spubich, leaving Bidily trapped in a state of passive endurance. Yet, despite her dire circumstances, Bidily remained resolute, her determination causing Gohan, watching from the sidelines, to feel a sense of urgency. Upon witnessing Gohan's condition, Wukong inquired with a serious tone, "Gohan, I can temporarily bestow upon you the formidable power sufficient to easily defeat Spubich. What do you think?" "Really, Dad? That would be splendid. Although this may render Bidily defenseless, I cannot bear to see her suffer any longer. If possible, I implore you." Gohan initially expressed joy, only to be followed by a sorrowful whisper. "All right, fear not, I assure you." With those words, Wukong sighed as he gazed at Bidily, who, despite her injuries, persisted in her struggle against Spubich. He then directed his palm towards her, and with a mere thought, a white aura ignited around Bidily. "What on earth is happening? What is this aura enveloping me?" Bidily stepped back, examining her hands in astonishment. "Moreover, I feel an overwhelming surge of power coursing through me. What is going on with you?" Spubich, sensing the newfound strength radiating from Bidily, asked curiously. Huh? You inquire of me? I know not. All I know is that your time is up. With that, Biddy delivered a swift kick that sent Spubich flying, following up with a powerful strike that propelled him into the air. In the next moment, she soared above him, executing a devastating downward split that smashed him onto the arena floor, relentlessly assaulting his abdomen. The audience erupted with cheers, witnessing Spubich teetering on the brink of consciousness. Biddy summoned all her might and unleashed a decisive punch, sending the battered Spubich hurtling towards the edge of the arena, ultimately kicking him off the platform. Out of bounds. The victor is Miss Biddy Lee, daughter of Mr. Satan, the announcer proclaimed with fervor. At that moment, the white aura surrounding Biddy dissipated, and the battered fighter swayed precariously. Gohan rushed to her side, promptly escorting her to the waiting area where Wukong was situated. Is there anyone here with senzu beans? While it may not be necessary, having some would allow Biddy to compete in the next match. Gohan addressed the crowd, supporting Biddy. I didn't bring any. I never took this match seriously, Krillin remarked. Others echoed similar sentiments. Dad, you are so powerful now, surely you have a solution? Biddy interjected. Though I know not what senzu beans are, I can rest a bit and still participate in the next match. No, you must not overexert yourself. Gohan firmly opposed. Sigh. Gohan, considering your concern for your friend, I shall lend her a hand. Wukong sighed and stepped forward to Gohan and Biddy. Thank you so much, Dad. What must we do now? Gohan asked eagerly. It is not difficult. Simply assist Biddy in sitting cross-legged on the ground, Wukong instructed. Oh, all right, Gohan replied, helping Biddy settle into position. Let us begin. Wukong placed one hand upon Biddy's head, and with a mere thought, a surge of vitality emanated from him. A refreshing and delightful sensation enveloped her. With her eyes closed, Biddy savored the extraordinary energy flowing into her from above. In no time, her injuries vanished completely. Gazing at her restored form, she exclaimed joyfully, Thank you, Mr. Wukong. I feel as though my strength has returned to its peak. Oh, there is no need for gratitude. I merely acted upon Gohan's request, Wukong replied, waving his hand dismissively. If you must express thanks, direct it towards Gohan. Thank you for everything you've done for me. Gohan, Biddy turned around, her eyes meeting Gohan's concerned gaze, and she felt her cheeks flush with shyness as she spoke. Haha, no need for formalities. I'm just glad you're okay. Gohan chuckled, feeling a bit embarrassed as he scratched his head. By the way, Gohan, during the impending battle, I will require your cooperation. I intend to use those two to locate and eliminate their malevolent superior. This individual possesses formidable subordinates, and given the stakes concerning Earth's safety, you may need to endure some hardships during the encounter. Wukong elaborated on his plan to Gohan, emphasizing the importance of not obstructing Jebite's actions. The group was taken aback, and after a moment of hesitation, Gohan solemnly nodded in agreement. At that moment, the referee announced that the next round of the competition was about to commence, prompting Gohan to hurriedly return to the arena to participate. As Gohan and Jebit ascended the arena, the host elaborated on their backgrounds and illustrious lineages. Once the two stood facing each other, the host proclaimed, in the fourth match, we have Jebit versus the Masked Scion. The audience erupted in fervent cheers for the Masked Scion, their excitement palpable. The two warriors locked eyes atop the stage, and Gohan promptly assumed a battle stance. Jebit, with a calm demeanor, remarked, hurry and transform into a Super Saiyan, for Lord Mugen, your father, must have informed you of the plan. Gohan contemplated for a moment and, with a resigned tone, remarked, Ah, I see now. It appears that I cannot conceal my true identity any longer. It matters not whether I attend school. Since your objective is to draw out those from affluent families, I shall transform into a Super Saiyan. Indeed, a Super Saiyan who transcends all limits. Ah, with Gohan's furious roar. His energy surged instantaneously, enveloped by crackling lightning as his hair transformed into a brilliant golden hue. The force he unleashed was so tremendous that it shattered the tiles of the arena, sending them soaring into the air. While the entire scene was bathed in a dazzling golden radiance, signifying the completion of his transformation. The white scarf atop Gohan's head was swept away by a burst of golden flames, after which he stylishly discarded his sunglasses, instantly recognized by his classmates in the audience. They realized that the Golden Warrior was none other than Gohan himself, which led to an immediate amplification of their cheers. Go, Gohan. You're so cool. Keep it up. I can't believe you are the Golden Warrior. I have faith in you. Gohan observed the few individuals below and awkwardly greeted them. Upon witnessing Gohan in this form, Biddy was so taken aback that he struggled to articulate his thoughts. How is this possible? After Gohan transformed, could it be? Meanwhile, the the battle-scarred Spubik. Clutching a peculiar detector, exclaimed in astonishment, "Look, such immense energy. It must be him." His companion, Yam, confirmed after glancing over. "I have now attained Super Saiyan 2. Surely this state is sufficient to draw their attention?" Gohan inquired of Jebet. "This is indeed an extraordinary power. Truly, he is the offspring of that esteemed individual. This strength is remarkable." Jebet could scarcely believe his own eyes, utterly astonished. "What? Has Gohan been training all these 7 years?" "No. He should have been dedicating more time to his studies. Yet, he has nearly caught up to my own Super Saiyan 2, which is simply unbelievable." Vegeta, sensing Gohan's energy, remarked in sheer disbelief. Wukong gently patted Vegeta's shoulder, a satisfied smile gracing his face. "Hehe, there is no need to concern yourself with such trifling details, Vegeta. Gohan's talent is truly formidable. Even with minimal time dedicated to training, he can achieve remarkable results." Suddenly, 2 muscular figures from outside the ring charged onto the stage. Instruments in hand, Yim shouted, "Spopovich, hold him tight." "Understood." With that, Spopovich executed a powerful hold from behind, attempting to immobilize Gohan. Meanwhile, the other slender figure inserted the instrument into Gohan's body, causing him to feel the energy within him gradually dissipating. As Gohan instinctively attempted to break free from the 2 assailants behind him and retaliate, he suddenly recalled the plan that Goku had shared with him, and in an instant, he calmed down, allowing the 2 individuals to siphon his energy. Meanwhile, Bulma was taken aback by the unexpected appearance of the 2. Those scoundrels. Sensing the precarious situation, Krillin rushed towards the stage to offer assistance, only to be restrained by Piccolo, who firmly grasped his collar. As Old Son had previously stated, Gohan would be fine. And given that Gohan showed no signs of resistance, it was best not to interfere. Gohan swiftly succumbed to the norm, unable to endure the sight of Dilly's distress, and prepared to leap onto the stage. Fortunately, Goku grasped her arm just in time. The muscular man wielded an instrument that emitted a series of dazzling white lights, casting an eerie pallor over the entirety of the martial arts tournament venue. As the brilliance faded, Gohan found himself nearly drained of energy, barely managing to remain upright. Spubich declared, "Enough. It is filled to capacity. Any more, and it shall overflow." "Very well. Let us depart." After extracting the energy from Gohan, the 2 muscular men utilized their flight technique to escape the martial arts arena. As Wukong observed the 2 figures soaring into the distance, he addressed the others. "All right. The East Kai and I shall pursue those 2 individuals, but we must remain undetected. Jebet will follow suit after tending to Gohan." He then inquired, "Is anyone interested in accompanying me?" "Humph. What nonsense, Kakarot. We still have a duel to settle." This declaration irked Vegeta, the Saiyan Prince, who was solely fixated on battling Kakarot. "I'll be on my way first," the East Kai remarked, quickly following suit. "I shall also take my leave," Piccolo declared as he flew off in pursuit. It wouldn't hurt to join us this time, Vegeta. Why not accompany us?" Wukong suggested, puzzled. "Kakarot, do not attempt to brush me off. The sole reason I wish to participate in this tedious martial arts tournament is to engage in a duel with you," Vegeta retorted vehemently. "Rest assured, wherever we battle will be inconsequential. Moreover, there is a formidable opponent on the other side of those 2. Are you not intrigued?" "Humph. Since you are so insistent, I shall join you on this venture. Such an excellent opportunity for combat shall not be missed by this prince," Vegeta declared arrogantly. "And I too." Krillin and Android 18 stepped forward. "Thank you, but Krillin, I suspect you are quite eager for the prize money from this tournament. Thus, you should remain to compete. The rest of you come with me." With that, Wukong departed, and 18 and Vegeta quickly took flight, pursuing the path just taken by the Kai. "Is Gohan all right?" Videl inquired as she supported Gohan back to the waiting area, turning to Jebet. "He is fine." Jebet placed his hand on Gohan, a golden aura emanating from him. He then remarked, "You did not showcase your true power earlier, did you? Your strength is indeed unfathomable. Truly befitting the child of Lord Mugen. Let's not dwell on that. We must catch up with Dad and Uncle Piccolo," Gohan urged anxiously. "Oh, all right." In less than 2.5 minutes, Jebet restored all the energy that had been taken from Gohan by the 2 muscular men. Chapter 103, Arrival at the Demon's Lair. Finally done, Mr. Jebet. Let us depart." Gohan stretched his body and said to Jebet. "Indeed." Jebet nodded. Videl turned to Gohan. "Gohan, may I join you? I have much to contemplate. I implore you." It is quite perilous over there. You should really stay here." Gohan contemplated before responding. It is all right. I wish to accompany you, and I won't be a hindrance. I beg you. Videl earnestly pleaded once more. Then you must heed my words. Should danger arise, flee immediately, understood? Yes. Very well then. Let us be on our way. Gohan, accompanied by Bidalai and Jebet, soared towards the direction where the presence of Vegeta and others could be felt. This unexpected action left the audience and staff in sheer astonishment. What is happening? Why has everyone left? Bulma inquired. I have a foreboding feeling, Qiqi expressed with concern. The situation indeed seems rather peculiar, Yamcha concurred. The host stood frozen in place, exclaiming, the first martial arts tournament of the day? Oh dear. Here we come. At that moment, Goku and the others followed closely behind East Kai and Piccolo. Goku, you are a bit slow, East Kai remarked. Wukong remarked, let's not dwell on this any longer. Gohan and Jebet will catch up shortly, so there is no need for you to slow down any further. Very well, let us accelerate. With that, East Kaioshin increased his speed, and the others followed suit. Along the way, East Kaioshin began to explain the circumstances surrounding the peculiar behavior of the two recent individuals. They were under the control of a sorcerer named Babidi. Millions of years ago, Babidi created a terrifying creature known as Majin Buu, who, upon his birth, annihilated countless planets in a remarkably short span of time. Upon hearing this, Vegeta, filled with dissatisfaction, exclaimed, such feats are within the capabilities of our scion race as well. Is Kakarot attempting to deceive me? Even if you have ascended to godhood. Should you dare to mislead me, I shall not forgive you. Come now, Vegeta, do not be so hasty. I am not deceiving you. Let us first hear the rest of East Kaioshin's tale, Wukong interjected. Such a disgraceful story, I cannot recount it. You all have truly lost your dignity. Please, continue your performance. Vegeta retorted. What? Kakarot, how can you discern my innermost thoughts? How infuriating. Vegeta expressed his annoyance. Qiqi, East Kaioshin can sense it too. So, do not dwell on such thoughts, just listen to the story. Wukong chuckled, though East Kaioshin felt a tinge of anger at Wukong's words. He recalled a previous encounter with Wukong's Super Saiyan form, which had caused the entire Kaioshin realm to tremble violently. Both he and Jebet had been astounded by the formidable power that dwarfed even that of Majin Buu, recognizing that Wukong spoke the truth, and thus continued his narrative. With a resigned sigh, East Kaioshin recounted, at that time, there were 5 Kaioshins in existence, each capable of effortlessly defeating foes like Frieza with a mere punch. Yet, 4 of them fell victim to Majin Buu. Due to Majin Buu's near-zero intelligence, even Babidi struggled to control him. To avoid inciting disaster, Babidi could only seal Majin Buu within a colossal egg when the creature was distracted. This egg was brought to Earth millions of years ago, and later, I seized the opportunity to personally eliminate the sorcerer Babidi. East Kaioshin paused momentarily before continuing, to avoid provoking the sealed Majin Buu, and believing that Babidi, who could have unsealed him, was no longer a threat. I left the egg on Earth. Unfortunately, I was unaware that Babidi had a son named Babidi. It was through Mr. Wukong that I learned of Babidi's recent emergence on Earth. We suspect that Babidi intends to unseal Majin Buu. And the purpose behind the 2 individuals at the martial arts tournament absorbing Gohan's energy is likely to resurrect Majin Buu. Babidi concealed Majin Buu's egg behind a powerful barrier, rendering it impossible for us to locate it, which is why we sought to use Gohan to lure those 2 into action. Are we to prevent the awakening of Majin Buu? Gohan inquired of Jebet, who had just recounted a tale to him. Jebet, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, well, that was indeed the plan I had with Lord East Kaioshin, but we encountered Lord Goku. We have witnessed his power, which far surpasses that of Majin Buu. Therefore, we must capture both Majin Buu and Babidi at once. I see. In that case, I shall do my part, Gohan declared. Thank you, but at our current speed, we cannot catch up to Lord Kaioshin and the others, Jebet lamented. Then let us hasten, Gohan suggested. I can no longer increase my speed. It's too fast for my eyes to keep open, Videl struggled to say. Then you should return. The situation appears more perilous than we anticipated, Gohan advised. It seems that must be the case. It's truly regrettable that I will only be a hindrance here, Videl said unwillingly. Then, shifting her tone, she encouraged, Gohan, do your best. Defeat that sorcerer Babidi and Majin Buu, and save the Earth once more. Indeed, I will await you at the venue of the martial arts tournament. Videl concluded, waving goodbye. All right. With that, Gohan and Jebet accelerated, becoming nearly invisible in an instant. Such incredible speed! Videl exclaimed, you must survive, Gohan. I look forward to our date upon your safe return. After watching them for a while, Videl too flew towards the martial arts tournament, while Gohan and Jebet stealthily followed Goku and the others. Soon, the two muscular men, having absorbed their energy, arrived at Babidi's hideout. Vegeta and the others concealed their energy, hiding behind a mountain, silently observing ahead. Is there someone there? Is it Babidi? Gohan asked. No, it is not him. Lord East Kaioshin responded. The ground over there looks peculiar, as though it has been excavated, number 18 noted. So that's it. Babidi has not only set up a powerful barrier, but has also buried his spaceship. Jebet realized. No wonder we couldn't find it. It seems Babidi is already aware of our arrival on Earth, Lord East Kaioshin speculated. Otherwise, he wouldn't have hidden the spaceship so meticulously. Let us act before he uses Gohan's energy to awaken Majin Buu. Piccolo proposed. No need to worry, Piccolo. We possess the strength to confront him. He must awaken Majin Buu for us to capture them all. Goku stated confidently. Let us assess the situation first before deciding how to proceed. Chapter 104. Babidi and Dabura. Since you are so confident, I have nothing more to add, Piccolo remarked. Someone is coming. Gohan reminded everyone that the malevolent sorcerer Babidi had finally made his appearance, accompanied by another figure whose demeanor was distinctly sinister. All eyes were drawn to the entrance of the white edifice, Dabura. Babidi had even managed to subjugate the Lord of the Demon Realm, Jebet remarked in astonishment. It is indeed surprising that even Dabura has been controlled, the East Kaioshin added. Dabura? Who is that? Is he the big guy? Gohan inquired. Indeed, came the East Kaioshin's reply. Is that individual particularly formidable? Vegeta expressed his dissatisfaction. Well, I cannot speak for you, but Dabura is certainly not stronger than Goku. I am merely astonished by his status, the East Kaioshin elucidated. What is his status? What power does he wield? Number 18 asked with curiosity. He is the king of the Dark Demon Realm. In this world, Goku may reign as the strongest, but in the Dark Demon Realm, Dabura holds that title. The East Kaioshin explained. He then sighed in relief, but fortunately, for our North Kaioshin, neither Dabura nor Majin Buu pose a threat. Let us keep a low profile. There are many stronger than I. Goku said modestly. I never imagined a realm like the demon world truly existed. Number 18 exclaimed in surprise. I do not care for the title of Demon World King, however. I am quite displeased that you just declared our strongest member to be Kakarot. Vegeta huffed. The little shorty next to him must be the sorcerer Babidi, right? Gohan asked. Is he truly as he appears? Indeed, although in terms of strength, he is hardly noteworthy. However, his command of terrifying magic cannot be underestimated, the East Kaioshin stated solemnly. Now that even Dabura is subject to his will, does that mean his magic is potent enough to subdue those from the demon realm? Piccolo queried with intrigue. No. He likely manipulates others through their inner malice and desires. In this regard, Dabura is the most suitable candidate. Jebet clarified. This is precisely what makes Babidi's magic so terrifying. Yamcha, Spopovich, and all of his other subordinates have fallen under his control. But worry not, for individuals like us, devoid of any wicked thoughts, will not be ensnared. The East Kaioshin reassured them promptly. Are we merely going to observe? Number 18 asked. No need to, once Babidi siphons away the energy. We shall intervene and eliminate the others, Goku replied. Then, turning to Vegeta, he added, as for Majin Buu, I intend to allow that fellow to resurrect with full power. What do you think, Vegeta? That suits me perfectly. Vegeta chuckled. Look over there. Gohan reminded them. At that moment, Babidi seized two muscular men who were absorbing energy. The duo initially believed that Babidi would bestow upon them greater power, only to be taken aback when a sinister red light suddenly emanated from Babidi's eyes as he turned to face Spopovich. In an instant, Spopovich felt an inferno raging within him. His face began to contort, his entire form morphed into a grotesque shade of red, and his body swelled like a balloon. With a flicker of Babidi's gaze, Spopovich's entire corporeal being erupted in an explosion. The remaining Yamcha, witnessing the tragic demise of his comrade beside him, was paralyzed with fear. Drenched in sweat, and hastily took flight to escape the scene. Babidi commanded Pui Pui to eliminate him, and with a swift gesture, Pui Pui aimed at the airborne muscle man, unleashing a green shockwave from his fingertips, which immediately enveloped Yamcha in a cloud of green smoke, reducing him to nothingness. Babidi praised, truly splendid. The brutality exhibited by Babidi towards his own subordinates startled Gohan and the others, who were concealed behind the rocks. How could they betray their comrades? Gohan exclaimed in outrage. Although Vegeta and the others had suppressed their energy signatures, Babidi was already aware of their presence behind the rocks. He commanded Dabura, just as I suspected. Yamcha and his companions have brought excellent bait, along with the Supreme Kai who killed my father. Investigate their situation thoroughly. Yes, Dabura replied. Sensing Goku's party through his psychic abilities, there were 7 in total, 4 of whom possessed undetectable energies, while approximately 2 others exhibited formidable strength. In order to gather the energy necessary to resurrect Majin Buu, we indeed need to utilize those too, Babidi stated. Dabura, lure them into the spaceship. Leave the Supreme Kai for now. I will deal with him slowly. The others, you may eliminate. Understood, Lord Babidi. Dabura responded with reverence. Pui, come with me. With that, Babidi led Pui into the spaceship. Shortly thereafter, Dabura began his performance, slightly turning to glance at the rocks behind him as he heightened his energy. It dawned on Vegeta that the enemy had already discovered their hiding place. However, Dabura's speed was astonishing. He swiftly dashed towards Jet, preparing to annihilate him with an energy wave, only to be sent flying by Goku's punch. Goku arrogantly declared, "Hey, you dare lay a hand on my friends? You must truly be tired of living." Gohan rose to launch a tentative strike, which was effortlessly evaded by Dabura. Vegeta made a symbolic advance, engaging in a brief skirmish with Dabura for a few seconds. Dabura then distanced himself from Vegeta and suddenly shifted his focus to Android 18, rushing towards her and unexpectedly unleashing a spit attack. Audacious. Wukong, filled with rage, let out a thunderous shout and effortlessly unleashed an energy blast, vaporizing the spit in midair, sending Dabura hurtling several dozen meters away. Wukong glared at Dabura, his veins bulging with fury. "You wretched being, why must you target my beloved? You have sealed your own fate. You emanate an aura akin to that of the East Kaishin. Are you, perchance, the newly appointed Kaishin? Your power is commendable. Alas, your energy is of no use to us." Dabura adjusted his stance, still exuding an air of dominance, and declared, "Enough with the idle chatter. Prepare yourself." As the intellectual pillar of the team, Piccolo valiantly charged into battle, but within moments, he was struck by Dabura's saliva, instantly petrified in place. Originally, Wukong had the ability to rescue, but he chose to play a prank on Piccolo and refrained from intervening. Vegeta and Gohan were spared from Dabura's spittle due to their potential utility to Babidi. As for the Kaishin, Babidi sought to avenge his father's death personally. Thus he was also kept alive. The others were under Wukong's constant protection, and Dabura, aware that he could not harm them in that moment, promptly returned to Babidi's lair in order to lure Vegeta and the others into his trap. As Gohan gazed upon Piccolo's statue, he inquired of the Kaishin, "Lord Kaishin, is there any way to save Uncle Piccolo?" The Kaishin replied, "No, unless Dabura is slain, the petrification will remain intact." "That's a relief." Gohan exhaled, realizing the simplicity of the solution. "Father, regardless of the circumstances, we must press forward." "Indeed, let us go?" Goku chuckled. Soon, Goku, Gohan, Vegeta, and Android 18 ventured into the depths of the base, followed closely by East Kaishin and Kibito, who had no other choice but to accompany them. In Chapter 105, titled Babidi's Dread, the group entered a peculiar chamber, deliberating over their current predicament. At that moment, a large door gradually creaked open. Out stepped Pui, the one who had previously dispatched Spopovich, arrogantly declaring, "Regrettably, you must defeat me to access the next level. Lord Babidi awaits you at the very bottom. But you shall not reach him. This shall be your final resting place. Ha ha ha. No, this is impossible," Goku protested. Meanwhile, Babidi activated a device designed to siphon Gohan's energy and injected it into the egg of Majin Buu, subsequently monitoring Goku and the others through his crystal ball. Goku, Gohan, and Vegeta engaged in a game of rock, paper, scissors to determine who would confront Pui first, and ultimately, Vegeta claimed the privilege of being the first combatant. This spectacle left the Kaishin speechless. The Kaishin cautioned, "Be careful, warriors possessed by Babidi possess formidable strength." Yet, Vegeta retorted, "Humph. That kind of opponent is no match for me." Hearing Vegeta's bravado, Pui was nearly brought to laughter as he rapidly teleported around the room, showcasing his speed. "Now you understand my power, don't you? Moreover, any injury sustained in this chamber will result in your energy being devoured by Majin Buu." Upon hearing this, Wukong mused, "Oh, I almost forgot about this particular setting. Reviving Majin Buu perfectly would indeed simplify matters considerably." Vegeta, still unimpressed, instantly appeared before Pui. "Pui, Taken aback by Vegeta's unexpectedly formidable strength, attempted to create distance between them. He charged at Vegeta once more, desperately swinging his fists. Yet his strikes failed to graze even a single hair on Vegeta's head. Realizing his attacks were futile, Qiqi discreetly attempted a kick, only to be effortlessly countered by Vegeta. Dazed and at a loss, Qiqi stood frozen in place, observing his bewildered expression. Vegeta delivered a swift kick that sent him crashing into the wall behind. The pain jolted Qiqi back to reality, as Vegeta approached him with an arrogant demeanor. At this moment, Qiqi knelt on the ground, gritting his teeth in frustration. Though he contemplated a counterattack, Vegeta once again sent him flying with another kick, forcing him to quickly regain his footing. Utilizing the ceiling to return to the ground, Qiqi discovered that Vegeta had vanished from sight. As he rose, he was abruptly struck by Vegeta, who had reappeared behind him with a powerful blow. In the depths, Babidi observed through his crystal ball, astonished to see Qiqi utterly unable to retaliate. He inquired of Dubra, "What combat environment does Qiqi favor most?" "A high-gravity setting," Dubra replied. Consequently, Babidi employed his magic, transforming the room where Vegeta and the others were into a mysterious planet. Qiqi stood up, laughing heartily. "Haha. The gravity here is 10 times that of Earth. My preferred battle environment." "Humph, mere tenfold gravity? I feel nothing," Vegeta mocked. Qiqi believed Vegeta was merely posturing and once again charged towards him, relentlessly swinging his fists. Seizing an opening, Vegeta delivered a crushing blow to Qiqi's abdomen. Capitalizing on Qiqi's momentary shock, he followed up with a kick, propelling him onto a nearby meteorite. Dozens of meters away, Qiqi felt as if his bones were about to shatter, while Vegeta danced lightly on his feet, reiterating that he was not merely boasting. Qiqi was nearly on the verge of an explosive rage. In the next moment, Vegeta reappeared before Qiqi, placing his hands against Qiqi's abdomen and unleashing a powerful energy wave, effortlessly dispatching him. The environment reverted to the previous room as the passage opened, allowing Wukong, Gohan, and Vegeta to leap down. Witnessing Vegeta's extraordinary performance, the Kaishin remarked, "This man truly deserves to be a rival to Wukong." Then, with Jebet in tow, he leaped down. Meanwhile, on the other side, Buffety was seething with frustration. He had underestimated the prowess of Vegeta and his companions. Consequently, he resolved to summon the beast Ikuin directly. Dubra instructed several minions to release Ikuin. As 2 of the minions arrived at the chamber where Ikuin was imprisoned, they swung open the prison door, only to be met with a flash of golden light. Suddenly, a tentacle shot forth, dragging one of the minions inside. The other minion, paralyzed with fear, was inevitably ensnared and pulled into the cell by Ikuin as well. At that moment, in the second-floor room, the others awaited their next adversary. The large door swung open abruptly, revealing the towering Ikuin, nearly 5 meters tall. Goku approached Yaage, and just as Ikuin was about to boast, Goku swiftly struck the air towards Ikuin, causing him to erupt in a spray of blood. His form flattened against the wall like a pancake. Gohan and Android 18 felt a wave of discomfort at the scene before them, while the others were equally astonished by Goku's decisive and ruthless actions, rendering the atmosphere utterly silent. Vegeta thought to himself, "Humph, that insufferable cockroach, unable to sense your energy. I have no idea how much power you just expended. You're even trying to put on a show greater than my own. It infuriates me." The East Kaishin and Goku exchanged glances with Vegeta, causing him to recall that both of them possessed the ability to read minds, making him awkwardly turn his head away. "TCH, you are quite the nuisance." At that moment, the entrance to the next level opened. Goku smiled and leaped in first, followed closely by the others. He turned to Gohan and said, "It's your turn now, Gohan. I believe in your strength. Give it your all." "All right." Gohan nodded in agreement. He called down to the lower level, "Babidi, stop wasting time. Move the battlefield outside and send Dubra in." With ease, Wukong dispatched the beast Acheon, leaving Babidi utterly astonished and still reeling from Acheon's demise. To reassure Babidi, Dubra remarked, "Lord Babidi, these individuals possess considerable strength. I shall attend to their desires. I will guard the 3rd round." Babidi, elated, replied, "Excellent. I entrust this to you." With that, he used magic to transport Wukong and the others outside. "I shall join you shortly," Dubra declared as he turned to enter the meditation chamber, intending to unleash the power he had suppressed within himself through meditation. Just as Wukong emerged outside, a sinister laughter echoed in everyone's minds. "Qiqi, in light of your diligent efforts, I shall generously fulfill your wishes. Please wait a moment. Dubra will soon emerge to battle you." Meanwhile, On another front, the prior appearance of Spubich and his companion had disrupted the rules of the martial arts tournament. The officials were deliberating on how to proceed with the next match. At that moment, Satan unexpectedly approached the officials, seemingly unscathed. Chapter 106, Satan's Greatest Crisis. Esteemed judges, I have a suggestion that you might consider, Satan declared, arms crossed. Ah, Mr. Satan, the officials exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing the long-missing figure. What insight do you offer? Let it be a free-for-all. Disqualify those timid souls, and let the remaining 5 compete on the stage. Satan proposed. With only 5 left, a knockout format would be rather dull. A free-for-all would be far more exhilarating, a young official remarked. But in a free-for-all, how could you? Satan interrupted. What? You disagree with my suggestion? Very well, then I'll take my leave. Not a no-no. How could I? An older official quickly waved his hands. This idea is truly brilliant. Simply marvelous. Thus, the host was compelled to announce the upcoming match format to the audience in the stands. A bald-headed middle-aged official praised Satan. Mr. Satan, your courage is commendable. After all, the world champion, Mr. Satan, is sure to face a collective onslaught in the arena. At that moment, however, Satan's feigned calm demeanor appeared somewhat strained. He struggled to maintain a relaxed tone as he involuntarily swallowed hard. Forcing a facade of composure, he laughed nervously. Uh-huh. How could a true champion fear such trifles? Having concluded his words, he suddenly struck a remarkably dashing pose, propelling himself off the ground with great force, leaping onto the stage like a cheetah. At first glance, this scene indeed appeared quite graceful. However, only Satan was aware that the current situation was rather absurd, compelling him to endure what ordinary men could not and to feign an air that was beyond their grasp. The second to ascend the stage was the somewhat slender, yet resolute-eyed Krillin. Following him was a towering, 3-meter-tall wild man, and the fourth to emerge was the dark-skinned, brawny Jiraiya, resembling a bull. The final contender to step onto the platform was the flamboyant and self-absorbed Gil. From their positions around the stage, it was evident that Satan was regarded as the adversary to all, perceived as the greatest threat. The African-American initially sought to conspire with the other 3, planning to jointly eliminate Satan, thereby removing this formidable opponent. Upon hearing this, the playboy and the wild man exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with cunning, and they readily agreed, as if they could already glimpse the dawn of victory. However, Krillin was utterly dismissive of collaborating with these 3. When they approached him with their overtures, he merely cast a cold glance their way before turning on his heel and walking away, as if they were mere phantoms. Before the match had even officially commenced, Satan had already prepared himself for a 1 versus 4 scenario. Meanwhile, the 3, who had been rebuffed by Krillin, now felt a surge of anger and swiftly redirected their ire towards him. At this moment, Krillin, unfazed by their thoughts, was inwardly reveling in his good fortune. What a splendid opportunity. I must personally defeat Satan. Not only would I claim the championship, but I would also usurp the position of this charlatan. Yet, a frown crossed his brow as he pondered. Although Wukong had specifically instructed me that after defeating Satan, I could expose this fellow's deceit and claim credit for vanquishing the likes of Cell and Bojack, I still feel a pang of guilt towards Wukong and the others. This match had no time constraints. Now, the 5 engaged in a free-for-all, officially commencing. With the referee's command, the playboy, the muscular man, and the wild man simultaneously launched an assault on Krillin. Unsurprisingly, they were swiftly dispatched by Krillin's relentless barrage, sent tumbling out of the ring, unconscious upon landing outside. The dynamics of the match immediately shifted to a one-on-one confrontation, and at this juncture, Satan found himself elated, thinking, excellent. Though this little fellow appears formidable, in a one-on-one scenario, I am confident of victory. With this thought, Satan mentally rehearsed countless scenarios of how he would triumph over Krillin. Subsequently, in front of the entire audience, he boldly declared his impending victory, unable to restrain a laugh. Ha! Noticing Satan's sudden, foolish laughter from across the arena, Krillin impatiently exclaimed, Hey, what are you chuckling about over there? Are we still fighting or not? It was only then that Satan snapped out of his reverie, beckoning Krillin with a finger, tauntingly challenging, You, little man, come here. If I were to take action, you might not even have the chance to concede. Upon hearing this, Krillin felt a flicker of anger, but he quickly regained his composure. He continued to mock, Therefore, I grant you the opportunity to strike first. And I will allow you one hand and 2 legs. Go ahead, make your move, Mr. Fraud from 7 years ago. How audacious. Not only did he speak so arrogantly, but he even dared to insult our great hero, Mr. Satan. Get down here, you piece of trash. One audience member, upon hearing this, became exceedingly enraged and shouted at Clint. With the first voice raised, others joined in, chanting for Clint to come down, even starting to hurl objects at him. Hey, didn't you hear what Clint said? Mr. Satan is a great fraud, Bulma shouted loudly. Exactly. Clint speaks the truth. You cannot act this way. I dare anyone to touch Clint. Qiqi, Yamcha, and others began to refute the crowd. Staff members rushed forward to quell those attempting to breach the audience and assault Clint on the stage. Clint did not anticipate that his offhand remark about the truth would incite the majority into a frenzy. Momentarily at a loss, he stood still, watching the audience hurl fruits and vegetables at him. Satan surveyed the multitude of fervent supporters around him, a smirk creeping onto his lips, reveling in the moment. Ha, splendid. I was just pondering how to handle this kid if he truly knew something. It seems I need not worry. No matter what he says now, no one will believe him. Ha ha. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in Clint's mind. Clint, it is I, Master Roshi. There is no other way to swiftly calm this unruly audience. The only method is for you to defeat Satan quickly. Once you do, everything else will fall into place. Clint stood dazed for a few seconds before abruptly realizing the situation. He immediately assumed a combat stance, murmuring to himself, right? Now is not the time to ponder how Master Goten transmitted that message. The foremost issue is how to resolve the current predicament. I know what to do now. Thank you, Master. Seeing Clint suddenly adopt a battle stance, Satan was momentarily taken aback, thinking, I never expected this kid to react so swiftly under these circumstances. Well, even if you have figured out a solution, it remains to be seen if you possess the strength to defeat me. Satan, strike now. This is your final chance. Clint declared with a serious expression, channeling his energy to shout loudly. As the formidable Satan charged towards him, Clint expressed his satisfaction. In the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded before the eyes of all spectators. Chapter 107, The Scoundrel Satan. Clint effortlessly blocked Satan's full force strike with a single finger, a wicked smile adorning his face. Is this truly the legendary great hero Satan's mightiest blow? He taunted. What? Satan gasped in disbelief, staring at Clint, who appeared utterly unfazed. Clint nonchalantly yawned and disdainfully remarked, Is that all you've got? Upon hearing this, Satan's fury reached its zenith as he unleashed a relentless barrage of punches towards Clint. You dare underestimate me, Satan? Prepare to perish. Pathetic. You are far too weak. Clint continued to effortlessly block Satan's frenzied onslaught with just one finger. The fervent audience, teetering on the brink of disbelief, stood frozen, mouths agape, fixated on the spectacle unfolding before them. Nay, it was more a mockery of Satan by Clint. Satan, how long do you intend to keep this up? Clint inquired, maintaining his relaxed demeanor as he fended off Satan's punches and kicks with ease. Ha 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 ha. I, Satan, am the strongest in this world. I am not a fraud. I am the true hero destined to save the world. I shall not be defeated. Ha 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 ha. As the thought of his impending defeat and the loss of everything flooded his mind, accompanied by the image of being ridiculed and scorned by the world, a wave of helplessness and overwhelming desire surged within Satan, pushing him towards madness as he attacked Clint like a rabid dog. Your behavior is truly grotesque. Allow me to put an end to your suffering. Clint sighed, shaking his head. Satan, all your lies come to a conclusion now. In the next moment, Clint abandoned his defensive stance and transformed it into an offensive one, launching a serious punch towards Satan. How is this possible? Satan completely failed to perceive the trajectory of Clint's strike and was struck directly in the abdomen, his eyes nearly bulging out, veins filled with crimson. His legs turned inward as he clutched his stomach, painfully expelling a copious amount of blood, and slowly knelt down. Before he could finish his words, he collapsed forward, losing consciousness instantly. The anticipated cheers of jubilation or shouts of anger from the audience did not materialize. All spectators, staff, and the host were frozen in place. An unusual stillness enveloped the arena, with only the faint sounds of breathing and heartbeats piercing the silence. After a prolonged 10 seconds, a singular individual in the crowd audibly sniffed, that sharp sound igniting a cacophony. In an instant, the arena erupted into a clamor of voices, with people fervently expressing their opinions, the noise reaching a fever pitch. The host hurried forward to check on the unconscious Satan, sighing with relief upon detecting signs of life, and began to applaud, excitedly grasping the microphone to exclaim, What a spectacular battle! Ladies and gentlemen, an utterly unforeseen conclusion has unfolded. The host continued, brimming with enthusiasm. First, I extend my gratitude to contestant Clin for his remarkable performance. Secondly, I hereby announce. The host paused momentarily, then, summoning all his energy, jubilantly proclaimed, the champion of this year's Grand Martial Arts Tournament is contestant Clin. Following the host's inspection and announcement, the audience erupted into thunderous applause, all of whom had witnessed the match firsthand. There were no lingering doubts or grievances, as they fervently chanted Clin's name, clearly exhilarated, including Yamcha, Kaiatsu, and others in the crowd. Clin, with a shy smile, waved to the audience, and it took a considerable time before the cheers began to subside. The host had already instructed several staff members to carry away the unconscious Satan, who lay on the stage like a lifeless dog. Contestant Clin, congratulations on your victory. Not only have you become the champion of this Grand Martial Arts Tournament, but you have also effortlessly defeated contestant Satan. Do you have anything to say? The host eagerly inquired. Clin took the microphone, gazing at the audience with a smile, and replied, first and foremost, I would like to thank the host for granting me this opportunity to speak, my master Rashi of the Turtle School, and my friends for allowing me this chance. Furthermore, I do have a significant revelation to share with you all. As I mentioned earlier, you have just witnessed that your so-called great hero Satan is, in fact, nothing more than a complete charlatan. Upon concluding his remarks, Krillin paused to observe the expressions of the audience. Not a single individual uttered a word. All gazed at him with solemnity, seemingly awaiting his next utterance. Given that there were no objections this time, he resolved to continue. The foes of 7 years past, namely Cell and the band of Bojack, were not vanquished by Mr. Satan. Rather, it was through the relentless efforts of my dearest friends and myself that we triumphed. Particularly during the confrontation with Cell, one of my closest companions paid the ultimate price for our victory, enabling us to eradicate that menace. Krillin paused once more, allowing the audience a moment to digest this weighty revelation. After a brief interval, he raised his voice, filled with fervor, and lamented, yet this so-called great hero, Mr. Satan, was nowhere to be found during our battle against Cell. He merely lurked in the distance, silently observing our struggle. Only after we had completely defeated Cell and departed did he shamelessly emerge to claim our accolades. The same occurred during our conflict with Bojack. I have never encountered such audacious shamelessness. The audience sat in stunned silence, grappling with the implications of Krillin's speech. At that moment, Yamcha raised his fist high, exclaiming passionately, indeed, Satan is a brazen scoundrel. Brazen, brazen. In the next instant, the crowd echoed Yamcha's sentiments, fists raised and waving, repeatedly chanting the same refrain. Satan is shameless. Satan is shameless. Satan is shameless. This deafening outcry persisted for nearly 2 minutes before subsiding. Throughout, Krillin stood silently at the center of the arena, observing the audience with a sense of gratification. As the crowd gradually quieted, the host deftly directed the conversation back to Krillin, inquiring, Krillin, you assert that Cell and Bojack's ilk were defeated by you and your comrades. Might we meet these great heroes who sacrificed so much for our cause? Regrettably, my friends and I are unwilling to appear at such grand interviews. Otherwise, we would have revealed the truth long ago. Krillin shook his head with a look of sorrow. Then, with renewed fervor, he proclaimed, however, we cannot bear to witness individuals like Satan continue their deceitful charade, wreaking havoc upon society. Thus, with reluctance, my friends have entrusted me to unveil this great deception, and so I stand before you. Chapter 108. The rise of Krillin. Krillin's successive declarations surged through the minds of the audience like a powerful torrent of information. The magnitude of the revelations left them momentarily bewildered, necessitating a slow assimilation of these newfound truths. Krillin, Krillin, Krillin. As Yamcha observed Clin skillfully elevating the atmosphere, he unhesitatingly raised his hands high and passionately called out Klin's name. The fervent shout resonated like a thunderclap, instantly reaching a crescendo that enveloped the venue. The audience, momentarily jolted from their scattered thoughts by this sudden outburst, found their minds sharpening with clarity. The crowd erupted in a fervent chorus of Klin's name, their voices rising and falling, merging into a deafening sea of sound that ignited a fervor within. Noticing the enthusiasm and vitality of the crowd, Klin's lips curled into a subtle smile as he waved his hands, laughing heartily in response. After 2.5 minutes of unrestrained exuberance, the audience settled back into their seats. Mr. Clin, you and your esteemed friends are truly noble. We are all profoundly moved by your spirit. Humanity extends its deepest gratitude for your contributions, the host declared earnestly while holding the microphone. He then bowed deeply to Clin, saying, "We are immensely grateful to you. While we are unaware of the identities of your other esteemed friends, as you represent them, I beseech you to accept my reverence." The audience, inspired, rose in unison to mimic the gesture, bowing to Clin and expressing their gratitude in a chorus of appreciative words. Taken aback by the sudden display of respect, Clin hurried to assist the host in standing. Enough. I have felt your sincere gratitude. There is no need for further bows. Please, rise. The host understood and was the first to straighten up, prompting the others to lift their heads and return to their seats. At that moment, an elderly staff member whispered a few words into the host's ear. The host's expression transformed into one of sheer astonishment. A mix of shock and delight as he amplified his voice through the microphone, announcing, "Esteemed guests and audience members, I have just received breaking news. Following his awakening, Satan will face severe consequences. Mr. Clin, as the true representative of the multiple saviors of Earth, will be personally summoned by the king for a meeting and an award ceremony. Moreover, Mr. Clin has not only triumphed over Satan, claiming the title of champion of this martial arts tournament, but has also earned the title of world champion. Let us once again extend our most enthusiastic applause for Mr. Clin." Upon hearing this exhilarating news, the audience erupted once more, pouring all their energy into applauding Clin, their voices harmoniously chanting his name. The fervor in the atmosphere was so overwhelming that it could hardly be described as merely deafening. Meanwhile, on Goku's side, the battle between Gohan and the Demon Realm King Depura had finally commenced, with Gohan charging forward. Depura, intending to gauge Gohan's strength with a remote attack, unleashed a blue beam towards the advancing Gohan, instantly cleaving the terrain below in two. Observing Gohan's look of surprise, Depura swiftly waved his arms to unleash more blue energy waves. Gohan perceived that aerial combat was not in his favor, swiftly diving into the depths of the lake. Beneath the surface, he propelled a golden shockwave upward with both hands. As Dubra became distracted by the shockwave, Gohan re-emerged from the sky, delivering a fierce kick. The force of this blow sent Dubra hurtling away, crashing into a distant stone pillar. However, the formidable Demon King was not easily vanquished, with a resounding thud. He hovered unscathed in midair. Employing his telekinetic powers, he hurled surrounding debris at Gohan. Caught off guard, Gohan was struck solidly by the flying stones, enveloping the scene in a cloud of dust. Dubra, believing his adversary to be finished, moved forward to verify Gohan's demise when suddenly a flash of golden light appeared before him. Gohan had transformed into a Super Saiyan, a golden aura crackling around him, his face radiating a palpable intensity. Dubra's face flushed with anger as Gohan suddenly materialized before him, delivering a punch that left Dubra sputtering in confusion. Following this, Gohan executed a swift follow-up with a 270-degree punch, then vanished to strike Dubra from behind with a kick, his fluid combination of moves leaving Dubra utterly bewildered. Gohan seized the opportunity to press his advantage, returning to the surface as he swiftly summoned a powerful shockwave with outstretched hands. Below, Babidi, watching from the lowest level, could only perceive a flash of white light emanating from his crystal ball. Gohan gazed below, aware that Dubra would not be easily vanquished by the recent assault. Indeed, Dubra appeared behind him in a flash, yet such a maneuver could not escape Gohan's keen eyes. The two soon engaged in a fierce close-quarters combat, though Dubra's strikes were particularly ferocious at that moment. Consequently, Gohan had no choice but to swiftly create distance between them, and both leapt to two equally high stone pillars. Wukong once again elevated his aura, transforming into a Super Saiyan 2, the waves of energy emanating from him shattering the surrounding rocks. Gohan feigned a warning, saying, "Depura, you would do well to summon your full strength for our battle. Otherwise, I fear that I could eliminate you with a single strike. This is not a threat, but rather a benevolent reminder. Very well. Since you are so arrogant, I shall hold nothing back." With Gohan exhibiting signs of impatience, Depura ceased his laughter, extending his arms as he began to unleash the untamed energy within him. The two were poised for a new round of combat. Leaning back, Depura gazed at the approaching Gohan and unleashed a torrent of searing flames from his mouth. Gohan dared not confront such an inexplicable technique head-on, opting instead for a cautious evasion. In an instant, he dashed toward Depura, delivering a powerful punch that sent Depura flying a considerable distance before he transformed into shadow and vanished. The next moment, Depura reappeared in another position, launching a shockwave toward Gohan. By the time Gohan attempted to evade, it was too late. A swift hand chop sent the shockwave soaring into the sky. He then conjured two energy spheres and hurled them toward Depura's true form. Foolishly believing he could deceive Gohan with shadows, Dabura remained stationary, only to be struck solidly by Gohan's shockwave once more. As the grayish-brown smoke cleared, Dabura bore significant wounds, prompting him to discard his tattered white cloak. He vanished again, and Gohan followed suit. In the eyes of East Kaishin and Jebet, only two blurred figures could be seen weaving through the air. The two fighters continuously altered their positions, flashing back and forth, the aftermath of their battle sending 10-meter-high splashes erupting from the tranquil water surface as Dabura returned to solid ground. Chapter 109. The death of Dabura. Gazing at Gohan, Dabura suddenly flashed a wicked smile, then turned away, gesturing for Gohan to continue his assault. Feeling underestimated, Gohan charged forward, only for Dabura to unexpectedly spit a glob of saliva, hitting Gohan's glove before he could evade. Fortunately, he swiftly removed the glove, narrowly escaping a fate of petrification as the battle raged on. At that moment, Goku suddenly called out, "All right, Gohan, enough of this nonsense. I realized I misjudged the situation. Quickly deal with that guy. The energy you emit during your fight is what Majin Buu can absorb, and it's simply not worth the effort." "Huh? Dad? Weren't you the one who telepathically warned me to be cautious and not to kill him too quickly? Honestly, if I had known it would come to this, I wouldn't have held back. What a waste of my time," Gohan lamented. Dabura, infuriated by the exchange between Gohan and Goku, chuckled darkly. "Hehehe. You truly are audacious. Very well. You have succeeded in enraging me. Enough of your prattle." In a sudden flash, Gohan seized the opportunity and struck with surprise. Dabura, struggling to regain his composure, was appalled to find himself ambushed. In a fit of rage, he conjured a sword out of thin air and lunged toward Gohan, aiming to cleave him in two. Buffety believed Gohan had been bisected, but the forceful strike from Dabura merely severed a few strands of Gohan's hair. The battle between Gohan and the King of the Demon Realm rages on. Dabura furiously swings his sword, but Gohan counters with a swift knee strike to the face. Aware of the sword's formidable sharpness, Gohan exercises utmost caution, deftly evading Dabura's relentless pursuit, narrowly escaping a deadly strike. As Dabura swings fiercely, Gohan instinctively ducks, narrowly avoiding the razor-edged attack. Realizing Dabura intends to seize this moment to claim his life, Gohan resolves to confront him head-on. Amplifying his energy and extending his palm in a display of unarmed defiance against the deadly blade, Dabura exerts immense force. And as Gohan feels the blade nearly graze his hair, he unleashes a furious roar, channeling a tremendous surge of power that shatters Dabura's sword into two pieces. "Dabura, you truly are oblivious to your own limitations. I was merely toying with you, and yet you presume yourself a worthy adversary. How audacious." Goku interjects impatiently. "Gohan, show no mercy. Piccolo must have taught you not to be lenient with foes. He awaits your aid. Unleash your full strength and eliminate this scoundrel. Only then can Piccolo recover." "Understood." Gohan replies resolutely. With a mighty shout, Gohan's golden aura erupts dramatically, intensifying and illuminating the surroundings. As lightning crackles wildly and a tempest brews for miles around. In an instant, tranquility returns, with Gohan maintaining his Super Saiyan form, yet devoid of any outward energy or signs of lightning. "Dabura, prepare to meet your end." Gohan cast a glance at Dabura, as lifeless as a corpse, before vanishing instantaneously from sight. Dabura, still reeling from the shock of Gohan's recently unleashed power, was drenched in sweat and, confronted by Gohan's frigid gaze, found himself at a loss. In the blink of an eye, Gohan materialized before Dabura, whose pupils dilated in an instant. Before he could react, Gohan's fist pierced through his heart, blood erupting from his chest. With a violent cough, Dabura expelled a torrent of blood as Gohan swiftly withdrew his fist. Clutching his chest, Dabura staggered back 2 steps, his face a portrait of disbelief and resentment. He stammered, "How can this be? I am the..." Yet before he could finish his sentence, he collapsed backward. Dabidi, witnessing the scene through his crystal ball, was nearly paralyzed with terror. He hastily employed his magic to teleport back to his base on Earth, retrieving Dabura's lifeless body before him. In the room, Gohan had reverted from his Super Saiyan 2 form when Vegeta approached him, placing a hand on his shoulder. With awe, he remarked, "Impressive, Gohan. It is truly unbelievable. Your Super Saiyan 2nd grade has reached a level that rivals my own." Gohan, feeling a bit embarrassed, chuckled as he scratched his head. Nearby, Goku felt a swell of pride for his son and conjured a wet wipe, offering it to Gohan. With a joyful tone, he remarked, "Gohan, you did splendidly. If Piccolo were here, he would undoubtedly feel proud as well. Is that so?" Gohan accepted the wet wipe and wiped the blood from his body, managing an awkward smile. Qiqi, Gohan is truly remarkable. He certainly is my godson. 18 chimed in with a grin. Indeed, he is the son of Lord Dend. There's no denying his strength. Jebbet nodded in agreement. In the words of earthly wisdom, a tiger's offspring is no mere dog, East Kaishin remarked, as if he had studied Earth's culture. You're all making me blush, Gohan said, feeling even more bashful at the multitude of praises. Enough of this idle chatter. Now that Depura is dead, Kakarot, I challenge you to a duel. Vegeta declared with a haughty snort, turning to face Goku with a serious demeanor. With a sigh, Wukong pressed his forehead, lamenting, "Ah, Vegeta. Your audacity is truly born of ignorance. If you could sense my aura, you might reconsider this challenge and instead devote yourself to further training." Enough of your idle chatter. Although I am unaware of your current strength, I have awaited this opportunity for 7 long years, and I am determined to engage you in battle. Vegeta declared with an unassailable tone. Very well, very well. Since you earnestly wish to duel, I shall graciously acquiesce. Wukong responded with a hint of resignation. He then turned to shout below, Babidi, I know you are in a state of panic, but do not fret just yet. If you wish to resurrect the formidable Majin Buu, then transport us outside. A battle between Vegeta and myself will surely suffice to revive him in his prime. At that moment, Babidi, gazing at the lifeless body of Depura, was attempting to resurrect him through magic. However, after 2.5 minutes of futile efforts, despair loomed as he sensed impending failure. Upon hearing Wukong's request, Babidi felt a surge of renewed hope and hastily cast his spell upon the crystal ball. How fortuitous it is that assistance arrives just when one is weary. You have brought this upon yourselves, so do not lament your decision later. As Babidi's voice echoed in the minds of all present, they found themselves suddenly transported to a desolate, barren expanse. Goku surveyed his surroundings with a satisfied nod, giving a thumbs up towards the circular entrance of the base beneath his feet. He chuckled, Hehe, this place is rather splendid, quite suitable for unleashing the battle. I commend it. Chapter 110, Goku vs. Vegeta. Dad, is there anything I should do? Gohan inquired. No need, Goku replied nonchalantly. You and Android 18 should head to the distant mountaintop, observe attentively, and learn well. Also, keep a watchful eye on Shin and Jebbet. Oh, all right. Goku. Do we truly need to proceed this way? Shin asked again for confirmation. Indeed, it is imperative, Goku asserted. Majin Buu must be revived in his full strength. You and Jebbet must remain close to Gohan. Although Babidi's subordinates lack formidable power, it is better to err on the side of caution. Lord Supreme Kai. We all trust in the prowess of Lord Mu, so we shall not intrude upon the battle between him and Vegeta. Let us join Gohan in observing from a distance. Jebbet proclaimed. Alas, it seems we have no choice. Very well, let us depart. With that, the Supreme Kai and Shin followed Gohan as they soared towards the distant mountaintop. Android 18 hesitated for a moment before stepping forward to embrace Goku, whispering softly in his ear, Don't tire yourself too much. I'll be waiting for you tonight. Upon hearing this, Wukong's face flushed, and he abruptly cleared his throat. Ahem, I know my limits. You should hurry and join Gohan and the others. Qiqi. I shall take my leave then, said number 18, playfully teasing Wukong's chin with a finger, flashing a triumphant smile before soaring off toward Gohan and his companions. Ah, finally. Vegeta, thank you for your patience. Wukong exhaled deeply, addressing Vegeta. Kakarot, I have waited 7 years for this day. I can hardly contain my eagerness. Speak. How shall we engage? Vegeta assumed a combat stance, inquiring of Wukong. Wukong explained, You are aware that Majin Buu requires a considerable amount of energy to be resurrected in his prime, yet he cannot absorb my energy, therefore. To allow Majin Buu to absorb more of your energy, let us begin with our normal states, gradually increasing our power. What do you think? It matters not. I am curious to witness the so-called peak Majin Buu you speak of. Make your move. Vegeta declared, maintaining his fighting posture with great seriousness. Very well. I'll grant you the initiative. Let me see how much you have progressed over these 7 years. Wukong provocatively beckoned to Vegeta with a finger. You scoundrel. Vegeta retorted, a furious mark appearing on his forehead as he unleashed a powerful punch towards Wukong. You are growing impatient. Wukong effortlessly dodged Vegeta's full-force strike in his normal state. You bastard, Kakarot, you infuriate me. Seeing his full-powered strike miss, Wukong's mockery drove Vegeta to rage, prompting him to transform into a Super Saiyan. His body radiated a golden flame-like aura, and the tail that had been coiling around his waist transformed into gold, fluttering behind him in the wind. With a fierce push against the ground, Vegeta launched himself forward once more, fists flying towards Wukong. In his normal state, Wukong effortlessly intercepted Vegeta's attack, chuckling, "Vegeta, is this truly the culmination of your 7 years of effort? Surely, you haven't forgotten my words. True strength lies in a high base power. Enough of your prattle. Prepare yourself." Vegeta clenched his other fist and swung it toward Wukong's face. Wukong promptly seized Vegeta's fist with his other hand, and thus began their contest of strength. Vegeta relentlessly exerted his force, pressing down upon Wukong. Wukong exerted himself slightly, gradually pushing Vegeta backward. Sensing the precarious situation, Vegeta launched himself forward with a headbutt, prompting Wukong to swiftly retaliate with a similar maneuver. Bang! The collision of their foreheads resonated with a thunderous sound, and wisps of smoke began to rise from their heads. Ouch, that hurts. Vegeta stumbled back a full yard, gingerly massaging his forehead as he glared at Wukong, exclaiming, "You rascal! How did your head become so hard? Infuriating. Hee. How brave of you to use a headbutt against me. I am the progenitor of the Iron Head technique." Wukong chuckled in response. "Damn it, that really hurt. I must get serious now. Kakarot, prepare yourself." With that declaration, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan 2. A torrent of blazing energy erupted around him, crackling with electricity, and his golden tail swayed majestically behind him. The sheer force generated a colossal whirlwind that swept away sand, stones, and small creatures in its wake. As he cast a cool, determined glance at Wukong, with a serious expression, Vegeta inquired, "Kakarot, are you not going to transform?" Upon hearing these words, Wukong chuckled softly. Your strength is commendable, indeed comparable to Gohan's. However, I recall mentioning previously that when we meet at the martial arts tournament, I hope you possess the courage to face me." "What do you mean?" The meaning is quite straightforward. Just come at me and see if you can compel me to transform," Wukong taunted, beckoning Vegeta with a playful gesture of his finger. "Humph. That accursed Kakarot dares to underestimate me. Ah?" At Wukong's mockery, Vegeta unleashed the full extent of his Super Saiyan 2 power, creating a whirlwind that lifted even the largest boulders into the air. "Look at you, so eager. Yet this power surpasses Gohan's by a considerable margin. Quite impressive," Wukong remarked. Without uttering another word, Vegeta launched himself forward, executing a Wolfang fist aimed at Wukong. He delivered a knee strike followed by an elbow that sent Wukong crashing to the ground, and then a heavy stomp that shattered the earth beneath them. Yet Wukong deftly evaded the blow. Vegeta then squared off against Wukong, launching another knee strike, which Wukong met with his own. Their legs collided, producing a brilliant flash of energy. For a moment, they found themselves locked in a stalemate, and then they both leaped back before charging at one another, exchanging punches before focusing on targeting each other's lower bodies, employing knee strikes exclusively. Engrossed in their exhilarating combat, they rammed their heads against each other, fiercely gripping one another's fists. Suddenly, Vegeta leaned back and delivered a powerful kick. This was a contest of close-quarters combat. A moment's inattention could result in crippling injury from the opponent's strike. The prince concentrated on maintaining his balance as he observed Wukong charging towards him, seizing the opportunity to trip him. Fortunately, Wukong reacted swiftly, adjusting his posture to evade Vegeta's punch and promptly repositioning himself. With his hands clasped together, he delivered a devastating blow to Vegeta's head, but the prince was no pushover. He grasped Kakarot's foot and slammed him down to the ground, following up with a rapid kick that Wukong narrowly dodged. Seizing the opportunity, Goku tripped his opponent, causing Vegeta to counter unexpectedly with a headbutt, breaking free from his momentary paralysis. He then advanced, launching a relentless barrage of strikes aimed at Goku's abdomen. Goku adeptly blocked Vegeta's punches. Yet the impact of their knee strikes nearly left Vegeta disoriented, before Goku delivered a powerful kick that sent him crashing into a nearby rock. As Goku approached, Vegeta erupted with fury, breaking free from the debris. "Kakarot, I never anticipated your strength had grown so formidable. However, I refuse to concede." With a roar, Vegeta's power surged once more, causing the clouds above to shift ominously around him. Yet, in the next moment, an eerie calm enveloped the scene. The aura and lightning surrounding Vegeta receded, contained within him as he maintained his Super Saiyan 2 form. Suddenly, Wukong burst into applause, laughing heartily. "Ha ha ha. Very impressive, Vegeta. To harness even a fraction of the next level's power at full capacity of Super Saiyan 2 brings me great joy. Humph, Kakarot. I have truly perfected Super Saiyan 2. I am now the genuine Super Vegeta. Vegeta spread his legs apart, clenched his fist slightly, and confidently pointed to himself with a thumb, making a self-assured gesture. Chapter 111. Super Saiyan Evil Green indeed, quite formidable. You have now earned the right to witness my transformation. Wukong nodded in satisfaction. So watch closely, ha. With Wukong's furious shout, the sky erupted with thunder and lightning. In the next moment, he was enveloped in a blinding dark red light that obscured all information from within. As the brilliant light faded, Wukong's height surged from 175 centimeters to 195 centimeters. His eyebrows, hair, and tail transformed into a deep green hue, while his pupils shifted to a dark crimson. The surrounding environment also trembled violently as Wukong radiated an aura of primal ferocity encased in dark red flames. Aside from that one time 3 years ago when I transformed to catch the East Kai's attention, it has been ages since I adopted this form, Wukong reflected, gazing at his transformed body. Humph. Kakarot, I am no longer the same as before. Your altered form cannot intimidate me now. Vegeta felt an immediate surge of tension. His muscles taut with anticipation. The pressure elicited a bead of cold sweat to trickle down his forehead, yet he did not retreat. Unlike the first time he encountered this form, he did not faint from powerlessness, but instead swiftly assumed a combat stance, addressing Wukong. Interesting indeed, Vegeta. It is a pity you cannot sense my aura now. Otherwise, you would not be so composed. Wukong remarked in a tone reminiscent of a charming villain. However, please refrain from continuously calling it an altered form. I am not some alien creature. I have already named this form, Super Saiyan Evil Green. What? Super Saiyan Evil Green? Vegeta questioned, incredulous, as if his ears were deceiving him. Yes, why? Do you not find the name striking? Wukong replied in his villainous manner. Vegeta covered his face, awkwardly responding, well, it's your transformation. You can name it however you wish. It's of no concern to me. At that moment, Wukong internally lamented, this transformation is truly remarkable. It looks quite impressive and possesses great power, but why does my voice sound so peculiar? It makes me feel like a behind-the-scenes villain. Once transformed, I cannot alter this voice. Alas, what a predicament. As if anticipating trouble, Vegeta curiously asked, Kakarot, can't you speak normally? The way you are speaking makes me feel an overwhelming urge to come over and give you a good beating. Vegeta. When did you become so humorous? With an audacious and villainous tone, Wukong chuckled. Enough about me. Our conversation is futile. Let us dispense with the pleasantries and engage in combat. I shall allow you to use but one hand. His expression darkened, and internally he lamented. Ever since I ascended to divinity, my laughter has transformed into this. Surely, there are no individuals surnamed Shao in this realm. I hope that one day, while I am napping, I am not met with some fiery lotus emerging above my head. How infuriating. Even in transformation, one ought not to be so arrogant. I am now the true Super Vegeta. Prepare to meet your demise. These words ignited Vegeta's fury, unleashing the full might of his Super Saiyan 2 form as he charged at Wukong with a fierce punch. In the next instant, Vegeta was taken aback, his face a mask of disbelief as he beheld Wukong effortlessly blocking his full-force assault with merely a single finger, instinctively retreating 2 steps. No, it's impossible. How could you so easily withstand my full power? Ah, my foolish Vegeta, Wukong replied with a sly chuckle, since you have genuinely inquired. I shall graciously impart this knowledge unto you. Wukong paused momentarily, then gracefully ascended, hovering in midair with arms outstretched, exuding an air of audacious arrogance as he proclaimed, because my artistic style surpasses yours. Witnessing Wukong's ostentatious demeanor and words, Vegeta felt a surge of fury, his ears flushed with indignation. He swiftly unleashed the prince's technique, hurling energy blast wildly towards the airborne Wukong, exclaiming in fervent frustration. After 2.5 minutes of relentless energy blasts, Vegeta found himself slightly breathless, gazing at the massive mushroom cloud he had conjured, as if it were a magnificent work of art. A faint smile crept across his lips as he took deep breaths to regain his composure. As the smoke began to dissipate, applause echoed through the air, a rhythmic clapping that drew Vegeta's attention. Through the lingering haze, he discerned a crimson energy shield, within which Wukong was clapping as if witnessing a circus performance. Well done, Vegeta. The energy blasts you unleashed are more than sufficient to resurrect Majin Buu in his prime. Your contribution shall not be forgotten. With a serious expression, Wukong declared. But let's put a stop to this for now. Majin Buu should be making his appearance. Damn Kakarot. We haven't yet determined the victor. Vegeta retorted angrily. Fine then. Since that guy hasn't shown up yet, I'll continue to entertain you. Wukong shrugged, a look of resignation on his face. All right, you're on. Take this. Vegeta unleashed another punch, but as Wukong neither defended himself nor evaded, the blow landed squarely on his cheek, causing his face to tilt slightly. Before Vegeta could revel in his success, he was taken aback as Wukong merely turned his head back to face him, pushing the impact of the punch back into place. Glancing down at Vegeta, who still maintained his punching stance, Wukong flashed a wide grin that revealed his pearly whites. This startled Vegeta, prompting him to withdraw hastily, reflecting. Although I cannot sense Kakarot's energy, he feels even more formidable now. That smile is truly chilling. How infuriating. Vegeta, it seems you've forgotten. If you have something to say, just say it. I can hear your thoughts. Wukong chuckled. TCH. I forgot how bothersome your mind-reading ability is. It's truly annoying. Vegeta replied impatiently. Let us continue, shall we, Vegeta? Wukong teased. Humph. If I weren't concerned that my next surge of energy might obliterate the Earth, I would have shown you my true power long ago. Vegeta scoffed. Wukong pondered for a moment before responding. Oh, now that you mention it. I do recall our previous conversation in the realm of the Qiqi, where you indeed claimed to have transcended to the next phase of transformation. How could you forget such a significant matter? Truly despicable, Vegeta declared, crossing his arms with an air of arrogance. Well, let us not dwell on trivial details. Pray tell, where did you achieve this breakthrough? Wukong quickly shifted the topic, posing the question back. Humph. Naturally, it was on an extraterrestrial planet. I realized that transforming on Earth would be too much for it to withstand that energy. Vegeta exclaimed, his brow raised in pride. Chapter 112. The emergence of Majin Buu. Allow me to share some good news. Prior to registering for the martial arts tournament, I had already tasked the East Qiqi and Kibito with reinforcing Earth. They have successfully completed it. So you need not worry about your post-transformation energy posing a threat to our planet. Wukong explained. Well, what? You were capable of such a feat? Vegeta responded in astonishment. Indeed. But I would advise against using it just yet, Wukong replied nonchalantly, then turned his gaze toward the opening below. For the time had come for Majin Buu to make his entrance. Humph. Is he finally arriving? I shall exchange a few blows with him before resuming our conversation. Vegeta scoffed, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Just as the two had released their transformations, an ominous laughter echoed around them. Hee hee. Since you are so eager to resurrect Majin Buu, I shall grant your wish. Wukong and Vegeta turned their gaze towards the source of the sound, where a colossal meat-like egg was slowly rising from the cave entrance. Beside it stood the sorcerer Babidi, who had just spoken. Hurry up. Majin Buu's energy is already at its peak. If you don't recite the incantation soon, don't blame me for releasing him through physical means. Wukong menacingly aimed his palm at the colossal egg. Oh, no, no, no. I will summon him at once, swiftly, Babidi exclaimed, startled. Humph. This prince has no time to waste with you. You had better hurry. Vegeta declared with a displeased expression, arms crossed. All right, I understand. With that, Babidi raised both hands towards the immense, fleshy egg, assuming a stance while muttering incomprehensible incantations. At the culmination of his gestures and the chant, Babidi shouted triumphantly, his eyes glowing red. Subsequently, the gigantic egg emitted a crimson luminescence, shaking violently from within, prompting Babidi to distance himself. Boom! With a tremendous sound, Majin Buu's egg suddenly leapt into the air, only to descend back down, causing the ground to tremble as a fissure appeared. A large plume of pink gas erupted from within, and the egg shell split in two. To Babidi and Vegeta's astonishment, the interior of the shell was completely empty. An eerie silence enveloped the scene, while Wukong gazed at the hollow shell, a grin spreading across his face uncontrollably. No, this cannot be. How is this possible? Babidi stammered in disbelief, shouting, Come out. Wukong intentionally mocked. Oh, it is truly unfortunate, Babidi. Perhaps Majin Buu has long since dissolved into nothingness after millions of years of deep slumber. Upon hearing Wukong's words, Babidi felt a wave of despair wash over him, already preparing to chant a spell and flee for his life. Meanwhile, Gohan and Piccolo, who had been observing the battle from the mountain peak, received Wukong's telepathic message and immediately soared to his side. Beside Wukong, Vegeta sensed an overwhelming aura of malevolence. He gazed skyward, where an ominous pink mist enveloped the atmosphere. With a faint smile, he called out to Babidi, who was about to flee. Hey, little one, your so-called Majin Buu is not dead. If my senses are correct, just look at that pink mist above. Really? Is that true? Babidi exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy as he looked up. The mist gradually coalesced, forming a humanoid shape. Before long, a plump pink figure materialized before them, descending from the sky to the ground. Is this Majin Buu? Babidi uttered in disbelief, staring at the creature before him. At that moment, the East Kaioshin and others arrived on the scene. Piccolo inquired of the East Kaioshin, Lord Kaioshin, "Is that strange pink creature truly Majin Buu?" "Why, yes," the East Kaioshin stammered, despite being mentally prepared for this moment. He still felt a cold sweat trickle down his brow upon witnessing Majin Buu in person. I will never forget that terrifying face. With the East Kaioshin's confirmation, Babidi's elation knew no bounds. He rushed toward Majin Buu as if he were seeing his long-lost son. Hooray! He is indeed Majin Buu. My Majin Buu has finally been resurrected. He approached his precious creation, eager to inform him of the efforts he had expended to bring him back to life. However, Buu merely cast a fleeting glance at him, indifferent, and turned away. Babidi, feeling apprehensive, mustered his courage and began to dance foolishly behind Buu. Suddenly, Buu spun around and made a silly face at Babidi, which terrified him to his core. Observing Babidi's comical antics, Buu burst into laughter, reminiscent of a 3-year-old child. Lord Kaioshin, while his aura is indeed formidable, he is not insurmountable, Gohan remarked, scratching his head awkwardly as he observed the foolish giant before him. What? Gohan? Can you really contend with Majin Buu? The East Kaioshin exclaimed in shock. As long as I can unleash my full power, Gohan replied. Hey, how long are you two going to chat? Vegeta interrupted, clearly displeased. Majin Buu is my prey. You mustn't take him from me. Oh, come on, Vegeta. Go ahead. Take your time fighting him. Meanwhile, I'll take Gohan for some special training. Wukong chuckled. Huh. Gohan looked puzzled as he turned to Wukong. Gohan, don't be like that. Although you haven't completely neglected your training over the past 7 years, and have even tapped into the full power of Super Saiyan 2, there should still be a hint of breakthrough potential. However, it's best to leave this to Vegeta. You should come with me for a bit of practice. Who knows? You might even reach Vegeta's level. Wukong gently patted his son's shoulder and offered a faint smile. Hey, you lot. I have resurrected Majin Buu. Are you afraid and planning to flee? Babidi erupted in fury upon hearing this. Babidi, cease your mischief, or I shall dispose of you right now. Wukong threatened, pointing his finger at Babidi once more. I am not afraid of you at all. I have Majin Buu. Babidi quickly took refuge behind the bewildered and foolishly grinning Majin Buu. Majin Buu, I know you two wish to battle strong opponents, do you not? I shall take a few individuals to train, and soon, there will be someone powerful enough to vanquish you. Moreover, when I return, I can bring you delectable candies. Would you consider letting us go? Wukong inquired of Majin Buu. Wow, yay, candies. At the mere mention of formidable challengers, and especially tasty sweets, Majin Buu clapped his hands joyfully, hopping from foot to foot in agreement, leaving Babidi utterly confounded. Chapter 113, Majin Buu vs. Vegeta. No matter how exceptional Gohan's talent may be, it is impossible for him to reach the next realm as swiftly as I have. Vegeta understood Wukong's intentions, but still spoke with an air of arrogance. And Kakarot, we have yet to determine a victor between us. You had better return soon, as I lack the patience to engage this Majin Buu for an extended period. All right, I understand, but try not to finish too quickly. After all, we still need a little time. Wukong chuckled and then addressed everyone. Dear friends, I intend to take Gohan on a journey to the Hyperbolic time chamber. Should any of you wish to accompany us, I can certainly bring you along. Otherwise, it is perfectly acceptable to remain and observe. I, along with Jebit, shall join you, exclaimed East Kaioshin, seemingly incredulous of Vegeta's ability to vanquish Majin Buu. I prefer to stay here and watch, Piccolo declared. Indeed, I too wish to remain and witness how this legendary Majin Buu engages in battle, remarked Android 18, her curiosity evident. Very well, then we shall depart. Vegeta, please refrain from annihilating the current form of Majin Buu. Wukong waved farewell to everyone, including Android 18 and the others, and then reminded Vegeta once more. Casting a glance towards the two small figures hiding on a distant hill, he offered a subtle smile before vanishing from sight. Vegeta also glanced in that direction, dismissing it with a scoff, crossing his arms as he muttered to himself, Don't think you can command me, Kakarot. Shortly thereafter, Jebit, accompanied by the East Kaioshin, disappeared, and Gohan joyfully waved in that direction before placing his fingers to his forehead, sensing Dandy's energy, and also vanished. Android 18 and Piccolo promptly soared towards the hill where the two young ones were located. Majin Buu, that troublesome fool, has already left, and although you're an idiot, I can sense your power is quite formidable. I, Vegeta, will personally confront you. Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. Upon hearing the term idiot, Buu instantly became displeased, expressing his discontent by hopping on one foot before Babidi. Observing his foolish demeanor, Vegeta continued to mock him. You truly are a simpleton. This remark ignited Buu's fury, causing him to unleash a white energy blast from the openings in his body. In the next moment, Majin Buu suddenly opened his squinted eyes and appeared behind the unsuspecting Vegeta, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying 100 meters away, crashing into a massive cluster of rocks, raising a cloud of dust. Seeing this, Buu's anger subsided, and he resumed his cheerful demeanor. As the dust settled, Vegeta emerged unscathed from the rubble, transforming into Super Saiyan 2, his golden aura swirling wildly in the wind. Babidi jumped in surprise and quickly commanded Buu to deal with Vegeta thoroughly, but Buu merely responded with a cheeky grimace. Thus, Babidi threatened Buu that if he disobeyed his orders, he would seal him back inside the egg. Only then did Buu nod obediently at Babidi. Vegeta, veins bulging with rage, taunted him. Is that all you've got, you big fat pig? Upon hearing the term big fat pig, Buu instantly transformed his demeanor, his body rapidly expanding as he expelled an unknown gas from the orifices on his shoulders. Observing that he had provoked Buu, Vegeta immediately heightened his energy. Assuming a combat stance, and the air currents emanating from his body caused the surrounding rocks to levitate. He then manipulated these stones to strike at the Majin Buu. But it was evident that such tactics were futile, as Buu shattered them effortlessly with a wave of his energy. Seeing Buu still sporting a nonchalant grin, Super Saiyan Vegeta charged forward, delivering a powerful knee strike to Buu's cheek. Buu remained stationary, seemingly unfazed, while Vegeta launched an intense barrage of attacks against his massive form. In a flurry of swift movements, Vegeta executed a seamless combination that left Buu bewildered. Seizing Buu's right hand, Vegeta unleashed a 360-degree spinning kick that sent Buu soaring several dozen meters away. As Buu regained his footing, he charged back towards Vegeta, who countered with an uppercut that struck Buu's chin, propelling him into the sky. Following this, Vegeta swiftly teleported above Buu, delivering a devastating downward blow to the already dented figure. Taking advantage of Buu's descent, Vegeta quickly appeared beside him, delivering a powerful kick that accelerated Buu's fall. With a thunderous crash, a deep pit formed in the ground. From their vantage point on the hillside, Android 18 and Piccolo initially believed Buu had been defeated, only to witness him rise from the pit, his skin instantly restoring itself as if nothing had transpired, bouncing around with vibrant energy. Vegeta, taken aback by Buu's resilience, extended 3 fingers and unexpectedly unleashed a concentrated energy blast. The attack pierced through Buu's abdomen, creating a gaping hole, rendering him motionless on the ground. Startled by this, Babidi gasped in shock. Wonderful! Father has triumphed! Exclaimed Trunks, who was hiding behind the hill. It's true, we won! Goten echoed excitedly. Vegeta, believing his opponent vanquished, had little time to revel in his perceived victory, as Buu stood up once more, effortlessly regenerating the wound in his abdomen. Ugh, that hurt, hee. Buu chuckled ominously, his veins bulging as he expressed his irritation. Do you possess immortality? Vegeta asked, his tone laced with frustration. Haha, Babidi exclaimed joyously, leaping in delight. Marvelous, Majin Buu. Destroy him. Eliminate him. With that, Buu crossed his arms, a sinister pink glow emanating from his body as he roared, I despise you. With a thunderous roar, the formidable energy of Majin Buu erupted around him, causing a powerful explosion that radiated outward. Vegeta hurriedly crossed his arms in front of his face to shield himself from the impending harm, while Babidi swiftly cast a spell to relocate himself. As the explosion subsided, a deep crater, several dozen kilometers in diameter, marked the spot where they had just stood. Babidi wiped the sweat from his brow, exclaiming how perilous that had been. Are you all right? Piccolo anxiously glanced back at Goten and Trunks. They're fine, replied Android 18, who had already positioned herself protectively in front of the 2 boys. Though Vegeta had taken precautions, he felt a slight ache in his left arm. He twisted his limbs and neck, grinning with exhilaration. Humph, what an intriguing character. Not only is his power far beyond my Super Saiyan 2, but he also possesses immortality. Impressive. Chapter 114, The Birth of Slim Buu. Buu descended from the sky, landing before Vegeta, and tore a pink mass from his own belly. He elongated the mass like dough, and unleashed a barrage of energy blasts toward Vegeta, who effortlessly evaded them. Undeterred, Buu accelerated the rate of his attacks, Vegeta initially regarded these assaults as mere trifles. But Bu suddenly unleashed an enormous energy blast that obliterated everything within a 1,000-meter radius. Vegeta had no choice but to teleport into the air, only to discover it was all part of Bu's strategy. As Bu hurled the prepared pink mass toward him, the pink tendrils ensnared Vegeta completely, sending him crashing to the ground. However, he quickly regained his composure and stood firmly on his feet, still entangled in Bu's pink appendages. Bu rushed toward him, raining down punches upon Vegeta's head. Vegeta levitated using his energy, deftly maneuvering in the air to dodge most of the attacks. Once Bu concluded his flurry of strikes, Vegeta leaped backward, his gaze fixated on the pink tendrils enveloping him, a look of utter disdain etched across his face. With a mocking chuckle, he taunted, "Ha ha ha. Behold your grotesque, clownish ability, it is utterly repugnant." Upon hearing this, Majin Buu's expression soured, and he retorted with irritation, "Huh? Aren't you still bound by my pink mass? What is there to be proud of?" Yet, in the face of Buu's challenge, Vegeta wore a haughty expression, bursting into a boisterous laugh as he boldly declared, "Ha! It seems that my prolonged confinement by this thing has led you to develop a false sense of confidence. Allow me to enlighten you. I merely wish to test the limits of this repulsive tendril. Now, I am acutely aware of its threshold. Open your eyes and behold." Before he could finish, Vegeta unleashed a deafening roar. "Ha!" Immediately, an overwhelming aura surged forth from within him, his muscles taut and veins protruding, transforming him into the Ultra Super Saiyan second limit form, surpassing all previous limits. With the eruption of this formidable power, the pink tendrils that had ensnared Vegeta could no longer withstand the immense force and burst apart, scattering into countless fragments. Having vanquished the bothersome tendrils, a subtle smirk graced Vegeta's lips, a look of disdain as he provocatively gazed at Majin Bu, tauntingly remarking, "Ha! Did you see that? Such trivial tricks are utterly futile against me." Majin Bu, sensing the significant enhancement of Vegeta's strength, was taken aback, his expression one of astonishment as he observed him intently. "It's my turn now." With that declaration, Vegeta instantaneously teleported above Majin Bu and delivered a powerful kick, sending him flying hundreds of meters into a cluster of rocks, raising a cloud of dust. At that moment, Piccolo had also located Babidi in the air, seizing the opportunity to eliminate him while Majin Bu was absent. To his surprise, Babidi managed to activate a protective shield, prompting Piccolo to intensify his attack to shatter the barrier. Seizing the moment as Babidi fled in panic, Piccolo teleported behind him and executed a swift strike, cleaving Babidi in half, followed by a ki blast that obliterated him into ashes. "Ha ha ha, Majin Bu, what a pathetic wretch." Vegeta laughed triumphantly, gazing at the distant dust cloud. However, as his words lingered in the air, the dust was swiftly dispersed by Majin Buu's immense energy, who emerged unscathed and seething with rage, white gas billowing from the holes in his arms and head. With narrowed eyes, Majin Bu bellowed ferociously, "How dare you call me a hideous creature? You shall pay for this." In the next instant, Majin Bu vanished and reappeared behind Vegeta, delivering a fierce kick aimed at his waist. Vegeta sensed impending danger and swiftly turned to defend himself, yet was still propelled several meters away by the force of the blow. Before Vegeta could regain his footing, Bu relentlessly pursued him in the air, raining down a flurry of punches upon him. Vegeta hurriedly defended himself, and thus began an arduous and protracted battle of offense and defense. As the battle wore on, Vegeta found himself increasingly fatigued, ultimately creating distance between himself and Bu, assuming a combat stance while intently observing the suddenly ferocious foe. With a wicked grin, he remarked, "What is this? You've transformed entirely after opening your eyes, and your power has surged significantly. How intriguing." At this juncture, Bu regained a semblance of reason. As if suddenly enlightened by some joyous revelation, clapping his hands and hopping on one foot, laughing exuberantly. "Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid. Babidi has been slain by you. I am free. How wonderful. Ha ha. Hey, what is the matter with you? Are we still fighting?" Vegeta, upon witnessing Bu revert to his foolish demeanor, inquired with irritation. In response, Bu ceased his clapping and leaping, transforming back into his playful visage, cheerfully exclaiming, "Hee. With Babidi dead, I no longer need to fear his ceiling, nor continue engaging in activities I detest. How splendid. Ha ha." At that moment, Vegeta noted the absence of Babidi's energy, glancing at Piccolo in the distance, and deduced the situation. Coldly addressing Bu, he declared, "Humph. Majin Bu, I am indifferent to Babidi's fate. Let us resume our battle." "I refuse. I have no desire to fight," Bu retorted. Bu is hungry. Bu seeks delicious food. I must find something tasty while you battle alone. Buu scanned the surroundings, responding dismissively. This attitude infuriated Vegeta. And as Buu prepared to take flight, Vegeta's veins bulged with rage, and he bellowed, "You foolish pig, ugly imbecile, repugnant fool. I have not granted you permission to leave." Just as Majin Buu was about to ascend, a flash of realization struck him like lightning, and in a fit of fury, he crashed back to the ground. Consumed by a burning rage, entering a berserk state. Turning to face Vegeta, a torrent of white energy erupted from the numerous openings on his body. As he roared in utter fury, "How dare you insult me? I cannot forgive you." Accompanied by his thunderous roar, Majin Buu's energy surged to new heights. With heavy strides, he advanced towards Vegeta, each step causing the ground to tremble as if it were quaking, the sound of his footsteps resonating thunderously. However, after only a few steps, Buu was suddenly overcome by an excruciating headache. His mind felt on the verge of exploding. His expression twisted into one of fierce anger, and he writhed in agony upon the ground, before unleashing a bizarre gas from the openings atop his head into the sky. This gas began to morph in the air. A flash of golden light illuminated the sky, revealing a figure resembling Buu, yet slender and dark, a manifestation of Slim Buu. Emerging over an hour after Goku and the others had departed. Chapter 115, The Hyperbolic Time Chamber. The scene shifts back 1 hour. As Goku and his companions arrived at the sacred world of the Kais, where Dandy and Popo had been waiting for them. "Welcome to the sacred world of the Kais." Esteemed Supreme Kais, an attendant. Dandy and Popo greeted the trio with a deep bow. Wukong hurriedly stepped forward to assist the two in rising, smiling as he said, "Hehe. There is no need for such formalities between us. You may simply call me Wukong. I suspect you have a few inquiries for me, so please, do ask." In response, Dandy stood up and remarked, "Very well, Mr. Wukong, we indeed have a question. Can you truly defeat that fearsome Majin Buu?" "Majin Buu is but a trivial opponent." "Rest assured, I do not regard him as a threat," Wukong replied with a grin. The East Kai couldn't resist interjecting, "Wukong, I also wish to inquire, given your strength to defeat Majin Buu, why did you leave Vegeta to face him alone? Is that truly wise?" "Indeed. I too find this rather perilous," Jebbit nodded in agreement. "Oh dear, we are not the Kaishans for nothing. I believe we should strive to minimize our direct interference in the matters of the universe. As for Vegeta, you need not worry. He has grown immensely powerful. If he chooses to unleash his full strength, the current Majin Buu is no match for him," Wukong reassured them. He then added, "Unless Vegeta becomes overly reckless and Majin Buu adopts a more cunning form, there is little chance of Vegeta encountering difficulties. Otherwise, it is quite impossible. That is indeed the principle. If so, I have no cause for concern." Presently, Buu's intelligence seems far removed from cunning, the East Kai contemplated before asking, "What shall our next course of action be?" "Qiqi, our primary objective now is to strengthen Gohan. And the Hyperbolic Time Chamber is currently the most suitable training ground given our time constraints," Wukong declared. "Mr. Wukong, I must remind you," Mr. Popo interjected, "that your time within the Hyperbolic Time Chamber is limited to less than a week. Once the time elapses and you do not exit, you will be unable to leave." "Qiqi, Mr. Popo, fret not. I have my own methods to enter and exit. Besides, we will not require a full week," Wukong explained. "Dad, shall we enter the chamber to train now?" Gohan inquired. "Yes, let us proceed. You have already mastered Super Saiyan 2. It's time for you to break through to the next stage, just like Vegeta," Wukong said, patting Gohan's shoulder. "All right, Dad," Gohan exclaimed with excitement. "Very well. Then it is settled. Shin and Jebbit, you two shall remain here while Gohan and I enter the Hyperbolic Time Chamber for a brief training session. We shall return shortly." Wukong called back to them. "All right then, please be swift." The East Kai expressed his concern. "Yes, Dandy, I leave these two in your care for now. Gohan and I must enter to train." As Wukong approached Dandy, he spoke. "Indeed, there is no issue. You may enter directly. If Lord East Kai and Lord Jebbit wish to accompany you, they are welcome to do so." Dandy replied, "Mr. Bobo and I have transformed the Hyperbolic Time Chamber to accommodate for individuals simultaneously. No need, we shall not endure the trials alongside Wukong," the East Kai said, shaking his head repeatedly. "We will enter first. See you shortly." Wukong bid farewell to the others and, accompanied by Gohan and under Bobo's guidance, arrived at the entrance of the Hyperbolic Time Chamber. "Thank you, Mr. Bobo, for escorting us. We shall enter now. See you shortly." Before entering, Gohan politely expressed his gratitude to Bobo and then followed Goku into the Hyperbolic Time Chamber, closing the door behind them. Inside the chamber, he marveled, wow, this place is truly extraordinary. I never imagined such a wondrous location could exist on Earth. As Gohan closed the door and turned around, he was startled by the scene before him, exclaiming involuntarily, "Hee. Of course, Gohan, you must venture to that boundless expanse of pristine white and take a look. It is as vast as Earth itself." Goku suddenly conceived a mischievous idea to tease his son, chuckling wickedly. All right, I'll head there first." With that, the naive Gohan, oblivious to any oddity, dashed out of the residential area. Upon entering the white training zone, he relaxed both physically and mentally, and in a moment of distraction, he tripped and fell. Ouch! Gohan rose to his feet once more, only to realize that the gravity here was significantly greater than that of Earth. It dawned on him that he had been played by his father. Pouting his lips, he said with a frown, "Dad, were you intentionally watching me make a fool of myself?" Wukong hurriedly dashed into the white training zone, scratching his head and chuckling foolishly. "Oh dear. How is it that at your age, you still possess such impatience? I hadn't even finished my explanation. I was just about to mention that the gravity here is 10 times that of Earth, and yet you rushed in. You cannot hold me accountable for that." Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Gohan felt as though he had been led astray by his father. However, he chose not to dwell on it any further. As he gazed around the vast expanse of the white world, an unexpected wave of heat washed over him, prompting him to swiftly remove his outer garment. "Father, why has it suddenly become so warm here?" Gohan inquired, wiping the sweat from his brow. Wukong elucidated, "This is precisely why I referred to this place as a sacred training ground on Earth. Here, the gravity is tenfold that of our usual experience. Additionally, we have an abundance of food, water, and shelter. However, the air is thin, occasionally stiflingly hot or bitterly cold, with temperatures fluctuating between 50 degrees Celsius and minus 40 degrees. Pausing for a moment, he continued, "Moreover, this realm boasts vast expanses akin to Earth, where the weak-willed and distracted minds are prone to illusions. Remarkably, there exists a temporal law here. 1 year equates to a mere day outside. Impressive, isn't it? Wow, how wondrous and formidable," exclaimed Wufan, his eyes sparkling with excitement. All right. No need to shout so loudly. There will be a time for your exuberance later." Wukong waved his hand dismissively. Why do you say that?" Wufan inquired, puzzled. "Have you forgotten? I previously imparted to you three the secret to transforming into Super Saiyan 3, Wukong reminded him. "Oh, I just recalled. I understand now, father," Wufan exclaimed, slapping his forehead in embarrassment. "Good, remembering is essential," Wukong nodded in satisfaction. In the next moment, he transformed into the Super Saiyan evil green form, adopting the tone of a formidable adversary. "Wufan, you have lingered in Super Saiyan 2 for quite some time now. Transition directly into full power Super Saiyan 2 and spar with me fiercely. I will swiftly help you transcend to Super Saiyan 2. Do not fear injury. I shall provide healing." "All right, father." With that, Wufan transformed into full power Super Saiyan 2, engaging in an intense battle with Wukong. Chapter 116, The Old Qiqi Mr. Wukong. "How could you emerge after only 40 minutes when merely 10 days have passed inside?" Bobo, stationed at the entrance, inquired curiously upon seeing Wukong alone. "And why isn't Wufan with you?" "Come, let us discuss this outside," Wukong replied, striding towards the exit, with Bobo trailing silently behind. Wukong, have you finished so swiftly?" East Qiqi asked curiously as Wukong approached. "Where's Wufan?" Jebbit and Dandy also turned to look. Wukong explained, "Although only 40 minutes have elapsed outside, I have been rigorously training Wufan for 10 days in an extreme manner. 3 days ago, he mastered the transformation into Super Saiyan 3. And I have since increased the difficulty slightly. He is currently training within." Upon hearing this, the others displayed expressions of delight. At that moment, Wukong noticed the fierce battle between Vegeta and Majin Buu in the lower realm, exclaiming in admiration, Vegeta is impressive. He hasn't even transformed into Super Saiyan 3 yet, but he truly is a genius, utilizing his self-developed Limit Breaker Super Saiyan 2 form. He can harness a portion of Super Saiyan 3's power while consuming even less energy than Super Saiyan 3. He is truly formidable to engage Majin Buu head-on. I am truly impressed. Indeed, Mr. Vegeta is extraordinarily powerful. Dandy concurred, acknowledging the truth in the statement. Indeed, I had previously harbored doubts regarding Vegeta's prowess. I never anticipated that this individual could possess such formidable strength. However, Gohan seems to have reached a similar level now, and I, as the Qiqi, find myself increasingly outpaced. The East Kaishin lamented. With a sigh, Yukong lamented, alas, it is a pity. Gohan is unlike Vegeta and me. That child has long since shed his tail. And it has not grown back. He cannot harness Vegeta's Super Saiyan 2 limit break form, and the Super Saiyan 3 transformation does not suit him for prolonged combat. I have ventured forth alone, intent on discovering a better means to strengthen Gohan. Yukong, have you conceived of a superior approach? Inquired the East Kai with a hint of melancholy. Not as of yet. I wish to seek answers in the realm of the Kai, Yukong replied, shaking his head. Therefore, I plan to return to the Kai realm. My intuition tells me that a more effective solution awaits me there. Indeed, Yukong. The previous circumstances have attested to the accuracy of your intuition. This time, I place my faith in it. Jebit and I shall accompany you. The East Kai responded with a sudden seriousness. Mr. Dondi and I shall await your return here. May you swiftly uncover a better way, Dondi said, bowing respectfully to Yukong and the others, a smile gracing his face. Very well, farewell. Yukong and his companions bid adieu to Dondi and Bobo. In the next instant, Jebit and the East Kai, along with Yukong, vanished from their location. In the Kai realm, three figures materialized simultaneously in this serene sanctuary devoid of human presence. The East Kai and Jebit were poised to commence their search for answers. Yukong instantaneously transported himself to a distant mountaintop, grasping the hilt of the Kaishin sword embedded there. His gaze contemplative, Jebit and Shin swiftly ascended to Yukong's side, with the East Kaishin inquiring, Yukong, do you intend to bestow this sword upon Gohan to enhance his strength? Indeed, something along those lines, Yukong replied. Lord Shin, are you finally prepared to attempt drawing this sword? Jebit expressed his excitement. I have long wished for you to try after witnessing your power. Yet you always claimed the timing was not right. It appears the moment has finally arrived. Yukong responded nonchalantly. Awaken now, Mr. Tool, or rather, esteemed elder. He jested internally as he grasped the sword's hilt and exerted a gentle pull. With a sharp hiss, the Kaishin sword was extracted. Splendid! Lord Shin is indeed the one capable of wielding the Kaishin sword. Jebit exclaimed with fervor. Truly worthy of the name Yukong. The East Kaishin marveled. Ah, you flatter me. Yukong chuckled, playing with the sword in his hands. With a forceful swing towards the sky, the blade sliced through the air, producing a resonant sound and a faint ringing. The Kaishin sword lives up to its reputation, indeed a remarkable weapon. Jebit exclaimed once more. Quite impressive, however, I wonder about its resilience. I shall test it, Yukong declared. He firmly held the hilt with one hand and the blade's tip with the other, applying pressure towards the center. Under the watchful eyes of the East Kaishin and Jebit, the Kaishin sword emitted a sharp crack as it fractured in two. Both exclaimed in shock, nearly fainting at the sight. Yukong tossed the broken sword to the ground, casually remarking, Humph, this divine sword is not as formidable as legend suggests, merely an ordinary object. Could it be that the Kaishin sword truly lacks utility? The East Kaishin lamented. Not quite. A peculiar voice emerged from behind Shin and Jebit, prompting them to turn and discover an unfamiliar elderly man standing there. Shin, do you recognize this gentleman? Yukong feigned curiosity. Before Shin could respond, the elder leisurely interjected, I am the Kaishin from 15 generations ago. The words of the East Kaishin, astonished from generations past, were only partially spoken. The Kaishin, Jebit, also exclaimed in shock. Through a brief exchange, it was revealed that the elder was, in fact, an ancient Kaishin, which further startled Jebit and the East Kaishin. The old Kaishin suddenly approached Goku, scrutinizing him from head to toe, and then squinted his eyes, speaking with puzzlement. Strange, I sense something peculiar about your soul. Moreover, judging by your appearance and aura, you are clearly not a Grindr, but a Scion. Yet, you have ascended directly from the mortal realm to the second level of divine energy, becoming a Kaishin. It has been quite some time since a Scion has reached such divine heights. This is indeed a remarkable occurrence. Qiqi, perhaps, although I am not of your lineage. My extraordinary talent may well be the reason I am destined to be a deity. I beg your pardon for the amusement, Goku said, grinning unabashedly. The old Kaishin furrowed his brow, gazing deeply into Goku's eyes, then sighed and waved his hand dismissively. All right, I have no interest in your affairs. But I did hear you say that the Kaishin sword is useless, correct? I actually believe so. Goku conceded without hesitation. You are quite perceptive. The Kaishin sword itself is indeed of little value. The true power lies within me, contained in the sword. Throughout history, no Kaishin has managed to liberate me. You, as a Kaishin, have my approval. Thank you, young man. If you continue to strive, you may one day ascend to the rank of Great Kaioshin. The old Kaioshin reflected momentarily before patting Goku's shoulder. Chapter 117. Re-entering the Room of Spirit and Time Qiqi. Your words evoke a sense of nostalgia akin to my internship in a past life, Goku murmured softly. Young man, what are you mumbling about? The old Kaioshin inquired. Wukong hurriedly replied, it's nothing really. I was merely pondering what remarkable prowess you possess, esteemed Peter Tolo. That you would be sealed within a sword by an entity even mightier than the Majin Buu. Qiqi. Well, considering that you, the new Kaioshin of the universe, have saved my life, I shall reveal to you my true ability. At this moment, the old Kaioshin paused. Observing the eager gazes of the others, he proudly proclaimed, no matter how formidable an individual may be, I possess the ability to awaken their latent potential, allowing them to transcend their own limits. Wukong immediately burst into applause, his face alight with excitement as he showered praises. The power of Lord Kaioshin is truly formidable, deserving of your esteemed reputation. Upon saying this, he cast a glance at Sin and Jebet. The two were momentarily taken aback, then joined in the applause, offering their own compliments, which delighted the old Kaioshin, who basked in the admiration. By the way, Elder Peter Toro, the demon Majin Buu is wreaking havoc on a planet known as Earth in the North Universe under my supervision. We require your extraordinary abilities. Could you lend us your assistance? Wukong stepped forward earnestly, his tone filled with urgency. The old Kaioshin, perceiving a fraction of Wukong's potential, responded with curiosity. Young man, I sense an overwhelming power within you. With your strength, you could easily vanquish Majin Buu. Why then do you seek my aid? At this juncture, East Kaioshin and Jebet recounted Wukong's earlier words to the old Kaioshin. I see. Given your sincere demeanor, I shall extend my assistance just this once. Chuckled the old Kaioshin. Now, who would you like me to help unlock their potential? That individual is my son, who is currently training within a temporal sanctuary on Earth, making it inconvenient to bring him here. If possible, I would like to take you to find him. Would that be acceptable? Wukong inquired. A temporal sanctuary? The old Kaioshin stroked his chin, contemplating. Very well, lead me there. I am eager to witness your son's potential in this temporal sanctuary. Upon hearing this, East Kaioshin and Jebet leapt for joy, while Wukong's lips curled into an uncontrollable smile as he eagerly grasped the shoulders of the old Kaioshin. Thank you immensely. Elder Peter Toro, Wukong exclaimed with evident delight. In the next moment, before the old Kaioshin could respond, Wukong whisked him away, vanishing from sight. Jebet and East Kaioshin exchanged glances, shaking their heads in resignation, before Jebet too vanished with East Kaioshin. On Earth, in the Heavenly Temple, Dandy anxiously inquired of Mr. Bobo. How long has it been since Wukong and the others departed? Approximately 20 minutes. Mr. Bobo replied. Just then, with a couple of swift sounds, Wukong and his companions materialized beside them. Hey, we're back. Wukong greeted them with a smile. Wukong, you have finally returned. Dandy exclaimed with joy, looking towards Wukong. Meanwhile, the elder beside Wukong surveyed the surroundings before placing a hand on his forehead to peer down below, remarking, So this is the dwelling place of the Earth Kai. The environment is rather pleasant, though it is somewhat elevated from the ground. Dandy then turned his attention to the elderly figure he had not encountered before. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback, the moment he sensed the other's aura. An overwhelming force of suppression washed over him, prompting Dandy to retreat a couple of steps. Oh, my apologies. I had no idea that you, this Gnostic's child, are the current deity of Earth. It seems our levels differ greatly, causing you some discomfort, he chuckled awkwardly. The old Kaioshin smiled sheepishly and retracted the divine aura of the three realms into himself. Suddenly, Dandy felt the formidable pressure dissipate, allowing him to regain his composure. He hurriedly approached the old Kaioshin, bowing deeply and respectfully proclaiming, Welcome, esteemed one, to Earth. I am Dandy, the newly appointed deity. Should I fall short in any regard? I humbly seek your guidance. I find you quite delightful, little deity. You are doing splendidly. This statement brought a wide smile to the old Kaioshin's face, filled with satisfaction. All right, Elder, let us not jest with Dandy any longer. We must hasten to our task. I sense that the battle below is nearing its conclusion. Goku interjected, stepping forward eagerly. The old Kaioshin cast a final glance at the fierce confrontation between the Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta and Majin Buu below, unable to suppress his admiration. I never imagined the Saiyans would become so powerful. I hope you Saiyans do not stray down the wrong path like that individual once did. Enough of that. Let us depart swiftly. Upon hearing this, Wukong was eager to inquire about the individual that the old Kai had mentioned twice. However, noticing the old Kai's reluctance to reveal this information, he decided to quell his curiosity and promptly approached the old Kai to lead the way. All gathered at the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber, Wukong asked the others, "Who among you wishes to enter?" Dandy and Bobo immediately declined, while Qiqi and Jebit exchanged glances. Qiqi then remarked, "We shall remain here. It was stated that only 4 may enter, and with the 3 of you, that suffices. Jebit and I will wait outside for your return." The limitation on numbers was not an issue. If the 2 of you wish to enter and take a look, then by all means do so. I have a way to bring you back. Wukong replied. "Well, that settles it," Qiqi responded, somewhat skeptically. "Very well then. We shall proceed inside. We shouldn't be long. See you shortly." Wukong waved farewell to the 4 individuals, then, accompanied by the inquisitive old Qiqi, he stepped into the hyperbolic time chamber, casually shutting the door behind him. "What should we do now, Lord Qiqi?" Dandy inquired of East Qiqi. "There's nothing we need to do. We shall wait outside and observe the battle between Vegeta and Majin Buu. Come along." With that, East Qiqi strode toward the exit. Jebit, Dandy, and Bobo followed closely, making their way to the plaza of the temple. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, the old Qiqi began to explore the surroundings upon entering, exclaiming in awe, "Goodness! Who would have imagined that such a vast, temporally self-sustaining alternate dimension could exist in this remote corner of Earth? This is truly unprecedented. It seems that Earth harbors a significant secret." Chapter 118, Majin Buu and Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta. What secret could Earth possibly hold? Wukong, hearing this for the first time, asked in astonishment. "Well, I'm not certain at the moment, but I sense that this secret runs deep, far beyond your current understanding. For now, focus on your training and becoming stronger." "Understood." Wukong, perplexed, could only nod in agreement. Is that your son Gohan over there? With golden hair flowing to his waist, fervently training?" The old Qiqi remarked, gazing into the distance with keen eyes. Wukong sensed the situation and replied, "Indeed, he is Gohan. Let us go summon him. We have important matters to attend to. However, I must first create a temporary time domain here. The flow of time will still be faster than in the outside world, yet considerably slower than this room of spirit and time. This will allow me to cast spells within this space. Is that acceptable?" Old Kai said. "Certainly. I appreciate your efforts, esteemed elder." With that, Wukong utilized his telepathic ability to call upon Gohan. In the Heavenly Realms Plaza, the East Kai inquired, "Lord Kai, what is the situation down below? Why are there 2 Majin Buu?" Jebit stared in disbelief at the unfolding events, turning to the East Kai for clarification. "Could it be that this Majin Buu is?" He pondered, alarmed. "This lean Buu is far more sinister than the fat one. I have a foreboding sense." The East Kai exclaimed. "What should we do then?" Dandy asked anxiously, looking to the East Kai for guidance. The East Kai calmly analyzed, "At present, we have no other options." Elder Peter Toro mentioned that his potential development requires approximately a day's time. Given the time dilation of this room of spirit and time, this should be nearing completion. We merely need to observe the battle below and await Wukong and the others' emergence. Very well. Let us continue to watch." Dandy agreed. On the battlefield below, under the bewildered gaze of Vegeta and the others, the lean Buu approached the fat Buu with an exaggerated swagger. The fat Buu glared at the lean Buu, launching an attack without any prior greeting, only to have all his strikes deftly evaded. The fat Buu, having thrown just a few punches, was already panting heavily. Suddenly, the lean Buu unleashed a kick that sent the fat Buu flying. Seizing the moment as the fat Buu rose, the lean Buu swiftly appeared before him, unleashing a flurry of blows upon the fat Buu's form. The fat Buu was utterly defenseless against the onslaught, while number 18 and others discreetly observed from a hillside. Goten, puzzled, turned to Piccolo and asked, "Uncle Piccolo, where did this new Buu come from? He seems even stronger than the original Majin Buu." Piccolo speculated. "I am not entirely certain, but if my conjecture is correct, that lean Buu is the embodiment of the former fat Buu's malevolent thoughts. The current fat Majin Buu appears quite weakened and is no match for him in the realm of the 2 Majin Buu." The slender Buu's incessant mockery of the corpulent Buu continued unabated. With a swift kick, he struck the corpulent Buu squarely on the forehead, igniting a furious rage within him. The corpulent Buu, in a fit of anger, tore a chunk of flesh from his own body, intending to unleash a technique previously employed against Majin Vegeta. He hurled the meaty projectile at the slender Buu, who, rather than evading, allowed the fleshy tendril to ensnare him completely. The corpulent Buu believed he had successfully cornered his opponent, Yet to his astonishment, the slender Bu exerted a mere fraction of strength, causing the pink tendril to burst apart, subsequently consuming the remnants with an insatiable appetite. At that moment, Jebit in the heavenly realm, sensing the disparity in power, boldly alerted the East Qiqi, declaring, "This is dire." Lord Qiqi, the slender Bu's strength far surpasses that of the corpulent Bu. The East Qiqi, unfazed, replied, "Do not concern yourself, we still have Goku. Let us observe further." As the battle between the two Majin Bu intensified below, the corpulent Bu, despite exerting all his might, found himself utterly powerless against the slender Bu. The slender Bu blinked into existence before the corpulent Bu, and they exchanged glances before simultaneously adopting stances to unleash energy waves. They released blue beams at close range, engaging in a fierce contest. The clash emitted a dazzling blue-white radiance across the sky, yet it soon became apparent that the corpulent Bu, lacking in strength, was swiftly overpowered. Plummeting to the ground, rising awkwardly, the corpulent Bu clung to a shred of hope as he launched a pink transformation wave from his head tentacle, aiming to turn the slender Bu into a delectable treat. However, the slender Bu merely countered with a puff of air, rebounding the pink wave back toward its origin. Thus, the corpulent Bu was struck by his own attack, and with a shriek, he transformed into a block of brown chocolate, crashing to the ground. The slender Bu picked up the chocolate and devoured it, chewing thoughtfully before swallowing. Suddenly, he felt a surge of extraordinary power coursing through him, releasing pink smoke from the pores of his body, enveloping him entirely. As the smoke dissipated, the slender Bu had transformed into a towering figure nearly 3 meters tall. His physique now a testament to formidable muscle mass. God! The newly transformed Bu bellowed into the sky, his voice alone sending tremors throughout the earth. In the heavenly realm, the East Qiqi and Dandy immediately sensed the shift in Majin Bu's essence. As Calm returned to the scene, the mighty Bu noticed Vegeta standing nearby. Without hesitation, he morphed into a mass of flesh and charged toward Vegeta. Humph! Disgusting creature! Vegeta unleashed a thunderous roar, channeling the formidable power of his Super Saiyan 2 form, and swiftly launched a ki blast that sent the creature, Majin Bu, soaring through the air. Majin Bu steadied himself mid-flight, soon reverting to his original appearance, and descended gracefully, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "Ha ha ha, you truly are a worthy opponent. But I sense you are still holding back your strength. If you choose not to unleash it, do not blame me for not offering you the opportunity." As soon as the words left his lips, Majin Bu twisted his body into an intricate spiral and surged towards Vegeta with astonishing speed. Yet, just as Majin Bu was about to close the distance, Vegeta roared with all his might, a surge of power erupting from him that once again sent Bu flying. Vegeta continued to bellow, his energy radiating outward. Unlike his previous transformations, this time Vegeta's form resembled a radiant black hole, drawing in the surrounding energy with an intensity that even clouds miles away were pulled towards him. A blinding golden light enveloped the scene as Vegeta's hair lengthened and his eyebrows faded. When the dazzling glow subsided, he emerged as Super Saiyan 3, surpassing the previous forms. Chapter 119. Majin Bu vs. Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta. At long last, Majin Bu. I have kept you waiting, Vegeta proclaimed, his aura emanating a tremendous power. Adopting a villainous tone. "You, how could you conceal such immense energy?" Majin Bu gasped, astonished. "Who exactly are you?" "Qiqi, you inquire about my identity?" Vegeta replied with a slight smile, spreading his legs, clenching his fists, and confidently pointing a thumb at himself. "I am Super Vegeta." "Humph, a name that resonates, indeed. But your stature leaves much to be desired." Majin Bu mocked. "What did you say? You grotesque fiend. You are on the path to your own demise," Vegeta retorted, his fury igniting. He charged forward, appearing behind Bu in an instant, delivering a fierce kick that sent Bu hurtling into the sky. Vegeta then leaped above, executing a devastating axe kick aimed at Bu's head. Bu, caught off guard, took the full brunt of the attack and began to plummet, anticipating Bu's descent. Vegeta calculated his trajectory and delivered another kick mid-fall. Following this, Vegeta pursued the airborne Majin Bu, unleashing a flurry of relentless strikes. At this moment, Majin Bu made no attempt to defend himself, succumbing to Vegeta's brutal onslaught. Grasping Bu's antennae, Vegeta executed a spectacular 1800-degree Thomas spin, casting Bu away. Majin Bu plummeted from thousands of meters into a cluster of rocks, the tremendous impact leveling the mountains to the ground. However, Majin Bu quickly emerged from the wreckage, soaring back into the sky, a wicked smile on his face. "Ha ha ha, your power truly is impressive. Humph, enough with the chatter." Vegeta, taken aback by his seemingly unscathed appearance, observed as the formidable Majin Buu prepared to retaliate, extending his hands to unleash the prince's martial technique towards him. Faced with such an attack, Vegeta scoffed coldly, "Humph. To employ such a tactic against me is truly laughable." With effortless grace, he deflected the assault entirely. In an instant, Buu materialized to Vegeta's right, sporting a sinister grin, and seized the opportunity to extend his arm, launching a powerful punch while Vegeta was momentarily distracted. However, this level of aggression was of no concern to Vegeta. He confidently turned back, revealing a triumphant smile. Their fierce confrontation had the Qiqi of the sacred realm in a state of utter agitation, as Goku and the others had yet to appear. At this moment, Vegeta, emboldened, adjusted his stance and charged at Buu. The latter swiftly countered, and the two engaged in a brutal exchange of blows. Simultaneously, they unleashed waves of energy from their palms, the immense force compelling them to retreat momentarily. After reassessing the situation, Vegeta surged forward once more, reinitiating their intense brawl. He delivered a powerful kick to Buu's abdomen, only to realize that his strike aligned perfectly with Buu's intentions. Buu rapidly expanded his form, engulfing half of Vegeta's body in a bid to suffocate him, intending to absorb Goku entirely within his being. Recognizing the peril he faced, Vegeta hastily concentrated his energy. In an instant, a brilliant blue-white lightning surged forth, and a gaping hole erupted from Buu's abdomen, releasing a dazzling burst of golden light. Moments later, Vegeta emerged unscathed, a smile gracing his lips as he let out a dismissive snort. "Humph. Is this truly the extent of your power, Majin Buu?" At that moment, Buu, overwhelmed by the previous immense pressure, had been reduced to a mere thin sheet, subsequently inhaling the surrounding air. This marked the restoration of the body to its original state. At this moment, Trunks, Goten, Android 18, and Piccolo were perched on a distant, relatively safe hill, their mouths agape in astonishment as they intently observed the fierce battle unfolding before them. The conflict between Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta and Majin Buu raged on, with Vegeta delivering a powerful knee strike that sent Buu hurtling away. Buu, striving to regain his balance, retaliated with a barrage of energy blasts directed at Vegeta. In response to such rudimentary attacks, Vegeta extended his hands and unleashed a golden shockwave, yet Buu effortlessly countered, causing the energy to explode. The two combatants surged toward each other, while Trunks and the others fervently cheered for Vegeta from afar. This distraction momentarily diverted Buu's attention, allowing Vegeta to land a kick that propelled Buu once more, but Buu quickly recovered and charged back, in pursuit of maximizing the thrill of combat while minimizing unnecessary exertion. Vegeta began to teleport rapidly to evade Buu's strikes. Buu, incensed by his successive failures to land a hit, seethed with rage. Vegeta adeptly altered his position, outmaneuvering Buu and leading him away from Trunks and the others. Buu lunged forward again, throwing a punch, but Vegeta retaliated with a fierce kick to Buu's forehead. However, such an attack proved utterly ineffectual against the seemingly invulnerable Buu. In an instant, Buu teleported directly in front of Vegeta, delivering a brutal headbutt. Unyielding, Vegeta responded with a powerful headbutt of his own, causing both to stagger backward, gasping for breath as they took a brief respite. Moments later, a new round of combat commenced, with Buu initiating the assault. Utilizing his unique physical attributes, he extended his arms for a surprise attack, only to be deftly evaded by Vegeta. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta unleashed a fierce kick, but to his astonishment, Buu's body recoiled like a slingshot, swiftly rebounding to collide with him. Vegeta nearly lost his footing in midair from the impact, but he swiftly regained his balance, his fury igniting as he leaned slightly forward, placing his hands at his sides in a sunflower posture, gathering a sphere of blue energy within his palms. The atmosphere around him trembled violently, and as the energy coalesced, he propelled the sphere toward Buu while exclaiming, "Final flash." A blue-white shockwave surged toward Buu's abdomen, creating a substantial hole, marking the third time Buu's belly had been penetrated. As anticipated, this degree of damage proved inconsequential for the indomitable Buu, who instantly reverted to his original form. In the following moment, Buu exhibited a remarkable capacity for mimicry, adopting the same gesture as Vegeta and gathering a sphere of pink energy between his palms before launching it back at Vegeta. What? Truly a formidable adversary. Vegeta did not evade. Instead, he brought his hands together and sent the pink energy blast hurtling back. Majin Buu imitated Vegeta's actions, sending the energy sphere flying into the distance. Chapter 120, Vegeta and Buu in the World. Meanwhile, Piccolo and the others, watching from afar, were in peril as the potent energy ball soared toward them. Piccolo and Android 18 quickly shielded Goten and Trunks behind them, but fortunately, Vegeta teleported in front of them, striking the energy ball away from the Earth. In the vastness of the cosmos, an inconspicuous small planet floated quietly. Yet, at a certain moment, a cataclysmic transformation suddenly unfolded. A dazzling energy sphere appeared above this small planet, expanding at an astonishing rate, gathering energy. In an instant, accompanied by a deafening roar, the energy sphere erupted. The powerful shockwave swept across the entire small planet, tearing its once solid surface into countless fragments. Massive stones and dust were sent soaring, forming a cloud that obscured the sky. Subsequently, under the overwhelming force, the entire small planet disintegrated, transforming into myriad fragments of varying sizes, shooting out in all directions like raindrops, rapidly traversing the cosmos, ultimately fading into the infinite darkness. The terrifying aftermath of the explosion transcended vast distances, reaching the East Qiqi and others within the heavenly temple. Sensing the chilling energy fluctuations, even the formidable East Qiqi could not help but shudder, his complexion paling drastically. Vegeta could not help but commend Majin Buu. Majin Buu, it seems I have underestimated you. Though your appearance is rather unremarkable, you are indeed a genius in battle. You observed my technique just once and immediately mastered it. Remarkable. Ha ha ha, Super Vegeta. You are quite impressive as well. I find myself increasingly eager for your power. Majin Buu licked his lips and remarked with a sinister grin. What do you mean by that? Vegeta inquired, furrowing his brow in confusion. Ha ha ha, you will find out soon enough. Prepare yourself. Majin Buu suddenly launched a fierce attack on Vegeta. Vegeta reacted swiftly, defending himself, then retreated several meters to create distance before unleashing a flurry of rapid energy blasts directed at Majin Buu. Majin Buu smiled slightly and attempted to evade. Yet he was still struck by numerous energy blasts, leaving his body riddled with holes, and his antennae were severed, falling helplessly to the ground. After a while, panting heavily, Vegeta paused and gazed at the mangled form of Majin Buu before him, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as if admiring a meticulously crafted work of art. Ha ha ha. Majin Buu, it appears you have reached your limit, causing you to weaken considerably. It is truly laughable that I have managed to reduce you to this state. Vegeta mocked Majin Buu with a derisive laugh directed at the beehive-shaped creature. Upon hearing this, Buu immediately restored his form. Yet his antennae remained unregenerate as he flashed a sinister smile at Vegeta. Ha ha ha, Super Vegeta, I must admit, I am growing increasingly fond of your power. Humph. This is the second time you've uttered such nonsensical words. This prince detests riddlers, perish. No sooner had he spoken than Vegeta surged forward, delivering an enraged right hook to Buu's cheek, sending him flying several meters, a smirk gracing his lips. Indeed, when dealing with riddlers, a solid punch is the most satisfying remedy. Buu steadied himself mid-air, facing Vegeta with a raised eyebrow, beckoning him with a crooked finger and taunting, "Come here." Vegeta's veins bulged with fury as he charged at Buu once more, and the two began exchanging blows with fierce intensity, each landing punches and kicks upon the other. However, to the distant onlookers, including Trunks, it was evident that Vegeta held the upper hand. Wow, this is amazing. Dad is winning, Trunks exclaimed joyfully, grasping Goten's hand tightly. Qiqi, yes. Uncle Vegeta is incredible. Majin Buu can hardly keep up with him. Goten responded with a grin. I can't believe how strong Vegeta has become in these 7 years. It's truly impressive. Android 18 concurred. Yet, Piccolo furrowed his brow, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead as he intently observed the duel. Something feels amiss. You all should temper your excitement. I have a foreboding sense that we ought to leave this place. What? Why? Trunks questioned, bewildered. Dad is doing so well. He is about to win. Why should we leave? Piccolo remained silent, focusing solely on the battle. Noting Piccolo's disregard for his concern, Trunks turned to Goten to discuss the outcome of the fight. Meanwhile, Vegeta, relishing the sight of Buu being relentlessly pushed back, felt a surge of confidence as he sensed victory nearing. His attacks against Buu grew even more ferocious. Buu, continually retreating, found himself at the edge of a rocky area with limited visibility. Seizing the moment, Vegeta pursued and landed before Buu, unleashing a barrage of strikes. Buu, employing retreat as a means of defense and evasion, soon found himself backed against several towering rocks. Observing Buu's lack of escape routes, Vegeta prepared to unleash his most potent strike to conclude the battle. Just as he was about to strike, Buu, having run out of options, flashed a cunning smile and said, "Hee hee, I've finally lured you here. I shall claim your power, Super Vegeta." What? Vegeta suddenly became aware that something was obstructing the sunset behind him as a colossal shadow loomed over the ground before him. Majin Buu's lips curled into a sinister smile as he exclaimed, "Ahahaha, Vegeta, have you not noticed that my antennae have yet to regenerate? Aren't you curious as to why?" "How infuriating," Vegeta retorted, immediately turning to ascertain the source of the disturbance behind him. To his horror, he beheld a massive mass of pink goo surging toward him. Before he could react, the enormous blob engulfed him entirely. Vegeta thrashed violently, but the sticky substance held him fast, rendering him unable to escape. Distantly, Piccolo sensed something amiss, his heart sinking ominously. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, gazing at the horrifying scene, their minds momentarily blank, even forgetting to breathe. At that moment, Majin Buu moved his fingers, and the massive goo swiftly returned to him. To everyone's astonishment, he now wore a Saiyan battle suit that symbolized Vegeta, his physique now considerably more imposing. The Vegeta doll had thus come into existence. Chapter 121, The Return of Radits. Ahahaha. Majin Buu, embodying Vegeta, stood there, laughing maniacally. What? Piccolo snapped back to reality and urgently shouted to the others, "Quick, 18. Take Goten and Trunks and run." Dad. Trunks, having just regained his senses, furiously transformed into a Super Saiyan, ready to charge at the Vegeta doll. However, before he could ascend from the ground, Piccolo swiftly appeared behind him, delivering a precise strike to his neck, rendering Trunks unconscious and collapsing to the ground. "Uncle Piccolo, what are you doing?" As Tian was about to question, he was struck once more by Piccolo with a swift chop to the neck, instantly losing consciousness and collapsing to the ground. Oh. Number 18 was taken aback by Piccolo's formidable strength. She intended to inquire about Piccolo's intentions, but upon seeing his resolute gaze, she hesitated, nodding slightly. "Very well. Do not perish. Hurry." With a wave of his supernatural power, Piccolo transported the two children lying on the ground into number 18's arms, nodding solemnly. "All right." As number 18 secured the children under her arms, she heard the last voice she wished to encounter from behind. "Gahaha. Where do you think you are going?" The sinister laughter of Majin Buu echoed. Without turning back, number 18 propelled herself forward, soaring 10 meters before slowly turning to confront him, her anger palpable. "Majin Buu, you have already devoured and absorbed Vegeta. What more do you seek from us?" In a flash, Piccolo appeared in front of number 18, shielding the trio. He swiftly removed his cloak and assumed a battle stance, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead as he feigned composure. "Majin Buu, regardless of your ulterior motives, you shall not harm these three." Upon hearing this, Majin Buu erupted into laughter. "What are you laughing at?" Piccolo inquired, irritation creeping into his voice. "I laugh at your foolishness. What other purpose could I have, being the great Majin Buu, than to seek you out?" Vegeta Buu proclaimed, pointing at himself with pride. "You wretch. If you dare lay a finger on number 18 and the others, you must first contend with me," Piccolo declared, though sweat beaded on his brow. He remained resolute. "Piccolo, why don't you take them away?" "Leave this to me," number 18 urged earnestly. "No need. Rest assured, my power has surpassed yours. It is imperative that I ensure the safety of these two children. Getting them to safety is of utmost importance," Piccolo insisted. Vegeta Buu chuckled. "Humph. How amusing. You two should cease your mutual refusals and confront me together. I have no time to waste." "It seems we cannot escape this, Piccolo," number 18 remarked, gently laying the two children on the ground and assuming a battle stance with a calm smile. "Indeed, it appears so. We must fight with all our might." With that, Piccolo suddenly communicated telepathically to number 18, "I will create an opportunity shortly. You must seize it to escape with Tian and the others. Do not contest with me, for the chances are exceedingly slim." Before number 18 could respond, Piccolo launched the first strike, vanishing behind Vegeta Buu, gathering a significant amount of energy in his hand, then delivering a precise chop. Vegeta Buu tilted his head to allow for Piccolo's exact strike. With a resounding explosion, Vegeta Buu maintained his tilted posture, then flashed a wicked grin. "Gahaha. Is this truly all your strength? How pathetically weak," divined Piccolo. Seeing his attacks fail to penetrate the opponent's defenses, Piccolo's heart sank, realizing the gravity of the situation as he froze in place. Observing Piccolo's inaction, Android 18 swiftly dashed forward, her movements a blur as she appeared around Vegeta and Buu, unleashing a flurry of wolf fang fist strikes. Vegeta and Buu, indifferent to the onslaught, stood idly by, allowing 18 to strike for a while, her efforts proving utterly ineffective. Subsequently, Vegeta Buu erupted with energy, sending both 18 and Piccolo flying several meters away. With an air of boredom, he remarked, "You are truly pathetic, utterly failing to ignite my desire to fight." "What did you say?" Piccolo inquired, anger flaring within him. "I said, it's time for you to leave." As soon as the words left his mouth, Vegeta-Bu unleashed a surge of power, limbs outstretched, hands coming together in front of his chest, channeling a terrifying energy. Is this Vegeta's ultimate move, the final flash? How can you use it before he has? Piccolo asked, astonished. Ha ha ha, since I have absorbed Vegeta, it is only natural that I can wield his techniques. Prepare to perish, fools. Vegeta-Bu declared with a sinister grin, shouting, "Final flash." Damn it. 18 quickly positioned herself beside Piccolo, both adopting battle stances to shield the unconscious Goten and Trunks behind them. Gahahaha, futile struggles. Vegeta-Bu cackled. Die. Just as he finished gathering the energy, preparing to unleash it towards them, a figure suddenly appeared from above, delivering a powerful kick to Vegeta-Bu's head. The blow interrupted the spell, sending Vegeta-Bu flying hundreds of meters into a rocky outcrop, raising a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Piccolo and 18 were taken aback by the sight of a tall man clad in Saiyan battle armor. A golden tail wrapped around his waist and golden hair cascading down to his waist. Piccolo smirked, exclaiming, Radits, you actually returned." Raditz suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Piccolo. Are you surprised? I just got back and already saved your life. You owe me one now. Brother, it's been a while. How is your wife? 18 greeted him with a smile. Ah, sister-in-law. She's doing well, indeed. It's been 3 years, yet you haven't changed at all. Still as lovely as ever, Raditz teased. Brother is becoming quite the conversationalist. It seems you've learned a lot from sister-in-law over the years. It's truly impressive that she could teach even you, 18 retorted confidently. Raditz, momentarily at a loss for words, awkwardly scratched the back of his head, chuckling, ha ha, not at all. Raditz, I just witnessed the Super Saiyan 3 transformation. Have you been secretly hiding your strength all along? Piccolo suddenly recalled something, a curious smile returning to his lips as he inquired. Piccolo, are you intentionally trying to mock me? Raditz replied, slightly flustered. Raditz's expression shifted dramatically, his face turning a shade of deep indigo as he inquired. No. Please do not misunderstand. I am merely curious, and I believe it is not entirely impossible. Piccolo replied. In Chapter 122, Raditz confronts Vegeta and Majin Buu. Raditz, visibly displeased, remarked, my hair has always been long. Transforming into a Super Saiyan merely gives me the same hairstyle as your Super Saiyan 3. I am yet to master that form, and achieving Super Saiyan 2 was quite a challenge, only accomplished with Kakarot's assistance. Well, judging by the power you just displayed during your ambush, it seems to be on par with Vegeta's Super Saiyan 2 limit break form. Have you perhaps developed your Super Saiyan 2 to such an extent? Piccolo queried, a hint of confusion evident in his tone. No. I lack the innate talent of Prince Vegeta. My current state is still Super Saiyan 2 at full power. As for your observation of my strength being comparable to that of limit break Vegeta, it is merely due to Kakarot's previous concerns regarding my difficulties in transforming, prompting him to advise me to focus on my base power. After achieving full power in Super Saiyan 2, I began training my base combat abilities. Thus my base power is slightly stronger than Prince Vegeta's, Raditz elucidated. Piccolo was about to continue when suddenly, Majin Buu appeared behind him, interrupting his inquiry with a malevolent grin. Gaha, how much longer do you two plan to chat? I've been waiting for quite some time, and your idle chatter is quite vexing. Startled, Piccolo's face turned pale, and he swiftly leaped forward, pivoting in midair to land steadily 10 meters away from Majin Buu, adopting a serious combat stance. Majin Buu, you have been eavesdropping, haven't you? Piccolo demanded. Gahaha, this fellow named Raditz seems rather formidable as well. It is not every day one encounters a worthy opponent, so naturally, I wish to learn about his identity and your connection, Majin Buu chuckled. Then I must thank you for granting us some time to reminisce. Number 18 retorted somewhat irritably. Majin Buu mocked, Gahaha, my sincerest apologies. But your power is so insignificant that I inadvertently overlooked you. At this, number 18 felt a surge of anger and was tempted to retaliate against Majin Buu. Yet reason prevailed, and she huffed, I truly appreciate your mercy in not killing me. Raditz quickly stepped forward, positioning himself protectively between Piccolo and number 18. Turning to both of them with a smile, he said, All right, brother and sister, along with you, Piccolo, please take Goten and Trunks and step aside for now. Allow me to see just how capable this so-called Majin Buu truly is. Be careful, brother. Having concluded his words, Number 18 lifted the two still slumbering children and exchanged a glance with Piccolo before taking flight towards a distant mountain peak. Radits, the current incarnation of Majin Buu after absorbing Vegeta, had grown significantly stronger. Earlier, Goku had taken Gohan to the hyperbolic time chamber for rigorous training. It had been nearly 3 hours, and they should be returning soon. You merely need to hold out until Goku and the others arrive. Do you have the confidence to withstand him? Piccolo inquired once more as he approached. Rest assured, while I may not be able to defeat him outright, I possess a certain level of confidence in delaying him. Over the years of cosmic adventures, I have not neglected my training. Prepare to witness my grandeur. Raditz declared with bravado. Very well, I shall join number 18 in observing from that location. Be exceedingly cautious of Majin Buu's transformation beams and the writhing flesh surrounding us. Piccolo warned gravely before hastening towards number 18's direction. Understood, Raditz shouted in response, watching Piccolo's swiftly vanishing figure before abruptly turning his attention back. He slightly parted his legs and clenched his fists against his chest, his entire body tensing into a standard combat stance. His expression turned exceptionally solemn, and his gaze was fixed intently on the nearby Vegeta Buu. Vegeta Buu appeared remarkably nonchalant, lazily lifting a hand to idly dig at his ear with his pinky. His face adorned with impatience as he muttered, "Hey, have you finally finished your dawdling?" "Indeed, we've concluded, and I appreciate the opportunity you provided them to retreat." "Thank you for your patience. Let us begin," Raditz retorted with a cold smirk. Vegeta Buu grinned widely, beckoning Raditz with a gesture of his finger, taunting, "Ha! You go first, otherwise, with your current power, you won't have another chance to strike." Glaring at the provocatively smug expression of Vegeta Buu, Raditz felt an uncontainable fury surge within him. His eyes widened, veins bulging on his forehead as he let out a roar, unleashing an aura akin to a volcanic eruption. Reaching the pinnacle of his Super Saiyan second stage, immediately Raditz leaned forward and charged forth like an arrow released from its bow. His right arm tensed, and with tremendous force, he hurled his fist towards Vegeta Buu. In the face of Raditz's ferocious assault, however, Vegeta Buu merely curled his lips into a sinister smile, casually raising his left hand to effortlessly catch Raditz's full-powered punch with a single hand. "Is that all you've got?" he taunted. Vegeta Buu laughed derisively, his gaze brimming with disdain. As he heard the mockery, Raditz's fury surged uncontrollably within him. With a resounding shout, he unleashed a torrent of energy, launching a frenzied barrage of rapid punches and kicks at Vegeta Buu. In an instant, a web of fists and kicks intertwined, forming an impenetrable assault directed at Vegeta Buu. Yet, Vegeta Buu appeared utterly unfazed, smiling serenely as he effortlessly deflected all of Raditz's attacks with his hands. Moreover, he even had the leisure to taunt Raditz, occasionally feigning vulnerability, which only incited Raditz to intensify his onslaught, each attempt effortlessly thwarted. As their fierce clash escalated, the battlefield gradually shifted from the ground to the air. Raditz showed no signs of surrender. Gritting his teeth, he summoned an even greater strength in a desperate attempt to breach Vegeta Buu's defenses. However, no matter how hard he tried, Vegeta Buu remained an insurmountable mountain, easily suppressing all of Raditz's strikes with a single hand, rendering him powerless to retaliate. "Damn it!" Raditz wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, exclaiming with excitement, "You were truly formidable. It seems that to contend with you, I must hold nothing back. Allow me to demonstrate my recent breakthrough into Super Saiyan 2's power." Chapter 123, The Limit. The Ultimate Limit. Super Saiyan 3 Raditz Super King Kai Fist. "Oh, it appears my suspicions were correct. You can also transform like Super Vegeta. Here is your chance. Hurry and begin," Vegeta Buu said with an air of arrogance. "Damn, I still have those for individuals to protect. I cannot afford to lose." With that, Raditz retreated several hundred meters across the barren land, crouching down in a posture reminiscent of a primal scream, unleashing a heart-wrenching roar. "Ah!" With his roar, Raditz's body transformed into a glimmering black hole, ceaselessly absorbing the surrounding energy. Clouds from miles away were drawn to Raditz by his overwhelming pull. The scene was enveloped in a dazzling golden light, and Raditz's golden hair lengthened by an additional 2.5 centimeters, his eyebrows gradually disappearing. When the brilliant light dissipated, Raditz emerged in the form of Super Saiyan 3, transcending Super Saiyan 2. "Finished your roar?" Vegeta Buu taunted. "Once you're done, come fight me. Although this form of yours appears less stable and refined than Super Vegeta, your power is indeed greater, quite intriguing." "Humph, Majin Buu. I will not underestimate you like Prince Vegeta did. You will not have the chance to absorb me," Raditz shouted loudly. adopting a cautious fighting stance as he fixed his gaze intently on his opponent. Ha ha ha, look at you. Although you are slightly stronger than Super Vegeta at the moment, this transformation of yours is quite unremarkable. According to the memories of Super Vegeta within me, you have yet to master the proper transformation technique. You are merely forcing it," commented Vegeta. "Humph. Mind your own business." Raditz roared in fury, his golden aura swirling furiously, creating a tempest around him. He then bent his legs and propelled himself forcefully off the ground, charging towards Vegeta with a punch. Vegeta smirked wickedly. "Gahaha. Now this is more like it. Only now can I take you a bit more seriously, Raditz." As soon as he finished speaking, Vegeta dashed towards Raditz, seizing the initiative. By the time Raditz had covered a quarter of the distance between them, Vegeta had already traversed 3/4 of the space, leading to an immediate collision between the two on the ground. With a resounding boom, the earth around them transformed into a crater with a radius of 100 meters, leaving only a few square meters beneath the two standing figures unscathed. They grasped each other's arms, engaging in a battle of strength. Veins bulged from Raditz's forehead as he bellowed, "How is this possible? Why is your speed so incredible?" Vegeta chuckled coldly, "Foolish creature. Do you think that by merging with Super Vegeta, I merely gained additional strength?" Raditz gritted his teeth, unleashing another surge of power in an attempt to push Vegeta away, but Vegeta remained unmoved, gradually increasing his own force while wearing a mocking smile. "Is this all the strength you possess, Raditz?" At that moment, a glint of cunning flashed in Raditz's eyes as he suddenly released one of his hands, gathering energy to strike at Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta was caught off guard by this unexpected maneuver and was sent flying backward. However, he quickly steadied himself in midair and dusted off non-existent debris from his clothes, remarking, "Not bad," showing a bit of cleverness. Then, with fists clenched and muscles taut, Vegeta unleashed a golden aura intertwined with his original pink energy, arrogantly declaring, "Qiqi, now it's my turn. Don't go down so easily." Like a cannonball, Vegeta charged at Raditz with astonishing speed. Raditz hurriedly crossed his arms in defense, but was still sent flying far away, crashing heavily to the ground and creating a large pit. Lying on the ground, Raditz gritted his teeth against the waves of intense pain coursing through him, struggling to support his body with his hands as he gradually rose to his feet. His legs trembled slightly, as if they could give way at any moment. Yet his steadfast gaze revealed no hint of retreat. "I have not yet lost. My transformation abilities do not rival those of Kakarot and the others, so I must concentrate on honing my physical strength and prowess. I have independently grasped a more powerful version of a technique once taught to me by Kakarot. It appears the time has come to put it into action." With gritted teeth, Raditz articulated these words with great difficulty. A flicker of resolve ignited in his eyes, and a formidable golden aura erupted around him. He then bellowed, "Super Saiyan King Fist." In the next moment, a layer of crimson flames manifested atop Raditz's golden aura, blazing fiercely like an inferno. Before his words could dissipate, Raditz charged forth towards Vegeta with the ferocity of an enraged beast. His speed was astonishing, generating a gust of wind that swiftly closed the distance between him and Vegeta. Upon witnessing Raditz in this formidable state, a serious expression finally graced Vegeta's face, and with a smirk, he scoffed, "Humph. This is somewhat intriguing, but merely a desperate struggle." Vegeta thrust his hands forward, unleashing a colossal energy wave directed at Raditz. Unflinching, Raditz surged directly into the energy wave, his golden red aura forcefully carving a path through it. In the blink of an eye, Raditz found himself before Vegeta, delivering a punch imbued with immense energy. Vegeta deftly sidestepped, retaliating with a punch aimed at Raditz's abdomen. Yet, Raditz utilized the momentum from the impact to pivot in midair, delivering a powerful kick to Vegeta's head. Struck, Vegeta was propelled backwards but quickly regained his balance, roaring in fury as his aura surged once more. "You have thoroughly enraged me, hybrid." Vegeta emanated a golden pink aura that enveloped his entire being, radiating with a dazzling brilliance as bolts of lightning intertwined around him, crackling like nimble silver serpents. In an instant, Vegeta darted towards Raditz with an unimaginable speed. Within the blink of an eye, the two met midair, engaging in a breathtaking and intensely fierce close-quarters battle. Each strike and collision unleashed an immense wave of energy, reverberating with the force of thunder, distorting the surrounding space as if it were on the verge of shattering under such formidable power. However, despite Raditz's relentless efforts, he gradually succumbed to fatigue due to the strain of his dual overload state, finding himself at a disadvantage. As Vegeta unleashed a torrential barrage of attacks, Radits began to falter, struggling to withstand the onslaught. Just as Vegeta seized the opportunity to deliver a devastating blow to conclude the battle, Trunks, Goten, and Piccolo, who had already awakened from a distance, felt a surge of anxiety. Unexpectedly, both combatants halted their movements simultaneously, turning their gazes towards a particular point in the sky. Chapter 124. Gohan's emergence. At that moment, an overwhelming wave of pressure surged from the direction above, a presence so potent that it rendered the very earth trembling involuntarily. Sensing such a formidable aura, a flicker of ecstasy crossed Vegeta's eyes. Without hesitation, he launched a powerful kick at Radits, who was on the brink of demise due to his own overwhelming force. The sound of a dull thud echoed as Radits was propelled like a cannonball from the sky, crashing heavily into the desolate ground below, raising a cloud of dust. The earth was soon engulfed in debris, obscuring Radits' form. While Vegeta glanced at the spot where Radits had fallen, spitting disdainfully into the air. I'll let you off this time, if you manage to survive. Come seek your revenge. With that, Vegeta raised his right hand, his fingers pressed to his forehead, and with a swift motion, he vanished from sight. Radits lay in the crater, his body racked with excruciating pain as if his bones had shattered, his consciousness gradually fading. Yet, the flames of fury within him blazed fiercely. He could not accept defeat, nor the humiliation he had endured. In the Supreme Kai's realm, within the hyperbolic time chamber, the Supreme Kai inquired, given the passage of time. Has the ritual concluded? Gohan inquired of the old Supreme Kai, who was seated cross-legged before him. The old Supreme Kai waved his hand, dispelling the small temporal barriers surrounding the three of them, and responded, Indeed, it is nearly time. We may now depart. Wonderful. It's finally over, Gohan exclaimed, rising to his feet and stretching his back with joy. Gohan, how do you feel now? Goku asked. I sense no significant change, esteemed old Supreme Kai. What must I do to harness the power you have bestowed upon me? Gohan queried. Is that even a question? How do you usually transform into a Super Saiyan? Simply employ that technique and focus. The old Supreme Kai replied. Pondering the essence of transforming into a Super Saiyan, Gohan reflected momentarily before declaring, I understand now. With a mighty shout, Gohan unleashed a formidable surge of energy, the force of which sent the old Supreme Kai soaring into the air, who exclaimed, wow. In a swift motion, Wukong teleported to the ground, bringing the Elder Kai back from the air. The Elder Kai, filled with ire, exclaimed, Fool. Transforming so close to me, how impressive. Gohan, gazing at his own hands, displayed a look of disbelief and turned to Wukong, asking, Am I truly strong now, father? With a smile playing on his lips, Wukong gave Gohan a thumbs up, exclaiming, Indeed, remarkably strong, brimming with power. Congratulations, Gohan. Really? That's wonderful, Gohan exclaimed, leaping for joy before bowing deeply to the old Kai. Thank you very much, esteemed old Kai. The old Kai waved his hand dismissively, a proud smile adorning his face. Qiqi, no need for thanks. You are the son of my most esteemed Kai. This was merely a small effort on my part. Shall we step outside now? Wukong suggested, making his way toward the door of the hyperbolic time chamber. Indeed, this place holds nothing of interest. I wish to leave. The old Kai followed suit, with Gohan trailing closely behind. The trio arrived at the former entrance, yet the door was nowhere to be seen. Gohan glanced around, bewildered, and asked Wukong, Dad, I distinctly remember a door being here. Where has it gone? The old Kai, equally perplexed, turned to Wukong. After a moment of contemplation, Wukong slapped his forehead and chuckled awkwardly. My apologies. It seems my time here has come to an end, and you two have been inadvertently locked in with me. You fool. How could you not have mentioned this sooner? The old Kai scolded, a hint of irritation in his voice. I had about 50 minutes remaining, and I utilized 40 of those to train Gohan. Had I adhered to my original plan, 10 minutes would have sufficed to fully unlock Gohan's potential and exit. Who could have anticipated that the time flow here would hinder the ability to unlock potential? The temporary time barrier set by the Elder is significantly slower than that of the hyperbolic time chamber. This led to my time running out before we could complete the potential development, Wukong explained. All right, I concede that this is my oversight. You seem rather composed, surely. You possess a means of exiting? The old Kai inquired. Qiqi, it seems I cannot hide anything from you, Elder. I do indeed have a plan B. Wukong teased with a grin. Speak plainly. What is this cryptic language you are using? The old Kai replied impatiently. Dad, stop teasing and just tell us what the backup plan is, Gohan urged. Qiqi, Elder, look at how clever Gohan is. How could you not grasp my words? Wukong jested. This must be a language peculiar to your Earth. Before my seal, humanity did not exist on your planet. Upon my emergence, how could I know all your languages? Are you deliberately mocking me? The old Kai retorted. Wukong chuckled softly while stroking his head and then explained, hee hee, just a little jest. Let us not dwell on that any longer. My contingency plan is rather straightforward. In truth, this alternate realm is not particularly stable. If a sufficient force is continuously unleashed, it can rend a breach in the fabric of space, that very breach leading to the divine pavilion. Oh, I see now. Which of you two shall undertake this task? Pondered the old Supreme Kai, stroking his chin in contemplation. As Gohan was about to volunteer himself, Goku interjected, saying, since this matter arose from my actions, allow me to handle it. Very well, then it shall be you, replied the old Kai. You two, step back a little, Goku instructed, positioning Gohan in front of him to shield the elder from the energy fluctuations he emitted. Without hesitation, the two complied, and as Goku observed them preparing at a distance, a subtle smile crept upon his lips. This marks my first transformation into the first-tier full-power Super Saiyan Evil Green. The mere thought fills me with excitement. In the next moment, Goku let out a fierce shout and transformed once more into the Super Saiyan Evil Green form. The old Kai, upon witnessing Goku in this state, furrowed his brow, as if haunted by some unpleasant memories. As Wukong continued to unleash his fury, an inexplicable aura of pressure surged forth, enveloping him. Yet, this pressure did not cease. The Elder Kai sensed the formidable energy emanating from Wukong, steadily escalating. Before long, a pitch-black rift materialized in the space before him, gradually extending outward. With a thunderous crack, a portal measuring 3 meters in height and 2 meters in width emerged, revealing the scene of the Divine Temple's plaza within. Let us proceed. Wukong led the two individuals into the spatial passage. In the next moment, the trio materialized in the plaza of the Heavenly God Temple. As Wukong returned to his normal state, the spatial passage gradually began to close. Chapter 125, The King Kai's Realm Arena. As Wukong emerged, he furrowed his brow upon surveying the ground. The moment he and his companions appeared, the East Kaishin and others gathered around anxiously, exclaiming, Wukong, you finally made it. At present, Majin Buu, before the East Kaishin could finish his sentence, another figure materialized above the Heavenly Temple, interrupting him with an arrogant declaration. Oh, that formidable aura emanates from you? I have awaited your arrival for over 3 hours. Upon hearing this, everyone promptly assumed battle stances. Wukong gazed at the newcomer, a hint of resignation crossing his face, and sighed. I can't believe so much time has passed. Majin Buu, it seems you have made quite the progress during this interval. Ha ha ha. I must thank the extraordinary Vegeta within me. I never anticipated he possessed such splendid power. I am thoroughly satisfied. Majin Buu, adorned in Vegeta's battle attire, chuckled. Vegeta, oh Vegeta, you truly live up to your reputation as the Prince of Saiyans. I asked you to hold back Majin Buu, and despite your evident strength, here we are. What a tiresome situation, Wukong muttered softly. For reasons unknown, Majin Buu, observing Wukong's murmurs and self-talk, found him increasingly irksome. Feeling an impulse to deliver a hefty beating, he shouted, Hey, you promised to bring me delicious candies and formidable opponents. Where are they? Are you the opponent in question? Ah, I have indeed located a formidable opponent, but as for the delightful candies, I've just arrived and Haven Tea had the chance to prepare. My apologies. Ha ha ha, Wukong replied sheepishly, scratching his head with a smile. Majin Buu, enraged by this response, quickly regained his composure. Forget the candies for now. Let us engage in combat, Son Wukong. Oh, is your eagerness to fight driven by your own desire, or is it influenced by the Vegeta within you? Wukong inquired, locking eyes with him. Humph. Enough with the chatter, bring it on. Majin Buu retorted coldly, landing on the Heavenly Temple and assuming a combat stance. Hey, don't rush. I never claimed that I would be your opponent. Rest assured, your challenger will not be weak, Wukong reassured him with a grin. Wukong turned to the serious-looking Gohan behind him and smiled. Isn't that right, Gohan? Yes, I will give it my all. Gohan replied earnestly, nodding his head. You mean Son Gohan? This fellow has some strength in Vegeta's memory. However, it seems he has yet to master the transformation into Super Saiyan 3, Vegeta inquired, puzzled. Rest assured, that was in the past. Gohan has now fully mastered the Super Saiyan 3 transformation, and his current form far surpasses Vegeta's. Wukong elucidated that not only did he possess formidable strength, but he also inquired if there was now a desire to engage in battle with him. If that were the case, he was amenable to the idea. However, he insisted that after the confrontation with Wukong, he must have a duel with the other party. Vegeta and Bu responded affirmatively. Certainly, but you cannot fight on Earth. Although my friend has fortified the planet, it cannot withstand the tumultuous display of your current powers. Should you inadvertently obliterate it, I would be compelled to make a trip to Namek, which would be quite troublesome, Wukong conceded. While I am indifferent to the safety of Earth, I have agreed for the sake of our battle. Pray tell, where shall we engage in this contest? Vegeta and Bu inquired once more. With a playful smile upon his lips, Wukong declared, the finest battleground at present is undoubtedly the realm of the King of Worlds. Jebet and East Kai, emboldened by an unknown courage, stepped forward to interject. What? You intend to engage in battle within the realm of the King of Worlds? That simply cannot be allowed. What if it gets destroyed? Fools, retorted the old King of Worlds, delivering a swift punch to East Kai's head, chuckling. You lot are truly incorrigible. The realm of the King of Worlds is not so easily obliterated. Feel free to unleash your combat there. Huh. It seems the elder possesses a sense of reason, Wukong remarked, giving the old King of Worlds a thumbs up. He then extended his hand to Vegeta, Bu, and Gohan, saying, You all heard that. If there are no further questions, grasp my hand, and I shall take you both there. Humph. What a hassle. Vegeta Bu grumbled, casually placing his hand on Wukong's. All right. Gohan promptly followed suit. Off we go. The rest of you remain here. With that, Wukong, along with Vegeta Bu and Gohan, vanished from sight. Old King of Worlds, is it truly wise for us to proceed in this manner? East Kai inquired. Of course, it is. If you lack such simple understanding, you are still too young, the old King of Worlds replied, conjuring a recliner to lounge upon and producing a fan to leisurely cool himself. Is there no way for us to observe their battle? East Kai pressed on. Oh dear, you are quite bothersome, not allowing an old man to rest in peace. Here, take this. The old King of Worlds, growing impatient, conjured a crystal ball and tossed it to East Kai. East Kai swiftly caught it, the surface shimmering with static. Soon, Wukong and his companions, Jebet, Dondi, and Bobo, appeared in the crystal ball, eagerly gathering to watch. In the realm of the King of Worlds, the environment is splendid. Ideal for our battle, Vegeta Bu remarked, surveying the surroundings with satisfaction. Then, this place is entrusted to the two of you, Wukong said with a grin. Is father going to leave? Gohan asked in astonishment. Wukong elucidated, Gohan, while I was in the heavenly temple, I sensed the presence of your uncle down in the mortal realm. However, it is exceedingly feeble. If left unattended, he may perish at any moment. I must go to his aid. Uncle Radits has returned to Earth? What could possibly have transpired? Why has he fallen into such a state? Gohan inquired, his concern evident. Vegeta and Bu, overhearing the conversation, erupted in laughter. If you are referring to that, Radits, I am well aware of the situation. Reflecting upon our battle, it was quite an enjoyable experience. His final red transformation was significantly more formidable than Super Vegeta, they remarked. What have you done to my uncle? Gohan demanded, anger surging within him. Vegeta and Bu smirked. Fear not, he possesses such immense power that I would never consider ending his life. My intention is to cultivate him into a formidable adversary, provided he can survive the adverse effects of his current condition. You, Gohan exclaimed, his fury compelling him to take action. Wukong stepped forward and said, Enough, you two. If you wish to fight, wait until I depart. I must first rescue my brother. Farewell. As soon as he finished speaking, Wukong vanished from the spot. Chapter 126, The Rescue of Radits on Earth, at dusk. Radits, are you all right? Piccolo inquired as he supported Radits' back, helping him to sit up. Cough, cough. Just as Radits managed to sit up with great difficulty, he coughed violently and spat out a large amount of blood. The sound of cracking bones echoed as he fainted. Piccolo, alarmed, quickly laid Radits back down on the ground. Uncle Piccolo, how is Uncle Radits? Goten asked anxiously, glancing at Radits, who lay on the ground, bloodied and barely clinging to life. He won't be in any serious trouble, will he? Trunks added, equally concerned. Piccolo shook his head, responding, his current condition is extremely precarious, and he cannot be moved. Thus, there is no method available to save him at this moment. We can only await the successful return of Android 18 with the Senza Beans. We can only hope that Uncle Raditz can hold on until Aunt 18 brings the Senza Beans back, Goten lamented. Sigh. It seems we have no other choice. Trunks sighed. Why the long faces? At that moment, a cheerful and familiar voice rang out from behind the trio. That voice belongs to old Son. Piccolo quickly turned to look behind him. Daddy, it's Daddy. Goten exclaimed joyfully as he leapt into Wukong's embrace. Hey, Goten, How are you? Are you hurt anywhere? Qiqi asked, lifting Goten with one hand and holding him close, filled with delight. I'm fine, but Uncle Radits, he. Wukong pointed at the motionless Radits lying on the ground, his tears rendering him speechless. Piccolo, observing Wukong's prolonged silence, urgently called out, "Old son, what a relief. You have finally arrived. We have been waiting for you. Quickly, use your healing ability on Radits. His condition cannot be postponed any longer." Uncle Wukong. Uncle Radits has become this way in order to save us. Please, you must help him. Trunks implored. Do not worry. I shall take care of this. Goku gently placed Goten on the ground and then swiftly appeared beside Radits, assuming a cross-legged position with his hands hovering above Radits' chest. His brow furrowed in concentration as a torrent of vibrant green healing energy, pulsating with an immense life force, surged from Goku's hands. As the emerald light enveloped Radits' form, Goku's brow gradually relaxed, and he exhaled deeply, expressing, "Brother, you truly have a penchant for recklessness. Fortunately, I arrived just in time, otherwise it would have been too late to save you. You must refrain from employing such perilous techniques in the future, as they can lead to dire repercussions." Piccolo, filled with anxiety, inquired, "How is Radits? Will he recover?" Goten and Trunks anxiously gazed at Goku, who responded with a faint smile. Though his external injuries were numerous and quite ghastly, the true peril lay within. His bones were nearly shattered throughout his body, and most of his internal organs were crushed under immense pressure. However, fear not, for he is my brother, and I can heal him. That's a relief. They sighed in unison. Upon hearing this, Goten, Trunks, and Piccolo collectively exhaled deeply and settled cross-legged around Radits. All right, my brother will awaken shortly. Keep your eyes peeled. Goku urged as he intensified the flow of healing energy. The trio observed closely as Radits' injuries began to mend rapidly under the nurturing light. Before long, Radits was completely healed. He suddenly opened his eyes, sprang to his feet, and assumed a battle stance, scanning his surroundings. "Majin Buu, I shall not allow anyone to defeat you," Radits shouted fervently. "Calm down. Majin Buu is no longer here. Sit down," Goku replied nonchalantly. Huh? Radits suddenly recalled being kicked into the ground by Majin Buu, losing consciousness, and then struggling to awaken only to faint again. "Don't just stand there. Sit down and talk," Goku urged impatiently. "Ah, yes." Radits momentarily hesitated before settling cross-legged beside Goku. "By the way, where is Android 18? What has transpired here since I left?" Goku inquired, puzzled. The three turned their attention to Piccolo, who sighed in resignation and recounted everything that had occurred during Goku's absence. Upon hearing the tale, Goku remarked, "Ah, I see. That explains the emergence of Majin Buu and his absorption of Vegeta. It was indeed orchestrated entirely by Vegeta. I understand now." He added, however, "Brother, to think you have not only grasped some secrets of transforming into a Super Saiyan 3rd grade, but have also delved into the Kaioken. Astonishingly developing a Super Kaioken that can be layered upon Super Saiyan. I am truly impressed. Humph. Alas, it is regrettable that I was still unable to defeat that fiend. He spared my life only to humiliate me. This grudge shall not go unavenged. It is unthinkable for a Saiyan." Raditz scoffed. Now, brother, trust me. You will have your opportunity. You have already begun to master the nuances of transforming into Super Saiyan 3. Allow me to guide you further. You too can harness the power of Super Saiyan 3 as effortlessly as Vegeta does," Goku consoled. "Uncle Goku, Dad. We also want to learn to transform into Super Saiyan 3. Goten and Trunks suddenly chimed in unison. Can you achieve full power in Super Saiyan 1? Goku asked, somewhat taken aback. Not yet, they replied in unison. With a sigh, Wukong lamented, "Alas, it seems there is no other way. While it is true that individually you cannot master the transformation into Super Saiyan 3, there exists the possibility when united." United? The two little imps gazed at him with their small eyes, brimming with profound curiosity. Wukong stated, "Indeed, it is as literal as it sounds. The two bodies merge into one. This technique is one I acquired from the Metamorphians in the underworld a few years ago. Are you interested?" "Absolutely. That would be splendid." "Hooray!" the two little spirits exclaimed, leaping with excitement. "Old son, where do you intend to teach them?" Piccolo inquired. Wukong responded, "I will impart my teachings within the spirit time room of the Heavenly Temple. As for the methods, I possess my own. Then let us proceed there at once." Raditz proposed. "Brother, you lead the others ahead. I shall fetch Android 18 and then head directly to the Heavenly Temple," Wukong declared. "Very well. But do remember to be swift," Raditz replied. I will first share with you the secrets of attaining Super Saiyan 3 in the fusion technique. Take Trunks and Goten to practice in the meantime. As he spoke, Wukong fixed his gaze upon Raditz, and a crimson light flickered momentarily in his pupils. Raditz's head suddenly buzzed, and it took him a moment to regain his composure, shaking off the dizziness. Though astonished, he reasoned that since Wukong had ascended to godhood, such abilities were perhaps not surprising. He nodded. All right, I understand. Do remember to be quick. Indeed. See you shortly. With that, Wukong vanished from sight in an instant. Chapter 127. Return to the Heavenly Temple faster, faster. I hope I can make it in time. At that moment, Android 18 soared through the air at full speed, heading towards Korin Tower. Suddenly, a figure appeared ahead. Upon closer inspection, 18 could not help but dash forward, leaping into the embrace of the figure. Even the formidable Android 18 felt like a little girl as she sobbed intermittently in Wukong's arms. Wukong, you finally arrived. I thought I was nearly. Oh, I'm sorry for being late, Wukong gently replied, tightening his embrace around 18. Feeling the steady rhythm of Wukong's heartbeat, 18 found solace and then pulled away, saying, Wukong, Raditz has returned, but he sustained grave injuries while protecting us. You must hurry to save him. Wukong gently spoke. Rest assured, I am fully aware of everything. My brother has already been healed by me. I have come to bring you back. That is truly wonderful, thank you, my dear, exclaimed number 18. Once again filled with excitement as she stepped forward, wrapping her arms around Wukong's neck and bestowing a gentle kiss upon him. Startled, Wukong embraced the slender waist of Android 18, closing his eyes to savor the moment. After a lengthy pause, their lips parted. Wukong, shall we go find everyone now? Inquired Android 18. Indeed, let us depart, he replied. Wukong grasped the small hand of Android 18, and the two exchanged a knowing smile before vanishing with a whoosh. Kakarot is truly slow. Isn't instantaneous movement supposed to be swift? It's nearly dark in the lower realm. Why hasn't he returned yet? Raditz paced restlessly in the plaza of the Supreme Kai's temple, his impatience palpable. Raditz, at your age, how can you lack even this modicum of patience? Piccolo remarked. Standing at the edge of the Supreme Kai's temple, gazing down at the lower realm with dissatisfaction. Hurry up, hurry up. I hope I can catch up. At that moment, Android 18 soared through the air, racing towards the direction of Korin Tower. Raditz joined Piccolo and cast a glance at the realm below. TCH. I wonder what you're looking at. From this height, you can't see anything down there. Humph. Don't ask. It's simply that your level isn't sufficient. Piccolo retorted, dismissing Raditz and focusing intently on the lower realm. How inconsiderate, Raditz muttered. Suddenly, Piccolo turned around, startling Raditz, just as a familiar voice echoed from behind him. What is so inconsiderate? Raditz quickly turned to see the newcomer, his face lighting up with joy. Kakarot, you finally returned. Quickly. Teach me the secrets to fully mastering the power of Super Saiyan 3. I've been eagerly waiting. With a sigh, Wukong lamented, alas, brother, look at you, always in a hurry. Brother, it's splendid to see that you are truly unscathed, exclaimed number 18, casting a glance over Raditz's form with delight. Raditz, with an air of nonchalance, retorted, Ha! I am Raditz. Such minor injuries are hardly worth mentioning. Number 18, with a bemused expression, replied, Well, as long as you're fine, that's what matters. TCH. Who was it just a short while ago that was lamenting as if on the brink of death? Now you've forgotten the pain as soon as the wounds have healed? Piccolo interjected without hesitation. Raditz, with a serious countenance, asserted, Enough. Do not bring this up again. After all, I was the one who fought against Majin Buu and lost my way. Piccolo smirked and quipped, Ah, you mean you were so thoroughly bested by Majin Buu that you lost your sense of direction, correct? Wukong cast a glance around, noticing only the old Kaishin lounging in the distance under the sun, and Dandy, perspiring profusely as he waved a large fan to cool the old Kaishin, who greeted him with a gesture. Wukong acknowledged him briefly before interrupting Raditz's discourse. Enough of this matter. Where are East Kaishin, Jebit, as well as Goten, Trunks, and Bobo? Piccolo remarked, When we first arrived at the Heavenly Palace, East Kaishin and Jebit were cradling a shattered crystal ball, weeping. Subsequently, they seemed utterly despondent. Like souls adrift, retreating to the lounge without responding to any inquiries. Upon hearing this, Wukong smiled slightly. Oh, it seems that the quality of the old Kaishin's crystal ball is rather subpar. It's no wonder they are so disheartened. Missing such a spectacular battle would dampen anyone's spirits. What battle? Asked number 18. By the way, son Wukong, I heard from Mr. Popo that you allowed Gohan to confront Majin Buu alone in the Kaishin realm. Is that true? Piccolo inquired, his concern evident. Indeed, Gohan has become remarkably powerful. Although Majin Buu has absorbed Vegeta, Gohan is still able to hold his own against him. Wukong replied, "What? Is that really the case? This is absurd. How could Gohan possibly contend with a monster like the current Majin Buu?" Piccolo exclaimed, now thoroughly alarmed. Exactly. Majin Buu has absorbed Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta. Even I, transformed into Super Saiyan 3 and utilizing the Super Kaioken, stand no chance against him. How could Gohan possibly prevail? Raditz added, his dissatisfaction palpable. With a relaxed demeanor, Goku assured, "Rest assured, Gohan is inherently strong. After the potential enhancement by the Elder Kai, his combat prowess has surpassed your Super Saiyan 3 multiplied Kaioken. You need not worry. All right, I take your word for it. What shall we do now?" Raditz inquired. "And what of Goten and Trunks?" Goku countered. Piccolo replied, "Those two youngsters have been taken into the hyperbolic time chamber by Mr. Popo for training. They were lacking in agility and the application of their strength, so they needed a rigorous regimen." It has now been approximately 20 minutes. As Wukong pondered for a moment, he spoke, "Very well, Raditz and Piccolo, you two may enter first. My time has come, if I accompany you to the entrance. The door to the hyperbolic time chamber will vanish, preventing your entry." Piccolo inquired, "How will you enter then?" "I could go in first to escort Mr. Popo out and then join Raditz, but how will you manage?" Wukong reassured him, "Do not worry, I have a way to enter. Even if it results in 5 of us being locked inside, I can ensure that all of you will be brought out." "Very well, we shall proceed," Raditz replied, urgently tugging Piccolo towards the temple's interior. Observing their entry, Wukong turned to Android 18, saying, "18, please wait here for a moment. I need to fetch Qiqi, Bulma, Krillin, Master Roshi, and the others. We will be here for a while." "All right, I understand. I will wait for you." 18 smiled in agreement. "I will return shortly. So please wait for me." With that, a whoosh echoed, and Wukong vanished from the spot. Chapter 128, Krillin's Pinnacle as night fell. Bulma's backyard in West City was adorned with vibrant, multicolored neon lights. Amidst this dazzling nocturnal ambience, a grand celebration in honor of Krillin was fervently underway. Several meticulously arranged tables bore an array of mouth-watering delicacies, filling the air with an enticing aroma, the savory scent of roasted chicken, the sweetness of cakes, and the rich fragrance of fine wine mingled together, intoxicating everyone present. Krillin's wife, Marin, donned an elegant evening gown, smiling as she stood nearby. Their daughter, Marin, wore an adorable princess dress, her bright eyes curiously scanning the surroundings. Qiqi, dressed in a simple yet elegant outfit, appeared strikingly beautiful with her curvaceous figure. The formidable Ox King stood out prominently among the crowd. Master Roshi maintained his playful demeanor, his face radiating joy. As hosts, Bulma and her sister Tais were resplendent in exquisite strapless dresses. The antics of Oolong and Puar provided endless amusement, while Yamcha, with his suave charm, led Krillin onto the stage, becoming the center of attention. Standing atop the platform, Yamcha excitedly gazed down at the friends and family gathered around the tables. Raising a goblet filled with red wine high, "Come, come, let us raise our glasses in celebration of Krillin's achievement as Earth's savior. Cheers." With that, he tilted his head back and drained the contents of his cup, exuding a spirit of camaraderie. Upon hearing Yamcha's call, the crowd responded enthusiastically, rising to their feet, lifting their glasses high, and collectively exclaiming, "Cheers." In an instant, the crisp sound of clinking glasses reverberated throughout the courtyard. Subsequently, everyone raised their heads and drank deeply, reveling in the joy of the moment. "Cheers! Cheers!" Exclamations of delight surged forth, heightening the atmosphere even further. Even at the table where the 3 children, Wuyue, Janae, and Maluin, were seated, the exuberance of the adults was infectious, prompting them to joyfully lift their cups filled with juice. Imitating the adults, they drank eagerly, their innocent smiles blooming on their youthful faces. The gathering continued amidst laughter and merriment, as everyone shared amusing anecdotes, savoring this rare time of reunion. Just then, a familiar voice emerged from behind the stage curtain. Oh, what a lively scene! It was Wukong. Krillin was the first to recognize Wukong's voice and hurriedly descended the stage, heading towards the back of the curtain. Before Krillin could reach him, Wukong strolled out with a smile, greeting the crowd with warmth. "Hello, everyone. Long time no see." As Wukong appeared, astonished expressions spread across the faces of the crowd, who quickly rushed to his side to extend their greetings. Wuyue, filled with excitement, leaped towards Wukong, exclaiming, "Father!" Wukong swiftly scooped up his daughter, spinning her around joyfully. Wukong, why have you only just arrived? Qiqi feigned annoyance as she inquired. What about Gohan and the others? Wukong scratched his head and chuckled. My apologies. A pressing matter has arisen that remains unresolved, and I find myself rather occupied at the moment. The turtle sage pulled Wukong aside and inquired softly, Wukong, be honest with me, what exactly has transpired? Although Krillin has assured me that you can effortlessly handle it, I sense a sinister and formidable presence, and moreover, there is Vegeta. Wukong remarked, Grandfather, do not worry. We can manage this matter ourselves. However, the venue for the banquet needs to be altered. Krillin approached discreetly and inquired, Wukong, can this issue truly be resolved so effortlessly? I sensed the formidable auras of Vegeta and Radits, yet they were overshadowed by that malevolent presence. Yamcha also drew closer and added, our gathering here, aside from celebrating Krillin, is to unite everyone in order to tackle any unforeseen circumstances, while also concealing these matters from the others. You all have done remarkably well. I am most grateful. Especially for keeping Bulma in the dark. Wukong exhaled deeply upon hearing this. Although the current situation was unexpected, it posed no real concern for me. You need not fret. Krillin asked, Wukong, what exactly is the situation now? Could someone elaborate? We shall discuss that later. For now, the priority is to have you all stay at the Heavenly Palace for a while, Wukong replied. Since you have said so, I have no further questions, Yamcha concurred. Very well. Let it be thus, Master Roshi agreed. Wukong led Krillin and the others before the crowd, recounting the malevolent deeds of the early Majin Buu, his formidable power, and the reasons for his previous departure with Gohan and the others. Then, where is Gohan now? Qiqi inquired anxiously. Indeed, what about Vegeta? Bulma added, unbeknownst to Wukong. As he pondered how to respond to the two women, a figure emerged from behind them. It was a woman with golden short hair, strikingly similar to Bulma's yet exhibiting a more mature demeanor. She approached him, extended her hand, and smiled as she said, Greetings, Wukong. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am Tais, Bulma's elder sister and the wife of Radits. Ah? As Wukong gazed at the unexpectedly beautiful woman who had emerged before him, he was momentarily taken aback, but quickly stepped forward to shake her hand, exclaiming with a hearty laugh, Ah, hello, hello. So, you are my sister-in-law. How remiss of me, my apologies. He continued, since you refer to me as brother-in-law, I suppose I shall call you younger brother, akin to Radits, for the term little uncle feels somewhat unfamiliar. With a chuckle, he added, Ah, splendid. It brings me joy that you are pleased, sister-in-law. Wukong felt a touch of awkwardness, not quite accustomed to such situations, scratching his head with a smile. Indeed. We have just arrived in West City, and Raditz mentioned sensing that Goten and the others were in peril. He set off to assist them. Yet he has yet to return. Where is he? Tais inquired, stepping forward. As Wukong pondered for a moment, a sudden spark of inspiration struck him. Ah, ha ha. In truth, there is no real danger. My brother must be seeking an excuse to join the fray. He is currently training in the hyperbolic time chamber with Goten, Trunks, and Piccolo. Both Qiqi and Bulma cast inquiring glances at him, prompting Wukong to weave a tale. Vegeta and Gohan are engaged in battle with Majin Buu in the realm of the Supreme Kai. But fret not, for with their combined strength, even Majin Buu stands no chance against the two of them. Then what brings you here, Wukong? Why aren't you aiding them? Bulma questioned with a hint of reproach. Wukong replied, Hee, originally there were 3 of us, but I worried about your safety, so I came to bring you to the Celestial Hall for a gathering. I hope Gohan is okay. I'm worried about him, Qiqi said anxiously. Then let's hurry, Bulma urged. All right, hold hands. I will transport you all at once, Wukong nodded. Soon, everyone held onto each other and stood ready, and with a whoosh, they all vanished from the spot. Chapter 129, Reunion at the Celestial Hall. At the Celestial Hall, the sky remained clear. Has Lord Wukong not returned yet? Dandy inquired of number 18. He should be back soon. Has the old Kaishin fallen asleep? Number 18 responded. If he doesn't sleep soon, I might just fan myself to death. Mr. Bobo has taken over to look after the old Kaishin, Dandy confirmed. That's good. Just then, Wukong's voice echoed from behind them. What's good? It's Mr. Wukong. Dandy quickly turned around. Wukong, you're back? Number 18 asked gently as she turned. Yes, I'm back, Wukong replied nonchalantly. Wow, exclaimed the 3 little ones, marveling at the surroundings and the clear sky of the Celestial Hall for the first time. Their mouths agape in astonishment. They then scattered about, prompting Mr. Bobo, who had set down his fan, to anxiously follow them. Sister-in-law, it's been a long time. Tais, dressed elegantly, approached joyfully and enveloped number 18 in a warm embrace. Indeed, it has been a while, but sister-in-law, you still look as beautiful as ever, number 18 complimented. Taze laughed. Where's the truth in that? Over these 3 years, you've changed the least. Your figure and looks have hardly altered. I've even put on a bit of weight, truly envious of you. I suppose it's due to being an android, number 18 chuckled awkwardly. Bulma interjected, all right. You too. Let us not forget everyone else is watching. Wukong, what shall we do now? Qiqi asked. There's nothing much to do. You can just stay here for a while. The Celestial Hall is quite vast, offering many rooms for your accommodation. Dandy will arrange these matters, Wukong explained. Rest assured. Leave it to me. Dandy nodded. What about us? Krillin questioned. You all can train as usual and rest when you need to, Wukong said. By the way, what was that gathering you just held? Qiqi, it's going to surprise you. Krillin exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. Wukong smiled faintly and said, spare me the suspense. It is likely that you defeated Satan and then assumed his position, is it not? Oh, your guess is remarkably accurate. How dull, Krillin retorted, curling his lips in disdain. With a mysterious smile, Wukong said, Qiqi, not only can I predict, but I also assisted you in a way. What assistance did you provide? Please enlighten me. Yamcha quickly inquired, curiosity piqued. Although we did not witness the match between Goten and Satan, do you think, given Goten's reckless fighting style, that Satan was truly able to participate in the adult finals? Krillin stroked his chin, pondering, now that you mention it. Satan indeed should have been unable to compete in the adult category, so how did he appear in Scathe later on? Qiqi, that is undoubtedly due to my intervention. I sensed that Satan was on the brink of death from a punch delivered by Goten. So I teleported to his dressing room while en route to the restroom and utilized healing magic to rescue the near-death Satan. Krillin's expression shifted to one of understanding. That explains it. No wonder Satan emerged unscathed to continue the competition. You created such a remarkable opportunity for me. Thank you, Wukong. Qiqi, no need for formalities among friends. By the way, what transpired after you defeated Satan? Wukong inquired further. Allow me to share. Yamcha interjected, unable to contain his excitement. Krillin has become quite extraordinary. After the match, the king personally summoned him. Not only did he bestow upon him the title of Earth's Savior, but he also renamed the former Satan City to Krillin City, taking a deep breath. Yamcha continued, and it doesn't end with mere titles. The king also awarded Krillin all the wealth and mansions that Satan had deceitfully acquired under the guise of being the savior. The public now respectfully addresses him as Mr. Krillin. Upon hearing this, Wukong was taken aback. I truly did not anticipate this. It is exceedingly unexpected. I never imagined that the king, who appeared quite benevolent, would act with such ruthlessness. Stripping Satan of everything he possessed. Krillin sighed. Alas, speaking of this, I felt an overwhelming sense of shame at that moment, unable to face Gohan. Therefore, I discreetly returned half of the wealth to Satan. After all, Deely is Gohan's girlfriend. Upon hearing this, Wukong patted Krillin on the shoulder and laughed heartily, ha ha ha. You truly are remarkable, Krillin. Ever since we were young, you have always been adept at handling matters. With such words, Gohan will not feel too uncomfortable. This time, I genuinely have your back, brother. That Satan fellow's half of the wealth is a staggering sum for an ordinary person, and it truly pains my heart. However, the fortune I retained is sufficient to ensure my comfort for the rest of my life. Krillin replied with an awkward smile. I never anticipated that girl would indeed become Gohan's girlfriend. I thought Gohan was far too earnest and would find it challenging to secure a partner. When I learned this news, I was overjoyed. Qiqi exclaimed, covering her face with her hands in delight. Thank you, Krillin. Wukong expressed his gratitude. Krillin responded with a grin. Qiqi, you just mentioned that there is no need for formalities among brothers. Don't forget so quickly. You're right, ha ha ha. Wukong laughed heartily. Brother, where is Radits training in the hyperbolic time chamber? I haven't seen him around, Tai inquired suddenly. Wukong chuckled. We've delved too deeply into conversation and nearly forgotten the matter at hand. Radits and the others are still training in the hyperbolic time chamber. Honestly, Bulma chided. Dondi, how long has my brother been in the chamber? Wukong inquired of Dondi. Dondi pondered briefly, approximately 20 minutes, I suppose. Oh, has it truly been 20 minutes already? Under Piccolo and my brother's guidance, Goten and Trunks should have mastered the fusion technique by now. And my brother should be close to grasping the power of Super Saiyan 3, Wukong mused softly to himself. Mr. Wukong is even able to calculate this. How impressive. Dondi exclaimed with excitement. Wukong looked at him quizzically. How did you hear that when I was speaking so softly? Qiqi, don't forget that I am also an Namekian. Dondi replied. I completely overlooked your ability. Wukong smacked his forehead. Mr. Wukong, you must realize that you can no longer enter. Do you intend to use the same method you did to bring Gohan out? Dondi asked. Indeed, that is the only method I am currently aware of, Wukong nodded. He then warned everyone. All right, everyone, step back. I need to unleash a bit of energy. Though puzzled, they complied, retreating under Bobo's guidance. Once he saw that everyone was prepared, Wukong shouted, transforming into his full-power Super Saiyan Evil Green, and unleashed a surge of energy that successfully opened a spatial portal. All right, I'm going in. See you all shortly. As soon as he spoke, Wukong stepped through, and the rift rapidly closed behind him. Chapter 130, Super Saiyan 3 Radits vs. Full-power Super Evil Green in the vast expanse of the hyperbolic time chamber. Amidst the blinding whiteness, two figures darted through the air like lightning, engaging in a breathtaking battle. Their speed was so astonishing that it left the onlookers bewildered. Each collision resonated like thunder, deafening in its intensity. While each flash of movement was akin to a shooting star, fleeting and ephemeral. One combatant was robust and muscular, delivering punches that carried the force of a raging tempest. The other was agile and nimble, executing rapid kicks in a flurry akin to a torrential storm. The two exchanged blows relentlessly, neither yielding an inch. Where their fists and feet met, sparks flew, and the air crackled with palpable combat fervor. Boom. Another fierce impact echoed as both fighters were sent staggering back several paces. Yet in an instant, they lunged forward once more like famished tigers pouncing on their prey. The violent collisions of muscle against muscle produced deep, resonant sounds that reverberated through the sterile white void, instilling a sense of dread in those who listened. Gotenks, your strength still falls a bit short, one of them remarked. A towering figure with long golden hair cascading down to his waist, devoid of eyebrows, stood with a fierce expression as he addressed the youthful silhouette before him. Clad in a vest, the young one sported upright golden hair, surrounded by crackling lightning as he assumed a combative stance, gazing haughtily at the child in front of him. A synthesized voice emanated, chuckling, "Hee, Uncle Radits, you're cheating. We agreed to battle using Super Saiyan 2, yet you have transformed into Super Saiyan 3. With a disdainful snort, Radits in his Super Saiyan 3 form replied, Humph. Don't get too cocky. I merely wish to elevate the training difficulty a notch. At that moment, a spatial rift suddenly materialized, drawing the attention of Radits, Gotenks, and the quietly observing Piccolo. The rift morphed into an elliptical passage, from which Goku emerged in his Super Saiyan Evil Green form. Noticing the standoff between the two, Goku smiled slightly, "Hee, it appears you both have made quite the progress." Upon hearing his laughter, the trio shuddered, with Piccolo being the first to regain his composure, exclaiming, "Ha, old son, you've arrived a tad late. Wukong has returned to his normal state. Qiqi, I have done my utmost to accelerate. Kakarot, behold, I have officially mastered the power of Super Saiyan 3. Super Saiyan 3 Raditz proudly showcases his form. Qiqi, and here I am Gotenks." Gotenks was delightfully showcasing his Super Saiyan 3 form when, unexpectedly, he disintegrated, creating an awkward atmosphere. Goku observed the three and nodded approvingly, acknowledging their impressive abilities. Piccolo reported the situation. Indeed, Goten and Trunks mastered the fusion technique in just one day. After 2 additional days of diligent practice, Gotenks mastered the transformation into Super Saiyan 2, while Raditz took 3 days to harness the power of Super Saiyan 3. Wukong comforted, "Piccolo, surely your assistance has played a significant role in this. Rest assured. Focus on accumulating your strength. Your future achievements will surpass those of these 3. Really? Piccolo asked, a hint of disbelief in his voice. Indeed, have faith, Wukong replied. Not necessarily. Raditz, will not be outdone by Piccolo. Raditz retorted. The 2 young ones, brimming with determination, chimed in, and we, the fusion of Goten and Trunks, are formidable as well. It's just that we cannot yet transform into Super Saiyan 3. Haha, you all possess great potential, Wukong laughed. With confidence, Raditz declared, Kakarot. These 2 youngsters are yet unable to achieve Super Saiyan 3. I find this battle rather unsatisfying. Come, let us exchange a few blows. Oh? Wukong gazed at Raditz with a curious expression, a slight smile playing on his lips. Are you certain? Absolutely. As he spoke, Super Saiyan 3 Raditz unleashed his aura, assuming a fighting stance, and the surrounding air became tempestuous. Well, if you seek a battle, then let us fight, Wukong proclaimed, transforming into Super Saiyan Evil Green at full power. Well said. With that, Raditz vanished from his spot. With a grin, Goku exclaimed, "Oh, so you wish to play with instant transmission?" Just as Raditz materialized behind Goku, poised to launch a surprise attack, Goku's form flickered and reappeared behind Raditz, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Hehehe, you are still far too inexperienced. Before Raditz could react, Goku's fist struck him squarely in the abdomen, sending him hurtling through the air. Raditz managed to stabilize himself mid-flight, a glimmer of shock crossing his eyes, but it quickly transformed into unwavering determination. Kakarot, you have indeed grown stronger, but do not presume that this alone will allow you to defeat me. With a furious roar, Raditz's entire being radiated with light, an even more formidable aura erupting forth as he charged once more at Goku. Yet, without a trace of panic, Wukong effortlessly evaded Raditz's assaults. Beside him, Trunks exclaimed with excitement, "Wow, Uncle Wukong is incredible. Indeed, Daddy is amazing." Goten echoed with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Piccolo observed the unfolding battle with a calm demeanor, striving to glean insights from the encounter. Realizing that conventional attacks were futile, Raditz concentrated all his energy into his palm, unleashing a formidable wave of light directed at Wukong. With his arms crossed in defense, Wukong withstood the onslaught of light waves, resulting in a tremendous explosion of dust and debris. Just when everyone presumed Wukong might be injured, the haze dissipated, revealing him unscathed, with hardly a speck of dust upon him. Wukong, still adopting the tone of a formidable antagonist, chuckled sinisterly, "Hehehe. Your demeanor is commendable, yet your strength leaves much to be desired." Raditz, panting heavily, was acutely aware of the disparity that lay between him and Wukong. However, he stubbornly refused to concede defeat, once again dashing towards Wukong like a bolt of lightning, his fists casting a multitude of shadows. As Wukong continuously evaded, he simultaneously sought opportunities for a counterattack. Just as Raditz launched another punch, Wukong seized the moment, crossing his arms to catch the fist, then driving his knee forcefully into Raditz's abdomen. In pain, Raditz swiftly ensnared Wukong's leg with his foot, attempting to hurl him to the ground. However, Wukong twisted his body mid-air, landing on his feet. The two locked eyes and charged forward, engaging in a fierce close-quarters battle. The clash of fists and feet reverberated, creating a cacophony of sound as their blows exchanged with ferocity, distorting the very air around them. Amidst the heated skirmish, Piccolo suddenly shouted, "Raditz, you've fallen into a trap." It turned out that Wukong had deliberately exposed a weakness, luring Raditz into a full frontal assault, during which he had expended considerable energy. Seizing the opportunity, Wukong unleashed the Kamehameha wave. Raditz, unable to evade in time, was struck in the abdomen, sending him hurtling backward and enveloping the area in a cloud of smoke. As the dust settled, Raditz lay exhausted on the ground, gasping for breath. "Kakarot, you were impressive today. We shall battle again another time." As Wukong gracefully reverted from his transformation and descended slowly, he extended his hand to assist Raditz, chuckling, It was merely a friendly spar between brothers. There will be plenty more battles to come." "Indeed," he continued. "Goten, Trunks, you two should rest. In 30 minutes, Raditz, Piccolo, and I will provide you with specialized training. Within the next 2 days, you shall master the transformation into Super Saiyan 3. Wukong addressed the two young ones. "How splendid! Hooray!" they exclaimed in unison. Chapter 131. Shinfan vs. Vegeta Bu in the realm of the Kaishin. Time rewound to the moment Wukong had just cast off Gohan and Vegeta Bu. "Now it's just the two of us," declared Son Wukong. "You claim to be my worthy adversary. Do not let me down." Vegeta Bu replied with a sinister grin. "Rest assured, my strength will exceed my father's expectations." Gohan retorted confidently. "Very well, then transform quickly, or else when I strike, you shall not even have the chance to unleash your full power." Vegeta Bu boasted. "Haha, indeed, those you absorb do influence your character," Gohan mused, stroking his chin. "Since you have extended the opportunity, I shall graciously accept." With a mighty shout, Gohan erupted with a white aura, at first appearing no different from his ordinary form. However, the power radiating from him conjured several tornadoes within the Kaishin realm, the tremendous pressure dispersing everything around him. Behold the mysterious Gohan. Perceiving this immense energy, Vegeta Bu swiftly crossed his arms to shield himself from the gale, laughing excitedly, "Ahaha, yes, this is how it should be. I never imagined your strength would surpass that of a fully powered Raditz. Simply marvelous. Humph. You inflicted severe harm on Uncle Raditz and took advantage of it to absorb Uncle Vegeta, placing Uncle Piccolo and the others in peril. I shall not forgive you. Majin Buu, Gohan bellowed, his aura surging once more as he vanished from sight, reappearing behind Vegeta Buu, delivering a swift punch to his head. This punch, imbued with tremendous power, sent Vegeta Buu hurtling forward for several thousand meters, crashing through several small hills before finally coming to a halt, rising once more. Vegeta Buu stood unscathed, a mix of anger and exhilaration dancing across his face. Humph, you possess some skill, but such an attack cannot harm me. However, since you are so earnest, I shall reveal a fraction of my own prowess. With a fierce cry, Vegeta Buu enveloped himself in a fiery golden aura, his muscles swelling as his power skyrocketed. With a faint smile, Gohan remarked, this form of yours possesses certain flaws. Vegeta Buu snorted dismissively, humph. I am aware. Yet I am brimming with stamina. We can take our time. No sooner had he spoken than Vegeta Buu peculiarly twisted his upper body into a spiral shape, launching himself towards Gohan with a sudden surge of speed. Gohan, unfazed, firmly planted his feet on the ground. As Vegeta Buu approached, he swiftly evaded the attack with a graceful movement, immediately retaliating with a kick aimed at Vegeta Buu's abdomen. Stung by the blow, Vegeta Buu grasped Gohan's foot in an attempt to hurl him away. However, Gohan adeptly twisted in midair, leveraging the force to deliver a swift kick to Vegeta Buu's face. Infuriated, Vegeta Buu shook his head, his gaze igniting with even greater intensity. With a thunderous roar, he emanated a blinding golden light, his golden aura blazing fiercely, crackling with electric energy. Surrounding objects of various sizes were uprooted by the sheer might of his energy. Suspended in the air as Vegeta Buu unleashed the full force of his Super Saiyan 3 transformation. Yet, Gohan remained undeterred, amplifying his own energy as a brilliant white flame engulfed him, bracing himself to confront Vegeta Buu's impending onslaught. Gohan fiercely stomped his feet against the ground and charged once more towards Vegeta Buu. The two engaged in an intense exchange of blows in midair, each collision generating waves of energy. Seizing the moment, Vegeta Buu unleashed a colossal energy sphere directed at Gohan. With swift movements of his hands, Wufan conjured a protective shield that deflected the energy sphere. Seizing the opportunity created by the explosion, he teleported behind Buu and delivered a powerful kick. Buu, feeling the sting of the blow, turned around in fury, his strikes becoming increasingly rapid. As Gohan evaded, he inadvertently sustained a blow to his shoulder. However, he adeptly seized Buu's arm and, with a vigorous motion, hurled Buu skyward. Seizing the opportune moment, Gohan gathered energy in both hands and unleashed a Kamehameha wave, a brilliant beam of light directed at Majin Vegeta. To Gohan's astonishment, Majin Vegeta opened his mouth wide and consumed the Kamehameha wave, which caused his belly to swell. Subsequently, he unleashed the absorbed energy, reflecting it back with even greater ferocity. Gohan was taken aback and swiftly sidestepped. However, the energy wave grazed his arm, causing blood to spatter instantly. Gohan gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. In a swift motion, he charged once more towards Vegeta and Buu. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows in midair, each collision unleashing a surge of energy that radiated outward. These energy fluctuations seemed to cause the very realm of the Supreme Kai to tremble. Gohan seized the opportunity, gathering a radiant beam of golden light in both hands, executing the Kamehameha wave. Meanwhile, Vegeta Buu spread his limbs wide, his aura oscillating wildly around him. He then brought his palms together before his chest, directing them towards Gohan. A formidable energy coalesced between his hands as Vegeta Buu bellowed, "Ultimate Flash." No sooner had the words left his lips than a golden beam of energy erupted from his palms, clashing against Gohan's attack. The blue-white and golden beams pressed against each other, locked in a fierce stalemate. Gohan gritted his teeth, intensifying his power output as he gradually pushed the golden beam back. Just as it was about to strike Vegeta Buu unexpectedly fragmented into countless small pieces that scattered apart, causing Gohan's Kamehameha wave to miss its target. In the next instant, those fragments reassembled behind Gohan, and Vegeta Buu delivered a powerful kick to Gohan's back, sending him hurtling away before he could react. Struggling to rise from the ground, Gohan was met with two figures intertwining like lightning, unleashing a cacophony of deafening collisions. Their fists and palms clashed, each impact sending ripples of energy through the air, which seemed to be torn asunder by their ferocity. Wufan unleashed his full prowess, his punches swift as the wind and his kicks as fierce as lightning. In contrast, Vegeta and Buu struggled to counter with all their might, executing techniques of unparalleled finesse, retaliating without mercy. In this moment, the two sides exchanged blows relentlessly, neither yielding an inch, as the fierce battle escalated to a fever pitch. The entire battlefield was shrouded in the formidable aura they emanated, instilling a sense of dread. Seizing the opportune moment, Gohan swiftly sidestepped the assault from Vegeta Bu. Then rapidly concentrated energy in his hands, exclaiming, "Super magical flash." A dazzling beam of light surged towards Vegeta Bu. In a flurry, Vegeta Bu hastily erected a shield to fend off the attack, yet the force of the beam compelled him to stagger backward. At that moment, Vegeta Bu unexpectedly donned a peculiar grin, his body swelling like a balloon. In a moment of alarm, Gohan realized the impending danger. Yet it was too late for him to evade. Chapter 132, The Arrival of Reinforcements. Vegeta and Bu erupted with a tremendous explosion, sending colossal shockwaves radiating outward. Gohan exerted every ounce of his strength to unleash a protective barrier, yet he was still left reeling, blood spilling from his lips as he knelt on one knee, desperately propping himself up with his hands. As the dust settled, Vegeta Bu reformed without a scratch, erupting into a triumphant cackle. "Ha ha ha, you are still far too weak. Damn it, I never anticipated you possessed such an ability. I was careless." Gohan struggled to maintain his composure, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His voice laced with defiance. "Gahahaha. Since you can no longer even rise to your feet, there is no longer any need for you to exist. Become a part of my power." As the words left his lips, the long, whip-like appendages atop Vegeta Bu's head aimed at Gohan, unleashing a wave of transformative energy. A sudden jolt coursed through Gohan's heart as he contemplated evading the impending danger. However, due to his grievous internal injuries, he found himself utterly unable to rise. Just when Gohan believed his life was drawing to a close, 5 figures materialized behind him. As the ominous wave of energy threatened to strike, 2 of the figures swiftly moved to the forefront, with one pushing the other aside, bravely absorbing the devastating blast on Gohan's behalf. "Father!" As Gohan gazed at the figure before him, he anxiously shouted out. The regular Goku shimmered with hues of pink and deep crimson. Slightly turning to look at Gohan behind him, offering a faint smile and promptly declaring, "Gohan, do not worry about me. I shall emerge shortly. You have done well. For now, the rest is entrusted to you." No sooner had he spoken, Goku transformed into a chocolate bean and fell to the ground. Vegeta and Bu, momentarily taken aback by the unfolding events, soon erupted in joy. With a flick of his small hand, the chocolate bean soared from the ground and landed in Bu's grasp. "Kakarot, you scoundrel. What did you mean by pushing me away? How infuriating." "Daddy." "Uncle Goku. No. Please. Daddy." Hearing the worried cries and anxious expressions of the 5 individuals before him, Bu felt an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. With a slight upward curl of his lips, and amidst the astonished gazes of the 4, he swallowed the chocolate bean whole. Suddenly, Radits let out a thunderous roar, swiftly transforming into Super Saiyan 3. "You bastard! How dare you lay a hand on Kakarot? I will not let you off lightly." With a deafening shout, Radits' muscles tensed, veins bulging, as he channeled all his power into his right arm. He then swung his fist with formidable force, sending a fierce gust of wind straight towards Bu. Yet, in the face of Radits' fierce onslaught, Bu displayed no fear. Rather, he smirked with a hint of disdain, a flicker of contempt flashing in his eyes. "Humph! You overestimate yourself," Bu scoffed, effortlessly catching Radits' full force strike with one hand. However, Radits was undeterred by the ease with which his attack was neutralized. Instead, he gritted his teeth and, without uttering a word, launched another assault. His fist rained down upon Bu like a tempest, while his legs executed a relentless barrage of kicks. Bu, entirely dismissive of Radits, yawned leisurely, casually fending off the tempestuous onslaught with just his right hand. Furthermore, he occasionally feigned vulnerabilities, enticing Radits to unleash his full might before deftly evading and skillfully maneuvering Radits into a dizzying dance. Meanwhile, witnessing Radits temporarily holding Bu at bay, Piccolo rushed over to assist Gohan, his expression filled with concern. "Gohan, are you alright?" I'm fine," Gohan managed to reply weakly. "Gohan, here is a Senza bean. Quickly, consume it." Piccolo retrieved a magical bean from the pouch at his waist and handed it to Gohan. Gohan, astonished, accepted the bean and swallowed it without hesitation. In the next moment, his injuries were entirely healed, and he sprang to his feet, brimming with vitality. Elated, he exclaimed, "This is wonderful. I have fully recovered. Uncle Piccolo, where did you acquire this miraculous bean?" "Qiqi, Mr. Popo gave it to me," Trunks responded with a grin, eager to share the information. Yukong, lost in his thoughts, remarked, Indeed. We have just emerged from the room of spirit and time, and Mr. Popo has already prepared a bag full of senzu beans for us. Gohan, reflecting on the situation, responded, "Oh, it appears that Mr. Popo made a special trip to Korin Tower during your training. He is truly a kind-hearted individual." We hurried out right after our training, and the four of us each consumed a senzu bean. There are still 5 remaining, which should suffice for our encounter with Majin Buu, Trunks noted. Is that so? I didn't expect there to be so many senzu beans left. That wicked Majin Buu doesn't stand a chance against us. Gohan exclaimed joyfully. However, have you noticed something peculiar? Majin Buu seems rather strange, Piccolo observed, gazing at the distant battle between Radits and Vegeta Buu, his brow furrowed in contemplation. What is it, Uncle Piccolo? Gohan inquired. When Vegeta was absorbed by Majin Buu, his power surged dramatically, and there were noticeable changes in his appearance and attire. Yet, when Goku was absorbed, nothing seemed to happen. This is rather odd, Piccolo expressed, his confusion evident. Upon hearing this, Wufan meticulously observed the appearance of Vegeta and Buu, expressing his confusion. Indeed. But what could be the reason for this? Piccolo, stroking his chin, pondered for a moment before suddenly realizing. I understand now. Perhaps Goku has not yet been fully absorbed by Majin Buu. He is indeed formidable, and I can attest to that. There is no way Goku could be so easily vanquished. He may have some other intentions. Oh? Wu Tian and Tinanx reminisced about the terror they had experienced over the past 2 days, dominated by Goku's overwhelming strength. Suddenly, they found a semblance of truth in Piccolo's words. Gohan reminisced about the days he spent training under Goku, joyfully exclaiming, perhaps there is indeed a possibility. That would be splendid, Uncle Piccolo. Piccolo nodded in agreement. Indeed. In any case, we need not worry about old Son. You all should simply focus on dealing with Majin Buu. I understand, Uncle Piccolo. Gohan replied with a serious demeanor. Yes, Gohan, you should first assist Raditz. Otherwise, that fellow might feel cornered and resort to using that Super Kaioken technique. Although his body can be rejuvenated with the senzu beans, there may be some peculiar conditions in the short term. Gohan cast a glance at the Super Saiyan 3 Raditz, who was still being toyed with by Majin Buu, and nodded solemnly. Very well, I understand. I shall proceed. Majin Buu, you shall not harm my uncle again. With a fierce roar, Gohan transformed into his mysterious form and charged towards Vegeta Buu. Chapter 133, The Just Brawl. Noticing that Gohan had gone to assist Raditz, Piccolo turned to the 2 younglings who gazed at him with eager anticipation. You two better not falter at this critical moment. Quickly, fuse and prepare to take the stage. Yes, sir. The 2 young ones excitedly saluted Piccolo in an awkward military fashion before parting ways to stand at an equal distance from one another. They then began to perform the fusion dance of the Metamorans. Fusion. In the next instant, a thunderous sound echoed through the sky as the second-generation warrior, Gotenks, made a dazzling entrance. Tada! The mightiest warrior, the invincible Gotenks, is here. As Gotenks made his entrance, he struck a pose he believed to be impressively stylish. Shouting exuberantly, Piccolo's face turned a shade of green with embarrassment as he cleared his throat. Ahem, enough of that. Quickly transform into Super Saiyan 3. Gohan and Raditz are facing off 2 against 1. While you may now be on par with Majin Buu, Raditz remains relatively weak and could easily be defeated 1 by 1. You must hurry to their aid. All right, I will transform right away. Gotenks clenched his fists, adopting a pose indicative of extreme exertion, and then unleashed a tremendous roar, exuding an overwhelming aura. With a brilliant flash of light, Gotenks successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan 3, enveloped in a radiant golden energy, his hair cascading down to his waist, brimming with a sense of formidable power. Let's go, he shouted, dashing towards the battlefield like a shooting star. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Gohan and Raditz were joining forces to confront Majin Buu. Despite their seamless collaboration, Majin Buu's astonishing regenerative abilities proved to be a formidable challenge. Upon the arrival of Gotenks, without uttering a word, he plunged into the fray, launching a powerful, charged punch aimed at the unsuspecting Majin Buu. The tremendous force created a massive crater in the ground, sending Majin Buu crashing down, enveloped in a cloud of dust. How dare you ambush me? This is unforgivable. Majin Buu roared, as his golden aura blazed fiercely, crackling with electricity, and his power surged dramatically. Excellent, Gotenks, you have arrived. Gohan exclaimed joyfully, glancing at Gotenks. Now that we are all here, I must give it my all as well. Raditz nodded in agreement and bellowed, Super Saiyan King Punch. No, don't. Piccolo shouted from a distance, But it was too late. With a mighty roar, Radits shattered his limits once more. His energy escalating, the crimson flames enveloping his Super Saiyan 3 form, blazing fiercely. Foolish one. Although you now possess strength rivaling Gohan's, the cost will be tremendous, Piccolo admonished. Raditz smirked defiantly, declaring, I care only for the present. What consequences may arise later are not my concern. Just watch in awe as I unleash my ultimate power. At that moment, Majin Buu erupted from the dust, launching a furious, full-force attack towards Gotenks, who was suspended in the sky. The speed was astounding. Gotenks, with his power, could not react in time. You shall not lay a finger on him, Raditz shouted, swiftly teleporting in front of Gotenks, crossing his arms in front of his chest to intercept the devastating blow. Though he was sent flying backward by the impact, he managed to stabilize himself. Do you think this will harm me? Raditz boasted, though his inner energy was tumultuous. Yet, Majin Buu showed no mercy, launching a relentless barrage of attacks without allowing anyone a moment's respite. Upon witnessing the scene, Gohan's gaze transformed into an unwavering resolve, unleashing an unprecedented surge of formidable energy. He instantaneously teleported behind Buu and executed a Kamehameha wave. Buu was compelled to turn and defend himself, affording Raditz a fleeting moment of respite. Raditz swiftly regained his composure, gritting his teeth to endure the backlash of the Super Saiyan God technique, and charged once more towards Vegeta and Buu, establishing a pincer maneuver alongside Gohan. Gotenks gradually regained his composure, and the three of them channeled their energy simultaneously, unleashing a myriad of radiant techniques directed at Buu. Despite Buu's valiant efforts to resist, he found himself increasingly at a disadvantage against this united assault, ultimately being hurled deep into the earth. The ground trembled violently, leaving chaos in its wake. As the onlookers anxiously gazed at the gaping pit, awaiting the dissipating dust to reveal the outcome of the battle, from the depths, Buu struggled to rise. And in an instant, four figures intertwined like bolts of lightning, erupting in a cacophony of thunderous collisions, where their fists and palms met. The air was filled with deafening roars, each violent clash sending visible ripples of energy radiating outward. This overwhelming surge of energy seemed to strain the very air around them, tearing it apart and creating swirling distortions in the atmosphere. Then, Gotenks flickered and swiftly positioned himself alongside Gohan and Raditz, forming an unbreakable triangular formation. Their synergy was impeccable, their movements fluid as if they shared a singular consciousness, relentlessly launching a barrage of fierce attacks upon Buu. In that moment, fists and feet collided, radiating brilliant light that dazzled the eyes and overwhelmed the senses. Faced with the tempestuous onslaught of the trio, even Buu, formidable as he was, began to falter. Just when it seemed the tide had turned, a glimmer of resolve ignited in Buu's eyes. His muscles bulged with intensity as a colossal energy surged forth into his palms. With a thunderous roar, he declared, "Ultimate Flash." Accompanied by this fierce cry, a cataclysmic wave of energy erupted from his hands, hurtling toward Gotenks, Gohan, and Raditz. Sensing the terrifying power contained within this wave, the trio's expressions shifted dramatically, yet they harbored no thoughts of retreat. Instead, exchanging glances, they collectively shouted, "Kamehameha!" They too concentrated all their strength into their palms and unleashed a formidable blue energy beam, meeting Buu's ultimate flash head-on. The two waves of energy collided in midair, producing an earth-shattering explosion. In an instant, the heavens darkened, and the winds roared. The entire battlefield was enveloped in a blinding radiance, rendering it nearly impossible to gaze directly upon. Amidst the clash of these unparalleled forces, both sides found themselves in a momentary stalemate, unable to easily overpower one another. In this critical juncture, Gohan, Raditz, and Gotenks gritted their teeth, their foreheads bulging with veins, as they endeavored to amplify their output. Chapter 134. Ultra Evil Green Full Power versus Vegeta Buu. The trio exerted every ounce of energy within them, striving to break through Vegeta Buu's defenses. Their collective roar of fury echoed through the heavens, a deafening sound that reverberated with intensity. At long last, through their relentless efforts, the tide began to turn. The Kamehameha wave they unleashed gradually gained the upper hand, inching past Vegeta Buu's ultimate flash. Ultimately, it crashed into Vegeta Buu with the force of an avalanche. A resounding explosion erupted as Vegeta Buu was propelled like a cannonball. His upper body completely vaporized while his lower half traced a long arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, sending dust swirling into the atmosphere. Witnessing Vegeta Buu's dire state, Raditz, Gohan, and Gotenks did not lower their guard, fully aware of the creature's formidable regenerative abilities. Indeed, it was not long before the swirling dust illuminated with a pink glow, and Vegeta-Buu's mangled form began to stir, rapidly reassembling itself. In an instant, Vegeta-Bu stood unscathed once more, his eyes ablaze with a more frenzied rage. Did you think this would defeat me? Such naivety! Vegeta-Bu roared, his form flickering as he appeared before the trio in an instant. As they braced themselves for his impending assault, Vegeta-Bu suddenly froze, his eyes wide as saucers, as if paralyzed, standing motionless in place. This left Gotenks bewildered, scratching his head in confusion and turning to Gohan. Gohan, what has happened to Majin Buu? Gohan observed intently but could not discern the reason, awkwardly replying, this, I am also unsure about. Noticing that Majin Buu stood completely still, Raditz released his Kaioken in Super Saiyan 3 form, promptly swallowing a Senzu bean. He then collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, deliberately avoiding the gaze of Gotenks. Don't look at me. Gohan has no clue, so I certainly wouldn't know. At that moment, Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks also suddenly disintegrated. And Goten and Trunks sheepishly scratched their heads, laughing in unison, hee hee. Sorry about that. Even after undergoing rigorous training from our father, Uncle Goku, we can only maintain this fused Super Saiyan 3 form for 10 minutes. Just then, Piccolo soared in front of everyone and declared, I might have an inkling of what Majin Buu is up to. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention to Piccolo. Clearing his throat, he spoke slowly. I suspect this matter is related to Goku. Let us not forget that Goku is now a Kaishin, and his battle power is immensely formidable. He must have intended to enter Majin Buu's body, which is why he pushed me away. Majin Buu has yet to acquire Goku's strength. Therefore, it stands to reason that Goku is planning to instigate something within Majin Buu's body, posing a considerable danger. This would explain why Majin Buu is so preoccupied with internal matters that he disregards the external situation in order to thwart Goku. Of course, this is merely my conjecture. Upon hearing this, everyone displayed expressions of confusion. Gohan broke the silence first. Uncle Piccolo's speculation holds considerable merit. Father often engages in unexpected actions. So, what shall we do now? Shall we simply wait? Trunks clenched his fists and replied, I believe that this approach is overly passive. We must take some initiative. Wukong nodded in agreement. At that moment, Raditz stood up and proposed that perhaps we could attempt to strike at Majin Buu's exterior, creating some external disturbances that might disrupt his internal confrontation with Son Goku. The others found this suggestion commendable. Thus, Gohan, Goten, Trunks, and Raditz launched an assault on Majin Buu. Various energy waves struck Buu's form, yet he exhibited no reaction. Instead, his body swiftly regenerated, rendering their efforts futile and wasting their energy. Piccolo shook his head, stating that this approach was ineffective. We must first prepare for battle. If Buu breaks free, our current predicament could become perilous, and we must exert our utmost strength. In unison, the group nodded, each consuming a Senzu bean to restore their vigor, focusing intently around Vegeta and Buu, ready to face any unforeseen circumstances. Meanwhile, within Buu's inner world, Son Goku confronted an array of bizarre material constructs. As Wukong deftly evaded attacks, he sought the core of Vegeta and Buu's formidable powers. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a vast upward passage, emanating faint energy fluctuations. Surely, that must be the sanctuary of Vegeta and the Rotund Buu. As he approached, the consciousness of Vegeta and Buu materialized before Wukong. Son Wukong, weren't you transformed into a chocolate bean by me? How is it that you've not only regained your human form, but also escaped my consumption? Wukong replied, Your transformation magic is merely an application of the laws of creation, and in that regard, I surpass you. Your magic is utterly pathetic. Humph, you scoundrel. Let's put that aside for now. I shall never allow you to ascend. With a grin, Wukong remarked, if you possess the capability, do attempt to thwart me. His laughter echoed. For reasons unknown, ever since I absorbed Vegeta, an insatiable desire to confront you has surged within me. At last, the opportunity has arrived. Oh, this is intriguing. I shall grant your wish. No sooner had he spoken than Wukong transformed into the malevolent green full power form. Charging towards the consciousness of Vegeta-Bu with astonishing speed, his fist radiating a dark crimson glow as it whistled through the air. Vegeta-Bu deftly sidestepped, simultaneously delivering a kick aimed at Wukong's waist. As Wukong twisted his body in midair, he deftly caught the incoming kick with both hands and, harnessing the momentum, forcefully hurled Vegeta-Bu away. Vegeta-Bu collided with a cluster of soft, cotton candy-like objects, immediately bouncing back, his hands gathering a sphere of pink energy which he hurled towards Wukong. Wukong crossed his arms before his chest to shield himself. the tremendous force of the impact causing him to slide backward for a considerable distance. Goku's gaze sharpened, and in an instant, he teleported behind Vegeta-Bu, delivering a powerful punch. Caught off guard, Vegeta-Bu could not turn in time and braced himself for the blow, spitting out a trace of viscous liquid. Subsequently, the consciousnesses of Goku and Vegeta-Bu clashed fiercely, each exchange of fists and feet unleashing a torrent of formidable energy, the sound of flesh meeting flesh resonating continuously. In his full-power evil green form, Goku's speed was astonishing as he circled around Vegeta-Bu, launching relentless assaults. Each strike bore immense force, yet Vegeta-Bu remained undeterred, swiftly defending and counterattacking. Amidst their fierce battle, Goku keenly sensed a slight opening in Vegeta-Bu's defense, feigning retreat to lure him into a full frontal attack. Chapter 135, Super Saiyan Evil Green. Second stage. As Bu lunged forward, Goku abruptly sidestepped and delivered a punch to Bu's abdomen, infused with tremendous energy, sending Bu hurtling backwards. However, Bu quickly regained his balance, letting out a furious roar as he charged once more at Goku. With both hands gathered in concentration, Wukong exclaimed, "Kamehameha!" A surging wave of turquoise energy erupted forth, hurtling toward his opponent. Vegeta, in a moment of urgency, crossed his arms in defense, yet was still propelled backward by the force, letting out a disdainful grunt. "Humph. You possess some skill. Ha ha ha, foolish Majin Bu," he continued. "It seems that in my current form, I shall not be able to defeat you in the short term. Thus, allow me to deliver a small shock." "Huffed. What more can you do? I have already surpassed you," Vegeta-Bu retorted with derision. "Ha ha ha. Then prepare yourself to witness the power that transcends that of the Super Saiyan Evil Green." With an earth-shattering roar, the Super Saiyan Evil Green ascended once more. As Wukong's dark red aura transformed into a jet-like surge, while his dark green hair took on a sculpted, three-dimensional appearance. From within Wukong, countless dark red bolts of lightning surged forth, crackling audibly as his height ascended from 195 centimeters to an imposing 200 centimeters. The aura of pressure emanating from him intensifying dramatically. Vegeta, feeling the weight of this newfound power as if drowning, gasped in disbelief, murmuring, "This is impossible. How can you still transform? You are already powerful enough. How can you grow even stronger?" With a sinister grin that overshadowed even that of a demon, the Super Evil Green second stage Wukong spoke in a tone befitting a grand villain, his voice echoing with an infernal charm. "Majin Bu, it would be wise not to interfere with my affairs, or I shall reduce you to nothingness, both inside and out." Furious, Vegeta's face darkened, and in a swift motion, he vanished from sight, reappearing behind Wukong and launching a powerful kick towards his back. Wukong seemed to have anticipated the situation, swiftly sidestepping and seizing his opponent's ankle with a powerful twist. Outside, the crowd anxiously fixated on the form of Majin Bu. Suddenly, Majin Bu's body began to tremble violently, as if the internal conflict had reached a fever pitch. Piccolo shouted, "Everyone, be ready. The moment Majin Bu changes, unleash your strongest attack." All stood at the ready, their eyes locked on Majin Bu, hearts pounding in their throats. Within the realm of Majin Bu, the consciousness of Vegeta was embedded against the undulating walls of his internal organs. Suddenly, he calmed down, a faint smile gracing his lips, before merging into the viscera. Laughter echoed around. "Ha ha ha. You are indeed powerful, but this is my domain, and here I am invincible." In the next instant, multiple manifestations of Vegeta surged forth from all directions. How will you respond to me now?" "Ha ha ha. Majin Bu, you underestimate me. I have long realized that battling your consciousnesses is futile. These are merely distractions to buy you time, aren't they? What? How did you figure that out?" Vegeta's consciousness queried, a hint of panic in his voice. "Humph. The secrets of the universe are not to be revealed. I have no intention of wasting further time with you. Farewell." As the words left his lips, Wukong soared toward the passageway. "Do not think you can pass." Vegeta's consciousness bellowed, as a torrent of viscous substances surged forth, ensnaring Wukong. Majin Bu chuckled, "You are still too naive, Son Goku. Ha! Such childish tactics cannot hold me back." Wukong concentrated all his energy into a small shockwave, instantly breaking free from his restraints. Simultaneously, he teleported directly to the passageway he had discovered earlier, disregarding Vegeta's attempts to obstruct him, and forcefully entered. At the end of the passage, he indeed spotted Vegeta and Fat Bu, enveloped within a mass of flesh. Without hesitation, Wukong charged towards the two individuals ensconced within their encasement. He reached out to feel the fleshy cocoon enveloping Vegeta's form, and with a decisive tug, tore it apart. The ends of the cocoon snapped audibly, causing it to fall to the ground. Just then, the recently arrived Vegeta consciousness felt an overwhelming weakness, staggering momentarily as if on the verge of collapse. Subsequently, Vegeta's tight-fitting suit vanished, his energy plummeting to half its previous level, transforming back into Majin Buu, while the external world mirrored this phenomenon. Uncle Piccolo. What happened to the tight-fitting suit on Majin Buu? His energy seems to have diminished by half, Gohan inquired of Piccolo, as the others looked on in confusion. After a moment of contemplation, Piccolo speculated, it is possible that Vegeta has not perished, and Wukong must have rescued him. Is that truly the case? Is my father still alive? Trunks asked, a mixture of joy and disbelief in his voice. Yes, it appears to be so, Piccolo replied. This is absolutely wonderful, Trunks, Goten exclaimed with delight. In the realm within, Wukong mused to himself. Oh, I didn't anticipate such rapid results. The enraged Majin Buu bellowed, you scoundrel. Look at the havoc you've wreaked. I shall confront you. Just as Majin Buu was about to charge at him, Wukong grasped the orb encasing Fat Buu and shouted, Stay still. Otherwise, I shall bring him down as well. Majin Buu hastily halted, panic evident in his gestures. No, don't touch him. Release your grip. Qiqi. I never expected your reaction to be even more pronounced than I had imagined. He seems to hold significant value to you. Wukong taunted. You can do as you please. Just please, do not drop him. Majin Buu implored desperately, otherwise, I shall cease to be myself. Ah, that sounds rather intriguing. Given your earnest demeanor, I shall indeed lower him. No, Majin Buu cried out as he lunged forward, but alas, it was too late. With a resounding crack, Wukong tore the orb away. You wretched! Before he could finish, Majin Buu's consciousness disintegrated into a puddle of goo, which was swiftly absorbed below. The external Majin Buu suddenly awakened, grimacing in pain, and began to scream, ugh, gas escaping violently from the gaping hole atop his head. Piccolo immediately cautioned everyone, maintain your distance. This creature is not behaving normally. Understood. The group responded in unison, swiftly retreating while keeping a vigilant watch on Majin Buu's peculiar state. Within the inner world, Wukong swiftly covered his ears and exclaimed, Oh dear, what is the name of that dog? Its barking is quite painful to my ears. I should make my exit post-haste. He then proceeded to search for openings within Buu's body, accompanied by two fleshy companions, commenting, the temperature in this vicinity is becoming increasingly unbearable. At that moment, a powerful gust of air suddenly erupted from a bottomless pit below. Upon noticing the direction of the air current being ejected, Wukong's lips curled into a smirk. It seems I have found it. Chapter 136, Little Buu vs. Ultra Evil Green at full power. Just as he intended to fly out through this opening, the hole abruptly sealed itself, as Wukong unleashed a powerful stream of energy beneath him. He deftly countered the searing heat with a shockwave, nullifying the scorching currents. In that fleeting moment when the aperture above opened once more, he surged forward into its depths. The next instant, with a swift whoosh, Wukong, accompanied by Vegeta and Majin Buu, emerged into the outside world, their forms returning to their normal size. In an instant, Wukong reverted to his normal form and gently laid the unconscious Vegeta and the stout Buu upon the ground, attentively observing the condition of the great Buu. Upon witnessing Wukong's arrival with Vegeta and the rotund Buu, the onlookers swiftly gathered around him. Father, Trunks exclaimed, rushing forward to assess Vegeta's state. Kakarot. How did you bring out another Majin Buu? What exactly is happening? Radits inquired, his confusion evident. As Wukong was about to explain, the aura of Majin Buu suddenly surged, his upper body muscles swelling dramatically. Dad, it seems that the energy of that Majin Buu is increasing? Gohan inquired. Indeed, I rescued the absorbed Fat Buu and Vegeta. Theoretically, his power should have diminished. This increase is likely a rebound, so do not worry, Wukong reassured. That makes some sense. Let us observe further. Piccolo nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, in the heavenly temple of Earth, Master Roshi, Tais, Qiqi, Bulma, Krillin, Yamchu, Goten, and Videl gathered around a new crystal ball, gazing intently at the re-emerging Majin Buu. Bulma, overwhelmed with joy, exclaimed, Wonderful! Wukong has brought Vegeta back. Krillin, perplexed, asked, What exactly is happening? When we first looked, Majin Buu was completely still. And now he has suddenly transformed into this form? The East Kaishin noticed Majin Buu's new appearance and was taken aback, as if he had encountered this scene before. Beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The old Kaishin, observing the East Kaishin's reaction, grew increasingly curious. Hey, young one. You must know something about Majin Buu's current form, right? The East Kaishin stammered. He has reverted to his original state. Reverted? The old Kaishin pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. All right, gentlemen, now is not the time for such discussions, Dandy gently reminded. Ah, yes. Let us not discuss further and focus on the live broadcast. The old Kaishin nodded. In the Kaishin realm, amidst the roar of Muscle Bu, his form rapidly shrank from the bulging muscles, transforming into that of a small child, leaving everyone in astonishment. The most erratic Majin Bu had birthed Little Bu. Upon his emergence, Little Bu began to wreak havoc, unleashing a furious roar that resonated through the surroundings, conjuring thunder and causing the ground to tremble. With the sheer force of his voice, he obliterated nearby stones and trees, creating an atmosphere akin to a catastrophic earthquake, prompting everyone to instinctively cover their ears. Once Little Bu ceased his roaring and began to ascend slowly, he extended his hand towards the ground, unleashing an energy wave without prior warning. Piccolo was taken aback, but fortunately, Wukong reacted swiftly. Instantly transforming into his super evil green full-power form, he propelled a shockwave forward, neutralizing the energy wave emitted by Little Bu. Wukong furrowed his brow and exclaimed with displeasure, "Hey, little one, have you had your fill of mischief? Although you cannot entirely obliterate this place, it is my workspace, and I cannot allow you to wreak havoc upon the environment." Unperturbed by Wukong's admonition, Majin Bu raised his hands above his head, rapidly condensing an enormous energy sphere, which bathed the surroundings in a roseate hue. Piccolo, in a state of alarm, exclaimed, "Old son, this is not good. That creature seems devoid of reason, clearly intent on annihilating this place and leaving us to perish in the cosmos. Shameless, utterly despicable," Goten scolded. "Indeed, how vile. Resorting to underhanded tactics when he cannot prevail. Utterly shameless," Trunks concurred. Rithis, with disdain, remarked, "What is this? Has Majin Bu lost his senses? He ought to consider the extent of his own power. Leave this matter to me." With that, he transformed into Super Saiyan 3, poised to strike, only to be halted by Gohan. Wufan gently smiled and said, "Uncle, it would be unwise for you to intervene now. Allow me to handle this. The power of this Majin Bu is rather feeble." Wukong gazed at the group, letting out a deep sigh. "Alas, each of you seems to be even more reckless than I. By the time you come to a decision, my precious possessions will be utterly destroyed." As soon as he finished speaking, Wukong swiftly teleported beneath the colossal energy sphere, raising his voice to unleash a formidable attack, Super Rapid Kamehameha. In an instant, with a whoosh, a Kamehameha wave was propelled forth at an astonishing speed. The massive, rose-hued energy sphere of Little Bu collided with the azure and white Kamehameha wave in midair, resulting in a resounding explosion. The force of their collision radiated outward, casting brilliant light and stirring up clouds of dust. As the smoke cleared, it became evident that the Kamehameha wave had pierced through the energy sphere, hurtling directly towards Little Bu. With eyes widened in shock, Little Bu had no time to react before being struck, his upper body completely vaporized, while his lower half was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. With a satisfied nod, Wukong clapped his hands and remarked, "Now he should behave himself." However, before the crowd could rejoice, the lower half of Majin Bu began to writhe, and his severed limbs swiftly regenerated. In the blink of an eye, Majin Bu stood before them, completely intact, his eyes ablaze with fury. He let out a thunderous roar, and his energy surged once more. How could he recover so rapidly? Piccolo's face turned a shade of green with fear. Both Super Saiyan 3 Radits and Gohan wore grave expressions, silently lamenting the formidable abilities of this Majin Bu. As Gohan implored, "Father, why not let me take a turn?" Raditz chimed in, "No, I shall take the lead. Together, we can merge into Gotenks and surely defeat this new Majin Bu." Goten and Trunks affirmed in unison. "All right, I understand your eagerness to test the new Buu's abilities. In that case, let us proceed as customary," Goku conceded with a hint of exasperation. "Very well," they exclaimed in unison. The four of them swiftly formed a circle, their expressions grave as they regarded one another before engaging in a game of rock, paper, scissors. Piccolo observed with a bemused expression while Kid Bu found their antics amusing, choosing to remain silent and contemplative at the edge. In a short while, the results became apparent. Trunks and Goten jubilantly declared, "Yes, splendid. Since we have triumphed, it is our responsibility to confront this new Majin Bu." Chapter 137, Super Saiyan 2 Gotenks vs. Kid Bu. No sooner had the words left their mouths than the two young boys exchanged a knowing smile, as if a silent understanding passed between them, and in an instant, they leapt apart, executing their meticulously choreographed fusion dance. Fusion, huh? As the final step concluded, a brilliant light erupted, and before everyone stood a brand new figure, Gotenks. The triumphant resonance of his entrance echoed, "Heh, here I am. The mightiest fusion warrior, Gotenks has arrived." Radits, growing impatient, remarked, "Enough already. It's not our first encounter. Transform and swiftly vanquish that Bu." Hi. Gotenks let out a mighty roar, instantly transforming into a full-powered Super Saiyan 2. His hair turned a brilliant gold, standing upright in defiance, enveloped by a radiant aura of golden energy. Wukong pointed at Majin Bu behind him, exclaiming, "Go ahead, Piccolo." "No, I mean, Gotenks." With a casual gesture, Gotenks acknowledged him with an OK sign, without even turning around. Majin Bu, sensing the formidable power of Super Saiyan 2 Gotenks, joyfully pounded his chest with both hands, exuberantly roaring, "Roar." In the next instant, Super Saiyan 2 Gotenks propelled himself off the ground with tremendous force, darting towards Majin Bu like an arrow released from a bow. His speed was so astonishing that Piccolo and the audience watching the live broadcast from the Supreme Kai's realm could scarcely discern his figure. As he sped past, the air was filled with swirling dust and debris, leaving behind only a trail of afterimages and a whirlwind of dust in his wake. In an instant, Gotenks appeared before Kid Bu, his right fist enveloped in a golden aura, hurtling towards Kid Bu like a shooting star. Yet, Kid Bu showed no sign of fear. A peculiar smile gracing his face as his body twisted and contorted like cotton candy, effortlessly evading the fierce strike. As Gotenks seized the moment and executed a powerful kick, Majin Bu surprisingly extended his hands to firmly grasp his foot. With a forceful jerk, Gotenks was sent soaring into the distance, regaining his composure midair. Gotenks let out a furious shout as he swiftly concentrated energy into his sphere. The orb expanded dramatically, radiating an aura of annihilation. He then hurled it with all his might towards Majin Bu, who, with his gaping mouth, swallowed the energy sphere whole. To the astonishment of the onlookers, Majin Bu's body began to swell violently before erupting in an explosion. Yet, as the smoke cleared, Majin Bu reappeared unscathed, sticking out his tongue in a taunting manner. In a fit of rage, Gotenks charged once more at Kid Bu, and the two engaged in an even more intense close-quarters combat. With each exchange of fists and kicks, powerful shockwaves erupted, plunging the battlefield into chaos. Both combatants momentarily stunned each other with their headbutts, gradually descending from the air to the ground, while Kid Bu's forehead bore a significant bump from the impact. In an instant, Gotenks assumed a gesture of cosmic camaraderie, despite the excruciating pain throbbing in his head. He feigned composure and taunted, "He, you are far weaker than Majin Bu. What a pitiful creature you are." In response, Kid Bu angrily thumped his chest, expressing his dissatisfaction with a roar. Grr. TCH, what is wrong with this guy? He resembles a great gorilla." Gotenks remarked dismissively. "Well then, allow me to unveil my painstakingly developed secret technique." With a surge of energy, Gotenks shouted, "Behold my super invincible evil ghost suicide squad, kamikaze spirit." Subsequently, he expelled a large white bubble from his mouth, akin to blowing bubblegum. The bubble twisted in the air before sprouting a pair of hands. Soon after, a head identical to Gotenks emerged, enveloped in spectral flames. The ghostly Gotenks grinned mischievously and asked, "Hee, am I not terrifying? Are you scared? Are you scared?" Meanwhile, Majin Bu stared back in utter bewilderment. With a command from Gotenks, the spirits surged forward to assault Bu. At the sound of the order, they propelled themselves towards Bu with astonishing speed. Little Bu, not daring to underestimate the threat, swiftly struck out with a hand chop, delivering a powerful blow to one of the spirits. However, upon contact with Gotenks' spirit, a tremendous explosion ensued. The scene was engulfed in flames, unleashing a billowing cloud of brown smoke. Once the dust settled, Little Bu's form was left utterly unrecognizable, ravaged by the explosion of the spirit. Witnessing the effectiveness of the Divine Wind Phantom's technique against Bu, Gotenks exuberantly leaped in delight, exclaiming, "Ha, what a fool." He then declared, "Now, I shall elevate the challenge. Behold the super invincible demon Suicide Squad's 10 demon fusion technique." With that, Gotenks summoned all his might, releasing 10 orbs of bubbles into the air. In no time, these bubbles transformed into his likeness, just as before. Gotenks commanded the spirits to form a line. While he was instructing them on proper alignment, the villainous Majin Bu had already reverted to his original form and was snoring peacefully beside him. Observing Bu's audacity to look down upon him, Gotenks dispatched 2 spirits to charge at him. Having learned from a previous encounter, Bu did not foolishly retaliate against the spirits, which led to an inadvertent collision between the two, resulting in a futile explosion. Bu, amused by the spectacle, made a silly face and pointed at Gotenks, laughing heartily. Ho ho ho. Consequently, Gotenks was compelled to gather the remaining spirits into his circle to convene a strategy meeting. After a brief yet intense discussion lasting 2.5 minutes, Gotenks devised a plan to confront Bu. Just as he was about to command the remaining spirits, the two spirits suddenly detonated, the unexpected explosion leaving the group of little spirits in disarray. Gotenks, suppressing the agony coursing through his body, urged the remaining 5 spirits to charge towards Bu. Little Bu assumed a battle stance, yet the spirits abruptly altered their course, encircling him while vociferously pointing at the ground. Captivated by their clamorous calls, curiosity compelled Bu to cautiously approach the gathering of spirits. Unbeknownst to him, this was all part of Gotenks' cunning strategy. Just as Bu leaned his head into the center of the spectral circle, the 5 spirits suddenly clutched each other's heads with unyielding strength. In the next instant, a deafening explosion erupted from where Bu had been standing, marking a moment of clarity for the mischievous Gotenks. Once the chaos subsided, Bu's form had been obliterated by the 5 spirits, reduced to a puddle of goo, emitting faint groans. At this juncture, only one spirit remained by Gotenks' side, which then surged forward with remarkable speed. Once again, an immense explosion ensued, scattering Bu's remains into countless fragments of pink flesh across the ground. Wukong believed that little Bu was undoubtedly finished this time and was preparing to relax. However, to his surprise, the fragmented pink flesh began to slowly writhe, gradually coalescing together. Gotenks was taken aback, exclaiming, "No way, is he still alive?" Before him, Bu's body reformed, letting out an angry roar. As his fury reached its peak, his power surged dramatically. Chapter 138, Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks vs. Kid Bu. Hey, what is wrong with you? Gotenks gazed in confusion at the now empowered Kid Bu. Ignoring Gotenks' inquiry, Kid Bu elongated the tendrils atop his head and ensnared Gotenks' ankle, violently slamming him to the ground. Then, with a swift motion, he unleashed a punch aimed at the young warrior. Gotenks braced himself, crossing his arms over his chest to absorb the impact, yet he was still forced back several paces. With a boastful demeanor, Kid Bu pounded his chest in defiance. "You scoundrel, how dare you look down upon me? You've truly infuriated me," Gotenks retorted, seething with indignation. He struck a dramatic pose as he began to bellow, "Ha!" His roar resonated like thunder, shaking the very air around him. Almost instantaneously, Gotenks' energy surged massively, igniting a brilliant golden aura. His golden hair elongated to his waist, and his eyebrows gradually vanished. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into his full-power Super Saiyan 3 form. Sensing the newfound strength radiating from his opponent, Kid Bu's expression turned grave. Enraged, Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks charged forward, delivering a fierce headbutt that sent Bu soaring into the sky. Instantly, he teleported to Bu's side, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon the villain. After delivering 81 strikes, he felt a sense of relief, but Kid Bu quickly reverted to his original state, flashing a wicked grin as he charged at Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks. Witnessing Bu's audacity to approach once more, Gotenks sprang into action, preparing to continue his assault. However, Kid Bu unexpectedly executed his first instant transmission, appearing behind Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks in midair, catching him off guard. With a swift kick, he sent Gotenks crashing into the lake below, creating a massive splash. Kid Bu, feeling unsatisfied, quickly descended from the heights, hovering above the water where Gotenks had fallen. Anxiously searching for his opponent's figure, Gotenks stealthily emerged from beneath the lake's surface, swiftly ascending into the air, whereupon he unleashed a novel technique, shouting, "Super Blade Light Sphere." A colossal wave of golden light, resembling a blade, cleaved Majin Bu's form in two. Witnessing the success of his ambush, Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks immediately launched 2 ultimate flash attacks at the bisected Bu. The location erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. As tranquility returned, one could see Bu's body reduced to countless pink, gelatinous orbs suspended in the air. Before long, these pink spheres encircled Gotenks and began to spin frantically, leaving him momentarily paralyzed with fear at this bizarre phenomenon. In an instant, Bu restored himself and ensnared Gotenks' body, then hurled him from the sky with astonishing speed. A tremendous explosion echoed below as Gotenks' face was forcibly embedded into the rock. "Damn it, how dare you continue to be so arrogant? Allow me to unveil another new technique, Super Balloon Bomb." Gotenks shouted in fury, preparing to unleash yet another formidable move. As Gotenks exhaled a swirling mass of golden energy, it expanded above the head of Super Bu, ultimately enveloping him entirely. In an instant, this luminous aura erupted into a blinding white light. And when Super Bu reopened his eyes, he discovered himself encircled by 14 spectral entities. Below, Gotenks elucidated. Haha, taken aback. Are we, Majin Bu? This is my ghostly manifestation unleashed in Super Saiyan 3 form, its power magnified severalfold compared to before. Just then, the spirits detonated with a thunderous explosion. And as the smoke dissipated, Super Bu's form was once again rendered unrecognizable. Seizing the moment before Bu could restore his shape, Gotenks swiftly appeared above and delivered a fierce kick to his head. However, Super Bu rapidly reverted to his previous state, inciting immense frustration in Gotenks. Observing his adversary's vexation, Gotenks felt a surge of exhilaration as he deftly evaded Bu's onslaught, playfully mocking him with a cheeky grin. Hehehe, can't touch me, can you? Naya. Fuming with rage, Super Bu instantaneously teleported, seizing Gotenks' golden locks and preparing to unleash an energy wave at point-blank range. In such proximity, Gotenks found escape impossible, and he was struck squarely by the energy blast, sending him hurtling through the air, crashing into several mountain peaks. The East Qiqi. Watching the live broadcast from the Supreme Kai's temple, Winston's sympathy. Fortunately, Gotenks retained his Super Saiyan 3 form, displaying no visible injuries. Seeing his previous attack fail to inflict significant damage upon the young warrior, Super Bu's fury escalated. His veins bulging as he curled into a spherical shape and rocketed downward towards Gotenks. He nearly collided with Piccolo, who was observing from below, before swiftly returning to target Gotenks once more, accelerating with each charge. Infuriating, you've tricked me again. Behold my new technique, continuous super chocolate rings. As Super Bu barreled towards him once more, Gotenks unleashed a new strategy. He projected several golden rings from his hands, ensnaring the curled-up Super Bu within their grasp. These golden rings constricted further, ultimately forming a sealed yellow sphere that returned to Gotenks' hands, trapping Bu inside. Haha, not bad at all, Gotenks remarked, weighing the sphere in his palm. Then, he turned to Gohan and called out, Hey Gohan, care to join me for a game of volleyball? Upon witnessing this move, Gohan felt a surge of admiration and eagerly responded, Qiqi, sure, let's go for it. Super intense puppet volleyball. Launch. Gotenks shouted as he forcefully tossed the ball towards Gohan. Gohan assumed a poised stance, expertly receiving the volleyball. With a deft touch, he launched it into the air towards Gotenks. Gotenks executed a powerful slam, propelling the volleyball towards the pointed summit of a mountain. Instantly, the peak was leveled, sending dust and debris swirling into the air. As Gotenks descended towards a seemingly bottomless chasm on the ground, he couldn't help but burst into joyous laughter, knowing that Majin Bu could never be truly defeated. Gotenks called out, Majin Bu, come forth. Let us engage in another 300 rounds of battle. When he noticed the dark opening below remained utterly unresponsive, Gotenks felt a moment of confusion. However, in the next instant, a strange pink light suddenly flickered at the center of the abyss, rapidly expanding hundreds of times and enveloping the entire opening, shooting skyward. Chapter 139. Gotenks disintegrates, Radits returns to the fray. When Gotenks glanced down again, he was taken aback to find Majin Bu standing unharmed below, waving and smiling at him. Annoyed, he thought, it's not over yet. Here comes my new technique, Super Continuous Missile. Observing that little Bu was still taunting him, Gotenks unleashed his new move with a fervent shout. Ha! He unleashed a flurry of energy blasts towards little Bu. The ground was soon shrouded in a thick cloud of smoke, and it was only after a considerable time that Gotenks ceased his assault. Although the hundreds of death missiles failed to obliterate little Bu, they certainly inflicted considerable distress upon him. Enraged, little Bu charged forward, using his head as a weapon against Gotenks. Seizing the moment when his opponent was unprepared, little Bu soared through the air, grabbing hold of Gotenks and applying a downward acceleration, forcefully slamming him into the ground. The tremendous impact caused the earth to crack open, stretching for miles. When Gotenks finally ascended back into the air, he was covered in dirt and grime, initially intent on pressing his advantage. Little Bu found his attack evaded as Gotenks deftly dodged, seizing the opportunity to strike back with a powerful punch. The force of this blow sent little Bu plummeting back to the ground, where he lay motionless. Gotenks intended to teach him a lesson, but he forgot that Kid Bu's body could stretch at will, causing him to strike nothing but air. Seizing this opportunity, Kid Bu ascended back into the sky, extending his arms once more to ensnare Gotenks below, dragging him into the air. He was poised to use this maneuver to strangle Gotenks to death. And the situation was exceedingly perilous. Without a second thought, Gotenks opened his mouth wide and bit down on Kid Buu's arm, forcing Bu to loosen his grip and freeing himself from the constraints. As Gotenks contemplated a counterattack, he was taken aback by the sight of a gaping hole appearing in Buu's abdomen, causing him to strike nothing but air. Fortunately, he managed to control his body just in time to avoid crashing into the mountain behind him. At that moment, Kid Bu surged forward, delivering a powerful kick that shattered the mountain behind Gotenks. After enduring several humiliating defeats, Gotenks could no longer tolerate the situation and decided to launch an offensive against Bu, unknowingly falling into Kid Buu's trap. With a wide-open mouth, Kid Bu unleashed a pink energy blast that struck Gotenks, who was caught off guard in midair. The sheer force of the attack generated a cloud of dust and debris, and when the haze settled, Gotenks' once flamboyant hairstyle lay in disarray. "You wretched creature!" Gotenks exclaimed in anger. "I'll return the favor." In the blink of an eye, Gotenks retaliated with a golden energy blast, hitting Kid Bu squarely. As the dust settled, Gotenks seized the opportunity to press his advantage, launching a flying kick at Kid Bu, who quickly raised his defenses. The two engaged in a fierce exchange reminiscent of a whirlwind of punches and kicks. After leaving Kid Bu battered and bruised, Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks retreated a short distance, preparing to unleash a powerful energy wave. With confidence, he declared, "This time, I will obliterate you completely, and your energy will vanish along with you." Perish. However, just as Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks was about to release the energy wave, he unexpectedly reverted to his normal state due to exhaustion. Gohan, who was spectating, felt his mouth twitch in disbelief, rendered speechless by the turn of events. With a deep sigh, Yukong lamented, "Alas, these two little brats truly baffle me. Indeed, my fears have materialized." Piccolo displayed an expression of predictability. Radits commented, "Why do I get the impression that Gotenks is even more reckless than Vegeta?" Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Gotenks offered an awkward chuckle. My apologies, Mr. Majin Bu. I was just about to eat a senza bean. Heh. However, as he reached for his waist, he found it utterly devoid of anything. Gotenks grasped his head with both hands, exclaiming in regret, "What? Where is the bag? The one tied around my waist containing the last sacred bean? Could it have fallen somewhere during the battle?" He lamented, "Had I known, I should never have given that sacred bean to Gotenks." Hearing this, Piccolo also felt a pang of remorse. On the battlefield, Kid Bu watched Gotenks, who was visibly distressed, with the amusement of a spectator at a circus, a mocking grin plastered on his face. "How infuriating. You are not allowed to laugh." Gotenks, in a fit of embarrassment and rage, steeled himself and continued to fight Kid Bu. He exhaled several spirit ghosts, intending to unleash a spectral assault upon Bu. However, as he commanded the ghosts to attack, they were inexplicably paralyzed by Kid Buu's overwhelming presence, unwilling to advance. In a fit of rage, Gotenks stamped his feet in frustration. It was only then that the spirits realized the gravity of the situation and charged towards Kid Bu. However, being mere specters in their ordinary state, they were no match for Bu, who merely took a deep breath and unleashed a gust of air, effortlessly sending the spirits flying and creating a futile explosion. Realizing the perilous situation, Gotenks attempted to slip through the billowing smoke of the explosion to reach Goku's side. However, the diminutive puppet would not allow him to escape. With a swift motion, it unleashed a beam from its hand, effectively blocking Gotenks' path. At that moment, an even more dire predicament unfolded. The fusion of Goten and Trunks has concluded, resulting in their separation into Goten and Trunks once again. Upon witnessing the scene, Yukong turned to the side and addressed Radits. "Brother, it is your turn to take the stage." A satisfied smile crept upon Radits' lips as he replied, At last, it is my moment." No sooner had he spoken than he executed a swift instant transmission, reappearing directly in front of the two small spirits. "It's Uncle Radits." The two little ones exclaimed joyfully upon recognizing him. "Well then, you two may return. I shall handle the rest," Radits declared with a grin. "Understood," they chorused, hastily retreating from the battlefield to join Yukong and the others. "Majin Bu, I owe you my gratitude from our last encounter. This time, I am here to repay you," Radits bellowed. In the next instant, he transformed into a Super Saiyan 2 at full power. Upon seeing him, little Bu burst into laughter, thumping his chest in a display of readiness for battle. Noting his arrogance, Radits resolved to assert his dominance, shouting, "Round 2 commence." As soon as the words left his lips, Radits instantaneously appeared before Kid Buu, delivering a knee strike that seemed to evoke no reaction from the latter. Frustrated, Radits swiftly closed the distance again, launching a powerful kick that sent Buu hurtling several hundred meters away. The pain finally stirred a hint of combativeness within Buu, leading to an intense 2.5-minute exchange of offense and defense between the two warriors. In the next moment, Radits materialized before Kid Buu once more, concentrating a golden energy wave in his hand. At that juncture, it was too late for Buu to evade, and he was struck directly by the immense energy wave, which radiated over several kilometers. The spectators in the Heavenly Temple, observing the live broadcast through the new crystal ball, gasped at the sheer scale of the attack. As the smoke cleared, a vast crater lay before Radits, yet his expression remained grave, aware that Buu possessed formidable regenerative abilities. True to Radits' expectations, a mass of pink goo coalesced in the air, and Buu reappeared unscathed, grinning broadly with triumph, now intent on counterattacking. Buu recognized that Radits was merely in his Super Saiyan 2 form, and defeating him should be a trivial task given Buu's power. However, Radits was determined to engage Buu in a mortal struggle as a Super Saiyan 2, realizing that the energy drain of Super Saiyan 3 was excessively taxing. Nevertheless, Radits soon found himself struggling against Buu's relentless assault, shifting from an even contest to a one-sided defense. Fortunately, his extensive combat experience allowed him to evade Buu's chaotic strikes at critical moments. Noticing Radits charging at him with ferocity, Kid Buu ceased his ranged attacks and devised a cunning maneuver utilizing his ability to extend his limbs indefinitely. He plunged his foot underground and erupted several meters away, directly in front of Radits. Faced with this sudden ground assault, Radits cautiously attempted to dodge, but he quickly formulated a counter-strategy. He stomped down on Buu's foot that had emerged from the earth and swiftly retaliated with a powerful blow aimed at Buu's head. Yet, Buu adeptly seized Radits' ankle, yanking him down to the ground and capitalizing on the moment to unleash a tremendous energy wave. The force of this wave was immense, but Radits exerted all his strength to redirect it skyward, anticipating Buu's next move and successfully evading. However, he overlooked one detail. Buu extended the tendrils atop his head, ensnaring Radits' neck while he remained momentarily passive. Buu, standing firm, manipulated his long tendrils in a frenzied swirl before violently tossing Radits away. Radits was propelled through the air, crashing into a distant mountainside, the tremendous impact sending clouds of dust billowing for 5 kilometers, cleaving the mountain in two. Standing atop the fissured mountain, Buu pounded his chest with both hands to signify his overwhelming strength, emitting strange cries of triumph. Ugh ugh ugh. Yet, Radits is not to be underestimated. At that moment, a series of rumblings emanated from the mountains below, causing the fissures beneath Majin Buu's feet to widen alarmingly. The deities in the Supreme Kai's temple, observing through the crystal ball, witnessed Radits exerting his strength to displace a massive section of the mountain with his bare hands. The mountain, unable to withstand such overwhelming force, collapsed with a thunderous roar. This marked the conclusion of their initial skirmish. The two warriors paused briefly in their respective positions, but then Majin Buu suddenly teleported to an altitude of 10,000 meters, launching a swift and powerful punch downwards towards Radits. The impact of this blow sent debris flying throughout the Supreme Kai's realm, dramatically altering the landscape. How infuriating. Is this truly the extent of their power? I am so vastly outclassed. Piccolo's face turned a shade of pale green as he exclaimed in frustration. Wukong gently patted Piccolo's shoulder, speaking with earnest sincerity. Do not be overly agitated. In due time, you shall certainly surpass this strength. I have faith in you, old son. Piccolo, at a loss for words, could only respond with a perfunctory remark, returning to the battlefield amidst a cacophony of earth-shattering turmoil. The clash between Radits and Kid Buu raged on. The two were compelled to create distance between them, and Kid Buu, brimming with excitement, raised his hands above his head, once more coalescing a colossal pink energy sphere. Radits, wary of the situation, intended to interrupt the formation of the sphere. However, a peculiar occurrence unfolded. The golden energy wave Radits unleashed was, astonishingly, absorbed by Kid Buu's pink sphere. Ultimately, the energy sphere Kid Buu materialized reached a diameter of several hundred meters. With such a gargantuan sphere aimed directly at Radits, evasion was no longer an option. He could only brace himself with his hands. Summoning all his strength, he managed to hurl the energy sphere away, but it circled the Kaioshin realm a few times before descending upon Radits once more. Fortunately, Radits reacted swiftly, teleporting to another location to evade the attack. Nevertheless, the energy sphere still wreaked havoc on the Qiqi realm, transforming the once azure sky into an ominous black. Accompanied by thunderous storms, the ground fractured anew, and Qiqi, witnessing the chaos around him, erupted into gleeful laughter. This was the very outcome he desired. For Qiqi, destruction was synonymous with delight. When tranquility returned to the battlefield, the previously flat terrain of the Qiqi realm had morphed into a forest of towering stone spires. Radits finally comprehended that Qiqi was entirely different from the previous Majin Buu. There was no possibility of negotiation with this incarnation. Consequently, Radits abandoned any hope of redeeming Qiqi, letting out a furious roar. Ha! With that battle cry, Radits' aura surged dramatically. His golden hair, which flowed to his waist, grew an additional 2.5 centimeters, transforming him once more into the form of Super Saiyan 3. This signified that the conflict between Radits and Qiqi had officially escalated into a fierce confrontation. Observing Radits' transformation into Super Saiyan 3, Qiqi remained utterly unfazed. To demonstrate his prowess against this so-called Super Saiyan 3, Qiqi intensified his offensive. Radits, feeling a surge of defiance, engaged in close combat with Qiqi, exchanging powerful blows. Seizing an opportunity during the fray, Radits kicked Qiqi away and unleashed a potent wave of golden energy towards him. The golden wave shattered Qiqi's form. However, he quickly reassembled. Yet, in his haste, he mistakenly reversed the positions of his feet and hands. Radits, mocking, remarked, "Hee. Majin Buu, there is no need to be so hasty." Upon hearing this, Majin Buu adjusted his limbs accordingly. He charged forward once more to engage Radits in close-quarters combat. Their battle was fiercely contested, with neither side clearly gaining the upper hand. Observing this unprecedented confrontation were the likes of Cell, Dr. Gero, and Frieza, all previously defeated by Goku and his companions in the afterlife. Witnessing Radits' transformation into a Super Saiyan 3, the once mighty Frieza felt a tumult of emotions within him. Chapter 141. Radits' narrow defeat, the arrival of the prince. However, this group of bygone villains did not recognize the pink-skinned fighter facing Radits. At that moment, a familiar sorcerer appeared on the slope behind them. It was Babidi, the one who had released Buu from his seal. He took it upon himself to explain to the onlookers that the diminutive figure was his subordinate, boasting that all of Buu's combat prowess was imparted by him. After making his grandiose claims, he turned to leave. Concealing himself behind a rock, Babidi fervently shouted, "My Majin Buu, you must prevail. Go, go, go." In the Qiqi realm's battlefield, the clash between Super Saiyan 3 Radits and Majin Buu raged on. Radits brought his hands together and delivered a powerful slam toward Buu, only for Buu to ingeniously devise a new combat strategy while descending. He curled into a spherical shape and, utilizing the ground as a springboard, propelled himself like a bouncing ball toward Radits with astonishing speed, so rapid that even Radits could scarcely react. Realizing the effectiveness of this tactic, Buu replicated the maneuver, launching himself at Radits once more. Fortunately, this time Radits managed to evade the attack, but Buu was far from deterred. He executed a series of rapid lateral movements in the valley below, accelerating his speed before charging upward once again toward Radits. To shake off Buu's relentless pursuit, Radits pretended to flee, swiftly teleporting to the ground, successfully misleading Buu. The ground erupted as though struck by a missile, clouds of dust billowing into the air, with debris from the explosion even affecting Piccolo nearby. As the dust settled, Radits found himself before a seemingly bottomless pit, the ground trembling ominously. Humph. This must be the work of Majin Buu. How infuriating. From where will he strike next? I must remain vigilant. Radits began to leap about the ground, altering his position. He attempted to evade Buu's sudden assault through frantic teleportation. However, he was unprepared for Buu to surge directly from behind him, ascending into the sky. Struggling to rise from the wreckage, Radits witnessed Buu revert to his original form. Seeing his opponent in such disarray, Buu erupted into joyous laughter. After a brief respite, Buu took the initiative and launched himself at Radits below. Sensing the force of Buu's advance, Radits crouched low, placing his hands at his waist in a flower-like stance, preparing to unleash the Kamehameha wave, and shouted, "Kamehameha wave, ha!" A blue and white energy wave surged forth from his hand, propelling towards the oncoming Majin Buu. In midair, Majin Buu stared vacantly at the impending shockwave, choosing not to flee, and was struck directly by it. As the spell concluded, Radits lay exhausted on the ground, gasping for breath. The previously intact Majin Buu had been obliterated into a pulpy mass, which then transformed into numerous miniature replicas of himself. Simultaneously, these replicas unleashed a barrage of pink energy blasts towards Radits' position before merging back into one. The density of the energy blasts surrounded Radits, leaving him with no means of escape. Radits contemplated augmenting his energy once more, but in his current state of fatigue, he reverted to his normal form, barely managing to remain upright. Sensing the dire situation, Goku instantaneously teleported to Radits' side, and an energy shield activated, enveloping both Radits and himself in its protective embrace. Goku steadied Radits and expressed his concern, saying, "Brother, enough is enough. You have done your utmost. You must not overexert yourself any further. Leave the rest to me." Radits, unwilling to concede easily, stubbornly retorted, "No, I can still fight. If necessary, I can resort to the Super Saiyan God technique." "No," Goku interjected. "The Super Saiyan God technique cannot be used again for 6 months. Your current condition is dire, and you need to rest properly." As soon as he finished speaking, Goku swiftly struck Raditz on the back of his neck with a precise chop. "Kakarot, you." Raditz's words were cut short as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Wukong promptly supported him and, with a swift teleportation, brought him to the side of Gohan and the others, gently placing him upon the verdant grass. "Uncle Raditz! Uncle Raditz! Raditz!" The four of them hurriedly approached to assess Raditz's condition. "Do not worry, I have merely exhausted all my energy. However, the problem lies in the fact that I have been excessively pushing my body beyond its limits and shall require ample time to recuperate." With a sigh of relief, the group collectively exhaled, wiping the beads of sweat from their brows. Wufan glanced at the slumbering Bu in the distance and eagerly inquired of Goku, "Father, is it not my turn to take the stage now?" As Wukong pondered with a hand on his chin, a sudden cold snort interrupted his speech. "Humph. You all needn't even think about it. Majin Bu is my prey." The crowd turned towards the source of the voice, revealing Vegeta emerging from a somewhat secluded hill in the distance. "Daddy!" Trunks exclaimed with excitement upon spotting him, tears welling up in his eyes as he opened his arms and dashed towards Vegeta. "Ah, it's Uncle Vegeta." Goten joyfully echoed Trunks' delight. "Uncle Vegeta." Gohan also waved with a smile towards Vegeta. "Vegeta," declared Piccolo and Raditz, nodding in acknowledgement. Vegeta noticed the hesitant Trunks standing before him, unsure of how to approach, and beckoned, "Come here, Trunks. I have yet to hold you since you were a child." "Daddy!" Trunks exclaimed joyfully as he embraced Vegeta. "Well, Vegeta, you're awake. How do you feel?" Wukong greeted him with surprise. Vegeta ruffled Trunks' hair, then turned to Wukong, irritably stating, "Humph. Kakarot, even if you hadn't rescued me, I would have managed to extricate myself from Majin Buu's body." "Oh, I know that. It's just that we don't have the luxury of time to wait for you." Wukong replied. "Fine, I won't hold it against you this time, but thanks anyway. By the way, what about the other Majin Buu?" "Oh, you mean the original fat one? He should be waking up soon, but that's not what I wanted to mention. Although I've just regained my mobility since the moment you rescued me, I have been sensing the aura of the outside world. Therefore, I am aware of all that has transpired during this time. You have been engaged in a lengthy battle with that little Buu over there, and now it is my turn." Upon hearing this, Wukong turned to Gohan behind him and inquired, "Gohan, what do you think? Would you consider granting this opportunity to Vegeta?" As Gohan caught sight of the pleading gaze from Trunks, he scratched his head and chuckled, "Hee. All right then, Uncle Vegeta, I shall refrain from fighting. This Majin Buu is now your responsibility." Upon hearing this, Vegeta's lips curled into a slight smile. He rotated his neck and stretched his limbs, producing a series of sounds, and revealed a confident grin, "Hee. In that case, I shall not hold back. Majin Buu." Chapter 142. Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta vs. Kid Buu. Wukong once again cautioned Vegeta, "Exercise caution. After all, Buu's strength should not be underestimated." "Humph, I do not require your reminders," Vegeta retorted. No sooner had he spoken than he executed a sudden instant transmission, materializing before the slumbering Majin Buu. With a fierce glare at the drowsy figure before him, Vegeta bellowed, "Hey, Majin Buu, I have arrived. Let us engage in a battle to the death." Startled by Vegeta's thunderous voice, Buu awoke, grumpily scrutinizing him while thumping his chest in a display of indignation. Observing this, Wukong silently scoffed, "TSK, I never imagined that Majin Buu would exhibit morning grouchiness." Piccolo cast a glance at Vegeta before turning to Wukong, reproaching, "Damn it, son, why did you allow Vegeta to confront him? You must realize that even Raditz surpassed Vegeta in strength, yet he was defeated. What purpose does it serve for Vegeta to engage?" "Ha ha ha, You all underestimate Vegeta. Yukong replied. I sense that he possesses hidden powers yet untapped, so there is no need for concern. Simply enjoy the spectacle. Is that truly the case? Has father really grown stronger? Trunks inquired, his excitement palpable. With a serious nod, Gohan remarked, Indeed, I also sense that Uncle Vegeta is somewhat different than before. That's wonderful. Trunks. Goten chimed in, sharing Trunks' joy. Yes. Trunks nodded enthusiastically. On the battlefield, Majin Buu leaned slightly forward, his legs bent, and in the next instant, he surged towards Vegeta. With a powerful shout, Vegeta transformed into his Super Saiyan 2 ascended form, unleashing a tempest of golden energy that blazed fiercely, crackling with electricity that enveloped him. The force of his energy wave sent Majin Buu, who had just rushed in, sprawling backwards. Vegeta then concentrated his energy into 2 orbs and unleashed them at extraordinary speed towards Buu. The air was soon filled with swirling dust and the sounds of explosions, obscuring Buu's figure. As the dust settled, it revealed that Buu had been reduced to mere fragments of mud. A triumphant smirk crossed Vegeta's face as he unconsciously pointed his thumb at himself, boasting, Qiqi, Majin Buu, have you witnessed the might of this prince? You are nothing but a mere shadow now. I know you can regenerate, so stop wasting time here. As anticipated, the scattered remnants of Buu began to twitch and then swiftly converged into the air. Unable to contain himself, Goten turned to Goku and exclaimed, Dad, I really think Uncle Vegeta has become stronger. Indeed, Goku replied, ruffling Goten's hair. For some reason, Vegeta's base strength has increased, making him even more formidable in his transformed state. Before long, the intact Majin Buu reformed mid-air and descended once again before Vegeta, pointing and laughing heartily. But where are you going now? The prince, infuriated, unleashed a shockwave that successfully obliterated the lower half of Buu's body, yet Buu effortlessly restored himself. Vegeta, unwilling to accept defeat, repeated the same tactic, but once again, Buu showed no inclination to evade, reverting back to his original form yet again. Thus, Vegeta and Buu continued this repetitive exchange. Veins bulged on Vegeta's forehead, contorting into an ominous pattern, and he once more unleashed the aura of his Super Saiyan 2 ascended form, charging towards Buu with a clenched fist. Buu, undeterred, flashed a wicked smile and flew directly at Vegeta. Just as Vegeta was about to land a blow, Buu's body twisted and morphed, evading Vegeta's powerful strike. Vegeta sensed something amiss. What? In the next instant, Majin Buu teleported behind Vegeta, delivering a spinning kick that sent him soaring towards a distant mountain peak. Vegeta, caught in midair and unable to adjust his posture, collided directly with the mountain, embedding his body within it. As he opened his eyes, ready to unleash his fury and free himself, Majin Buu appeared before him with a flash, making a face at Vegeta before conjuring a pink energy sphere, pressing it against Vegeta's face. With no time to defend himself, Vegeta was propelled through the mountain, which shattered into debris. Seeing Vegeta at a disadvantage, Gohan furrowed his brow, preparing to assist, but was restrained by Goku, who shook his head and said, Vegeta's strength surpasses this. You can feel it, right? His energy remains undisturbed. Just watch. At that moment, Vegeta regained his composure, brushed off the dust from his attire, and smiled slightly. Majin Buu, I didn't expect you to have grown stronger. In that case, I shall not hold back. Majin Buu tilted his head, gazing at Vegeta while striking a provocative pose and taunting him. Vegeta, now agitated, shouted once more, his body radiating with golden light as his golden hair surged to his waist, completing his transformation into Super Saiyan 3 in an instant. In this state, Vegeta's aura was formidable, expanding like a raging tide. Gotenks, Krillin, and Piccolo struggled to maintain their footing against the overwhelming force. Facing the might of Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta, Majin Buu finally wiped the grin off his face, donning a serious expression. Vegeta initiated the assault, charging towards Buu with astonishing speed, each punch accompanied by a howling wind. Buu found it challenging to evade, yet his remarkable regenerative abilities allowed him to recover swiftly, even after sustaining hits. However, Buu soon adapted to the rhythm, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts in retaliation. Vegeta crossed his arms to shield himself, then teleported above Buu, delivering a powerful kick downwards. Buu crashed into the ground, creating a sizable crater, yet he swiftly leaped out, elongating his body like rubber to ensnare Vegeta. Struggling free, Vegeta gathered immense energy in his hands and thrust it into Buu's body. With a brilliant flash, Buu's form was left riddled with wounds. Remarkably, he began to heal gradually, emanating an even more potent malevolence. Observing this, Vegeta charged at Bu with greater speed than before. Bu attempted to avoid the onslaught, but Vegeta anticipated his movements. Landing a solid punch to Bu's abdomen, Bu doubled over in pain, and Vegeta pressed the advantage, unleashing a relentless series of strikes. The two engaged in an intense aerial battle, each collision generating tremendous shockwaves. Little Bu continuously altered his methods of attack, at times stretching his arms for surprise strikes, and at other times expelling a viscous substance to disrupt Vegeta. Yet, with his remarkable speed, Vegeta adeptly neutralized each assault and countered with precision. As the battle progressed, Vegeta noticed that Little Bu seemed to thrive with each confrontation, while his own stamina was steadily depleting. In Chapter 143, the explosive conclusion, I, the Prince, can also be the protagonist. Little Bu, driven to the brink of fury, emitted a fearsome roar, his already monstrous visage contorting further in rage. His muscles tightened, veins bulging, resembling an enraged beast as he launched a ferocious counterattack. Exhibiting his extraordinary regenerative abilities, Little Bu was able to heal from even the most grievous injuries in an instant. Vegeta's assaults fell upon him like a relentless downpour, yet they inflicted no significant damage. Instead, they invigorated him further. Simultaneously, Little Bu, thanks to his peculiar physiology, skillfully evaded Vegeta's strikes, delivering unexpected blows to his adversary. Through this astonishing strategy, Little Bu gradually turned the tide of battle, reclaiming the advantage he had previously lost. Vegeta understood that this could not continue. Gritting his teeth, he scoffed. Humph, it seems I must resort to that technique. Majin Bu, brace yourself. He spread his limbs wide, then brought his hands together before him, gathering a tremendous surge of golden energy, and shouted, Ultimate Flash. The powerful golden energy wave surged towards Little Bu, unyielding. Little Bu mimicked the stance, channeling pink energy through his palms, and bellowed as the pink energy wave shot towards Vegeta. The two formidable energy waves clashed violently in the air, producing a dazzling radiance and a tremendous shockwave that reverberated through the surrounding space. Vegeta's golden ultimate flash and Little Bu's pink ultimate flash neutralized each other, both combatants feeling the impact of the other's power. Vegeta's expression grew serious. He had not anticipated that Little Bu could so effortlessly withstand his ultimate technique. Likewise, Little Bu was taken aback, having believed that with his regenerative capabilities and strength, he could easily counter any of Vegeta's attacks. He was astonished that Vegeta's move was so potent that it could endure for such a duration, leading him to increasingly feel overwhelmed. Father, go for it. Uncle Vegeta, you can do it. Trunks and Goten, hidden behind Gohan, fervently cheered for Vegeta. It was truly unexpected that Vegeta had now surpassed Radits' Super Saiyan 3 state. Piccolo raised his right hand to shield himself from the energy waves, reflecting, Vegeta, what has transpired within Majin Bu? How have you grown stronger once again? Wukong gazed intently at the two adversaries, thoughtfully stroking his chin as he pondered. Father, do you think Uncle Vegeta will emerge victorious? Gohan inquired, observing Wukong's trance-like fixation on the battlefield. Noticing Wukong's lack of response, Gohan called out once more. It was only then that Wukong snapped back to reality, turning to Gohan and asking, Gohan, what is it? Gohan reiterated the question, and Goku smirked. A mysterious smile gracing his lips. Heh, we shall triumph. Goku, why do you say that? Piccolo inquired curiously, noticing Goten and Trunks gazing at him as well. Goku cleared his throat, pointed his index finger at Majin Bu, and said earnestly, Ahem, observe the positioning of Majin Bu. He stands on the left. A certain sign of defeat. A sudden chill swept through the air, causing the temperature to drop noticeably, and the others shivered, their heads adorned with large question marks as they tilted them in confusion towards Goku. Seeing their reactions, Goku waved his hand and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. I'm merely jesting. There is no need for such seriousness. I sense that Vegeta possesses an undisclosed power yet to be unleashed. Is that truly the case? Trunks exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he sought confirmation. Indeed, judge for yourselves. Goku nodded before turning his gaze back to the intense battle unfolding. On Earth, at the sacred temple, Bulma, Qiqi, Master Roshi, Krillin, and King Kai had gathered in the central plaza. They watched the fierce clash between Vegeta and Majin Bu through a crystal ball. Their spirits ignited as they cheered fervently for Vegeta. Bubbles conveyed Goku's words to King Kai and the others through lip reading. What? Goku claims Vegeta still has hidden strength? East Kai was once again taken aback. In the realm of the Kais, the struggle between Vegeta and Majin Bu persisted, just as the two were locked in a stalemate. Vegeta suddenly bellowed, harnessing the power within him once more, causing the ultimate flash energy wave to intensify. Observing this, Majin Buu hastily amplified his own energy output, striving to withstand Vegeta's onslaught. The two found themselves ensnared in a precarious balance, neither able to gain the upper hand. However, due to fatigue, Vegeta gradually began to falter. The pink ultimate flash surged towards the golden ultimate flash, inching closer to Vegeta. In that moment, the shouts of the spectators suddenly reached Vegeta's ears. The music, Hero Song of Hope, began to play. "Come on, dear. Go, Dad. Vegeta, you can do it," shouted 10 voices. "Uncle Vegeta, go," echoed 4 more. Vegeta shook his head and shouted, "You are all so noisy. Majin Buu, vanish before this prince. Super Majin King Punch." Ha! With a furious roar, Vegeta instantaneously ascended into the ultimate form of Super Saiyan 3, enveloped in a blazing golden aura, which was further adorned by a layer of pink flames. In that fleeting moment, Vegeta's power surged exponentially, doubling once more. The golden energy wave he unleashed resembled a roaring dragon, swiftly engulfing the pink ultimate flash. This energy wave grew more robust, surging forward with an unstoppable force towards Kid Buu. Faced with this sudden turn of events and the overwhelming energy wave, a flicker of astonishment crossed Kid Buu's eyes. He had never anticipated that Vegeta could unleash such formidable strength even in dire straits. He exerted every ounce of his remaining power in a futile attempt to resist, but all was in vain. The previously arrogant expression on his face had vanished, replaced by sheer terror and despair. With a thunderous explosion, the golden energy wave made contact with Kid Buu's body, erupting in a blinding radiance. The entire Qiqi realm seemed to tremble at that instant. Space itself was torn asunder, and time appeared to stand still. Within that brilliance, Kid Buu's form was gradually consumed. His power, his malevolence, everything disintegrated under the onslaught of the golden energy wave. Exhausted from this all-out assault, Vegeta found himself on the brink of collapse, his body swaying precariously. As the light faded, the Qiqi realm returned to tranquility. Kid Buu's presence had entirely vanished, leaving only an expanse of barren ground. The lingering tremors in the space bore witness to the cataclysmic battle that had just transpired. Vegeta fell backward, gasping for breath, his countenance marked by fatigue yet filled with a sense of relief and fulfillment. At last, he had personally concluded this conflict, stepping into the role of protagonist. Chapter 144, The Secret of the Saiyan Prince on Earth. In the Supreme Kai's palace, magnificent ancestor, Majin Buu has finally been vanquished, exclaimed East Qiqi, witnessing the scene of Kid Buu's defeat at Vegeta's hands through the crystal ball, as he excitedly grasped the hands of Old Qiqi, jumping with joy. All right, I understand," Old Qiqi replied, retracting his hands with a resigned sigh. "TSK, it's hard to fathom your delight over the mere defeat of a Majin." Heh. East Qiqi could only awkwardly scratch the back of his head and smile. "Wonderful. Vegeta has triumphed," Bulma cried, tears of joy streaming down her face at the sight of her husband defeating Kid Buu and saving the world. Tais gently patted Bulma's back, wearing a comforting smile. "Indeed. They're all great heroes. Gohan, Goten, and Goku were equally commendable." Qiqi had long been in tears. "Indeed, he is the man I chose." Android 18 nodded in agreement. Yamcha stretched lazily. That damned battle has finally come to an end." A hint of helplessness flickered across Krillin's face as he acknowledged, "An ending is indeed an ending. Yet I never anticipated that they would become so formidable. The chasm between us has only widened." Master Roshi approached, patting Krillin on the shoulder and exhaling deeply. He spoke with earnest gravity. Krillin, there is no need for despair. I understand your sentiments, but each individual has their own fate. What is destined to be will invariably come to pass, while that which is not meant for you should not be forcibly sought." Krillin murmured this phrase softly to himself. "What is destined to be will invariably come to pass, while that which is not meant for me should not be forcibly sought." He then lifted his head, revealing a radiant smile, and bowed respectfully to Master Roshi, exclaiming joyfully, "Yes, I believe I am beginning to understand." "Thank you, Master." Master Roshi stroked his snowy beard, beaming with satisfaction. Splendid. A promising student indeed." "Dad," shouted Tanks, dashing towards Vegeta. "Uncle Vegeta," echoed twice, followed by Vegeta, repeated twice. Wukong and the others hurriedly followed, assisting Vegeta to sit up. "Father, how are you feeling now? Are you all right?" Trunks asked anxiously, staring at the newly seated Vegeta. "Uncle Vegeta, you were incredible just now," Goten exclaimed excitedly. "I am the Prince of the Saiyans, an elite genius warrior. Defeating a mere Majin Buu is nothing significant, Vegeta replied with arrogance. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he covered his mouth and coughed violently twice. Cough, cough. Uncle Vegeta, you still love to show off, don't you? Gohan remarked with a hint of nostalgia. I merely exhausted myself. I will recover shortly, Vegeta retorted. Well done, Vegeta, Wukong said with a broad smile, giving Vegeta a thumbs up. Hearing Wukong's praise, Vegeta felt a surge of happiness, though he feigned indifference, responding with a light chuckle. Heh, Majin Buu is nothing extraordinary. At that moment, Piccolo stepped forward, voicing his curiosity. By the way, Vegeta, what was that technique you just used, the Super Majin Fist? It resembles Radits' Super Spirit Bomb. Moreover, how did you suddenly become stronger than Radits? Does this technique have any side effects like the Super Spirit Bomb? Upon discussing this topic, everyone perked up, their faces filled with curiosity as they awaited Vegeta's explanation. Vegeta paused for a moment, adjusting his breath and gathering his thoughts, then proudly replied, I owe a great deal to Majin Buu. Had he not absorbed me, I would not have been able to enhance my power or create this ultimate technique. Since Majin Buu sought to utilize my strength, I too absorbed a portion of his power, thereby augmenting my normal combat abilities. Then, combining my unique vitality with Radits' Super Spirit Bomb, I created my Super Majin Fist. Although my Super Majin Fist currently only provides a twofold increase, it can be stacked with any form and poses no side effects for me. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Who would have thought you could achieve such a level? Truly remarkable power, haha. Wukong laughed heartily in admiration. Kakarot, now you understand. One day, I will be able to leave on my own. I will not need your rescue. Goku, stroking the back of his head, chuckled. Understood. However, if I hadn't taken you out ahead of time, you would have missed this splendid battle. Vegeta retorted, turning his head away. Seeing Vegeta's demeanor, Goku couldn't help but burst into laughter. He then stood up and called out to the sky, King Enma, are you there? At that moment, King Enma, who was busy stamping documents in his office, was startled by Goku's voice and fell off his chair in shock. Ouch! King Enma quickly got back up, glanced around, and, not spotting anyone, respectfully shouted towards the ceiling. Is that you, Lord Northkai? Yes, it is I. Oh dear, Lord Northkai, what brings you to think of me? Nothing much. But soon a fellow named Majin Buu will be arriving on your end. Could you kindly arrange for his reincarnation? Qiqi, how could I dare to refuse your command? My lord, may I inquire about the destination for Majin Buu's reincarnation? Let's say Earth, in a tribe of benevolent humans. King Enma, seated at his desk, answered respectfully. Understood, my lord. Just then, a panicked, ghostly secretary rushed in, exclaiming, My lord, Majin Buu, who was just exterminated, has arrived and is causing a commotion because he doesn't want to wait in line. How should we proceed? So precise. Truly, Lord Northkai is remarkable. Quickly, arrange for Majin Buu's reincarnation without any processes. Do it immediately. Suddenly, 5 or 6 blue ghosts rushed in, bowing deeply to King Enma and saying in unison, Yes. At once. With that, the group dashed out. King Enma called to the ceiling, Lord Northkai, it seems he is approaching. I shall proceed with the arrangements. Do you have any further instructions? None at all. You are doing well. I shall remember this and consider a raise for you. Upon hearing this, the poor King Enma was overjoyed, having tirelessly worked harder than both 996 and 007, finally receiving some recognition. Chapter 145, Ultra Evil Green Full Power Versus. Fat Buu with tears of gratitude, King Enma said, Thank you. Thank you for your generosity, Lord Northkai. Yes, continue to work diligently. I have high hopes for you. For now, I shall take my leave. Goodbye. With that, Goku ended the call with King Enma. Yes, my lord. King Enma respectfully stood up and bowed deeply towards the ceiling. Kakarot, were you just speaking with King Enma? Vegeta inquired. Indeed, Goku replied with a casual nod. Why do you wish for Majin Buu to be reincarnated on Earth so urgently? Before Vegeta could pose the question, Vic inquired first. Goku stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, letting out a sigh. Alas, despite Majin Buu's profound malevolence, it cannot obscure his remarkable talent in martial arts. He is undoubtedly one of the most formidable geniuses in the universe. I believe that if he were to transform into a benevolent and diligent practitioner, he would become exponentially more powerful, thereby significantly strengthening Earth's defensive capabilities. Upon hearing this, Gohan suddenly realized, oh, I understand now. Father intends to take advantage of every opportunity, leaving no remnants of Majin Buu's value untouched. How remarkable. With one arm wrapped around Gohan's neck, Wukong gently patted his shoulder with the other, imparting a soft lesson. Gohan, my child, why do you speak such blatant truths? Your use of idioms is commendable, but refrain from it next time. Understood, father. Gohan responded, his innocence shining through. As long as you comprehend, that's sufficient. Now, let's not dwell on it further. Wukong decided to conclude the discussion. Vegeta smirked. Kakarot, if Majin Buu's reincarnation truly possesses the talents you describe, I would indeed support your approach. Qiqi, I knew you would understand me best. Wukong chuckled in reply. Old son, shouldn't we be heading back to Earth now? Piccolo inquired. Indeed, father, this place is rather dull, Goten chimed in. I second that. Trunks eagerly raised a hand, expressing his impatience. Just as Wukong was about to respond, a pink energy sphere hurtled toward Vegeta. Wukong was the first to react, confronting the pink energy sphere with a casual thrust of an energy blast. The blue and pink orbs collided mid-air, subsequently neutralizing each other and vanishing at their point of intersection, resulting in a considerable explosion that sent clouds of dust swirling. Wukong gazed toward the direction of the swirling dust, a smirk gracing his lips. So the pretense is over. It seems you have finally decided to reveal yourself? Another Majin Buu. Enraged, the pudgy Buu questioned, how did you uncover this? With a chuckle, Wukong replied, this is the realm of the Qiqi, enveloped in a barrier I have established. Naturally, I am aware of every subtle movement within. Realization dawned upon Piccolo as he inquired. Could it be that this is the very reason Radits was unable to sense the Qiqi realm along with Gohan and the energy of Majin Buu? With a satisfied nod, Wukong remarked, indeed, the conventional instant transmission can no longer grant unrestricted access to the realm of the Qiqi. Only Jebit and I possess the ability to escort others in and out. Oh, I see. That is indeed a clever solution, Gohan concurred. You dare to disregard me? How infuriating. Fat Buu exclaimed, noticing that the others seemed indifferent to his presence, and steam billowed from his vents in frustration. All right. Calm down now. Here, have a lollipop, Wukong said, conjuring a large, rainbow-colored lollipop and offering it to Fat Buu upon witnessing his anger. Upon seeing the enormous confection, Fat Buu quickly snatched it away, unwrapped it, and eagerly began to lick it with his long tongue, entirely forgetting the earlier incident. Slurp, slurp, delicious, so delightful. Fat Buu savored the lollipop, expressing his contentment with satisfaction. With a playful smirk, Wukong inquired, well then, Majin Buu, I perceive that you are devoid of any malevolent intentions at this moment. Noticing that you have nowhere to go, would you care to become my disciple? No. Why would I want to be your disciple? Majin Buu retorted, concealing his unfinished lollipop behind him, his expression one of guarded skepticism. Do not be so hasty in your refusal, Wukong continued. If you were to become my disciple, I would ensure that all your needs are met, your clothing, food, and shelter. You could indulge in any culinary delights you desire, without restraint. What do you say? Really? Is what you say true? Majin Buu exclaimed, his surprise evident at the prospect of such a fortunate arrangement. Wukong revealed a dazzling smile, his pearly white shining as he cheerfully exclaimed, I assure you. I know you haven't read much, and I would never deceive you. Majin Buu engaged in an internal struggle, and under Wukong's eager gaze, he finally spoke. Very well. I have one last question. What is it? Feel free to ask. I must first fight you. Only if you can defeat me will I agree to become your disciple. Wukong, with a tinge of disappointment, remarked, Oh, is that all? I had anticipated something more peculiar. In my eyes, any issue that can be resolved through combat is no issue at all. At that moment, Piccolo interjected, Old son, do you truly wish to accept this Majin Buu? Although he is devoid of any malevolent aura now, he remains a potential threat. Gohan echoed, Indeed, father, I too find this quite inappropriate. Vegeta countered, Humph. I believe that if this Majin Buu possesses considerable talent, nurturing him could yield a fine sparring partner in the future. Goten and Trunks exchanged glances and chimed in unison. We find it rather intriguing as well. All right, Piccolo, Gohan, rest assured, you are merely overthinking it. Everyone, please keep your distance. I intend to engage in some serious training with Majin Buu. Sigh, very well. In any case, with your strength, it should not lead to any trouble, Piccolo said resignedly, shaking his head before lifting the unconscious Radits and flying off into the distance. Goku was followed closely by Gohan, Goten, Trunks, and Vegeta. Observing that everyone had flown a considerable distance, Goku glanced at Majin Buu, who was still savoring his lollipop, and displayed a mischievous grin. Ha ha ha. Dear naive Majin Buu, since you have boldly proposed a one-on-one duel with me, do not dare to back down. Humph. I am eager to discover just how formidable you truly are. Fat Buu promptly swallowed the unfinished lollipop in one gulp and regarded Goku with a more serious demeanor. Ha. With a resounding roar, Wukong transformed into the first stage of Super Saiyan Evil Green at full power. Hehehe, fat pig, come at me, you foolish Majin Buu. Wukong revealed his signature villainous grin, tauntingly beckoning Fat Buu with a curl of his finger. You dare call me a fat pig? Unforgivable. Upon hearing the insult, Fat Buu's expression shifted instantaneously, his squinted eyes widened, and an immense cloud of white mist erupted from the pores of his body as he swiftly appeared behind Wukong. Chapter 146. Super Evil Green Stage 2 vs. Fat Buu. Majin Buu swung his gigantic fist, aiming a powerful blow at Wukong's midsection. Hehehe, too slow. With a wicked smile, Wukong vanished just as Majin Buu's fist was about to strike him. Where did he go? The punch missed its mark, and a sense of foreboding washed over the rotund Buu. As he turned, he was met with Wukong's foot aimed directly at his head. Bang! Buu had no time to defend himself and was sent flying by the force of the kick, his hefty form propelled backward by sheer inertia. Crash! His bulk collided with a mountain peak, shattering it before plummeting to the ground, stirring up a whirlwind of dust. Still not coming out? Noticing that Buu remained hidden in the cloud of smoke, Wukong directed his palm toward the epicenter of the haze and unleashed a barrage of energy blasts. The sound of explosions echoed incessantly as the destruction spread, thick smoke billowing upward to form a colossal mushroom cloud. Just then, a dark figure darted out from the chaos, with Buu coalescing two pink orbs of energy in his hands and launching them at Son Goku. How tedious. Wukong stood his ground, allowing the two energy blasts to strike true, resulting in a minor plume of black smoke. Wukong, entirely unscathed, brushed off the dust from his attire. Suddenly, the figure of Majin Buu vanished, only to reappear before Wukong, launching yet another powerful punch. Wukong deftly intercepted the attack, a look of admiration gracing his features as he chuckled. How intriguing. I never anticipated that you would master the art of instantaneous movement so adeptly. Truly, you are a genius. However, this is merely a trifling skill. With a sudden surge of power, Wukong unleashed a tremendous force, propelling Majin Buu backward with relentless pressure. I can still fight. Majin Buu bellowed furiously after regaining his composure, releasing a copious amount of white steam as his energy escalated dramatically. Now this is more like it, Wukong remarked, observing the now invigorated Fat Buu with a grin. With a thunderous roar, Fat Buu launched himself toward Wukong like a cannonball. As Wukong observed the approaching Majin Buu, his gaze sharpened, and he sank slightly into a crouch, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Just as Buu was about to collide with him, Wukong deftly sidestepped, extending his hand to grasp Buu's arm and forcefully hurling him to the ground. The impact created a substantial crater, and Buu struggled to rise. In that moment, Wukong clasped his hands above his head and shouted, Kamehameha. A brilliant blue and white light coalesced between his palms, forming a formidable sphere of energy. Sensing the immense power emanating from Wukong, Buu braced himself. However, he soon mimicked Wukong's stance, unleashing his own Kamehameha. The two powerful energy waves collided, illuminating the surroundings as the air itself seemed to warp under the force of their clash. Neither combatant yielded, each exerting their utmost to propel their respective techniques forward. Suddenly, Wukong withdrew a portion of his strength, causing Buu's Kamehameha to gain the upper hand, surging towards him with ferocity. In that critical moment, Wukong wore a sly smile as he inexplicably vanished from sight. Buu's energy wave struck empty air, crashing into the distant mountains and triggering a cataclysmic explosion. Just as Buu pondered Wukong's whereabouts, Wukong reappeared behind him, swiftly executing the Kamehameha once more while exclaiming, Super fast Kamehameha. A blue and white energy wave erupted from Wukong's palm, aimed directly at the back of Buu's head and upper body. The sudden assault vaporized Buu's upper half, while his lower body, propelled by inertia, flew forward before collapsing. In the next instant, Buu's mangled form began to regenerate slowly. His flesh writhed, and in the blink of an eye, his upper body returned to its original state. Curse you, you despicable fiend. How dare you ambush me? Buu bellowed in fury. With a carefree expression, Goku remarked, there are no rules against ambushes in battle. Enraged, Majin Buu unleashed a torrent of white steam from the pores of his body, augmenting his power once more. Suddenly, Majin Buu opened his wide mouth and unleashed a barrage of small destructive beams, raining down densely upon Goku. Wukong adeptly maneuvered through the chaos, evading while drawing closer to Bu. Just as Wukong neared Bu, the latter unexpectedly split into multiple clones, encircling Wukong. The myriad Bu unleashed a relentless assault, with fists and legs intertwining in a tempest of strikes. Wukong, unhurried and composed, executed the dance of the sky, soaring into the heavens. He then spun his body at high velocity, transforming into a dark crimson drill as he plunged downward, obliterating the clones of the corpulent Bu in his wake. Humph, defeating me is not so simple, Bu snarled, creating distance with a menacing glare. Wukong, with a relaxed demeanor, flashed a sinister smile and exclaimed, "It seems you possess some degree of strength." He continued, "Though I could easily defeat you in my current form, I shall showcase my next transformation to conclude this battle swiftly." With a furious roar, Wukong enveloped himself in a blinding crimson glow. And as the radiance faded, the second tier of the Super Saiyan evil green form was unveiled. Wukong extended his arms, hovering gracefully in the air, standing at an impressive height of 2 meters. His bulging muscles radiated an aura of strength, resembling a masterfully sculpted work of art. His dark green hair and tail swayed gently in the wind. Enveloped in a dark crimson aura, his deep red eyes gazed down upon the rotund Majin Bu, a smirk playing upon his lips as he taunted, "Qiqi, feel the pain, my foolish Majin Bu." Majin Bu sensed an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him, causing his expression to shift to one of seriousness. Gritting his teeth, he defiantly shouted, "Don't think you can intimidate me like this." With that, he puffed up, his body inflating several times like a balloon. Wukong raised an eyebrow and let out a cold snort. It was merely a display of bravado. In an instant, he charged toward the corpulent Bu with the swiftness of lightning. Wukong's speed was astonishingly swift. Before the rotund Bu could fully respond, he had already appeared before him. His right fist enveloped in a dark crimson aura, striking with tremendous force. This blow landed squarely upon Bu's swollen belly, producing a deep, resounding thud. Like a deflated balloon, Bu was sent hurtling backward from the impact. Seizing the moment, Wukong crossed his arms before his chest and then thrust them forward with great force, unleashing a formidable dark red shockwave. The rotund Bu, unable to evade in time, was struck squarely in the chest and fell heavily to the ground, his strength depleted, rendering him momentarily incapable of continuing the fight. Lying on the ground, Bu fixed his gaze upon Wukong, his heart brimming with unwillingness. Upon witnessing this, Wukong's lips curled into a smile. Taking a deep breath, he reverted to his original form and executed a technique of instantaneous movement, finding himself beside the portly Majin Bu in an instant. "So what do you say? Do I possess the merit to take you on as my disciple? Do not forget, I can offer you not only a plethora of delectable cuisines and a place to stay, but I can also guide you in your quest for strength." As he spoke, Wukong displayed a warm and inviting smile, extending his right hand toward the reclining Majin Bu on the ground. Chapter 147, The Chaos of the Underworld. The resurrection of the undead Majin Bu gazed at Wukong's outstretched hand, hesitating for a moment before slowly lifting his chubby hand to grasp Wukong's. A radiant smile blossomed on his face as he replied, "Very well, since you are so formidable, following you may indeed lead to more delightful feasts and greater strength." With a hearty laugh, Goku pulled the rotund Bu close, reassuring him, "Fear not, for you are my very first disciple. As the god of the Kais, I shall treat you with the utmost respect." Upon hearing these words, Majin Bu bowed without hesitation, resolutely proclaiming, "Yes, I trust you, master." "Ahahaha, splendid, splendid, my dear disciple." "Rise quickly," Goku replied, reveling in the joy of the moment. "Yes, master." The chubby Bu stood tall, visibly content in the presence of companionship. "As a token of our meeting, allow me to present you with a gift." No sooner had he spoken than Goku conjured a radiant golden circlet, presenting it to Bu. "Wow, this is truly magnificent. No one has ever gifted me anything before." "Thank you, master," Bu exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he eagerly accepted the exquisite offering. Immediately engrossed in its allure, Wukong chuckled with satisfaction. "Ha ha ha, as long as you like it. Once you wear the golden circlet, you shall no longer be a him." "Well, let us not digress. Just give it a try." "Yay, all right," exclaimed Fat Bu, his face alight with excitement as he placed the circlet upon his head. It fits perfectly. My aim remains as sharp as ever. It's practically a measuring tool." "Ha." Wukong smiled with contentment. "I must ask, Kakarot, what on earth are you up to?" Vegeta seized the opportunity, regarding Wukong with a bemused expression. Huh? I simply took on a disciple, Wukong replied nonchalantly. Old son. I believe what Vegeta is actually inquiring about is the nature of this golden circlet, Piccolo interjected awkwardly. Wukong tilted his head, gazing at Piccolo and Vegeta, and inquired with a hint of confusion, Don't you both think this golden circlet is quite striking? He hesitated before adding, It's not just my father and Uncle Piccolo. I also find this circlet somewhat impressive. He then turned to Gohan and Goten, only to discover that the two had already rushed to Fat Bu, observing him intently with gleaming eyes. Upon hearing Wukong's query, Gohan replied, Not at all. We think it's rather cool. Yes. It's truly magnificent. Goten chimed in, his face brimming with excitement. Qiqi, isn't it? I think so too, Wukong said, proudly rubbing his nose. Bu also found it quite splendid. He adored this gift, exclaiming with joy as he hopped on one foot from side to side. Well, never mind, Kakarot. I cannot quite appreciate your tastes, Vegeta remarked, covering his face in embarrassment. Sigh, I feel the same way, Trunks concurred. Old son, let us set aside this topic for now. Since the issue has been resolved, shall we not return to Earth? Piccolo swiftly redirected the conversation. Wukong replied, Indeed, that makes sense. Now, let us all join hands, and I shall guide you back to the heavenly temple. At that moment, a hurried voice resonated in everyone's ears. Lord Mu, are you there? Upon hearing these words, Wukong gazed towards the heavens and exclaimed, Is that not Lord North King? It has been quite some time since we last communicated. What brings you here on this breeze? Lord Wukong. Please refrain from belittling your subordinate. You may simply address me as North King. Very well, then you need not refer to me as Lord Wukong anymore. After all, we share a mentor-student bond, akin to several years ago. Just call me Wukong. I shall not stand on ceremony then. Wukong, there are some troubling matters arising in the netherworld. King Yinma is unable to reach you and has entrusted me with seeking your assistance. North King, before you elaborate, allow me to guess. There hasn't been another uprising in the netherworld, has there? Indeed, but it is far more serious than before. The netherworld is currently under the control of a most formidable entity, and King Yinma has been sealed within the Yinma Palace by his barrier. This upheaval has inverted the laws of yin and yang, causing all souls yet to reincarnate to be resurrected and regain corporeal forms. The situation is prone to further deterioration. For instance, should the passage between the realms of yin and yang be opened, these resurrected spirits may escape into the mortal realm, leading to considerable chaos. Hence, I have come to solicit your aid. As Wukong stroked his chin, he mused inwardly, how intriguing. It turns out to be that theatrical version. I had thought such an occurrence was improbable, yet the situation grows increasingly captivating. Noticing Wukong's lack of response, King Kai urged, Wukong, we must entrust this matter to you. Please act swiftly, for time is of the essence. All right, I understand. We will head over immediately. We shall continue this discussion later, Wukong declared, abruptly severing the telepathic connection with King Kai. Old son, what are your thoughts on this? Piccolo inquired, his expression grave. What else is there to consider? This matter runs deep. We have no choice but to intervene. Only we can thwart that individual, Wukong replied. Shall we proceed now then? Gohan asked anxiously. Yes, however, I suspect King Kai's information may be delayed. It is possible that our old friends have already escaped to the human realm via the Yin-Yang passage. Kakarot. Speak plainly and do not dawdle, Vegeta said, unable to tolerate Wukong's slow speech. Hey, no need to rush. My plan is to return you all to Earth, leaving a portion behind to safeguard it, while the rest accompany me to the King of Hell's palace. Then who will go and who will stay? Vegeta inquired. How about this? Vegeta, Majin Buu, and I shall venture to the King of Hell's palace, while the remaining individuals remain on Earth to deal with those escaped spirits. What do you think? Why must we stay on Earth? Goten protested unhappily. Precisely. If Goten and I fuse, we will be formidable. Surely, the enemies in the King of Hell's palace will not be able to overpower us, Trunks concurred. Gohan, with a hint of embarrassment, scratched the back of his head and said, Actually, I too wish to visit the Yima Palace to witness the creature that Lord North Kai spoke of. Just how formidable is it? Piccolo, with a serious tone, interjected, Enough of the bickering. Time is of the essence, and we cannot afford to waste it on debates about who will go and who will stay. We shall adhere to Master-Son's arrangements. All right, I understand, Uncle Piccolo. Gohan responded with a hint of resignation. Humph, and you two little brats as well. Upon receiving a fierce glare from Piccolo, Goten and Trunks felt a chill run down their spines, immediately standing at attention and exclaiming, "Yes, sir." Chapter 148, The Earth Defense War on Earth. In the sacred world of the Kais, everyone was intently gazing at the crystal ball, within which Goku, transformed into a Super Saiyan, was fiercely battling Majin Buu. At that moment, the voice of North Kai resonated in everyone's minds. "Old Kai, are you there?" Everyone instinctively lifted their heads, gazing curiously at the sky. Hearing the voice, Old Kai inquired with a furrowed brow, "Who are you? Do we know each other?" An awkward chuckle echoed from North Kai. "Ah, haha. I am the current North Galaxy Kai. While you may not recognize me, I have certainly heard of your legendary tales. You are my idol." Upon hearing that this mere Kai was aware of his existence, Old Kai regarded North Kai with newfound respect. I never imagined that even the current Kai would know of me. Unlike certain unremarkable Kais, he remarked, casting a sidelong glance at East Kai. East Kai, feeling the weight of the comment, awkwardly scratched the back of his head and chuckled sheepishly. Just as North Kai was unsure how to respond, Old Kai, sensing the moment, asked, "By the way, North Kai, what brings you to seek me?" Relieved that Old Kai did not put him in a difficult position, North Kai wiped the cold sweat from his brow and communicated, "It is concerning the ongoing battle between Lord Shin and Majin Buu. Due to the barriers of the sacred world, I am unable to transmit messages within. Therefore, I would like to ask you to relay a message to Lord Shin and the others. The underworld is facing a significant crisis." Upon hearing North Kai's description, everyone was taken aback, their expressions turning grave as they gazed at a particular black that had suddenly appeared in the sky. Android 18 and the others prepared for battle. Old Kai stroked his chin, sighed, and shook his head. "I did not anticipate such turmoil in the underworld. However, regrettably, my ability to transmit messages does not extend that far. You might need to try several dozen times. You should be able to reach Goku through the barrier." "Alas, it seems we have no other choice," North Kai sighed. Old Kai urged, "Yes, we have seen the swirling yin-yang portal in the sky. Once the spirits from the underworld appear, we will hold our ground. Quickly, go and contact Goku. Well then, I shall take my leave and continue to contact Lord Mu. Elder, I am off now." "Indeed, go ahead." As the words of the Elder Kai faded, the North Kai severed their mental communication and endeavored to reach out repeatedly to Goku and others in the sacred realm. Observing the conclusion of their discourse, the East Kai eagerly approached, imploring, "Ancestor, what shall we do now?" "Haha, the situation has become somewhat precarious. I heard from Gohan in the Hyperbolic time chamber that in recent years, numerous malevolent and formidable foes have been vanquished by them. Should such entities traverse the yin-yang passage into Earth, it will fall upon you young warriors to hold the fort until Goku's return." Upon finishing, the Elder Kai cast his gaze upon the East Kai, Jebit, Android 18, and Krillin. Upon hearing the Elder Kai's words, the East Kai's resolve solidified. "Fear not, Ancestor. We shall not allow those fiends to prevail," declared the East Kai with unwavering conviction. Android 18 clenched her fists, affirming, "Indeed, rest assured. As long as they have not returned, we shall exert every effort to safeguard the Earth." The others nodded in agreement. "Alas, yet another grave crisis has arisen. I hope you return swiftly, Goku," sighed the Ox King with a sense of helplessness. "Humph. Ox King, as my student, the Turtle Hermit. One must never falter in the face of any adversary," exclaimed the Turtle Hermit, shedding his garment and transforming into a colossal, muscular elder, striking a battle stance. "Precisely. And furthermore, we have no avenue for retreat," added Qiqi, her expression turning serious. At that moment, a dark speck in the blue sky above the heavenly palace grew increasingly larger, exuding a chilling aura. Oolong and Pu'er trembled with anxiety, yet attempted to maintain their composure. Android 18 tightened her fists, her gaze resolute. Whatever it may be, anything daring to approach Earth must be prepared to face annihilation. The Elder Kai surveyed the surroundings and inquired, "Where have those two mischievous girls gone? I sense they possess considerable combat prowess and could be of use." Tais approached and stated, "Although the sky here over the heavenly palace has always been clear, it is indeed 5:30 in the morning. I had already sent them to bed. Perhaps we should awaken them. The situation is rather extraordinary," suggested Yamcha. Krillin concurred, "Indeed, I had forgotten. Though these two little ones may not match Goten and Trunks, they still possess notable strength." Tais looked at Android 18, somewhat perplexed. Android 18 nodded. "It seems there is no other choice. Those two girls are ones I have trained specifically, and they should have no trouble handling an ordinary battle." "Then let us rouse them. Otherwise, we may find ourselves of little use. With that, Bulma hastily pulled ties towards the inner chambers of the heavenly temple. As they burst into the room, they beheld two young girls sleeping soundly. Bulma gently shook one of them, urging her to wake up quickly as a grave situation had arisen. The girl, still groggy, opened her eyes and immediately became alert upon grasping the situation, while the other swiftly turned over to join the fray. Meanwhile, outside the heavenly temple, a dark speck had transformed into a colossal black vortex, from which emerged a multitude of extraterrestrial beings, clad in nearly identical attire. Beast Kai shouted, "Everyone, be cautious," and charged ahead. Android 18 followed closely behind, sweeping through the ranks of foes with an unstoppable force, pushing forward relentlessly. The sight invigorated the others, who rallied and surged toward the advancing aliens. Although Master Roshi was aged, he deftly evaded attacks and countered with his vast experience, unleashing the Kamehameha wave. As a throng of enemies approached, Krillin grinned. I've been eager to try this combination technique. Solar Flare. Ki Blast. Krillin executed a series of moves that felled numerous adversaries, creating openings in the enemy lines. Spirit Ball. Yamcha was undeterred and unleashed his ultimate technique, overwhelming the lesser foes with ease. We have arrived as well. Prepare to meet your demise, you wicked villains. Sun Wukong and Jin stepped onto the scene, immediately joining the battle. Despite it being their first experience with taking lives, they showed no mercy to the invaders. Krillin, don't you think these guys resemble Frieza's troops? Yamcha inquired amidst the skirmish. Indeed, their uniforms are unmistakable. I can never forget Frieza's minions. Krillin replied while dispatching foes. At that moment, a sinister laughter echoed through the air. Oh ho ho ho, father, it seems my friends on Earth have not forgotten me. Chapter 149. Android 18 vs. Ultimate Frieza on the first day of 2025. I wish everyone a happy new year, good health, prosperity, and success in all endeavors. Is that Frieza? Krillin exclaimed in shock. And is that his father, King Cold? Yamcha added, equally astonished. Oh ho ho ho, it has been quite a while. Hasn't it? This king has come to greet you all. Frieza grinned malevolently. This is bad. The North Kai and Jebbet have descended to confront Frieza's army and the other aliens. This is troublesome, Bobo remarked calmly. It seems we must rely on Android 18 now. The old Kai observed, gazing at the formidable Android 18 as she wreaked havoc among Frieza's legion. Frieza, noticing the significantly stronger presence of Android 18, covered his mouth and chuckled coldly. Ho ho ho, I did not expect such a formidable individual to exist on Earth. It seems I must personally engage this woman. Frieza, I have heard tales of your exploits. Do you truly believe you can defeat my mother? Wukong exclaimed in dissatisfaction. Indeed, Andy 18 is far more formidable than you. Jin chimed in. How interesting. I had not noticed you two little brats before. It appears you are both offspring of the Psiots. Who might you be? Kurt inquired curiously from the side. My father is Radits. My father is Son Goku. Ha ha ha, how delightful. Since you are the children of old friends, I shall demonstrate a transformation. I have perfected myself. No sooner had he spoken than Frieza assumed a pose reminiscent of a constipation struggle and roared, ha ha ha. With that cry, Frieza's height surged past 2 meters, for horns sprouted from his head, his whites turned black, and his pupils glowed red. Curved, blade-like bones emerged from his wrists, and a fleshy armor enveloped his form. What is this? The onlookers stared in shock at Frieza's new form. Even Android 18, engrossed in the battle against those extraterrestrial beings, sensed something amiss and glanced toward the figure hovering above the sacred realm. Ha ha ha. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce my latest advancement in transformation, which I have dubbed Ultimate Frieza. Do you fancy it? Frieza relished the astonished gazes directed at him and continued. Let me inform you that my battle power prior to resurrection was 200 million. For reasons unknown, it has increased by 1/4 since my revival. This transformation allows my power to quadruple, bringing my current battle strength to 1 billion. Krillin gasped in disbelief. What? 1 billion battle power? How infuriating. I recall that 16 once stated that 18's battle power was only 375 million, and moreover, androids do not grow stronger. Krillin, your memory is impressive. Yamcha remarked sarcastically. Ha ha ha. Father, I shall handle these 2 scion brats and those below. I must go and confront that lady, lest my subordinates be annihilated by her. Very well, go ahead. Those individuals lack significant power and pose no threat to me. King Kurt nodded. With that, an armored mask enveloped Frieza's face, concealing all but his eyes, and then he vanished from sight. The next moment, Frieza materialized before Android 18. Gazing at the woman drenched in the blood of his subordinates, a murderous glint in his eyes. Ha ha ha. You have nearly slain a third of my underlings all by yourself. I have heard you are the wife of Son Goku. I shall settle these accounts with you most thoroughly. Humph. If you wish to fight, then let us do so. Why all the idle chatter? Android 18 retorted, launching an energy sphere toward Ultimate Frieza as a forceful response. Frieza neither dodged nor flinched, absorbing the energy blast without a scratch. He dusted off his attire and applauded. Ha ha ha. Truly worthy of being the wife of a scion. As a token of my appreciation, I shall not hold back. Frieza raised his hand, and a colossal sphere of death energy swiftly formed at his fingertip, launching towards Android 18. She dared not evade, for behind her lay the ground, should she dodge. This immense energy orb would undoubtedly annihilate the Earth in an instant. With determination, Android 18 positioned her hands at her waist, palms forming a sunflower shape. As a blue-white energy sphere coalesced between them, unleashing the Kamehameha wave. The immense pink energy sphere clashed with the azure energy wave midair, generating a powerful gust. The energy fluctuations radiating outward. With all her strength, Android 18 managed to push the pink energy sphere backward, and before long, it was expelled from Earth. In a distant corner of the cosmos, the massive pink energy sphere collided with the surface of a planet, resulting in a tremendous explosion that turned the celestial body into a spectacle of fireworks, dissipating into the void of space. Frieza clapped his hands, exclaiming, "Ho ho ho. Not bad. You managed to withstand about a quarter of my power. That's quite an extraordinary feat worthy of praise." Just as Frieza was about to continue tormenting Android 18 to avenge his deep-seated grudges, a cry for help echoed from King Cold. "Frieza, quickly, come save me." Both Android 18 and Frieza turned to see King Cold's body slowly contorting and compressing, while below him, the Elder Kaioshin lounged in a rocking chair, basking in the sun. The Elder Kaioshin raised a hand towards King Cold, his fingers slowly retracting. "It's you, you old rascal. What kind of power is this? Stop this at once. Frieza, save me." King Cold's body was under the influence of an invisible force, compressing him from the outside in, as he screamed in agony and despair. "Are you not going to save him?" Android 18 questioned Frieza. "I will not." Frieza coldly replied. "Why not? He is your father." Android 18 pressed on. "Ho ho ho ho. If he dies, that's one less burden. I've long wanted to eliminate him. I just needed a reasonable excuse," Frieza sneered, seeing Frieza's indifference. King Cold fell into despair once more, laughing maniacally. "Ha, Frieza, I knew." Boom. With a resounding blast, King Cold's body exploded, turning into white smoke that the wind scattered. "Humph. You chatter too much, making it impossible for this old man to rest," the Elder Kaioshin remarked disdainfully, glancing at the now vacant spot in the sky before relaxing back into his chair. Frieza chuckled. "Ho ho ho ho. I must admit, I misjudged. For there is indeed a formidable being here. How intriguing. Now, let us continue. Once I finish you, I shall investigate just how formidable that old fellow truly is." My dear lady. Chapter 150. The Super Saiyan Beyond the Transcendent. Humph. Let us see if you possess the capability. With a piercing gaze, Number 18 fixed her eyes upon her opponent, and, as soon as her words fell, she launched herself forward, unleashing a powerful punch directed at the ultimate Frieza. A smirk of disdain curled at the corners of Frieza's mouth as he effortlessly sidestepped the oncoming blow. In response, he swung his tail like a steel whip towards Number 18. Reacting swiftly, she leaped backwards, but alas, the reach of his attack exceeded her expectations, striking her arm with excruciating pain. Yet, undeterred, Number 18 gathered energy in her hands and unleashed a barrage of energy blasts towards Frieza. He crossed his arms to shield himself, the force of the impact pushing him back several meters. Seizing the opportunity, Number 18 charged forward once more, this time executing a series of combination punches, each infused with a fierce wind. Though Frieza found himself somewhat beleaguered by this relentless assault, being in his ultimate form, he quickly adapted to her rhythm. With a sudden surge of power, a formidable gust of energy erupted around him, forcefully repelling Number 18. After adjusting her position in midair, she lunged forward again, performing a swift turn and delivering a downward kick aimed at Frieza's head. He once more crossed his arms to block, the tremendous impact causing him to stagger slightly. The two fighters momentarily distanced themselves, locking eyes with one another. "Intriguing. The android is indeed formidable," Frieza remarked with a cold smirk. Number 18 retorted disdainfully, "Don't think you are the only one capable of growing stronger." With that, She heightened her energy to its utmost limit, a brilliant white light enveloping her form. She charged at Frieza once again, this time moving faster than before. Each strike imbued with immense power. Frieza, now fully committed, engaged her with equal fervor, and the battle intensified to a fever pitch. Just as number 18 was about to land a blow, Frieza suddenly vanished from sight, startling her into heightened alertness. In an instant, a chilling presence emerged from behind. Frieza appeared, his arm transformed into a razor-like energy blade, which he thrust into her lower back, sending her flying with a powerful kick. She crashed heavily onto the plaza of the sacred temple, blood spilling from her mouth. Frieza floated over slowly, a triumphant expression adorning his face. "You are truly despicable," number 18 exclaimed, clutching the wound on her abdomen, struggling to maintain her balance on one knee as she glared defiantly at Frieza. As long as victory is mine. What does it matter if it is considered despicable? The world will remember the victor. The process, notions of justice, are all defined by the one who triumphs. You shall not harm my mother. Goku's son, Goten, was the first to step forward, spreading his arms to shield number 18 behind him. The others quickly joined, forming a protective circle around her, eyes fiercely fixed on Frieza, while only Bubbles and the old Qiqi, lounging in the sun, remained indifferent. You wretched fiend, will not be forgiven? The youngest of the group, Kine, let out a fierce cry and transformed into a Super Saiyan, charging towards the formidable Frieza. Upon seeing Kine rushing forward, Frieza scoffed, effortlessly blocking her relentless barrage of attacks with a mere finger. "Ah, my dear child," he taunted, "if memory serves me right. You are Radits' daughter. Quite the talent, transforming at such a young age. Yet, I must say, this transformation of yours is rather feeble." Undeterred by Frieza's mockery, Kine continued to dart around him, persistently launching her assaults. As Wu Yue gazed at Jine transforming into a Super Saiyan to battle against Frieza, her fists clenched in frustration. A torrent of self-reproach surged within her. Why? Why can Goten transform, and Trunks as well? Even Jine's sister has the power to transform, yet I cannot. How infuriating. Why is this so? Frieza, with uncanny precision, anticipated Jine's attack, effortlessly countering it with a mere finger. Ha ha ha. A Super Saiyan, this is what a Super Saiyan has become, truly a decline. Little girl, I have grown weary of this. Perhaps you should take a step back. In the next moment, Frieza mercilessly delivered a powerful punch to Jine's abdomen, causing her to feel a searing pain as she expelled gastric acid into the air. Reverting to her normal state, her gaze vacant. Jine. The sudden turn of events left everyone stunned, and they shouted in unison. Frieza grasped Jine's black short hair with one hand, holding her suspended in midair, casting a glance at the onlookers, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Ha ha ha. Since you all cherish this little girl so much, I shall show mercy and return her to you, if you can catch her. With that, Frieza carelessly tossed the unconscious Jine towards the crowd. Regaining her senses, Wu Yue hurried forward to catch Jine, who was plummeting towards her. Just then, Frieza raised a single finger and suddenly unleashed a death beam towards the unprotected Jine. Gasps filled the air as the crimson beam ruthlessly pierced through Jine's abdomen, splattering blood everywhere. Jine. Everyone shouted as they rushed forward to catch her. The severely injured android 18 barely managed to rise, yearning to be the first to reach her, but as she stood, her recently healed wounds split open once more, blood erupting from her mouth and abdomen, causing her to collapse. Only Wu Yue stood frozen, watching her fallen mother and closest companion suffer grievously, as if a thunderbolt had struck her mind. You monstrous fiend. I shall never forgive you. Ah! In the next instant, dark clouds gathered in the sky, accompanied by flashes of lightning, as an immense power unsealed itself, awakening from within Wu Yue. Boom, 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 with several jagged bolts of lightning striking around her. Her power no longer concealed, erupted forth like a volcano, shaking the very fabric of the earth. Suddenly, Wu Yue's body began to ascend, transforming from a mere 125 centimeters to an impressive 180 centimeters. Her once petite figure was now adorned with bulging muscles, her pupils vanished, and her hair had morphed into a vivid green. The palpable surge of power left everyone in a state of turmoil, their expressions a blend of astonishment and joy. Wu Yu managed to utter, calling out to the daughter who appeared both familiar and alien. Is this truly Wu Yue? Qiqi gazed at her in disbelief. From a corner within the divine hall, Bulma and Tais also peeked out, captivated by Wu Yue's transformation, utterly astonished. Excuse me, are you Wu Yu? Krillin inquired cautiously, his shock evident. Master Rashi, the Ox King, Yamcha, and others were equally engulfed in a state of profound amazement, nearly forgetting how to breathe. Even the typically composed old Kai was taken aback, exclaiming, "This little girl, how could she undergo such a transformation? It is uncertain whether this is a blessing or a curse." Chapter 151. The Transcendent Wu Yue pummels Ultimate Frieza. "Who are you, little brat?" Frieza felt an overwhelming wave of fear wash over him at the mere sight of Wu Yue in this form. Wu Yu did not respond to anyone, for she had long since lost her sanity, exuding a wild aura of destruction, her body enveloped in a blazing green flame. As she observed the approaching figure of Chuan Chaoyi with an intense gaze, Frieza became increasingly alarmed. "Damn scions, they deserve to perish. Let this planet be obliterated along with them." Frieza shouted, summoning all his strength to condense a massive dark red planet-destroying energy ball at his fingertips. This is bad. If Frieza is not stopped, the planet will be annihilated, and everyone except Frieza will perish. Krillin's eyes widened in horror. "Wu Yu, hurry and stop Frieza," Yamcha cried out. "Wu Yu, you can do it. Wu Yu, you can do it." Oolong and Pu'er shouted from the side. "Wu Yu, be careful." After uttering these words, Number 18 fainted from excessive blood loss. "Number 18, hang in there. I'll take you for emergency treatment right away. Daddy, help me." Qiqi could not afford to hesitate any longer. She rushed forward to support Number 18 and made her way into the temple. "Oh, all right." The Ox King quickly stepped forward, lifting Number 18 and charging into the temple alongside Qiqi. "We'll help too." Bulma and Tais, having just completed an emergency procedure for Giant, hurried over to assist Qiqi and the others. Witnessing her mother collapse, Wu Yu's fury escalated, unleashing a torrent of green energy blasts in all directions. The ground of the Heavens Temple Square was instantly riddled with countless craters, as energy blasts indiscriminately shot towards the lower realms. The old Supreme Kai swiftly waved his hand, conjuring a massive protective shield to encompass everyone. "Thank you, old Supreme Kai." The crowd, having narrowly escaped disaster, expressed their gratitude to the old Supreme Kai. He stroked his chin and smiled. "He, you are all friends of Goku. I shall make it my utmost priority to ensure your safety. However, this primal transformation of hers is rather ill-suited for such a young girl." Frieza, observing the still-raging Chuan Chao Wu Yu, who was continuously unleashing energy blasts, chuckled. "Ho ho ho, so you intend to destroy this planet. How intriguing. However, your efficiency is rather lacking. Allow me to lend you a hand. Perish, scion." In the next moment, the massive dark red energy ball at Frieza's fingertips descended towards the deranged Chuan Chao Wu Yu. As she beheld the colossal energy sphere hurtling toward her, even in her madness, Wu Yu instinctively retaliated. With a great leap, she swung her fist, striking the planet-destroying energy ball and sending the massive dark red sphere hurtling back to its origin. Frieza was taken aback. "What? You managed to deflect my strongest attack so effortlessly? How infuriating." As the devastating energy blast hurtled towards him, Frieza swiftly teleported away, causing the annihilation projectile to pierce the atmosphere and soar into the cosmos. In the next moment, a nearby meteorite passing by Earth erupted in a tremendous explosion, shattering into countless tiny fragments that hurtled towards the planet. The old Kai, observing the oncoming meteorite debris, sighed, "Alas, this little girl certainly knows how to stir up trouble. This is quite perilous." "What are you looking at, old Kai? I see nothing unusual. Why do you say it's perilous?" Krillin inquired, following the old Kai's gaze towards the sky, puzzled. You shall soon understand. There is little I can do about it. I can only hope it does not lead to significant destruction." Frieza, drenched in sweat, wiped his forehead, muttering, "That was close. You pesky little brat. I fear you not. I am the mighty Emperor Frieza of the universe." Without uttering a word, Wu Yue instantaneously materialized before Frieza, delivering a powerful punch to his cheek. Frieza, realizing the imminent threat, hastily crossed his arms in a futile attempt at defense, only to be propelled several dozen kilometers away by the sheer force of the blow. As he soared through the air, striving to regain control and adjust his posture, Frieza's pupils widened in shock. The devilish figure of Wu Yue had already manifested behind him. "What? How can you be so fast?" Frieza exclaimed in astonishment. Wu Yue's movements were unceasing, as he delivered a powerful knee strike to Frieza's abdomen. In an instant, Frieza's face contorted in agony, and he expelled bile, his form propelled upwards by the force of inertia. In an instant, Wu Yue reappeared above Frieza, delivering a powerful downward strike that sent the bewildered Frieza flying. Like a projectile, Frieza plummeted toward the ground, while Wu Yue swiftly positioned himself beneath Frieza. In that moment of sheer terror reflected in Frieza's eyes, Wu Yue unleashed a devastating punch to his chin. Once again, Frieza's form shot skyward, his gaze now filled with despair. This was undeniably brutal. Yamcha involuntarily swallowed as he watched Frieza. Little did he expect that Wu Yue's transformation not only bestowed him with terrifying power, but also dramatically altered his demeanor. Krillin concurred, expressing relief. This is wonderful. Frieza is no match for Wu Yue now. We are safe. Wulong chimed in with delight. Indeed. Hu Yin nodded in agreement. I hope Wu Yue retains a fragment of his consciousness, otherwise we may still be in peril, the turtle hermit remarked with a grave expression. The old Qiqi cast an approving glance at the turtle hermit, stroking his chin in satisfaction. You are correct. Wu Yue has completely lost his rationality. Someone must awaken him, or he will become the greatest calamity. How could this be? Wu Yue was once so gentle and kind. Krillin exclaimed in disbelief. The old Qiqi smiled faintly, gesturing towards Wu Yue as he relentlessly pummeled Frieza. Observe carefully. Is this still the Wu Yue you once knew? The group turned to witness Wu Yue darting about, raining down blows on Frieza like a rubber ball. After a relentless 2.5 minutes of assault, Wu Yue finally paused, and seeing Frieza cease his defense, the battered tyrant exhaled in resignation. You are the true demon here. Frieza spat, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth as he bellowed in fury. In response, Wu Yue's lips curled into a sinister smile, and sensing the imminent danger, Frieza's heart sank. Oh no! Wu Yue erupted into maniacal laughter. His form flickering as he reappeared before Frieza, raising a fist the size of a cauldron and driving it toward Frieza's face. Chapter 152, The Wrath of the Ultra-Evil Green at Full Power. Terrified, Frieza's mind went blank, completely forgetting to defend himself, and thus he foolishly braced himself to absorb Wu Yue's astonishingly powerful punch with his face. A resounding crash echoed, as if the very world trembled in response. The immense force behind this strike surged forth like a tidal wave. Frieza's already grotesque visage was twisted and deformed, rendering him unrecognizable. His body shot backward uncontrollably, akin to a kite severed from its string. Yet, Wu Yue had no intention of sparing Frieza. In an instant, she darted forward, swift as a specter, and within the blink of an eye, found herself behind Frieza. Without hesitation, Goku seized Frieza's robust tail with a firm grip and unleashed a breathtaking spinning maneuver. Frieza's body whirled through the air, generating a cacophony of howling winds. Upon completing this dazzling display, Goku reappeared before Frieza, denying him even a moment to catch his breath, and immediately activated the frenzied wolf Fong fist technique. His maniacal laughter echoed through the skies, deafeningly resonant. Simultaneously, his fists transformed into a flurry of afterimages, raining down upon Frieza with relentless ferocity. Each blow carried tremendous force, resonating with thunderous sounds. Boom, boom, boom. Frieza could only respond with anguished cries, ah, ah, accompanied by torrents of blood gushing from his mouth, creating a mist of crimson that permeated the air. Yet, Goku's onslaught showed no signs of abating. With each strike, his excitement and ferocity surged. The atmosphere was filled with Goku's maniacal laughter and the sounds of impact, intertwined with Frieza's pitiful screams and the sound of blood spilling. Such a gruesome and violent spectacle sent shivers down the spines of onlookers, compelling them to unconsciously sweat for Frieza, silently praying that this cosmic tyrant might escape his grim fate. Before the might of the Super Saiyan Goku, Frieza was rendered utterly defenseless, akin to a fish on a chopping block, subjected to relentless torment. This brutal exchange continued for 4 minutes and 30 seconds, during which Frieza, overwhelmed by agony, longed for death, yet even the right to end his suffering was ruthlessly stripped away by the rampaging Super Saiyan Goku. At that moment, the plaza of the Divine Temple suddenly shimmered with light, and with a whoosh, Goku descended alongside Vegeta, Majin Buu, the unconscious Radits, and others. Goku, you finally made it. Krillin shouted as he rushed out from the protective barrier, running towards Goku and his companions. Goku, the turtle hermit, Yamcha, Oolong, and Pure followed closely behind Krillin. Kid, you finally arrived, exclaimed the old Supreme Kai, rising to wave at Goku. Hey, everyone, how are you? Goku greeted the group before turning his gaze towards the distant battle, his brow furrowing in confusion. As Goku's gaze shifted, Gohan and his companions followed suit. Witnessing the overwhelming power of Goku's transformation as he ruthlessly subdued an individual reminiscent of Frieza, the most astonished were Goten and Trunks, who simultaneously exclaimed, What? Is that Goku's transformation? And this energy, how can it surpass ours? Another individual, on the receiving end of the beating, bore an energy akin to Frieza's. As Piccolo discerned, Vegeta, feeling the weight of his royal lineage, experienced an immense sense of oppression, murmuring in disbelief, this feeling of pressure. It surpasses even that of facing Kakarot's transformation. Could this form truly be the legendary Saiyan? Wu Fan carefully observed Wu Yu's Super Saiyan transformation and then turned to Goku, saying, "This form resembles yours, Dad." No wonder Wu Yu has been unable to transform into a Super Saiyan all this time. Could this be what they refer to as great talents maturing late? Upon the first sight of Wu Yue in this form, Wukong's mind was instantly flooded with the image of a colossal and tempestuous figure he had encountered in a previous life. A smile involuntarily crept upon his lips. No. This form of Ware is not quite the same as mine. I perceive an astonishingly profound Saiyan lineage coursing through her veins, far more potent than my own. I know of only one individual capable of such a transformation, and to my surprise, Ware can achieve it as well. Such talent and bloodline are truly formidable. You all arrived rather late, Krillin complained. Ah, my apologies. I had set up a barrier at the sacred land. If it weren't for North Kai taking an inordinate amount of time to contact me, we would still be oblivious to the events unfolding outside, Krillin exclaimed, his anxiety palpable. Significant events have transpired on Earth, and the situation is exceedingly urgent. I must relay this to you immediately. Enough with the idle chatter. Time is of the essence. Stand still, and allow me to assess the situation myself. Wukong decisively interrupted Krillin. As soon as the words left his mouth, he swiftly extended his right hand, placing it firmly above Krillin's head. In the next instant, Wukong's tightly shut eyes flew open, and his previously serene expression darkened to an unsettling degree. As if shrouded by an impenetrable frost, the sharpness of his gaze exuded an unsettling chill, reminiscent of an unfathomable abyss. Simultaneously, an indescribable aura of terror surged forth from Wukong, enveloping the area like a deluge breaching a dam. In an instant, the temperature around them plummeted, as though they had been thrust into the depths of winter. Frieza, you wretched fiend, I shall make you wish for death. In a fit of uncontrollable rage, Wukong unleashed a thunderous roar that echoed through the air. Immediately thereafter, his muscles tensed, and a cacophony of cracking bones filled the atmosphere as an overwhelming aura surged forth, transforming him into a state of unparalleled malevolence at full power. Accompanied by a piercing sound of air being sliced, Wukong abruptly vanished from his location, leaving only a fleeting green silhouette that gradually dissipated into the ether. Sensing the omnipresent and inexhaustible aura of dread, the transcendent Super Wu Yue, who was mercilessly assaulting Frieza from afar, instinctively paused in his actions. At that moment, Wu Yue had one hand firmly gripping Frieza's neck, lifting him high into the air. With the other hand, he relentlessly struck Frieza's already swollen visage. Noticing that the ominous energy was not directed at him, Frieza seized the opportunity to catch his breath, gasping heavily as beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead. Terror-stricken, he gazed at the halted Wu Yue, his mind racing to devise an escape plan. Yet, before he could formulate a coherent strategy, he felt an overwhelming wave of murderous intent bearing down upon him. Chapter 153, The Brutality of Wukong and the Demise of Frieza. In the next moment, the malevolent Wukong in his full power manifested before Frieza. The transcendent Super Wu Yue, startled by the sudden appearance of such a formidable being, reflexively swung his fist toward Wukong. Wukong grasped Wu Yue's fist with a single hand, then revealed a smile of satisfaction. Yue, I never imagined you possessed such formidable strength. Truly, you are my daughter. Upon hearing these words, Wu Yu turned her gaze towards the face of the newcomer, her eyes widening in astonishment, the white of her eyes revealing a green pupil. Slowly, she retracted her fist, standing dazed in place. Wukong gazed at his robust daughter before pulling her into his embrace, his voice a gentle blend of tenderness and remorse as he said, Where? I apologize for my tardiness. As he caressed Wu Yue's head, he softly reassured her, You have performed admirably, truly worthy of being my daughter. Leave the remaining matters to us. In the embrace of Wukong, Wu Yue initially struggled for a moment, but soon felt the warmth and affection radiating from him. Tears welled up in her eyes as she gazed up at his face, calling out, Daddy. In the next instant, Wu Yue returned to her usual self. Appearing somewhat fatigued and visibly distressed, her voice tinged with a whimper as she implored, Daddy, please save Mommy and Sister Janae. Before she could finish her plea, she succumbed to unconsciousness in Wukong's arms. Alas, what a foolish girl. Even on the brink of collapse, she still thought of others. Wukong sighed as he looked down at his fainted daughter. Fear not, for I am here. Even the mightiest of deities shall face my wrath should they dare to harm you. With these words, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent surged from within Wukong. Those detestable scions, I shall spare you for now. Frieza, sensing Wukong's immense killing intent and power, hastily turned to flee. Think you can escape? Not a chance. Wukong chuckled coldly, and with a decisive command, Frieza's figure became as though it were pinned in midair, unable to move. With one hand cradling the unconscious Wu Yue, Wukong teleported before the terrified Frieza, advancing towards him with deliberate steps, each footfall resonating with a thunderous echo in the air. Witnessing such overwhelming might, Frieza's panic escalated as he stammered, "What do you intend to do? Please, don't come any closer." "Frieza," Wukong began, a hint of menace in his tone. "I hear you recently entertained my wife, child, and their companions quite well. I must express my gratitude." As his words lingered in the air, Wukong held Wu Yue tightly in his right arm while his left hand conjured a crimson energy blade, mimicking Frieza's earlier technique, and a chilling smile graced his lips. "What are you?" Frieza's incredulous inquiry was abruptly cut short as Wukong's figure vanished before him. In an instant, Frieza felt a searing pain as Wukong's arm pierced through his abdomen from behind. With a gasp, Frieza coughed up blood, his eyes wide with disbelief. "You are clearly far stronger than I. Why resort to a sneak attack?" Is that not how you treated her?" "I merely returned the favor." "Why you?" Frieza's voice faltered. "This is not over." With a surge of energy, Goku unleashed a powerful energy wave, creating a gaping wound alongside Frieza's previous injury. A spurt of blood erupted from Frieza's mouth. "You despicable wild monkey. You all deserve to die," Frieza exclaimed, writhing in pain. "Enough with the chatter. Relish this exquisite torment." Goku replied with a sinister grin, swinging his energy blade once more. Frieza's anguished scream echoed as his left wrist was severed, remaining suspended in the air under Goku's deliberate control. "What do you intend to do?" Frieza demanded furiously. "As I said, I aim to make you wish for death. And that necessitates thorough torment," Goku declared with an exceedingly wicked smile. You are the true monster," Frieza stammered. Before he could finish his sentence, Goku struck again, severing Frieza's left elbow. "Damn it." Frieza gritted his teeth, yet his body remained immobilized, helpless to resist. "This isn't over," Goku taunted. A sharp, thunderous sound sliced through the tranquil air, followed by the horrifying noise of flesh being torn apart and Frieza's heart-wrenching cries intermingling. In an instant, Frieza's left arm detached, floating forlornly beside him, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Yet, Goku showed no signs of halting his cruel actions. With an expression devoid of emotion, he continued to methodically slice into Frieza's body, as if engaged in a dispassionate slaughter. First, the left hand, next, the right hand, then, the left foot, followed by the right foot, and ultimately, even the robust tail met the same fate. Each incision was executed with chilling precision. Frieza's screams oscillated from initial terror to profound despair, never ceasing. This harrowing sound reverberated in the air, lingering long after. Even those within the celestial temple felt a chill run down their spines, their scalps prickling as if besieged by countless ants. They stared wide-eyed, unable to fathom the inhumane spectacle before them. Goku, however, seemed immersed in this brutal torture, reveling in Frieza's suffering. After dismembering Frieza's limbs and tail, he commenced the gruesome act of skinning him alive. The scene was beyond description, with Frieza's increasingly pitiful cries of agony resonating. Ah, ah, ah. These blood-curdling screams pierced the heavens, causing those with weaker constitutions to feel their stomachs churn violently at the horrifying sight. Unable to endure such a visual assault, they turned away, unable to bear another glance. Wukong had long since succumbed to the intoxicating thrill of vengeance when suddenly, the voice of the old Kai rang out in his mind. "Enough, Wukong. While Frieza is indeed despicable, do not continue to torment him. Remember, you have other tasks at hand. Time cannot be squandered." "I almost forgot the current situation. Thank you for the reminder, Elder," Wukong replied inwardly. In the next moment, his previously flailing left hand abruptly ceased its motion, and his gaze locked onto the wretched figure before him, bloodied and battered beyond recognition. Frieza appeared to have endured countless devastating blows, leaving a horrifying sight in his wake. Yet, within the depths of his despairing eyes, there flickered an intense yearning for death. As if only in death could he be liberated from this unending agony and torment. As Frieza lay on the brink of life, Wukong could not help but emit a soft sigh. "Well then, let this be your end today. I hope you tread carefully." Wukong spoke with a tone laden with both sorrow and admonition. However, before his words fully dissipated, he casually raised his left hand and waved gently at Frieza. In an instant, a dark red energy sphere shot forth like lightning, hurtling directly towards Frieza. The latter could only watch as the ominous orb drew near, ultimately striking his battered form with unerring precision. The moment the sphere made contact with his body, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted forth. Frieza felt his very being gradually dissolved by this terrifying power, yet his eyes bore no hint of fear. Instead, they reflected an unprecedented sense of release and liberation. Finally, under the onslaught of the violent energy from the dark red sphere, Frieza's entire body disintegrated into nothingness, leaving not even a trace behind. Chapter 154. Bojack and Jebbet very well. It is time to deal with the remaining foes, Wukong declared. His expression stern and his gaze laced with disdain as he stared towards the void where Frieza had once been. With a whoosh, Wukong, cradling the unconscious Wuyue, appeared on the plaza of the Heavenly Temple. Wukong, are you still the Wukong I once knew? Krillin approached hastily, concern etched across his face as he cautiously inquired. Indeed. Wukong, your demeanor was truly frightening just now. Yamcha chimed in. Wukong, are you all right? Master Roshi questioned, worry palpable in his voice. With unwavering determination, Wukong spoke solemnly. It matters not. I remain the Wukong of yore. However, when it comes to my family and friends, I shall not permit anyone to inflict harm upon them. Old son, I have sensed that the lower realm has descended into chaos. We must take action. After observing the turmoil below from the edge of the celestial temple, Piccolo, with a grave expression, addressed Wukong. I too have perceived numerous malevolent auras, Gohan concurred. Wukong momentarily focused his mind, and images of various corners of Earth materialized in his consciousness. He furrowed his brow slightly, noting, indeed, Earth is in utter chaos at this moment. Not only are there remnants of the Frieza army that recently escaped, but numerous old adversaries are also causing turmoil. With fierce battles erupting in multiple locations, suddenly Vegeta sensed a familiar presence, his eyes widening in surprise. After a brief internal struggle lasting 2.5 seconds, he bowed deeply to Wukong and implored, Kakarot, I, Vegeta, have never asked anyone for anything in my life. I am aware that you can directly command King Yama. I beseech you, help me keep him. The others were taken aback by Vegeta's unexpected bow. Wukong hurriedly placed a hand on Vegeta's shoulder and nodded solemnly, understood. I will do it. Thank you. Before anyone else could respond, Vegeta swiftly executed instant transmission, vanishing with a whoosh. That guy Vegeta has indeed changed a lot. Wukong thought with a slight smile as he gazed at the spot where Vegeta had disappeared. Strange, where could he be rushing off to? Krillin inquired curiously. Nothing much. Just another scion joining our ranks, Wukong replied nonchalantly. Wukong, I suggest you involve yourself with the balance of life and death, the old Kai warned. Yes, I will. But since Vegeta personally asked this time, I shall indulge him once. I hope you grant me this allowance, senior, Wukong responded with a respectful gesture. How peculiar that the cold-blooded scion race would alter their nature, even slightly, for the sake of a companion. I shall permit it this time. The old Kai remarked with a smile as he stroked his chin. Thank you very much, Wukong replied with a grin. Father, what should we do now? Gohan asked anxiously. Let us proceed this way, Gohan. Since you can use instant transmission, take Krillin, Yamcha, Piccolo, Goten, and Trunks down to the lower realm to swiftly address the chaos there. Old son, the Mage and Bu fighting in the underworld may not hold out much longer. You should hurry over as well, Piccolo advised. Rest assured, my disciple possesses some skill. I will check on 18 and the others in the Heavenly Temple with Yuer, and then I will provide support, Wukong assured. Very well, I leave that to you. Piccolo nodded, turning to the others. Everyone, I must also ensure the safety of Earth. Understood. The group responded in unison. Everyone hold on to me. All right. X5 in moments. With a whoosh, Gohan and the 5 others vanished from their location. Wulong, Pu'er. Wukong turned to his 2 companions beside him. Present. X2 please assist me in tending to my brother. He has exhausted himself and fainted. Do not wake him. He needs to rest well, Wukong instructed. Understood. 2 individuals hurriedly carried Radits towards the bedroom area within the Heavenly Temple. Mr. Bobo, where is Dandy? Goku inquired of Bobo, who had remained silent beside the old Supreme Kai. Lord Kami has gone into the temple. He should be attending to Mrs. Android 18 and the young girl, Kin. Bobo replied. Upon hearing this, Wukong took a deep breath and said, That's good. I would appreciate it if Mr. Bobo could lead the way. Please follow me. Bobo replied, then proceeded in the direction of the temple. Wukong nodded and, still cradling Wuyue in his arms, followed closely behind. In the lower realm, within a tropical rainforest, the blue-skinned, red-haired Bojack gazed at the lifeless bodies of his 4 subordinates, veins protruding with rage as he glared at the two figures before him. You despicable Qiqi. It was bad enough that your subordinates sealed us, but now you've come forth to slay all of my followers. I will ensure this debt is repaid in full. What? You can transform as well? The East Qiqi stared in shock at Bojack, who had entered his second transformation in fury. Ha ha ha. What do you think? This power is quite impressive, isn't it? Do you still believe you can defeat me? Bojack proclaimed with a boastful laugh. This is bad, East Qiqi. This fellow is far too powerful after his transformation. We cannot contend with him. What should we do? Jebbit asked, bewildered. At this point, we have no choice but to gamble everything. We cannot simply rely on your instant transmission to flee. The East Qiqi wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Indeed, that is a valid point. Though Lord Mugen previously instructed me that instant transmission should not be used for escape, we find ourselves with no other option, Jebbit realized suddenly. No, I am the Qiqi. I cannot flee. That would betray Wukong's training. The only solution now is to fuse using the Patera earrings. Jebbit quickly. As soon as the words left his mouth, the East Qiqi hastily removed his left earring. Jebbit, coming to his senses, quickly took off his right earring as well. In the next moment, a tremendous gravitational force manifested between the two, pulling them towards its center with no resistance, followed by a brilliant flash of light. When the radiance dissipated, a strong wind swept through, heralding the arrival of a new fused warrior. The fused warrior bellowed, exuding an overwhelming aura as the winds howled around him. He looked at his hands in astonishment, unable to suppress the smile that crept across his face, murmuring to himself, "Is this the power that comes with fusion? It is simply marvelous. Had it not been for Wukong's training, we might not have grown stronger even with this fusion. What have you done? Who are you?" Bojack exclaimed in shock, staring at the figure before him, a young man with white hair radiating an immense pressure. Though his energy could not be sensed, the fused warrior, feeling invigorated and brimming with confidence, addressed Bojack. I am neither East Qiqi nor the divine servant Jebbit. I am a deity born to vanquish you. You may call me Jebbit God. Chapter 155. 17 versus Lightning Cell. Do not play your tricks here. Bojack gathered energy into orbs in his hands and hurled them at Jebbit God. Mere trifles. With a disdainful snort, Jebbite effortlessly swatted away the energy blast aimed at him. Bojack, witnessing the futility of his attack, felt a surge of frustration. How infuriating. Jebbite is indeed formidable. Yet, I refuse to concede. With a furious roar, Bojack swiftly formed a series of hand seals and bellowed. Energy sphere explosion. A colossal orb of energy materialized in his hands, swirling with turbulent currents. However, Jebbite remained composed, emanating a silvery radiance that allowed him to withstand the onslaught. When the energy sphere collided with him, it merely created ripples of silver light, leaving him utterly unscathed. Bojack's eyes widened in shock. Before he could react, Jebbite vanished from sight. Suddenly, Bojack felt an overwhelming force strike him from behind, sending him crashing to the ground with a heavy thud. "TCH. I expected more from you," Jebbite taunted, struggling to rise. Bojack coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body swaying precariously as he looked at his opponent with terror. "How can you be this strong? You talk too much. Wasting my time. It's time for you to perish." Jebbite, having discerned Bojack's intention to stall, raised his hand to concentrate his energy into a powerful blast. Sensing the overwhelming aura of the energy wave, Bojack was seized by a sense of impending doom and turned to flee into the air. Do you think you can escape? Jebbite sneered, launching the energy wave towards the airborne Bojack. "No, don't." Before he could evade, Bojack was completely engulfed and vaporized by the energy blast, his cries abruptly silenced, leaving only a whisper of dust that scattered with the wind. At that moment, Jebbite sensed a disturbance behind him and swiftly turned around. With a whoosh, Gohan and Gotenks materialized before him. "Mr. Gohan, Gotenks, what brings you here?" Jebbite exclaimed with surprise, his eyes lighting up at the sight of the two. Wukong tilted his head in confusion as he gazed at the young man opposite him, adorned in the attire of the Supreme Kai, with flowing white hair. He scratched his head and inquired, "Pardon my curiosity, may I ask who you are?" As Gohan gazed intently at the person before him, he felt an increasing sense of familiarity. Fixating on the individual's earrings, he hesitantly conjectured, "You cannot be the fusion of Lord Qiqi and Jebbit, can you?" Jebbit, stroking the back of his head, chuckled, "Ha. You truly are remarkable, Mr. Gohan. Indeed. I am the new deity born from the fusion of East Qiqi and Jebbit." With a hint of curiosity, Gotenks approached, examining Jebbit closely. "Say, Do you also possess those fusion dance moves? Jebet laughed awkwardly in response. What you might be referring to is the Metamoran's fusion technique, right? That is not what I possess. Gohan interjected to clarify. Gotenks, this is a divine fusion technique, achieved through the use of earrings known as patera. Mister. Gohan seems quite knowledgeable about this fusion technique, Jebet remarked, slightly intrigued. As Gohan chuckled, he said my father once mentioned to me when he took the old Supreme Kai to the hyperbolic time chamber. I was thinking of fusing with him, but he firmly refused. Upon hearing this, Jebet, with a look of enlightenment and admiration, replied, I see. I had heard about it from Goku before. If it weren't for his cunning foresight in training us as a precaution, we could have been eliminated even if we had fused just now. Wah! My dad is indeed remarkable, Gohan exclaimed with excitement. By the way, what brings you here so suddenly? Jebet inquired once more. Qiqi. We sensed a formidable and malevolent energy along with battle fluctuations, so we came to offer our assistance, Gotenks replied with a smug grin. If my senses are correct, that energy should belong to Bojack. However, as soon as we arrived, it suddenly vanished. Has Lord Jebet already vanquished him? Gohan asked. Yes, Jebet nodded. Alas, it is regrettable. It seems the next battlefield will be our only opportunity to truly showcase our abilities. Gotenks sighed in disappointment. By the way, what is the situation like on your end? Jebet asked. Wufan replied, we have resolved the troubles at the Celestial Temple, and then I led Uncle Piccolo and others to eliminate the scattered spirits around the world. As Gotenks interrupted Gohan, he boasted, Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Krillin, and Uncle Yamcha are still eliminating the remnants of the legions. Brother Gohan sensed the immense energy here and brought me to provide support. Indeed, you all are doing splendidly. I sense another presence that surpasses Bojack's strength. Let us hasten there, remarked Jebet. Very well, I have sensed it too. That fellow has grown stronger once again. Gotenks, let us depart. Gohan nodded with a slight smile. Yay, let us go. Gotenks exclaimed joyfully, taking Gohan's hand. In the next instant, with a swift whoosh, Gohan and Gotenks vanished from sight. Jebet sighed. Truly. You are Goku's son. Your mastery of instant transmission is remarkable. Since you all have gone, I shall also venture forth to observe. As soon as his words fell, Jebet executed instant transmission to the new battlefield. In the far north, amidst the forest, a fierce clash erupted between two figures, resulting in a violent recoil. Number 17. I never imagined that in just 7 short years, you would become this powerful. Were it not for my own strength doubling upon revival, I might have already fallen to you, said Cell with a wicked smile. Cell, I didn't expect you to grow stronger as well, however. As the guardians of this forest, 16, and I cannot allow you to wreak havoc here, replied number 17 sternly. Indeed, while I may not yet rival your strength, I shall not stand idly by as you act with impunity, declared number 16, prepared to intervene at any moment. Clap, clap, clap. Cell suddenly began to applaud. A smirk forming on his lips. Very well, let us see if you possess the power to thwart me. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Cell unleashed a roar. His aura surging dramatically, golden flames and arcs of electricity swirling around him before he reigned in his energy. Let us begin with you, Cell said, darting towards number 16. Number 16 swiftly raised his arm to defend, but was sent flying by Cell's powerful blow. 16. Number 17 shouted as he charged towards Cell. But Cell deftly evaded and retaliated with a punch aimed at number 17's abdomen. Gritting his teeth, number 17 endured the impact and seized Cell's arm, twisting it with great force. Chapter 156. Gohan's instant defeat of Lightning Cell. Cell grimaced in pain, retaliating with a fierce strike to number 17's head, forcing him to release his grip. At that moment, number 16 lunged forward again, but Cell sidestepped and delivered a sweeping kick that sent number 16 crashing backward. 16. You are far too weak, Cell scoffed derisively. Number 17 quickly appeared behind number 16, catching him and asserting, 16, observe the battle carefully. I can handle Cell on my own. Be cautious. On the 16th, as a highly intelligent robot, it discerned that its presence would only hinder the 17th, and thus resolutely agreed to withdraw. Upon witnessing the departing 16th, the 17th exhaled in relief, seething with anger, and lunged at Cell, bellowing, Cell, prepare to meet your end. Noticing this, Cell too became serious, crossing his arms defensively over his chest. The 17th's fist struck heavily against Cell's arm, the tremendous force sending shockwaves through the surrounding air. Cell smirked, suddenly seizing the 17th's wrist, and with a powerful throw, sent him hurtling into the distance. just as the 17th was about to collide with the mountain peak. He twisted his body midair, utilizing the mountain's surface to rebound like a cannonball towards Cell. Cell gathered energy into orbs in his hands and launched them at the approaching 17th. With no way to evade, the 17th braced himself for the impact. Plumes of smoke erupting from his body. Undeterred by the pain, he charged through the smoke, instantly appearing before Cell, delivering a swift kick to his abdomen. Taken aback by the 17th's tenacity, Cell bent forward from the blow, allowing the 17th to follow up with a rapid flurry of punches to Cell's face, forcing him to stagger backward. However, Cell quickly regained his composure, a flicker of annoyance in his eyes, though a smirk could not be suppressed. Cell grinned wickedly. Ha ha ha, now this is entertaining. I never anticipated you would possess the strength to challenge me in my current form. It's truly marvelous. Humph. Enough of your prattle. Prepare yourself. The 17th, dismissing Cell's taunts, was solely focused on eliminating his foe. In an instant, they collided, their fists meeting with a powerful shockwave that rippled outward. The very ground trembled beneath them, debris scattering in all directions. The 17th unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes, each punch accompanied by a fierce wind, while Cell nimbly dodged, occasionally retaliating with sharp counterattacks. Their figures intertwined in a dance of combat, each clash stirring the air with palpable energy, their strengths seemingly evenly matched. Suddenly, Cell seized an opening during the 17th's assault, wrapping his arms around him with immense force, rendering the 17th immobile. Did you truly believe you could defeat me? Such naivete, Cell taunted as he prepared to absorb the 17th. At that critical moment, a flash of light appeared, revealing Gohan and Gotenks arriving on the scene. Without uttering a word, Gohan unleashed a powerful energy blast directed at Cell. Sensing the imminent danger, Cell was compelled to release Android 17 and swiftly evade Gohan's assault. Once he had successfully dodged the attack, Cell regained his composure and gazed in horror at Gohan and Gotenks. What? Weren't you fighting in the Supreme Kai's realm? How could you possibly be here? With a smug smile, Gotenks declared, Qiqi, since you know who I am, allow me to present you with a choice. Would you prefer to be vanquished by Gohan or by me? The predicament was dire. He felt utterly powerless against both adversaries. The realization that remaining in this perilous situation might lead to his demise weighed heavily on Cell, who was drenched in sweat as he frantically sought a solution in his mind. At that moment, a radiant light flickered beside them, and the god of destruction, Jebit, appeared. Expressing his dissatisfaction, Gohan, couldn't you have waited for me so we could leave together? Gohan, somewhat embarrassed, sheepishly scratched the back of his head and chuckled, Qiqi. I might have been a bit hasty, I promise, next time. Jebit sighed in resignation, glancing at Cell. You must be Cell, right? I've heard tales of your exploits from Goku. I didn't anticipate your strength would have grown even more formidable upon your resurrection. At this juncture, Cell, upon noticing yet another seemingly more powerful being, felt a surge of panic, and a single thought flashed through his mind. Escape. Indeed. He realized that he stood no chance now. It would be wiser to flee rather than sacrifice himself here, biding his time until he could seek revenge when he was stronger. Cell muttered to himself. In the next instant, a sinister smile spread across his face as he said, Qiqi, since you all are here, allow me to unveil my true power. As Cell began to unleash his energy, Jebit gasped in astonishment. What? Does he possess even greater strength? Gotenks regarded Cell with an air of indifference, while Gohan appeared to have an epiphany, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, Cell raised his hands to his forehead and shouted, Solar flare. A blinding light erupted, engulfing the surroundings in a dazzling whiteness, providing Cell with the opportunity to swiftly escape. What is happening? Jebit and Gotenks struggled to keep their eyes open against the brilliance. Cell, you cannot flee, Gohan, now transformed into the masked Scion superhero, observed Cell's retreating figure through his helmet, a slight smile gracing his lips as he activated instant transmission. Humph. You are all so arrogant. Once I surpass you, I shall return for vengeance, Cell muttered to himself as he flew away. Unexpectedly, a figure appeared before him, Gohan, the masked Scion superhero, in pursuit. Who are you? Cell inquired, panic-stricken, addressing the oddly dressed individual before him. Oh, I almost forgot. Just a moment. Gohan quickly pressed the button on his wristwatch, reverting to his orange martial arts GI. He then seized Cell's shoulder, his voice cold and resolute. Cell, you cannot escape. Alarmed, Cell struggled desperately. Did you truly think I was unguarded? Gohan tightened his grip. In a sudden shift, Cell ceased his resistance, a sycophantic expression overtaking his face. Gohan, spare me, and I promise to mend my ways and become a better person. Wufan was momentarily taken aback. To be a good person? Indeed, to be a good person. You are aware of my talents. As long as I have ample time for cultivation, I will undoubtedly catch up to you all. At that point, I will stand alongside you in safeguarding the earth, Shara said eagerly. Gohan pondered for a moment before letting out a cold laugh. Do you really think I would believe you? Today marks your demise. As soon as the words left his lips, Gohan concentrated all his strength into his palm and unleashed a lethal strike towards Cell. With despair etched across his widened eyes, Cell vanished in a brilliant flash of light. Gohan descended gently to the ground, exhaling a long breath of relief. At that moment, Gotenks and Kibito-kai arrived, with Gotenks exclaiming, "Well done, brother Gohan. That was splendid." Kibito-kai, filled with satisfaction, gave Gohan a thumbs up. "Heh, it was merely luck," Gohan replied with a faint smile. Chapter 157. The disappearance of Androids 16 and 17. Androids 17 and 16 remained in a state of utter bewilderment, their expressions vacant and lost, gazing blankly ahead as if their focus had evaporated. Time ticked by, and the two figures appeared frozen in place until three silhouettes streaked back towards them like lightning, jolting them from their stupor. At that moment, their eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at the trio before them. The shock intensified, particularly upon sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from two of them, while the third exuded an enigmatic presence devoid of any discernible energy. 16. Do you not find that young man bears a striking resemblance to Gohan? 17 inquired, his face a mask of skepticism. Upon hearing this, 16 fixed his mechanical gaze intently on the individuals in the distance and replied calmly, "Scan complete. Based on energy and physical characteristics, it is unequivocal that this young man is indeed Son Gohan." "Ah, now that you mention it, it does seem quite plausible. Are you truly Gohan?" 17 responded, his tone brimming with astonishment and curiosity upon receiving confirmation. As Gohan finally recognized the other party, a radiant smile blossomed on his face. Excitedly, he waved his hand vigorously and exclaimed, "Hello, Uncle Number 17, it's been a long time." Upon hearing Gohan's acknowledgement, Number 17 was momentarily taken aback, but he could not contain the joy swelling within him. He hurriedly approached with great enthusiasm. With open arms, Number 17 enveloped Gohan in a hearty embrace, exclaiming, "Ah, it truly is you, Gohan. It has only been a few short years since we last met, and I am astonished at how tall and formidable you become. Moreover, your strength has grown immensely. It is truly remarkable. You are indeed my wonderful nephew." Gohan held the other tightly, enveloped in the familiar and warm embrace. After a brief moment, they slowly released each other, and Gohan reproached playfully, "Uncle 17 and Uncle 16, you two have truly gone too far. It's been such a long time since you came to visit us. What on earth is going on?" Upon hearing Gohan's complaint, a hint of embarrassment crossed 17's face as he scratched the back of his head and chuckled awkwardly. "Oh dear, little Gohan, I sincerely apologize. The truth is, we simply cannot leave this forest." Beside him, 16 nodded solemnly, earnestly explaining, "Indeed, Gohan. If the myriad creatures and plants in the forest were to lose our protection, they would likely face a multitude of dreadful calamities. Thus, we must remain here to safeguard them, and it is regrettably impossible for us to visit you frequently. Please forgive us." Gohan furrowed his brow and began to count on his fingers. "But you left home 7 years ago. You returned once 6 years ago and again 5 years ago. Yet since then, you have not come back. Is it truly so difficult to make a return?" In the face of Gohan's inquiries, Number 17 appeared somewhat at a loss for words. After a moment of hesitation, he began to speak. "The truth is, both Number 16 and I have intended several times to return and see you all. Yet, curiously, whenever we pack our bags and prepare to set off, some urgent situation always arises in the forest. It is as though an invisible, intangible force compels us to remain here." As he spoke, Number 17 shook his head helplessly, his eyes revealing a hint of confusion and uncertainty. "Well then, I suppose that's that." In his heart, Gohan quietly mused that this reasoning was rather far-fetched and absurd. Nonetheless, since the other party seemed reluctant to elaborate further, he refrained from pressing the matter any further. At that moment, Number 17 suddenly directed his gaze towards the two individuals standing behind Gohan and inquired with curiosity, "By the way, Gohan, who are these two behind you? Especially the child with black and white hair, clad in a vest, who bears a resemblance to a scion. For some reason, he strikes me as particularly familiar. Where did he come from?" Upon hearing this, Gohan swiftly turned around to glance at the two figures behind him and then returned to face Number 17, explaining, "Oh, how forgetful of me. I completely neglected to make a proper introduction. They are both formidable fusion warriors. Fusion warriors? Number 17 and number 16 exclaimed in unison, their eyes widening in astonishment. Witnessing their reaction, Gohan smiled slightly and continued, indeed, this individual with the long white hair is known as Jebbit God. He was born from a special fusion between East Qiqi and Jebbit through unique earrings. Ah, Qiqi? Number 17 responded, visibly taken aback, exclaiming, I have only heard of Kai. Does this mean that Qiqi is a rank above Kai? In response to number 17's bewildered question, Gohan nodded gently, affirming, yes, that is a fair interpretation. Qiqi is indeed a deity of considerable esteem. At that moment, Jebbit God, wearing a friendly smile, stepped forward and extended his right hand towards number 17 and number 16, saying, hee, let us not dwell on that too much. It's a pleasure to meet you both. From now on, we shall be comrades in battle. So I look forward to your support. He then shook hands with both of them. I want to introduce myself too. A youthful yet vibrant voice chimed in. A small but imposing figure squeezed to the front and declared, I am Gotenks. You are the brother of Aunt 17 and her friend, number 16, right? Indeed. Number 17 and number 16 exchanged glances and replied with smiles in unison. At this point, Gohan hurried forward, grinning as he explained. This Gotenks is actually the result of a remarkable fusion between my brother Goten and my friend Trunks through a magical dance. Upon hearing this, number 17 could not help but display an expression of surprise and curiosity, laughing heartily, ha ha ha, just hearing the name, I can almost guess. However, this method of fusion is truly unique. Meanwhile, Gotenks stood with his arms crossed, tilting his head back, his face alight with pride as he confidently proclaimed, Humph. Let me inform you, the power we possess after our fusion is extraordinarily formidable. Standing silently beside him, number 16 nodded slightly, contemplatively remarking, I see. It seems that a new source of immense strength has emerged on Earth. Gohan, with a serious expression, continued, indeed, and you must have sensed it as well. The Earth is currently in a state of extreme chaos. Countless fiends, akin to Cell, have been resurrected and are flocking here. He began to meticulously recount all recent events. Once Gohan disclosed the entirety of the situation and the reasons for their presence, the expressions of androids 17 and 16 grew gravely solemn. The sorcerer Babidi, the demon king Dabura, the terrifying Majin Buu, the formidable evil energy wave, and the resurrection of the undead. It is almost unimaginable that such an array of calamities has descended upon us. 16 murmured softly. Chapter 158, Majin Buu versus Evil Energy Wave. At this moment, Android 17, with a look of gratitude, approached Gohan and gently patted his shoulder, a smile gracing his lips. Regardless of the circumstances, we sincerely thank you for your tireless efforts to come here and offer assistance. Had you not arrived in time, we would surely have perished at Cell's hands by now. Meanwhile, 16, with a serious demeanor, stated, according to my monitoring results, there remains a substantial number of malevolent individuals on Earth, causing turmoil everywhere. If possible, both 17 and I wish to do our utmost to assist you in overcoming this crisis. Upon hearing these words, Jebbit, the god, displayed a look of joy and quickly bowed deeply to the two. He earnestly responded, that is wonderful. We are immensely grateful for your assistance. Qiqi. We can delightfully crush our foes again. Let us set off swiftly. Gotenks exclaimed with an excited grin, tugging at Gohan's attire. Yes, Uncle 17 and Uncle 16. Just hold on to me like Gotenks. I will teleport you, thus enhancing our efficiency, Gohan said with a serious tone. All right. Both responded in unison, following his instructions. With a swift whoosh, Jebbit and Gohan, along with the others, vanished from the spot. In the underworld, the realm of the deceased, the previously dark and oppressive atmosphere was now enveloped by a peculiar light. The sky of the underworld transformed into a soft pink hue, as if covered by a dreamlike veil. Countless enormous, colorful candy-like entities floated in the high air, creating a breathtakingly vibrant tableau. Beneath this extraordinary spectacle, the majestic and grand Yama Palace, along with the imposing and dignified King Yama, was inexplicably ensnared within a powerful, colorless, and transparent barrier. This barrier, seemingly an ethereal and insubstantial transparent membrane, is, in fact, unyielding, completely isolating the Hall of Yama from the outside world, making it particularly striking. Occasionally, a thunderous roar and the fierce sound of energy collisions resonate from a distance. Upon following the sound, one can witness two figures engaged in a breathtaking and eerie battle suspended in midair. One of these figures is none other than Son Wukong's newly accepted disciple, Fat Buu. The other is the very embodiment of chaos, a rotund yellow monster nearly 40 meters in height, adorned with prominent short horns on either side of its head and pointed ears. Its limbs are diminutive, with arms slightly longer than its legs, and its shoulders and belly are dotted with numerous circular openings, complemented by light purple wrist guards and trousers. Its tail is both large and thick. To the untrained eye, it may appear as a plump and endearing creature, yet it is, in essence, a manifestation of malevolence birthed from a catastrophic malfunction of the soul purification machine in the underworld, which allowed evil to corrupt the body of the Red Demon Guardian. Evil thought wave. Evil thought wave. Evil thought wave. The yellow monster can only repeatedly shout its own name while flailing its fists uncontrollably. With each punch, an uncolored circular wormhole materializes, adeptly redirecting the formidable strikes of the evil thought wave from various cunning angles towards Fat Bu. With each resounding thud, Fat Bu endures these sudden and heavy assaults. Despite his immense strength, he finds himself somewhat flustered in the face of such bizarre and relentless attacks. Damn it! I never expected you to be this strong. Fat Bu swiftly distances himself from the evil thought wave, brushing off the dust from his body. His injuries miraculously healing in an instant. With a crack, the golden headband adorning Fat Bu's head shatters, clattering to the ground with a crisp sound. Instinctively lowering his gaze, Fat Bu notices the shattered headband and touches his head, realizing it is the very gift given to him by Wukong. Is this what I get for the welcome gift when Master Wukong accepted me as his disciple? How could it be gone? This is the first gift anyone has ever given me, and you dare to break it. You shall pay dearly for this. In the next instant, Fat Bu's half-closed eyes snap open, revealing only the whites of his eyes. Meanwhile, the pores on his body ignited as if set ablaze, continuously exuding vast plumes of white steam, enveloping his entire form as though he were ensconced within a shroud of mist. Surrounding him, pink flames erupted with the ferocity of a volcanic eruption. At this moment, Fat Bu had entered a state of unbridled fury. His steps became unsteady and erratic. After staggering forward a couple of paces, he leaned slightly forward, adopting a poised stance, ready to unleash his might. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, Fat Bu launched himself like a cannonball towards the malevolent wave, stirring a tempestuous wind in his wake. The malevolent wave, upon witnessing the enraged Fat Bu barreling towards him, briefly exhibited a flicker of panic in his eyes, yet quickly regained composure, continuing to manipulate the wormhole in an attempt to unleash a more ferocious assault to impede Fat Bu's advance. However, in that moment, Fat Bu moved with lightning speed, his figure flickering through the air, effortlessly evading the majority of the attacks from the malevolent wave. He dodged left and right, soaring up and down, each movement impeccably timed to evade the lethal strikes. In the blink of an eye, Fat Bu had closed the distance, standing before the malevolent wave. Without a moment's hesitation, he tightened the muscles in his right arm into a fist, then unleashed a colossal punch with the force of a raging torrent. The impact resonated with a thunderous boom, the punch infused with an unfathomable strength, striking the malevolent wave squarely on the cheek. The tremendous force propelled the malevolent wave backward, akin to a kite severed from its string, soaring through the air until it crashed heavily against a towering peak. With an earth-shattering roar, the majestic mountain crumbled and collapsed, disintegrating into countless fragments that cascaded down, raising a cloud of dust. Yet, in a twist of fate, the malevolent wave did not succumb to such a devastating blow. Instead, it slowly rose from the rubble, emitting a furious roar. Malevolent wave. Accompanied by this bellow, the malevolent wave violently swung its arm forward, causing a multitude of vividly colored giant candy entities suspended in the air to rain down upon Fat Bu like a torrential downpour. Faced with this overwhelming barrage of candy entities, Fat Bu displayed no sign of disarray, his rotund form steadfastly anchored. With a brilliant pink glow emanating from the antennae atop his head, he unleashed a wide beam of pink transformation light towards the descending candies. Simultaneously, Fat Bu bellowed, "Transform them all into chocolate." Chapter 159, Majin Bu vs. Second Stage Evil Mind Wave. In the astonished gaze of the Evil Mind Wave, all the gigantic, colorful candy forms charging towards Majin Bu transformed into various types of chocolate. Shortly thereafter, a series of slurping sounds echoed, and in the blink of an eye, all the chocolate had been devoured by the rotund Bu. After consuming such an abundance of chocolate, Majin Bu contentedly patted his slightly swollen belly, then let out a series of resounding belches. Burp, burp, burp. How satisfying. Come, let us continue our battle. Unleash all your abilities. Evil Mind Wave. Evil Mind Wave. Enraged, the Evil Mind Wave pressed its palms to the ground, and with a flicker of pink light, numerous entities, identical in size to Majin Buu and incessantly shouting Evil Mind Wave, materialized from thin air. Evil Mind Wave. With a commanding shout from the colossal Evil Mind Wave, all the smaller Evil Mind Waves surged towards Majin Buu. Humph. Do you think you are the only one with the ability to create clones? Majin Buu scoffed, observing the multitude of Evil Mind Waves approaching. He grasped his belly and tore away a large chunk of flesh. In the next moment, the meat disintegrated into fine morsels, gradually forming dozens of smaller Majin Buus. Attack! With a decisive command from Majin Buu, all the smaller Majin Buus charged towards the oncoming swarm of smaller Evil Mind Waves. The clones from both sides clashed instantaneously, creating a whirlwind of fists and an explosion of energy. The smaller Evil Mind Waves unleashed bizarre light attacks, while the smaller Majin Buus skillfully evaded them and engaged in close combat. Just as the battle reached a stalemate, one small Majin Buu suddenly had a flash of inspiration. It opened its mouth and expelled a highly viscous saliva, which ensnared several smaller Evil Mind Waves. Observing this, the other small Majin Buus quickly followed suit, and soon, a considerable number of smaller Evil Mind Waves found themselves immobilized. Seeing this, the giant Evil Mind Wave charged towards Majin Buu in a fit of rage. Yet, Majin Buu remained unperturbed, his body ballooning rapidly. The moment the giant Evil Mind Wave collided with him, it was sent flying. Seizing the opportunity, Majin Buu waved his hands, and all the smaller Majin Buus reintegrated into him. Majin Buu called out to the giant Evil Mind Wave, which was regaining its balance in the distance. Your clones are ineffective. Now it is my turn to launch a true offensive. As soon as his words fell, a powerful aura radiated from Majin Buu as he charged towards the giant Evil Mind Wave, preparing to deliver a decisive blow. Evil Mind Wave. Evil Mind Wave. The colossal malevolent entity, refusing to be outdone, retracted its avatars and instantaneously amassed energy within its being, launching energy blasts from every pore towards the rotund Majin Buu. Majin Buu effortlessly evaded the onslaught, and witnessing the energy blasts miss their target, the colossal malevolent entity furiously flipped upside down, balancing on its head, and commenced a relentless 360-degree high-speed rotation. Simultaneously, from the myriad of pores on its body, it unleashed an incessant barrage of energy waves in all directions, descending into a frenzied assault. Confronted with this omnidirectional onslaught, Majin Buu's form suddenly became as pliable as cotton candy. The energy waves merely dented his body slightly before he returned to his original shape. While skillfully dodging the dense energy waves, Majin Buu swiftly approached the malevolent entity. Once within an adequate proximity, he unexpectedly elongated his arm, seizing the entity's leg, and, akin to wielding a whip, began to swing its massive form through the air. Dizzy from the motion, the malevolent entity found its energy unable to coalesce properly. It struggled to break free from Majin Buu's grasp, yet to no avail. After sufficient amusement, Majin Buu hurled the entity skyward with great force. Subsequently, he opened his mouth and expelled a formidable gust of energy directed at the ascending foe. Struck by the torrent, the malevolent entity plummeted like a meteor, crashing into the ground and creating a vast crater. As the dust settled, the entity lay motionless at the bottom of the pit. Majin Buu stood at the edge of the crater, laughing heartily. Ha ha ha, it seems I am indeed the more powerful one. However, in the next moment, the enormous yellow form of the malevolent entity began to convulse and writhe within the depths of the pit, its hue rapidly shifting to crimson as its size diminished swiftly, transforming into a creature resembling a demon. With orange-red skin, purple armor, elongated beastly horns, black pupils with yolk-like eyes, and a serpentine tail. It bore a striking resemblance to a cold-blooded demon. This was the second transformation of the malevolent entity. Gazing at Majin Buu, it emitted a sinister, mocking laughter. Hi, hi, hi. Who are you? Majin Buu, now on high alert, regarded the second transformation of the malevolent entity, emanating a formidable aura of evil. Heidi, hi, hi. The malevolent entity reveled in its newfound power, cackling with delight, utterly dismissing the presence of Majin Buu. How dare you underestimate me? This is absolutely intolerable. Fat Buu's eyes widened in fury, his face flushed with anger as an inferno of rage surged within him. Accompanied by a deafening roar, he surged forward like a cannonball, charging menacingly at Evil Buu. A cold, disdainful smirk curled at the corners of Evil Buu's mouth as he observed the approach. Just as Fat Buu was about to collide with him, Evil Buu's body suddenly disintegrated into countless miniature, colorful particles, effortlessly gliding past Fat Buu. Fat Buu lunged forward, only to find himself grasping at empty air, a look of confusion spreading across his face. Before he could comprehend the situation, an excruciating pain suddenly struck him from behind. Unbeknownst to him, Evil Bu had swiftly positioned himself at his rear, thrusting his razor-sharp claws deep into Fat Bu's broad back. Fat Bu retaliated with a powerful punch, but Evil Bu once again dissolved into a myriad of colorful particles, easily evading the blow and reforming at a distance. Hi, Evil Bu sneered, casting a scornful glance at Fat Bu, a chilling laughter echoing through the air, imbued with mockery and provocation. How infuriating. This is maddening. You shall perish. Fat Bu growled in exasperation, squinting his eyes as steam billowed from the pores of his body. In the next moment, his rotund figure crouched slightly, and he raised his robust arms to his chest, his gaze fixated intently on Evil Bu in the distance. Before long, Fat Bu had amassed his energy. And with a swift whoosh, a brilliant pink energy sphere shot forth from his hands, hurtling towards Evil Bu with ferocious speed. This pink orb was imbued with immense power, tearing through the air with sharp, piercing sounds as it flew. Yet, in the face of the oncoming projectile, Evil Bu wore a devilish grin. He elegantly raised his hands. And just as the pink sphere was about to reach him, an astonishing sight unfolded. A white, circular dimensional black hole materialized before Evil Bu. Chapter 160, The Sinister Green. Second stage. In an instant, the pink energy sphere unleashed with all of Fat Bu's might plunged directly into the dimensional black hole, akin to a pebble cast into an unfathomable lake, vanishing without a trace, as the pink orb was entirely consumed. The white circular dimensional black hole similarly vanished as abruptly as it had appeared, restoring tranquility as if nothing had transpired. Witnessing his attack so effortlessly neutralized, Fat Bu's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression a portrait of incredulity. Before he could gather his wits from the shock, another dimensional black hole of identical size materialized silently behind him. Almost immediately, the pink energy sphere that had just been devoured by the sinister wave erupted from this newly appeared black hole, hurtling towards Fat Bu's back with blinding speed. Feeling the formidable energy surge approaching from behind, Fat Bu found himself unable to execute any evasive maneuvers. The pink energy sphere struck his back with tremendous force, vaporizing his upper body in an instant, while the immense impact propelled his remaining lower half forward. Fat Bu's remaining form skidded across the ground for a considerable distance, stirring up clouds of dust before his upper body regenerated, returning to its original state. Struggling to rise, his eyes blazed with fury, and the once adorable countenance twisted into a menacing grimace. Clenching his fists, the pink or his seemingly soft body erupted with astonishing strength, each punch and kick accompanied by a howling wind. Alas, the power of the second stage evil thought wave was far too formidable. The disparity in their abilities rendered Fat Bu completely outmatched. The evil thought wave adeptly evaded Fat Bu's attacks while occasionally countering, but never delivering a fatal blow, allowing Bu time to recover. Once Bu regained his form, the evil thought wave would strike again, inflicting severe injuries upon him, continuing this cycle with ease, playfully toying with Fat Bu as if he had discovered an indestructible plaything. With Fat Bu enduring a relentless barrage, his injuries worsened. Yet he managed to restore himself each time. The evil thought wave grew increasingly exhilarated, reveling in this exquisite game of hunt. After being knocked down once more, Fat Bu gasped for breath, filled with a sense of unwillingness. Just as the evil thought wave prepared to deliver another crushing blow, a peculiar light suddenly flashed across the sky, and a figure clad in an orange martial arts uniform materialized, simultaneously launching an energy blast at the evil thought wave. As the latter disintegrated into countless colorful particles to evade the attack, it reformed at a distance from Fat Bu, observing the newcomer. Goku, finally arriving at the battlefield, took in the aftermath of the fierce battle with a complex expression, slightly apologetic as he addressed the prostrate Fat Bu. "I'm sorry for being late, Bu." Hearing the voice, Fat Bu propped himself up, tilting his head to behold the speaker. Upon recognizing Goku's face, he sprang to his feet, brushing off the dust with excitement. He then scampered over to Goku, bowing deeply and grinning. "Qiqi, Master, I have finally completed the task you entrusted to me." "Well done." Goku replied, "I unlocked a bit of your potential. And I didn't expect you not only to force the second stage evil thought wave, but also to hold your ground for so long. You truly are my exceptional disciple." However, Fat Bu lamented, "But the gift you gave me was shattered, and now I cannot defeat that guy." His face was a picture of sorrow and regret. Wukong placed his hand on Bu's shoulder and smiled, saying, "No worries. Since I am here, you can leave the rest to me. As for the welcome gift, I shall present you with something even better." "Really? That is wonderful," Yu exclaimed, his excitement causing him to leap into the air. "Now, watch closely." Wukong nodded and then snapped his fingers. With a crisp and resounding pop, a pitch-black golden circlet materialized in his hand, which he then offered to Bu. This is the hardest metal in the universe, crafted by the legendary Qiqi. Were it not for my creative powers, even I would find it exceedingly difficult to reshape it through sheer force. You may use it as a weapon in the future, Wukong declared with pride. Thank you, master. Bu joyfully bowed once more, then placed the circlet upon his head, which fit perfectly, and he gleefully began to jump from side to side. As Wukong observed Bu's delighted demeanor, he nodded in approval, saying, Indeed, it suits you well. For now, watch from the sidelines. I shall avenge you shortly. In the next instant, before Bu could utter another word, Wukong unleashed a fierce roar, transforming into Super Saiyan Evil Green, Stage 2. Instantly, a tempest surged forth, an unparalleled aura radiating around him, causing the entire underworld to tremble slightly. Dark crimson flames enveloped the 2-meter-tall Wukong, as numerous dark red arcs of electricity danced around him. His upright dark green hair and tail swayed with the wind, while his dark red pupils cast a glance toward the distant evil wave. At that moment, the evil wave, startled by Wukong's formidable presence, found itself completely bewildered. With a wicked grin, the transformed Wukong declared, Qiqi, my foolish evil wave, I have no desire to prolong this battle. I have matters to attend to, so my apologies. Upon hearing Wukong's words, the evil wave snapped back from its shock, cold sweat trickling down its forehead as it instinctively took a step back, attempting to bolster its courage with a roar. Suddenly, Wukong, in his super evil green stage 2 form, moved with such swiftness that he was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, closing the distance to the evil wave in an instant. Concurrently, Wukong bellowed, Damn it. You are nothing but a worthless creature. Just as the evil wave contemplated evading the assault through disintegration, Wukong's scathing remark disrupted its thoughts, leaving it vulnerable to multiple strikes before it could comprehend Wukong's offensive move. Following this, Wukong executed a nimble leap, delivering 2 powerful knee strikes, culminating in a spectacular backward kick that left the evil wave dazed. Suddenly, Wukong gathered a sphere of colorful energy in his palm, a technique he had secretly practiced for 2.5 years, capable of eradicating any malevolence known as the Star Destroyer. The evil wave launched a rapid assault, attempting to disrupt the incantation, but once the Star Destroyer was unleashed, it struck its target instantaneously. The essence of the evil wave was purified, gradually vanishing, transforming into the rock demon, which had previously emerged due to a careless mistake that caused the soul-cleansing machine to explode, allowing malevolent energy to infiltrate. The demon was immediately frightened away by the menacing visage of the ultra-evil second Wukong. At that moment, on Earth, Gotenks was unleashing the super ghostly Godwind Special Forces, instantly releasing a multitude of tiny specters. The little ghosts charged into Hitler's armored legion, repeatedly self-destructing, resulting in the swift collapse of Hitler's army, thereby concluding the conflict between the realms of Yin and Yang. The underworld returned to its original state, the barrier surrounding Yama's palace was lifted. The laws governing the 2 realms were reinstated, and the spirits that had entered the mortal world returned to the netherworld, allowing the King of Hell to resume his diligent work. Chapter 161. The Grand Celebration on Earth, in the Heavenly Palace, with a whoosh. Wukong and Fat Bu appeared in the center of the square. Wukong, shouted the crowd exuberantly. Father, came the joyful cry of 3 voices. Old son, Kakarot, echoed 3 others. Husband, chimed in 2 voices. Sun Jun. Upon seeing Wukong's return, everyone joyfully rushed over, calling out to him. Hey, everyone, how have you been? Wukong greeted with a smile. Daddy, Wu Yue exclaimed, leaping into Wukong's embrace. Wu Yue, have you been listening to everyone? Wukong asked, holding his daughter in one arm while gently stroking her golden twin tails with the other. Qiqi, of course. I've been very well behaved, Wu Yue replied, her eyes sparkling with joy. Wukong, you rascal, why did you come back so late? We were all quite worried, Krillin remarked, playfully punching Wukong's chest. Qiqi, my apologies. Wukong scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Before anyone else could speak, Vegeta stepped forward, bowing deeply to Wukong. Kakarot, I am truly grateful to you, he proclaimed loudly. At that moment, a bald scion clad in battle armor emerged from the crowd. It was Nappa, the scion who had invaded Earth with Vegeta many years ago. Following suit, Nappa also performed a profound bow, expressing, I too am immensely thankful for your willingness to overlook past grievances and grant me another chance. Thank you, Kakarot. Qiqi. No need for thanks. You should be grateful to Vegeta. Had he not beseeched me several times to plead your case before Yama, I would not have assisted you. Wukong replied with a smile. Vegeta and Nappa rose simultaneously, exchanging a glance before nodding, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Wukong turned to Naba and inquired, Naba, I must admit my curiosity. Did not Vegeta previously slay you? How is it that you have reconciled? Naba chuckled. Well, it's quite simple, really. The proud Prince Vegeta sincerely bowed and apologized to me, showcasing the power of a Super Saiyan. He even revealed the might of the second and third transformations of Super Saiyan, offering to personally train me so that I too might wield such strength. Though I still harbor some resentment, the prince's display of remorse brings me satisfaction. Henceforth, I am one of you, and I humbly request your guidance. As Naba extended his right hand, a radiant smile illuminated Wukong's face. He reciprocated the gesture, saying softly, Welcome aboard. Thank you, Kakarot. Naba, Vegeta, and Radits expressed their gratitude in unison. At that moment, Piccolo approached and asked, By the way, old son, have matters in the afterlife concluded smoothly? Wukong replied, Yes. Everything has been settled. Afterward, I had an audience with King Enma, which is why I am late. Who would have thought it? Wukong. You actually took Majin Buu as your disciple, Yamcha remarked, glancing at the silent, portly Buu standing behind Wukong. Indeed, time flies. I never imagined Wukong would have a disciple. Master Roshi mused, observing the rotund figure and stroking his chin thoughtfully. Qiqi, the Ox King, Qiqi, Goten, Bulma, and Tai surrounded Wukong, curiously scrutinizing the anxious Buu. Ah, finally. It has all come to an end, the old Kaioshin declared, emerging from the temple with Jebit, Dandy, and Bobo, capturing Wukong's attention. Ah, old Kaioshin, what brings you here? Wukong inquired with curiosity. Oh, what else? I simply accompanied this foolish lad and the Earth's deity to further strengthen our planet, the old Kaioshin replied lazily. Didn't I previously ask East Kaioshin to reinforce it alongside Jebit? Wukong questioned. Well, actually, our ancestor deemed the previous fortifications insufficient. So we proceeded to enhance them once more with the Earth deity and Bobo, Jebit explained awkwardly. Upon hearing this, Wukong sensed the state of Earth and, filled with delight, bowed deeply to the venerable King Old Jia, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. I cannot thank you enough, esteemed King Old Jia. The king responded with a satisfied smile. There is no need for thanks. It is only fitting that I care for the place where you grew up. Bulma then stepped forward and exclaimed, All right. I have made my decision. It is already noon, and in light of our collective efforts to save Earth, I shall host a celebration in the backyard of my villa. You are all invited to feast. A chorus of enthusiastic agreement erupted from the crowd as they cheered for the party and the grand meal. Let us depart at once. I shall teleport you, exclaimed Jebite, brimming with anticipation. Humph, I can do it myself. Vegeta retorted with disdain, swiftly teleporting away with Bulma, Trunks, and Nappa. Then we shall also take our leave, Raditz said, grasping the hands of Tais and Jine, and soon followed suit with a second teleportation. Pfft. Those two are so eager at the mention of a party, Krillin remarked with a smirk. We will take our leave as well. Just as he finished speaking, Jebite teleported away with King Old Jia, the deity Dandy, and Bobo. Shortly thereafter, Wukong and Gohan, with a swift motion, teleported away from the heavenly temple along with the remaining companions. One by one, the figures of the group materialized at Bulma's villa. She hurriedly phoned her culinary team, instructing them to prepare for the party immediately. Subsequently, she ushered everyone into the indoor lounge to await their feast. At the request of Android 18, Wukong also returned with Androids 17 and 16. Under the introduction of the 18th, Wu Yue and Janae have truly come to know each other. And everyone gathered together began to engage in casual conversation. Gohan, do you not feel that someone is missing from this gathering? Krillin remarked to Gohan, peering through the balcony at the bustling staff who were busy arranging the venue. As Gohan surveyed the gathering of individuals engaged in casual conversation, he replied, Let me think. Uncle Tianjin, the dumplings, and, oh right, Aunt Lanchi. No, that's incorrect. Foolish me. Those three were picked up by Goku after he finished with androids 17 and 18. I meant aside from them, ponder a bit more. Krillin, feeling exasperated, facepalmed in disbelief. There shouldn't be anyone else, right? Gohan responded with uncertainty. Alas, it's hopeless. Fine, I shall enlighten you. Your future wife and father-in-law have yet to arrive. Krillin sighed, nudging Gohan with his elbow and raising his eyebrows mischievously. Gohan's face flushed crimson, and he hurriedly clarified, I don't have one. I'm not. Uncle Krillin, please don't say such things. Videl is not my girlfriend. Krillin, reveling in his scheme's success, chuckled. Haha. I never mentioned who it was. That was you who brought up Videl. Uncle Krillin, you. Gohan's cheeks grew even warmer. rendering him at a loss for words. Krillin promptly pushed Gohan toward the door, urging, "Oh, stop dawdling. Hurry and bring them both over, quick and return." All right then. Gohan, hearing the playful ruckus from Goten and Trunks inside, reluctantly acquiesced and instantly teleported away. Chapter 162, The Humble Dragon, Porunga on the New Namek. A planet 30 times the size of Earth, 3 celestial bodies orbited it, the sky a perpetual green, devoid of night. Its terrain comprised islands and lakes, with flora and fungi covering the surface, and its atmospheric conditions closely resembling those of Earth, allowing humans to survive without spacesuits. The dwellings of the Namekians were elliptical, featuring bubble-like windows and antennae atop their roofs, resembling small insects from a distance. Since the Frieza incident, peace had returned to the planet. However, at this moment, the previously tranquil Namek was graced by 5 esteemed guests. Outside a residence perched at the highest point of Namek, 2 muscular, battle-ready Namekian guards stood at attention, their bodies tense and expressions alert as they monitored the activities within. Inside, the newly appointed Grand Elder of Namek, Muley, displayed a complex array of emotions: shock, fear, understanding, and relief upon hearing of Goku and the others' purpose for their visit and the significant events that had transpired on Earth. He then smiled and remarked, "Qiqi. Who would have thought so many events would unfold on Earth? Thankfully, you all successfully thwarted the cosmic crisis. You truly are remarkable young heroes. On behalf of Namek, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you." With that, the Grand Elder offered a slight bow to Goku and the others. "Dear Grand Elder, you mustn't." Startled, Piccolo, who had accompanied Goku, quickly stepped forward to prevent Muley from bowing, lifting him up with urgency. With a slight smile gracing the corners of Wukong's lips, he chuckled softly. Esteemed Elder, it is our duty as inhabitants of the same universe to address such matters. Moreover, as the East Kaishin, I bear an even greater responsibility to confront these threats. Thus, I shall refrain from further verbosity and extend my gratitude to Lord Mu." Aware that his inclination to bow would be thwarted once more, the elder could only clasp his hands in respectful salute. Wukong waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Well, when not engaged in work, there is no need for titles. Besides, we are quite familiar with each other now. You may simply call me Wukong." The elder pondered momentarily before breaking into a broad smile, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. Then I shall gladly comply, Lord Wukong. Esteemed Elder, should we wish to fulfill our desires. The one we must converse with is the long-absent Tianjinhan," he continued, trailing off awkwardly, for he felt it inappropriate to voice the next inquiry. This was due to the fact that Tianjinhan and his companions had previously heard of the Borun family from Namek, which required them to undergo the trials set forth by the 6 elders of Namek, a process that could take anywhere from 2 to 3 months, or even extend to several years, an endeavor deemed quite time-consuming. "Surely, we are not required to partake in those elders' evaluations, are we?" Jiaozi interjected bluntly. In response, Muley chuckled heartily. "Ha, not at all. You certainly need not face any trials." However, he quickly shifted his tone, a hint of concern crossing his features. "Yet, as the known last descendant of the three-eyed beings, and a mixed heritage at that, I cannot guarantee that the Borun family will be able to assist you in awakening your abilities." At this moment, a striking blonde beauty, adorned in a green crop top and khaki leather gloves, with yellow shorts and a red hairpin, who had been silent until now, suddenly erupted in fury. This was none other than Lan Qi, who had been absent for many years. She abruptly produced 2 wild buffalo submachine guns from seemingly thin air, pointing them at the elder with fierce determination. "Hey, you old codger. Not only must Tianjinhan's and Piccolo's wishes be fulfilled, but mine too. It must be done, whether you can or cannot." The elder, taken aback by the sudden rage of this previously quiet woman, found himself at a loss, especially as he was unaware of her identity. The commotion drew the attention of 2 guards outside, who rushed in, quickly shielding the elder behind them and assuming a defensive stance, simultaneously inquiring, "Elder, are you all right?" The atmosphere grew tense as Tianjinhan stepped forward, firmly pressing down on Lan Qi's weapon, commanding, "Enough. Lan Qi, this is not the time for foolishness. Put that useless thing down." Recognizing Tianjinhan's irritation, Lan Qi begrudgingly retracted her guns with a huff, turning her head aside. The elder chuckled lightly, assuring them, "It is quite all right. I am unharmed. You may wait outside while we conclude our discussion." "As you command, esteemed elder," the guards replied in unison as they exited. Tianjinhan clasped his fist in apology, saying, "I sincerely apologize for her behavior. She can be rather impulsive at times." The elder, understanding their concern regarding time, replied with a smile, "No need for apologies. It is but a minor issue. I perceive that the young lady means no harm, and I do not take it to heart. You are our great benefactors, exempt from any trials. Thank you, esteemed elder." Grateful, Piccolo spoke. "Follow me." With that, the elder turned around and retrieved a Dragon Ball from the chair behind him, handing it to Piccolo. The elder further stated, "I have already communicated with the 6 other elders. They shall soon arrive with the remaining 6 Dragon Balls. Let us proceed outdoors." "Ah, splendid!" Goku exclaimed, smiling as he stepped out first, followed closely by the others. Previously, Goku had teleported alongside Piccolo to locate Tien and Kaiatsu, during which he learned the reason for Tien's separation from Launch. They then found Launch, who had just finished her shift at the delivery company and was preparing to rob a bank. To resolve their issues, Goku brought them all to the new Namek. "Come forth, Purunga, fulfill my wish." The elder invoked the eternal dragon in the Namekian tongue, surrounded by a multitude of Namekians. Suddenly, the sky darkened as vast clouds rolled in, swiftly shrouding the heavens. Thunder rumbled ominously, and with increasing intensity, golden lightning flickered within the dark clouds. Resonating thunder reverberated through the air. As a beam of golden light surged from the 7 shimmering Dragon Balls, a deep dragon roar echoed throughout the realm. In the sky, a colossal figure emerged, a magnificent green dragon of immense stature, stretching several thousand meters, with powerful arms and fingers curled into fists, its tail extending high above the Dragon Balls. The green dragon lifted its majestic head, gazing down like a deity through the mist. Purunga, with its glaring crimson eyes, proclaimed in a booming voice, "I am the eternal dragon of Namek, Purunga, gatherer of the 7 Dragon Balls. State your wish. Any wish can be granted, but it is limited to 3. Purunga, it is a pleasure to see you again." Goku was the first to speak. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Purunga's pupils dilated, its demeanor shifting to one of respect as it exclaimed in astonishment, "Lord Goku, I did not expect you to summon me. It has been quite some time. I trust you have been well." The crowd was taken aback, especially Piccolo, who was astonished that the formidable Purunga would treat Goku with such deference. While the Namekian populace had grown accustomed to it, this was because, just 6 months prior, Goku had ascended to the 2nd realm of divine energy and had come to Namek to make a wish, which the elder and others had readily granted. However, upon emerging, Purunga sensed Goku's divine aura, leading to a complete transformation in its attitude, and the elders realized that Goku had officially become a Supreme Kai. At that time, Wukong's first wish was for the ability to survive in the universe, which Purunga easily granted. However, his second wish, to ascend to the 3rd level of divine energy, took Purunga by surprise. Initially, Purunga contemplated a gentle refusal, yet Wukong remained resolute in his desire. Reluctantly, Purunga attempted to utilize his remaining 2 wishes, but they proved insufficient. As a result, he had to sacrifice a portion of his own blood essence to achieve the mid-level of the 2nd realm. To prevent Wukong from becoming displeased, Purunga further assisted him in swiftly assimilating the legacy of the East Kaishin. Otherwise, Wukong would have been unable to digest the core inheritance within 6 months. With a raised brow and a smile, Wukong chuckled, "Hehehe, it's all good. It's merely been half a year since we last met. I have come this time to alleviate some troubles for a friend, and I kindly ask for your assistance." Purunga, nearly brought to tears, humbly replied, "Oh, Lord Shin, I beseech you to show some mercy when granting wishes this time. The last wish drained a considerable amount of my wish power and vitality. I can hardly endure another such ordeal." Rest assured, this wish is quite simple," Wukong replied with a faint smile. Synopsis: in the early stages, Qiqi is introduced, followed by Android 18 in the middle, and later, Bulma from the timeline of Blue Flag and Cell joins. Muchio is an ordinary college junior who, upon awakening one day, discovers he has traversed into the perilous world of Dragon Ball, becoming the youthful Son Wukong, in a realm teeming with formidable beings. Lacking power renders everything futile. Thus, Muchio resolves to ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts. Tianjinhan, in the finals of the World Martial Arts Tournament, I was knocked unconscious by the earnest punch of Son Goku.Old Piccolo. I never anticipated that I would.